I thought descending the mountain was for cultivation, but when master kicked me out of the house, he handed me a note with 8 women's phone numbers, and they said they were all my senior sisters. I never would have thought that these 8 seemingly unrelated women would actually hold sway over the fate of the entire world, and I was their only junior brother. My name is Bai Xiaofan, a Taoist priest who was driven down the mountain by my master. Qingbai Mountain's Taoist temple is my home, and my only specialty is probably being extraordinarily good at eating. Master couldn't bear my enormous appetite and decided to send me down the mountain to live with my senior sisters. He said there were all sorts of high-tech wonders and beautiful ladies down the mountain, which filled me with curiosity and longing for life below. The master has 10 disciples in total, and I rank 9th. The youngest junior sister went home to visit her family not long ago, so now only master and I remain in the Taoist temple. Apart from me, the other 8 senior sisters have left the mountain many years ago. The master said they were all doing well. For example, the eldest senior sister Lu Linger was as beautiful as a fairy, and the second senior sister Xiaochun was a teacher. Master also said that every year, the clothes and items I use are sent by my senior sisters. He told me to seek them out and rely on them after descending the mountain. Though reluctant to say it, I knew my master had firmly decided to send me down the mountain. I asked him for some descent support, but all he gave me was some bus fare. The reason was that the money the senior sisters gave him as gifts was to be used for buying liquor. I expressed my dissatisfaction, but my master silenced me with just one sentence: I can no longer afford to support you. On the day I descended the mountain, I reluctantly bid farewell to my master, but he mercilessly pushed me away. Though I felt a bit sad, upon reflection, life at the foot of the mountain might truly be wonderful. I boarded the long-distance bus to Fancheng, still holding the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra that I had ransacked from my master's room. The car pulled over by the roadside, and a beautiful short-haired woman got in. After glancing around, she took a seat beside me. Having never been in such close proximity to a woman before, I felt my blood rush and silently repeated to myself, "Stay calm." Her name was Gu Yanyan, and after an argument with her family, she was in a hurry to get back home to deal with some matters. I stole a glance at her and sighed inwardly. Master was right, the women down the mountain are truly beautiful. My perverted grin was caught by her, and she gave me a scornful glance before turning to look out the window. The car continued moving forward when suddenly 3 men armed with weapons boarded, with the leader shouting, "Robbery!" The people in the car were all stunned, but I remained calm and composed. The robber demanded money from me, and I said all my money had been spent on bus tickets. He saw that I was dressed plainly and let me pass. However, at this moment, Gu Yanyan stood up, grabbed a thermos cup and threw it at one of them, urging everyone to fight back. Gu Yanyan's actions enraged the robber, who kicked her to the ground and stabbed at her with a knife. At the critical moment, I grabbed his wrist and stopped him. Seeing this, another accomplice pulled Gu Yanyan out of the car, intending to assault her. Gu Yanyan screamed for help desperately, but the people on the bus remained indifferent. I quietly got off the car and saw Gu Yanyan thrown to the ground by the robbers. I sighed, stepped forward, and punched the robber unconscious. Gu Yanyan looked at me with a face full of astonishment. I shook my head helplessly and said, "Next time, don't overestimate yourself like this." At that moment, another person from the car rushed down. Seeing his accomplice lying on the ground, he roared and charged at me. I dodged his dagger with a swift movement, then grabbed his neck and knocked him unconscious. Seeing this, the people on the bus rushed off and surrounded the remaining robber, giving him a good beating. The police arrived quickly and took away the 3 robbers. The bus continued moving forward. Gu Yanyan looked at me with gratitude. I laughed and asked her, "Can you read words on my face?" Her cheeks turned bright red as she turned away. Gu Yanyan thanked me, to which I replied, "My master used to say, when you see injustice, raise your voice, when you see a maiden, be brave." My words made her laugh. We chatted and laughed all the way, accompanied by a lovely girl. Life at the foot of the mountain was truly wonderful. Chapter 4, Your senior sister appears in your dream. Soon, the bus arrived at Fancheng. Bai Xiaofan got off, thinking about finding his senior sister. Just then, Gu Yanyan approached Bai Xiaofan and asked, "Hey, where are you headed?" "Me? I'm going to find my 5th senior sister." "Master said I should come seek refuge with my senior sisters," Bai Xiaofan replied. "Oh, I see. Well, okay then." Gu Yanyan let out a soft sigh. For some reason, she felt a pang of disappointment. Still, she gathered her courage and said, Thank you for today. To repay you, I'd like to treat you to a meal." Just as Bai Xiaofan was about to refuse, his stomach growled uncontrollably. He could only offer an awkward smile. Inside the restaurant, Gu Yanyan watched Bai Xiaofan devour his food with astonishment written all over her face. It wasn't just Gu Yanyan, everyone else in the restaurant who saw Bai Xiaofan like this forgot all about their own meals. "You?" Gu Yanyan swallowed hard. "You're eating way too much. What kind of family could possibly afford to feed you?" "Heh, my master, he often says I'm about to eat all the grain on the mountain. But I know he's just teasing me. If he cut back on his drinking, he'd have enough for my meals." "Heh." Seeing Bai Xiaofan's demeanor, Gu Yanyan seemed to understand why his master had sent him down the mountain. But Gu Yanyan didn't care about the money. Her family wasn't wealthy, but they certainly weren't struggling either. Watching Bai Xiaofan eat, Gu Yanyan asked. I still don't know what's your senior sister's name? I know quite a few people in Fancheng. Maybe I could help you find her. Lu Yuya. At this name, Gu Yanyan immediately stood up, staring at Bai Xiaofan with a strange look. What? Are you sure? Lu Yuya is your senior sister? Her face was etched with disbelief, no, outright skepticism. Absolutely certain. My master wouldn't deceive me. My fifth senior sister is indeed Lu Yuya, and she's from Fancheng. Gu Yanyan took a deep breath, yet doubt still lingered in her heart regarding Bai Xiaofan's words. You? I never would have guessed Lu Yuya was your senior sister. Do you realize that Lu Yuya is the eldest daughter of the Lu family? In Fancheng, she's second to none above everyone else. Bai Xiaofan nodded blankly. Gu Yanyan pondered for a moment before sitting down and saying, but I still suspect it might just be a coincidence after all, there must be others named Lu Yuya in this world. Bai Xiaofan didn't understand the situation either. All he knew was that he was tasked with finding his senior sister. The Lu family? Bai Xiaofan pondered for a moment before diving back into his food with renewed vigor. The boss is picking up the tab. After the table next to Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan paid their bill, the group got up and left. Bai Xiaofan glanced at them but paid them no mind, continuing to eat his meal. After they exited, the man leading the group sat in the car, a faint smile playing on his lips. Young master, what's going on? The subordinate in the passenger seat noticed his expression and asked with a smile. Didn't you hear what the table next to us was saying just now? The junior disciple of Lu Yuya, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Everyone says Lu Yuya is exceptionally beautiful, arguably the most beautiful woman in Fancheng. I haven't seen her yet. Today's incident is a golden opportunity. Chances like this shouldn't be missed. Now we have the chance to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Come on, let's go check it out, ha. Tian Xiao was genuinely delighted. He'd suddenly craved some commoner's food, and unexpectedly, it brought him an unexpected bonus. After finishing his meal, Bai Xiaofan also left the restaurant with Gu Yanyan. Where are you headed next? Gu Yanyan asked. To find my senior sister. What if you don't find her? Then we'll keep searching until we do. Looking at this somewhat single-minded man before her, Gu Yanyan could only shake her head helplessly. She then pulled out her phone and said, let's exchange contact info. If anything comes up, you can reach me. Bai Xiaofan shrugged. I don't have a phone. Gu Yanyan felt a bit helpless. She went back to the restaurant, got some paper and a pen, and wrote down her home address and phone number. Remember, if you need anything, you can call me or just come straight to my place. After that, Gu Yanyan left by car. Once she was gone, Bai Xiaofan scratched his head. Now it seemed like he was completely in the dark, knowing nothing at all. He wasn't quite sure where to go next either. Then it hit him, the Lu family Gu Yanyan had mentioned earlier. Forget it. Who cares about the Lu family? I'll just go check it out. That'll tell me if she's my fifth senior sister, won't it? With that thought, Bai Xiaofan began asking people for directions while jogging toward the Lu family compound. Inside the Lu family compound at that moment, a man dressed in a suit stepped out of a car. His face was lit with a warm, friendly smile, and he held a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Second young master, you're so handsome. If I were a woman, I'd be head over heels for you. Handsome? That's a given. Tian Xiao remarked, now it all depends on whether I can win over Lu Yuya. Before arriving in Fancheng, Tian Xiao had seen Lu Yuya's photo and immediately developed a strong interest in her. However, since he was here on a mission and the Lu family's influence prevented him from acting too freely. So Tian Xiao kept his secret thoughts to himself. But this time, upon learning about Lu Yuya's junior disciple, Tian Xiao knew his chance had finally arrived. By the way, did you handle the task I assigned? Tian Xiao inquired. Rest assured, second young master. That kid probably can't even speak right now. A faint smile touched Tian Xiao's lips as he gazed at the Lu family villa, his confidence growing stronger. This time, I will have Lu Yuya know, not just her, but the entire Lu family. In a narrow alleyway of Fancheng, Bai Xiaofan found himself cornered by several burly men. Their faces were etched with vicious intent, each wielding a baseball bat. Kid, heard you're Lu Yuya's junior? One of the burly men, eyeing the slender Bai Xiaofan, called out. Yeah. You know where my senior sister is? The moment Bai Xiaofan heard the name Lu Yuya, his eyes lit up. I know. Of course I know. The man chuckled and slowly approached Bai Xiaofan. Then can you tell me where my senior sister is? Sure thing. The man sneered coldly, slowly raising the baseball bat. Your senior sister is right there in your dreams. With that, he swung the bat down. Chapter 5, Get your dirty hands off me. In the quiet alleyway, Bai Xiaofan sat atop someone, staring excitedly at the person lying before him. Hey, didn't you say you knew where my senior sister is? Spill it, spill it. The burly man pinned beneath Bai Xiaofan's weight wore a face twisted with fury. Who could have imagined Bai Xiaofan was such a formidable fighter? The man gritted his teeth, refusing to speak. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan frowned and grabbed one of the man's fingers. Talk. The moment Bai Xiaofan finished speaking, a wretched scream echoed through the alley. I'll talk. I'll talk. The fingers are connected to the heart, and Bai Xiaofan's sadistic interrogation method only made it worse. The burly man couldn't endure the agony. Sweat poured from his body as he cried out urgently. The Lu family estate is just up ahead at the next turn. You'll see it once you get there. Thanks a bunch. Bai Xiaofan chuckled darkly and vanished in a flash. The big guy lying there tried to reach for his phone, but realized his hand wasn't just numb, he couldn't even move it. Bai Xiaofan jogged along and soon arrived at the Lu residence. Seeing the two characters for Lu family on the gate, Bai Xiaofan's face lit up with excitement. I never imagined senior sister lived in such a spacious house. Looks like master was right after all, senior sister really is loaded. This thought made Bai Xiaofan even happier, and he was about to go inside to find his senior sister. Just then, the security guard at the entrance stopped him. Hey, what are you doing? Just barging in like that? Do you know where this is? Is this some place anyone can just walk into? I'm here to see my senior sister. She's the young miss of your Lu family, Lu Yueya. You're our young Mrs. Junior disciple? The guards exchanged glances, clearly amused by the revelation. Wait, didn't some noble young master just arrive claiming to be the young Mrs. Junior disciple? Could it be? Who knows? But with so many trying to curry favor with the Lu family, it's no surprise a few might show up. But what about this kid? If we let him in, won't the young miss blame us? Even if Bai Xiaofan were completely clueless, he'd know what was going on. He never imagined someone would dare impersonate him. Bai Xiaofan shouted on the spot. Damn it! Someone's impersonating me? Just watch me go in and beat the crap out of him. As he spoke, Bai Xiaofan tried to push past, but the guards stopped him. What are you doing? Let me in. Otherwise, that bastard will deceive my senior sister. The security guards exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with contempt. Put. The Lu family is, after all, a prominent household. Our young Mrs. Junior disciple should at least be dressed in a suit and tie. Look at what you're wearing. Even the beggars outside our Lu family gates dress better than you. And you have the nerve to call yourself her junior disciple? Too many people try to climb our family's coattails using such titles. Young man, you're hopelessly out of touch. Get lost while you still can, or we'll make you. Do you think just anyone can walk into the Lu family? What would that make us? No, no, no. I'm her junior disciple. That one inside is an imposter. No matter how Bai Xiaofan protested, these people simply wouldn't believe he was Lu Yuegua's junior disciple. A security guard snapped coldly. Kid, get lost. Stop blocking our way, or we'll hang you by your neck. You dare talk big, you watchdog? Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's expression turned completely icy. If they kept this up in front of him, and if that imposter did anything to his senior sister, then he would. Kid, what did you say? The security guard roared, then drew his baton. Damn it, kid, watch my Foshan shadowless kick. With that, the security guard lunged forward. He called it the Foshan shadowless kick, but it was really no different from a flying kick. All flash, no substance. Put. Bai Xiaofan didn't even bother to take him seriously, casually knocking the man flying with a single blow. Witnessing this, all the security guards were startled. They swallowed hard, none daring to move. Bai Xiaofan shot them a dismissive glance. If they couldn't even face this, how could they protect his senior sister's safety? Just as Bai Xiaofan was about to enter, a woman emerged from the villa. Her long hair flowed freely, her expression serene, radiating an ethereal, distant aura. Barely in her early 20s, she moved through the estate like a fairy among flowers. Today, Lu Yueya wore a purple gown that complemented her fair skin, making her exceptionally beautiful. Seeing her, Bai Xiaofan froze. This seemed to be his fifth senior sister. He never imagined fifth senior sister could be this beautiful, far more stunning than the mute old woman. Bai Xiaofan swallowed hard, recalling the old women he'd seen on the mountain. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself, a young man like him shouldn't have to marry an old widow. Beside the woman stood a man. Bai Xiaofan recognized him, he'd seen him before at the restaurant. He was the guy sitting next to me when I ate at the restaurant earlier. Bai Xiaofan suddenly realized, so this was the guy impersonating him to get close to fifth senior sister. Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. Ignoring the guards, he strode straight toward Lu Yuegua. Little junior brother, I never thought master would actually let you come down the mountain. But since you found me, from now on in Fancheng, if anyone bullies you, just tell me. With me around, I'll make sure you never suffer any injustice. After all, if you suffer any injustice, the other senior and junior sisters won't let me off the hook. Lu Yuegua smiled gently, and with that smile, it felt as if the entire world had warmed. Tian Xiao, standing beside Lu Yuya, chuckled darkly, his face radiating the satisfaction of a scheme successfully executed. Gazing at Lu Yuya's lovely face, an inexplicable flame suddenly ignited within him. But he knew now wasn't the time, so he forced himself to suppress that flame. Still, even if he couldn't do that, there were other things he could do. Like, for instance, Tianxiao glanced at Lu Yue's small hand, reaching out as he spoke, his fingers brushing against hers. Well then, I'll be relying on you, senior sister. Being here alone, unfamiliar with the place, I'm still a bit nervous. But with senior sister here, I'm not nervous at all. I've practically found family. Yet, just as his hand was about to grasp Lu Yue's, it was suddenly seized by another hand. The next second, a voice as cold as an ice cellar cut through the air. Take your filthy hands off her. Chapter 6, The Real and Fake Junior Brother. The icy tone snapped Tianxiao back to his senses. He immediately looked up to see Bai Xiaofan standing before him. Bai Xiaofan yanked Tianxiao's hand away with force, sending him stumbling backward several steps, nearly toppling over. You! Who are you? How did you get in? Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan, Lu Yue's face betrayed a flicker of panic. Senior sister. Bai Xiaofan shouted loudly, Senior sister, I'm your junior brother. This guy is an imposter. Ha? Lu Yue froze in surprise. You're my junior brother too? What's going on here? Kid. You're full of it. At that moment, Tianxiao stood up and immediately rushed to Lu Yue's side. I am senior sister's junior brother. Who do you think you are, shouting nonsense here? Guards, throw him out. Tianxiao's heart sank. He hadn't expected his men to fail to incapacitate Bai Xiaofan. Those bastards must have pocketed the money to go drinking. Once this is over, I'll deal with them properly. Several men emerged from behind Tianxiao as bodyguards. Without a word, they charged toward Bai Xiaofan. Senior sister, don't worry. This guy doesn't need the Lu family to handle him. Leave him to me. Tianxiao sneered coldly. Since his men hadn't gone after Bai Xiaofan, it didn't matter. Beating Bai Xiaofan into silence now wouldn't disrupt his plans. Surrounded by so many men, not a trace of panic flashed across Bai Xiaofan's face. To him, these opponents were utterly insignificant. Within mere moments, he dispatched them all. Seeing his men all taken down by Bai Xiaofan, Tianxiao froze in shock. He hadn't expected Bai Xiaofan to be such a formidable fighter. Though Tianxiao hadn't met Lu Yue much before, he'd heard stories about her. As a child, Lu Yue had indeed studied something on a mountain, but it certainly wasn't martial arts. Her combat skills might suffice against petty thugs, but they were utterly inadequate against these bodyguards. Moreover, these bodyguards were hand-picked by Tianxiao himself, the cream of the crop from the Tian family. In Tianxiao's mind, since Bai Xiaofan was Lu Yue's junior disciple, his martial arts skills couldn't be anything special either. With so many of them, they should have easily taken Bai Xiaofan down. Reality, however, had slapped him in the face. Senior sister. Seeing that Lu Yue didn't believe him, Bai Xiaofan grabbed her hand and said, Senior sister, you must believe me. That guy eavesdropped on my conversation while I was eating. He's lying to you. Come on, you're so beautiful, how could you be so slow on the uptake? Just as Bai Xiaofan was about to say more, his gaze lingered on Lu Yue, and for a moment he almost forgot what he was going to say. Observing Bai Xiaofan's demeanor, Lu Yue couldn't help but think he was anything but a proper person. Ever since earlier, he'd been staring at her, and there was something off about his gaze. Bai Xiaofan withdrew his gaze, his face edged with sorrow and indignation. Senior sister, master sent me down the mountain to find you. How could you, have you abandoned me? Senior sister, how can I live without you? With that, Bai Xiaofan threw his arms around Lu Yue. This scene infuriated Tianxiao to the point of grinding his teeth. Damn it! He hadn't even gotten to hug Lu Yue yet, and this brat had beaten into it. Kid, let go of her. Tianxiao grabbed Bai Xiaofan's shoulder, trying to pull him away. Lu Yue was also startled by Bai Xiaofan's sudden movement, her body instinctively leaning backward. Senior sister. Seeing Lu Yue about to fall, Bai Xiaofan instantly broke free from Tianxiao and caught her in his arms. Tianxiao, carried by momentum, plopped down onto the ground. Lu Yue gazed up at Bai Xiaofan holding her in his arms, feeling inexplicably familiar. That gaze, that temperament so familiar. Could it be, could he truly be my junior disciple? Having been away from Master Nameless for so long, her memories of her junior brother had grown faint. That was precisely why she couldn't recognize who her junior disciple truly was. But Bai Xiaofan's actions, his appearance, they made Lu Yue feel. Just then, a voice echoed from within the villa. What's going on? All this commotion. Hearing the commotion from inside, Lu Yue hurriedly pushed Bai Xiaofan aside and stepped back. Several middle-aged individuals emerged from the villa. They were members of the Lu family. Today, the Lius were exceptionally pleased. They never imagined that sending Lu Yue to train under the nameless Taoist would yield such an unexpected bonus. Her junior disciple turned out to be from the Tian family of Central Plains. It was well known that the Tian family was a second-tier clan in the Central Plains. Though only a second-tier family, their strength far surpassed that of the Lu family. The Lius were overjoyed at the prospect of their daughter marrying the Tian family's second young master.
Their family's standing would soar dramatically, securing them a place of influence in the Jiangnan region at the very least.
Seeing her family members emerge, Lu Yueya scratched her head and said, Mother, there's another person here who claims to be my junior disciple.
Ha?
Lu Meiyue's mother, Lu Mei, frowned and looked at Bai Xiaofan.
You have 2 junior disciples? Hello, aunt.
Bai Xiaofan chuckled, recalling the etiquette his master had taught him before descending the mountain. He mimicked it with perfect imitation. Auntie, I am Bai Xiaofan, the junior disciple of 5th senior sister.
This fellow here is an imposter. Bai Xiaofan's actions earned him some favor from the man standing beside Lu Mei. But Lu Mei's face was etched with displeasure as she scrutinized Bai Xiaofan from head to toe.
Noticing his attire, she remarked with disdain.
Don't go calling him that. We don't even know what's going on yet. You claim to be my daughter's junior disciple, what proof do you have?
With that smug grin on your face, I can't help but think you're just some good-for-nothing loafer hanging around the doorstep.
Bai Xiaofan didn't dwell on it, simply recounting the events that had just unfolded.
He concluded with a sigh, that guy's definitely up to no good.
We've got to watch him.
Poof. At that moment, Lu Mei suddenly snorted coldly.
Up to no good?
Why, it seems to me you're the one with ulterior motives.
Look at the way you've been staring at my daughter since I walked in. How dare you accuse others?
Kid, if you can't back up your accusations with proof, don't blame me for getting tough.
Chapter 7, Showdown. As far as Lu Mei was concerned, she couldn't care less whether Bai Xiaofan was truly Lu Yueya's junior disciple. Even if he was, she didn't want Bai Xiaofan's connection to be confirmed.
After all, if she could use Lu Yueya to connect with the Tian family, she'd have endless wealth and prestige in her future. Besides, Tian Shao wasn't bad at all, young and promising, handsome to boot, with almost no flaws whatsoever. The more Lu Mei thought about it, the more she disliked Bai Xiaofan. She couldn't wait for this guy to get lost. I know my senior sister has a scar on her, but that was from when our master accidentally burned her.
Bai Xiaofan's words left Lu Yuegua deeply embarrassed. It happened when she had just entered the nameless Taoist's discipleship. At the time, the nameless Taoist was puffing on his pipe, and Lu Yueya, not knowing what it was, had wiggled her bottom and tried to sit on it. At the time, Lu Yuegua was only a year or two old, still wearing open crotch pants, which is how that mark was left behind. But this incident was truly embarrassing, especially since Lu Yueya was now a young woman. It's nothing, Lu Mei said. Young Master Tian mentioned this earlier too. But Lu Mei paused. Young man, where did you overhear young Master Tian's conversation?
Bai Xiaofan suddenly recalled that during his meal with Gu Yanyan, he'd let slip about this very matter. Who would have thought that a casual remark would be remembered by this guy? Bai Xiaofan could have slapped himself right then. If he hadn't said so much, would all this have been avoided? His master was right, after all, one must always guard against others. Bai Xiaofan sighed, but he remained deeply dissatisfied with Lu Mei's attitude. Why was it only me eavesdropping on his conversation? Couldn't he eavesdrop on mine? Why was he playing favorites? Put. Lu Mei sneered coldly, you want to know? Simple enough. First, you look like a shady character, a real oddball. What makes you any different from street thugs? That nameless Taoist is renowned far and wide, how could he possibly have taught a disciple like you? Besides, that nameless Taoist seems to know everything: medicine, divination, alchemy. His disciples can't be that mediocre. Just look at what you're wearing. Even the beggars outside my Lu family's door are better dressed than you. At this point, Lu Mei couldn't resist bragging about Tian Shao. Now look at what young Master Tian wears, every piece is custom made. You couldn't afford a single item in your entire lifetime. Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow at Lu Mei's words, finally understanding why she harbored such hostility toward him. So that's why, he thought. You just envy his wealth, don't you? Nice words, those. Bai Xiaofan retorted. Besides, I just came down from the mountain with no money on me. Where would I get any? Oh right, you mentioned my master's medical skills? Simple. Let's just have a medical skills contest between us. At this, the Lu family members nodded in agreement, finding Bai Xiaofan's reasoning sound. Exactly. Exactly. Master Woming's medical skills are unmatched. A contest will reveal who's deceiving us. Lu Yuegua also stepped forward and said, exactly, mother. This young man's character and demeanor remind me so much of my master. I think having them compete in medical skills would be the most convincing way to prove it. 5th senior sister, you're something else. Bai Xiaofan chuckled, I misspoke earlier, you're not slow on the uptake. Hearing the surrounding voices, Lu Mei's face grew thoughtful as she glanced at Tian Shao. By now, Tian Shao was panicking. He was just a spoiled rich kid, how could he possibly know medicine? He'd planned to impersonate Bai Xiaofan to have some deeper connection with Lu Yuegua. Who could have imagined that Lu Yuegua and Bai Xiaofan's master possessed such formidable abilities, including medical skills? If he were forced to treat patients now, he'd be praying for divine intervention if he didn't end up killing someone. But what kind of man was Tian Shao? He was a master of adapting his words to any situation.
His eyes darted about, his face brimming with arrogance. He shot Bai Xiaofan a disdainful glance and declared, "Put. Who do you think I am? I'm the disciple of the nameless Taoist. Do you really think I'd just go around treating people casually? Put." Bai Xiaofan shot Tianxiao a withering look. "If you're scared, just say so. I won't mock you." "Heh, like I'd be scared of you? Kid, this is more troublesome than preparing for a medical exam. How about this? Let's settle it with our fists and see who truly deserves to be the nameless Taoist's disciple." As he spoke, Tianxiao's face lit up with fighting spirit. For him, combat had been his favorite pastime since childhood. Tianxiao wasn't just a spoiled rich kid, he was also a formidable fighter. Even though Bai Xiaofan had just defeated so many of his bodyguards, Tianxiao felt no fear. After all, he knew he could do it too, it would just be a bit messy. Yes, the nameless Taoist was formidable. Back then, countless people had sought him out for that very reason. Hearing Tianxiao's confidence, Lu Mei immediately chimed in, as if Tianxiao were a member of the Lu family. In truth, it wasn't just Lu Mei, nearly every member of the Lu family secretly hoped Tianxiao was actually Lu Yue's junior disciple. Ha! Bai Xiaofan let out a cold laugh. He hadn't expected someone would actually be foolish enough to challenge him. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Back then, the nameless Taoist had personally declared that his talent was the finest he'd ever witnessed. Though Bai Xiaofan still didn't know just how powerful he truly was, dealing with an ordinary person like this was more than a piece of cake. "Kid, fists and feet don't have eyes. Watch out." Tianxiao took a few steps back, moving into the center of the courtyard. He eyed the marble flower bed beside him and slammed his fist down. The single blow shattered the entire marble flower bed into pieces. The scene stunned everyone present. None had anticipated Tianxiao to be this formidable. Such prowess was rare even within the Lu family. Even within the Tian family, this level of power would likely rank among the top. Lu Yue swallowed hard, her confidence wavering slightly. When Tianxiao had refused to compete with Bai Xiaofan in medical skills earlier, she had dismissed him as a fraud. But now, witnessing the terrifying power Tianxiao had displayed, it was simply, if such prowess belonged to the disciple of the nameless Taoist, it would make sense. "Ah, master, you really are biased." Though the nameless Taoist had once said that Lu Yue's talent was wasted on martial arts. But witnessing this fist shatter stone, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Chapter 8, A Single Poem. Seeing Tianxiao's formidable strength, Lu Mei instantly felt more confident, her face lighting up with excitement. Look, young Master Tian must be the nameless Taoist's disciple, no one else could possess such formidable strength. The Lu family members present all nodded in agreement, only a disciple of the nameless Taoist could be this formidable. "Young Master Tian, you must be the real deal. Take care of this kid quickly, and we'll have dinner together tonight." Lu Mei then turned to Bai Xiaofan, her eyes brimming with scorn. "Kid, see that? See how powerful young Master Tian is? Now get lost." Seeing everyone siding with him, Tianxiao couldn't contain the smug expression spreading across his face. "Put. These country bumpkins. My strength wouldn't even rank in the top 5 of our Tian family. But this works out perfectly. Once I take this kid down, Lu Yue will be mine for the taking." Bai Xiaofan curled his lips. "Put. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. Besides, I'm the real deal." Tianxiao didn't want to waste any more time with Bai Xiaofan. He stepped forward and shouted, "Kid, you've ruined my day. If I don't take you down today, I'm not Tianxiao." Just thinking about Bai Xiaofan hugging Lu Yue earlier made Tianxiao seethe with rage. If he didn't kill Bai Xiaofan today, it would be impossible to ease the rage burning in Tianxiao's heart. "Tianxiao? You're asking for a beating." Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly, and this single act nearly made Tianxiao spit blood in rage. "Kid, go die." Tianxiao roared furiously, leaping forward to punch Bai Xiaofan. In Tianxiao's eyes, Bai Xiaofan's strength was decent, but he was no match for him. If he could eliminate this brat quickly enough, there'd be no witnesses left to challenge his claim. As Tianxiao closed in on Bai Xiaofan, the latter remained utterly motionless. Why isn't this kid doing anything? Young Master Tian is practically charging right at him. Young Master Tian could shatter marble with a single palm strike. This blow would surely kill the kid. I say this kid is just a fraud. Seeing young Master Tian get serious, he's scared stiff. The surrounding Lu family members all wore expressions of contempt, but Lu Yue still felt a twinge of worry. Yet, just as everyone believed Tianxiao's punch would end the fight, something astonishing happened. Bai Xiaofan merely took a slight step back to evade Tianxiao's fist. Tianxiao froze, then swung again, but Bai Xiaofan dodged as if strolling through a garden. Not a single blow connected with Bai Xiaofan. How could this be? Tianxiao was bewildered. Why was this happening when he was certain his single punch could have ended it? Bai Xiaofan merely regarded Tianxiao impassively before extending his palm and placing it directly against Tianxiao's chest. Before Tianxiao could react, a powerful thrust erupted from Bai Xiaofan's palm. This single blow sent Tianxiao flying backward, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground. Even as he lay on the ground, Tianzhao's face still bore that look of utter astonishment. Though his strength didn't rank highly within the Tian family, among the younger generation in Central Plains, he ranked among the top 10. Yet now, he had been struck by Bai Xiaofan's palm until he coughed up blood. He had lost. He had lost in this insignificant place, defeated by an ant he had never even bothered to acknowledge. Second young master. Tianzhao's men, seeing him knocked down, rushed over to help him up. These bodyguards had undergone rigorous training not only in combat but also in medical treatment. They immediately retrieved first aid kits and began treating Tianzhao's injuries. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan paid Tianzhao no mind whatsoever. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Lu Yueya. Senior sister, look. Isn't this my master's true legacy? This palm strike is his very own cloud-splitting palm. Lu Yueya was so stunned she couldn't speak. She had been certain Bai Xiaofan would be killed by Tianzhao's single punch. She'd even wondered if her own meager strength could save him. But seeing this, she realized she had truly underestimated Bai Xiaofan. He didn't need her to worry about him at all. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's question, Lu Yueya turned back. Indeed, what Bai Xiaofan had just unleashed was the nameless Taoist's cloud-shattering palm, a technique she had witnessed before. Yet Lu Yueya was certain Bai Xiaofan hadn't unleashed his full power. For she had witnessed with her own eyes how the nameless Taoist had left a palm print directly on the mountain when he unleashed the palm of the clouds. Kid. Tianzhao clutched his chest, glaring fiercely at Bai Xiaofan. You just wait, kid. This isn't over. We've got a score to settle now. With that, Tianzhao was helped away by his men. Bai Xiaofan didn't pursue Tianzhao after all, he'd come here solely to find his senior sister. Turning to Lu Yueya, Bai Xiaofan gave a sly grin. Senior sister, I've cleared out all the unwanted guests. Lu Yueya smiled back, looking at Bai Xiaofan. In that moment, she felt an unexpected warmth toward him. Young man, you haven't introduced yourself to us yet. At that moment, a voice spoke from within the Lu family. It belonged to Lu Tianxiang, Lu Yueya's eldest uncle. The current head of the Lu family was Lu Tianzhang, the father of Lu Yueya, the second daughter of the Lu family. Though not the head, Lu Tianxiang held no lesser standing within the family. Hearing Lu Tianxiang's words, Bai Xiaofan bowed respectfully. My apologies. With all the distractions earlier, I completely forgot to introduce myself to everyone. I am Bai Xiaofan. Bai as in day, Xiao as in small, and Fan as in ordinary to the family of my senior sister. A woman beside Lu Tianxiang smiled. Ordinary? Your strength is anything but ordinary. Bai Xiaofan looked at the woman and realized her beauty seemed to rival that of his fifth senior sister. No wonder she's fifth senior sister's family, they're all so beautiful. Seeing Bai Xiaofan hadn't spoken, Lu Yueya thought he might be shy and stepped in to introduce them. This is my great uncle, Lu Tianxiang. And this is my great uncle's daughter, my elder sister Lu Xiangxiang. What a lovely name. A faint smile touched Bai Xiaofan's lips, and he found himself unable to tear his gaze away from Lu Xiangxiang. Lu Xiangxiang's beauty was different from Lu Yuegua's. Lu Yuegua possessed the aloof elegance of an ice queen. But Lu Xiangxiang was different. She radiated warmth and exuberance, appearing even more alluring. A woman like this was far more likely to capture the heart of a young, inexperienced boy like Bai Xiaofan. Chapter 9, Your Irregular Period. Hold on. Just as Bai Xiaofan was chatting and laughing with the Lu sisters, Lu Mei interrupted this idyllic scene. Lu Mei swayed her hips as she approached, chattering away. Kid, you've crossed young Master Tian. That means you've crossed the Tian family. Do you have any idea how powerful the Tian family is? How powerful? Bai Xiaofan retorted, how powerful? They still got knocked flying by one of my punches, so powerful his own mother wouldn't recognize him. You. Lu Mei now couldn't stand the sight of Bai Xiaofan, precisely because he'd driven Tianzhao away. Otherwise, if Tianzhao and Lu Yuegua had just gotten to know each other a little, her Lu family would have soared to new heights afterward. But now that Bai Xiaofan had meddled, her dreams were shattered. Not just her dreams, everything was gone. That's why Lu Mei now despises Bai Xiaofan intensely. Even with Tianzhao gone, she still refuses to tolerate Bai Xiaofan's presence. The Tian family, to which Tianzhao belonged, was a second-tier power in Central Plains, with influence that ranked among the top. You've offended Tianzhao. Do you still want to stay with our Lu family? Wouldn't that just bring trouble upon us? Lu Mei's words held some truth. Though the Lu family wielded considerable power in Fanchang, they were no match for the Tian family. The Lu family members exchanged glances. Ultimately, this matter wasn't their fault. But if Bai Xiaofan's presence in the Lu family caused trouble for them, then that would truly. You're absolutely right. At that moment, another woman spoke up. This woman was Lu Tianxiang's wife, the aunt of Lu Yuya, named Meng Lan. Meng Lan shared Lu Mei's thoughts. If Lu Yuya could secure an alliance with the Tian family, the Lu family would rise. But Bai Xiaofan's appearance disrupted everything. How could they not resent him? Besides, Bai Xiaofan, you claim to be the disciple of the nameless Taoist, but we haven't verified that yet. Your combat prowess is undeniably formidable, but that alone doesn't prove you're the nameless Taoist's disciple. Ha! A huge question mark appeared above Bai Xiaofan's head. What else do I need to prove? Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Why did they believe Tian Xiao when he claimed to be the nameless Taoist's disciple?
But when it comes to me, even after all this proof, these old women still don't believe me.
Damn it, ladies!
The technique Bai Xiaofan used is my master's cloud sweeping palm. I've seen it before. There are countless martial arts with similar techniques. Maybe you just misremembered it from when you were little. Lu Mei's words made Lu Yueya doubt herself too, but she still wanted to believe Bai Xiaofan. It's actually simple, Lu Mini suggested. Isn't that nameless Taoist a divine healer? Just have Bai Xiaofan show off his skills, and we'll know for sure. At that moment, Lu Tianxian, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. His words brought a smile to Lu Yueya's face. That's easy enough. Bai Xiaofan said, then your poop must stink to high heaven, right? What? Meng Lan's face darkened as she snapped, you brat, are you out of your mind? Don't you think your own poop stinks? No, ordinary people can tolerate their own poop smell, but yours is unbearable even to you. Anyway, I imagine every time you go to the bathroom must be a challenge. That's why you've started cutting back on food. Meng Lan was momentarily speechless. After all, Bai Xiaofan was telling the truth. Lately, she really had felt her own poop stank terribly, so much so that she couldn't stand it herself. Is that what I said? Mom's been eating a lot of vegetable salads lately. So that's why, Mom. Lu Xianxiang's face lit up with sudden understanding as she smiled at Meng Lan. Meng Lan wished she could sink into a hole right then. This was utterly humiliating. But you call this thing a miracle, doctor? At that moment, Lu Yuya suddenly spoke up. Bai Xiaofan, I can trust you, but you need to show me some proof to back it up. Me? Bai Xiaofan shot Lu Yuegua a thoroughly annoyed look, his expression practically screaming, are you kidding me? Seriously, if it weren't for the fact that you're my senior sister, I'd really. Bai Xiaofan never dreamed that the one who would doubt him in the end would be Lu Yuegua. Truthfully, Lu Yueya's action stemmed from genuine curiosity about Bai Xiaofan's medical skills. The 8 girls had each mastered one of the nameless Taoist's 8 supreme techniques. But from Bai Xiaofan's tone, it seemed he had learned all of the nameless Taoist's techniques, so mastering medicine should be a piece of cake. Lu Yuegua also wanted Bai Xiaofan to prove himself further, to silence her family. A smile touched the corners of Lu Yuegua's lips at this thought. She was truly clever. But Bai Xiaofan's next words froze that smile solid on Lu Yueya's face. 5th senior sister, you have irregular periods, and they're quite heavy each time, aren't they? You bastard. What did you just say? Lu Yuya's face flushed crimson with fury at Bai Xiaofan's words. You're the one with irregular periods. You're the one with heavy flow. You bastard. You're not my junior disciple. Get out. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. You bastard, get out now. Bai Xiaofan hadn't expected this reaction. He'd only mentioned her condition. Was senior sister Wu really overreacting? 5th senior sister, what are you doing? Master specifically told you to treat me well. No, 5th senior sister, it's fine. I can cure you. This is actually very easy to treat, really. Anyway, you're about to get it too. It'll happen in the next day or two. Look at you, what are you doing? Get lost. I know my own body. My period just ended a week ago. How could it be in a day or two? You're so despicable, so outrageous. You're not my junior disciple. Lu Yueya chased after Bai Xiaofan, punching him while shouting. Bai Xiaofan felt utterly helpless. He hadn't said anything, so why was 5th senior sister reacting so strongly? Master. Didn't you say 5th senior sister was very calm? Did you misunderstand what calm means? Bai Xiaofan could sense it too. The Lu family didn't welcome him. Sometimes, when you keep putting your warm face against a cold buttock, it just loses all meaning. Bai Xiaofan suddenly stopped in his tracks and sighed. Master, just look at this. See how your disciple bullies her junior brother? They say fellow disciples are closest, and senior sisters cherish their junior brothers most. But what's the result? Bai Xiaofan shook his head as he spoke. Turns out it's all a lie. Forget it, 5th senior sister. If you won't acknowledge me, I'll go find 4th senior sister. She's definitely gentler and prettier than you. Chapter 10, Playing Dirty. Even Lu Yueya, with her temper, was nearly driven mad by Bai Xiaofan. She grabbed a stick and swung it at him. Then go find your 4th senior sister. You're not my junior brother. My junior brothers aren't this stupid. Honestly, why do you have to say everything? Get out of here. Get out now, or I'll beat you to death. Bai Xiaofan left the Lu household with a resigned expression, shouting one last thing before he went. Girls with such fiery tempers won't fare well. Their skin will sag easily in old age. Watching Bai Xiaofan leave, the Lu family members gathered around. Yueya, is that Bai Xiaofan really your junior brother? We're all confused by you.
Truthfully, Lu Yueya was absolutely certain in her heart that Bai Xiaofan was her junior disciple.
She knew her menstrual cycle was irregular, and this secret was hers alone. But for him to publicly declare her menstrual irregularities and then act like that was utterly infuriating.
Fuming at the thought, Lu Yueya retorted, "No. Definitely not. My master is the nameless Taoist, a man of noble character and integrity. How could he possibly take such a good-for-nothing as a disciple? Absolutely not. That kid is a rogue, absolutely a rogue. The way he looks at me and my sister is just wrong." Hearing Lu Yuegua declare Bai Xiaofan wasn't Master Nameless' disciple, Lu Mei and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he isn't. Thank goodness he isn't.
You must understand, he's crossed the Tian family, a force our Lu family can't afford to provoke.
Exactly, Yueya.
Though the Nameless Taoist taught you for so many years and it was through when your illness was cured, we shouldn't antagonize the Tian family just because of the senior-junior disciple connection. Everyone chattered away, but Lu Yuegya said little, simply turning to head back to her room. Lu Shangxiang approached her. "Little sis, are you sure he's not your junior disciple? Your expression tells a different story."
Lu Yueya sighed helplessly. "I'm absolutely certain he's my junior brother, but he really doesn't know how to speak."
"True."
Lu Shangxiang nodded. "How could you discuss such matters between women in front of so many people? But if he really is your junior, isn't it a bit harsh how you're treating him? After all, he came here seeking refuge with you." Lu Yueya considered this, but before she could respond, she suddenly froze in place. "Ah!" Lu Yueya clenched her teeth, startling Lu Shangxiang. "Sis, what's wrong?" Lu Shangxiang helped Lu Yueya into the room.
Lu Mei, who had been walking behind Lu Yueya, saw this and hurried over.
"Ah!"
Lu Yueya let out a wretched cry. "My stomach hurts so much, my stomach hurts so much."
"Blood!" Lu Mei gasped in shock. Lu Shangxiang looked down and saw blood flowing from Lu Yueya's ankle.
"Little sis, you've started your period." Lu Shangxiang said. Bai Xiaofan was right after all.
Lu Yueya tried to say something, but the pain left her speechless. Lu Mei, hearing Lu Shangxiang's words, asked in confusion, "Wait, so that kid really is Yueya's junior disciple?" "It's true, second aunt."
Lu Shangxiang said. "Judging by this, Bai Xiaofan really is quite skilled in medicine.
What should we do now?" Lu Mei panicked for a moment, standing there at a loss. "Auntie, grab a hot water bottle and some sanitary pads."
"Just don't stand there frozen like that."
While the Lu household descended into chaos, Bai Xiaofan left their home and headed toward his fourth senior sister's residence.
His fourth and fifth senior sisters were both in Fancheng?
Wow, that was unexpected.
Glancing at the pass his master had given him, Bai Xiaofan decided to head straight to his fourth senior sister's place.
Walking along, Bai Xiaofan soon arrived at a racetrack. Good heavens, so many cars.
Bai Xiaofan's face lit up with delight at the sight of the vehicles inside the racetrack. It was the first time he'd ever seen so many vehicles. Before this, the most he'd ever seen were the one-wheeled carts up in the mountains.
Hey, buddy, what's going on here?"
Bai Xiaofan tapped the man beside him.
"Didn't you know you were entering?" The man chuckled. "The Fancheng Circuit Championship. This is the preliminary round."
But this time, the preliminary round has pitted Fancheng's racing queen Luo Shui against the reckless driver Han Zhuang.
That's why so many people have gathered.
This preliminary round might as well be considered the finals.
Luo Shui?
Bai Xiaofan's face showed a look of deep thought. He felt like he'd heard that name somewhere before. Then, with a look of surprise, he exclaimed, "Ah, right. My senior sister is named Luo Shui. My fourth senior sister is named Luo Shui." The people around him ignored Bai Xiaofan, as if he had some kind of mental issue. On the track now, Luo Shui and Han Zhuang were locked in a fierce battle, chasing each other relentlessly as they traded leads. As the queen of racing and the reckless racer, they'd been battling from the start to claim the title of Fancheng's top driver. Typically, they wouldn't meet until the final stages, after which they'd take turns claiming the championship. But now, unexpectedly, they clashed in the preliminaries. This time, they were determined to settle the score once and for all. Bai Xiaofan knew nothing about racing, but he recognized the white car as his senior sister's. Watching the white car charge forward like a bullet, Bai Xiaofan's face was filled with excitement. But just as the two cars were neck and neck, the white car suddenly began to shake violently. What was happening? Luo Shui, seated inside, furrowed her brow, determined to diagnose the problem swiftly. But in an instant, every instrument on the car malfunctioned, even the accelerator and brakes failed.
"Someone hacked into my car's system."
Luo Shui frowned, momentarily at a loss for what to do. At that moment, everyone witnessed the malfunction of Luo Shui's car.
What's going on? Luo Shui's race car malfunctioned? The instruments failed? What should we do?
Upon hearing the commotion around him, Bai Xiaofan sprang to his feet, his gaze darting nervously toward the track. Oh no, Luo Shui's car is already out of control. Ahead lies the abandoned steel mill. It's over. If she crashes into that, Luo Shui is finished. Hurry!
Drive after her. What good would driving do? That's a race car. How could your car possibly outrun a race car? Those present could only watch helplessly. Watching her race car plunge into the abandoned steel mill, Luo Shui could only close her eyes and curl up, trying to protect herself. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I, Luo Shui, would meet my end here. Then came a deafening explosion, followed by a towering wall of flames. Chapter 11, Misaligned Restoration. The race car exploded, flames shooting skyward, the scorching heat searing Luo Shui's face. Am I dead? Luo Shui slowly opened her eyes, dazed, only to find she was still alive. Looking ahead, Luo Shui saw only an unfamiliar man holding her, with the burning race car not far away. Who are you? Luo Shui asked in confusion. How could someone suddenly appear here after what just happened? Oh, you're okay. Bai Xiaofan's face lit up at Luo Shui's words, and he immediately set her down. Luo Shui removed her helmet, revealing a fair and handsome face that made Bai Xiaofan feel utterly delighted. Fourth senior sister, you're so beautiful. Bai Xiaofan stared at Luo Shui, his smile freezing on his face. Fourth senior sister? Luo Shui froze. Why are you calling me fourth senior sister? Wait, how do you even know I'm the fourth in seniority? Fourth senior sister, don't you remember? I'm your eighth junior brother. Master sent me down the mountain to find you all. Junior brother? In an instant, childhood memories flooded Luo Shui's mind. Unlike Lu Yuegua, who had only stayed with the nameless Taoist for 10 years, Luo Shui had spent a much longer time there. In her memories, within that Taoist temple, besides her fellow sisters and master, there was only this little junior brother. Looking at her little junior brother now, Luo Shui could truly see the shadow of that little shadow who used to follow her around everywhere. When Luo Shui and the others had left the Taoist temple, they were only teenagers, while Bai Xiaofan was just over 10 years old. As the saying goes, girls undergo many changes as they grow up. All these years later, Bai Xiaofan had changed, and so had Luo Shui and the others. Just as Luo Shui was about to stand up, a sudden sharp pain shot through her ankle, sending her tumbling back to the ground. Senior sister, you're hurt. Bai Xiaofan crouched down. Let me take a look. Luo Shui nodded. Just as she was about to speak, a group of people came running from a short distance away. Xiao Shui! Xiao Shui! A man hurried over, visibly relieved to see Luo Shui unharmed. Xiao Shui, you really scared me to death. Thank goodness you're okay. Really, really good. Luo Shui looked at the man before her and smiled helplessly. Guoming, wasn't my car supposed to be serviced by your team? Why did the dashboard malfunction and the brakes fail? I need an explanation. Guoming froze for a moment before hurriedly replying, Don't worry, Xiao Shui. I'll have someone thoroughly investigate this immediately. Luo Shui didn't want to waste words with Guoming. She turned to Bai Xiaofan, wait here. I'll go get treated. It's fine, senior sister. It's just a dislocated ankle bone. I can reset it for you right now. Bai Xiaofan's words made Luo Shui's eyes light up. Right, her master's medical skills were peerless. How could her junior disciple not have mastered her master's medical skills? But just as Luo Shui was about to speak, Guoming beat her to it. Hey, who the hell are you? Bai Xiaofan looked up and shot Guoming a withering glance. My name is Bai Xiaofan. I'm my fourth senior sister's junior disciple. Fourth senior sister? Junior brother? Guoming froze. He had heard that Luo Shui had trained in a remote mountain range during her youth. He knew Luo Shui had female disciples, but he'd never heard of her having a male junior disciple. But as the principle of like repels like dictated, Bai Xiaofan's very appearance stirred some hostility in Guoming. Never mind whether you're little Shui's junior disciple or not, her bones are dislocated. Without a professional doctor to examine her, how could that be acceptable? And you want to reset them yourself? What if you make little Shui's ankle even worse? How could this minor injury possibly worsen? Bai Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly. I've tried it countless times myself. Look at you, experimenting on yourself like this. Xiao Shui, I have professional private doctors, all top graduates from medical school and specialized rehabilitation centers. Listen to me, come see a doctor with me. Ignore this charlatan. Hearing Guoming's words, Luo Shui frowned slightly. She knew her ankle needed to be reset as soon as possible. But she was more concerned about whether Bai Xiaofan was truly her junior disciple. Moreover, she wasn't willing to accept Guoming's kindness. Truthfully, Luo Shui understood Guoming's feelings toward her better than anyone. Yet she harbored not a single one in return. No, thank you. Luo Shui said, I'd rather trust my junior brother. Xiao Shui. Guoming exclaimed. You trust this person you've only just met, but you don't trust me? Enough, Guoming. I know exactly what you're thinking, no need to say more. At that moment, a ruthless glint flashed in Guoming's eyes. He stood up and patted Bai Xiaofan's shoulder. Hey, buddy, come here for a sec. I need to talk to you about something. Bai Xiaofan followed Guoming over. Guoming stared at him with a dark expression, one hand gripping Bai Xiaofan's shoulder. Listen up, kid. If you want to leave Fancheng alive, don't fix Luoshui's leg. Send her straight to my rehabilitation center. I'll give you a hefty sum, and you'll leave for good. Otherwise, you can try to see if you'll even make it through today. Bai Xiaofan listened to Guo Ming's words and smiled faintly. Is that so? Well, that makes me even more curious. How exactly do you plan to make sure I don't survive today? With that, Bai Xiaofan shoved Guo Ming aside and walked over to Luo Shui, removing her shoe. The pain radiating from her ankles caused Luo Shui to let out soft whimpers from time to time. This sight caused Guo Ming and Bai Xiaofan, the two grown men standing beside Luo Shui, to let their imaginations run wild. Bai Xiaofan then removed Luo Shui's socks, revealing her delicate, pale little feet. Having her feet handled by a man like this made even someone with Luo Shui's personality feel a bit shy. Luo Shui lifted her head and called out, Guo Ming, what are you staring at? Turn your face away. Guo Ming reluctantly turned his face away, muttering inwardly, damn it, he gets to touch your feet, but I can't even glance? This bastard someday, I'll get you into bed. Bai Xiaofan placed his hand on the misaligned spot of Luo Shui's ankle and pressed gently. Yes, right here. It hurts. Hearing Luo Shui's words, Bai Xiaofan nodded, closed his eyes, and his palm began to slowly warm up. Luo Shui seemed to sense the warmth radiating from Bai Xiaofan's palm, her entire body relaxing. Fourth senior sister, look over there. Bai Xiaofan suddenly nudged her chin. Luo Shui looked over. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan applied force with his fingers, realigning the dislocated joint. Chapter 12, Luo Shui's Reluctance. Is that it? Luo Shui stared blankly at Bai Xiaofan. She hadn't felt any pain at all during that moment. When doctors had reset her joints before, it hadn't been excruciating, but she'd still felt something. But just now, Luo Shui could only feel Bai Xiaofan's hand gently pressing down. There you go, fourth senior sister. Try walking a bit. Bai Xiaofan helped Luo Shui pull her sock back on. As she stepped onto the floor, a smile spread across her face. Really, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Hey, little junior brother, you're just too amazing. Bai Xiaofan chuckled, well, look, I'm your junior brother. How could I not be amazing? Hearing the conversation behind him, Guo Ming turned around. When he saw Luo Shui standing upright, his expression darkened. But quickly, his expression shifted to joy as he approached Luo Shui and smiled. Little Shui, that's wonderful. You're fine. Looks like this young fellow is quite skilled after all. Had Bai Xiaofan not overheard Guo Ming's earlier remarks, he might have actually held a favorable impression of him. But now, Bai Xiaofan didn't give Guo Ming the slightest bit of a friendly look. He kept his eyes fixed on Luo Shui. Luo Shui wiggled her foot, satisfied it felt fine, then turned to Bai Xiaofan. Little junior brother, since I'm all right now, let's go. We've got a lot to catch up on. Hey, little Shui, where are you headed? I can drive you. Hey. Bai Xiaofan cut Guo Ming off immediately. Young Master Guo, my affairs with my senior sister are none of your concern. Though Bai Xiaofan pulled Luo Shui's hand and walked away, Guo Ming stood frozen in place, his eyes blazing with fury. You dare hold her hand? You even touched her foot? Damn it, I'll kill you. Due to Luo Shui's car losing control, the preliminary race ended inconclusively, with the decision postponed until the following day. For any ordinary racer, losing control would mean accepting their fate. But she was Luo Shui. Luo Shui brought Bai Xiaofan to a coffee shop, where he sat on the sofa, his face beaming with excitement. He looked around, taking in the scene. The cafe was filled mostly with young people, many around Bai Xiaofan's age. Watching the bustling crowd, excitement radiated from his face. After all, the child had never seen so many members of the opposite sex. Little junior disciple. Luo Shui chuckled. What are you staring at? You're practically gawking at them. No way. Bai Xiaofan chuckled, I still think senior sister looks better. Luo Shui giggled. If anyone else had said something like that, she would have found them utterly repulsive. But when Bai Xiaofan said it, she felt nothing of the sort. After all, his words reminded her of when their master had once taken them to watch the widows bathing down the mountain. Soon, the waiter brought over the coffee. Bai Xiaofan blew on it, took a sip, and grimaced. Senior sister, what is this? It's even more bitter than the herbal medicine I make. I'm not drinking it, I'm not drinking it. Ah, this is coffee. Though bitter, its aftertaste is sweet, and it can perk you right up. Persuaded by Luo Shui's words, Bai Xiaofan stopped fussing and began gulping it down. Xiaofan, when you came down this time, did Master tell you to find us specifically? Didn't he give you any other tasks? Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Master didn't say anything else. He just told me to come down the mountain and find you guys, saying you could look after me. Ah, so that's why you came find me first? Luo Shui chuckled. Wait, how did you even know I was at the racetrack? Ugh. An awkward expression crossed Bai Xiaofan's face. Well, that's a long story. He then recounted everything that had happened at the Lu residence to Luo Shui. After listening, Luo Shui couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. You're such a blockhead. How could you possibly say something like that in front of everyone? Girls need their dignity most of all. You just blurted it out in front of everyone? That was... Luo Shuwei sighed. She couldn't really blame Bai Xiaofan after all, he hadn't been exposed to the ways of the world. Alright, since you've come down the mountain and found your fourth senior sister, you'll stay by my side from now on. Listen, little junior brother. Though my Luo family isn't exceptionally powerful, we're still the top clan in Fanchang. Let me put it plainly, anyone in Fanchang who dares to cross the Luo family is asking for trouble. Luo Shuwei then smiled. But about that matter with the fifth brother, shouldn't we find time to discuss it? Luo Shuwei was quite exasperated with Lu Yueguo's childish ways. Don't be fooled by her aloof, distant demeanor. But deep down, she's incredibly innocent, especially when she gets angry, she becomes pure innocence incarnate. Heh, I'll do whatever senior sister says. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. Bai Xiaofan chuckled. Seeing his reaction, Luo Shuwei couldn't help but smile herself. Oh, right senior sister, what's up with that Guoming guy? The way he looks at you seems kinda off. Guoming, huh? The mere mention of Guoming left Luo Shuwei feeling somewhat helpless. Guoming is the eldest son of the Guo family from Daochang. The Guo family of Daochang and the Luo family of Fanchang are both among the most powerful clans. Ever since Guoming saw me at a banquet, he's been pursuing me relentlessly. He even had his family send a marriage proposal directly, though my father politely declined. I thought the matter would end there, but to my surprise, the guy wouldn't give up. He managed to persuade the Guo family to propose a partnership with my Luo family, even offering extraordinary concessions. This proposal swayed many within the Luo family, as it promised them a share of the benefits. Thus, under this arrangement, Guoming came to Fancheng, and I found myself interacting with him frequently. At the Luo household now, I guess only my younger brother opposes this match. My parents remain neutral, while everyone else is practically begging me to marry Guoming already. Finally, Luo Shuwei sighed. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, her status was high, but her burdens were many. Often, this status felt like a shackle, a weight of pressure. For the sake of the family, this status often had to be sacrificed, cast aside. But honestly, I don't like him. So no matter what he does, I won't give him the time of day. Luo Shuwei smiled wryly. After all, at our level, we can't afford to burn bridges with anyone. Bai Xiaofan listened with a look of half understanding, half confusion. All he knew for certain was this. This Guoming, he's no good, one way or another. Chapter 13, What if I succeed? After finishing their coffee, Luo Shuwei prepared to take Bai Xiaofan back to the Luo residence. Since the master had sent the junior disciple to find her, she felt she owed it to him to fulfill her duties as a senior sister. Luo Shuwei drove the white Lamborghini, bringing Bai Xiaofan back to the Luo residence. Xiaofan, help me carry these things inside first. I have a few more items in the trunk, I'll go get them. Bai Xiaofan carried the items toward the Luo residence but was stopped at the entrance by the Luo family security. Hey, young man, what are you doing? Why are you barging in without a word? Though stopped, Bai Xiaofan noticed the Luo family's security guard treated him very differently from the Lu family's. Far from looking down on him because of his clothes, the guard was actually quite friendly. Ah, I'm your young Mrs. Junior disciple. I'm just helping my fourth senior sister carry some things. What young lady? What junior disciple? Young man, slow down, I'm getting confused here. The security guard was only in his 40s, but his gentle manner made Bai Xiaofan feel quite at ease. Just as Bai Xiaofan was talking with the security guard, Luo Shuwei approached from behind. Mr. Li, what are you two discussing? Seeing Luo Shuwei approach, Li Jianguo chuckled. Young miss, do you know this young man? Look at that, look at that. I completely forgot to introduce you. Mr. Li, this is my junior brother, Bai Xiaofan. Please don't stop him from entering or leaving the Luo residence in the future. Junior brother, this is Mr. Li, a truly kind-hearted man. Bai Xiaofan could tell right away that this old Mr. Li was genuinely a good person. When the young lady speaks, who dares refuse? Li Jianguo chuckled and promptly took the items Luo Shuwei was carrying. Oh, Miss Luo. Li Jianguo suddenly interjected, Grandma's condition seems to have worsened considerably. What? Luo Shuwei frowned. How could this happen? She seemed to have improved significantly when we last checked on her. Li Jianguo sighed, his face betraying a look of helplessness. Luo Shuwei plopped down onto the ground and looked at Li Jianguo, asking urgently. What's the situation now? I remember Grandma was able to speak before. Li Jianguo shook his head, she's unconscious now. After examination, we can only say it's a matter of waiting. In an instant, Luo Shuwei felt as if her mind had exploded. The realization that her beloved grandmother was about to leave her brought tears welling up in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Even the strongest person would feel profound grief when facing the departure of a loved one. Senior sister, what's wrong? Bai Xiaofan asked, you could take me to see her too. You? Luo Shuwei looked at Bai Xiaofan in confusion. What do you mean? Can you save my grandmother? Hey, senior sister, have you forgotten what our master does? I've inherited his true teachings. At Bai Xiaofan's words, Luo Shui's eyes lit up with delight. She grabbed his hand. Wonderful. Quick, come with me to my grandmother's room. Little junior brother, you're amazing. Without waiting for Bai Xiaofan's consent, Luo Shui grabbed his hand and practically dragged him along. Bai Xiaofan chuckled to himself, thinking, senior sister's hand feels so soft. She's holding my hand. Ha! Soon, the two arrived at a house belonging to the Luo family, where two security guards were stationed. Upon seeing Luo Shui arrive, the two security guards saluted her. She paid them no mind and walked straight inside. Wait a minute. Just then, one of the guards stopped Bai Xiaofan. Who are you? Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. He's my junior disciple. He's not an unauthorized person. Luo Shui said coldly, Xiaofan, come in quickly. No. The security guard at the entrance said, Miss Luo, the master has stated that only the few people he specifies are allowed inside. Luo Shui frowned and stepped toward the guard. What? Now you won't even listen to me? Hesitation flickered across the guard's face. Luo Shui snorted coldly and pulled Bai Xiaofan inside. Inside the room stood two men. Their features bore a striking resemblance to each other and also shared some similarity with Luo Shui. Dad, little brother, what's going on with grandma? Luo Shui asked urgently upon entering. Luo Tianxin, the head of the Luo family, shook his head at Luo Shui and said, Alas, the examination just now showed her condition has worsened. How could this happen? When Master Nong was treating her, didn't he say it had stabilized? Luo Tianxin sighed. This turn of events was beyond his expectations. But just as Luo Tianxin and Luo Shui were speaking, a furious shout erupted from the hospital bed. Who the hell are you? The two turned to look in that direction, only to see Luo Shui's younger brother, Luo Xiang, gripping Bai Xiaofan's arm tightly. Brother, junior brother. Luo Shui stepped forward and wrenched Luo Xiang's hand away. What's going on? Luo Shui turned to Bai Xiaofan, who shrugged. I just wanted to check on this patient. Her forehead is dark. If she doesn't get treatment soon, she might not have much time left. Oh, really? You dare curse my grandmother? Luo Xiang's anger flared at Bai Xiaofan's words. He grabbed a nearby stick, ready to strike. Luo Xiang, stop right there. Luo Shui roared, forcing Luo Xiang to reluctantly drop the stick. Only then did Luo Tianxin notice Bai Xiaofan. Approaching him, he inquired. Xiao Shui, didn't I tell you? No one except our family and medical staff is allowed in this room. Dad, this is Bai Xiaofan, my junior disciple. He might have a way to save grandma. He has a way? Luo Xiang scoffed coldly. What could he possibly do? Sis, you've been fooled by him. Luo Tianxin nodded in agreement. He too found it hard to believe that Bai Xiaofan, a young man barely 20, could accomplish anything. Luo Shui hurriedly interjected, Dad, brother, he really does have a way. I believe him, I truly do. But Luo Shui's words clearly failed to convince Luo Tianxin and Luo Ziyang. Just then, Bai Xiaofan spoke up. Honestly, if you hadn't stopped me from saving her, the old lady wouldn't have lasted much longer anyway. Say that again, you bastard. Luo Ziyang roared, grabbing Bai Xiaofan by the collar. You all know it deep down. You just refuse to accept this reality. Bai Xiaofan's words stunned Luo Tian and his son. A look of desolation then spread across both their faces. Looking at them, Bai Xiaofan continued. Without treatment, she will certainly die. So why not let me try? What if I succeed? Chapter 14, Family. Bai Xiaofan's words were blunt but made sense. Luo Xiang and Luo Tian exchanged glances, both falling silent. Indeed, they had long known this outcome. It was just something they had never dared to believe. Luo Shui approached Bai Xiaofan and asked, Junior brother, tell me, are you truly confident you can cure my grandmother? Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly, slowly placing his hand on Grandma Luo's wrist before speaking solemnly. Rest assured, senior sister. I wasn't entirely certain just now, but now, I am absolutely certain. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's certainty, Luo Shui felt reassured. Father, little brother, my junior brother is right. Why not let him give it a try? After much deliberation, Luo Tianxin and Luo Ziyan finally decided to let Bai Xiaofan try. Listen carefully, kid. If you cure my grandmother, I'll give you anything you want. But if you don't cure my grandmother, rest assured I'll make sure you'll never be able to leave the Luo family. Brother, you. Luo Shui frowned, about to say more, but Luo Xiang simply sat down beside him and fell silent. Seeing Luo Xiang like this, Luo Shui could do nothing. Her brother had always been this stubborn. Luo Shui said, Little junior brother, I apologize. My brother has always been like this, and there's nothing I can do about it. Bai Xiaofan nodded silently. After all, this was his fourth senior sister's grandmother. He would do everything in his power to save her, especially since Grandma Luo's illness was nothing to him. Bai Xiaofan pulled out a roll of silver needles from the tattered cloth bundle he carried on his back, drawing one out. Seeing Bai Xiaofan produce the silver needle, Luo Tianshan's face filled with skepticism. Little Shui, if I'm not mistaken, treating illness with silver needles is a method used in traditional Chinese medicine, right? Luo Shui nodded. That's right, Dad. My junior apprentice brother studies traditional Chinese medicine. But as far as I know, it takes at least 30 or 40 years to truly master traditional Chinese medicine. How old is he, anyway? At this, an awkward expression crossed Luo Shui's face. Now that she thought about it, that did seem to be the case. But then she remembered her junior apprentice brother had been taught by the nameless Taoist, so Luo Shui continued to trust Bai Xiaofan. Oh, Xiao Shui, I keep hearing you mention this junior disciple. Is he your junior? Like a younger classmate from university? Hey, Dad, don't ask about that. I'll tell you after little junior finishes his treatment. Luo Tianshan was baffled by his daughter's mysterious demeanor and decided not to press further. Bai Xiaofan drew out his silver needles and began the acupuncture. His technique was swift, yet the placement of each needle was precise. Soon, Grandma Luo's body was covered in silver needles, sealing most of her acupoints. While performing the treatment, Bai Xiaofan kept track of the time. Just as he sealed the final point, Grandma Luo coughed violently, then spat out a mouthful of old blood. Grandma! Luo Xiang shouted, then grabbed his staff. Kid, stop right there. With that, Luo Xiang charged at Bai Xiaofan, who merely extended 2 fingers to seize Luo Xiang's stick. Get lost. With a single word, Bai Xiaofan flicked his wrist. The stick flew from Luo Xiang's grasp, sending him hurtling backward. Luo Xiang landed on the ground, grimacing in pain. Brother! Luo Shui hurried to Luo Xiang's side, though he seemed unharmed. Damn, he's strong. Luo Shui watched Bai Xiaofan, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. She had trained martial arts with the nameless Taoist, but her cultivation wasn't entirely focused on martial arts. Therefore, Luo Shui's strength wasn't particularly formidable. She could only be described as neither outstanding nor lacking. Now, witnessing Bai Xiaofan seize Luo Xiang's staff with just 2 fingers, Luo Shui was even more astonished. Luo Tianshan watched Bai Xiaofan without comment, his gaze fixed on Grandma Luo. Bai Xiaofan continued his acupuncture. Soon, heavy breathing sounds began to fill the room. Grandma? Grandma! Hearing the breathing sounds, Luo Xiang hurried to the bedside. Bai Xiaofan withdrew all the silver needles, glanced at Luo Xiang without comment, and stepped aside. Luo Shui observed Bai Xiaofan standing by the side. He seemed quite different from his usual self during the treatment. Without dwelling on it, Luo Shui approached Grandma's bedside. By now, Grandma's vital signs had stabilized. Grandma's health has recovered. Just follow the prescription I wrote and complete the full course of treatment. After 1 full course, I guarantee Grandma will be as good as new, better than before, in fact. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, everyone present wore expressions of excitement. Xiao Shui, Xiao Yang. At that moment, a faint voice drifted out. Hearing this voice, Luo Shui and Luo Xiang could no longer hold back their tears and burst into sobs. Even Luo Tianshan couldn't help but approach them. They knew Grandma was truly healed. After a long while, the group left the hospital room and gathered in the courtyard. Lord Luo Tian gripped Bai Xiaofan's hand tightly and said, I can't thank you enough. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. From now on, whenever you're in Fancheng, no matter what happens, you can come to me. The Luo family will offer our full support. Uncle Luo, you're too kind. Bai Xiaofan chuckled. She's my senior sister's grandmother, which makes her my grandmother too. By the way, you've always called Xiao Shui senior sister, and she's always called you junior brother. When exactly did you two meet? Luo Shui burst out laughing. Dad, you still haven't remembered? You forgot? The nameless Taoist. Nameless Taoist? Luo Tianshan's expression darkened. Could it be, he's Wu Mingdoran's disciple? Luo Shui nodded and stepped beside Bai Xiaofan. That's right. I'm the 4th disciple of the nameless Taoist. He's the 8th. Luo Tianshan grabbed Bai Xiaofan's hand. Who would have thought? Truly, birds of a feather flock together. The nameless Taoist cured my chronic ailment back then, and now his disciple has healed my mother. It seems I, Luo Tianshan, can never repay the nameless Taoist's kindness in this lifetime. Hey, Uncle Luo, no need for all this talk of debts. We're family now. Ha, that's right, one family. Luo Tianshan laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. Dad, Xiaofan just came down the mountain and doesn't have a place to stay yet. Why don't we let him stay with us? Luo Shui asked. What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Tianshan's expression turned stern as he kicked Luo Xiang in the rear. Go get Xiaofan's things. Chapter 15, Rage and Pain. Luo Xiang led Bai Xiaofan to a room. After setting down his luggage, Bai Xiaofan let out a long sigh of relief. Ah, it's good to have a place to stay. Hey, old Luo, your place is nicely decorated. Old Luo? Luo Xiang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he looked at this young man who was roughly his own age. For some reason, Luo Xiang couldn't shake the feeling that something about him was different. Noticing Luo Xiang still lingering in his room, Bai Xiaofan looked at him with confusion. Luo Xiang thought for a moment before saying, could you tell me how you did that just now? Which move? You know, that move where you pinched my stick with just 2 fingers. Oh, that. Bai Xiaofan smiled. It's nothing much, just an instinctive reflex. A solemn look appeared in Luo Xiang's eyes, and the way he looked at Bai Xiaofan seemed off. Just as Bai Xiaofan was puzzled, Luo Xiang suddenly knelt down on the ground. Brother Fan, please, teach me. I desperately want to learn. I want to study martial arts. I want to cultivate martial skills. Bai Xiaofan was momentarily stunned by Luo Xiang's abrupt action. Before he could react, Luo Xiang was about to prostrate himself. Yet just as Luo Xiang was about to strike his forehead against the ground, he found he simply couldn't go through with it. Xiang looked up to see Bai Xiaofan's foot firmly pressed against his arm. Get up first. Bai Xiaofan said, if my senior sister saw you like this, she'd think I was bullying you. No, brother Fan, teach me. If you don't teach me, I won't get up. Luo Xiang was stubborn as a mule, leaving Bai Xiaofan thoroughly exasperated. No, what I mean is you can't kneel before me. You're my senior sister's younger brother. We're peers. Kneeling before me is improper. This. Luo Xiang froze for a moment, then exclaimed with delight, brother Fan, does that mean you're willing to teach me? Bai Xiaofan nodded. Why wouldn't I teach you? You're my senior sister's younger brother, we're family. A delighted smile spread across Luo Xiang's face as he stood up, chuckling. Alright then, in Fanchun, if anything happens, just come find me. If anyone dares to bully you, leave it to me. Luo Xiang wasn't exaggerating after all, he was known as the little tyrant in Fancheng. In Fancheng, Luo Xiang was the undisputed prince. None of the city's rich, spoiled brats dared cross him. By the way, why are you training in martial arts? Bai Xiaofan asked. Martial arts shouldn't be used to harm the innocent. Don't worry about that. Though I'm no saint, I never bully the weak. I want to train in martial arts because I can't stand that guy Guoming. Guoming? Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. Tell me. That bastard Guoming tried to force my sister to marry him using his family connections. He's a real scumbag. Is the Guo family really more powerful than the Luo family? Can't your Luo family resist? Bai Xiaofan asked. The Guo's offered terms we couldn't refuse. Now 95% of the Luo family wants my sister to marry Guoming. But it's not just her, even I refuse. Because that Guoming is nothing but scum. As he spoke, Luo Xiang's eyes blazed with fury. He wanted to tear Guoming limb from limb right then and there. Let me give you the simplest example. He forced his ex-girlfriend to have 5 abortions, leaving her unable to conceive. When she demanded compensation, Guoming refused. She protested, and in the end, he actually hired someone to run her over and kill her. Scum! Bai Xiaofan's blood boiled upon hearing Guo Xiang's words. Having never heard of such atrocities while living on the mountain, Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of fury welling up inside him. So if I had the power, I'd cripple that bastard Guoming myself. Bai Xiaofan patted Luo Xiang's shoulder. Don't worry. I won't let senior sister suffer any harm. Luo Xiang gave a nod of understanding. After making a few arrangements, he turned and left. Meanwhile, in Luo Shui's room, she held a photograph, a faint smile touching her lips. The photo showed 11 people, 1 adult and 10 children. Among the 10 children, 9 were girls and 1 was a boy, all around 5 or 6 years old. These were the very people, the nameless Taoist, Luo Shui, Lu Yuegua, Bai Xiaofan, and the others. Several years after this photograph was taken, Lu Yuegua was the first to leave them. Running her fingers over the photo, Luo Shui seemed lost in a flood of memories. Turning back, she couldn't help but smile. Gazing at the faces in the photograph, Luo Shui whispered softly, Master, senior sister, junior sister, I've found our little junior brother. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, I will never let him suffer injustice, never let him get hurt, never let him face even the slightest problem. Never. Then, as if remembering something, Luo Shui took out her phone and made a call. The call connected quickly, but something seemed off on the other end. Hello? Luo Shui frowned. Hey, 5th sister, what's going on over there? 4th sister. On the other end of the line was, of course, Bai Xiaofan's 5th senior sister, Lu Yuegua. For some unknown reason, Lu Yuegua was experiencing unusually severe menstrual pain this time, so intense it had nearly caused her to faint. After explaining her situation to Luo Shui, the latter realized the severity of the matter. You stubborn girl. You even chased our little junior brother away. If he'd stepped in, he could have cured you for sure. Lu Yuegua tried to say more, but the physical agony left her speechless. Enough with the eyes. Stop talking. Little junior brother is here with me now. Luo Shui couldn't help but be exasperated with this junior sister of hers. She was simply too headstrong. Look, it's getting late. I have things to attend to tomorrow. I'll have someone come pick you up then so little junior brother can treat you. Lu Yue hung up the phone, now deeply regretting having driven Bai Xiaofan away. The thought of seeing Bai Xiaofan again tomorrow filled her with awkwardness. After all, she was the one who had rejected him as a junior brother, and now she needed his help. Honestly, Lu Yuya, what were you thinking? Why did you have to act like such a spoiled princess? She scolded herself in frustration, though she knew it was pointless. In the end, she could only lie in bed, swallow a few painkillers, and hope to fall asleep quickly. Chapter 16, Isn't this pure seduction? The next day, Luo Shui, fearing Lu Yuya's pain might become unbearable, sent someone to fetch her directly. Little junior brother, you shouldn't hold it against your fifth senior sister. She's just like that, a bit proud and stubborn. Bai Xiaofan scratched his head and chuckled, don't worry, fourth senior sister. I've got plenty of people to beat up, I won't get angry with her. Seeing Bai Xiaofan respond this way, Luo Shui's face softened into a smile. Good. I knew you'd be the best, little junior brother. I'll go check on the carriage. You wait here for the fifth senior sister. Truthfully, what Lu Yueya had done to Bai Xiaofan meant nothing to him. Especially after Luo Shui's words, Bai Xiaofan had come to understand everything. Considering how lovely his fifth senior sister was, he could easily choose not to dwell on this childish matter. Soon, Lu Yuya was brought to the Luo residence. When she was led into Bai Xiaofan's room and saw him, an awkward expression flashed across Lu Yuya's face. After a moment's hesitation, she still couldn't find the right words and finally managed to stammer out. Are you settling in okay here? If anything's bothering you, you can come find me. So you can kick me out again? Bai Xiaofan suddenly chuckled. A deeper blush spread across Lu Yuegua's face. For a moment, she wished she could sink into a crack in the ground. Just as she was about to speak again, the pain in her stomach flared up. She stumbled back and sat down on the ground. It seems the situation is worse than I thought. Seeing Lu Yueya like this, Bai Xiaofan's expression also grew grave. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaofan scooped her up in a princess carry. What are you doing? It was the first time Lu Yueya had ever been held by a man, and she couldn't help but panic. Don't talk. I'll treat you. After all, we can't do this out in the open, right? Without waiting for her reaction, Bai Xiaofan carried her straight into the room. Brother Fan, you said earlier. Just then, Luo Xiang approached carrying a bundle of medicinal herbs. Luo Xiang happened to witness Bai Xiaofan carrying Lu Yueya into the room. Luo Xiang rubbed his eyes, his face flushing with astonishment, momentarily convinced he'd seen wrong. Holy crap, isn't that sister Lu Yueya? Since only Lu Yueya and Luo Shui were in Fancheng, their bond had grown even closer. As Luo Shui's younger brother, Luo Xiang was naturally quite familiar with Lu Yuya as well. Luo Shui had even considered introducing Lu Yuya to Luo Xiang before, but later they both realized they were better off as friends. Is Brother Fan really that awesome? Luo Xiang pondered for a moment before finally walking over to see for himself. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan carried Lu Yuegua into the room and laid her on his bed. Bai Xiaofan gently placed his hand on Lu Yuya's lower abdomen and applied light pressure. Lu Yuya let out a pained moan. Lu Xiang, listening outside the window, perked up instantly at the sound. Holy crap, that sound. Is Brother Fan really that good? With that thought, Luo Xiang decided it was absolutely necessary to keep listening. A grave expression crossed Bai Xiaofan's face. Lu Yueya's condition indicated that her physical state was still quite poor. It seemed far more serious than just menstrual irregularities. Bai Xiaofan sighed as he considered removing Lu Yueya's pants. What are you doing? Lu Yueya shrieked. Bai Xiaofan, what are you doing? Outside the window, Luo Xiang took a deep breath. Holy, this is serious? I need to see what's going on. Don't worry, from this moment on, I'm a doctor. In front of me, you're just a patient. Rest assured, I won't have any other thoughts about you. Bai Xiaofan's sudden seriousness made Lu Yueya feel a bit uneasy. She just stared at him. Seeing Lu Yueya didn't speak, Bai Xiaofan proceeded to pull down her pants. Even though Bai Xiaofan claimed he was just a doctor, this was the first time a man had seen her completely naked, and she still felt a bit shy. Lu Yuegua could only bury her head in the blanket, telling herself this was for her own treatment. Observing Lu Yuya's condition, the gravity on Bai Xiaofan's face eased considerably. Your condition is quite tricky to handle, he said. But thankfully, it's still in the early stages and hasn't worsened further. If you'd waited longer to seek treatment, it would have been much more complicated. What? It's that serious? Lu Yueya hadn't expected it either. Wasn't it just irregular periods? Bai Xiaofan shook his head. This isn't just irregular periods. Irregular periods are merely your body signaling that something is wrong. If I'm not mistaken, someone must have drugged you, though the dose was likely small. At this point, Bai Xiaofan looked at Lu Yueya. Do you know who drugged you? Lu Yuegua shook her head. Thinking about it, if only she knew who had done it, that would be helpful. Bai Xiaofan then began massaging Lu Yuya with his hands, gradually loosening her meridians and acupoints. The reason for Lu Yuegua's menstrual irregularities was actually toxins blocking her acupoints.
In the short term, this manifested as menstrual irregularities, but over time, it could lead to paralysis.
Feeling Bai Xiaofan's strength, Lu Yueya occasionally let out sounds that were impossible to describe. Lu Xiang, crouched outside the window, listened to the sounds coming from inside the room.
Inside, 100 wild horses were galloping through his mind.
Brother Fan really is something else. Luo Xiang clapped his hands. He's already taken care of Lu Yuegua in just a few days. Wait a minute. Brother Fan is my sister's junior disciple, which means he's also Lu Yueya's junior disciple? Then, for a moment, Luo Xiang sensed something was off. No, I have to warn my sister. What if Brother Fan makes a move on her? Who cares? If Brother Fan makes a move on my sister, it's better than that scumbag Guoming doing it. At this thought, Luo Xiang chuckled to himself, even beginning to fantasize about Bai Xiaofan becoming his brother-in-law. Bai Xiaofan, busy treating Lu Yuegua, was completely unaware of Luo Xiang's thoughts. Had he known, he would have slapped Luo Xiang on the back and said, "Way to go." At that moment, Bai Xiaofan was battling the illness, though perhaps not just the illness, but also a certain burning desire. Fifth senior sister, your voice, it's making it hard for me to control myself. Bai Xiaofan, flustered by Lu Yuya's voice, sighed helplessly. This is pure seduction, isn't it? Chapter 17, Shopping. At Bai Xiaofan's words, Lu Yuya's face flushed even redder, and she immediately hid behind her cup. You, little junior brother, you mustn't do this. I can't resist. Bai Xiaofan could only smile helplessly. Well, this kind of thing really wasn't something one could just casually resist. He then resumed massaging Lu Yuegua. This time, she tried her best to remain silent. As time ticked by, Lu Yueya felt the pain below her gradually ease. Don't worry. Once I've worked out all your pressure points, the toxins in your body will be flushed out through your metabolism. Lu Yuegua nodded. She stole a glance at Bai Xiaofan and suddenly found him quite charming. Truthfully, Bai Xiaofan was quite handsome, though his appearance had become somewhat unkempt from his prolonged time in the mountains. Combined with the ragged clothes he wore, he gave off a beggar-like appearance. But now, looking at him, Bai Xiaofan truly possessed an indescribable handsomeness. A hint of melancholy lingered between his brows. With a proper grooming, he'd undoubtedly be a handsome young man. At this thought, a flush returned to Lu Yueya's cheeks, though this time, it wasn't from shyness. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Xiaofan stood up, a smile lighting up his face. There, fifth senior sister. Everything's fine now. Your menstrual cycle should stabilize soon. Sitting on the bed, Lu Yuegua could genuinely feel the pain in her abdomen had vanished. Wow, I never expected you to be so skilled. I really misunderstood you before. What can I say? Handsome guys are just so easily misunderstood, aren't they? Bai Xiaofan put on a pouty expression, which made Lu Yueya burst out laughing. That single laugh swept away all the previous unpleasantness. Well then, little junior brother, I see you've been wearing the same outfit the whole time. Did you forget to bring a change of clothes? Let me take you to buy some. Bai Xiaofan glanced down at his tattered rags and gave a simple, honest smile. Seeing fifth senior sister offering to take him shopping, Bai Xiaofan certainly wouldn't refuse such a kind gesture. Seeing Bai Xiaofan agree, Lu Yueya smiled too. After all, she'd been pondering how to make it up to him. The two stood up to leave, but as they opened the door, they bumped into Luo Xiang, who was just about to depart. Luo Xiang's face flushed with awkwardness upon seeing them emerge. He waved at them. Xiao Yang? What are you doing here? Lu Yueya asked in confusion upon seeing Luo Xiang. Nothing much. Luo Xiang hurriedly replied, his eyes involuntarily darting toward Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya. Both were drenched in sweat, clearly having endured a protracted battle. Seeing this, Luo Xiang felt even more certain in his heart they must have been up to something unspeakable. I came to find Brother Fan to ask, are these herbs for a full course of treatment? Only then did Luo Xiang remember he had business with Bai Xiaofan. Yes, these are the ones. Also, it'd be best for the old lady to listen to some soothing music during this period. Got it, Brother Fan. Luo Xiang called out loudly before dashing off in a flash. How peculiar. Lu Yueya watched Luo Xiang depart, shaking her head in puzzlement. But Lu Yueya didn't dwell on it. She simply took Bai Xiaofan to the big shopping mall in Fancheng. Wow, it's huge. Bai Xiaofan stared at the vast mall, his mouth practically hanging open. Lu Yueya chuckled, this is the largest and most luxurious mall in Fancheng. Not bad, right? It's really huge. Fifth senior sister, are all the buildings in your city this big? This is where people shop. You can find lots of pretty clothes and delicious food inside. Chatting as they got out of the car, the two headed toward the mall, ready to shop for clothes. Once inside the mall, Bai Xiaofan truly let his natural curiosity run wild. Everything caught his eye, and he wanted to try everything. Watching Bai Xiaofan's antics, Lu Yueya felt no mockery at all. Instead, a pang of sorrow stirred within her. Though Bai Xiaofan was about her age, this was the first time he'd ever seen such architecture. All these years, Bai Xiaofan had lived secluded in the mountains, completely cut off from the outside world. He had never experienced the joys of childhood, nor the vibrancy of adolescence. Only now, at this moment, was he beginning to grasp these things. Would it be too late? At this thought, Lu Yuehua sighed and silently resolved to let Bai Xiaofan experience the joys of youth. Thus began Lu Yuya's journey of styling Bai Xiaofan. When he emerged wearing his new outfit, Lu Yuya was utterly dumbfounded. Only then did she truly understand the saying, boys change a lot as they grow up. It wasn't just that boys change a lot as they grow up, simply changing his clothes made him look so much more vibrant. Stepping before Bai Xiaofan, Lu Yuya found her hand instinctively resting on his chest muscles. Feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, a smile spread across her face. Fifth, senior sister. Just then, Bai Xiaofan's voice interrupted Lu Yuegua's daydream. Fifth senior sister, what are you doing? That look on your face is making me think something else. Lu Yuya immediately composed herself, her cheeks flushing slightly as she cleared her throat. Not bad, not bad. Your figure is perfect for a clothes hanger. Take all these pieces then. After changing clothes, Bai Xiaofan's entire demeanor seemed elevated beyond measure. Walking beside Lu Yuya, he no longer drew the strange stares he had upon entering the mall. As Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya shopped, a pair of eyes watched them from a luxury boutique nearby. Lu Yuegua muttered to herself, who'd have thought we'd run into each other like this? But that person beside her? Could it be her boyfriend? I thought she was some pure and virtuous type. Turns out, after all this time, she's just a pretender to innocence. Couldn't resist the temptation of a young man after all, huh? A look of contempt flashed across the person's face. Just then, a man approached from behind. What's wrong, dear? The man spoke softly. Brother Ming, I've encountered an enemy. That guy keeps opposing me. Oh? Someone dares to cross my sweetheart? They must be tired of living. Don't worry, leave this to me. Guomingyi smiled and pulled the woman into his arms. I'll make him learn the meaning of regret. Chapter 18, Enemies Meet Unexpectedly. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya were still shopping for clothes, unaware that someone had already set their sights on them. Little junior brother, what do you think of this one? Lu Yuya handed Bai Xiaofan a suit. But just as Bai Xiaofan was about to take it, an untimely voice cut in. Oh my, I wonder who it could be. Why, isn't this Lu Yuegua? What's this? Taking your little boyfriend out shopping? At the sound of that voice alone, Lu Yuya frowned, needing no guesswork to know who it was. Turning her head, she saw a woman dressed in flashy, eye-catching attire standing not far away. A look of disdain spread across the woman's face, her eyes even holding a deep hostility. Ouyang Jing? Upon seeing the woman, Lu Yuegua gave a cold snort, unwilling to engage in any interaction. Let's go, junior disciple. We'll head over there. With that, Lu Yuya grabbed Bai Xiaofan's hand and prepared to leave. But how could Ouyang Jing simply let them go? He shouted mockingly. Oh my, I thought she was some kind of ice queen, pure and untouched? Turns out she's just another lonely who can't stand being alone. What did you say? Lu Yuya whipped around, her eyes blazing with fury at Ouyang Jing. Yet he showed not a shred of fear. What did I say? I'm just telling the truth. Back then, you acted so high and mighty, saying that anyone who casually sold their body was despicable. And look at you now, how noble are you really? Ouyang Jing then turned his gaze to Bai Xiaofan beside Lu Yuya. Oh my, I hadn't realized you were a little brother. Truth be told, Ouyang Jing was quite attractive, falling into the upper middle range of looks, the kind that drew many admirers. But the vibe Ouyang Jing gave off, combined with her way of speaking, was genuinely repulsive to Bai Xiaofan. Senior sister, who is this person? Bai Xiaofan frowned. Why does he reek so badly? Oh my, and you two are senior and junior? Could this little guy be your junior from college? You really go for anyone. Now I get it, you just like younger guys. Why do you like younger guys? Because they've got stamina and can satisfy you, right? Ouyang Jing's words made Lu Yuya tremble all over. She glared at Ouyang Jing, desperately trying not to lose her temper. Little brother, did you notice the Olan perfume on me? Doesn't it smell lovely? Ouyang Jing knew exactly how to make these inexperienced young men fall at her feet. Bai Xiaofan's eyes widened as Ouyang Jing's words clicked into place. So that's how it is. But it's not the perfume, I smell the scent of lust on you. Put. Bai Xiaofan's words made Lu Yuya, who had been sulking nearby, burst out laughing. Ouyang Jing, too, caught the implication in Bai Xiaofan's words, her expression hardening into anger. You little bastard, starting to defend your mistress now? Fine, kid, I hope you won't be scared later. With that, Ouyang Jing shouted to the other side, Brother Ming, hurry over. Someone's picking on me here. No sooner had Ouyang Jing finished shouting than a henchman in a black suit appeared, lugging a massive speaker. The speaker blared the Hong Kong song A Better Tomorrow. Then, a man clad in a raincoat and sunglasses emerged, surrounded by a crowd of men in suits. His presence and aura left everyone present stunned. The key point was, it was almost the start of the hottest summer days. Bai Xiaofan watched the newcomer, a thoughtful expression creeping across his face as he tried to place the man. The man approached Ouyang Jing, removed his sunglasses, and fixed her with an intensely affectionate gaze. One hand cradled Ouyang Jing's cheek as he murmured softly, "My little wildcat, who's been bothering you?" Admiration flashed across Ouyang Jing's face as he pointed at Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya and cried out, "Brother Ming, it's these two who bullied me. You have to stand up for me, Brother Ming." Guo Ming turned his head. When he saw Bai Xiaofan, he froze in place. "It's you!" Guo Ming pointed at Bai Xiaofan and roared, "You bastard! How dare you cross my path again?" Bai Xiaofan also recognized the man. It was Guo Ming, the same guy who had threatened him at the racetrack before. Bai Xiaofan glanced at Guo Ming and Ouyang Jing, then chuckled, "So, this is your new girlfriend?" Guo Ming froze, his expression darkening. He knew he absolutely couldn't let Bai Xiaofan spill the beans about his affairs. "Xiaofan, do you actually know him?" Lu Yueya hadn't seen Guo Ming before, but judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be someone important. "Yes, I know him. His name is Guo Ming." Luo Ziyang mentioned he used his family connections to propose to fourth senior sister. "Oh, him." Lu Yueya's face twisted with disgust, clearly having heard of Guo Ming's reputation. Guo Ming, however, was seething with rage. His voice turned harsh. "Kid, I won't let you off today. Yesterday you went to the Luo family, and I couldn't lay a finger on you. But today, I'll see who can save you now." Then, Guo Ming turned his gaze toward Lu Yueya. The moment he saw her, he froze in place. He never imagined that in a town as small as Fancheng, there could be such a beautiful girl, one who was in no way inferior to Luo Shui. A sinister smile spread across Guo Ming's face, though his thoughts remained hidden. "Brother Ming, help me. These two are way out of line." Facing Ouyang Jing's urgent pleas, Guo Ming shoved him aside and turned with a cold voice. "I'll handle this myself. For now, just stand aside and watch." Despite Ouyang Jing's playful demeanor, he knew better than to provoke Guo Ming. After being scolded by Guo Ming, Ouyang Jing could only stand obediently to the side, not daring to say another word. Guo Ming then turned to Lu Yueya, flashing what he considered a supremely handsome smile. "Beautiful lady," he began, introducing himself, "I am Guo Ming, the eldest son of the Guo family of Daocheng. I know you. The reputation of the Guo family's eldest son is renowned far and wide. How could I not know?" Though Lu Yueya had never met Guo Ming, she had heard Luo Ziyang and Luo Shui recount his heroic deeds. Therefore, Lu Yueya could not possibly have a favorable impression of Guo Ming. Seeing her reaction, Guo Ming didn't grow angry. Instead, he continued speaking. "May I inquire about this young lady's name? From which family does she come?" "Young Master Guo, you'd do better to focus on your own lady. As for me, you needn't know my name." Hearing this, Guo Ming furrowed his brow. It was the first time anyone had ever refused him. Interesting. Chapter 19, Death penalty avoided, but life sentence remains. Some people are like that. When rejected, it only fuels their desire to conquer. Guo Ming cleared his throat twice before saying, "Ouyang Jing, this must be your friend. Why don't you introduce us?" Standing nearby, Ouyang Jing dared not disobey Guo Ming. Though inwardly reluctant, he truthfully replied. "Her name is Lu Yueya. She's the eldest daughter of the Lu family from Fancheng. She's 20 years old." "Understood." Guo Ming nodded, turning his gaze to Lu Yueya. "Miss Lu, would you care to join me for dinner?" "I'm afraid not, Mr. Guo. Can't you tell I already have a boyfriend?" Her words left Bai Xiaofan, standing beside her, momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, when did I become your boyfriend? Just as Bai Xiaofan was about to deny it, Lu Yueya turned her head. The meaning in her eyes made Bai Xiaofan instantly understand. Got it. Fifth senior sister must have been swept off her feet by my charisma and is using this chance to confess. Bai Xiaofan chuckled and pulled Lu Yueya into his arms. "That's right, I'm her boyfriend." "Guo Ming, you still want to have dinner with my girlfriend? Have you no shame?" Caught off guard by Bai Xiaofan's sudden move, Lu Yueya flushed crimson with embarrassment. "Senior sister, you'd better get cozy with me. Otherwise, this guy won't believe a word." Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Lu Yueya realized he had a point. She stopped struggling and even wrapped her arms around him. Seeing the scene unfold before him, Guo Ming's face instantly turned ashen. The thought that Lu Yueya was actually Bai Xiaofan's girlfriend filled him with bitter resentment. Why did this guy get to have both Lu Yueya and Luo Shui's affection? He, the eldest son of the prestigious Guo family of Daocheng, was actually inferior to this greenhorn? The more Guo Ming thought about it, the deeper his hatred for Bai Xiaofan grew. No. This guy absolutely cannot leave here alive. I will make sure he dies. With that resolve, Guo Ming waved his hand. Brothers, break this brat's legs. The men in black behind her all approached Bai Xiaofan. Seeing this, Ouyang Jing's face broke into a smug smile. To her, whether Guo Ming liked her or not was of no consequence. After all, she was merely using him. Now that Guoming was helping her deal with Lu Yuya and had beaten Bai Xiaofan to vent her anger, she felt even more satisfied. Bai Xiaofan watched the approaching figures, a cold smile curling his lips. It was time to stretch his legs. Wait a moment. At that moment, Lu Yuya stepped in front of Bai Xiaofan. Guoming, this is Fancheng. Oh? What is it? Does Miss Lu require any further instructions? A mocking smile spread across Guoming's face. You. Guoming, Luo Shui and I are as close as sisters. If you dare lay a finger on my junior brother, we won't let you off the hook. Is that so? Then I'd like to see exactly how you plan to not let me off the hook. With that, Guoming barked at his men. Drag this woman aside. Deal with him. A man grabbed Lu Yuya's arm, attempting to pull her away. But at that very moment, the man suddenly felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent engulf him. A figure materialized before him. The next second, the man flew several meters away. This scene took everyone present completely by surprise. All eyes turned to Bai Xiaofan, who stood beside Lu Yuya. Bai Xiaofan's expression was cold as he stared at Guoming and said icily, "Who gave you permission to touch my senior sister?" Under Bai Xiaofan's piercing gaze, panic flashed across Guoming's face. Swallowing hard, he shouted. Quick! 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 You lot, get him! Cripple this brat for me! His henchmen exchanged glances, then roared in unison as they charged toward Bai Xiaofan. But how could these men possibly be a match for Bai Xiaofan? In no time at all, he knocked them all to the ground. Bai Xiaofan then walked up to Guoming, who had long since shed his earlier arrogance. Now, Guoming's legs trembled, his face etched with terror. He stared at Bai Xiaofan as if he'd seen a ghost. Impossible. Guoming couldn't believe it. His bodyguards were hand-picked by him. Each of them could easily take down 2 or 3 ordinary men, yet now they weren't even a match for a single punch from Bai Xiaofan. You, are you even human? How can you be this strong? Don't come any closer. Is that all the guts you've got? A sneer spread across Bai Xiaofan's face. If you could stand here and fight me head-on, you live up to your reputation as the Guo family's young master. But now it seems you're nothing but a tough exterior hiding a weak core. You little brat. Guoming wanted to hurl insults, but he was too afraid of getting beaten up by Bai Xiaofan. Guoming could only stand to the side, swallowing hard, and shouted, "You! I'm a member of the Guo family. Think carefully about this." This only made Bai Xiaofan laugh even harder. A Guo family member? What did that have to do with him? Just as Bai Xiaofan was about to lay hands on Guoming, Lu Yuya pulled him back. Junior brother, Guoming is still a Guo family member. If you beat him up, the Guo family won't let it go easily afterward. At this moment, Lu Yuya had genuinely accepted Bai Xiaofan as her junior disciple. It was from this moment onward that Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya truly became senior and junior disciples. Seeing his senior sister like this, Bai Xiaofan felt somewhat helpless. Senior sister, rest assured. If they dare come, let them come. Don't you know how powerful our master is? Back in the day, master could take on 100 men single-handedly. I've inherited his true teachings. I know. Yet the worry remained etched on Lu Yuegua's face. It was precisely because of the nameless Taoist's formidable reputation that the Lu family had agreed to send Lu Yuya to study under him from the age of 1. Originally, the Lius had intended for the nameless Taoist to teach her martial arts. But unexpectedly, the nameless Taoist didn't teach her martial arts at all. Instead, he taught her other things. Lu Yuya did gain many benefits from what the nameless Taoist taught her. But these benefits weren't something visible to the naked eye. I know you're powerful, but we don't need to fight this guy to the death, right? Lu Yuegua's words struck Bai Xiaofan as reasonable, and he replied. All right then. Since my senior sister has spoken, I'll let you go. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's offer, Guoming collapsed onto the ground in relief. But Bai Xiaofan's single word but sent Guoming jumping to his feet in terror. Death may be spared, but punishment remains. Chapter 20, All Temporary Measures. The Guoming before Bai Xiaofan now bore no trace of his former arrogance, only fear remained. Sitting on the ground, his legs trembled violently, and a faint whiff of urine lingered in the air. Seeing Guoming like this, Bai Xiaofan felt even more contempt for the man. A grown man should face danger with composure. How could he wet himself in terror like this? But Guoming no longer cared about his dignity. He would do anything to get out of this place quickly. Bai Xiaofan lifted his head to look at Ouyang Jing, who stood frozen nearby, utterly dumbfounded. First, he said, come over here and apologize to my senior sister. After Ouyang Jing had just insulted his senior sister like that, Bai Xiaofan certainly wasn't going to let her off the hook. Ouyang Jing glanced at Lu Yuya, inwardly resisting the demand. Apologizing to Lu Yuya? That would mean acknowledging he was beneath her for the rest of his life. Seeing Ouyang Jing make no move, Bai Xiaofan said nothing, merely gazing indifferently at Guoming. Guoming shuddered under Bai Xiaofan's gaze and pointed at Ouyang Jing, bellowing. Damn it, Ouyang Jing. Get over here and apologize to Miss Lu. Don't make me get physical with you. Guo Ming's words sent a chill through Ouyang Jing. She knew this matter couldn't be avoided. Ouyang Jing sighed, resigned. So be it, let them laugh. Life would pass quickly enough. With that thought, Ouyang Jing walked up to Lu Yuya, forcing a smile that looked more painful than bitter. Yuya. I was in the wrong earlier. You're a big-hearted person, so I'm apologizing to you here. With that, Ouyang Jing bowed deeply to Lu Yuya. Lu Yuya hadn't expected the proud Ouyang Jing to humble herself like this. Then again, faced with the formidable threat of the Guo family, even Lu Yuya would have to reconsider, let alone Ouyang Jing.
After apologizing to Lu Yuya, Ouyang Jing had no desire to linger any longer. But Guo Ming hadn't left, and she dared not move either. She could only stand to the side, occasionally catching Lu Yuya's gaze. Brother Bai, what do you need me for? I can do anything. I can give you a lot of money. Is that so? Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. You have a lot of money? How much do you have on you right now? Whatever you want, I can give you. Really?
At the mention of money, Guo Ming's eyes lit up instantly. Guo Ming might lack other things, but when it came to money, he had as much as he wanted. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly, looking at Guo Ming and said, alright then, why don't you buy this entire mall and give it to me as a gift? What? Guo Ming jumped to his feet in shock. Buy this mall and give it to you? Forget whether the owner would even sell it, just consider the location. A mall in this prime area would cost at least hundreds of millions. Add in the costs of renovating the shops and everything else, plus the owner definitely wouldn't sell it at cost. To put it plainly, Guo Ming would need at least 2 billion yuan to acquire this mall. Though Guo Ming had money to spare, 20 billion wasn't something he could just pull out of thin air. Guo Ming swallowed hard, glancing at Bai Xiaofan. The sight of Bai Xiaofan's terrifying expression sent a chill down his spine. He quickly interjected. It's possible, but I can't come up with that kind of money right away. No problem. I'll be at the Luo residence. Once you have it, just come find me there. A ruthless expression hardened Guo Ming's face. Not only could he not scrape together 20 billion now, but even if he could, he wouldn't hand it over to Bai Xiaofan. His claim of needing time was merely a delaying tactic. He had to wait for his clan's elite fighters to arrive. Guo Ming now understood that confronting Bai Xiaofan was utterly impossible. Bai Xiaofan's terrifying combat prowess alone was beyond his capabilities. Fine, brother Bai. You just wait. When the time comes, I'll personally deliver that 20 billion to you. Guo Ming chuckled darkly, his expression as if he'd just spotted his own father. Bai Xiaofan glanced at Guo Ming but said nothing, turning instead to walk toward Lu Yuya. Fifth senior sister, are you satisfied with this arrangement? If you are, then it's settled. Lu Yuya nodded. She had no reason to object. Bai Xiaofan had already made the best possible arrangement. Then, Bai Xiaofan turned his head to look at Guo Ming, who was about to leave. Hey! Bai Xiaofan's sudden shout made Guo Ming jump in place, freezing him to the spot. Guo Ming, I'll warn you once more, someone like you, with such flawed character, is utterly unworthy of my fourth senior sister. You'd better watch your step. If you dare to bother my senior sister again, I won't hesitate to teach you another lesson. But remember this, next time, it won't be as simple as just this mall. Though furious inside, Guo Ming kept bowing and scraping, then jogged away from the scene. After Guo Ming and his men departed, Bai Xiaofan grinned at Lu Yuya. Fifth senior sister, what do you think? Wasn't I pretty cool just now? Did I impress you? Seeing Bai Xiaofan like this, Lu Yuya couldn't help but smile. She was utterly helpless when it came to this little junior brother of hers. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she simply couldn't bring herself to dislike him. Ah, senior sister, are you hungry? I'm starving. Let's go grab something to eat. You're hungry? Alright, let's go. After running for several minutes, Guo Ming finally found a seat and sat down, panting heavily. Behind him were the bodyguards Bai Xiaofan had just disciplined, along with Ouyang Jing. Bai Xiaofan, Lu Yuya, you two bastards. Guo Ming gritted his teeth and growled. Brother Ming, what are you going to do now? Are you still going to cause trouble for them? Ouyang Jing was still bitter about having to apologize to Lu Yuya earlier, feeling deeply resentful. Seeing Guo Ming consciously trying to regain his dignity, Ouyang Jing certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Guo Ming nodded. Earlier, I really put you in a tough spot. Hearing Guo Ming's words, Ouyang Jing felt a flicker of genuine emotion. But Ouyang Jing wasn't stupid. She knew Guo Ming was deliberately trying to make her feel that way. This Bai Xiaofan, I really underestimated him before. But don't worry. Once I report back to my clan, I'll have them send experts over. Come that day, I'll see just what this fellow is capable of. So, Ming, are you still planning to buy this mall? A bodyguard inquired. Are you out of your mind? What would I want with this place? Guo understood the man instantly. These are all temporary measures. Chapter 21, I am no gentleman. After dealing with Guo Ming, Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuegua headed to a restaurant for dinner. The restaurant had a pleasant atmosphere, especially its decor, which felt warm and inviting. Bai Xiaofan rubbed his stomach. Seeing the restaurant reminded him of the first meal Gu Yanyan had taken him to after descending the mountain. But so many days had passed, wondered what that girl Gu Yanyan was up to now. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and order. Don't be so polite. Consider this my way of making amends. Hey, fifth senior sister, you're being too formal. I've already generously forgiven you. Whether Bai Xiaofan was genuinely unpretentious or simply didn't care, he certainly showed no hesitation in ordering from Lu Yueya. When the dishes arrived, not only Lu Yueya but even the patrons at the next table were stunned by the scene. One table was already completely filled, and they'd even pulled over another table. Can you even finish all this? Seeing all that food, Lu Yueya couldn't help but swallow hard. I guess so. Back in the mountains, I often ate this much. It's nothing special, just not as fancy. Lu Yuegua pursed her lips. She didn't recall Bai Xiaofan being such a big eater when they were kids. Why was it that? Now Lu Yuya understood why her master had sent Bai Xiaofan down the mountain. If he hadn't come down, he would have eaten the monastery out of house and home. But hey, if Bai Xiaofan could polish it all off, then it didn't matter. Lu Yuya naturally wouldn't fret over the expense. This meal might cost over 1,000 yuan, but to Lu Yuegua, 1,000 yuan was nothing. Though the Lu family wasn't a prominent clan in Fancheng, Lu Yueya herself was a different story. Then, under Lu Yueya's stunned gaze, Bai Xiaofan swept the table clean like a whirlwind, devouring every last morsel. Finally, Bai Xiaofan wiped his mouth, a satisfied expression on his face. Ah, that was truly excellent. I must say, fifth senior sister, the food down in the valley really is better than ours up on the mountain. Lu Yueya smiled slightly. Finished eating? Then come with me to buy some clothes. With that, she handed her purse to Bai Xiaofan like a queen and strode out of the restaurant. Bai Xiaofan finally understood why Luo Ziang had insisted that accompanying girls shopping was pure torture. Right now, Bai Xiaofan could already feel utterly drained, both physically and mentally, while Lu Yueya seemed completely unfazed. Lu Yueya arrived at a lingerie store, a smile lighting up her face as she stepped inside. Bai Xiaofan, however, remained standing at the doorway. As he gazed at the array of lingerie inside, his face flushed crimson. Why aren't you coming in? Lu Yueya looked at Bai Xiaofan in confusion. Ah, I'll come in. Bai Xiaofan swallowed hard, his eyes still involuntarily scanning the lingerie around him. Back on the mountain, Bai Xiaofan had only ever seen the women in the village below occasionally hanging these items out to dry while doing laundry. But he'd never seen anything so exquisite, so beautiful it even made him want to touch them. You're blushing. Lu Yueya walked up to Bai Xiaofan and chuckled. Hey, little junior brother, haven't you seen these before? Bai Xiaofan suppressed the blush rising in his cheeks, straightened his expression, and said. What are you talking about? Of course I've seen this before. This is just underwear, right? What's the big deal? I've seen it before. How could I not have seen it? The more Bai Xiaofan insisted, the more certain Lu Yueya became that he'd never seen it before. Lu Yuegua never imagined she'd catch Bai Xiaofan red-handed like this. As Bai Xiaofan was pulled into the shop by Lu Yuya, she couldn't tear her eyes away from a peach-colored lingerie set. Miss, this lingerie is our new style this year. It's selling exceptionally well. Would you like to take a look? Then bring it over for me. A moment later, the saleswoman returned. I'm sorry, ma'am, we only have one size left. Why don't you try this size to see if it fits? If you decide to purchase it, we can offer you a 50% discount. Lu Yuegua nodded and headed toward the fitting room. Bai Xiaofan tried to follow but was stopped. Hey, sir, you'd better wait for your girlfriend to come out. We don't allow GHS here. Bai Xiaofan sat awkwardly to the side, waiting quietly for Lu Yuya to emerge. Soon, Lu Yuya emerged, a satisfied smile on her face. Miss, I never would have guessed you look so slender, yet your figure holds such hidden surprises. The shop assistant probably hadn't expected Lu Yueya, who looked so slim, to have such an amazing figure. When Lu Yuegua took off her clothes, the salesperson was completely stunned. Bai Xiaofan sat nearby watching them talk, his little head filled with a huge question mark. I'll take this one. Lu Yueya said, please pack it up for me. Just as Lu Yueya finished paying, a woman walked in through the door. She was somewhat attractive, but it was obvious she was far too heavy. Standing about 5 feet 5 inches, she likely weighed close to 160 pounds, stretching her high heels to their limits. Following behind her was a man, though he appeared gaunt and malnourished. It was obvious that this woman had drained every ounce of energy from him. Swaying as she entered the lingerie shop, the woman immediately spotted the underwear Lu Yueya had purchased. Well. She may be petite, but she's got quite the figure. Lu Yueya ignored the woman and paid for her items, preparing to leave. Excuse me, waitress. How much is that lingerie? I'll take one too. I'm sorry, ma'am, that lingerie has been incredibly popular this year. We only have that one left in the store. What? Only one left? When will you get more? Do other stores have it? I'm afraid it'll be at least a week, ma'am. We only have this one location. The woman frowned and shouted loudly, stopping Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuegua as they were about to leave. Lu Yueya turned around in confusion. What is it? The woman didn't sound overly forceful as she said. I want to buy the underwear you're holding. Name your price. Lu Yueya glanced at her underwear and shook her head. Sorry, I really like this one too. Faced with Lu Yueya's refusal, the woman frowned and said, I can give you 5 times the price. No, it's not about the money. A gentleman doesn't take what others cherish, right? Hearing this, the woman smiled. A gentleman doesn't take what others cherish, but I'm no gentleman. Chapter 22, Right and Wrong. Her words made Lu Yueya frown unconsciously as she clutched the bag tightly in her hand. Seeing Lu Yueya still unwilling to budge, the woman gradually lost patience and said coldly, Young lady, I'm not trying to bully you, but I've never failed to get what I set my sights on. As she spoke, the woman waved her hand, and the lean man behind her snatched the bag from Lu Yuegua's grasp. Little brat, you dare compete with this lady for something I've set my sights on? Looks like you're tired of living. As the lean man lunged to snatch the bag, a massive hand seized his wrist. The man froze, unable to react before a sharp pain made him yelp in agony. Bai Xiaofan regarded the lean man indifferently, then a sneer spread across his face. Is this all you've got? You dare bully my 5th senior sister? Looking for death? With that, Bai Xiaofan casually flicked her wrist, sending the man crashing to the ground. You! Seeing the lean man knocked down with a mere flick of Bai Xiaofan's wrist, the woman's face darkened with displeasure. You're such a useless piece of trash. All you do is eat my food and spend my money, yet you can't accomplish a single thing. The man's face twisted in resignation. I eat your food and spend your money, but don't you also drain my energy? But the man dared not voice such thoughts aloud after all, he still depended on Big Sister for his livelihood. Big Sister turned to look at Bai Xiaofan. When she saw him, her expression changed. Oh my, I didn't expect such a handsome young man. A greedy look spread across the older sister's face. Under her intense gaze, Bai Xiaofan felt an uneasy chill run through him for some reason. Auntie, please stop. Don't look at me like that, it's scary. Auntie? Hearing Bai Xiaofan call her auntie, the woman's face instantly twisted with fury. I'm only 40 years old, and you call me auntie? You little jerk. Can't I be called auntie at 40? I'm only 20, you're 20 years older than me. Fury flashed across the woman's face as she pointed at Bai Xiaofan and shouted, Kid, I'll tear your mouth off. Hey, auntie, don't be like that. You're scaring me. Why don't you look at something else? After being called auntie repeatedly by Bai Xiaofan, the older woman was seething with rage, pointing at him and shouting. You little brat. And you little girl. You two just wait, this isn't over. With that, the eldest sister turned and stormed off with her boyfriend, leaving Bai Xiaofan utterly baffled. What did I even say? Why is this aunt so temperamental? Is she going to hit someone again? Kid, you've crossed Big Sis. Do you even know who she is? You won't be walking out of here alive. Before leaving with Big Sister, the lean man couldn't resist leaving Bai Xiaofan with a parting threat. Big Sister? What Big Sister? Bai Xiaofan scratched his head and glanced at Lu Yueya beside him. Lu Yueya shrugged her shoulders. She had no idea who this so-called Big Sister was either. Forget it. Let's just head back. We bought so much today, I'm so happy. Despite the unpleasantness earlier, the outcome was positive, and she felt genuinely pleased. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya arrived at the parking lot, ready to drive home. But just then, people armed with steel pipes appeared from all directions. What's going on? Is this a TV show set? Bai Xiaofan looked at them, showing no trace of fear. Only when they approached did Bai Xiaofan realize they were targeting him. They surrounded Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya, with the leader being a man sporting a snake-shaped tattoo on his head. Sis, are these the two? The man glanced at the person behind him. That person stepped forward, and Bai Xiaofan suddenly understood. He finally understood why so many people were coming for him. It was that woman from the mall earlier. The woman stepped forward, glaring coldly at Bai Xiaofan as she shouted. Kid, didn't expect me to catch up so fast, did you? Bai Xiaofan scratched his head. Seriously, ma'am, you didn't get a bra. Is this really worth it? Is this about underwear? You insulted me. This isn't something we can just let slide. The tattooed man waved his hand dismissively. Sis, why waste words with this jerk? I'll take care of this for you. He stepped up to Bai Xiaofan. Kid, you've messed with my sister. She's furious, and the consequences will be severe. Bai Xiaofan merely smiled faintly. Sorry, but I don't know the meaning of fear. The tattooed man nodded. Alright, fair enough. You're a real man. Just don't whine when you get beaten up later. With that, the tattooed man waved his hand. His henchmen raised steel pipes and charged toward Bai Xiaofan. Hey, Snake Tattoo, don't kill him. Just teach him a lesson. Just as they were about to attack, the boss suddenly shouted. The tattooed man nodded. Don't worry, sister. I'll get you revenge today. Bai Xiaofan shoved Lu Yueya into the car before punching the nearest thug to the ground. There were over 30 of them here, 30 thugs wielding steel pipes. Just standing there was intimidating enough. Yet when facing Bai Xiaofan, these men proved utterly powerless to retaliate. The tattooed man and the boss lady watched as one after another of their men flew through the air, surprise etched on their faces. Big sister, this guy is way too strong. Are you sure he's just an ordinary person? How should I know? Human or ghost, he's too much for all of us to handle. The boss lady and the tattooed man both swallowed hard, wanting to flee but finding their legs had gone weak. As they hesitated, Bai Xiaofan had already dealt with everyone and walked up to them. Big brother, you. The tattooed man stepped in front of Big sister. Take it out on me if you have a problem. Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that someone would step forward under these circumstances. You're still in one piece, huh? Bai Xiaofan turned to the older woman. Just because I called you auntie, you want to cripple me? As a woman, who wants to be called auntie? Isn't it only natural for me to be angry? Scratching his head, Bai Xiaofan suddenly recalled why Lu Yueya had been so furious with him earlier. After a moment's thought, Bai Xiaofan walked up to the eldest sister. The tattooed man tried to block him, but Bai Xiaofan merely glanced at him, and the man froze in place. Bai Xiaofan gently pushed the tattooed man aside and stood silently, staring at the eldest sister. Under her startled gaze, Bai Xiaofan slowly bowed. Chapter 23, First Kiss. I'm sorry. I didn't think this through properly. I apologize to you. I hope you won't hold it against me. Bai Xiaofan's sudden action stunned everyone present. No one had expected him to act this way. The eldest sister looked at Bai Xiaofan, her anger instantly dissipating. She sighed. Well, if they want to call me auntie, so be it. What's the big deal? I am 40 now, after all. I really am an auntie. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand. No, since they all call you big sister, I'll call you that too. What happened earlier was indeed my lack of consideration. I just came down from the mountains and am still unfamiliar with these social customs. At that moment, Lu Yuegua stepped forward, her face filled with apology. I'm sorry, sister. My junior brother just came down from the mountain and he speaks his mind without filter. He even upset me earlier. Please don't take it personally. I apologize to you here. Seeing Lu Yueya and Bai Xiaofan like this, Big sister's anger melted away and a smile spread across her face. But these. Big sister glanced around at the others. Most of them couldn't even stand up after Bai Xiaofan's single blow. That's easy enough. Bai Xiaofan smiled, then walked up to one man and snapped his leg back into place. Repeating this process, within minutes, the 20 or 30 people were back to their lively selves. Young man, here's my business card. The older woman handed him a card. If there's anything I can do to help you in the future, just let me know. Bai Xiaofan glanced at the card and chuckled. Sure thing. But I don't even have a phone. How'd I reach you? You should have said so earlier. The woman smiled and pulled an unopened, brand new phone from her bag. This was meant for my niece, but I'll give it to you instead. Consider it my apology. No, that's not right. Bai Xiaofan protested immediately. Lu Yueya also stepped forward and said, Sis, this gift is too valuable. We can't accept it. You really should. Big sister grasped Lu Yueya's hand. Sweetie, just consider it a gesture of friendship. Do me this favor, okay? After Big sister put it that way, Lu Yueya couldn't keep refusing and had to let Bai Xiaofan accept it. As they prepared to leave, Big sister turned to Bai Xiaofan one last time. Xiaofan, my eldest niece is about your age. If you have time, I could introduce you to her. Big sister, if your niece isn't as pretty as my senior sister, then don't bother introducing her. Bai Xiaofan's remark made Lu Yueya's face flush crimson. She immediately pinched his waist. Ouch! Bai Xiaofan cried out, Senior sister, that hurts. Humph. Serves you right for talking nonsense. Lu Yuegua puffed out her cheeks and stormed into the car, fuming. After handling the eldest sister's business, Lu Yuya drove Bai Xiaofan to a square. The square was bustling with performances and a bonfire party, filled with young men and women mingling. Let's go check it out. Lu Yuegua pulled Bai Xiaofan into the festival grounds. You never experienced this kind of life up on the mountain, did you? Lu Yuya smiled at Bai Xiaofan, who stood to the side. Well, up in the mountains, I spent my evenings gazing at the stars. At this mention, a look of melancholy once again appeared on Lu Yueya's face. After his senior sisters gradually left one by one, Bai Xiaofan found himself increasingly lonely. Before, no matter what they did, at least 10 of them were companions. But after that, Bai Xiaofan was left with only one junior sister. Who could know how Bai Xiaofan had endured all these years? Especially during the most vibrant years of youth. Lu Yueya lifted her head to gaze at Bai Xiaofan's face, which appeared exceptionally handsome in the flickering firelight. Hey, handsome. Just then, a young woman approached Bai Xiaofan. Can I get your contact info? Bai Xiaofan glanced at the woman, then took Lu Yuya's hand. Sorry about that. Upon seeing Lu Yueya, the woman murmured an apology before turning and walking away. What are you doing? Lu Yueya looked at Bai Xiaofan with confusion. That girl wasn't bad looking either. She's pretty, but she's no match for my 5th senior sister. Bai Xiaofan chuckled. You. Lu Yueya shook her head helplessly. You're such a kid. I really don't get you. Bai Xiaofan suddenly pulled Lu Yueya into his arms, leaving her flustered. What are you doing? There are people watching. Lu Yueya hurriedly protested. Senior sister, I played your boyfriend today. Doesn't that mean you should play my girlfriend too? A hint of shyness flashed across Lu Yueya's face, but upon closer thought, it did seem only natural. Lu Yueya nodded. Bai Xiaofan smiled and, in the same motion, took her hand. Leaning against Bai Xiaofan's embrace, Lu Yueya didn't notice the grin spreading from his lips all the way to his temples. Ah, Master's Jade Maiden Heart Sutra really is quite something. I've truly learned from it. Recalling the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra he'd taken from his master, Bai Xiaofan felt it was well worth the effort. After all, it would just gather dust with the master. Better to have it with me, at least I could put it into practice. Holding Lu Yueya's hand, Bai Xiaofan gazed at the sky filled with sparks. The sky was gradually darkening, and against the backdrop of night, the fireworks appeared even more dazzling. Look at that one. Lu Yueya pointed at a firework. Doesn't that one remind you of the crooked tree down by the mountain? I remember when we were kids. You couldn't climb trees, so I'd always climb up first and pull you up. Bai Xiaofan's words instantly transported Lu Yueya back to those innocent days of childhood. A smile spread across Lu Yuegua's face, perhaps even she didn't realize it herself. Ever since Bai Xiaofan had appeared, her icy exterior had gradually melted away, and she had begun to embrace the joy of laughter. Leaning against Bai Xiaofan's chest, she watched the bonfire feast and the dazzling fireworks. In this moment, Lu Yueya felt life was so beautiful, so blissfully happy. Senior sister. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan turned his head to look at Lu Yueya. Ha! Lu Yueya lifted her head to look at Bai Xiaofan. Bathed in moonlight and fireworks, Lu Yueya appeared exceptionally beautiful, while Bai Xiaofan looked exceptionally handsome. Against this backdrop, their gazes gradually met. Then, Bai Xiaofan reached out and gently caressed Lu Yueya's face. Leaning forward slightly, his lips met hers in a kiss. In that instant, a wave of cool warmth spread throughout Bai Xiaofan's entire body. Chapter 24, A Night of Stabbing. Startled, Lu Yueya pushed Bai Xiaofan away, covering her mouth as she stared at him in astonishment. You! Lu Yueya pointed at Bai Xiaofan, her face etched with utter disbelief. What are you doing? Bai Xiaofan licked his lips and chuckled. Isn't this what boyfriends and girlfriends are supposed to do? But we're just pretending. Lu Yueya's mind was in turmoil, her thoughts a complete blank. We're fake, how could we possibly kiss for real? That's. Oh, well then, senior sister, how about we become real? Ha! Lu Yueya's head was filled with black lines. She glanced around, picked up a wooden stick from the side, and said, Alright, Bai Xiaofan, you want to become real, right? Come here. I'll make you real. Bai Xiaofan's smile faded as he shouted. Hey, senior sister, what are you doing? Stop messing around. Bai Xiaofan, you rotten junior disciple. My very first kiss just like that, gone. Lu Yueya yelled, charging straight at Bai Xiaofan with the stick raised. Bai Xiaofan swallowed hard and turned to run. After running for an unknown length of time, Bai Xiaofan stopped beside a bench. Lu Yuegua was also panting heavily as she stumbled step by step toward Bai Xiaofan. She raised her arm and brought the stick down. But what strength did Lu Yueya have left now? The blow landed on Bai Xiaofan, barely causing a flinch. Bai Xiaofan caught Lu Yueya before she fell, guiding her to the bench. Leaning against Bai Xiaofan on the bench, Lu Yueya pointed at him and spat out venomously. You filthy junior disciple. You're nothing but a little punk. You've truly inherited master's teachings perfectly, you're his ideal disciple. Heh, senior sister, think about it, you didn't lose out either. After all, it was my first kiss too. Lu Yueya clenched her fists. All she could do now was remind herself that murder was against the law. If looks could kill, Bai Xiaofan reckoned he'd already been sliced and diced 1,000 times over by Lu Yueya's gaze. I never imagined my very first kiss would be stolen by a jerk like you. I never imagined my first kiss would be snatched away by you like this. Ugh, so heartbroken, so miserable. You're heartbroken? Lu Yueya sat up straight, glaring at Bai Xiaofan with fury. I'm the one who's heartbroken, okay? I'm this gorgeous, with this amazing figure. Do you have any idea how many guys chase after me? How many families come to propose marriage? My suitors could line up all the way to Daochang. You got lucky and now you're acting all innocent. Pfft, so what? Are they as handsome as me? As witty and humorous? As understanding of you? As capable of protecting you? As good at making you laugh? As good at making you feel absolutely no aversion? Do they have that? After Bai Xiaofan said that, Lu Yuegua was momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Xiaofan had a point. It seemed he was the only exception. Lu Yueya shook her head, unwilling to waste any more words on this guy. She stood up. Listen to me. You're not allowed to tell anyone about this. If you do, I'll definitely kill you. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Understood, senior sister. You're absolutely right. I'll obey you, senior sister. Lu Yueya shot Bai Xiaofan a withering glance but said nothing more, her gaze drifting toward the pitch-black sky. It was already so late. If I went home now, I'd disturb others' rest. What? Senior sister, are you planning to live with me? No, I haven't decided yet. I'm still just a kid. Go to hell. I mean, let's go back to the Luo residence. I have my own room there. Bai Xiaofan looked utterly exasperated. And here I thought you'd suddenly fallen for me, senior sister. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuegua returned to the Luo residence. When Luo Shui saw Lu Yuegua, she immediately asked. Hey, fifth sister, why is your face so red? What were you two doing today? Luo Xiang, standing nearby, suddenly cleared his throat, as if recalling something amusing. Nothing much. Just browsed the mall, bought some clothes, and picked up a phone along the way. Lu Yuya and Luo Shui recounted the day's events. They deliberately left out certain details that might have left Lu Yuegua with lingering thoughts. After listening, Luo Shui shot Bai Xiaofan an admiring glance. She knew Bai Xiaofan was exceptionally powerful, otherwise he couldn't have rescued her from such a massive explosion. But she hadn't expected him to be this formidable, taking on so many opponents single-handedly and emerging completely unscathed. Upon hearing Lu Yueya's account, Luo Xiang rushed over to Bai Xiaofan, his face aglow with excitement, eager to learn martial arts from him. During their conversation, Guoming's name came up, causing both Luo Xiang and Luo Shui's faces to twist with disgust. Who would have thought Guoming was such a disgusting creature? Truly unrepentant to the end. Luo Shui had assumed Guoming would at least behave himself while in Fancheng. But he actually dared to openly seek female companions? That was simply too much. That bastard, Luo Shui declared fiercely to her elder sister. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll destroy him. Luo Xiang had always looked down on Guoming. If it weren't for the fact that the Luo and Guo families were evenly matched in strength, preventing him from taking direct action, he would have confronted Guoming head-on long ago. Seeing Luo Xiang's expression, Luo Shui's own anger subsided considerably. After that, Bai Xiaofan and Luo Xiang left Luo Shui's room, leaving Lu Yueya and the other girl to their private matters. Brother Fan, how about we start training tonight? Luo Xiang hurriedly interjected. I slept all day today, so I'm full of energy tonight. Bai Xiaofan considered it for a moment and replied. Alright, the evening air is still quite cool anyway. After that, Bai Xiaofan and Luo Xiang went out to the courtyard. Luo Xiang looked at Bai Xiaofan nervously. Brother Fan, what are you teaching me today? No need for anything too advanced. I don't need to learn how to run across rooftops or anything like that. I just want to be able to punch Guoming so hard he ends up crippled. Bai Xiaofan chuckled. Don't even mention wall running, I can't do it either, let alone you. Then Bai Xiaofan pointed to the center of the courtyard and said. Today's training is simple 2 horse stance. Hearing it was just horse stance, Luo Xiang chuckled. Oh, I thought it was something else. Luo Xiang immediately began his horse stance. Bro Yang, I've practiced a few moves before, horse stance is no problem for me. Is that so? Bai Xiaofan nodded, then hold it until tomorrow morning. What? Chapter 25, with senior sister around. The next morning. When Luo Shui yawned her way out of the room, she was stunned by the scene before her. There stood her usually carefree younger brother, now standing perfectly still in a horse stance. Bai Xiaofan sat before Luo Xiang, eyes closed, appearing as though he had fallen asleep. But as Luo Shui approached, Bai Xiaofan opened his eyes as if he had foreseen her arrival. My little brother's so dedicated? I've never seen him this absorbed in anything before. Bai Xiaofan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Luo Xiang. At this moment, Luo Xiang could no longer feel his legs. His ability to stand here now likely depended solely on his remaining consciousness. Bai Xiaofan stepped before Luo Xiang, placing his hand upon him. Luo Xiang suddenly collapsed. He's done remarkably well for his first day. Fourth senior sister, prepare a medicinal bath for him according to my formula. Bai Xiaofan handed a prescription to Luo Shui, who nodded and began instructing the servants to prepare it. At that moment, Lu Yuya also emerged from her room. Perhaps forgetting Bai Xiaofan was outside, Lu Yuya emerged wearing only a sheer nightgown. Good morning. Lu Yuya smiled, completely unaware that her attire was somewhat inappropriate. Bai Xiaofan gazed at Lu Yuya's figure curves in all the right places, accentuated by the fabric's contours. Bai Xiaofan swallowed hard and chuckled. Fifth senior sister, you're still trying to seduce me, aren't you? Before Lu Yuya could grasp Bai Xiaofan's meaning, Luo Shui pointed to her own chest. Lu Yuya glanced down, her face flushing instantly. She hurried back into her room. After a while, Lu Yuya emerged from her room once more, having changed her clothes. See? Now that's what true, subtle beauty looks like. Bai Xiaofan chuckled. Lu Yueya shot Bai Xiaofan a glare but said nothing. Fifth senior sister, where are you heading today? Bai Xiaofan leaned closer to ask. Today? What else could I do? Just grabbing a bite to eat before heading home. I haven't been back all night. Hearing that Lu Yueya was going home, Bai Xiaofan nearly uttered an "oh," clearly feeling a bit down. It's not like I'm never coming back. Lu Yueya explained. I just need to check in with my family, right? I didn't say anything. Fifth senior sister, why are you so tense? You even feel the need to explain yourself to me. A blush spread across Lu Yueya's cheeks as she shot Bai Xiaofan a displeased look. Humph. You're such an annoying guy. I'm ignoring you now. As she spoke, Lu Yueya was about to leave when Bai Xiaofan immediately grabbed her hand. Hey, fifth senior sister, I was just teasing you. Honestly, I don't want you to leave. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Lu Yueya felt a peculiar sensation stir within her heart. But just as Lu Yueya was about to speak, the alarm at the Luo residence suddenly sounded. Someone? Luo Shui frowned, hastily leading Lu Yueya and Bai Xiaofan to the Luo family's entrance. A crowd had already gathered at the entrance, and several Luo family guards lay sprawled on the ground. Old Li, what happened? Luo Shui approached Li Jianguo and asked. It's young Master Guo. Li Jianguo replied. Young Master Guo demanded we hand over someone named Bai Xiaofan. Xiaofan? Luo Shui glanced at Bai Xiaofan, then recalled what he and Lu Yueya had witnessed yesterday. Looks like this guy's here to stir trouble. Guo Ming, you come looking for trouble at the Luo family? Don't you think you're underestimating us? At the Luo family's main gate, Guo Ming sat on a small stool, flanked by about 20 elite fighters standing behind him. The aura emanating from these men was formidable, and each of the Luo family's guards had been taken down by a single one of them. Guo Ming, what do you want? Luo Shui stepped forward, his voice filled with fury. Are you declaring war on the Luo family? Luo Shui's expression was grim. The Luo family's senior members were all out on business and hadn't returned. At this moment, Luo Shui held the highest position within the entire Luo family. Guo Ming's face immediately broke into a smile upon seeing Luo Shui emerge. Little Shui, how could I possibly declare war on the Luo family? Then why did you bring so many men and injure so many of my family's guards? What are you trying to accomplish? What for? Guo Ming sneered coldly. I came here today for the fellow standing behind you. Pointing at Bai Xiaofan, he continued, young man, didn't expect me, Guo Ming, to return, did you? Indeed, I never expected someone who couldn't take a beating would dare come back and stick his face right in front of me for another round. At Bai Xiaofan's words, Guo Ming instantly flew into a rage, leaping to his feet and roaring. Damn it! Kid, last time I wasn't fully prepared. Today, I've brought my Guo family's guard squad. No matter how strong you are, I don't see you escaping this time. Luo Shui's expression darkened as she saw the Guo family's guard squad. The Guo and Luo families were roughly equal in strength, but the Guo family's sole advantage lay in their personal guard. The Guo family's guard unit possessed exceptionally high overall strength, with each member boasting top-tier prowess. The Guo family's annual expenditure on cultivating this guard force was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Such massive expenditures have resulted in the Guo family's guard growing increasingly formidable. Even the Luo family, whose strength was nearly equal to the Guo's, dared not claim superiority in their guard force. Guo Ming, emboldened by the formidable strength of the Guo family's guard, began to run rampant and act tyrannically. Guo Ming, my junior disciple is under the protection of the Luo family. That makes him one of us. If you wish to lay a finger on a member of the Luo family, you'll have to deal with me first. Luo Shui's stance was crystal clear. No matter what Guo Ming intended, she would protect Bai Xiaofan at all costs. Senior sister. Bai Xiaofan said, just let me handle it. No. Luo Shui immediately retorted, junior brother, I know you're skilled in combat, but we're facing the Guo family's guard squad. Their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Since Master sent you to find me, it's my duty as your senior sister to protect you. Little junior brother, with your senior sister here, no one can harm you. Luo Shui's words deeply touched Bai Xiaofan. It was the first time he'd felt warmth from anyone besides his master. Lu Yueya also stepped in front of Bai Xiaofan. Hey, you're not just protected by fourth senior sister, you've got fifth senior sister on your side too. Though my Lu family's strength may be limited, with my personal abilities, Guo Ming would have to think twice before messing with you. He'd better be sure he's up to the task. Chapter 26, The Powerful Bai Xiaofan. Guo Ming likely never imagined that even against the might of the Guo family, Lu Yueya and Luo Shui would still step forward to protect him. But this only fueled Guo Ming's hatred for Bai Xiaofan. Why did he deserve the protection of two beauties? Fury flashed across Guo Ming's face. He snorted coldly, pointing at Luo Shui and Lu Yueya as he shouted. Luo Shui, Lu Yueya, I'm giving you face. Don't push your luck. Today's business is solely with Bai Xiaofan. If you two wish to get involved, I won't stand in your way. Though Luo Shui and Lu Yueya's involvement made things slightly troublesome for Guo Ming, it hardly mattered now. Guoming turned his gaze to Bai Xiaofan, who stood among the crowd and couldn't help but sneer. What's the matter, Bai Xiaofan? Where's all your bravado gone? Now you just hide behind a woman? If you're too scared to show your face, I'll make it easy for you. Just kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll let you go. Of course, if you're going to stubbornly refuse, then today, you'll die right here. Guoming had lost patience with Bai Xiaofan's stalling. With a wave of his hand, his guards stepped forward. Little girl. Among the guards, a fiery woman clad in leather approached Luo Shui. I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, I'll leave a nasty mark on your face. As she spoke, she drew a dagger. Luo Shui's bodyguards attempted to intervene. But these guards were no match for her. In no time, she had them all knocked to the ground. Luo Shui frowned. The Luo family's guards weren't usually this weak. It was just that the family was attending an important meeting, so most of the elite fighters had been taken away. The remaining guards were only of average strength. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll be forced to drink the punishment. The woman let out a cold laugh and strode directly toward Luo Shui. Han Kai, you'd better be careful. That's the Luo family's eldest daughter. She's precious as gold. I know. That's precisely why I intend to have a friendly little chat with this pampered young miss. With that, Han Kai stood before Luo Shui. The girl met her gaze without a flicker of fear. Guoming, you'd better think this through. Do you really want to antagonize the Luo family? Is this something you should be doing? A shadow of gloom flashed across Guoming's face, but it quickly transformed into a sharp, piercing glare. So what if we become enemies? Do you really think your insignificant Luo family could possibly affect my Gua family? With that, Guoming bellowed, today, I will wipe out your Luo family. The Luo family will vanish from Fancheng forever. Guoming's words only bolstered Han Kai's confidence. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. Luo Shui had little martial arts training. Facing Han Kai's blow, she had no time to react. Just as the blow was about to land on Luo Shui's face, a fierce gust of wind swept in. The next instant, Han Kai was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground as blood spurted from her mouth. What? The scene stunned everyone present, and all eyes turned to Luo Shui. Beside Luo Shui stood a man, slowly retracting the hand that had just delivered the blow. Ha! The man let out a cold laugh. I thought she was something special, but turns out she's just as fragile as the rest. What? Defeated Han Kai with just one move? Guoming's bodyguard frowned at the sight. Even the strongest among them wouldn't dare claim they could defeat Han Kai in a single move. Yet now, this young man before them had genuinely defeated Han Kai in a fair fight. How could this be? Guoming's face betrayed his astonishment. He knew his guard's capabilities better than anyone. Despite being a woman, Han Kai's combat prowess ranked among the top even among these men. That bastard! Guoming roared furiously, everyone, charge! Guoming's guards exchanged glances. Regardless of how powerful Bai Xiaofan might be, they charged toward him en masse. Junior brother, the Gua family's guards are tough to handle. Lu Yueya suggested, perhaps we should. But before Lu Yueya could finish, Bai Xiaofan had already plunged into the crowd. Once Bai Xiaofan entered the guard formation, he was like a tiger among sheep. No one could withstand even a single strike from him. At first, Lu Yueya and Luo Shui worried whether Bai Xiaofan might get hurt, only to realize their concerns were unnecessary. Bai Xiaofan's strength was clearly a cut above these men. They were no match for him. Sitting on his small stool, Guoming was utterly dumbfounded. He never could have imagined that his own men. Impossible. Guoming stared fixedly at the battle unfolding before him. His bodyguards were proving utterly inept. What the hell are you lot good for? So many of you can't even take down one man? You useless pieces of trash, what's the point of keeping you around? Faced with Guoming's fury, the Gua family guards could only stand helplessly. It wasn't that they hadn't tried, it was simply that Bai Xiaofan's strength was overwhelming. Why is this kid so strong? The captain of the guard clutched his chest and spoke. Captain, we're no match for him. What should we do now? Watching his men fall one after another, the captain was utterly helpless. Just then, Bai Xiaofan's figure suddenly appeared before them, grabbing the captain by the face. He then slammed the captain's head into the ground with brutal force. The sheer force of the blow made everyone wince. It looked excruciatingly painful. After disposing of the captain, Bai Xiaofan glanced at the remaining guards. By now, the guards had lost all will to fight and had ceased their actions. Bai Xiaofan then turned his gaze toward Guoming, who stood nearby. Under Bai Xiaofan's gaze, Guoming instantly panicked and cried out urgently. What are you doing? Protect me. Attack him. Why are you just standing there? But Guoming's angry shouts failed to move them. They simply couldn't. They were no match for Bai Xiaofan. Even if they charged forward, they'd only be reduced to a state of helplessness by a single punch from Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan slowly approached Guoming. As Guoming watched him, a dark cloud settled over his heart. Brother Fan, I was wrong. Brother Fan, you're a big-hearted man, don't hold this against me. Guoming, ever the pragmatist, dropped to his knees and pleaded. Bai Xiaofan paid him no mind, instead pulling the small stool closer and sitting down. Bai Xiaofan stared intently at Guoming, making the latter's heart race with unease. After a long silence, Bai Xiaofan spoke softly. I warned you. Chapter 27, The Great Oath Arrives. Bai Xiaofan's words were icy cold. In that instant, Guoming felt as though he had fallen into a frozen cellar. Bai Xiaofan's gaze remained icy as he stared at Guoming, who once again wore a look of terror on his face. This time, however, Guoming's fear was no longer physical. This time, it was fear that had taken root deep within his soul. At this moment, Guoming didn't even know what to say. It was the first time he had ever been so afraid of another person. Bai Xiaofan raised his hand. Guoming instinctively closed his eyes, but moments later, he felt no pain. Opening his eyes, he saw only Bai Xiaofan's outstretched hand, leaving Guoming utterly bewildered. You promised me that mall earlier. I assume you won't go back on your word? Here. Guoming blurted out, immediately pulling out his phone. Hello? This is Guoming. Bai Dao lie for me. Yes, Dao lie in Fancheng. Damn it, do I need to prove I'm Guoming? Are you ing quitting? I'll handle my dad myself. Just buy Dao lie now and change the name to mine. Damn it, do I have to teach you this? Spend whatever it takes. Money is no object. A moment later, Guoming hung up the phone with a broad smile. Hey, brother Fan, it's done. I've bought Dao Lai. He's yours now. Is that so? Bai Xiaofan chuckled, you did well. I'm very satisfied. So, shouldn't we discuss why you came looking for trouble at the Luo residence today? Brother Fan, please let me off the hook. Whatever you want, just ask, I'll make it happen. Bai Xiaofan smiled. I recall a line from a TV drama, if apologies worked, why would we need police? If I accepted your apology every time you did something wrong, don't you think you'd just get more and more brazen? Guoming swallowed hard, staring at Bai Xiaofan. His only hope now was that Bai Xiaofan wouldn't dare kill him. Bai Xiaofan rose to his feet, walked behind Guoming, and planted his foot squarely on Guoming's leg. The force of the kick shattered the bone in Guoming's leg, and a look of agony spread across his face. Ah! My leg! Guoming howled, my leg! Bai Xiaofan, let go of me! Let go of my leg! Bai Xiaofan released Guoming's leg. Guoming clutched his leg, his face contorted with agony. Bai Xiaofan's kick hadn't merely fractured Guoming's leg, it had caused an irreparable fracture. In other words, from now on, no matter what Guoming did, he would need a crutch. Bai Xiaofan stared at Guoming's suffering and said coldly, remember this pain. Next time, it won't just be one leg. Guoming swallowed hard, forcing back the agony in his leg. Even if he hated Bai Xiaofan now, he dared not defy him. Guoming was later escorted away by his men, while Bai Xiaofan reverted to his harmless demeanor. Luo Shui and Lu Yueya were still reeling from the shock Bai Xiaofan had delivered. Whoa! I never imagined Master had so much more to teach us. Ah, Master, you're so biased. Exactly. I still want to learn martial arts. With my current half-baked skills, I can barely defend myself. Both Lu Yueya and Luo Shui felt deeply resentful. Why was Bai Xiaofan able to master all of Master's ultimate techniques? Yet the 8 sisters could only each learn one technique from the nameless Taoist, and coincidentally, theirs weren't martial arts. Bai Xiaofan approached the 2 girls and chuckled. Sisters, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. Lu Yueya and Luo Shui shot Bai Xiaofan a withering glance, though resolving Guoming's matter was ultimately a positive outcome. Hey, senior sisters, that Guoming just said he's bought the entire Taoist Academy. Shouldn't we go take a look? I've got nothing else to do. Lu Yueya said, as long as I can get home tonight, that's all that matters. I can't. The preliminary race is coming up soon, and I need to thoroughly check my race car. Luo Shui was still shaken by the previous incident, so she wouldn't let anyone else touch her race car. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya headed to Dao Lai. Dao Lai was a large shopping mall that integrated various venues. It offered not only dining and shopping areas but also leisure and entertainment clubs. Karaoke lounges, dance halls, bars, and even numerous Instagram-worthy spots all existed within Dao Lai. Dao Lai had 7 floors in total. The lower 6 floors were commercial spaces, while the 7th floor housed the management offices. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya made their way up to the 7th floor. Just as they were about to enter, the front desk staff stopped them. Hello, may I ask if you have a reservation? Reservation? Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. What kind of reservation? I'm afraid you'll need to wait, sir, unless you have an appointment to access the management level of Dao Lai. Bai Xiaofan frowned, about to speak, when another receptionist beside him interjected. Listen, if you two don't have appointments, don't just barge in. Get out now. Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Since when did he need permission to return to his own place? I'm here to see someone named Manager Ho, Bai Xiaofan stated. Ah, Manager Ho. He's in a meeting right now. You'll have to wait a bit. Hey, what do you need Manager Ho for? The receptionist suddenly interjected. Bai Xiaofan found this receptionist utterly rude and chose not to respond. Seeing Bai Xiaofan's silence, the receptionist instantly lost her temper and snapped. Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. What do you need with our manager Ho? You're not trying to pull strings and get special treatment, are you? Zhao Jia. Another receptionist tugged at Zhao Lin's sleeve, but Zhao Lin just shot her a withering look. I said, Xiao, you just don't understand our rules yet. Look at those two: no appointment, no call from manager Ho. What does that tell you? It tells you they're here to pull strings and get special treatment. What else is there to say? Truth is, whatever Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya came here for had nothing to do with Zhao Lin. She was targeting them purely out of jealousy. She's jealous of Lu Yuya's looks. How could someone this beautiful even exist in this world? If such a stunning girl joined the company, she'd lose her position of favor. Just thinking about how many times she'd slept with the manager to secure this position, only for someone to come along and snatch it away. It was unbearably unfair. Chapter 28, Social Graces. Zhao Lin's words immediately drew the displeasure of Lu Yuegua and Bai Xiaofan, though neither intended to argue with a mere receptionist. Seeing Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya remain silent only emboldened Zhao Lin further. See? I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Even if I did, it's no big deal. Truth is, everyone knows the score. As long as you're sensible and compliant, you'll do just fine here as long as you know how to spread your legs. Sis Xiao. Xiao Xian tried to pull Zhao Lin back, but she paid no heed to his protests. Xiao, what are you doing? Isn't what I said true? You're just too stubborn. Think about it: if you don't give something, how can you expect a good life? We're all adults here, right? Zhao Lin's words made hesitation flicker across Xiao Xian's face. From the very beginning, Zhao Lin had told him he should use his body to gain some advantages. But Xiao Xian refused to do it, convinced her body must remain pure and untouched. Perhaps Zhao Lin's words had gone too far, because even Lu Yueya, who never argued with anyone, couldn't hold back anymore. Are you ever going to shut up? Lu Yueya snapped coldly. Just because you're lowly, does that mean everyone else has to be too? What? Say that again? Zhao Lin instantly flared up at Lu Yueya's insult. You! How dare you insult me? Do you think I don't know why you came here? Just looking for a job, right? So what? Begging for handouts and expecting to do it standing up? We're both women. What makes you think you're any better than anyone else? Zhao Lin's words grew increasingly vile, until finally even Lu Yueya could barely contain herself. Sister Zhao. Xiao Xian tried to pull Zhao Lin back, but she shoved him away. And you, I haven't even gotten to you yet. You useless piece of trash, what good are you doing all day? Showing off? Let me tell you this, no matter how capable you are, if you won't sleep your way to the top, you'll be stuck as a receptionist your whole life. Look at yourself, just a junior high diploma, no family connections or money. Why aren't you using your body to get something that could change your life? What are you playing at, acting all pure and innocent? Zhao Lin's words grew increasingly harsh, until finally Xiao Xian could only sit silently, too afraid to speak. Hearing Zhao Lin's words, Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya's faces also darkened with displeasure. But before Lu Yuya could speak, several men in suits emerged from inside. Xiao, don't blame me for not warning you. Manager Ho is out here now. You handle this yourself. Zhao Lin then walked over with a smirk. Watching this unfold, Xiao Xian felt deeply conflicted, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Manager Ho, you finished your meeting? Any plans for tonight? If not, I could organize a dinner gathering. Manager Ho, leading the way, waved his hand dismissively. What dinner? I'm swamped day in and day out. Manager Ho then walked to the doorway and spotted Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya. Just as Bai Xiaofan was about to stand up and speak, Zhao Lin beat him to it. Manager Ho, these two are here looking for jobs. You know, that sort of thing. Manager Ho nodded, glancing at Lu Yuya. Suddenly, he froze, feeling like he'd seen her somewhere before. Maybe at some karaoke bar? But he had to admit, this girl was quite pretty. After taking in Lu Yuya, he glanced back at Zhao Lin. For some reason, Manager Ho found himself feeling a bit put off by Zhao Lin. And honestly, he had a point. After all, Lu Yuya was beautiful, had a great figure, and was still young. No matter how you compared them, she was leagues ahead of Zhao Lin. Manager Ho shook his head, turned around, and addressed the group behind him. Everyone, please note, our Daoli has changed ownership. The new owner is a Mr. Bai. He mentioned during our phone call that he'd be arriving today. Make sure you give him a proper welcome. Manager Ho pointed at Zhao Lin, whose face instantly lit up with excitement. Manager Ho, how old is this big boss? Is there anything I can do for him? Manager Ho glanced at Zhao Lin, then shifted his gaze to Xiao Xian, grinning. What you do is up to you. Wait until the big boss arrives and see if he needs anything. Of course, if you really do something, you'll have to persuade him. Mr. Bai is a man who's seen the world. Yes. Manager Ho's words stung, but they were undeniably true. For a woman in her 30s, especially in a front desk role like this. Zhao Lin held no advantage over Xiao Xian.
The only reason Zhao Lin was still here was her competence and keen observational skills. Most importantly, her skills in bed were beyond what ordinary girls could match.
Watching this unfold, Bai Xiaofan seemed to grasp something.
This woman was utterly despicable. She was nothing but scum.
Lu Yueya was deeply displeased with Zhao Lin's actions and whispered to Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips.
Master once told me that sometimes, to make money, you have to lower your head.
Fifth senior sister, perhaps you'll never truly grasp how desperately someone might need money. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya's conversation reached Manager Ho's ears.
He turned around, his brow furrowing. Seeing Manager Ho frown, Zhao Lin immediately shouted.
What are you two talking about? Ha! Don't you know you shouldn't speak when a superior is talking? Honestly, have you no manners at all? Manager Ho, should I call security?
Manager Ho waved his hand dismissively.
Never mind, never mind. It's not worth it. Am I really going to nitpick with two young people? Yes, Manager Ho is right. He truly has a magnanimous spirit. Zhao Lin then turned to glare fiercely at Bai Xiaofan and the others.
Lu Yueya was so furious she nearly stood up, but Bai Xiaofan pulled her back.
Little junior brother, you absolutely can't let this guy stay here. He's gone too far.
Bai Xiaofan merely smiled without comment.
Manager Ho, when will Mr. Bai be arriving? I need to prepare.
Prompted by Zhao Lin's words, Manager Ho snapped back to attention.
Right, I'll give him a call.
With that, Manager Ho pulled out his phone and dialed Bai Xiaofan's number.
Soon, the ringtone echoed throughout the entire front desk. Chapter 29, Chance Encounter.
All eyes instantly turned toward the source of the sound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bai Xiaofan pulled his phone from his pocket and pressed the answer button.
Manager Ho, I came early. How about that? Didn't expect it, did you? Quite the surprise, huh? Mr. Bai.
Manager Ho was the first to react, immediately stepping forward to grasp Bai Xiaofan's hand.
Mr. Bai, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Look at this mess. Quick, Zhao, bring tea.
Bai Xiaofan merely smiled without saying a word. The group entered the office, where Bai Xiaofan surveyed the senior executives gathered before him.
Fifth senior sister, what should we do next? Bai Xiaofan looked to Lu Yueya for guidance.
Lu Yueya scratched her head helplessly. It made sense. Bai Xiaofan had never managed a company before.
How could he possibly know what to do? Stepping forward, Lu Yueya stated.
There are numerous internal issues within the company, and we've all witnessed them firsthand this time. Mr. Bai knows exactly who the problem lies with, but we won't say.
We only hope you'll take this to heart. If you refuse to correct your mistakes, we won't show any leniency. Lu Yueya then turned to Manager Ho. If there's nothing else, you may go about your business. Manager Ho, you stay behind.
After everyone left, Manager Ho's face lit up with a fawning expression. That Mr. Bai, our former boss, mentioned that you paid a hefty sum to acquire this place.
Bai Xiaofan nodded.
Manager Ho, I'm new here myself and still getting familiar with things.
You've been managing this place under the previous owner, so you'll continue to oversee it.
I trust your abilities, and I trust your connection to this place. It's undoubtedly deeper than mine. Manager Ho nodded vigorously as Bai Xiaofan continued.
Of course, I've noticed a few things during my time here.
That young lady at the front desk, Xiao Xian, seems quite capable.
If possible, consider promoting her.
Since Mr. Bai has mentioned it, I'll certainly do my best to promote her.
How about making her the supervisor taking Zhao Lin's position? That's fine. Lu Yueya immediately chimed in. She'd long disliked Zhao Lin. No. Bai Xiaofan shook his head.
No need for such a big promotion.
A team leader position will suffice. Lu Yuegua looked at Bai Xiaofan with confusion.
Bai Xiaofan patted her hand and shook his head again. Manager Ho didn't know what Bai Xiaofan was up to, but since he'd made his decision, he'd follow through.
Alright, that's all for now. If you have other matters, Manager Ho, feel free to attend to them. After Manager Ho left, Lu Yuya asked, why didn't you fire the Zhao Lin?
Bai Xiaofan smiled. My master once said, when employing people, focus on their strengths, not their weaknesses. Zhao Lin's flaws are significant, but equally, as front desk manager, her abilities are outstanding.
Promoting Xiao Xian directly as supervisor would first hurt the feelings of many veteran employees.
Moreover, being so young, Xiao Xian wouldn't command respect and might even develop an arrogant attitude, which would be detrimental to management.
Oh, I see. Lu Yueya nodded. Wait, how did you know that?
Bai Xiaofan chuckled. Master always tells me to focus on a girl's strengths.
As long as she's not unattractive, there's bound to be something about her that draws you in. As Bai Xiaofan spoke, Lu Yuya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She shouldn't have asked, she was just being nosy. After that, Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya left the office. They didn't come here often.
As they reached the door, Zhao Lin from the front desk approached, her face tense.
Mr. Bai, miss. I'm truly sorry. Just now, please forgive my sharp tongue. Don't be angry. Bai Xiaofan remained silent, but Lu Yue interjected, alright, just focus on your work. Don't get any funny ideas. With that, Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yue departed. After they left, Zhao Lin exhaled a long breath of relief. Senior sister, let's grab something to eat first. Bai Xiaofan said, I'm starving this early in the morning. The two headed to the first floor of the Dao Lai restaurant to eat. Just then, someone nearby glanced over. Yue ya? The person called out. Two others beside them also turned their gaze this way. Lu Yue heard the voices and turned to see her mother, aunt, and cousin approaching. Yue ya, you? What are you doing with this kid? Lu Sanjian, Yue's cousin, asked in confusion. Mom, auntie, cousin Bai Xiaofan really is my junior disciple. I was just being a bit stubborn earlier. He really is your junior disciple? Lu Mei glanced at Bai Xiaofan, her previous disdain now gone. But I still look down on him. So what if he's your junior disciple? He's still broke, isn't he? Since he's your junior disciple, and that nameless Taoist helped our family immensely back then, why not have dinner together tonight? Meng Lan was far more level-headed than Lu Mei, knowing exactly when to speak. Bai Xiaofan smiled and nodded to Meng Lan, sounds good. I'll go with fifth senior sister then. Lu Sanjian shot Bai Xiaofan a dismissive glance and snorted derisively before pulling Lu Yue aside. Hey, Yue, that kid looks like he'll never amount to anything. You should find a time to break things off with him. Brother, what are you saying? Break things off? We're senior and junior sisters, how could we just break things off? Lu Sanjian sighed. Why was his sister so stubborn? Look at that kid, he's got nothing going for him, and he's even offended the Tian family. He might end up dead on the streets any day now. If you keep associating with him, what if it brings trouble to our Lu family? Lu Yuegua was speechless. Brother, even if Tian Shao isn't a match for my junior brother, even if my junior brother isn't a match for Tian Shao, with my abilities, I can protect him just fine. Seeing Lu Yuya like this, Lu Sanjian shook his head. His sister was hopelessly infatuated. He turned and shot Bai Xiaofan another cold glance. He couldn't deny it, the sight of the boy grated on his nerves. But in this public setting, Lu Sanjian held his tongue. He simply led Liu Mei and Meng Lan away. After they departed, Lu Yuegua murmured to herself. Usually it's my father and my eldest uncle who accompany their wives out. Why is it my cousin this time? Then, as if remembering something, she added. Right. The investment competition is coming up soon. Dad and the others must be busy with that. Chapter 30, Dilemma. That evening, Bai Xiaofan followed Lu Yuegua to the Lu residence. This second visit to the Lu residence felt entirely different from the first. The first time, he had found the place on his own. This time, Lu Yueya was leading him. The moment Bai Xiaofan stepped through the Lu family's gate, he could feel every member of the Lu household staring at him. Bai Xiaofan paid them no mind, sitting directly beside Lu Yueya. Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan, Lu Xianxiang's face lit up with curiosity. She inquired. Hey, sis, didn't you say he wasn't your junior disciple? So why did you bring him back? At this, Lu Yuegua flushed with embarrassment, managing only a sheepish chuckle. Actually, I made a mistake. He really is my junior disciple. It's just that before, I was being a bit too stubborn. It's fine, fifth senior sister. I'm not angry at all that you didn't acknowledge me. I forgave you long ago. Lu Yuya shot Bai Xiaofan a glare. Like I need your forgiveness? How could you not forgive me? But instead of saying it aloud, she quietly pinched Bai Xiaofan's thigh. Soon, the dishes arrived. Though the Lu family wasn't considered a major clan in Fancheng, their influence was still considerable. Thus, every meal featured lavish dishes, especially today, as they were hosting the disciple of the nameless Taoist. Back then, countless prominent families had sought to place their children under the nameless Taoist's tutelage, only to be rejected. For Lu Yueya to be accepted as his disciple was nothing short of a stroke of incredible luck, a blessing of 3 lifetimes. As the dishes arrived, Bai Xiaofan's stomach growled loudly. Had Xiaofan never tasted such fine food while living on the mountain? At that moment, Lu Mei spoke up. Hey, Lu Mei. Lu Tianzheng, head of the Lu family, Lu Mei's husband and Lu Yueya's father, called out. Lu Mei turned her head and shot Lu Tianzheng a glare. He frowned but said nothing. After hearing Lu Mei's words, Bai Xiaofan replied truthfully. Yeah, there's really nothing tasty up in the mountains. Usually I just eat steamed buns and such. As for meat, it's wild game like pheasants or wild boars we hunt on the mountain. Wow, wild boar? How does it taste different from domesticated pork? Lu Xiangxiang suddenly asked curiously. Not really. Wild boar meat is more springy, while domesticated meat is more fragrant. Just as Lu Xiangxiang was about to ask more, Lu Mei quickly interjected. Ahem, even though he's the disciple of the nameless Taoist, once he comes down from the mountain, he's just like any ordinary person. Xiaofan, no offense, but at your age, you really should hire some help. If all else fails, come work at our Lu family company. As it happens, the Sanjian area is short-staffed right now. Go to Sanjian for some experience. Young people should get out and see the world, it can't hurt. If Lu Mei had said this to someone else, it wouldn't have mattered, but her partner was Bai Xiaofan. Setting aside other considerations, the mere fact that Bai Xiaofan was the disciple of the nameless Taoist master meant he couldn't possibly go hungry. Yet Lu Mei insisted Bai Xiaofan go to the factory for experience, which was essentially implying he hadn't mastered his craft. Damn it! This time, even Lu Yueya sensed something amiss and immediately frowned. What's wrong? Isn't what I said true? Shouldn't young people gain some experience? What good is it for young people to be overly ambitious and have their heads in the clouds? In the end, they accomplish nothing and end up as failures. Lu Mei's words were crystal clear. She openly believed Bai Xiaofan was incapable of achieving anything worthwhile. Bai Xiaofan, however, sat there as if nothing had happened, his eyes practically glowing as he stared at the dishes before him. Hey, auntie, that won't do. Lu Sanjian said, my place only hires skilled workers. Not just anyone will do. Without real talent, I won't take them. After all, I don't keep dead weight. Lu Sanjian. Lu Yueya slammed her hand on the table, startling Bai Xiaofan beside her. Bai Xiaofan is my junior apprentice. If you keep this up, we can choose not to eat here. Alright. Lu Tianxiang called out, look at this. What kind of scene is this? Yueya, sit down first. Seeing her elder brother step in, Lu Yueya said no more and returned to her seat. Once Yueya was seated, Lu Sanjian spoke up. But Yueya, what I said to second aunt isn't without merit. You should really think it over. Oh, no need to trouble yourself. Yueya's face was etched with frustration. If this weren't her family's home, she would have left long ago. Soon, the dishes arrived. Upon seeing them, Bai Xiaofan dug right in. Lu Yueya was accustomed to Bai Xiaofan's manner and merely smiled, then even picked up chopsticks to serve him some food. But Bai Xiaofan's behavior only drew scorn from Lu Sanjian and Lu Mei. Typical of someone from the mountains, no manners whatsoever. Ugh, what a bumpkin. Even if Bai Xiaofan couldn't understand most of what was said, this much was clear enough. After swallowing his food, Bai Xiaofan looked at Lu Sanjian. Is that so? Judging by your demeanor, you must be quite noble, then? Noble? Hardly. But at the very least, I know my manners and have a sense of shame. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. If you truly understood propriety, you wouldn't insult your guest at the table. If you truly knew shame, you wouldn't make a point of how others eat. Understanding propriety and shame is that all you city folk can do, just pay lip service? Kid, what did you say? Lu Sanjian stood up abruptly, glaring at Bai Xiaofan. But remembering how Bai Xiaofan had sent Tian Shao flying with a single punch, Lu Sanjian dared not confront him directly. Bai Xiaofan regarded Lu Sanjian indifferently, showing him no respect whatsoever. Lu Sanjian thought for a moment, then sat back down with a cold sneer. Wasting your breath is useless. As a man, you need to have your own career. Do you? In today's world, money talks. Without it, your words carry no weight. Besides, people are smarter these days. You can't fool them with tricks and charms anymore. Every word from Lu Sanjian was aimed squarely at Bai Xiaofan, each one striking him directly. Bai Xiaofan looked at Lu Sanjian, then smiled. How do you know I don't have a career? You have a career? Lu Sanjian looked as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. You have a career? Hey, did you hear that? This kid claims he has a career. That's hilarious. I wonder if by career he means running a fortune-telling stall. Chapter 31, The Bet. Lu Sanjian. Lu Yueya stood up in anger. Watch your language. Lu Sanjian shot Lu Yueya a withering look. Sis, you're just defending him. A grown man who can't earn a living? Right now, we can let him eat here, but what about later? Who's going to feed him then? You don't expect us to support him forever, do you? The Lu family never keeps idle hands. If he can't support himself, how will he ever eat or live? Oh, right, you haven't been sleeping under the bridge these past few days, have you? Lu Sanjian's words made the Lu family members present burst into laughter, and their gaze toward Bai Xiaofan changed. Bai Xiaofan said nothing, choosing to pretend he hadn't heard a word. But Lu Sanjian clearly wasn't done yet, still intent on continuing his tirade. Clang! The wine glass smashed on the floor, shattering instantly. The dinner table fell into sudden silence. Lu Yuegua's eyes flashed crimson as she glared at Lu Sanjian, her voice icy. Are you testing my patience? Lu Sanjian flinched at the intensity in Lu Yueya's eyes. It was the first time he'd ever seen her look like that. Ya! How dare you speak to your brother like that? What are you doing? At that moment, Lu Mei stood up and scolded Lu Yueya angrily. How dare you speak to your elders like this? Everyone here is your senior. Stop acting up. Sit down. Yueya glared coldly at everyone present, her heart filled with both anger and frustration. My junior apprentice brother is someone I brought back. I invited him to my home for a meal. What right do you have to treat him like this? Yueya trembled with rage. This was the first time she'd ever felt such hostility toward her family. Seeing her family treat Bai Xiaofan this way, she simply couldn't hold back any longer. Yueya, we're doing this for his own good. What we said isn't wrong, rough words, but the truth. We can treat him to dinner today, but what about tomorrow? The day after? The day after that? It's bound to become a problem. Besides, Yueya, what kind of occasion is this? Everyone's here, and you're acting like this? What? Where did your usual manners go? Is this how my second aunt raised you? It wasn't just Lu Sanjian, almost every member of the Lu family turned against Lu Yueya in that moment. Lu Yueya glared at them, anger flaming in her eyes. Just as she was about to explode, a hand settled on her shoulder. Fifth senior sister. Bai Xiaofan called softly, then smiled. Sit down. I'll handle this. Lu Yuegwa sat back down. Bai Xiaofan glanced at the surrounding Lu family members and smiled faintly. My purpose for descending the mountain is quite simple. I came to find my senior sisters. As for the matters you mentioned, I haven't given them a thought, not because I choose not to, but because it's unnecessary. Since I am the disciple of the nameless Taoist, you should know that I have inherited my master's true teachings. Never mind anything else, just the ailments afflicting you all, I can see them at a glance. Truth be told, I have a place to stay. I have other senior sisters, and it was only when I arrived at one of their homes that I truly understood what it means to be of noble bearing. In any case, I haven't experienced any of that here with you. Bai Xiaofan finished speaking and turned his gaze toward Lu Sanjian. You say I should have a career? Well, I do have one, believe it or not. Lu Sanjian snorted coldly, clearly unconvinced. Fine, you have a career. I never said you didn't. Right? You've got a huge one. It was obvious Lu Sanjian didn't believe Bai Xiaofan had a career at all, his eyes brimming with disdain. Fine. Since you insist you have a career, so be it. The investment conference is in a few days. At the conference, if you can, use your business to find some sponsors. I'll be damned if I don't see just how impressive your so-called business really is. Lu Sanjian had openly torn apart his relationship with Bai Xiaofan, who merely responded with a faint smile. Fine. Talking about it is pointless. How about we make a bet? Bet on what? Lu Sanjian froze, then a sharp grin spread across his face. Ha! If it were money, I doubt you'd have any. And if the stakes got too high, Crescent Moon would blame me. How about this? If I win, you kneel down and lick my shoes. How does that sound? Lu Sanjian. Lu Yueya frowned. Aren't you being a bit too much? Not at all. You win, you lose. If you think it's too much, just pretend I never said it. After speaking, Lu Sanjian stared at Bai Xiaofan as if to say, are you sure you won't agree? Bai Xiaofan knew he couldn't show weakness now. He replied directly. Fine, I'll agree. If you lose, you'll run around outside naked, shouting I'm a rogue, the whole time. Bai Xiaofan's words made Lu Shangxian, standing nearby, burst out laughing. Xiaofan, you're so clever. Hey, bro, why not just admit defeat? I'd love to see that. Lu Sanjian was utterly helpless against his sister and chose to ignore her entirely. Lu Sanjian turned to Bai Xiaofan. Fine, it's settled. Whoever backs out is a coward. Seeing Bai Xiaofan and Lu Sanjian like this, Lu Mei's face lit up with an even broader smile. She seemed almost impatient to see Bai Xiaofan kneel down and lick Lu Sanjian's shoes. Then I'll post it online and claim he's the disciple of the nameless Taoist. Ha, that'll make me famous. Sigh. Lu Tianjin sighed, we were having such a nice meal, and now look what you've done. Bai Xiaofan smiled at Lu Tianjin. Uncle Lu, I'm afraid I can't continue with this meal today. If the opportunity arises, I'll personally host a banquet for you another day. I'll take my leave now. With that, Bai Xiaofan turned and left. Lu Yueya hurried after him. Yueya! Lu Mei called out, but Lu Yuya paid her no mind. Junior brother. Lu Yuya caught up with Bai Xiaofan, who had already stepped out of the Lu family compound. Bai Xiaofan turned his head to look at Lu Yueya. Fifth senior sister, why did you come out? You haven't eaten anything. Hurry back and have something to eat. Little junior brother, my family, they're just like that. Don't take it to heart. I apologize on their behalf. Bai Xiaofan merely smiled faintly, gently caressing Lu Yuya's cheek. There's nothing to apologize for. Actually, I think this is just fine. Master always told me, face is something you earn yourself, it's not something others give you. You should hurry back now. It's already so late. If you don't return soon, your family will worry. With that, Bai Xiaofan turned and walked away, disappearing into the night. Chapter 32, My Dog. Moonlight cast a lonely silhouette of Bai Xiaofan as he walked alone down the road. After walking an unknown distance, he spotted a car parked ahead. A man stepped out. Hey, handsome. The man called out, all alone? How about I give you a ride? Bai Xiaofan lifted his head. Upon seeing the man, a smile spread across his face, but it was a smile uglier than crying. Senior sister. Bai Xiaofan threw himself into Luo Shui's arms, and in that moment, all his childlike emotions poured out. Yes, he was just a child who had only just descended from the mountain. Luo Shui gently stroked Bai Xiaofan's head and said, there. Senior sister's place will always be your home. Bai Xiaofan wiped his face and climbed into the car. Sis, I want to learn to drive too. I want to drive. Then I can drive for you from now on. Luo Shui smiled at Bai Xiaofan's earnestness, said nothing, and stepped on the gas pedal, speeding away. The next day, Luo Shui actually took Bai Xiaofan to a driving range for practice. For someone like Luo Shui, known as the racing queen of Fancheng, she was the best instructor one could ask for. Bai Xiaofan gripped the steering wheel with excitement. In that moment, he felt as if he and the car had become one. Then came a loud clang. Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui decided to switch to another car. Oh, right, Xiaofan, there's an investment conference coming up in a few days. Would you like to join us and check it out? Investment conference? Bai Xiaofan pondered for a moment. He heard the Lu family mention it before. What exactly was that? As the name suggests, an investment conference attracts investors from all sides to become the leading enterprises in Fancheng next year. The investors are major families like ours, and the businesses being promoted are subsidiaries of those families. Take Dao Lai in your hands, for instance. It's already a top contender for the championship, and nearly every family wants a piece of the pie. From the very beginning, they had already negotiated terms with the previous owner. What you're doing now is essentially stabbing them in the back. If you're willing, Dalal's investment, at the very least you could secure this amount. Luo Shui gestured a figure, but Bai Xiaofan showed no interest whatsoever in such matters. But the memory of his wager with Lu Sanjian brought a mischievous grin to Bai Xiaofan's face. Fourth senior sister, just you wait that day, some scoundrel will be running naked through the streets. Meanwhile, Lu Sanjian, having offended Lu Yueya, spent the entire day ignored by her. Lu Sanjian felt utterly helpless. Why would his own sister side with an outsider and treat her own brother this way? Walking alone down the street, Lu Sanjian watched the crowds pass by, wondering if today might bring him some romantic adventure. But as he walked, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Before he could respond, he was yanked into a sack and carried away. When the sack was removed and Lu Sanjian saw the light again, he found himself in an abandoned factory. Who? Lu Sanjian scanned the surroundings, his gaze finally settling on a man. Young Master Tian? Young Master Tian, what a coincidence! Is it you who brought me here? What brings you here, young Master Tian? Hearing Lu Sanjian's voice, the man stood up, a cold smile playing on his lips as he stared at Lu Sanjian. This man was none other than Tian Xiao, the second young master of the Tian family, a second-tier clan from the Central Plains region. When Lu Sanjian saw Tian Xiao, his face lit up with surprise and delight. He hurriedly crawled to Tian Xiao's feet. Young Master Tian, look at this. What are you doing? If you wanted me here, you could have just asked. Tian Xiao smiled, crouching down to look at Lu Sanjian with eyes that might as well have been appraising a beast. Very good, very good. A fine dog indeed. Lu Sanjian, from now on, you are my dog. What do you say? Yes, sir. To become young Master Tian's dog is truly a blessing in 3 lifetimes. I, Lu Sanjian, am overjoyed. Hearing Lu Sanjian's words, Tian Xiao roared with laughter before waving his hand. Lu Sanjian scrambled to his feet. Now tell me, is that Bai Xiaofan fellow still in Fancheng? He is. He was in Fancheng. He came to my house for dinner yesterday, but I gave him such a scolding he slunk away. You scolded him and he slunk away? Disbelief was written all over Tian Zhao's face. A guy like Bai Xiaofan? If he could be scared off by Lu Sanjian's scolding, then he wouldn't have dared to fight me that day. No, he wouldn't have dared to fight me at all. But honestly, Lu Sanjian's business was none of his concern. All he cared about was Bai Xiaofan's current whereabouts. Of course, young Master Tian, I'll tell you this: crossing young Master Tian is like crossing the heavens themselves. You'd better prepare to die. The moment that kid heard those words, he nearly pissed himself in fright. The look on his face, oh my god, words couldn't describe it. At this point, Tian Xiao was utterly certain Lu Sanjian was just spouting nonsense right in his face. Tired of this nonsense, Tian Xiao waved his hand to cut Lu Sanjian off. Fine then, Tian Xiao said. Find that kid for me. I'll settle the score with him properly. Don't worry, young Master Tian. At the investment conference in a few days, I bet that kid will show up. The moment he shows up, I'll call you immediately. I won't let him slip away. Lu Sanjian's response satisfied Tian Xiao. He relished this feeling of holding the upper hand. That's perfect. Once this is settled, I, Tian Xiao, won't forget your favor. My Tian family is establishing a company in Fancheng. When the time comes, I might even invite you to help manage it. Hearing Tian Zhao's words, Lu Sanjian grew even more excited, his gratitude overflowing as he looked at Tian Xiao. All right. Remember, report any developments immediately. By Xiaofan, I will have him killed. Tian Xiao waved him off. Lu Sanjian grinned at the people around him, then hurried away. After Lu Sanjian departed, someone behind Tian Xiao asked, Young master, why waste words with scum like him? We should just find that brat and finish him off. Tian Shao waved his hand dismissively. You must understand this isn't our turf. Keeping a dog here could serve as a way out for me. After all, who knows when my older brother might decide I'm a thorn in his side and kick me out. If I had a foothold in Fancheng, I wouldn't be too badly off. Tian Shao looked at Lu Sanjian, now reduced to a mere dark silhouette. After all, some people can be quite useful when properly utilized. Chapter 33, The Power of Gossip. Fancheng's annual investment conference was closely watched by many. After all, enterprises that shone brightly at the conference would enjoy boundless prospects the following year. Small families especially sought out major investors at such events. Among them were many shrewd investors who spotted promising small enterprises. Many ultimately reap substantial rewards, pocketing huge profits, while others inevitably lose their entire investment. Today, Bai Xiaofan wore a rather stylish suit, one that Lu Yuegua had bought for him. After the incident at the Lu residence, Bai Xiaofan hadn't seen Lu Yueya again. It wasn't that he held a grudge against her, but he felt it was best to wait a little longer. Children who feel wronged seek out their parents, but Bai Xiaofan had no one to turn to. From the very beginning, he had relied solely on himself. Now, with his senior sister by his side, he cherished her all the more. Precisely because he cherished her more, Bai Xiaofan couldn't allow Lu Yueya to be placed in a position where she had to choose. Standing at the entrance of the investment conference venue, Bai Xiaofan gazed at the expanse before him, a faint expression of calmness on his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, a car pulled up at the entrance. A man stepped out. I told you I didn't want to come. Why did you make me come? A man and a woman stepped out of the car. Bai Xiaofan recognized them both, Guoming and Ouyang Jing. Ever since the last incident, Guoming had realized he could never win Luo Shui's heart. After all, he had nearly overturned the Luo family last time, pushing the Gui and Luo families to an irreparable breaking point. Guoming had intended to return to the Gui family immediately, but Ouyang Jing insisted he attend the investment conference. Oh, isn't this to help you establish a solid foothold in Fancheng? He reasoned. Think about it, if the Gui family gains influence here, wouldn't that mean? At this thought, a faint smile touched Guoming's lips. Since it benefits the Gui family, why not give it a shot? After all, he couldn't care less about facing the Luo family. Just as Guoming and Ouyang Jing were about to enter, another family approached from a short distance away. Oh my, I missed the last investment conference, but I'm glad I made it this time. It was truly worth the trip. Look, sister-in-law, this investment conference just keeps getting better and better, more lavish each time. Exactly. Look over there, so many prominent families have come. Ouyang Jing's expression darkened upon seeing them. Guoming, however, spotted someone among them and murmured in confusion. Could these people be from the Lu family? That's the Lu family. Ouyang Jing remarked, who would have thought they'd come here to join the commotion? The Lu family arrived outside the venue. Upon seeing Ouyang Jing, Lu Mei approached him. Oh, Jing, you're here too. Ouyang Jing's mother and Lu Mei were friends, but Ouyang Jing and Lu Yuegua had disliked each other since childhood. In front of their elders, however, neither dared to show their mutual hostility openly. So Lu Mei had always assumed Lu Yuegua and Ouyang Jing got along fairly well. Seeing Lu Mei, Ouyang Jing flashed a sweet smile. Auntie, I didn't expect you'd be here too. Well, we're here today to try our luck, see if we can find a big company to get a piece of the pie. The investment conference was divided into two parts, investment and being invested in. Investment meant major players selecting small companies to fund. The invested segment involves major corporations selecting smaller families, granting them investment rights. Since some major corporations are clearly profitable, many people want a piece of the pie. But while such a slice might be insignificant to powerful clans, for a small family like the Lius, this modest slice alone could be enough to make them burst. As Lu Mei and Ouyang Jing spoke, the Lu family members approached. Hey, Jing, haven't you introduced us to this person yet? Lu Mei turned her gaze toward Guoming. This is my boyfriend, Guoming. He's from the Gui family of Daocheng. The Gui family from Daocheng? Hearing Ouyang Jing's words, Lu Mei and the others all gasped in surprise. The Gui family of Daocheng? That's a name on par with the Luo family of Fancheng. And Guoming is the eldest son of the Gui family, no less. For a moment, envy flickered in Lu Mei's eyes. She glanced at Lu Yueya, feeling deeply resentful. Ah, Jing, you really have good fortune. Unlike Yueya, still no boyfriend to this day. Hey, auntie, who said Yueya doesn't have a boyfriend? Just the other day I saw her out shopping with her boyfriend. Ha! Ouyang Jing's words drew everyone's gaze toward Lu Yueya. Yueya, when did you start dating? Who's the guy? What does he do? How much older is he than you? Lu Mei and the others instantly turned into gossip queens, bombarding Lu Yueya with questions. Lu Yueya shot Ouyang Jing a fierce glare. That big mouth, why does he have to blab everything? Lu Yueya felt utterly miserable inside. She never should have asked Bai Xiaofan to pretend to be her boyfriend. Guoming stood watching Lu Yueya. He had to admit, compared to Ouyang Jing, Lu Yueya was in a completely different league. Too bad he dared not provoke Lu Yuegwa. Bai Xiaofan's fists weren't exactly for show. Oh, Mom, I just started dating. What's with you all? We're barely dating, nothing settled yet. How can we be talking about marriage already? Don't we need to see if we're even compatible? Lu Mei and the others nodded in agreement at Lu Yuegwa's words. She had a point. But just then, Ouyang Jing continued. Hey, Guoming, what was that boy's name again? Bai Xiaofan. Isn't he Miss Lu's junior? We met him before, you forgot? Ouyang Jing and Guoming's back and forth banter instantly made Lu Yueya want to strangle them. What? Bai Xiaofan? Lu Mei shrieked and immediately called out, Yueya, tell me what's going on. Yeah, Yueya, isn't Bai Xiaofan your junior? How did he become your boyfriend? Meng Lan shouted. Ah, I get it now. Lu Shangxiang smiled. So, last time, little sis, you brought Bai Xiaofan to meet the parents. No wonder Auntie and the others were targeting Bai Xiaofan. You're so upset about it. Not bad, not bad. I'm rooting for you. I disagree. Lu Sanjian shouted, that guy? He's not worthy of you. As these voices chattered back and forth, Lu Yueya suddenly felt the full force of gossip's power. Chapter 34, Firmly Disagree. Watching Lu Yueya being besieged by her own family, Ouyang Jing's face broke into a triumphant smile. Fed up with the constant nagging, Lu Yueya finally shouted back. Enough, Mom. I'm an adult now. Who I date is none of your business. Do I need to ask for your permission before dating someone? If I did that, I wouldn't be a person anymore, I'd just be a puppet controlled by you all. Instead of winning Lu Mei and the others over, Lu Yuegwa's words only reinforced their belief that Bai Xiaofan had deceived her. Yueya, you're being too stubborn. Don't you know that Bai Xiaofan has offended young Master Tian Xiao Tian? Lu Sanjian sighed, his expression filled with disappointment. Exactly. That kid has nothing, no prospects, no future. How could you possibly entrust your life to him? Standing nearby, Lu Tianjin remained silent. After all, he held a favorable view of Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan's manners earned Lu Tianjin's deep admiration, but the thought of his own daughter liking him. Sigh. Lu Tianjin sighed. It seemed his daughter was truly beyond his control. For some reason, the thought of Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya together made him feel like his family's prized cabbage had been trampled by pigs. Dad. Lu Yueya looked at Lu Tianjin. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. Lu Tianjin smiled. Anyway, you make your own decision. The rest isn't my place to interfere. A faint smile touched Lu Yueya's face. Truthfully, just seeing Lu Tianjin capable of this made her deeply happy. Not interfere? How can you not interfere? Lu Tianjin, what's wrong? Isn't Yueya your daughter? You're just going to let it go? The moment Lu Mei heard Lu Tianjin say he wouldn't interfere, she screamed, her posture ready for a fight. Lu Yueya couldn't help but admire her mother's tenacity. Her mom had always been exceptionally strong-willed toward her. It had been like this during college, and it remained the same after graduation when she was job hunting. Lu Yueya had always wanted to develop her own independent thoughts, but Lu Mei had consistently stifled them. Sighing, Lu Yueya decided to ignore Lu Mei and walk inside on her own. Just then, Ouyang Jing grabbed Lu Yueya's hand and smiled. Yueya, tell me you two kissed, right? Did you do anything else? What? Yueya? You two kissed? Hearing Ouyang Jing's words, Lu Mei reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You bet. I'll tell you this, Auntie, it wasn't just kissing. They probably slept together too. Slept together? Lu Mei felt like her head was about to explode, frozen in place. Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. Lu Yueya hurriedly interjected, Ouyang Jing, if you don't know how to speak properly, just shut up. Ouyang Jing shot Lu Yuegwa a withering look but said nothing. After all, this was exactly the scene she loved to see. Guoming stood to the side, his gaze fixed on Lu Yueya, still brimming with intense possessiveness. Aunt Lu, may I say something? Guoming suddenly spoke up. Lu Mei turned to Guoming. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have acknowledged them, but this was Guoming. The Guo family of Daocheng, that name carried weight far beyond what the humble Lu family could ever match. Young Master Guo, if you have something to say, please speak freely. You are my grandniece's boyfriend, we're all family here. Guoming, however, remained impeccably polite and graceful, every inch the gentleman. Honestly, I think young people should be free to love as they please. As long as they're happy with their choice, it doesn't matter. After all, Auntie, you wouldn't want Yueya to end up with someone she doesn't love and suffer a miserable life, would you? Guoming's words held some truth, and Lu Mei and the others nodded in agreement. Yet deep down, they still felt deeply aggrieved. But Guoming shifted his tone. While affection is the foundation, circumstances are paramount. Especially for a girl like Yueya, her boyfriend's family background absolutely has to be top-notch. And the liking I mentioned earlier is a premise that can change at any moment. After all, liking is just a feeling. Anyway, I think affection is simple, but family background and financial standing are incredibly important. Guoming's words were already quite clear. He might as well have directly told Lu Mei and the others that his own background was quite impressive. Lu Mei and the others were taken aback at first, but then Lu Mei's face lit up with a look of sudden understanding. Right. Lu Mei said, Yueya, you really need to think carefully about what young Master Guo said. Although Guoming was currently Ouyang Jing's boyfriend, Lu Mei was quite confident in her own daughter. Even though Ouyang Jing's mother and Lu Mei were friends, she couldn't afford to compromise when it came to her daughter. Ouyang Jing tugged at Guoming's sleeve, but he shot her a cold, dismissive glance. That single glance made Ouyang Jing realize she meant nothing to Guoming. Ouyang Jing smiled faintly, saying nothing. After all, she knew she had no right to speak. Yueya, just think if you could find a man like Master Guo, wouldn't that be even better? Exactly. I think young Master Guo is quite suitable. He could get to know our Yueya. Young Master Guo is quite the catch. If it doesn't work out, my family has other young ladies you could meet. Everyone chimed in with their opinions, not once considering whether Lu Yueya herself had any say in the matter. Lu Yueya shot Guoming a glare, but before she could speak, Guoming beat her to it. Certainly. I'd be delighted to get to know Miss Lu better. Lu Yueya turned to Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing, rein in your boyfriend. Stop him from spouting nonsense here. Ouyang Jing pursed her lips. At this point, the situation was well beyond her control. Guoming clearly wanted to engage in some deeper exchange with Lu Yueya, and now her family was. Guoming, wasn't the lesson my junior disciple taught you at the mall enough? You're still acting like a jerk here? What? Bai Xiaofan hit young Master Guo? Lu Mei shrieked again upon hearing this. I told you that guy was unreliable. He actually dares to hit someone in public? If you stay with him, won't he beat you every day? No way. Absolutely not. Yueya, cut ties with him immediately. No discussion. Lu Yueya sighed helplessly. She shouldn't have said anything. Lu Mei was still yapping on, and Lu Yueya felt like she could die right then and there. Just then, a voice cut through the air. What a coincidence. Chapter 35, Guoming's Panic. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. When they saw who had arrived, they froze in surprise. Little junior brother? Lu Yueya asked in confusion, what are you doing here? Bai Xiaofan chuckled and walked up to Lu Yueya. Why shouldn't I be here? I just missed you. The remark only made Lu Yueya blush slightly. She fidgeted awkwardly. There are other people here. Bai Xiaofan turned to look at Lu Tianzheng and the others, who were staring blankly, and bowed to them. Uncle, aunt, hello. I never imagined we'd meet again. Lu Mei and the others were equally surprised to encounter Bai Xiaofan here, especially given his attire. Oh my, Bai Xiaofan. Clothes really do make the man. Who knew you'd look this good when dressed up? Lu Shangxiang scrutinized Bai Xiaofan from head to toe, her gaze seeming to convey some inexpressible emotion. Hearing Lu Shangxiang's words, the others turned around, glaring at Bai Xiaofan with anger. They still couldn't bring themselves to believe what Lu Yueya had just said, that Bai Xiaofan was her boyfriend. Little junior brother, I didn't expect you to be here too. Perfect timing, we were just talking about you. Lu Yueya chuckled and casually hooked her arm through Bai Xiaofan's. Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow and murmured. Fifth senior sister, are you flirting with me? Little junior brother, just pretend to be my boyfriend. Don't say anything out of line, or else I'll show you what I'm capable of. The memory of Lu Yueya's previous tactics sent a shiver down Bai Xiaofan's spine. Then, placing his hand on Lu Yueya's waist, he asked. Hey, why are you two standing here? Why don't you go inside? Seeing Bai Xiaofan's gesture, Lu Mei and the others instantly understood it seemed they were truly together. Displeasure flashed across Lu Mei's face as she protested. Hey! What are you doing? Who told you to put your hand there? Oh? Bai Xiaofan glanced at his own hand, then chuckled. As her boyfriend, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Boyfriend? You actually claim to be my daughter's boyfriend? Bai Xiaofan, you think you're worthy of being my daughter's boyfriend? Lu Mei's words stunned everyone present, and all eyes turned to her. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Bai Xiaofan had spoken to them with utmost politeness from start to finish. But Lu Mei had just turned on him completely, giving him absolutely no face. Just as everyone waited to see how Bai Xiaofan would react, he offered a faint smile. Whether I'm worthy or not isn't for you to decide. Tell me, what if one day my fifth senior sister has something growing inside her? Bai Xiaofan chuckled. At that point, would it really matter if you told me whether I'm worthy or not? At this remark, everyone present gaped in astonishment, never expecting Bai Xiaofan to have the nerve to say such things. Lu Mei was nearly boiling with rage at Bai Xiaofan. She simply couldn't fathom why her daughter would be involved with him. Lu Mei turned to Lu Yueya, hoping to find a way to pressure her. But when she saw the look in Lu Yueya's eyes as she gazed at Bai Xiaofan, she knew that Lu Yueya was also a lost cause. Lu Yueya also froze upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's words. Just as she was about to retort, she caught Bai Xiaofan's reassuring glance. Hey, little junior brother, what are you saying? Lu Yueya playfully slapped Bai Xiaofan. What nonsense about whether there's something in your belly? If you dare to mess around, don't blame me for wiping you out. Though she spoke harshly, her tone was barely distinguishable from playful banter. Bai Xiaofan then turned his gaze to Guoming, who stood nearby. Guoming trembled all over when he caught Bai Xiaofan's gaze. The memory of how he'd crippled his leg sent a chill down his spine, so when Bai Xiaofan looked at him, Guoming instinctively wanted to flee. Young Master Gua, how come you're so shy after all this time? Guoming swallowed hard, forcing back his fear as he plastered on a smile uglier than crying. Brother Fan, I just came to check on things. I didn't do anything. Brother Fan? Hearing Guoming's address, the Lu family members all looked surprised. Who was Guoming? He was the eldest son of the Gua family from Daocheng, the most powerful clan in the region. Yet such a man actually called Bai Xiaofan Brother Fan. What kind of status did this Bai Xiaofan hold? Didn't do anything? Bai Xiaofan smiled, so you're saying I misunderstood you? No, Brother Fan, no. I shouldn't be here. I'll leave immediately. I'll leave right now. As Guoming turned to leave, Bai Xiaofan planted his foot squarely on Guoming's cast-covered leg. No, please. Bai Xiaofan chuckled. If you leave now, it'll be no fun at all. Guoming felt like crying. If he'd known Bai Xiaofan was here, he never would have come. He turned back, his face a mask of helplessness as he looked at Bai Xiaofan. Brother Fan, what exactly are you trying to do? Kill me or whatever, it's up to you. Bai Xiaofan only gave a cold snort. Did I just hear you say you wanted to have a deep conversation with my girlfriend? No, you misheard. I didn't. I absolutely didn't. Guoming's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted. But Bai Xiaofan clamped a hand over Guoming's mouth, his expression turning icy. What you should and shouldn't do, you know full well in your own heart. I don't need to tell you. Who you should touch and who you shouldn't, I don't think I need to tell you that either. You're a smart man. You should know perfectly well who to befriend and who to oppose. Bai Xiaofan's words sent a cold sweat running down Guoming's back. In that instant, he felt death's presence. He knew Bai Xiaofan hadn't done anything. He knew Bai Xiaofan was merely speaking. Yet Guoming felt death's chill, leaving him numb to the bone. The Lu family members who witnessed the scene were utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was Bai Xiaofan's status that he could terrify Guoming so completely? I can't help but wonder, could it be that Bai Xiaofan was the one who injured Guoming's leg? No way, he's the Gua family's eldest son, after all. The people around them chattered away, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of opinions. Bai Xiaofan paid them no mind, returning directly to Lu Yueya's side. Watching Bai Xiaofan walk away, Guoming felt a wave of relief wash over him as he exhaled deeply. No, he absolutely couldn't antagonize Bai Xiaofan. That guy's aura was just too overwhelming. Ouyang Jing stood nearby, watching Bai Xiaofan with a look of pure curiosity. Who knows what she was thinking? Chapter 36, Entering the Venue. Lu Mei's mind was in utter turmoil. She was certain her daughter would be deceived by Bai Xiaofan. No, I absolutely cannot let this boy corrupt my daughter. I must make Yueya accept young Master Gua. At that moment, Lu Mei seemed to recall something and suddenly shouted loudly. Bai Xiaofan, you've offended young Master Tian, the second son of the Tian family, one of Central Plain's second-tier clans. You've crossed him, and young Master Tian won't let this go easily. If you stay with Yueya, won't you be dooming her? Hearing Lu Mei's words, Lu Sanjian stepped forward and shouted. Exactly. Bai Xiaofan, setting aside whether you're worthy of my sister, you'll never get past young Master Tian's approval. I'll be blunt, if you insist on this, I won't hesitate to inform young Master Tian of your whereabouts. What he'll do to you then, well, who knows? After all, Lu Yueya was his own sister, and Lu Sanjian didn't want her to be in danger. If he could secure a connection with Tian Shao, it would greatly benefit the future development of the Lu family. The only sacrifice? A nobody like Bai Xiaofan, no one would bat an eye if he vanished. Faced with Lu Mei and Lu Sanjian's pressure, Bai Xiaofan merely smiled faintly. You mentioned Tian Shao? If that brat dares to cause trouble again, I'll show him exactly why the flowers are so red. Then Bai Xiaofan pointed at Guoming. There. That's what awaits him. Guoming's head spun with frustration. This analogy, why does it feel like you're actually cursing me? Bai Xiaofan gave a cold chuckle, took Lu Yueya's hand, and started walking toward the venue. At that moment, Lu Mei couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed forward and wrenched their hands apart. Bai Xiaofan, mark my words, you penniless bum. I'd never in a million years hand my daughter over to you. You think you can marry my daughter? Look at yourself. You penniless bum, get lost. And you, Lu Yueya. If you dare keep associating with this scoundrel, I won't hesitate to poison myself to death. At that moment, Lu Mei resembled a raging lioness, her entire being bristling with fury. Bai Xiaofan watched Lu Mei's fury, then turned his gaze to Lu Yueya. Has your mother always been like this? Lu Yueya scratched his head and glanced around, noticing all eyes had turned to them. Lu Mei seemed to realize she'd lost control, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her face as she hurriedly took a few steps back. But her gaze remained fixed on Bai Xiaofan, as if he were about to do something. Lu Tianjin sighed. Alright, do you think this isn't embarrassing enough? Let's go inside. Let's head inside too. Guoming took Ouyang Jing's hand and walked toward the venue. Bai Xiaofan watched them, shrugged his shoulders, and followed behind them, preparing to enter. Why is that kid coming in too? Guoming's face clouded with confusion when he saw Bai Xiaofan follow. But Guoming quickly realized that Bai Xiaofan had deep connections with the Luo family. They must have let him in. But the Lu family members leading the way were unaware of this. Seeing Bai Xiaofan enter, they too looked surprised. Ha! What's this kid doing here? Lu Sanjian murmured in confusion. Lu Mei, upon seeing Bai Xiaofan enter, sneered coldly. Typical country bumpkin, never seen the world. Looks like he just wants to piggyback on our influence to get a taste of what high society is all about. Lu Mei's voice carried, and Bai Xiaofan naturally heard her words. But he paid her no mind, striding forward on his own. Just as Bai Xiaofan was lining up, Lu Mei suddenly called out to the security guard. Hey, security. Keep an eye out, that guy doesn't have an invitation. He's not allowed in. The guard at the entrance jumped at the outburst, then turned to Bai Xiaofan, extending an arm to block his path. Excuse me, sir. May I see your invitation? Bai Xiaofan pointed to a seat inside. My invitation is with Ho Changue. He should have already informed you. The person Bai Xiaofan referred to was none other than manager Ho Changue. At an event like this, Ho Changue would definitely be present. Previously, the boss and manager Ho Changue always came together, so this time, Bai Xiaofan had come with Ho Changue. It was just that Bai Xiaofan had spotted the Lu family members outside, so he let Ho Changue go in first. The security guard noticed Bai Xiaofan pointing at Ho Changue and recalled the instructions Ho had given him earlier. In that case, you go first. Before the security guard could finish, Lu Mei stormed over. Hey! What kind of security are you running here? How did this guy get in without an invitation? Ma'am, this gentleman is accompanying Mr. Ho Changue, the manager from Dao over there. Mr. Ho specifically instructed us to let any gentleman accompanying him enter. Ho Changue? Lu Mei spotted Ho Changue inside and let out a cold laugh. Then you must have made a mistake. This kid is just a broke loser. How could he possibly know the manager from Dao Lai? Besides, as far as I know, at past investment conferences, Dao Lai always came with the boss and manager Ho together. Look at this guy, how could he possibly be Dao Lai's boss? In my opinion, he just overheard Ho Changue and the Dao Lai boss talking and is trying to take advantage of the situation. Lu Mei's reasoning was sound. If Bai Xiaofan hadn't known he was Dao Lai's owner himself, he might have believed her. So why aren't you guys kicking this kid out already? He's just getting in our way. The security guard also doubted Bai Xiaofan could be the boss of Dao Lai and said, Sir, we sincerely apologize, but we must ask you to leave for now. Why should I leave? Shouldn't you at least ask if I can prove my identity? Prove my identity? Lu Mei sneered coldly. What identity do you need to prove? That you're some wild man from the mountains? Bai Xiaofan refused to stoop to Lu Mei's level and ignored her. But Lu Mei thought Bai Xiaofan was intimidated by her and persisted relentlessly. Speak up. Hey, you penniless bum. Thinking you could sneak into the investment conference? Do you really think someone like you belongs here? People like you belong where you're meant to be. Do you really think you're worthy of this high society? Get out of here before you ruin our mood. Get out. Security. Get this kid out of here now. Chapter 37, A Slap. Lu Mei's voice drew the attention of everyone present, with quite a few people gathering nearby to watch. Seeing so many eyes turn her way, Lu Mei's face flushed with smug satisfaction, as if saying, see if you dare cross me now. Bai Xiaofan felt a bit helpless. With a mother like this, he couldn't help but feel sorry for Lu Yueya. Sir, if you cannot prove yourself, then please leave this place. The security guard actually thought Lu Mei was being unreasonable, but he was just a security guard, so he didn't say anything. Then please call out Ho Changue. If you bring him out, he can testify for me. Put. Call out Manager Ho? Who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to ask him to come out? Lu Mei pursed her lips. Bai Xiaofan, let me tell you, you're like a stone in a latrine, stubborn and stinking. You ugly toad, thinking you could date my daughter? Put. Ugly as sin, yet your dreams are grand. Lu Mei stood at the entrance of the venue like a shrew, hurling insults at Bai Xiaofan. Mom! Lu Yueya tried to stop Lu Mei, but there was no holding her back now. What are you doing? Don't hold me back. I haven't finished telling you off yet. I've introduced you to so many outstanding young men, but you refused them all. Now you're with this penniless loser? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? At that point, Lu Yuya gave up on Lu Mei, content to let her make a fool of herself. Bai Xiaofan shook his head and turned to the security guard. Actually, I'll just call Ho Changue. He dialed Ho Changue's number, but Lu Mei scoffed at the gesture. Oh my, pretending to make a call? Let's see how long you can stall now. Security, if you don't throw this kid out, I'll go complain to the Luo family about your negligence. The security guard's face was etched with displeasure. Mainly, Lu Mei was acting like some country shrew. It was just too much. Everyone present was a big shot or came from a prominent family, either in Fancheng or beyond. Lu Mei's behavior was truly unbecoming. Who knew? Are all the women in Fancheng this feisty? She's got a real knight-errant spirit about her. Yeah, chivalrous spirit indeed. I wonder how comfortable her husband must be at home. How comfortable? How much more comfortable could it be? He must be living the high life. That's exactly what a shrew is like. Some nearby people continued to joke about it, while those from powerful factions didn't even care if the Lu family heard them. The Lu family members kept their distance from Lu Mei, afraid anyone might recognize them as being connected. What's going on? Second aunt wasn't like this before. Why is she acting so out of character today? Lu Sanjian's face clouded with confusion. This scene was turning rather unpleasant. Perhaps Bai Xiaofan had really gotten under her skin. Lu Shangxiang chuckled, "Oh my, this is quite amusing." Lu Shangxiang was likely the only person in the entire Lu family, aside from Lu Yuegua and Lu Tianzheng, who didn't look down on Bai Xiaofan. But while she didn't look down on him, she certainly wouldn't speak up for Bai Xiaofan either. After all, for her, mind your own business was her golden rule. On Bai Xiaofan's end, he dialed Ho Changui's number and explained the situation. Mr. Bai, I'm sorry, I just ate something that didn't agree with me. Could you hold on for a moment? I suppose I can wait. Bai Xiaofan glanced at Lu Mei, who looked like she could eat him alive. But you better hurry. I've got a lunatic here, and I don't want her hurting me. Hanging up, Ho Changui felt utterly helpless. He shouldn't have eaten that fruit earlier. Now look at this mess. After hanging up, Bai Xiaofan turned to the security guard. Ho Changui went to the bathroom. He'll be out soon. Oh, really? He went to the restroom? Why didn't you say so? He hasn't even shown up today. Security guard, you just believed what he said? You're letting him wait here like this? What are you even doing? Hurry up and throw this guy out. Seriously, just looking at him here is an eyesore. Hearing Lu Mei's words, the security guard frowned. Ma'am, this is an investment conference. Even if this gentleman lacks an invitation, we wouldn't be so rude as to throw him out. I don't know why your family acts so barbaric, but the Luo family certainly wouldn't. The security guard's words instantly set Lu Mei off. She pointed at him and shouted. Great! A penniless nobody dares to pick on me, and now you, a lowly security guard, dare to pick on me too. Just as she was about to continue her tirade, Lu Tianzheng hurriedly pulled her back. Shut your mouth. Lu Tianzheng slapped Lu Mei across the face. Don't you think we've embarrassed ourselves enough? After being slapped by Lu Tianzheng, Lu Mei stared at him in shock. Lu Tianzheng, how dare you hit me? You've never hit me before. You'd actually hit me over a security guard? Lu Tianzheng had reached his limit. His face was twisted with rage. Hit you? That's putting it mildly. What were you trying to do just now? Were you about to insult that security guard? That security guard represents the Luo family. Even a security guard represents the Luo family. What are you doing? I don't care if you cause trouble here, but don't go around unnecessarily bringing hatred upon the Lu family. Lu Mei, who had been slapped by Lu Tianzheng, had calmed down by now, though she still couldn't quite believe he'd actually hit her. Bai Xiaofan watched the scene unfold with a detached expression. Sometimes, being too easygoing only encourages others to push their luck. Other times, a single slap could silence someone no need for reason. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s burst out from the conference hall. My apologies, my apologies. I'm terribly late, terribly late. When the middle-aged man appeared, the entire Lu family gasped in shock. Ho Changui? Lu Mei screamed again upon recognizing the man. Ha! Hearing his name called, Ho Changui frowned and lifted his head to look toward the Lu family. But before Ho Changui could get a clear look, Bai Xiaofan's voice rang out. Did you bring the items? Bai Xiaofan said indifferently, if you have, hurry inside. If you linger here much longer, someone might start biting people. Bai Xiaofan glanced at Lu Mei and couldn't help but shake his head. A woman like that is simply not marriage material. Ho Changui nodded and promptly pulled an invitation from his bag, handing it to the security guard. Hello, this is our boss from Dao Lai, Bai Xiaofan. May we proceed now? Chapter 38, The Boss from Dao Lai. Ho Changui's words stunned everyone present. They all turned to Bai Xiaofan with expressions of surprise. Who was Ho Changui? He was the manager of Dao Lai. Few present didn't recognize him. But Bai Xiaofan? This obscure nobody? Who would have thought he was the boss of Dao Lai? In an instant, all eyes converged on Bai Xiaofan, filled with bewilderment, astonishment, and tension. After all, they had just mocked Bai Xiaofan moments ago, only for reality to slap them hard across the face. Lu Mei, still reeling from the shock, pushed past Lu Yueya's attempts to stop her and stepped forward. Manager Ho, you must be mistaken. This Bai Xiaofan is just a penniless nobody. How could he possibly be the owner of Dao Lai? Who are you? Ho Changgue frowned upon seeing Lu Mei. I'm Lu Mei, the matriarch of the Lu family. We discussed cooperation before, have you forgotten? Ho Changgue hummed in acknowledgement. The Lu family had indeed sought a partnership with Daolayakai, but Daolayakai hadn't deemed them worthy. After all, Daola's market value is beyond estimation. When Guoming acquired it, who knows how many connections he had to leverage. Even so, the financial cost was so staggering that Guoming still hasn't dared to return home. The Lu family. I vaguely recall them. What is it? Do you have some issue with Daolai's new owner? No, Manager Ho. He couldn't possibly be Daolai's owner. You're not joking, are you? Who do you think you are? Me, joking with you? Ho Changgue shot her a dismissive look. Do I look like I have time to waste? After Ho Changgue's sharp retort, Lu Mei wilted, standing frozen in place, utterly flustered. At that moment, all eyes were on Lu Mei. After all, she'd been the loudest instigator moments before. But now, as the surrounding stares fell upon her, every face bore only two words: mockery. Lu Mei felt her face burning fiercely. She didn't even know if she had the face to stay here anymore. Stunned, she took a step back and plopped down onto the ground, her eyes filled with panic. Mom! Lu Yueya approached Lu Mei and helped her up. Mom, are you okay? Lu Mei turned to look at Lu Yuya. Yuya, that kid, that penniless loser, how could he possibly be the boss from Dao? Mom, he really is the owner from Daolai. Lu Yuegua replied, Daolai was bought for him by young Master Gua. Lu Yuya looked at Guoming, and everyone from the Lu family turned their gaze toward Guoming standing nearby. Guoming awkwardly scratched his nose, then nodded in confirmation. You knew all along? Why didn't you tell me? Lu Mei shouted, why didn't you tell me any of this? Mom, I wanted to tell you, but you wouldn't listen at all. I couldn't even get a word in edgewise. How was I supposed to tell you? Lu Mei couldn't hear a word Lu Yuegua was saying. All she felt now was her face burning red. Young Master Gua, then why didn't you tell us? Lu Sanjian turned to look at Guoming. Me? Guoming sneered coldly, why should I tell you? Who wouldn't want to watch the show? With that, Guoming let Ouyang Jing into the venue, leaving the Lu family utterly humiliated and exposed as a laughingstock. This moment marked the Lu family's darkest hour, for Lu Mei had utterly disgraced them. Forget it. Lu Tianzhang sighed. Let's get inside quickly. I only hope everyone will forget about this soon. It's all that bastard Bai Xiaofan's fault. He deliberately humiliated me. That bastard, that bastard, that bastard. Who knows what Lu Mei was thinking? Now she's even choosing to blame Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan probably never imagined he'd be blamed by Lu Mei without lifting a finger. Bai Xiaofan. Lu Sanjian's eyes darkened. After entering the venue, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. On the other end, Tian Xiao, currently working out in a hotel gym, answered Lu Sanjian's call. Hello, young Master Tian. I'm at the investment conference in Fanchang and I've spotted Bai Xiaofan here. Oh? Is that confirmed? Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's name, Tian Xiao's movements intensified. Absolutely true. I even spoke with him. But, young Master Tian, you need to be careful. Bai Xiaofan isn't some penniless nobody anymore. He's the boss from our Fancheng Dao, and he probably has some influence behind him. Dao Lai? Tian Xiao sneered coldly, got it. Dala? I don't give a damn about Dala. After hanging up, Tian Xiao tapped the person in front of him. I've got other business to attend to shortly. You'd better hurry up. Upon entering the venue, Bai Xiaofan was also drawn in by the surrounding delicacies. A business conference hosted by the Luo family naturally featured the finest cuisine, even surpassing the fare at gatherings of lesser clans. Bai Xiaofan rubbed his bottomless pit of a stomach, chuckled, and began to eat heartily. The Lu family entered the venue and were immediately captivated by the scene before them. Hey, isn't that someone from the Ning family of Jiangnan? One Lu family member remarked, who would have thought the Nings would actually show up? Good heavens, the Nings are here. Whoever wins their favor would be. If only the Lu family could secure investment from the Nings, or get a piece of their pie. Lu Tianzhang sighed. He knew such a notion was utterly impossible. The Ning family's standards were far beyond what the Lu family could ever hope to meet. However, just as the Lu family members were about to find their seats, they noticed Bai Xiaofan devouring his food voraciously. Seeing this, one Lu family member sneered with disdain. After all, even a boss from Dao couldn't hide his country roots. If I didn't know this was an investment conference, I'd think we were having a village banquet. When Lu Sanjian spotted Bai Xiaofan, his eyes brimmed with contempt, and beneath that contempt lay a hint of ruthlessness. He never imagined Bai Xiaofan was the boss from Dao, a company whose market value alone surpassed the entire Lu family's fortune. He vividly recalled their earlier wager. Had he lost, he'd have to run naked through the streets shouting, I'm a rogue. This thought hardened Lu Sanjian's resolve. Since Bai Xiaofan's identity as Dao Ai's boss was now undeniable, he could only resort to desperate measures, using Tian Zhao's hands to eliminate Bai Xiaofan. With Bai Xiaofan dead, no one would ever know about their wager. Lu Sanjian snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. Heh, kid, eat up. This is your last supper. Chapter 39, The Investment Conference begins. Soon, the investment conference was about to begin. The various families who had been chatting nearby all took their seats. Bai Xiaofan sat beside Ho Changgui. He had little interest in such occasions, his gaze fixed on the stage. His gaze was fixed primarily on Luo Shui. Bai Xiaofan watched her, a dazed smile spreading across his face. Man, fourth senior sister still looks the best. No, wait, fourth senior sister looks better in a suit than fifth senior sister. Sitting beside Bai Xiaofan, Ho Changgui was taken aback by his remark. Boss, do you know Miss Luo? Of course I do. She's my fourth senior sister. Bai Xiaofan chuckled, I actually live at my fourth senior sister's place. This. Ho Changgui's jaw dropped, his face etched with utter disbelief. Indeed, no one could believe that Luo Shui was actually Bai Xiaofan's fourth senior sister, and Ho Changgui exhaled deeply in relief. Thankfully, he was observant enough not to offend this boss. A man who could call the Luo family brothers, and a man who lived in the Luo household because he was Luo Shui's junior disciple. Those two titles alone were enough to walk tall in Fanchang, let alone a simple Dao arrival. Boss, Dao Li's momentum this year remains exceptionally strong. We're confident we'll take top honors at this investment conference. If we can win the Ning family's favor and secure their investment, then. Ho Changgui concluded his report. Bai Xiaofan nodded in agreement, then glanced toward Lu Yuega standing nearby. If possible, I'd like to reserve a spot for someone I want to give it to. That's certainly possible, the spot is available, but it depends on whether the other investors are willing. Those unwilling can choose not to invest. Dao selects its investors, not the other way around. Bai Xiaofan's words carried an air of authority. Ho Changgui, seated nearby, felt an almost physical urge to spur him onward. The Lu family was now on edge, having submitted all documentation regarding their family businesses and investment amounts. Now they waited anxiously, wondering if any investor would choose their enterprise. Would any company find their investment amount appealing enough to choose them for funding? Soon, all eyes converged on the stage. A group of people walked onto the stage. At the forefront of this group stood the current patriarch of the Luo family, the local tyrant of Fancheng, Luo Tianxin. Behind Luo Tianxin were two outstanding members of the younger generation of the Luo family. Luo Xiang, the crown prince of Fancheng, and Luo Shui, the racing goddess. As the trio appeared, the eyes of both boys and girls in the venue fixated on Luo Shui and Luo Xiang. Luo Shui was as stunning as ever, truly deserving of her title as Fancheng's most beautiful woman. Indeed, Lu Yuega of the Lu family had once been her equal in beauty. Yet when their family backgrounds were compared, Lu Yuega fell short by a wide margin. This disparity cemented Luo Shui's status as Fancheng's most beautiful woman. True. But comparatively speaking, wouldn't Lu Yuegua be easier to pursue? She could be a perfectly acceptable second choice. Whenever beauties appeared together, comparisons inevitably arose, and Lu Yuegua and Luo Shui were no exception. People assume beauties are always at odds with each other, and they relish seeing that rivalry play out. Lu Yuegua paid no heed to the whispers around her. Who would quarrel with a senior sister as close as a sister? Besides, what does it matter who's prettier? Beauty can't put food on the table. In the end, isn't it all about having good judgment? Hey, look at Luo Xiang, doesn't she seem more vibrant than before? Her physique appears much stronger too. Seems so. That old Luo Xiang was so frail back then, what's going on? Has he turned over a new leaf? Probably because he's been having issues down there lately. No time for that sort of thing, I suppose. The crowd below the stage was surprisingly unanimous in their comments about Luo Xiang, and none of them were kind. And it was true. Luo Xiang's title as the crown prince of Fancheng wasn't earned through any real ability. It was purely because he leveraged the Luo family's influence in Fancheng to commit all sorts of misdeeds. People despised him and gave him that name. What does prince even mean? Doesn't a prince rely entirely on his father? He, Luo Xiang, was indeed feared, but wasn't that fear rooted in the fact that he was the son of Luo Tianxin? Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the annual investment conference hosted by the Luo family. We are honored to serve as the organizers and hope that all enterprises and investors present will find opportunities that align with your interests. Luo Tianxin raised his head and waved his arm. A large screen behind him displayed an image. This enterprise belongs to the Xie family of Fancheng. The Xie family is a. The Luo River began introducing the Xie family's background, carefully choosing flattering words to help them attract investment. After all, the Xie family is a minor clan. Without the Luo family's backing, few would take them seriously. Through Luo Shui's passionate pitch, one investor finally agreed to fund the venture. Seeing someone willing to invest, smiles spread across the faces of the Xie family members. As other families arrived, Bai Xiaofan rested his head on Ho Changgui's shoulder, yawning incessantly. Boss, this is your first time at an event like this. You'll get used to it over time. Old ho, just call me Xiao Bai or Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan said with a yawn. I don't really care what investments Dao Lai gets. Mainly, I'm just hungry. Ho Changgue pulled a chicken drumstick from his bag. Here, Xiaofan, I've got something else good here. At first, Ho Changgue was quite afraid of Bai Xiaofan because he didn't know what kind of temper he had. If he'd ended up with a boss who hated injustice with a passion, teaming up with someone like that would have led to constant conflict. After all, he was already at that age. If he quit Dao Lai now, he'd have nothing left. As someone accustomed to navigating the world with tact, Ho Changgue believed it was his role to adapt to the boss, not the other way around. But after interacting with him, Ho Changgue discovered that despite being the boss of Dao Lai, Bai Xiaofan was essentially just a child. Often, Ho Changgue felt as if Bai Xiaofan were his own son. The investment conference proceeded at a rapid pace, with over a dozen companies already concluding their investment pitches. Among them were not only companies that had successfully secured investment, but also many that had received none. It was a case of some rejoicing while others grieved. Amidst this tense atmosphere, it was soon time for the Liu family's enterprise to present. Chapter 40, All Eyes on Us. For this investment conference, the Liu family had essentially gone all in, submitting every single one of their enterprises. Their sole hope was that even one enterprise would be selected, allowing the Liu family to leverage that single venture to grow their business. For a family like the Lius, their foundation had always rested on just one enterprise. Although the Liu family owned numerous subsidiaries, most operated merely to maintain the status quo. Families like the Lius were far from rare, and the investment conference represented their best opportunity to elevate their clan's standing. Tension filled Liu Tianjin's eyes. This event determined the very survival of the Liu family. At the last conference, the Liu family failed to secure any investment, resulting in lackluster development throughout the entire previous year. No one wants to see their family destroyed by their own hands, and Liu Tianjin was no exception. As time ticked by, Liu Tianjin's heart was in his throat. Watching the stage where not a single investor was willing to raise their hand, Liu Tianjin felt like crying. Dawn. The tolling of the bell sent Liu Tianjin slumping into his seat, his face etched with despair. It's over. It's all over. The Liu family is finished. Liu Tianjin felt as if he were floating in a daze. The Liu family members watching this scene were stunned. Last year, they had plunged into a financial crisis precisely because they failed to secure investment. They had barely managed to hold on until this year, only to fail again in securing investment. What awaited them now was, what are we to do? Are we really going to have to sell the factory? Bitterness etched itself onto Liu Sanjian's face. Selling the factory seemed the only option. Was the Liu family truly finished? I refuse to accept this. I haven't enjoyed life yet. I haven't lived freely. I won't let it end like this. Everyone, don't worry. Liu Yueya said, don't we still have our investments? What if we manage to invest in a major corporation? Liu Yueya's words served only as self-comfort. After all, the odds of them investing in a major corporation were no better than Bai Xiaofan becoming the boss of Dao Lai within days. Soon, the corporate investment pitch concluded, and it seemed many companies had failed to secure funding. Next came the investors' selection of companies. These were the enterprises that had generated the highest net profits in Fancheng this year. As Luo Ziang introduced them, the companies appeared on the large screen in reverse order, starting with the 10th ranked enterprise. Observing Fancheng's enterprises, the Ning family members seated in the front row wore expressions of disappointment. They had hoped to find a company worthy of the Ning family's investment here, but alas. The Ning family shook their heads, a reaction that did not escape the notice of Luo Tianxin, who was watching from the stage. Luo Tianxin clenched his fist. If the Ning family were to invest in any of Fancheng's enterprises, it would be a tremendous boon for the city. But now, judging by Luo Tianxin's estimation, the Ning family would likely only invest in the Luo family's enterprise to save face. Xiaofan, it's almost our turn. Ho Changgue felt a surge of excitement as their ranking climbed higher and higher. If it was confirmed that his enterprise would enter the top 10, the later the announcement, the higher the ranking. Now that they were in the top 3, it meant that Dao's profit ranking would at least place among the top 3. Third place was Aolong Bei. Last year, Aolong Bei's net profit was. Hearing Aolong Bei's net profit, everyone present couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, or rather, genuine admiration. To have a major enterprise like Aolong Bei truly befitting the largest family in Fancheng. Ah, if only our Xie family's enterprises could ever match Aolong Bei's strength. Forget Aolong Bei just getting into the top 10? I'd gladly give up women for life if it meant we could achieve that. The Ning family lifted their eyelids to glance at Aolong Bei, considering raising their hand to give the Luo family some face. But Luo Tianxin shook his head at the Ning family. Ha? Does Luo Tianxin not want our Ning family's investment? When did the Luo family become so arrogant? The Ning family members sneered coldly, continuing to watch, eager to see what Luo Tianxin was up to. Luo Tianxin took the microphone and said, "Second place goes to Dao Lai, Fancheng's largest shopping mall." When the name Dao Lai was announced, everyone present gasped in astonishment. To them, it seemed utterly unbelievable that a shopping mall could generate such profits. Now, let's welcome the owner of Dao Lai, Mr. Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan? Who's that? Luo Tianshan's words left everyone present utterly bewildered. None of them had ever heard of Bai Xiaofan. Meanwhile, upon hearing Luo Tianshan declare Bai Xiaofan as the owner of Dao Lai, the Lu family's expressions darkened one by one. Had they known Bai Xiaofan was the owner of Dao Lai, they would never have treated him so poorly. After all, Dao Lai might just be a company, but its worth far exceeded the combined value of the entire Lu family. Lu Mei sat quietly nearby. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's name stirred another wave of resentment within her. It seemed to bring back the scene outside the conference hall. In that moment, it felt as though countless eyes were fixed upon her, each face twisted into a mocking grin. Amidst the puzzled stares of everyone present, Bai Xiaofan rose from his seat. Spotlights illuminated Bai Xiaofan, reflecting his handsome features. Wow, who is that? So handsome. I wonder which family's young master he is. Bai Xiaofan? Could it be the Bai family from the capital? But that can't be right, never heard of him. Maybe he's some illegitimate child the family raised outside the main household, someone unknown to the public. Whispers swirled around him, but Bai Xiaofan paid them no mind, striding directly onto the stage. Luo Tianshan made room for Bai Xiaofan, a smile spreading across his face. In truth, Mr. Bai Xiaofan wasn't just the owner of Dao, he was also a renowned physician. Everyone knows my mother suffered from chronic illness for years, and recently her condition had become almost beyond hope. It was then that Bai Xiaofan appeared. With his medical skills, he pulled my mother back from the brink of death. Luo Tianshan's words sent a ripple of astonishment through the audience. Everyone knew about the severity of Luo Tianshan's mother's illness. No treatment had worked, no matter where they sought help. Yet Bai Xiaofan had cured her. All eyes turned back to Bai Xiaofan, this time with an added layer of curiosity. A young man who was wealthy, handsome, and skilled in medicine who wouldn't admire him? Lu Yueya watched Bai Xiaofan on stage, pouting as if consumed by jealousy. She muttered under her breath. Ugh, really? With all these people staring at you, are you happy now? Chapter 41, Rising Fame. Bai Xiaofan stood on the stage, meeting the gazes of the crowd below without a trace of nervousness. He simply maintained a faint smile, as if this whole affair had nothing to do with him, as if it were of no consequence. Oh my! Just then, a voice rang out. Upon hearing it, Luo Shuwei and Luo Xiang immediately rose to their feet. They hurried to the back of the stage and slowly helped the elderly Mrs. Luo ascend. When those present saw the elderly Mrs. Luo, everyone believed Luo Tianshan's words. Many present had seen the old lady Luo before and knew her condition was dire. But now, seeing her, where was even a trace of that hopeless, helpless look? Grandmother Luo stepped onto the stage, smiling warmly at the crowd below. The people below were all her juniors, and each had received her kindness. Back when she was young, she truly had the heart of a bodhisattva, and not a single person spoke ill of her. Her reputation and standing in Fancheng were exceptionally high, and nearly everyone held her in the utmost respect. Some might harbor hostility toward the Luo family, but that animosity would never extend to the old lady herself. Grandma Luo walked over to Bai Xiaofan and took her hand in hers. I thought I only had a few days left, and it's a pity I won't see my granddaughter married off or my grandson find a wife. But who would have thought? It was Bai Xiaofan. It was Bai Xiaofan who healed me, granting me extra years to see my granddaughter and grandson. You are all my juniors. I would never deceive you. Bai Xiaofan, this child is truly remarkable. Earning the praise of old Madame Luo, everyone present now regarded Bai Xiaofan with a different kind of gaze. You must understand, old Madame Luo rarely praises anyone. The only time she ever did was to compliment Lu Yueya of the Lu family on her beauty. But this time, she had praised Bai Xiaofan. This signaled that old Madame Luo held Bai Xiaofan in exceptionally high regard. Watching this unfold from below the stage, every member of the Lu family looked as if they'd swallowed several pounds of. The thought that they had once looked down on Bai Xiaofan made them feel utterly ridiculous. With old Madame Luo backing Bai Xiaofan, it wasn't just that they looked down on him, it was uncertain whether Bai Xiaofan would even deign to acknowledge them. In truth, beyond Bai Xiaofan curing my mother, another matter had further strengthened our familial bond. Luo Tianshan's words once again piqued the curiosity of those around him, and all eyes turned to him. Luo Tianshan gave a mysterious smile and turned his gaze to Luo Shuwei, who stood to the side. Bai Xiaofan is the junior disciple of my daughter, Luo Shuwei. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment once more, many eyes shifting toward Lu Yueya. I recall Luo Shuwei had taken a master as her teacher before. After she emerged from seclusion, I recall there was also Lu Yueya from the Lu family. Her current accomplishments must be due to this as well. Who would have thought Bai Xiaofan was also that master's disciple? No wonder he's achieved so much. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Lu Yueya watched Luo Shuwei on the stage and offered a faint smile. That single smile captivated many present, stirring their thoughts. Since the head of the Luo family has already spoken thus, At that moment, a member of the Ning family seated below the stage spoke up. Then I shall invest in Dao. Not only to show respect to Lord Luo, but also to see what this young man is capable of. A satisfied smile spread across Luo Tianshan's face as he looked up at everyone below the stage. Our Luo family will also invest in Dao Lai. As Lord Luo Tian's words fell, countless hands shot up, eager to invest in Dao Lai. It must be understood that investment slots cannot be too numerous. If there are too many, profits become overly diluted. Ideally, only 3 slots should be available, but now the Luo and Ning families had already claimed 2. Uncle Luo, Bai Xiaofan suggested, how about I give the last spot to someone? That is your decision to make. I wonder, to whom will you offer the final slot? Bai Xiaofan glanced at Lu Yuegua below the stage, then smiled. I'll give it to Lu Yuegua of the Lu family, my 5th senior sister. Bai Xiaofan's words stunned the entire Lu family. They couldn't believe in their wildest dreams that Bai Xiaofan would actually give the last spot to them. Did I hear that correctly? Did Bai Xiaofan truly give the last spot to our Lu family? We looked down on him before. Never imagined it would turn out like this. Truly, we feel so ashamed. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that in the end, our Lu family would rely on Bai Xiaofan? Rely on Bai Xiaofan? It's entirely because of Yueya and Bai Xiaofan's relationship that he gave it to us. The Lu family members all flushed crimson, some unable to even meet Bai Xiaofan's gaze. Especially Lu Mei. The moment she recalled her words at the entrance of the venue, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. See? There isn't a single person here you can look down on. Lu Tianzheng snorted coldly. Lu Mei lowered her head even further at Lu Tianzheng's words. After this, you'd better properly apologize to Bai Xiaofan. Then this matter will be settled. Now, Lu Mei dared not utter a word, only nodding repeatedly. Among them, perhaps only Lu Sanjian's face was etched with bitter resentment. He seethed with hatred. Why did Bai Xiaofan have such good fortune? Why was Bai Xiaofan connected to the Luo family? He had once taken pride in his own achievements, even scheming to mock Bai Xiaofan. But now it seemed he was nothing but a fart in Bai Xiaofan's presence. You bastard, enjoy your moment. Soon enough, young Master Tian will be more than capable of killing you. Lu Sanjian's hatred for Bai Xiaofan knew no bounds, a hatred born from the deepest recesses of his wounded pride. Thus, all 3 investment slots from Dao were filled. Many who saw the announcement that the Lu family could secure 1 spot were green with envy. But under these circumstances, anyone who opposed the Lu family was effectively opposing Bai Xiaofan. To oppose Bai Xiaofan was to oppose the Luo family. And to oppose the Luo family? Ha! Who dared to oppose the Luo family? Bai Xiaofan stepped down from the stage and returned to Ho Changue's side. Ho Changue stared at Bai Xiaofan, equally bewildered. You're that skilled? You even cured old lady Luo's illness? That's nothing special. Modern doctors rely too heavily on their equipment. If the machines can't detect it, they assume it's untreatable. But really, the most basic pulse diagnosis in traditional Chinese medicine can tell you exactly what's going on. Though Bai Xiaofan spoke casually, Ho Changue knew this was no simple feat. Chapter 42, Stealing the Show. After the investment conference concluded, a grand banquet followed. This time, the Lu family's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turnaround. The Lu family members who had previously looked down on Bai Xiaofan were now all warm and friendly. They acted as if Bai Xiaofan were their long-lost father, practically ready to kneel before him. Even Meng Lan, who had once mocked Bai Xiaofan, now showered him with endless praise, spouting nothing but flattery. Bai Xiaofan remained silent throughout, meeting everyone with a steady smile. After a long while, Lu Mei approached Bai Xiaofan, her face tinged with awkwardness. Xiaofan. Auntie was a bit out of her mind earlier. Please don't hold it against me. Bai Xiaofan smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Auntie. You're the mother of my 5th senior sister. How could I possibly hold it against you? Bai Xiaofan's words were crystal clear. His goodwill toward the Lu family stemmed solely from his 5th senior sister. This time, Bai Xiaofan elevated Lu Yuegua's already high standing within the Lu family even further. In the past, Lu Yuegua relied on her own abilities, but she hadn't done much to help the family. Now, however, because of Lu Yueya, a family on the brink of bankruptcy had been restored to its feet. For this achievement alone, Lu Yuegua deserves to be recorded in the ancestral registry, and not just any mention, but one dedicated to her on a separate page. Oh my, just look at them. Xiaofan is such a fine young man. He and our Yueya make such a perfect pair. Xiaofan, what about Xiang? She's just as lovely as Yueya. Little Fan, can we hang out more often? You're so handsome. Bai Xiaofan felt that if he stayed here any longer, they'd devour him alive. Bai Xiaofan had truly witnessed the power of these distant relatives. They'd already started discussing where their future children would be born. Heh, you certainly stole the show today. My Lu family owes you a debt of gratitude. Lu Sanjian gave a cold chuckle. Though it sounded like praise, it felt more like mockery. Hearing Lu Sanjian's words, Bai Xiaofan's face twisted into a mischievous grin. Oh, isn't this Lu Sanjian? What's up? If you don't speak up, I'd almost forget you even exist. You! Lu Sanjian pointed at Bai Xiaofan, about to retort, but his father shot him a glare that silenced him. Oof. Thanks to you today, you can say whatever you want. I won't interfere. Bai Xiaofan just smiled. Is that so? Then have you forgotten about the bet between us? Lu Sanjian's face darkened. The thought of having to run naked made him want to die. Little junior brother. Lu Yueya interjected, my cousin was just joking with you. Let's just drop it. Alright then. Since my 5th senior sister says so, let's just drop this matter. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Lu Sanjian exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of relief. He looked at Bai Xiaofan, the hatred on his face barely concealed. Bro, what's up? Why do I feel like you're hiding something from me? Lu Xiangxiang inquired. Nothing. Anyway, in a little while, Bai Xiaofan would want to laugh, but he wouldn't be able to. Lu Sanjian glanced at the time. Tian Xiao should be arriving with reinforcements any minute now. Perhaps it was the Lu family's relentless pressure, but Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya felt that if they stayed any longer, they might as well choose their burial spot after death. So Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya hastily made an excuse and left the Lu family's table. Ha! I never expected your family to be quite so entertaining. Bai Xiaofan chuckled. Lu Yuegua looked at Bai Xiaofan and said, but you really didn't have to give that last name to our Lu family. Ah, I don't understand these things either, he replied, but I know that if it makes you happy, it makes me happy. A blush spread across Lu Yuegua's cheeks. Just then, a voice cut through the lingering tension. Hey, junior brother, 5th junior sister, what are you doing here? Luo Shuwei approached upon seeing Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya. Hey, 4th senior sister. Bai Xiaofan spotted Luo Shuwei and grinned as he approached her. Oh my, little junior brother, you've certainly made quite a splash today. Every big shot in Fancheng knows you now. Bai Xiaofan scratched his head. I have no idea what's going on. Honestly, I just came here to eat. Luo Shuwei was at a loss with this little junior brother, while Lu Yuya standing beside her couldn't help but giggle. What are you all chatting about here? Looking so cheerful? Just then, Ning Yunfan of the Ning family approached with a smile. Young Master Ning. Even Luo Shuwei had to be cautious around the Ning family. But Bai Xiaofan showed no such restraint. Spotting Ning Yunfan approaching, he addressed him directly. Hey, I remember you. You're that Ning guy sitting down there Ning, what was it again? I'll just call you old Ning. Ning Yunfan was left both amused and exasperated by Bai Xiaofan's remark, though he didn't take offense. Junior brother. Luo Shuwei tugged at Bai Xiaofan's sleeve. This is Ning Yunfan of the Ning family, young Master Ning. Exactly. So calling him old Ning isn't wrong, right? Bai Xiaofan chuckled. All right. Ning Yunfan waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter what you call me. A name is just a label. Seeing Ning Yunfan so approachable, Lu Yuya and Luo Shuwei both smiled. Ning Yunfan then turned to Lu Yueya. Miss Lu, we meet again. Mr. Ning, it's been several years since we last met, hasn't it? Indeed. I must thank you, Miss Lu. Without your help, my family's patriarch might truly have. Ha? What does that mean? Could it be that my 5th senior sister also practices medicine? Did she save someone too? Bai Xiaofan asked. Ha, not exactly. Actually, it was our family's elder who was possessed by an evil spirit. It was Miss Lu who saved him. Ning Yunfan didn't elaborate further after all, such matters weren't meant to be repeated. Bai Xiaofan looked at Lu Yueya and gave her a thumbs up. 5th senior sister, you've mastered Master's Taoist arts quite well. Lu Yueya stuck out her tongue. Pfft, just average. I'm just a simple yin-yang master. By the way, Mr. Bai, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with. Me? Bai Xiaofan scratched his head. What is it? I was actually hoping to go shopping with my senior sisters. Don't worry, it's actually simple. I just need you to. Just as Ning Yunfan was about to speak, his phone rang. Ning Yunfan could only apologize before answering the call. The matter on the other end seemed urgent, and Ning Yunfan left immediately. Chapter 43, The Arrogant Tian Xiao. After Ning Yunfan left, Bai Xiaofan and the other two continued their conversation. Hey, junior brother, you've crossed the Tian family. They won't let this slide. What? You offended the Tian family? Luo Shuwei frowned. You mean the Tian family, that second-rate power in the Central Plains? Lu Yueya nodded and recounted the incident with Tian Xiao. Upon hearing that Bai Xiaofan had struck Tian Xiao, Luo Shuwei's face lit up with pride. Well done. That's exactly how it should be handled. That kind of guy even I'd want to punch him. But now, Tian Xiao definitely won't let our junior brother off the hook. 4th senior sister, should we ask uncle about this? Luo Shuwei nodded, about to turn away, when commotion erupted at the entrance. Then came a loud thud as several Luo family security guards were flung through the door. Who dares disrupt the Fancheng investment conference? In an instant, all of the Luo family's guards rushed out. At the doorway, several figures slowly entered, each dressed in a black suit. Leading the group, a man strode in with a cup of milk tea in hand, sunglasses on, looking completely at ease. Whoa, what's with all the people today? The man casually picked a chair and sat down. Is that Tian Xiao? When Lu Yueya saw the visitor, a look of tension immediately flashed across her face. She could clearly sense that the men Tian Xiao had brought with him were exceptionally powerful. Who are you? How dare you barge into the investment conference? Luo Shui stepped forward, glaring at Tian Xiao as he shouted angrily. Oh? Tian Xiao chuckled. So there are still people who don't know this young master? Let me see who it is. When he saw Luo Shui, he paused in surprise, somewhat taken aback that the speaker was none other than her. What's going on? Lu Sanjian said it was just a small gathering. Why is someone from the Luo family here? Young master, I thought it was an investment conference. Young master, could you have misheard? Investment conference? Tian Xiao froze. How could he not know what an investment conference was? It was the most important conference in all of Fan City. He had actually barged right into the investment conference. This left Tian Xiao momentarily dazed. Trespassing into the investment conference, did that mean he was now facing the Luo family? The Luo family. Tian Xiao swallowed hard. He might look down on any other family in Fancheng, but there was one family he couldn't afford to disrespect. Even his own Tian family treated them with utmost courtesy. The Luo family wasn't just Fancheng's foremost clan even within the Jiangnan region, they were firmly established as a second-tier family. Their standing was nearly equal to the Tian families, and in many respects, the Luo family even surpassed the Tians. But now that things had come to this, if he simply walked away, what face would Tian Xiao have left to show in Fancheng? Tian Xiao suppressed his nerves, scanning the crowd in the hall before demanding coldly, "Where is that Bai Xiaofan?" Hearing Tian Xiao call out Bai Xiaofan's name, Luo Shui retorted, "What do you want with my junior disciple?" Your junior disciple? Tian Xiao froze for a moment before realizing that Luo Shui was also Lu Yueya's senior apprentice sister. That meant Bai Xiaofan was Luo Shui's junior apprentice brother too. The realization hit Tian Xiao like a punch to the gut. He hadn't expected Bai Xiaofan to have any connection to the Luo family. You must be Tian Xiao of the Tian family. Luo Shui's voice turned cold. This is my Fancheng investment conference. I won't tolerate your insolence. My apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt, she continued, but today, I must take Bai Xiaofan with me. The atmosphere instantly turned deathly silent. A figure beside Tian Xiao stepped forward, unleashing a violent aura. What? Even Luo Shui, who had seen it all, widened her eyes at the sheer power radiating from that figure. So powerful. Not far away, Guo Ming frowned, the Tian family's guard unit, has it surpassed my Guo family's? Today, if you don't hand over Bai Xiaofan, you can forget about holding your investment conference. With that, the figure moved, appearing directly among the Luo family guards and unleashing a punch. One guard blocked with both hands, yet was still sent flying by the single blow. What incredible strength! Witnessing this, those around them couldn't help but swallow hard, some finding it hard to believe. After all, the Luo family's guards were virtually unmatched in Fancheng, yet now they couldn't even withstand a single strike from Tian Xiao's men. Well done, Master Lei. Rest assured, after this matter is settled, you will be handsomely rewarded. A smile spread across Tian Xiao's face. Lei Ming, the Shurgang fist master he'd hired at great expense, was proving his worth. Lei Ming's single punch had utterly intimidated everyone present. Junior brother, there's a back door in this venue. Hurry and exit through it. Luo Shui approached Bai Xiaofan, intending to lead him away from the danger. But Bai Xiaofan didn't move. He just looked at Luo Shui with confusion. Fourth senior sister, why should I leave? That guy dared to cause trouble, shouldn't I teach him a lesson? Little junior brother, I know you're strong, but do you even know who that man was who just attacked? That man is sure Gengchuan Lei Ming. He once faced 100 men with just his fists and never flinched. Bai Xiaofan nodded as Luo Shui explained. Oh, so this guy's pretty formidable. Well, that just makes me more excited. Watch me, senior sister. As he spoke, Bai Xiaofan started to head out, but Luo Shui and Lu Yueya hurriedly stopped him. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxian stepped forward, glaring at Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao, by disrupting my investment conference like this, are you declaring war against all the families of Fancheng? Uncle Luo, I absolutely have no such intention. But today, I must take Bai Xiaofan away. Seeing Tian Xiao's insistence, Lord Luo frowned. Bai Xiaofan saved old lady Luo's life, so Luo Tianxian couldn't allow him to come to harm under any circumstances. But given the current situation, Tian Xiao would not relent unless Bai Xiaofan was handed over. Lord Luo snorted coldly, do you truly believe the Luo family has no other options? At these words, all the Luo family guards surrounding them stepped forward, each radiating their inner aura. Rest assured, second young master. Today, no one can stop you from doing what you must. With me here, let's see who dares to stand in your way. Lei Ming's words gave Tian Xiao immense confidence. Rising to his feet, Tian Xiao bellowed. Bai Xiaofan, get your ass out here. Stop hiding like a coward. Come out now. What, are you not a man? Do you need others to fight your battles? If you don't show your face today, I'll tear this Fancheng to shreds. Chapter 44, Beaten to a Pulp. With Lei Ming's intimidating presence, Luo Tianxin and his men dared not make any rash moves. Since it was merely an investment conference, Luo Tianxin hadn't brought any powerful bodyguards. Bastard. Luo Tianxin snorted coldly. Tian Xiao, it seems you truly intend to declare war on the Luo family. No, Uncle Luo, that's not my intention. But Master Lei might think otherwise. Lei Ming, standing at the front, chuckled darkly. Today, no one leaves unless you hand over that brat who offended the second young master. We won't hand over Bai Xiaofan. If you persist in this, I'll show you the might of the Luo family. Luo Tianxin had already relayed the news back to the Luo family, and their elite fighters were already on their way here. Tian Xiao knew he couldn't waste time with Luo Tianxin. Pointing at Luo Shuwei standing nearby, he shouted. Master Lei, that woman is Luo Shuwei, the Luo family's eldest daughter. She's Uncle Luo's pride and joy. Understood, second young master. Lei Ming chuckled darkly, his form surging toward Luo Shuwei. Protect the young miss. The Luo family guards shouted in unison, all rushing to shield Luo Shuwei. But they all underestimated Lei Ming's strength. With a single punch, he sent all the guards flying. So powerful. Luo Shuwei's expression darkened at the sight. She slightly parted her fingers, her eyes filled with grave concern. Yet just as Lei Ming was about to seize Luo Shuwei, a figure appeared before her. Looking for death. Lei Ming snorted coldly, clenched his fist, and unleashed a direct punch. The figure merely smiled faintly, then unexpectedly swung a fist of its own, meeting Lei Ming's punch blow for blow. Fist met fist. Unlike the other guards, the figure didn't retreat but stood his ground, matching Lei Ming blow for blow. As Lei Ming stared in shock, the figure uttered a light cry of break and sent Lei Ming flying backward. Landing on the ground, Lei Ming stared intently at the figure before him. Bai Xiaofan. You finally showed up. Upon recognizing the visitor, Tian Zhao's face twisted into a vicious expression. Bai Xiaofan, you won't walk out of here alive today. Any last words? Bai Xiaofan glanced at Tian Xiao, scratching his head. You've got some nerve, kid, don't you? Didn't you learn your lesson last time I beat you? You actually come looking for trouble on my big day. Seems you just can't get enough of a beating. At the mention of his previous beating, Tian Xiao flushed with embarrassment and cleared his throat hurriedly to cover his awkwardness. Hey, kid, don't talk nonsense. Humph. Today, with Master Lei here, let's see what kind of trouble you can stir up. With that, Tian Xiao turned to Lei Ming. Master Lei, that's Bai Xiaofan. As previously agreed, if you can kill him, just name your price any amount you desire. Heh, second young master, rest assured. Today, let me, Lei Ming, take care of your troubles for you. With Lei Ming's backing, Tian Xiao burst into laughter, his gaze toward Bai Xiaofan tinged with pity. Bai Xiaofan, you're as good as dead today. Of course, if you kneel and beg me, I wouldn't mind having Master Lei hurry things along. Bai Xiaofan regarded Tian Xiao impassively, his gaze as if watching a clown perform. Sigh, so I just don't understand why would you think such a worthless piece of trash could defeat me? Young upstart. I've built my reputation over decades. How dare you insult me like this? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. I'll show you what it means to respect your teachers and honor the way, and what it means not to be so arrogant. Lei Ming roared, charging violently toward Bai Xiaofan. Junior brother. Luo Shuwei saw Lei Ming charging and urgently warned Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly, extended his arm, clenched his fist, and struck out at Lei Ming in a sweeping circle. This punch carried the force of 1,000 pounds. When it struck Lei Ming's fist, a sharp crack echoed. Pain contorted Lei Ming's face as he stumbled backward several steps, collapsing onto the ground and howling in agony. What? The scene stunned everyone present. No one had anticipated such an outcome. They had heard of Lei Ming's reputation, a veteran powerhouse whose strength was undeniable. Yet after merely exchanging a single punch with Bai Xiaofan, his arm was shattered. This. What was going on? Why was Lei Ming's arm broken? Could it be that Lei Ming was all bark and no bite, just a paper tiger? That couldn't be right. Judging by his earlier moves, he was no paper tiger, his strength was formidable. It must be that Bai Xiaofan was simply too powerful. Who would have thought? Bai Xiaofan was a master healer, a promising young talent, and now this? His combat prowess was astonishing. In that moment, countless eyes turned to Bai Xiaofan, each person harboring their own hidden agenda. When they saw Bai Xiaofan defeat Lei Ming with a single punch, Tian Xiao was utterly stunned. How could this be? Tian Xiao swallowed hard, struggling to believe the scene before him. Lei Ming. What the hell is wrong with you? Did you hold back? Why aren't you killing him? Tian Xiao shouted. Sitting on the ground, Lei Ming's face twisted in agony. Young master, it's not that I held back. This kid is just too strong. I'm no match for him. What? Tian Xiao stared blankly at Bai Xiaofan, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. Bai Xiaofan took a step forward, walking toward Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao took a step back in fright, pointing at Bai Xiaofan and shouting, "Quick! You guys, attack him!" The surrounding guards drew their weapons and charged at Bai Xiaofan, but they were no match for him. Bai Xiaofan defeated them all with near effortless precision, dispatching each guard with a single move. Bai Xiaofan walked up to Tian Xiao, who was now frozen in terror. "You were so eager to find me you didn't just want me to beat you up again, did you?" Tian Xiao now wished he were dead. He even regretted ever provoking Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan raised his hand and slapped Tian Xiao across the face. "Aren't you such a big shot? Didn't you say no one leaves today?" Then Bai Xiaofan raised his hand again and struck Tian Xiao's face once more. "Second young master Tian? Sorry, but to me, your status doesn't even amount to a fart." Bai Xiaofan kept punching him as he spoke, slowly turning Tian Xiao's face into a swollen mess. Bai Xiaofan kicked Tian Xiao hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Tian Xiao tried to speak, but his mouth had essentially given up on talking. "Hitting you? You're dirtying my hands." Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. "Today was supposed to be a happy day, but you ruined my mood. Tell me, you bastard, isn't your crime unforgivable?" Chapter 45, Public Enemy of Men. Tian Xiao trembled all over under Bai Xiaofan's icy glare, a stench of urine wafting through the air. Just as Tian Xiao opened his mouth to speak, a sharp pain erupted across his face, making him wince and grimace. But Tian Xiao forced himself to endure the agony, clutching Bai Xiaofan's thigh as he wailed. Brother Fan, I was wrong. Brother Fan, please spare me. I'll never cross you again." "Spare you?" Bai Xiaofan gave a cold laugh. "Then tell me, why should I let you off?" Tian Xiao froze at Bai Xiaofan's words, realizing he truly had no grounds for leniency. Bai Xiaofan glanced around before speaking. "If you want me to let you off, it's not impossible." Bai Xiaofan crouched down, gazing at Tian Xiao, who had already wet himself in terror and flashed a pure, innocent smile. Yet behind that innocent smile lay layers of cunning and a hint of slyness. Brother Fan, tell me what to do. I'll do anything you ask, just let me off the hook." Bai Xiaofan chuckled. "Well, it's simple. What I can't stand is people looking down on me. So I need to build my own empire. But building an empire requires capital." "No problem, Brother Fan. How much do you need? 1 million? 5 million? I can give it to you. You think I'm begging? That's all you've got?" Bai Xiaofan grabbed Tian Xiao by the collar. Tian Xiao had assumed Bai Xiaofan was some hillbilly from the mountains, and 1 million would seem like an astronomical sum to him. But to his surprise, Bai Xiaofan looked down on that million. Tian Xiao swallowed hard, feeling a bit flustered. "Tian Xiao, my junior brother owns a shopping mall called Dao Lai. Its latest estimated market value is around 3 billion. 30 billion? Hearing that figure, Tian Xiao was stunned. Even as the second young master of the Tian family, he couldn't come up with 30 billion. Guo Ming's face twisted with resentment at the figure. His 20 billion had ultimately only served to line someone else's pockets. If only he'd known, he wouldn't have provoked Bai Xiaofan. He should have just acquired Daolao Mall outright. He could have netted a solid 10 billion yuan either way. Brother Fan, I don't have that kind of money. Could you give me some time? Of course. Bai Xiaofan chuckled, 1 day's grace, and I break one of your legs. 2 days, and it's an arm. How does that sound? If anyone else had said that, Tian Xiao might not have believed it. But Bai Xiaofan? That tiger of a man? He'd definitely do it. Tian Xiao swallowed hard. The thought of Bai Xiaofan dislocating his arm filled him with dread. He cried out urgently, Brother Fan, I'm sorry. I'll pay you back right now, right this instant." To Bai Xiaofan, Tian Xiao's offense was no different from Guo Ming's earlier transgression. Guo Ming had ambushed him right at the Luo family's doorstep, and his men had nearly injured Luo Shuai. Tian Xiao was no different. His men had nearly harmed his fourth senior sister. Only because he intervened in time was fourth senior sister unharmed. Had senior sister 4 been injured, he wouldn't have settled for 20 billion in compensation. He would have demanded Tian Xiao pay with his life. The conference hall fell into complete silence, all eyes fixed on Bai Xiaofan and Tian Xiao. It was hard to imagine that the second young master of a second-rate family from Central Plains could be so thoroughly beaten by Bai Xiaofan. From this day forward, Bai Xiaofan's name would surely echo throughout all of Fancheng. Lu Sanjian was utterly stunned. He had expected Tian Xiao to eliminate Bai Xiaofan right here. Instead, Bai Xiaofan had defeated Tian Xiao's men and even beaten Tian Xiao into a pig's head. That bastard, why is he so damn strong? Lu Sanjian clenched his fists, glaring at Bai Xiaofan with gritted teeth. Soon, Bai Xiaofan's account swelled by 30 billion. With that sum in hand, Tian Xiao wouldn't dare show his face back home. Who could have imagined that in this single moment, Bai Xiaofan's net worth had already surpassed that of most families in Fancheng? Bai Xiaofan glanced at the transaction notification on his phone and waved dismissively. "Get out of here before I change my mind." Tian Xiao hurriedly departed, surrounded by his entourage. After Tian Xiao was gone, Bai Xiaofan turned to the crowd behind him and gave a sly grin. Everyone, carry on. After Tian Xiao escaped the venue, he still felt like he'd narrowly escaped disaster. Bai Xiaofan, you bastard. Tian Xiao roared in fury, my 30 billion. My money. Even for the Tian family, coughing up 30 billion at once was a stretch. Tian Xiao had essentially drained the family's profits from several years. It was safe to say the Tian family wouldn't see any progress for the next decade. Any misstep could even lead to decline. Young master, we should leave this place immediately. If we return now, no matter what, even if the old master punishes you, a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Tian Xiao clenched his fists and glanced back at the investment conference venue. No way. After suffering such humiliation, I'm not going back. If I return now, my father will beat me to death. There's only one way now, kill Bai Xiaofan. Then the money will still be mine. But second young master, Bai Xiaofan is far too powerful.
Lei Ming clutched his arm, wincing in pain.
And my hand, it's still. Forget it. Let's go to the hospital first. We'll deal with Bai Xiaofan later. After Tian Xiao left, the attendees at the investment conference lost all interest. After exchanging a few words with old lady Luo, everyone chose to depart. As for Lu Yuegua, she was naturally ushered by the Lu family to stand beside Bai Xiaofan, with instructions to engage him in conversation. Who could have guessed that the one who initially looked down on Bai Xiaofan would be the one to? Standing beside Bai Xiaofan, Lu Yuya looked like a perfect match for him, making many feel they were a well-suited pair. Luo Shuwei also approached Bai Xiaofan. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan had successfully become the common enemy of all the men present. Senior sisters, how about we go shopping? Bai Xiaofan chuckled, anyway, hanging around here is boring. Luo Shuwei nodded. I need to pick up some racing gear anyway. Where's old 5? I can come too. Let's head out now. Just as the three were about to leave, Ning Yunfan, who had been called away by a phone call earlier, returned. Mr. Bai. Ning Yunfan's expression was grave, clearly indicating the matter was no trivial affair. I need your help with something. Upon completion, the Ning family will prepare 50 million as compensation. Bai Xiaofan and the others exchanged glances, hesitating to agree immediately. Bai Xiaofan asked curiously. I'm genuinely curious what could possibly be so important that the Ning family would spend 50 million to hire a nobody like me. Chapter 46, Ning Yunfan's Request. From Ning Yunfan's expression, Bai Xiaofan could tell this matter was no simple affair. This only deepened his curiosity. What could possibly be so difficult that even the Ning family couldn't handle it? Truth be told, this matter has been haunting our Ning family for quite some time. Ning Yunfan sighed, glanced around cautiously, and led Bai Xiaofan and the others to a secluded spot. Our Ning family has always enjoyed smooth sailing, yet for reasons unknown, our young mistress suddenly fell gravely ill not long ago. We consulted countless renowned physicians, yet none could cure her or even diagnose the illness. After the young lady fell ill, the Ning family's financial fortune also suffered. Several of our investments went bankrupt one after another. My journey to Fancheng was driven by the desperate need to find a way out for the Ning family. But seeing that you, Mr. Bai, were able to cure old lady Luo, I would like to request that you examine our young mistress. Bai Xiaofan exchanged glances with Luo Shuwei and Lu Yuya, realizing the gravity of the situation. It's possible, but this matter doesn't concern us, does it? Bai Xiaofan pondered for a moment before replying. Honestly, old Ning, do I look like I'm short on cash right now? Ning Yunfan's expression hardened, somewhat taken aback that Bai Xiaofan would refuse. After all, for most people, the chance to curry favor with the Ning family was something they'd kill for. But Bai Xiaofan had turned it down, leaving Ning Yunfan thoroughly perplexed. Upon reflection, though, Bai Xiaofan truly had little reason to accept. After all, this had little to do with him personally. The money offered by the Ning family held little allure for Bai Xiaofan. Money was now nothing more than a number to him. Moreover, what if Bai Xiaofan failed to cure the Ning family's eldest daughter? Wouldn't that ruin his reputation? But Ning Yunfan wasn't ready to give up just yet. He persisted in his plea. Mr. Bai, if you're willing to help my Ning family, we can fulfill any request you have. Bai Xiaofan glanced around before smiling. Well, it seems I don't really have any needs, do I? Disappointment washed over Ning Yunfan's face. It seemed Bai Xiaofan would not assist them. Mr. Bai, this concerns the life of our young mistress. I implore you, Mr. Bai, to save her life. Ning Yunfan bowed deeply before Bai Xiaofan. This scene startled Lu Yuya and Luo Shuwei. After all, the idea of the Ning family bowing to another family was something no one would believe if it got out. Bai Xiaofan looked at Ning Yunfan with a hint of helplessness, yet he still didn't readily agree. Seeing Bai Xiaofan still deliberating, Ning Yunfan turned his gaze to Luo Shuwei and Lu Yuya. Miss Lu, could you please help me? Persuade Mr. Bai? I truly have no other options. If she doesn't receive treatment soon, the young miss truly faces imminent danger. Everyone knew that Ning Yunfan wouldn't stoop to this level unless he had no other choice. As a member of the Ning family, Ning Yunfan had his pride. Yet the fact that he was now humbling himself to ask Bai Xiaofan for help was proof enough of the gravity of the situation. Lu Yueya tugged at Bai Xiaofan's sleeve. "Little junior brother, why don't you help them?" "Yes, little junior brother. Surely you can't bear to see a young girl suffer from illness like this." Seeing both senior sisters speaking on Ning Yunfan's behalf, Bai Xiaofan's face softened into a smile. "Since both of you have spoken up, it wouldn't be right for me to refuse, would it?" Ning Yunfan's face lit up with joy at Bai Xiaofan's words. He grabbed Bai Xiaofan's hand and exclaimed excitedly, "In that case, please come with me to the Ning residence right now." For some reason, Bai Xiaofan felt a bit awkward having her hand grabbed by a grown man. Soon, Bai Xiaofan, Luo Shui, and Lu Yueya were seated in Ning Yunfan's luxurious Bentley. Bai Xiaofan examined the car from top to bottom, her face brimming with curiosity. Noticing Bai Xiaofan's reaction, Ning Yunfan smiled and said, "Mr. Bai, if you like it, this Bentley is yours to keep." Bai Xiaofan waved his hand. "No thanks. I don't know how to drive yet, so it wouldn't be of any use to me." "Then I can provide you with a driver." Ning Yunfan said, "Whatever you need, I can provide." Bai Xiaofan lifted his head, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. "Then have my two senior sisters marry me." The next second, the Bentley erupted in a cacophony of wails and howls. Bai Xiaofan was likely getting his ass kicked. Jiangnan's Ning family resided in Joyo City, the largest metropolis in the Jiangnan region and its very heart. Nearly all business transactions pass through here, fueling its formidable economic growth. Bai Xiaofan and his companions gazed at the surrounding skyscrapers, their faces betraying astonishment. Even Luo Shui, despite being from the Luo family, a second-tier clan in Jiangnan, had never witnessed such a prosperous city. This was Joyo City, the nerve center of Jiangnan. The entire family hierarchy of Jiangnan was structured according to Joyo City's own tiers. First-tier powers were few in number, totaling only about 10 across the board. Second-tier factions, however, became more numerous. The Luo family, for instance, belonged to Jiangnan's second tier. Third and fourth-tier factions were countless, like the Lu family, a fourth-tier power in Jiangnan. So what about the Ning family? Bai Xiaofan inquired, "Is the Ning family a first-tier power?" Ning Yunfan shook his head. "The Ning family doesn't participate in rankings. If pressed, I'd say they're a special grade power." The Ning family's might is beyond dispute. It could be said that half the credit for Jiangnan's development rests with them. The Ning family was also a preeminent force in Jiangnan, a single clan capable of overwhelming all others beneath them. Soon, the three arrived at the Ning family estate. When Bai Xiaofan saw the estate where the Ning family resided, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Though Luo Shui and Lu Yueya had visited the Ning residence before, they couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur upon seeing it again. Truly worthy of being the foremost family in Jiangnan, a pinnacle our clans could never hope to reach in a lifetime. Luo Shui's admiration was genuine. Such grandeur had long since rendered her a mere spectator. "Gentlemen, please dismount." Only when their feet touched the ground did the three truly grasp the sheer scale of this colossal structure. Gazing upon the colossal structure, the trio felt human insignificance for the first time. This is how a true man should live. For some reason, Bai Xiaofan suddenly uttered these words. Then, led by Ning Yunfan, the three entered the Ning residence. Chapter 47, The Fake Doctor. The moment they stepped into the Ning residence, Bai Xiaofan was stunned by its gilded splendor. The furniture and furnishings, in particular, appeared to be quite old. This wasn't retro styling or deliberate vintage decoration, these were genuine antiques, casually displayed throughout the house. Ning Yunfan led Bai Xiaofan and the others to the Ning family's grand hall, the place where the Ning family received outsiders. Several Ning family members were present in the hall at that moment, and the one radiating the most imposing presence sat at the head of the seating arrangement. This man possessed a square, dignified face that exuded an air of solemn authority, a commanding presence without needing to raise his voice. Though approaching 50, his appearance belied his age. If he were to go out looking for a girlfriend, he'd likely attract quite a few women with a thing for older men. "Master." Ning Yunfan addressed the man, "I have brought back Mr. Bai Xiaofan." The middle-aged man rose to his feet, a faint smile touching his lips. "Mr. Bai, I am Ning Baijian, head of the Ning family." Just those few simple words made Bai Xiaofan feel a sense of pressure. This was the first time he had felt such pressure since descending the mountain. A hint of surprise flashed across Bai Xiaofan's face. But the surprise vanished quickly. He shook hands with Ning Baijian without showing any emotion. Seeing that Bai Xiaofan, meeting him for the first time, remained unaffected by his imposing presence, Ning Baijian was also somewhat surprised. Bai Xiaofan was likely the first person he'd ever met who remained unfazed by his presence. Ning Baijian then turned his gaze to the two figures behind Bai Xiaofan. "Niece Luo and little Yueya, I hadn't expected you two to be here as well." Luo Shui and Lu Yueya both bowed to Ning Baijian. "Xiaofan is our junior disciple, so we wanted to see if there was anything we could assist with." "I see. Then come with me." Ning Baijian spoke, leading Bai Xiaofan and the two girls toward the eldest Miss Ning's chambers. Outside the eldest Miss Ning's room, several people were already gathered. Dad! A man spotted Ning Baijian approaching and spoke up, Xiaoyu's condition isn't looking good. Hearing this, Ning Baijian frowned as well. He walked to the door and looked inside. Inside, the medical team was doing their utmost to examine and treat Ning Xiaoyu's illness, but all their efforts were in vain. Bai Xiaofan approached and peered into the room, his brow furrowing. Fifth senior sister. Bai Xiaofan called out, and Lu Yuya came to his side. Look over there. Bai Xiaofan pointed toward the room, and Lu Yuya turned her gaze inside. When Lu Yuya saw the state of the room, a look of surprise flashed across her face. Impossible. When I last visited the Ning family, I clearly eliminated them all. If I'm not mistaken, you only eliminated one of them. There are two. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya's murmurs caught the young man's attention. He turned around. Sis Yuya? What brings you here? And who is this? Brother Wenfeng, Ning Fengfan invited us. This is my junior disciple, Bai Xiaofan. Junior brother, this is Ning Wenfeng, the eldest son of the Ning family Ning Baijian, the head of the Ning clan. Hello. Bai Xiaofan smiled, and Ning Wenfeng calmly shook his hand. Shortly after, a man emerged from the room Ning Xiaoyu's attending physician. Mr. Ning, Miss Ning's condition is extremely critical. I've done everything I could, but there's nothing more I can do. How could this happen? Ning Baijian staggered back several steps. Had Ning Wenfeng not caught him, he would have collapsed. My daughter was only 18. Why? Why would the heavens be so cruel to do this to me? Even a tough man like Ning Baijian couldn't hold back his tears when faced with the possibility of losing his daughter. Ning Wenfeng felt the pain too, but he knew he couldn't break down now. The attending physician sighed helplessly. Life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven. Head of the Ning family, please take care of your health. If you were to collapse, the Ning family would be finished. For a moment, the entire Ning household was enveloped in profound grief. Yet at that very instant, a voice cut through the silence. What are you all doing there? There's still hope for this patient. Are you going to save him or not? The voice startled everyone, and all eyes turned toward the room. There stood Bai Xiaofan, one hand resting on Ning Xiaoyu's forehead, seemingly performing some unknown action. What are you doing? Who gave you permission to touch my sister? You're asking for it. Ning Wenfeng roared, and a man beside him lunged directly at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan paid the man no mind. As the man closed in, Bai Xiaofan casually swung his arm. The man's expression changed as he caught Bai Xiaofan's strike with both hands, only to be sent flying backward. After landing, the man was filled with shock, but without hesitation, he lunged forward again. At that moment, Ning Baijian roared. Everyone, stop right now. The man froze, unable to move. Ning Baijian stepped into the room and looked at Bai Xiaofan. Mr. Bai, do you have a way to cure my daughter? Bai Xiaofan nodded, of course there's a way. Fixing this should be simple, shouldn't it? Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, the previous attending physician immediately grew displeased. Hey, who are you? Are you here to steal my thunder? State your name. Me? My name is Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan stated. Bai Xiaofan? Never heard of him. The man scoffed disdainfully, I'm the disciple of Hua Baichao, one of the 3 great physicians of Longhua. Are you questioning my medical skills, kid? Hua Baichao? Bai Xiaofan pondered for a moment, never heard of him. Probably not much of a figure. What? You dare call my master insignificant? Stop right there, you brat. Zhang Hualing bellowed, barging into the room and shoving Bai Xiaofan aside. You brat! You've never even heard of my master? Where did this charlatan come from? Dr. Zhang, Mr. Bai is the renowned physician I invited. He cured old Lady Luo's illness. Mrs. Luo? Zhang Hualing froze. He knew about Mrs. Luo's illness. His master had examined her before but found no cure, only prescribing herbs to prolong her life. He never imagined she'd be cured by this man standing before him. Yet Zhang Hualing's face remained etched with disdain. Humph. Ning family head, regardless of how he saved her, would you really trust this fake doctor who doesn't even possess a medical license? Chapter 48, Possessed by Evil Spirits. Zhang Hualing's words caused Ning Baijian to fall into deep thought. Upon careful consideration, he realized she had a point. Father. Ning Wenfeng said, I too am reluctant to trust this Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, may I ask whether the medical practice you studied is traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine? Traditional Chinese medicine. Bai Xiaofan replied indifferently. Upon hearing it was Chinese medicine, Ning Wenfeng's face lit up with sudden understanding. Father, I can now confirm that this Mr. Bai is nothing but a complete charlatan. Ning Wenfeng's words caused everyone present to frown, while Zhang Hualing's face showed a look of agitation. Wenfeng, what makes you say that? I invited Mr. Bai specifically to treat Xiaoyu. Such accusations are rather unkind. Father, it's obvious. Setting aside his medical skills, his age alone makes it impossible for him to be very good. As far as I know, Chinese medicine relies on years of accumulated experience. Some begin studying from childhood and take 40 years to achieve mastery. Others study it their entire lives without ever achieving much. That's how demanding traditional Chinese medicine is. But this Mr. Bai? He looks barely 20. How could he possibly possess profound medical skill? Ning Wenfeng's words held undeniable logic, and Ning Baijian seemed on the verge of agreeing with her. Bai Xiaofan remained silent, offering no defense, merely watching the performance in quiet observation. Yes, young Master Ning is absolutely right. Mr. Ning, I suggest we drive this charlatan out of here. Zhang Hualing immediately chimed in. He'd long resented Bai Xiaofan, who'd gained untold respect and privilege as Hua Baicao's disciple. Yet Bai Xiaofan dared to put on airs even more than he did, something Zhang Hualing could never tolerate. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly, turning to Ning Baijian. Since the Ning family head refuses to believe me, I won't waste any more time here. With that, he turned to leave. But just then, Ning Yunfan rushed over. Mr. Bai, what's going on here? Ning Yunfan looked puzzled as Bai Xiaofan prepared to leave. Nothing. It's just that no one in your family trusts me, so there's no point in me staying here. Mr. Bai, please don't leave just yet. After calming Bai Xiaofan, Ning Yunfan turned to Ning Baijian and Ning Wenfeng. Father, young master, didn't Mr. Bai cure old lady Luo? Doesn't that prove his medical skill is exceptional? With the young lady in this state, even without treatment, as Dr. Zhang said, she has only days left to live. Then what are we waiting for? Treatment might not save her, but without it, she'll certainly die. What are you waiting for? Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. He had assumed Ning Yunfan held little influence within the Ning household. But now, seeing Ning Yunfan directly confront Ning Baijian and Ning Wenfeng, he was forced to reconsider his assessment. Ning Wenfeng and Ning Baijian fell silent after hearing Ning Yunfan's words. At that moment, Zhang Hualing spoke up. Mr. Yunfan, as Miss Ning's attending physician, I must take responsibility for her care. If this young man treats Miss Ning and something goes wrong, I will not bear the responsibility. Ning Yunfan glanced at Bai Xiaofan, then clenched his fist and shouted. I'll take responsibility. You? Ning Baijian frowned. Yunfan, are you serious? This responsibility is no small matter. Ning Yunfan nodded, his eyes flashing with resolve. Zhang Hualing, however, smiled. Had Ning Xiaoyu died, this incident would undoubtedly have become a stain on his professional career. But now someone was stepping forward to take the blame for him. Why would he refuse? If Mr. Yunfan is willing to take responsibility, I have no objection. Ning Wenfeng frowned. Yunfan, you're willing to take on such responsibility for a complete stranger? Ha? What exactly do they mean by taking responsibility? Bai Xiaofan approached Lu Yuegua and inquired. The responsibility lies with the death of the Ning family's eldest daughter. If Zhang Hualing had treated her, then Zhang Hualing would bear that responsibility. But after all, she's a doctor. Even if she took responsibility, it would at most be a stain on her career. But if Ning Yunfan takes it, once Ning Xiaoyu dies, Ning Yunfan becomes the prime culprit responsible for her death. What Ning Yunfan would face afterward if it were merely house arrest would likely be the mildest punishment. Bai Xiaofan suddenly understood, never imagining Ning Yunfan was bearing such immense risk. Ning Yunfan looked at Bai Xiaofan and nodded solemnly. Master, you've always taught me, trust those you employ, and employ those you trust. Since I've chosen to trust Mr. Bai, I must bear the consequences. Should Bai Xiaofan fail to cure the young mistress, I implore you and the eldest young master not to hold it against him. Ning Yunfan's willingness to shoulder responsibility truly stirred new feelings within Bai Xiaofan. This Ning Yunfan, truly a man of principle. Bai Xiaofan murmured to himself. After much deliberation, Ning Baijian finally nodded. Very well. Since Yunfan is willing to take responsibility for you, Mr. Bai, I leave this matter in your hands. Bai Xiaofan nodded, entered the room, then glanced at the people standing by the door. You three come in with me. Fifth senior sister, you come in too. Ning Wenfeng, Ning Yunfan, and Zhang Hualing entered with puzzled expressions. What's this about? Ning Wenfeng asked, do you need us watching while you treat someone? Ning family head, please prepare these items for me. The sooner, the better. Ning Baijian stared at the items Bai Xiaofan had asked him to gather, his mind instantly filled with confusion. The main issue was that none of these items had anything to do with treating illness. But since Bai Xiaofan had ordered them, there was no point questioning it. He promptly dispatched servants to gather everything. Before long, everything was ready. Bai Xiaofan then instructed the Ning household servants to remove all items from the room, leaving only a bed. Though the Ning family members were utterly baffled, they complied nonetheless. After everything was done, Bai Xiaofan closed the door. Inside the room now were only Ning Xiaoyu lying on the sickbed, along with Bai Xiaofan, Ning Wenfeng, Ning Yunfan, Zhang Hualing, and Lu Yueya. What exactly are you trying to do? I asked. Ning Wenfeng asked, does treating an illness really require all of us? Bai Xiaofan stood beside Ning Xiaoyu, gazing at her unconscious form with a solemn expression. He let out a deep sigh. Though Miss Ning is indeed ill. This is clearly a case of being possessed by an evil spirit. Chapter 49, Sealing the Evil Spirit. What? Possessed by an evil spirit? Mr. Bai, you're not joking with us, are you? Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, the three men present all wore expressions of utter bewilderment. See? I told you this guy's just a charlatan. Demonic spirits? Come on, we should believe in science now. Though Ning Wenfang and Ning Yunfan remained silent, they too found it hard to believe in such supernatural nonsense. Don't you people from the great families know about this? Bai Xiaofan asked in confusion, wasn't that also why my fifth senior sister? Ning Wenfeng shook his head. He didn't know why Lu Yueya had come. Back then, Ning Wenfeng wasn't involved in family affairs. It was only in recent years that Ning Wenfeng gradually took over the family's affairs. So while Ning Wenfeng had heard of Lu Yueya and knew she had greatly assisted the Ning family, he didn't know what exactly she had done, nor what difficulties the Ning family had faced back then. Back then, the Ning family had invited me because an evil spirit had taken root within their household. Lu Yueya explained, I studied under the nameless Taoist master, and my training focused on methods to dispel such malevolent forces. The Ning family had initially sought my master's assistance, but ultimately, my master recommended me. I recall exterminating the malevolent force that had been plaguing the Ning family back then. Little did I expect that another one still lurked here. It likely remained dormant for years, afraid of fifth senior sister, and thus caused no trouble. Now its power has grown immeasurably stronger than before, making it an extremely formidable foe. The reason it possessed Miss Ning is twofold. First, as a woman, her body possesses significantly less yang energy. Second, as the eldest daughter of the Ning family, her status is high enough to intimidate the entire clan. Bai Xiaofan gazed at Ning Xiaoyu lying on the bed. He picked up 4 candles, lit them, and handed one to each of Ning Yunfan and the other 3. Each of you take one and stand at the 4 corners of the room, forming a square barrier. Originally, I intended to find 4 young men, but upon reflection, Senior Sister Wu's exorcism method could also assist me. Though still somewhat skeptical, Ning Wenfeng and the others obeyed Bai Xiaofan's instructions and positioned themselves at the 4 corners. Bai Xiaofan picked up a peachwood sword, his other hand dipped into a bowl filled with chicken blood. After a moment, Bai Xiaofan took a piece of raw meat, held it to Ning Xiaoyu's lips, and slowly dripped the chicken blood onto it. Hey, that's chicken blood. If you don't handle it properly, you could catch bird flu. At that moment, Zhang Hualing inappropriately shouted out, only to be glared back at by Ning Wenfeng. As the chicken blood dripped into Ning Xiaoyu's mouth, wisps of black smoke began to drift out from her lips. What the hell is that? Zhang Hualing screamed, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Stay at your posts. Don't let the evil escape, or all our efforts will be for naught. Bai Xiaofan bellowed, snatching the raw meat away. Instantly, a pool of black blood spurted from Ning Xiaoyu's mouth. Remember, Ning Xiaoyu had been unconscious the entire time. She couldn't possibly have swallowed it on her own. The pool of black blood flowed over the raw meat, and soon, a dark shadow emerged upon it. Boy, this is between me and the Ning family. It's none of your business. If you don't want to die, back off. Put. A petty demon like you dares to harm others? If I don't scatter your soul today, I'd be a disgrace to my master's teachings. With that, Bai Xiaofan leapt forward, his peachwood sword slashing down to strike the evil spirit directly. To combat evil spirits, humanity has devised countless countermeasures. One such weapon was the peachwood sword. When it struck the imp, billowing black smoke immediately rose from its body. The demon let out a wretched scream, followed by a furious roar, and charged straight at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan drew a compass from his robe. The moment it appeared, black smoke billowed from the demon's body once more. Ah! Realizing this human was no easy foe, the demon immediately considered fleeing. But Bai Xiaofan wouldn't let it happen. The moment the demon tried to leave, Bai Xiaofan swung his sword down. A normal demonic entity couldn't withstand 2 strikes from a peachwood sword, yet this one endured both blows. Bai Xiaofan realized this demonic entity was powerful and must not be allowed to escape. Thinking it could just run away? Not so fast. Bai Xiaofan roared, unleashing several more sword chi strikes. The demon wasn't stupid. Knowing it couldn't directly confront Bai Xiaofan's sword energy, it could only keep dodging. Boy, this woman and I share the same origin. If I die, she will die too. What? Ning Wenfeng paled in shock, shouting, Mr. Bai, my sister must not come to harm. Rest assured. Even if it's just a minor demonic possession, or if she's barely clinging to life, I can still save her. With that, Bai Xiaofan thrust his sword through the demon's body, and it vanished instantly. It's over? Zhang Hualing and the others looked around, finding it hard to believe it was over so quickly. But just then, a hideously distorted face of the evil spirit materialized directly before Zhang Hualing. Ah! Zhang Hualing recoiled in terror, but there was only a wall behind her. Fortunately, the square formation of candles not only trapped the demonic entity but also shielded Zhang Hualing. The demonic presence didn't attack Zhang Hualing, but seeing it like this sent a chill down her spine. Go away! Go away! Mom, save me! Mom! Even a grown man like him couldn't help but cry out in terror when faced with such a demonic presence. Yet neither Ning Wenfeng nor Ning Yunfan mocked Zhang Hualing after all, they would have been scared out of their wits too. Xiao Baifan dipped his hand in chicken blood, rushed to Zhang Hualing's side, and grabbed the evil spirit. Get over here! Bai Xiaofan bellowed, slanting the demonic presence to the ground. Urgent as a command. For directions seal. Bai Xiaofan formed hand seals, causing the flames of the 4 surrounding candles to tremble violently. The demon sensed danger and struggled desperately, but all its efforts were futile. Bai Xiaofan pressed his hands to the ground as the surrounding 4 directions formation slowly coalesced. Boy, you aid the wicked. Sooner or later, I will emerge again. Well, too bad. If you want to escape my formation, you'll have to wait until the end of time. Bai Xiaofan smiled, refusing to waste words on the malevolent spirit. He fully closed the 4 directions formation. Amidst the demon's agonized screams, a cube-like object materialized in Bai Xiaofan's hand. And so, the evil spirit was sealed. Chapter 50, Little Wolf Dog. With the evil spirit sealed, Bai Xiaofan exhaled deeply, his face betraying visible exhaustion. Though the sealing process appeared simple, it had drained Bai Xiaofan of immense energy. Sitting on the ground, Bai Xiaofan gasped for breath. Lu Yueya approached and helped him to his feet. Bai Xiaofan approached Ning Xiaoyou's bedside, took out silver needles, and began acupuncture treatment. He loosened Ning Xiaoyou's clothing, exposing a large expanse of her skin. Hey, what are you doing? Ning Wenfeng witnessed the scene and cried out in surprise, but was immediately silenced by Ning Yunfan. A doctor's heart is compassionate. Mr. Bai must be doing this for medical reasons. Calm down, calm down. Even though she knew Bai Xiaofan was undoubtedly treating her, seeing her sister exposed before a man right in front of her. To be honest, Ning Wenfeng was furious, but he couldn't vent his anger at Bai Xiaofan just yet. Wait, Zhang Hualing, when you were treating my sister, did you also look at her? Zhang Hualing felt Ning Wenfeng's murderous glare, swallowed hard, and hurriedly explained. No, no. There are women in my team, they usually handle the examinations. Hearing Zhang Hualing's desperate plea for survival, Ning Wenfeng's mood improved somewhat. Alright, stop arguing. I'm about to perform acupuncture. Stand aside and watch carefully, don't interrupt me. Wait a minute. Zhang Hualing suddenly shouted, aren't you going to sterilize your silver needles or something? Bai Xiaofan turned his head, giving Zhang Hualing a look that seemed to say, what a loser. Your silver needles need sterilization? Is that what you learned from Hua Baichao? If so, you're really embarrassing your master. Bai Xiaofan's words made Zhang Hualing's face flush. She tried to retort, but Ning Wenfeng and Ning Yunfan immediately covered her mouth. Ignoring Zhang Hualing, Bai Xiaofan retrieved silver needles from his bag and began acupuncture treatment on Ning Xiaoyu. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Bai Xiaofan's hand movements grew increasingly swift. Soon, Bai Xiaofan completed the final step, slapping his palm against Ning Xiaoyu's chest. Ning Xiaoyu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Everyone knew this was the stagnant blood that had long been trapped within her body. Bai Xiaofan withdrew his hand, then tapped Ning Xiaoyu's chest twice more. Done. Just minor issues. After completing the final action, Bai Xiaofan clapped his hands and stood up with an air of ease. Seeing Bai Xiaofan finish the treatment, Ning Wenfeng hurried to Ning Xiaoyu's bedside. Mr. Bai, is my sister, is she okay now? Ning Wenfeng inquired. She's fine now. She'll wake up in a little while. Just make sure she avoids greasy foods for now, stick to light meals. In about a week, she can eat normally again. Hearing she would awaken soon, Ning Wenfeng's face lit up with emotion, nearly bringing her to tears. So it wasn't an illness after all. Zhang Hualing murmured, gazing at Ning Xiaoyu. Technically speaking, it is an illness. Bai Xiaofan explained, it's just not something ordinary doctors can cure. Your medical skills are decent, but they're all textbook knowledge unable to adapt, so they're extremely limited. You should try setting aside the textbooks. That's what a true doctor should do. Bai Xiaofan's words made Zhang Hualing nod in vague understanding, though it was unclear what thoughts were forming in his mind afterward. Senior sister, let's go outside. Bai Xiaofan approached Lu Yueya with a sly grin. But for some reason, the expression on Lu Yuegua's face as she looked at him seemed off. After the two stepped out of the room, Ning Baishan, who had been waiting outside, immediately approached as soon as the door opened. Mr. Bai, how is it? Is my daughter all right? Rest assured, Master Ning, Miss Ning is fine now. Bai Xiaofan said. That's wonderful. But I still don't know what exactly was my daughter's illness? Why were so many doctors at a loss? Ning Baishan's question caused Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya to pause, exchanging a glance. Then Lu Yuegua forced a bitter smile. Actually, Mr. Ning, it's the same reason I came last time. What? Ning Baishan frowned. I never imagined the sins my Ning family committed would lead to both my children. But rest assured, Lord Ning, such things will never happen again. Ning Baijian's face softened into a smile at Bai Xiaofan's words before hurrying into the house. Watching these people, Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya shook their heads before finding Luo Shui sitting off to the side. Fourth senior sister, did you miss us? Spotting Luo Shui, Bai Xiaofan immediately approached her. Luo Shui offered a faint smile and inquired. Judging by your expressions, the treatment must have been quite effective, right? Of course. Who do you think I am? Once I get involved, what problem can't be solved? Bai Xiaofan's words made both Luo Shui and Lu Yueya laugh. Right, wait here for a moment. I need to find someone. Lu Yuegua left in a hurry after saying this. Ha? Bai Xiaofan was filled with questions. Could it be that fifth senior sister has some acquaintance in the Ning family? I haven't heard anything about it. Maybe it's some boy she knew back then? Luo Shui grinned mischievously at Bai Xiaofan. Clearly, she was doing this on purpose. Bai Xiaofan puckered his lips, saying nothing. Luo Shui leaned closer to Bai Xiaofan, exposing his shoulder, and chuckled. Oh dear, little junior brother, don't get jealous. Maybe your fifth senior sister is just visiting her sisters. Bai Xiaofan shot Luo Shui a glare, then turned and shoved her flat onto the sofa. So, fourth senior sister, my fifth senior sister went off to find someone else. What about you? Who are you going to find? If this had been the old Luo Shui, she would have unleashed a lightning bolt the moment Bai Xiaofan pinned her down like this. But when it came to Bai Xiaofan, Luo Shui found herself strangely unable to muster any desire to fight back. Luo Shui looked at Bai Xiaofan, then smiled. Little junior brother, what's this? Now you want to be a little lapdog? Her tone dripped with a desire to be conquered, truly making one's desire hard to resist. A heavenly beauty like Luo Shui, if she truly set her mind on seducing someone, there'd be no one strong enough to resist. Fourth senior sister, if you keep this up, don't blame me for giving in. Though Bai Xiaofan said this, he still released Luo Shui. As the Jade Maiden Sutra teaches, to truly captivate a girl, one must never rush. You must peel away her heart layer by layer, like an onion. Only then would she truly belong to you, truly be conquered by you. Therefore, Bai Xiaofan licked his lips and thought to himself. Now then, fourth senior sister does have quite a sweet scent about her. Chapter 51, Farewell, Gu Yanyan. A few minutes later, Ning Xiaoyu regained consciousness from her unconscious state. When Ning Baijian and Ning Wenfeng saw their daughter-sister wake up, the doting father and brother were overjoyed. Quick, Xiaoyu. Thank Mr. Bai. If it weren't for him, who knows how long you'd have slept. Ning Xiaoyu approached Bai Xiaofan, looked at him, then turned to face Ning Baijian. Dad, are you sure he saved me? He looks like he might not even be older than me. You little one, how dare you speak like that? Ning Baijian shot Ning Xiaoyu a disapproving look. If it wasn't Mr. Bai, then who else could it be? That's right, Xiaoyu. I was there when Mr. Bai treated you. He's the one who healed you. Hearing Ning Wenfeng's words, Ning Xiaoyu had no reason to doubt that Bai Xiaofan had indeed healed her. Ning Xiaoyu bowed to Bai Xiaofan. Alright, since you cured me, thank you. Seeing Ning Xiaoyu's straightforward nature, Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected this child to be so unpretentious. But then again, with a sister-obsessed father and a daughter-obsessed mother, it would be strange if Ning Xiaoyu wasn't a little spoiled. Ning family head, the rest doesn't matter. Just give me the money you owe me now. Understood. Yunfan, transfer the funds to Mr. Bai's account immediately. Ning Baijian immediately ordered. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Just then, Lu Yueya walked in from outside. Sister Yueya? Spotting Lu Yueya, Ning Xiaoyu smiled and fluttered over to her. Sister Yueya, when did you arrive? Ning Xiaoyu chuckled, clearly on very good terms with Lu Yueya. I came with my junior brother. Lu Yueya remarked, judging by your condition, your body must have fully recovered. Ha! Ning Xiaoyu chuckled, then seemed to remember something. Junior disciple? Ning Xiaoyu turned to Bai Xiaofan. Sister Yueya, surely this Mr. Bai is your junior brother? That's right. This is my junior brother, Bai Xiaofan, and this is my fourth senior sister, Luo Shui. I never imagined you two were also Sister Yueya's senior and junior disciples. That makes us even closer kin, doesn't it? After exchanging a few more words with Lu Yueya, Ning Xiaoyu invited her to stay for a meal, but Lu Yueya politely declined. After leaving the Ning residence, Bai Xiaofan smiled and said, Hey, fifth senior sister, why not stay for a meal? Stay for dinner? Yueya grabbed Xiaofan's waist. Didn't you just say Ning Xiaoyu had nice hands? Ha! She does have nice hands, right? After a bout of playful banter, Bai Xiaofan and the others returned to Fancheng, where life settled back into tranquility. Bai Xiaofan practiced driving daily with Luo Shui, and over time his skills grew remarkably proficient. The thing was, Luo Shui mostly taught him racing techniques not exactly suited for city driving. One day, Bai Xiaofan was walking down the street, thinking about visiting Dao. As he walked along, a cry rang out nearby, followed by a young girl bursting through the crowd. The girl was so focused on running forward that she collided directly with Bai Xiaofan. Ouch! Bai Xiaofan clutched his stomach as he scrambled to his feet. Ha! Seeing the girl before him, Bai Xiaofan's face lit up with surprise and delight. Gu Yanyan? Hearing someone call her name, Gu Yanyan opened her eyes and saw the man before her. She felt a moment of unfamiliarity at the sight of him, but quickly recognized his face. You're Bai Xiaofan? Gu Yanyan pointed at Bai Xiaofan, her mouth agape in surprise. You? Oh my, Bai Xiaofan. Never would have guessed. Put some clothes on, and you actually look the part. That's a bit ambiguous, isn't it? Have you seen me without clothes before? Bai Xiaofan helped Gu Yanyan to her feet. Just as she was about to speak, a commotion erupted behind them. Oh no, they're here. Gu Yanyan immediately hid behind Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan stared blankly ahead, watching as three burly men pushed through the crowd and charged toward them. Spotting Gu Yanyan sheltered behind Bai Xiaofan, the three men visibly relaxed. They walked over, intending to take her away. Hey! Bai Xiaofan grabbed a burly man's wrist. Hey buddy, you're taking this a bit too far. I'm right here, you know. Ha! The burly man didn't even acknowledge Bai Xiaofan, shoving him aside without a second thought. Damn it, who the hell do you think you are, getting in our business? Get lost, or I'll cripple you later. The burly man figured this shove would at least send the scrawny-looking Bai Xiaofan tumbling. But Bai Xiaofan didn't budge an inch. Instead, the man was pushed back several steps by the recoil. Ha! A look of astonishment flashed across the burly man's face, disbelief written across his features. You've trained, haven't you? The big guy glared at Bai Xiaofan, snorting coldly as he clenched his fists. Well, that makes things easier. Just what I needed. Come on, kid, spar with me. With that, the big man swung a punch. Bai Xiaofan merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly dodging the blow. Xiaofan, be careful. There are no pushovers. Each one can take on 4 or 5 men. Bai Xiaofan nodded. One man taking on 4 or 5 was no different from facing an ordinary person in his eyes. 10 might seem big compared to 1, but compared to 100 million, 10 is still nothing. Take on 4 or 5? Looks like they've underestimated me. I'll take on 10. The burly man roared, unleashing a torrent of fists toward Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan merely extended a single finger and effortlessly caught every single one of those fists. Yawning, Bai Xiaofan looked at the giant. Is that all you've got? Or should I make you work a little harder? Provoked by Bai Xiaofan's taunt, the giant's fists flew even faster and harder. Yet he still couldn't break through Bai Xiaofan's defense, or rather, it was exactly the same as before. Perhaps growing bored, Bai Xiaofan reached out, seized the man's wrist, and countered with a punch. The punch landed squarely in the big man's gut. His face twisted in pain as he stumbled backward several steps. He tried to regain his footing, but the moment he tensed, his bones felt as if they were about to shatter. This bastard. Gritting his teeth, the big man tried to stand but found himself unable to rise. No way, Gangzi, don't tell me you can't take this? The other 2 thugs nearby saw Gangzi in such a sorry state and burst out laughing. What the hell are you laughing at? If you're so tough, why don't you take him on yourselves? Let's see how good you really are. Chapter 52, A Day of Servitude. Hearing Gangzi's words, the other 2 thugs smirked, flexed their arms, and walked over. Put. You don't believe you're weak? Today we'll show you what real strength looks like. One of the men stepped in front of Bai Xiaofan, grinning. Kid, figured out how you're gonna die yet? Bai Xiaofan stared at the man without speaking, merely beckoning him closer with a flick of his finger. The thug snorted coldly and unleashed a punch, one powerful enough to knock out a pig. But Bai Xiaofan didn't give the burly man a second thought. He extended his hand, caught the punch, spun around, and tossed the man like a ragdoll. The burly man crashed to the ground, sprawled out flat on his back. Clutching his body, he let out a wretched howl of pain. Ha! I told you not to show off, but you had to. Serves you right. Karma's A. Gangzi burst into laughter at the sight, while the fallen thug felt utterly humiliated. Another burly man, witnessing this, burned with rage. He grabbed Bai Xiaofan's shoulders, intending to throw him away. Bai Xiaofan countered with a swift grab, locking the burly man's entire arm in a vice-like hold, rendering him completely immobilized. Bai Xiaofan delivered a punch straight to the man's chest. The blow sent blood spurting from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. After dealing with the 3 of them, Bai Xiaofan pulled Gu Yanyan up. Alright, where are you headed? I'll take you home. Gu Yanyan thought for a moment. I don't want to go back yet. Besides, we haven't seen each other in so long. Are you really in such a rush to send me off? Bai Xiaofan gave a helpless smile. Fine. Since it's been so long, I'll treat you to dinner. Saying this, Bai Xiaofan led Gu Yanyan to Dao Lai. Hey, why do all these people bow to you? Gu Yanyan felt puzzled watching the surrounding crowd's actions. Nothing much. Bai Xiaofan smiled, then led Gu Yanyan into a restaurant. Dao Lai's restaurants were in no way inferior to any star-rated establishments outside, offering even more variety and selection. Bai Xiaofan ordered a table full of dishes. As the food arrived, Gu Yanyan stared blankly at him. Seriously, where did you even get all this money? We haven't seen each other in just a little while, but how come you seem so rich now? Bai Xiaofan laughed heartily. Nothing much. Just that people keep giving me money, and it'd be rude to refuse. People actually give you money? Gu Yanyan looked utterly skeptical, ignoring Bai Xiaofan as she dug into her food. Watching Gu Yanyan wolf down her food, Bai Xiaofan knew she hadn't been doing well lately. What's been going on? Didn't you say something happened at home? And who were those 3 people earlier? Once Gu Yanyan had eaten her fill, Bai Xiaofan asked. Gu Yanyan took a sip of her drink and shook her head. It's nothing really. My family wants to set me up with someone, but I refuse. That's why I ran away. Those 3 people you saw? They were sent by my family to catch me. Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. You're so beautiful, why do you need blind dates? Aren't there plenty of people who like you? I love hearing that. Gu Yanyan burst out laughing. Too bad my family insists they've picked the best options. But they forget to ask if I like him. If I don't like him, what good is his excellence? Bai Xiaofan nodded. True, in matters like this, you have to like the person yourself. Otherwise. So what are you going to do now? Keep butting heads with your family? Bai Xiaofan asked. Aren't your parents worried about you? Nah, it'll blow over. Once this period passes, they won't bother me anymore. But hey, now that you're so powerful, you can't just not help me. Me? Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. How can I help you? I told you my heart belongs to my senior sister. Shut up. I just need you to find me a place to stay. Or, if you don't mind, you could be my boyfriend. For some reason, the moment he heard the words pretend boyfriend, Bai Xiaofan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Bai Xiaofan rubbed his forehead inside. I never would have guessed, you guys, how could you all? We? Gu Yanyan looked at Bai Xiaofan with pure confusion. Who else could it be besides me? Nothing. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. Well, you can just stay in the apartment Dao came from. I'll get you a nice room. You can stay here for now. Call me if you need anything. With that, Bai Xiaofan prepared to leave. He still had to meet Luo Shuwei for driving practice later. But just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. Ha? Wait, sis, we're right across the street. Why are you calling me? Gu Yanyan looked at Bai Xiaofan with a smile. I don't care. You're not going anywhere these next few days. You're staying right here with me. Bai Xiaofan looked at Gu Yanyan with utter resignation. Missy, are you some kind of divine punishment sent down from heaven? I've got things to do today. I don't care what you have to do. You're staying with me today. Otherwise, I'll keep calling you. Bai Xiaofan was thoroughly subdued by Gu Yanyan. With no other choice, he sat back down in his seat. For the rest of the day, Bai Xiaofan stayed with Gu Yanyan, not even going to Luo Shuwei's place. Fortunately, Luo Shuwei was usually quite busy. Since Bai Xiaofan wasn't seeking her out, she stayed at the driving school practicing. Come to think of it, 4th senior sister was also competing soon. Wonder what place she'd end up in. When Bai Xiaofan snapped back to reality, he caught Gu Yanyan glaring at him with pure fury. Were you just thinking about someone else? No. Bai Xiaofan's face darkened, feeling as if he'd been caught red-handed. Gu Yanyan gave a soft snort and hooked her arm through his. Hey, when you're with me, you should think about me more. Even if you think about someone else, they won't come over, right? Bai Xiaofan was absolutely certain, if he had a natural enemy, it would undoubtedly be Gu Yanyan. For the rest of the day, Bai Xiaofan was relentlessly tormented by Gu Yanyan, reduced to her personal errand boy. Finally, after a full day of shopping, they returned to the room. Bai Xiaofan collapsed onto the bed. I'm done. How can you still have so much energy? Watching Gu Yanyan beside him, full of life and energy, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but admire her. Master S. Jade Maiden Sutra was spot on. A woman's stamina is limitless when shopping. This isn't just limitless, it's infinite. Chapter 53, Something's off with Gu Yanyan. Just as Bai Xiaofan lay there, Gu Yanyan suddenly straddled him. Holy crap, what are you doing? Bai Xiaofan's expression hardened. This was the first time he'd been this close to a girl. Feeling Gu Yanyan's weight, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a surge of youthful vigor. Gu Yanyan gazed at Bai Xiaofan, her eyes growing hazy as she slowly lowered herself onto him. Xiaofan. Gu Yanyan slowly crawled to Bai Xiaofan's ear and blew a soft breath. Bai Xiaofan's body felt like it had been electrified. He swallowed hard, his face betraying a hint of nervousness. Yan. I mean, maybe we should go get something to eat? Right? You must be exhausted. No. Gu Yanyan's voice grew soft and gentle, her entire body relaxing completely. Xiaofan, don't you think I'm beautiful? You're beautiful. Am I not good enough for you? It's fine. Gu Yanyan grabbed Bai Xiaofan by the collar and pulled him up. If I'm beautiful and worthy of you, then what are you waiting for? Don't you like me? This? Bai Xiaofan swallowed hard. It's not that I don't like you, it's just, I know you have your senior sister. I never said I'd cling to you. Besides, she doesn't know about this anyway. As she spoke, Gu Yanyan began to sway her body. Feeling her movements, Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of desire.
Seeing his reaction, Gu Yanyan wrapped her arms around him. Heh, never would have guessed you're such a pure-hearted lover.
Don't be scared, this is my first time too. We'll take it slow. With that, Gu Yanyan bit down on Bai Xiaofan's neck, drawing an involuntary gasp from him. Wait, Gu Yanyan, what are you doing? Bai Xiaofan frowned, trying to push her away.
But the moment he moved, his hand seemed to land in a rather inappropriate spot.
You! Gu Yanyan instinctively tried to dodge, but her body froze mid-motion.
Moments later, she pressed herself against Bai Xiaofan instead, her face still wearing that tempting expression.
Why the rush? Don't be impatient. Come, let's take it slow.
As she spoke, Gu Yanyan slipped off her top, revealing her fair, supple skin. It was the first time Bai Xiaofan had ever seen a woman like this.
He had to admit, Gu Yanyan was far more attractive than those rural women. Bai Xiaofan licked his lips.
For some reason, he found himself growing excited. Shaking his head, Bai Xiaofan recalled a line from the Jade Maiden's Heart Sutra. If a woman is overly proactive with you, she must need your help with something. However, just as Bai Xiaofan was pondering this, Gu Yanyan lunged at him again, this time trying to undress him. Mainly, Bai Xiaofan was afraid of hurting Gu Yanyan, so he hadn't resisted too much.
Gu Yanyan, what's going on with you? Whatever it is, we can sit down and talk it out calmly. What's there to talk about? Fine, Bai Xiaofan, no more words. This is my answer. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan frowned.
Ignoring Gu Yanyan's struggles, he scooped her up in his arms.
All right. Bai Xiaofan placed Gu Yanyan on the bed, a look of helplessness spreading across his face.
Seeing him like this, Gu Yanyan grew defiant and threw herself onto Bai Xiaofan's chest.
Why are you rejecting me? Bai Xiaofan? Why are you rejecting me? I'm so beautiful, why are you doing this? As she spoke, she began kissing Bai Xiaofan's earlobe and neck. This sent tingles through Bai Xiaofan's entire body.
If not for his strong self-control, he might have.
This kid must be messed up. No, I can't let her keep going like this.
With that thought, Bai Xiaofan shoved Gu Yanyan away, then pinned her down on the bed.
Gu Yanyan, you're playing with fire. Fine, I'll show you the consequences of that.
With that, Bai Xiaofan stripped off his clothes, revealing his solid muscles, and plunged directly onto Gu Yanyan.
Feeling Bai Xiaofan's presence, Gu Yanyan lay on the bed, a single tear slipping from her eye. Ah, Xiaofan. Giving myself to you is far better than giving myself to that bastard. Xiaofan, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Rest assured, I'll do everything I can to protect you.
Xiaofan, consider my first time as compensation to you. I hope you can forgive me.
Yet just as Gu Yanyan thought Bai Xiaofan would go further, he suddenly stopped.
He sat beside her, gazing at Gu Yanyan as he gently wiped the tear from her eye.
Alright, I knew something was bothering you. Whatever it is, just tell me. We're friends, right? Friends helping each other out, isn't that what it's all about? Why resort to something like this?
It's only because this handsome guy here wouldn't take advantage of someone in distress.
Otherwise, you'd really have to watch out.
Bai Xiaofan's words only made Gu Yanyan feel worse, and she burst into tears. Watching her sobbing, Bai Xiaofan helped her up and gently embraced her. As the Jade Maiden's Heart Sutra teaches, when a woman cries, she is at her most vulnerable. She must be cherished all the more. Gu Yanyan wept for a long time, and Bai Xiaofan simply let her cry against his shoulder. By the end, Gu Yanyan had no tears left, only trembling uncontrollably.
I knew it.
Beneath that strong exterior, there's always a fragile heart, silly girl. Bai Xiaofan stroked her head.
Gu Yanyan lifted her gaze to meet his.
Just as she lifted her head, a long, thick snot bridge formed from her nose, stretching all the way to Bai Xiaofan's shoulder. Bai Xiaofan stared at the long snot trail, his eyes brimming with disgust.
Wait, sorry. Gu Yanyan was about to say something else when she suddenly burst out laughing.
Bai Xiaofan helplessly pulled out a tissue to wipe his shoulder, then handed the tissue to Gu Yanyan.
Bai Xiaofan stared at his shoulder.
If it weren't his own flesh, he'd seriously consider tossing that shoulder away.
But seeing Gu Yanyan like this, Bai Xiaofan could only sigh helplessly. Getting angry at this girl probably wouldn't accomplish anything. He might as well just throw his shoulder away. Perhaps Gu Yanyan really was his nemesis from a past life. Alright, tell me what happened. Gu Yanyan bit her lip lightly before finally recounting the events. Chapter 54, A Daily Dose of Small Barbecue. Gu Yanyan's family was fairly well off, with several profitable businesses.
Her parents doted on her endlessly, which shaped her lively personality.
But as luck would have it, Gu Yanyan's aunt was involved in Fanqing's underground underworld.
It was well known that those involved in such underground activities lived dangerous lives, constantly on the edge of death. Once entangled with such groups, extricating oneself proved exceedingly difficult. Trouble would follow one after another. Fortunately, the Gu family rarely had formal dealings with her aunt, so they avoided major dangers.
But if you walk along the road often, how can you avoid getting your shoes wet? Danger doesn't choose its timing, it's always lurking everywhere. The underground factions of Fancheng and Daocheng have always been like oil and water. The main reason is that they've been locked in a territorial dispute, frequently erupting into large-scale clashes. This time, however, the Daocheng faction proposed a fairer method to resolve the issue. Each faction would send 3 representatives to compete in a tournament-style battle. Fancheng's underground faction, naturally unafraid, was preparing in full force. Unexpectedly, however, 2 of the 3 selected contestants were assassinated. The third representative narrowly escaped death only because he stopped to relieve himself while driving. Everyone knew this was deliberate sabotage, yet Fancheng's underground faction could only swallow their humiliation. Just as they were at a loss, the underground faction of another city, Xiangqing, extended an olive branch to Fancheng. They offered to send skilled operatives to aid Fancheng, but the price was that Gu Yanyan must marry the crown prince of Xiangqing's underground faction. I have no idea how that heir spotted me. Perhaps it was when he visited Fancheng last time and I accompanied my aunt in receiving them. Whatever the case, he set his sights on me and insisted I marry him. I had no choice. That territory was the lifeline of Fancheng. Losing it wouldn't just be a simple matter of shame. If things went badly, my aunt could lose her life, and even my family wouldn't be spared. Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow at Gu Yanyan's words, surprised by the bizarre turn of events. So you're saying your family traded you for their safety? Gu Yanyan fell silent. Though this was incredibly selfish, sacrificing the pawn to save the king wasn't wrong. But I know exactly what kind of man that crown prince is. Over the years, he slept with at least 1,000 women if not more. And what's truly revolting is that he rewards his subordinates by bestowing the women he's slept with upon them. Gu Yanyan shared many more details with Bai Xiaofan, sending a chill down his spine as he listened. Don't worry about that. Since you've told me, I won't let you marry that monster. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, hope flared in Gu Yanyan's eyes. Xiaofan, I hope you'll agree to one thing for me. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Go ahead. It's just, if I really have to marry the crown prince of Xiangqing, I only hope that my first time can be with you. Even if it means dying, I refuse to offer my pure self to that filthy bastard. Before Gu Yanyan could finish her last sentence, Bai Xiaofan pressed his finger against her lips. Don't worry. I'll keep my word. I'll protect you. For some reason, seeing Bai Xiaofan agree to her request filled Gu Yanyan's heart with unexpected joy. Let's go out and find something to eat. After all this fuss, I'm starving. Gu Yanyan glanced at her hair. It was such a mess, as if she'd just done something she shouldn't have. After heading downstairs, they found a barbecue restaurant. Bai Xiaofan ordered a mountain of skewers. He was starving. Wasn't the main thing that he'd just fought a fierce battle and finally subdued Gu Yanyan? Hey, boss, how's your barbecue? Is it the real deal? Hey, kid, let me tell you, if you find anyone who grills better than me, I won't charge you a dime. You know my nickname, right? The Little Grill King of Fancheng. That title didn't come from nowhere. The aroma of grilled meat made Bai Xiaofan lick his lips, his stomach already growling uncontrollably. Senior sister told me their grilled skewers are amazing, especially the lamb ones. Make sure to have plenty later. Gu Yanyan nodded happily, sitting obediently to the side as they waited for the grilled delights to arrive. The barbecue shop had several tables occupied, mostly with groups of 2 or 3. Only one table was larger, with a group of about 10 people, both men and women. Ever since they started drinking, the noise from their table hadn't let up. Several customers had already paid their bills and left because of it. Hey, third brother, what happened with that girl you mentioned earlier? Ha! Let me tell you, young girls are so fresh. Now I know why we work so hard. Back in the day, we couldn't get the girls we wanted, but now that we've made money, we just go straight for their daughters, ha! Listening to their vulgar remarks, Gu Yanyan couldn't help but frown. She glanced at them briefly before turning her head away. But that brief turn of her head was enough to catch the attention of one of them. Hey, third brother, check out that girl. The man nudged the bald guy beside him. The bald man rubbed his eyes and looked toward Gu Yanyan. Since Gu Yanyan had her back to them, they could only see her silhouette. But even from behind, it was clear Gu Yanyan was a striking beauty. Hey, I recognize her. I once slept with a girl who had a figure just like hers. The bald man chuckled, gesturing wildly as he recalled the details. Bai Xiaofan frowned upon hearing their words. Why would these people say such things? You'll get used to it. Gu Yanyan smiled. Simply put, some lowlifes get rich or successful through luck or opportunity, then start taking it out on society. They look down on young people, even persecute them. These people usually operate in both legitimate and underworld circles, but honestly, neither side really respects them. If it weren't for the benefits they still offer, neither side would bother with them. After all, everyone knows what kind of people they are. Gu Yanyan's smile held layers of meaning. Chapter 55, The Barbecue Restaurant Incident. The skewers arrived, golden and sizzling. Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan both found their mouths watering. After taking a bite, Gu Yanyan's face lit up with delight. These are really good. See? I didn't lie to you. Bai Xiaofan chuckled, grabbing several skewers and devouring them in big bites. However, just as Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan were eating, someone from the previous table stood up holding a wine glass. A sly smile spread across his face as he staggered over to Bai Xiaofan's table. "Hey, lady, come have a drink with me." He waved the glass in front of Gu Yanyan as he spoke. Gu Yanyan frowned but replied calmly. "Sorry, I don't drink." "Hey, you'll get the hang of it after a few sips. Come on, have a drink with me and cheer me up." Seeing the man persistently pestering her, Gu Yanyan grew annoyed and stood up abruptly. "I told you I don't drink. Can't you understand? Get out of here now, or I'll call the police." Her outburst drew the attention of the men at the table. They glared at Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan with menacing expressions. "Damn it! Me drinking with you is me giving you face. You dare refuse?" The man grabbed Gu Yanyan's arm with one hand and raised the other to slap her. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan sprang to his feet, grabbed the man's arm, and kicked him hard in the stomach. Holy! The man was knocked to the ground by Bai Xiaofan's kick. At that moment, everyone else at the table stood up. "You dare hit my man?" The man called third brother cursed loudly, grabbing a wine bottle and charging over. The others, also armed with bottles, immediately surrounded Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan. "Hey, customers! What's going on here? Peace brings prosperity, peace brings prosperity." The barbecue shop owner, terrified by the scene, rushed over. "This has nothing to do with you. Don't stir up trouble." Third brother grabbed the owner by the collar and roared. Shouted at by third brother, the owner was stunned. He could only scramble back inside, thinking he'd better find the patrol officer. Meanwhile, the group surrounded Bai Xiaofan and his companion. Third brother stepped forward, pointing at Bai Xiaofan and declaring, "Kid, you think you're hot stuff, huh? Messing with me, Zhou-san? Punching my brother? Think you're some big shot?" Bai Xiaofan remained silent, staring back at Zhou-san. His silence only fueled Zhou-san's arrogance, making him think Bai Xiaofan was intimidated. "Oh? So you're tough? Keep being tough. Keep showing off. Why'd you stop showing off now? Kid, remember this, if I beat you up, I've got money to pay for it. But if you dare hit my people, you'll pay with your life." "Oh, and this girl? Heh, perfect. I'll savor her properly today." Hearing Zhou-san's words, the people around burst into laughter, their gazes toward Gu Yanyan turning unfriendly. The man who had just been kicked by Bai Xiaofan scrambled to his feet and approached Zhou-san. "Brother Zhou, damn it, we can't let this guy off the hook. That kick really hurt. Don't worry. If I don't break this little punk's legs today, I'm not Zhou-san. Aren't you afraid we'll call the patrol?" Gu Yanyan shouted, "Xiaofan, call the police. Get the patrol." Hearing Gu Yanyan threaten to call the patrol, Zhou-san burst into laughter, and the others around him joined in a roar of laughter. "Go ahead, call them. Hurry up. The patrol squad is all my people. I'll let you call them if you want, little girl. Just remember, I'm going to take you down today. I'll have my brothers take you down one by one, and you won't have anywhere to turn for justice. Around here, money talks. And I'm the one with the money." Zhou-san licked his lips, staring at Gu Yanyan with a look so disgusting it couldn't get any worse. "Third brother, look at this woman pretending to be pure. Check out her hair, she must have just rolled around in bed with that guy." Someone nearby shouted, and then everyone burst into laughter. Facing the filthy insults, Gu Yanyan clenched her fists, her heart boiling with rage. "You're all wonderful." Gu Yanyan pulled out her phone, intending to call her aunt. But Bai Xiaofan gently pressed down on her phone and shook his head at her. "Leave this to me," Bai Xiaofan declared. "These scumbags won't get off so easily." After speaking, Bai Xiaofan turned to look at Zhou-san and the others, his voice cold. "So you think you're hot stuff just because you have connections? Hey, kid, remember this, with money here, you can do whatever you want. Without it? You're nothing. With my money, I can sleep with any woman I want, not just young ones, but college girls too. I've slept with plenty of so-called campus queens and the like. That taste? Pretty damn good. And you poor bastard, you dare mess with me? Today, I'll do you a favor and take your woman. Let me show you my dragon's tail move." Zhou-san laughed heartily, eyeing Gu Yanyan as if she were already his personal property. "Hey, why am I even telling you this? Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and lick my shoes, then have this girl keep us company while we drink. That'll settle this. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here standing today." Clearly, this wasn't Zhou-san's first time pulling this kind of stunt. Bai Xiaofan stared at Zhou-san, then sneered coldly. "You're not worthy." Bai Xiaofan's words infuriated Zhou-san completely. He cursed angrily, brandishing a wine bottle as he roared. "Damn it, kid. If I don't dislocate your arm today, I'm not Zhou-san." With that, Zhou-san charged at Bai Xiaofan, the bottle raised. Just as the bottle was about to smash into Bai Xiaofan's head, he sidestepped. Zhou-san swung and missed, crashing face first into the dirt. "Oh my, isn't this brother-san? What's up? Showing your true colors now? Bai Xiaofan's mockery only fueled Zhou San's rage. He scrambled to his feet. Damn it! Brothers, let's all go at him. If we don't finish this kid off today, I, Zhou San, swear I'm no man. With that, Zhou San and his crew charged toward Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan shoved Gu Yanyan out of harm's way, then stood alone against the mob. Perhaps because they were drunk, their reactions were surprisingly slow. With just a few effortless dodges, Bai Xiaofan evaded all their attacks. Heh, with skills like that, you think you can fight me? You're just asking for it. Chapter 56, Drunk as a Skunk. By the time the patrol arrived, Bai Xiaofan had already left with Gu Yanyan. The entire barbecue stall lay in utter disarray, with Zhou San and his men writhing on the ground in agonized moans. Zhou San was in the worst shape. He didn't even want to recall what Bai Xiaofan had just done to him. In any case, from now on, Zhou San would likely lack the prerequisite conditions to carry out any more of his wicked deeds. That bastard. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. After dealing with Zhou San, Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan walked down the street, watching the crowds pass by. Ah, I still love this peaceful life so much. If only I had been born into an ordinary family. As Bai Xiaofan gazed at the twinkling lights, his thoughts turned to when his master might finally come down to see this. After all these years on the mountain, he must have missed the vibrant scenes down below. Xiaofan, thank you for today. Gu Yanyan smiled. It's getting late. I'll head back first. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Don't worry. Leave your family matters to me. Gu Yanyan smiled, saying nothing, her eyes holding only an endless sense of desolation. Handle it? No. I can't drag you into this. I have to deal with it myself. Hey, did you not eat enough earlier? Maybe we should find another place? Hearing Bai Xiaofan's suggestion, Gu Yanyan smiled and nodded. Sitting in another shop, Gu Yanyan picked up a bottle of liquor and said, So? Dare you drink with me? Bai Xiaofan looked at the beer and shook his head. Beer's got no kick. My senior sister brought some back for my master before. Oh my, looks like I've met my match. Gu Yanyan chuckled and called out to the bar. Boss, bring me 10 bottles of erguotu. Tonight, we're not leaving until we're drunk. 10 bottles? Her words startled everyone nearby, who stared at her in bewilderment. Soon, 10 bottles of erguotu were brought over. Gu Yanyan immediately opened one and downed it in one gulp. Holy crap, this girl is wild. She just downed a whole bottle of erguotu in one gulp? Seeing Gu Yanyan's fierce display, Bai Xiaofan couldn't hold back either. He opened a bottle of erguotu and downed it in one gulp. Then they grabbed the second bottle, clinked it with hers, and downed that one too. Holy crap, these two are freaks. They just downed 2 bottles of erguotu like that? Let me tell you, I've never gotten drunk from drinking. Well, that's something. When I was a kid, I used to sneak my master's liquor all the time. Drinking it was like drinking water to me. Put. My dad forced me to drink Baijiu as a kid. Come on, keep drinking. We're not stopping till we're wasted. As they spoke, they downed another bottle. After 3 bottles of Baijiu, they seemed completely unfazed. The scene left everyone around them utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on with these two? The owner witnessed this and considered intervening. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. And so, Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan kept downing bottle after bottle. Soon, over a dozen empty bottles littered the floor beneath them. Goodness gracious, they must have each downed 10 bottles of Baijiu. If they keep going, won't. I'd say that girl probably won't last much longer, but that guy should be able to keep going. The owner's wife watched Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan, nodding to herself with particular satisfaction. True to her prediction, Gu Yanyan collapsed after finishing the 11th bottle. Seeing Gu Yanyan had reached her limit, Bai Xiaofan belched, stood up, and went to settle the bill. The owner watched Bai Xiaofan swaying unsteadily and asked, would you like me to call you a cab? Bai Xiaofan waved him off. No need. Her place is just up ahead. We can walk. He scooped Gu Yanyan into a princess carry and staggered toward their reserved hotel. Watching Bai Xiaofan's unsteady gait, the owner couldn't help but worry he might drop Gu Yanyan. Bystanders who witnessed the scene reacted with mixed expressions. Some looked astonished, others wore looks of pure envy. Man, this guy's got it made getting to spend time with such a gorgeous girl today. When will I ever get such a lucky break? I want a girl this amazing by my side too. Come on, bro, I'll take you to the bar entrance. Hang around there, and you're bound to pick up one or two. Bai Xiaofan walked step by step, slowly making his way to the room. Bai Xiaofan laid Gu Yanyan on the bed and removed her shoes. Just as he was thinking about taking off Gu Yanyan's coat, Bai Xiaofan also fell headfirst. The next day, when Bai Xiaofan woke up, his head felt as though something heavy was pressing down on it, leaving him stiff and groggy. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan muttered, rubbing his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Yanyan lying beside him, her entire body sprawled across his face. Her entire weight was crushing down on his head. No wonder he felt so uncomfortable. Holy crap! Bai Xiaofan swallowed hard. Huh? Is this something you can see for free? Yeah. Just then, Gu Yanyan woke up. Her eyes opened wide as she saw Bai Xiaofan. Xiaofan? Gu Yanyan looked around, her face filled with panic. Then she noticed Bai Xiaofan's hand resting on her body. Bai Xiaofan quickly withdrew his hand. Let me explain. What did you do to me? Gu Yanyan screamed, get off me! Get off! No, we didn't do anything. We just drank too much, then I brought you back, and then. Bai Xiaofan tried to explain further, but he realized he couldn't quite remember anything clearly. Bai Xiaofan was in a real pickle. How could drinking lead to such an awkward situation? Then, Bai Xiaofan looked down and saw Gu Yanyan's bare feet. What are you looking at? Get out! Get out! Gu Yanyan yelled. Bai Xiaofan knew this wasn't the time for explanations. Breakfast will be ready soon. I should go now. I'll come back tonight. To prevent Gu Yanyan from blowing her top again, Bai Xiaofan decided it was best to give things some time. After Bai Xiaofan left, Gu Yanyan glanced at herself under the covers and sighed in relief upon seeing her clothes were still intact. But for some reason, even after relaxing, Gu Yanyan felt a pang of disappointment. Sigh, this blockhead. Tell me, hey, Gu Yanyan, what are you thinking about? Gu Yanyan shook her head, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Still so beautiful. No wonder Bai Xiaofan was willing to sleep beside me. Chapter 57, Winning Her Heart. After leaving Gu Yanyan, Bai Xiaofan headed straight to Luo Shui to practice driving. Oh my, little junior brother, you're being so inconsistent. 3 days fishing, 2 days drying nets. But I see you've remembered your 4th senior sister. 4th senior sister, I've been busy these past few days. But look, as soon as I had free time, I came straight to see you, didn't I? Luo Shui shot Bai Xiaofan a look. Put. Who knows if you're telling the truth? I'll just take your word for it. Luo Shui smiled, though she couldn't quite place the lingering ache in her heart. What's wrong? Luo Shui shook her head. Surely she couldn't harbor special feelings for Bai Xiaofan, could she? Soon after, Luo Shui began driving lessons with Bai Xiaofan. It must be said, Bai Xiaofan possessed remarkable learning ability. In just a few days, he'd mastered the driving techniques and was ready to hit the road. As Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui practiced in the driving range, several men watched them from a nearby hillside. Is that Luo Shui? One man remarked, she sure has the time to practice driving with her pretty boy. Let's just make sure these two star-crossed lovers meet their end right here. Just as Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui were practicing, numerous vehicles suddenly appeared in the driving range. Senior sister, why are there suddenly so many cars? Bai Xiaofan looked around at the surrounding vehicles and asked in confusion. That's true. This driving range is my private practice area. While it's not off limits to others, hardly anyone would enter a personal practice range. Something's definitely up. Luo Shui frowned and instructed Bai Xiaofan to stop the car. I'll drive. After swapping seats with Luo Shui, she took the driver's position. She slammed the accelerator, intending to use this chance to break out of the practice area. Just then, a bulldozer suddenly barreled through the entrance of the driving range, heading straight for Luo Shui's car. Senior sister! Bai Xiaofan shouted. Luo Shui quickly adjusted the car's position. A screech of brakes echoed as the vehicle slammed into a warning sign, halting its slide. Senior sister, are you okay? Bai Xiaofan shook Luo Shui gently. She shook her head. Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui got out of the car to find every vehicle around them now pointing their front ends directly at them. Luo Shui of the Luo family long admired your reputation. A sinister chuckle echoed as several men emerged from the convoy. The leader, a man in his 20s, was actually quite handsome. Dressed in a gray suit with a streak of white hair, he looked utterly smug. Well. Who'd have thought Miss Luo Shui of the Luo family would be this stunning? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Song Luan. You may not recognize me now, but rest assured, you'll be hearing my name often from this day forward. Who exactly are you? How dare you attack me? Don't you fear the Luo family won't let you off? Song Luan sneered coldly, lifting his head slightly as he looked at Luo Shui with an air of arrogance. Miss Luo, you'd do well to remember this is my turf now, not yours. With that, Song Luan waved his hand. Come on, Miss Luo. It's time for you to come with us. The men behind Song Luan approached Luo Shui. Bai Xiaofan stepped in front of her, staring at the group before him. Oh, Miss Luo has a fine guard dog, I see. I hadn't intended to lay a finger on you, but since you're asking for it. All right then. Big guy, take him out. Just don't scare Miss Luo. The man called Ade clenched his fists together, letting out a fierce roar as he charged toward Bai Xiaofan. Take Miss Luo back with you. Remember to be gentle, don't hurt her. Song Luan turned away with great confidence, waving his hand dismissively before heading back to the car. But then, a heavy thud echoed across the ground. Song Luan frowned involuntarily. Turning back, he saw his subordinate Ade had been knocked unconscious by a single punch from Bai Xiaofan. This kid. Song Luan frowned. Kid, who are you? What's your relationship with Luo Shui? Me? This is my fourth senior sister. Bai Xiaofan declared, you dared to lay a hand on my fourth senior sister. You'll have to get past me first. Song Luan stared at Bai Xiaofan. Behind him, a figure stepped forward. Mr. Song, allow me to deal with this fellow. Song Luan raised his hand, then stepped forward, smiling at Bai Xiaofan. Who'd have thought this fellow was quite the hero himself? Gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Luan, soon to be the foremost figure in Fancheng. In the future, the Luo family will be trampled under my feet, and all of Fancheng will be held in the palm of my hand. I shall be the king of Fancheng. Gentlemen, if you choose to serve me, you shall be my foremost general. Arrogance radiated from Song Luan's face as he looked at Bai Xiaofan, his voice brimming with excitement. Your strength is formidable. If you choose to join me, I can grant you anything you desire. If you fancy Luo Shui, once I become the ruler of Fancheng, she will be yours. A master like you, I absolutely cannot let slip away. Come, join us, sir. You will unleash even greater power. As for the Luo family? Ha! They're nothing but yesterday's flowers. You needn't follow them anymore. Who could have imagined that Song Luan would actually consider recruiting Bai Xiaofan? Faced with Song Luan's offer, it would be difficult for anyone to refuse. Those present couldn't help but envy Bai Xiaofan upon hearing Song Luan's offer. Junior brother. Luo Shui looked at Bai Xiaofan. Deep down, she wasn't entirely sure if Bai Xiaofan would agree to Song Luan's proposal. After all, the terms Song Luan offered him were simply beyond what the Luo family could provide, especially. Luo Shui gazed at herself, biting her pearly teeth lightly. Fourth senior sister. Just then, Bai Xiaofan suddenly spoke up. Fourth senior sister, do you truly believe I would target you for such trivial things? Bai Xiaofan smiled, turning his head to look at Luo Shui. Well, fourth senior sister, you are beautiful, and I do want you to be my wife. But, it can't be done. I can't do that. Master once said that to truly win a woman, you must capture both her body and her heart. If I truly did that, wouldn't I never win your heart for the rest of my life? Bai Xiaofan's words made Luo Shui's cheeks flush, stirring ripples in her heart. In that moment, she even thought, Bai Xiaofan is so handsome. Bai Xiaofan turned to face Song Luan. Kid, you're not even worthy enough to make me betray my fourth senior sister. Today, if you dare lay a finger on my fourth senior sister, I won't let you leave this place alive. Chapter 58, The Mysterious Song Luan. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Luo Shui felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. Though she and Bai Xiaofan were senior and junior siblings, they hadn't seen each other in nearly a decade. That Bai Xiaofan would abandon the generous term Song Luan offered for her sake deeply moved Luo Shui. Song Luan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Bai Xiaofan would reject his offer. Heh, it seems I truly underestimated the depth of your master-disciple bond. Well then, so be it. A cold expression slowly spread across Song Luan's face, and a murderous intent began to appear in his eyes as he looked at Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui. If you won't be my honored guest, then you'll be my prisoner. Well then, sir, I'm afraid I must be so rude. Song Luan waved his hand. The man behind him grinned, slowly advancing toward Bai Xiaofan. Standing before Bai Xiaofan, the man looked down at the youth who was over 10 centimeters shorter than him and burst into laughter. Kid, you turned down such generous terms from Mr. Song? Utterly foolish. Sacrificing my senior sister for such petty gains? Sorry, I'm not that cold-blooded. Ha! With money, what can't you have? A mere woman? Mr. Song could give you a whole harem. Clenching his fist, the man roared. Kid, remember my name, Zhou Fong. I'm the one who'll kill you. Zhou Fong unleashed a punch toward Bai Xiaofan. Watching the fist hurtle toward him, Bai Xiaofan showed no sign of complacency. Bai Xiaofan could clearly sense that Zhou Fong's strength far surpassed that of the previous man. His power even surpassed that of Lei Ming, whom Tian Shao had hired to deal with Bai Xiaofan. Facing Zhou Fong's punch, Bai Xiaofan didn't retreat. Instead, he met it head-on with his own fist. Their fists collided. In that instant, shockwaves rippled out from the impact. What? Zhou Fong's expression changed. He hadn't expected Bai Xiaofan to actually block his punch. Seeing Bai Xiaofan absorb Zhou Fong's strike, Song Luan was also taken aback. Zhou Fong practiced a fist technique where the first strike in combat contained 300% of his power. Yet this man had blocked it. Could it be? Song Luan furrowed his brow. He had anticipated Bai Xiaofan's strength, but never imagined it would be this formidable. Bai Xiaofan's prowess had already reached such formidable heights. Song Luan desperately wanted to recruit him. Sir, what do you think? My men are formidable, aren't they? You'll make a great contribution once you join us. Cut the nonsense. My stance remains unchanged. If you lay a finger on my senior sister, we become eternal enemies. Bai Xiaofan snorted coldly, unleashing a punch that made Zhou Fong's expression shift as he could only counter with one of his own. When their second fists collided, it was clear Zhou Fong was already at a disadvantage. By the third exchange, Zhou Fong stumbled back several steps, panic etched across his face. Song Luan also realized Zhou Fang was no match for Bai Xiaofan and immediately dispatched his men to intervene.
Just as Bai Xiaofan was about to deliver the fatal blow to Zhou Fang, two men stepped in to block him.
"You vermin!" Bai Xiaofan roared with fury, unleashing a barrage of punches with all his might.
The two men managed to block a few blows at first, but soon, Bai Xiaofan had them covered in bruises and cuts.
Impressive strength. Song Luan frowned. Looks like taking Luo Shui away today is out of the question. "Mr. Song, we've already stirred the hornet's nest. Are we really leaving now?" Zhou Fang asked. Song Luan fell silent for a moment before sighing. "What other choice do we have? With him here, we can't even get close to Luo Shui. If we really have to resort to force and break ties?" Song Luan shot Bai Xiaofan a meaningful glance. "Half of us might end up staying behind." "Well, so be it. If stirring the pot means alerting the snake, so be it. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. By the way, what do is from Fancheng, right? Let him take my place as Fancheng's representative." Song Luan turned away. "As for this place, we can't linger. If the Luo family arrives in full force, we won't be able to escape." Zhou Fang nodded, waving to those around him. Like a receding tide, they returned to the vehicles.
Bai Xiaofan watched them depart without chasing after them, remaining steadfastly by Luo Shui's side.
"Sir," Song Luan called out, "I wonder if you could leave behind a name." "Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan." Song Luan murmured a few times, a faint smile appearing on his face. "All right, sir. I expect we'll meet again soon. When we do, I hope you won't hold back." With that, Song Luan turned and got into the car. The group sped away in a flash. Their departure was orderly and efficient. Evidently, this entire operation had been meticulously planned in advance. Luo Shui watched Song Luan and his men depart, her brow furrowing involuntarily. "Senior sister," Bai Xiaofan asked, "who exactly are these people?" Song Luan's men seemed to be packed with skilled fighters. Luo Shui shook her head. "This matter is definitely not simple. To be honest, I don't know what's going on either. But one thing is clear, if we don't stop them, the entire power structure of Fancheng will be upended." After that, Luo Shui drove back to the Luo residence, citing the need to consult with her family. Bai Xiaofan walked helplessly down the street. What could he do? This was the misery of not having a car. Where to go? After a moment's thought, Bai Xiaofan remembered his fifth senior sister, Lu Yuegua. He realized he hadn't seen her in several days and found himself missing her. Without hesitation, he hailed a cab and headed straight for the Lu residence. The Lu family guards recognized Bai Xiaofan, so they didn't stop him and let him enter directly. "Xiaofan's here." Meng Lan greeted Bai Xiaofan with a cheerful smile upon seeing him. "Hello, auntie. Where's Yuaya?" Bai Xiaofan inquired. "Upstairs." Meng Lan smiled and pointed Bai Xiaofan in the right direction. Bai Xiaofan thanked her and left. Meng Lan watched Bai Xiaofan, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. "Sigh, look at Lu Yuaya. How did she manage to find such a great boyfriend? My Xiangxiang isn't any less than Yuaya in any way. Why can't she find someone as wonderful?" "Mom, what did you say? I think I heard you mention me. Were you talking behind my back?" Just then, Lu Xiangxiang suddenly appeared behind Meng Lan. "Goodness gracious, you little devil. You scared the life out of me." Meng Lan shot Lu Xiangxiang a look. "What else could it be? Bai Xiaofan's here. He came looking for Yuaya. Look at Yuaya over there, then look at you really." Chapter 59, Seeking Fifth Senior Sister. After Meng Lan's scolding, Lu Xiangxiang stuck out her tongue and dashed upstairs. "Hey, you little brat. Bai Xiaofan and Yuaya are upstairs. What are you doing?" "I'm going to check on them. See if these two kids have gotten into any mischief." Upon reaching the upper floor, Bai Xiaofan heard the melodious sound of a violin drifting down from above. Following the sound, he approached a room with its door ajar, carrying the faint scent of a young woman. Bai Xiaofan slowly pushed the door open and saw the girl inside playing the violin. Enchanted by her melodious notes, he stood frozen in the doorway, utterly captivated. Before he knew it, the piece had ended, yet Bai Xiaofan remained lost in thought. Little junior disciple? Just as Bai Xiaofan remained lost in the music, a voice snapped him back to reality. Lu Yuaya looked at Bai Xiaofan with genuine curiosity. "You, how did you get here?" "Ah, I came to find you." Bai Xiaofan replied with a smile, "I haven't seen my senior sister in so long, I was starting to miss her." At his words, a faint blush spread across Lu Yuaya's cheeks as she pulled him inside. Surveying the room's decor, Bai Xiaofan nodded. "Looks like fifth senior sister has a girlish side too." Lu Yuegua felt a bit nervous inside, for this was the first time she'd ever let another man into her room. "So, what have you been up to these past few days? You never came to see me." Lu Yuegua pouted, appearing annoyed, but Bai Xiaofan thought she was just being coy. "I had some things to take care of. A friend of mine had some family issues, and I've been helping her out." "A friend?" Lu Yuaya looked utterly puzzled. "You have friends? I've never heard you mention them before." "I met her when I first came down from the mountain. Her name is Gu Yanyan. Not sure if you've heard of her. Never heard of her. But judging by the name, your friend must be a young girl, right? Bai Xiaofan froze. How could he have forgotten that detail? The Jade Maiden Sutra states, never tell a woman you didn't pursue her because of another woman. No, don't get the wrong idea. We're just ordinary friends, really just ordinary friends. The moment he mentioned this, Bai Xiaofan felt something was off. Just friends? They slept together last night. Nothing happened, but this is just friends? Like hell I'd believe you. Lu Yuegua shot Bai Xiaofan a withering look. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Recalling the teachings of the Jade Maiden Sutra, Bai Xiaofan approached Lu Yueya. He tilted his head, gazing intently at her. Lu Yueya turned her head away in a huff, and Bai Xiaofan's body followed her head's movement. Alright, you're so annoying. Lu Yueya puckered her lips. You're such a bad guy. Bai Xiaofan chuckled to himself. Master's Jade Maiden Heart Sutra really is useful. Listening to the sounds coming from the room, a hint of envy flashed across Lu Xiangxiang's face. Hey, senior sister, what are you doing? I'm still a kid. Ha! Lu Xiangxiang listened to the sounds inside, utterly bewildered. Wait, is Yueya that open-minded now? Little junior brother, didn't you want to see? Come on, take a look. Don't be shy. I'm not shy at all. Hurry up and wipe it off. Look at you, getting it everywhere. What if someone walks in? Lu Xiangxiang's face darkened. Just as she was about to listen further, the door suddenly opened. Ha! All she saw was Bai Xiaofan, wearing just a tank top and holding a mop, staring blankly at her. So that's what the mop was for. Lu Xiangxiang smiled. She got it. She was a quick-witted girl. Cousin, what's up? Bai Xiaofan asked. Wait a minute, you called me cousin? Lu Xiangxiang raised an eyebrow. Yueya can call me cousin, but you. Even though you're with Yueya now, you still haven't gotten past me. It's a bit early to call me cousin, you know? Got it, cousin. So what are you doing here, cousin? Lu Xiangxiang pursed her lips. The moment she was asked what she was doing here, she suddenly felt a bit awkward. Nothing. Just passing through. Lu Xiangxiang chuckled and stood up. Anyway, don't let Yueya down. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. With that, she bolted away as if fleeing. Bai Xiaofan shrugged. He certainly wouldn't let his senior sister down. Bai Xiaofan stayed in Lu Yueya's room until the afternoon. Lu Mei had intended to invite him to stay for dinner. But Bai Xiaofan declined, citing his own affairs as the reason. Afterward, Lu Mei pulled Lu Yueya aside. Hey, girl, what's going on between you and Bai Xiaofan? Did you upset him? No, not at all. Lu Yueya retorted, how could he be mad at me? He might be mad at anyone else, but not me. You silly girl. If you hadn't upset Bai Xiaofan, why else would he refuse to stay for dinner? Then he must genuinely have something urgent. He has been quite busy lately. Let's hope so. Lu Mei turned to glance at Bai Xiaofan again. Listen, girl, I'm telling you, Bai Xiaofan is a fine young man. You'd better hold on to him. If you lose Bai Xiaofan, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Mom, you used to look down on him. How come now you're? I didn't think much of him before because I didn't know how capable he was. Now that I do, well. Lu Yueya pursed her lips. The easiest way to get your mom to approve? You gotta have money. Lu Yueya shook her head, utterly baffled. Was this really her own romance, or was her mother the one falling head over heels? With a helpless expression, Lu Yueya approached Bai Xiaofan. What's wrong? Bai Xiaofan asked, puzzled by her demeanor. Mom told me to treat you well and stop making you angry. Tell me, have I been making you angry? Who knows? Anyway, I'm so pitiful. Pitiful? You're slandering me. You really are. Lu Yueya pinched Bai Xiaofan's waist and he immediately begged for mercy. But just as Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya were playfully wrestling, Bai Xiaofan's phone suddenly rang. Bai Xiaofan pulled out his phone. It was Gu Yanyan calling. Who is it? Lu Yueya leaned in and saw the name Gu Yanyan. Answer it. What if it's something important? Bai Xiaofan nodded and pressed the answer button. Hey, Yanyan, you. Before Bai Xiaofan could speak, a wave of noise flooded the line. Xiaofan, West City Warehouse. Save me. Quick, save me. Chapter 60, Kidnapping. Hearing Gu Yanyan's voice, Bai Xiaofan's mind exploded. The call abruptly ended. Bai Xiaofan stood frozen in place, his mind a blank. Lu Yueya, standing beside Bai Xiaofan, snapped out of it and urgently said. Did she just say West City Warehouse? Come on, I know where that is. I'll take you there. With that, Lu Yueya grabbed Bai Xiaofan's arm and pulled him out the door. Hey, Xiaofan, Yueya, where are you rushing off to? Dinner's about to be served. No more eating. With those words, Lu Yuegua and Bai Xiaofan vanished into the night. Those two kids. Lu Mei glanced at the freshly prepared meal, sighed, and shook her head helplessly. Seated in the car, Lu Yuegua and Bai Xiaofan both fell silent. Bai Xiaofan stared ahead, clenching his fists as a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Don't worry. If Gu Yanyan can call you, it means she'll be fine. Lu Yuegua wasn't sure if her words were comforting Bai Xiaofan, but at this moment, it seemed like all she could say. Bai Xiaofan let out a long sigh. Sigh, I should have known better. I shouldn't have left her alone all this time. Watching Bai Xiaofan beat himself up like this, Lu Yuya felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Bai Xiaofan didn't notice the change in Lu Yuya's expression. He simply closed his eyes slowly, resting his mind. At the Western City warehouse, Gu Yanyan was hooded and suspended from a pillar. Having seen the world, Gu Yanyan remained composed despite the sudden abduction. Hey, anyone there? Let's talk this out. What do you want? As long as you don't hurt me, I can give you money, anything you ask for. Hey, guys, say something to me. This cold silence is just too boring. You gotta talk, you know? Think about it when you're with your girlfriend later, won't you have to talk more too? A group of people watched Gu Yanyan talking to herself from a short distance away. A burly man sitting on the sofa remarked. Has this girl always been this chatty? Sitting across from the big guy was Zhou San, the same guy who'd clashed with Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan at the barbecue stall earlier. Ever since that incident, Zhou San had harbored resentment, constantly plotting revenge against Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan. Through a friend in the patrol squad, he learned where Gu Yanyan lived and immediately had her kidnapped. The call Gu Yanyan made to Bai Xiaofan was also orchestrated by Zhou San, specifically to lure Bai Xiaofan to the scene. Moreover, to deal with Bai Xiaofan, Zhou San had not only mobilized his own men but also called upon members of Fanqing's underground forces. All told, nearly 100 men were present, each armed with steel pipes. Brother Hu, once that kid shows up, you better make sure to leave him alive. Damn it, that brat ruined my manhood for life. I absolutely won't let him off. Wang Hu burst into laughter upon hearing this. Zhou San, you're just getting what you deserve for overusing that down there. Hey, wait, your thing seems fine. How's that stopping you from being a man? Just mentioning it, shame washed over Zhou San's face. I'll tell you the truth, that kid did something to me, and now I just can't get it up. Ha! Wang Hu burst out laughing at Zhou San's words, patting him on the back as he chuckled. Well, you've slept with plenty of women anyway. From now on, you might as well take it easy and rest up. Zhou San pursed his lips, thinking to himself. Finally. It's not you who can't be a man anymore. But Zhou San couldn't say such things openly after all, he still needed Wang Hu to get things done. But Brother Hu, that kid seems like a tough nut to crack. Better be careful. Zhou San's expression made Wang Hu burst out laughing. What? Third brother, did that kid beat you up so badly he scared the hell out of you? Don't worry. Besides my few dozen brothers, I brought a special guest this time. Wang Hu clapped his hands, and from behind him, a man stepped forward. When Zhou San saw the man, surprise flashed across his face. No way, Brother Hu, you actually brought him here? If word gets out, won't that? We're just going out for drinks. Who's going to find out? And even if they did, what could they say? Wang Hu's words calmed Zhou San considerably. Zhou San sneered coldly. Kid, today you won't be leaving here alive. While Zhou San and Wang Hu were talking, a car suddenly pulled up outside the West City warehouse. Wait for me in the car. I'll go in alone. Bai Xiaofan instructed, if you encounter danger, charge straight in. After leaving those words, Bai Xiaofan strode straight into the West City warehouse. Watching Bai Xiaofan's retreating figure, Lu Yuya lowered her head, pouted her lips, and muttered under her breath. He's so handsome, why didn't you go with him? You big oaf, you big oaf. Inside the West City warehouse, Zhou San and Wang Hu were deep in conversation while Gu Yanyan continued her overly familiar questioning. Damn it, you damn woman, shut your mouth. Wang Hu roared, smashing his club against the pillar beside Gu Yanyan. Gu Yanyan froze, then cried out. Hey, big brother, your voice sounds kinda familiar. Wang Hu frowned. Now that she mentioned it, he too felt her voice sounded familiar. At first, he thought he was hearing things, but now the familiarity only grew stronger. What's wrong? Zhou San walked over and asked. Nothing. I just feel like I've heard this woman's voice somewhere before. Wang Hu shook his head. There were so many people with similar voices in the world, it was probably just a coincidence. However, just as Wang Hu and Zhou San were talking, the warehouse door in the western part of the city was kicked open. Bang! The deafening sound instantly drew the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned toward the doorway, where a rather frail-looking man stood. Ha! Wang Hu froze upon seeing the man, then burst into laughter. No way, Zhou San, don't tell me you got beaten up by this kid. Zhou San's face flushed with embarrassment, but he still gritted out. That's the guy, Brother Hu. Don't underestimate him, he's not someone you can just brush off. Wang Hu waved his hand dismissively. A guy like that doesn't even need my brothers to handle him. My men can take care of him. Wang Hu slowly walked over, glaring at Bai Xiaofan and bellowed. Hey, kid, what brings you here alone to throw your life away? Chapter 61, Critical Situation. Bai Xiaofan's gaze shifted to Gu Yanyan, suspended in midair, his eyes flashing with cold fury. At that moment, Gu Yanyan also sensed someone approaching and urgently shouted. Xiaofan, is that you? Stay put. I'm coming to rescue you right now. Bai Xiaofan bellowed, turning his gaze toward Zhou San and Wang Hu. You little punk, can't even be a man, yet you still won't learn your lesson? Do you really want me to cripple you? Kid, today I'm not just going to make sure you can't be a man, I'm going to break every bone in your body. Look at all the men I've brought today. Their combined spit alone could drown you. Wang Hu stepped forward, sneering coldly. Kid, I hear you're pretty tough. Let's see just how tough you really are. Here's your chance, fight my brother. If you win, I'll let you keep your body intact. Of course, if you lose, well, sorry, but I'll just chop you up for a snack. With that, one of Wang Hu's men stepped forward. His eyes were fierce, and a murderous aura radiated from his body. At the sight of the man, everyone present swallowed hard, and the timid ones took a step back. War god Zhuang Meng, that aura, that killing intent, truly lives up to his reputation. Zhou San thought to himself. Zhuang Meng fixed his piercing gaze on Bai Xiaofan, his lips curling into a ruthless smile. His body arched like a cannonball, propelling him forward with explosive force. Bai Xiaofan watched Zhuang Meng closing in, yet instead of retreating or dodging, he charged straight toward him. Damn, what a moron. Zhuang Meng's move has taken down plenty of overconfident fools. Exactly. He actually charged straight at Zhuang Meng. Looks like I overestimated him. Wang Hu sat to the side, cigarette dangling from his lips, a smug look of certainty on his face. Hey, third brother, wanna grab a bite later? I heard there's a new French place over there. Just as Wang Hu spoke, a thunderous crash echoed, followed by a series of dragging sounds. What? Wang Hu and the others paled as they watched Bai Xiaofan block Zhuang Meng's charge with a single hand. Meng Zhuang's feet dug into the ground as he stumbled back several steps. Staring at Bai Xiaofan, a hint of astonishment flashed across his face. You blocked my charge with just one hand? In all my years, I've never seen anyone block me with a single arm. That's just your limited experience. Your strength isn't even as good as my 3-year-old child's. Bai Xiaofan's words thoroughly enraged Meng Zhuang. With a furious roar, he launched a punch at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan extended his hand to catch Meng Zhuang's fist, then spun around and delivered a kick straight to Meng Zhuang's face. Meng Zhuang staggered back several steps but didn't fall. Instead, he continued his assault, each punch aimed squarely at Bai Xiaofan's vital points. Bai Xiaofan dodged relentlessly while countering, landing blows that sent waves of pain through Meng Zhuang's body. Bastard! Meng Zhuang roared, grabbed Bai Xiaofan's arm, and kicked him in the stomach. Bai Xiaofan leapt upward, executing a terrifying maneuver to kick directly at Meng Zhuang's head. After several exchanges, Meng Zhuang was clearly losing ground. He stumbled back several steps and plopped straight down onto the ground. This is bad. Meng Zhuang is no match for this kid. Seeing Meng Zhuang's disadvantage, Wang Hu's heart tightened. What are you all standing around for? Get on him. At Wang Hu's command, the surrounding henchmen surged toward Bai Xiaofan. Facing nearly 100 men, Bai Xiaofan showed no fear, charging straight into the crowd. Wang Hu and Zhou San's faces initially radiated confidence, certain that such overwhelming numbers would wear Bai Xiaofan down. But their smiles quickly faded as they watched their men get knocked flying one after another. Is this kid really that strong? Wang Hu swallowed hard, struggling to believe his eyes. I told you so. What do we do now? Zhou San urgently demanded. He certainly didn't want Bai Xiaofan to lay a finger on him again, he couldn't take it. Don't worry, we still have that girl. Wang Hu pointed at Gu Yanyan, a ruthless expression crossing his face. Just as Bai Xiaofan kicked another man to the ground and prepared to press his advantage. A sudden shout halted everyone's actions as they turned toward the commotion. They saw Wang Hu with one hand clamped around Gu Yanyan's throat, the other holding a black, menacing pistol. Kid, you think you're tough? Come on, keep fighting. Let's see just how tough you really are. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan dared not make a move and stood frozen in place. Just then, 2 henchmen charged forward, striking Bai Xiaofan's legs with steel pipes. The pain shot through his legs, nearly forcing him to his knees, but he gritted his teeth and refused to yield. Oh my, this kid's stubborn. Wang Hu roared with laughter, keep going. Let's see how long he can hold out. The surrounding henchmen continued beating Bai Xiaofan with the steel pipes, but he gritted his teeth and endured every blow. Zhuang Meng frowned and interjected. Wang Hu, that's enough. Taking advantage like this isn't what a real man does. Hearing Zhuang Meng's words, Wang Hu's face darkened with displeasure. He injured so many of our brothers. I just hit him a couple of times. What's the big deal? Besides, we're doing third brother a favor. He'll thank us later. Though Wang Hu's words deeply annoyed Zhuang Meng, he held his tongue. After all, he had no connection to Bai Xiaofan. There was no reason for him to stick his neck out for the guy. Watching Bai Xiaofan get beaten senseless, Wang Hu burst out laughing. Keep it up, kid. Keep it up. Seeing Wang Hu's grin, Bai Xiaofan's expression turned grim.
Suddenly, his body erupted with explosive force. In an instant, he appeared before Wang Hu, landing a punch squarely on Wang Hu's face before clamping his hand around Wang Hu's throat. Brother Tiger. Zhou San, who was about to speak, was instantly knocked flying by Bai Xiaofan's punch. Wang Hu stared at Bai Xiaofan in panic, shouting, "Let me go! Let me go! Let us go, or I'll choke you to death!" Bai Xiaofan roared. Wang Hu saw the look in Bai Xiaofan's eyes and, for some reason, fear began to grip his heart. Just as he was about to speak, on the other side, Zhou San picked up the pistol from the ground and took Gu Yanyan hostage. "Kid, don't get crazy. Let Tiger Brother go, or I'll make this chick bury you alive." The scene instantly fell into a tense standoff. Just then, the front door was kicked open once more. A man entered, pistol in hand, accompanied by a woman. The woman was shoved to the ground. When Bai Xiaofan saw her, his heart sank even further. Fifth senior sister. Chapter 62, All Family. The moment Bai Xiaofan saw Lu Yueya being seized, his heart shattered. He regretted that Lu Yueya should have left after delivering him, then she wouldn't have been captured. "Kid, let my brother Hu go," Zhou San shouted, "or else both your women will die." "Hey, kid, you're living the high life, aren't you? Having two such beautiful girls by your side, not bad at all." "Master," Bai Xiaofan silently thought, "looks like today, my disciple will truly demonstrate what you've taught him." Bai Xiaofan exhaled deeply, and clusters of gas began to form within his body, though invisible to ordinary eyes. Bai Xiaofan surveyed the people before him, one hand clamped around Wang Hu's throat while the other slowly materialized a mass of black gas. "Little junior brother," Lu Yueya cried out, "do what you must. I believe in you. I always have. Bai Xiaofan, whatever you choose to do, I won't regret it." "I believe in you too," Gu Yanyan cried out. "Shut the hell up," Zhou San roared, his fingers still trembling on Gu Yanyan's trigger. But Gu Yanyan ignored him, continuing to shout, "Bai Xiaofan, kill them. Kill them all. Damn it, shut the up." Zhou San roared, punching Gu Yanyan to the ground. The hood covering Gu Yanyan's head fell away, revealing Zhou San's furious face as he aimed the pistol at her. "Damn it, I'll kill you first today, you filthy woman, for your nonsense." Saying this, Zhou San was about to pull the trigger. "Looking for death." Bai Xiaofan snorted coldly, striking out with his palm. A jet of black energy shot forth. The black aura struck Zhou San squarely, sending him staggering backward as the pistol clattered to the floor. At the same moment, Zhuang Meng grabbed Zhou San's arm. Zhou San froze, and the next second, Zhuang Meng pinned him to the ground, immobilizing him. "Zhuang Meng, what are you doing?" "I'm Zhou San. I'm Zhou San. What are you doing?" Zhou San shouted. Zhuang Meng said nothing, only glaring at Gu Yanyan ahead with fury etched on his face. "Damn it! Our young miss, you bastard, you dare hurt her?" Zhuang Meng's fist slammed into Zhou San's face, sending him flying several meters away. "Everyone, stop this immediately!" Zhuang Meng bellowed, and the surrounding crowd exchanged nervous glances, frozen in place. Then Zhuang Meng strode over to the man holding Lu Yueya captive and snatched her right out of his grasp. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan also released Wang Hu. Once Wang Hu was released, he quickly backed away from Bai Xiaofan. "Zhuang Meng, what are you doing? Why are you hitting third brother?" Wang Hu looked at Zhuang Meng with utter bewilderment. "Look at who that is." Zhuang Meng pointed toward Gu Yanyan. When Wang Hu saw her, he was completely stunned. "The young miss?" Wang Hu hurried over to Gu Yanyan and untied her. "Miss Gu, are you okay?" Gu Yanyan's face also showed surprise when she saw Wang Hu. "Uncle Tiger? How come it's you?" She then turned to look at Zhuang Meng and cried out. "War god uncle? No, how could it be you too?" Zhuang Meng and Wang Hu exchanged glances. Who could have imagined that Zhou San's target was their young miss? Half an hour later, several Mercedes-Benz vehicles pulled into the West City warehouse. From one of the cars, a man with a serpentine tattoo on his head stepped out. Wang Hu's expression turned solemn upon seeing the man. He approached him and chuckled. "Who'd have thought Big Sister would send you, Snake Brother? Honestly, this whole thing is just a misunderstanding." "Really?" Snake Tattoo shot Wang Hu a glance. That single look instantly silenced Wang Hu, who stood obediently by Snake Tattoo's side. Snake entered the warehouse and surveyed the scene inside, his gaze settling on Zhou San, who was bound and gagged. "Yan Yan, are you okay?" Snake Brother didn't spare Zhou San a second glance, walking straight over to Gu Yanyan. "Uncle Snake." Gu Yanyan threw herself into Xuan's arms. Xuan gently patted her head. Then, Snake Pattern glanced behind Gu Yanyan. Spotting Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya, he was taken aback. "Well, Mr. Bai, Miss Lu, what a surprise to run into you both here. It really is a coincidence. I just didn't expect these people to be your subordinates. What I never imagined was that everything would turn out so coincidentally." Bai Xiaofan's words cut like knives into Xuan's heart, yet he could only offer an awkward smile. "Mr. Bai, Miss Lu, I'm truly ashamed for the inconvenience caused today.
Don't be ashamed. First, take a look at your precious Zhou-san. If not for him, none of this would have happened today. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Shiwen turned his gaze to Zhou-san, who was kneeling nearby. By now, Zhou-san was completely stunned. He never dreamed that Gu Yanyan was actually Big Sister's niece. The thought that he had tried to harm the eldest sister's niece made him wish he were dead. His mind went completely blank as he knelt there, seemingly awaiting his own demise. Bai Xiaofan paid no mind to how Shiwen would punish Zhou-san. He led Lu Yueya and Gu Yanyan out of the West City warehouse. Junior brother? Lu Yueya asked. If Xuanzhong hadn't intervened, were you planning to? Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. I couldn't let you two get into danger, could I? What are you two talking about? Gu Yanyan asked in confusion. Could you stop beating around the bush? Nothing much. Just that if Xuanzhong hadn't intervened earlier, this place would have been a river of blood. Gu Yanyan shook her head, still somewhat confused by Lu Yuegua's meaning. But after today's events, the bonds between Gu Yanyan, Lu Yueya, and Bai Xiaofan would surely grow stronger. A while later, a piercing scream echoed from the warehouse before Shiwen and the others emerged. Mr. Bai. Shiwen smiled. Thank you for looking after Yanyan these past days. Big sister is truly kind. Actually, I'd like to meet the eldest sister myself. Oh, and could you please take my senior sister home? Bai Xiaofan said. No, I'll go with you. Lu Yueya said. Senior sister. Bai Xiaofan was about to say more, but seeing Lu Yueya's expression, he gave up. Soon after, Bai Xiaofan and the other two followed Shiwen to a villa. Upon arriving, Gu Yanyan seemed to feel right at home, immediately entering the house. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya followed inside, where they saw their eldest sister whom they hadn't seen in ages. Xiaofan, I never imagined we'd meet again under these circumstances. Big sister, I truly never imagined you were the Aunt Yanyan always talked about. Chapter 63, Setting Out. Seeing the familiarity between Bai Xiaofan and her aunt, Gu Yanyan looked puzzled. Ha? Auntie, do you and Xiaofan know each other? Bai Xiaofan recounted the events that had transpired between him and Big Sister. After hearing the story, Gu Yanyan couldn't help but marvel at how small the world truly was. Xiaofan, thank you for taking such good care of Yanyan these past days. Now it's time for her to return home with me. Auntie, I don't want to marry the crown prince. That guy isn't a good person. You can't push me into the fire pit. The eldest sister sighed. Child, this isn't about pushing you into a pit of fire. This concerns the lives of our entire family. If we fail this time, we'll face the relentless encroachment of Daoqing's underground forces. Then, I and everything connected to me will meet a terrible fate. Do you understand? Her sister's words plunged Gu Yanyan into deep thought. If there were any other way, she wouldn't sacrifice Gu Yanyan either. Just then, Bai Xiaofan spoke up. Big sis, there's actually another way. Big sister turned to Bai Xiaofan, who smiled. I can fight in your place. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, everyone present froze for a moment before smiles spread across their faces. Right. If Bai Xiaofan fights in your place, he'll definitely win. No. The eldest sister shook her head. This matter has nothing to do with Xiaofan. You don't need to get involved. Getting involved is my choice. After all, I can't just stand by and watch Gu Yanyan walk into the fire. Big sister looked at Bai Xiaofan with a complex expression in her eyes. But even so, we're still one person short. Xuanzhong is one of the contestants. There were originally 2 more participants, but they'd both been assassinated. I heard you're using a defense-based system this time. Meaning, as long as I don't lose, there won't be a problem. But how can you guarantee you won't lose? Big sister asked. Daocheng must be coming prepared this time. Regardless of how many masters appear among their ranks, just the one I saw alone possessed strength no weaker than Zhuang Meng's. Zhuang Meng nodded solemnly. Clearly, he too had seen the person sister mentioned. Rest assured. If I'm saying this, I have absolute confidence. Sister, just tell me, do you trust me? Big sister glanced at Bai Xiaofan, then at Gu Yanyan, before sighing. Fine. If this is what you want to do, then do it. But Xiaofan, I need to ask you for a favor. Sister, tell me. If you lose, I want you to take Yanyan away from Fanchen. Bai Xiaofan understood what Big Sister meant. Taking Gu Yanyan away would spare her from harm. Don't worry. Sister. I won't lose. Bai Xiaofan smiled. This is Yanyan's home. How could I take her away? After leaving Gu Yanyan's home, Bai Xiaofan glanced at Lu Yueya beside him. What's up, 5th senior sister? Was today exciting? Bai Xiaofan chuckled. You certainly stole the show today. Lu Yueya shot Bai Xiaofan a withering look. Hoof. You big oaf. Big oaf? Bai Xiaofan was utterly baffled. When had he become a big oaf? That stuff smells amazing, 5th senior sister. Craving some pork knuckles? Hungry? I'm ignoring you. Lu Yueya turned and got back into the car, ignoring Bai Xiaofan entirely as she floored the gas pedal and drove off. Left with no choice, Bai Xiaofan had to ask his eldest sister to send someone to take him back. For the next few days, Bai Xiaofan truly drifted aimlessly. Luo Shui was constantly busy with Song Luan's affairs and had no time to pay Bai Xiaofan any mind. Bai Xiaofan considered seeking out Lu Yuya, but for some reason, she wasn't responding to him either. Gu Yanyan was also occupied with preparing for the competition, leaving her no time for Bai Xiaofan either. Lying on his bed staring at the ceiling, Bai Xiaofan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Brother Fan. At that moment, Luo Xiang appeared out of nowhere. Unlike Luo Shui, though Luo Xiang was a boy, he couldn't care less about the Luo family's affairs. Luo Tianxian had sighed many times, wondering why Luo Xiang was a boy and Luo Shui was a girl. Luo Xiang showed no interest in managing the family affairs, but he was deeply fascinated by all things related to fun and entertainment. Ever since Bai Xiaofan had moved into the Luo residence, Luo Xiang had been pestering him relentlessly, begging Bai Xiaofan to teach him martial arts. Seeing Luo Xiang's eagerness, Bai Xiaofan didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. Though Luo Xiang had passed the prime age for cultivation, building his physique would still allow him to take on 2 or 3 opponents without issue. Standing at a distance, Luo Tianxian observed Bai Xiaofan training Luo Xiang. Luo Shui appeared beside Luo Tianxian. Did Xiaofan really save you from that Song Luan? Yes. The term Song Luan proposed. I never expected our junior brother to refuse them. It seems we may still need Xiaofan's assistance in this matter. Luo Tianxian sighed. Who would have thought such a troublesome fellow would show up? Ah, if only you were a boy. If you were a boy, I wouldn't have to be so busy. Luo Tianxian sighed, gazing at his son with a mix of disappointment and frustration. Luo Shui's face showed a trace of helplessness. Not being a boy wasn't something she could choose. Dad, why do you always use gender to hold me back no matter what I do? Luo Tianxian gently patted Luo Shui's head. Silly girl, what are you thinking? I'm not suppressing you because of your gender. On the contrary, precisely because you're a girl, I demand more from you than I did from Xiang. Only then can you silence those critics and become the first female head of the Luo family. But that means you'll have to shoulder so much, and I truly don't want to see you struggle so hard. After Luo Tianxian and Luo Shui departed, Bai Xiaofan glanced in their direction. Days passed swiftly, and soon the day of the competition arrived. Early that morning, Shiwen sent people to the Luo family to fetch Bai Xiaofan. Seeing Bai Xiaofan emerge from the Luo residence, Shiwen and his men couldn't help but raise their fingers in a warning gesture. Though they were the underground forces of Fancheng, they still felt uneasy when facing the Luo family. To think Bai Xiaofan had managed to befriend the Luo family, it was truly impressive. Seated in the car, Bai Xiaofan kept his eyes closed as Shiwen spoke up from the front. Mr. Bai, there's no need to be overly nervous this time. Just relax with your abilities, victory is assured. This time, the war god is in top form. Victory is assured. Snake Pattern spoke up front, while Bai Xiaofan opened his eyes and fixed his gaze ahead. For Gu Yanyan. For her safety. She must win. Chapter 64, Trash. The meeting point arranged with the Daocheng underground faction was deep within a mountain range bordering Daocheng and Fancheng. Within this mountain range lay an underground boxing arena, frequently hosting fights and similar events. As the underground forces of Fancheng and Daocheng, they were undoubtedly familiar with this place and had visited it many times. Today, however, the place was unusually quiet, with only one staff member sweeping the floor. Bai Xiaofan followed Shiwen and the others to the entrance of the underground boxing arena. Just as he was about to step inside, a voice called out from behind him. Hey there, who's this? If I'm not mistaken, isn't this Snake Pattern himself? Hearing the voice, Snake Pattern clenched his fists and turned to see a man in his 30s. Meng Liangkuan, you bastard. You dare show your face here? You're asking for it. Snake Pattern lunged forward to attack, but Wang Hu intervened just in time. Oh my, Snake Pattern boss, still as hot-headed as ever. Really, that's not very appropriate, you know. Bai Xiaofan studied the man named Meng Liangkuan. Every aura emanating from him filled Bai Xiaofan with intense dislike. Meng Liangkuan noticed Bai Xiaofan too, offering a faint smile. Oh my, what's this? Snake Pattern, you brought your son along? Planning to give him a little lesson? Just think, if we take you out right here, wouldn't that mean losing your only flesh and blood? Meng Liangkuan, shut your damn mouth. Wang Hu roared at Meng Liangkuan. Meng Liangkuan looked at Wang Hu, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Well, if it isn't Brother Tiger? Oh my, after all this time, what's this? Started acting like a lapdog for Snake Pattern boss? No sooner had Meng Liangkuan finished speaking than Wang Hu grabbed him by the collar, his eyes burning with fury. But Meng Liangkuan merely smiled faintly. Just as Wang Hu was about to strike, a man appeared behind Meng Liangkuan. Let go! The man roared, grabbing Wang Hu's arm. Wang Hu's entire expression changed. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in shock. Wang Hu had trained relentlessly and possessed formidable physical prowess. Yet now, facing this man, he couldn't muster any resistance whatsoever, completely overpowered by sheer strength. Oops, what a slip-up. Caught by our strongman Zhang Lei. Might as well break his arm then.
As Meng Liangkuan's words fell, Zhang Lei roared, his movements suggesting he truly intended to snap Wang Hu's arm. At that very moment, Bai Xiaofan appeared beside Wang Hu, placing one hand over Zhang Lei's. Get lost! Zhang Lei roared again, aiming to slap Bai Xiaofan away. But Bai Xiaofan simply extended his hand to block Zhang Lei's attack, then slowly moved Zhang Lei's other hand away. What? Zhang Lei was stunned. He couldn't fathom how such a frail-looking guy could possess such immense strength. Ha! Meng Liangkuan also sensed something was off, furrowing his brow. Bai Xiaofan flicked Zhang Lei's arm away effortlessly, as if he hadn't exerted any force at all. Meng Liangkuan stopped Zhang Lei, who was about to strike again, and chuckled instead. Looks like this fellow is a contestant too. From the looks of it, you two aren't working with Xiangqing anymore? Zhuang Meng counts as one, this kid counts as another. Now, let's see who your third person is. Meng Liangkuan, do you even deserve to see our third person? Wang Hu sneered coldly. Let me tell you straight, with your puny garlic clove fists, you might not even last until we bring out our third man. Just as a fight was about to erupt at the entrance, a figure emerged from inside the underground boxing ring. What are you doing out here? Get inside immediately. If you want to fight, do it inside. Upon seeing the speaker, Shiwan and Meng Liangkuan stopped their insolence and obediently entered the arena. Once inside, Bai Xiaofan asked. Did you two know that Meng Liangkuan before? Wang Hu glanced at Meng Liangkuan in the distance inside. Ah, that Meng Liangkuan used to be Snake Brother's godson. Snake found him by a trash bin and brought him back to us. But Snake Brother was a rough and tumble guy, how could he raise a child? So he had to hire a nanny to take care of him. Anyway, he went to great lengths to raise that kid. Everyone was surprised he ever had the patience for it. Once the boy grew up, Snake planned to make him his successor. But who could have guessed that Meng Liangkuan would succumb to temptation? Those guys from Daochun lured him with the position of second in command. Unbelievably, Meng Liangkuan took several of our top fighters and left. It was also during that incident that we suffered a severe setback and remained at a disadvantage throughout our confrontation with Dao Chang. As he spoke, Wang Hu slammed his fist against his thigh, cursing himself for having misjudged Meng Liangkuan back then. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan nodded in agreement, muttering under his breath, he really is scum. Meanwhile, Meng Liangkuan stood glaring at Bai Xiaofan and the others with a look of pure provocation. Bai Xiaofan closed his eyes, ignoring them entirely, simply waiting for his turn to enter the fray. Just as Bai Xiaofan stood with eyes closed, Meng Liangkuan approached. Seeing Meng Liangkuan approach, Wang Hu stood up. What do you want? Meng Liangkuan glanced at Wang Hu and sneered coldly. None of your business. I'm not here for you. Then Meng Liangkuan approached Bai Xiaofan. I hear your name is Bai Xiaofan, young man? Bai Xiaofan opened his eyes but did not look at Meng Liangkuan. Meng Liangkuan remained undeterred, saying, truthfully, my purpose is simple, I've come to recruit you. Hearing this, Wang Hu's expression darkened, and he shouted. Meng Liangkuan, you're asking for it. With that, Wang Hu drew the pistol he carried and pressed it directly against Meng Liangkuan's head. Meanwhile, Meng Liangkuan's men also drew their guns, aiming them at Wang Hu. Yet Meng Liangkuan's face showed no trace of fear. His expression was as if he were watching a performance. Let me think. What do you think they'll give you for helping the people of Fancheng? Money? Status? Ah, I remember now. The most likely reward they'd give you, is it Gu Yanyan? Meng Liangkuan slowly lowered his head, drawing closer to Bai Xiaofan. If that's why you came to us, I can give you double. Gu Yanyan, is it? Not only will I give her to you, but I can give you any woman you desire. Bai Xiaofan lifted his head, met Meng Liangkuan's gaze, and smiled. Very clever. Meng Liangkuan chuckled. Just as he thought he'd succeeded. Bai Xiaofan spat in his face. Trash. Chapter 65, They Don't Deserve It. Bai Xiaofan's action stunned everyone around him. No one expected him to do such a thing. Wang Hu burst into laughter upon seeing Bai Xiaofan's move. Way to go, old Bai. That's exactly how you handle him. The men behind Meng Liangkuan immediately aimed their guns at Bai Xiaofan. Meng Liangkuan raised his head, halting his men's actions, then regarded Bai Xiaofan with an expressionless gaze. You're strong, but you're also foolish. Since that's the case, you'll be buried along with them. Meng Liangkuan turned and walked away. Bai Xiaofan watched his retreating figure, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. Old Bai, you're something else. Wang Hu walked over with a smirk. You're my kind of brother. I'm sticking with you, Wang Hu. Bai Xiaofan smiled, looking at Meng Liangkuan. Even after what I did, that Meng Liangkuan didn't turn on me. A man like that has incredible patience. My master once told me, those who endure can achieve great things, because they know how to wait for their chance. Wang Hu nodded in agreement at Bai Xiaofan's words, then sighed helplessly. Snake Brother had taught him almost everything, and this patience was what he'd emphasized most. But if he thought he could just sit back and wait for his chance, he'd be dead wrong.
This little incident actually improved Wang Hu's impression of Bai Xiaofan, and he began to engage with him more. Through their conversations, Bai Xiaofan learned that Wang Hu had lost his parents at a young age and had once gone down the wrong path. Later, he met Big Sister. At first, Wang Hu followed her simply because he thought the underground world was incredibly cool. But Big Sister saw that Wang Hu was a malleable talent, so she didn't just give up on him. True to her expectations, Wang Hu eventually rose to become the leader of the mighty Tiger Hall under Big Sister's command. Just as Bai Xiaofan was chatting with Wang Hu, Xiwen approached and ushered Bai Xiaofan away. The two arrived at the upper floor of the underground boxing arena, which served as the main control room. A crowd had already gathered there, including figures Bai Xiaofan recognized like Big Sister and Zhuang Meng. What Bai Xiaofan hadn't anticipated was that Big Sister had also brought Gu Yanyan alone. Across from Big Sister sat a man with a white crew cut and gold-rimmed glasses. This man was He Shan, the head of Daocheng's underground underworld. His name meant benevolent, but he was anything but kind. After Xiwen made the introductions, Bai Xiaofan nodded. Spotting Bai Xiaofan's arrival, Big Sister immediately stood up. Pulling Bai Xiaofan to her side, she looked at He Shan and smiled. "Big brother He, you won't regret deciding the outcome through a challenge match, will you?" "Of course not." He Shan glanced at Bai Xiaofan, immediately dismissing him as the Big Sister's pretty boy. "As for you, sister, I'm quite curious who exactly will you be sending to fight? My side?" Big Sister pointed to the two men beside her. "Can't you tell?" "Him?" He Shan pointed at Bai Xiaofan. "Humph. What? Big Sister, do you think my men are all weaklings? He Lao Da's men are all formidable." "Weak? Impossible. It's just that. I simply don't think much of your men, bossy. These two alone can win." He Shan's expression turned cold, and the two men behind him slowly placed their hands on their waists. But just then, the door to the second floor swung open again, and a booming laugh echoed through the room. Oh my, oh my. Glad I didn't come too late, glad I didn't come too late. A man with a large gold tooth walked in. Seeing Big Sister and He Shan, he beamed with delight. "Hey, Big Sister, boss He. Long time no see. Long time no see. Did you miss me?" "Big brother Shan, you say that, but of course I missed you. I haven't forgotten how you kicked me when I was down." Big Sister said coldly, her entire demeanor rejecting Shan Jianxian's attitude. Shan Jianxian didn't seem the least bit embarrassed, chuckling as he replied. "It's truly an honor to be remembered by the Big Sister." After speaking, Shan Jianxian turned to He Shan. "Big brother He, hasn't it been ages since we last met? Long time? That can't be right, we just had dinner together last night, didn't we?" Shan Jianxian chuckled. "You're right. What were we discussing together?" "Ah, right. I was planning to team up with Daocheng to take down your Fancheng." Hearing Shan Jianxian's words, Big Sister frowned. "What did you say?" The others present were also taken aback by Shan Jianxian's words, unsure what he meant. "It's simple. Xianqing wants in two and plans to send 3 contestants. If either Xiangcheng or Daocheng defeats you, the border region becomes ours. But if you win, we'll just have to suck it up and hand the border region back to you without a word." Shan Jianxian's words ignited fury among the elder sisters people. "Shan Jianxian, you bastard. You're breaking your word. Just because Big Sister didn't agree to your terms, you'd do something like this?" Shan Jianxian's gaze slowly shifted to Gu Yanyan standing behind Big Sister. "Ah, so this is my niece. She truly is a beauty." He then turned to a man behind him and said, "Old boy, you've got quite the eye for beauty." The man behind him chuckled. "Of course. She's the woman I've been dreaming of. Did you hear that, sis?" Shan Jianxiang shouted, "This is the woman my son dreams of having. If you don't want to end up being torn apart by both of us, then just hand over your niece to my son. You still have time to think about it after all, the match hasn't even started yet." Big Sister stared coldly at Shan Jianxiang, utterly stunned that this guy would actually do such a thing. "Big Sister." At that moment, Bai Xiaofan spoke up. "You have no other choice. Your only option is to eliminate these two." Bai Xiaofan's words left Shan Jianxiang and He Shan momentarily stunned. The next second, both of them burst into laughter. "Whoa, holy crap, did I hear that right? Kid, are you still half asleep? Hey, you think you can take us on? Are you kidding me? Have you grown a full set of balls yet? Just hanging out in the underworld?" Facing He Shan and Shan Jianxiang's mockery, Bai Xiaofan said nothing more. Instead, he turned his gaze to Big Sister. "Plotting with these guys is like trying to skin a tiger. If you team up with Xiangqing, the pressure will still fall on us in the end. The outcome will be the same, the process will be the same. The only difference is that you'll have to sacrifice Yan Yan. Big Sister, if I were you, I wouldn't agree even if it meant fighting to the end. After all, they don't deserve it." Chapter 66, Bones, Flesh, and a Single Breath. Bai Xiaofan's words were utterly arrogant. Every person present paled upon hearing them. He Shan and Shan Jianxiang's expressions turned icy, their eyes gradually clouding over with murderous intent. As for Big Sister, seeing Bai Xiaofan display such resolve, she felt considerably more at ease. Shan Jianxiang, did you see that? My little brother has such resolve, what excuse do I have to back down? Big Sister, it's just the two of us against these 6 guys? Piece of cake. I'm not worried about having enough to fight. At these words, everyone present glared angrily at Bai Xiaofan, but he paid them no mind whatsoever. Ha! At that moment, Shan Jianxiang suddenly burst into laughter. Very well. It seems Big Sister intends to oppose me. Well then, my apologies. Though I'm reluctant, I'll have to get involved after all. Facing both Shan Jianxiang and Hishan, Big Sister showed no fear, truly a heroine among women. Bai Xiaofan approached Gu Yanyan. Seeing him come over, Gu Yanyan smiled. Never would have guessed you're quite the formidable presence. Bai Xiaofan smiled back. No choice. Big Sister has no way out now. I have to give her some backbone. But Xiaofan, I'm curious, why couldn't my aunt refuse to let Shangcheng's people get involved? Bai Xiaofan gently ruffled Gu Yanyan's hair. Because it was merely informing you, not asking for your consent. Even if you refuse, they'll still get involved. It's clear Shan Jianxiang and Hishan have already reached an agreement. Take just now, for example. Even if it meant sacrificing you, Shan Jianxiang would have sabotaged things to ensure Hishan won the match. Big Sister understood the stakes involved, so this time, she didn't choose to sacrifice you. Gu Yanyan nodded, surprised to learn the truth behind it all. Behind Shan Jianxiang, the man Shan Liqui saw Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan acting so intimate, and his expression turned cold. Li Gang, have you spotted that kid yet? You're up first. Bring him to me. Li Gang, standing beside Shan Liqui, glanced at Bai Xiaofan and chuckled. Your Highness, rest assured. Taking out that brat is a piece of cake. For a moment, every person in the control room harbored their own sinister thoughts. However, just as they were speaking, the door to the second-floor control room suddenly swung open. Wang Hu rushed in. Everyone turned to look at him, but Wang Hu was staring at Big Sister. Big Sister, it's bad. Everyone hurried downstairs to the first floor and saw Zhuang Meng covered in blood. What happened? Seeing the scene, the eldest sister's face darkened with anger. Big Sister, it's... Wang Hu glanced at Shan Jianxiang and Hishan nearby. It was their men who shot him. What? The elder sister turned her head, glaring at Shan Jianxiang and Hishan. What do you two think you're doing? Oh. Hishan chuckled, nothing much, just a simple feud between brothers down below. Right, we can't control what our lower-level brothers do, can we? Shan Jianxiang chimed in. Very well. Big Sister nodded, turning to Wang Hu. Huzi, get him to the hospital first. Hurry. Wang Hu nodded and led Zhuang Meng away. At this point, it seemed Bai Xiaofan was the only one left who could represent Big Sister in battle. 1 against 6. Was Bai Xiaofan the reincarnation of Ip Man, capable of taking on 10 opponents alone? We're done for. We're finished this time. Who would have thought these guys could be so despicable? What should we do? Maybe we should just get out of here fast? Otherwise, we'll all be left behind. Zhuang Meng's injury had also thrown the eldest sister's side into panic. After all, none of them had ever seen Bai Xiaofan fight. Bai Xiaofan's expression remained utterly calm, leaving everyone puzzled as to why he was so composed. Just then, Meng Liangkuan approached once more, coming to stand beside Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan, did you see that? Big Sister has no chance of escape today. If you defect to me now, I can still spare your life. What a nuisance. Bai Xiaofan scratched his ear. Get lost. Stop blocking my view. Meng Liangkuan's expression darkened completely. Truthfully, he never intended to win Bai Xiaofan over. Earlier, Bai Xiaofan had humiliated him publicly. His original plan was to push Bai Xiaofan to the brink of despair, then offer him a glimmer of hope, only to crush him again. But unexpectedly, Bai Xiaofan proved impervious to both carrot and stick, refusing to acknowledge him at all. Meng Liangkuan had once again been rebuffed. He could only snort coldly and turn to leave. Snake Pattern approached Bai Xiaofan and sighed helplessly. Man, that guy's way too much. It's nothing. Bai Xiaofan said, Uncle Snake, if you want revenge, I can help you take him out. Ha! Shiwen froze. It's uncertain whether any of us will even survive leaving this place today. Xiaofan, we'll make our move first. When the chaos erupts, you must take Yan Yan and flee immediately. Shiwen sighed deeply. We've committed enough evil deeds. If we die, so be it. But Yan Yan is different. She got involved in this because of us. She had a bright future ahead of her. We all know how strong you are, so we're counting on you to get Yan Yan out of here. Bai Xiaofan smiled and patted Shiwen on the shoulder. Rest assured, you'll be fine. Yan Yan will be fine too. With those words, Bai Xiaofan headed to the preparation room to get ready. At that moment, the vast preparation room held only Bai Xiaofan. Sitting in the room with his eyes closed, streams of true qi slowly circulated within his body. As the saying goes, external training strengthens the body, while internal training cultivates the vital energy. All of this must be done step by step. There can be no shortcuts. Practitioners like Zhuang Mang, who trained their bodies and honed combat skills, belong to the external realm of cultivating muscles, bones, and skin. Those stronger, like Lei Ming, wielded the stone-hard fist with immense power far beyond ordinary men. This stemmed from possessing a vital breath within known as the Dan Tian Qi, representing the internal realm of cultivating the breath. Beyond this lies the realm of true qi, where the Dan Tian Qi permeates the entire body and transforms into true qi. However, in the Dragon Nation today, true qi is rare, and even the realm of internal cultivation is not commonly seen. One might only encounter it within ancient sects or martial families. After circulating his true qi throughout his body, Bai Xiaofan exhaled a breath of stale air and opened his eyes. A golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes, then spread across his entire body. Yet as Bai Xiaofan moved, the golden radiance gradually faded until it vanished entirely. Chapter 67, I'm taking on 6. Stepping onto the stage, Bai Xiaofan saw his 6 opponents standing below. His gaze then swept over the spectator stands, where he spotted Gu Yanyan, Shiwen, and others watching him with tense expressions. At the same time, he spotted Shan Jianxiang and the others, especially Meng Liangkuan, with that face just begging to be punched. Bai Xiaofan shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Stepping to the center of the ring, he called out in a loud voice. Hey, wouldn't it be a waste of time to fight one by one? How about this, you can all come at me together? Bai Xiaofan's words stunned everyone present. For a moment, they thought they must have misheard. But looking at Bai Xiaofan standing in the center of the ring, they knew they hadn't misheard. No way. Is this kid out of his mind? He wants to take on all 6 of us by himself? Damn, I've never seen such an arrogant brat in my life. I'll tear him to shreds. 1 against 6. Does he really think he's Ip Man? Does he actually believe he's that good? The crowd below the stage seethed with fury, turning to glare at their leaders. He Shan and Shan Jianxiang nodded to the 6 men. With a furious roar, they charged straight into the ring. What the hell is Bai Xiaofan doing? Snake Pattern stood up. Does he think this match is a joke? Uncle Snake. Gu Yanyan tugged at Shiwen. All we can do now is trust Xiaofan unconditionally. Snake Pattern thought it over and sat back down, though his hands still fidgeted nervously. Big Sister watched the scene unfold with growing unease, though she couldn't show it in front of Shan Jianxiang and he Shan. Big Sister, I never expected your brother to be this formidable, taking on all 6 of us experts alone. I wonder if he's all talk. After all, the 6 of us could take on 60 men without breaking a sweat. Big Sister remained silent, watching intently. Perhaps she, too, had chosen to trust Bai Xiaofan unconditionally. Bai Xiaofan stood at the center of the ring, surveying the surrounding figures without a trace of fear in his eyes. Amongst these men, Bai Xiaofan looked like a child. Each of them towered over him at nearly 2 meters tall. At just 1.8 meters tall, Bai Xiaofan was completely overshadowed by their imposing presence. Kid, tell us, how do you want to die? Or rather, who do you want to kill you? Don't kill him too easily. I want to have some fun with this little runt. Who's going first, brothers? If no one steps up, I'll take the first turn. Li Gang chuckled, stepping in front of Bai Xiaofan and grabbing his shoulder. Bai Xiaofan looked up at Li Gang, then seized his wrist. Li Gang's expression suddenly turned grim. You! Li Gang stared at Bai Xiaofan in terror. Before he could speak, Bai Xiaofan twisted his arm backward. Li Gang knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat, yet he dared not struggle. Those present froze at the sight, and in an instant, they all surrounded Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan delivered a kick straight to Li Gang's chest, sending him flying backward and crashing against the edge of the stage. Witnessing this, no one dared underestimate Bai Xiaofan anymore. Everyone immediately became fully alert. Perhaps the atmosphere had grown too heavy, or perhaps the pressure Bai Xiaofan exerted on them was simply too great. One fighter couldn't hold back any longer and charged at Bai Xiaofan, swinging a punch straight for his head. Bai Xiaofan ducked to the side, then delivered a kick to the man's face, followed immediately by a punch to his chest. Despite appearing soft and weak, the fist left a distinct, visible imprint upon impact. The man flew backward, crashing to the ground. Just as he tried to rise, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Guys, let's go together. Zhang Lei bellowed, and the other 4 charged at Bai Xiaofan together. Facing their combined assault, Bai Xiaofan showed no fear, weaving in and out of their ranks with agile footwork. Truthfully, if Bai Xiaofan had unleashed his true abilities, he could have dispatched these men in an instant. But he wanted to test his hand-to-hand combat skills, to see if he'd regressed after all this time. He grabbed one man by the hair, slamming him to the ground before driving a fist into his temple. In an instant, blood spurted forth, coating Bai Xiaofan's fist in copious amounts of crimson. Blood! Blood! The crowd in the stands erupted in shouts. Snake Pattern waved his hand and drew his pistol. After dispatching one, Bai Xiaofan turned his gaze to the others, roared in fury, and charged forward. Facing Bai Xiaofan's assault, these individuals who usually boasted of their skills were largely powerless to fight back. Soon, another fell beneath Bai Xiaofan's fists. Before dying, that man had taken so many blows from Bai Xiaofan that his face was utterly unrecognizable. Killing two in succession sent a wave of fear through the remaining guests. They thought of fleeing, but Bai Xiaofan wouldn't give them the chance. He leapt forward, planting one foot on a man's body before stomping down with the other. The victim let out a piercing scream as the bones in his shoulder shattered instantly, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining few also met the same grim fate at Bai Xiaofan's hands, quickly collapsing onto the stage. When it was all over, Bai Xiaofan wiped the blood from his hands and looked up at the second-floor control room. Inside the control room, Shan Jianxiang and He-shan were stunned. They couldn't believe their strongest fighters had all fallen to Bai Xiaofan. Damn it, stay calm. We've gathered many brothers nearby. We absolutely cannot let them leave today. Shan Jianxiang and He-shan exchanged a glance before turning their attention to the big sister seated nearby. The henchmen beside Big Sister sensed something was off and started to draw their guns, only to have their hands pinned down by the figures behind them. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man collapsed to the ground. The Big Sister turned to see another of her men pointing a pistol at her. Xiao Bai, you betrayed me? The boss stared at him, disbelief still lingering in her eyes. Sorry, sister, but they just offered too much. Xiao Bai gave a cold chuckle, then turned his gaze toward Shan Jianxiang and He-shan. You two bosses, don't go back on your word about the money you promised earlier. Ha, of course. Once this matter is settled, it'll be transferred to your account. Xiao Bai, if you're willing to work under me, you'll likely find opportunities for advancement. Xiao Bai bowed his head. Then I'm grateful to both of you, bosses. He then turned to Big Sister. Big Sister, don't blame me. After all, if you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. With that, he pulled the trigger. Bang. Chapter 68, Evacuation. The gunshot echoing from the second-floor control room sent a chill through the crowd in the auditorium. Oh no, trouble's brewing. Snake shouted, immediately drawing his pistol and firing at the underground forces from Fancheng and Xiangcheng. In that instant, the entire spectator area transformed into a gunfight scene, filled with the incessant sounds of gunfire and shouts. Uncle Snake, what about my aunt? Snake glanced up at the second floor and said, don't worry, I've got Xiaofan handling it. In the second-floor control room, a bullet hole appeared in the ceiling as a figure lifted Xiao Bai's arm. Surrounding figures aimed pistols at the silhouette, their faces frozen in shock. You! Shan Jianxiang snorted coldly at the man before him, you dare come here? Aren't you afraid of death? That figure was none other than Bai Xiaofan. Sensing something amiss, he had rushed to the second floor immediately. Bai Xiaofan kicked Xiao Bai flying with one swift motion, then turned to Shan Jianxiang and the others, offering a faint smile. Oh my, that doesn't sound quite right. Do you really think I'm the type to fear death? Staring at Bai Xiaofan's face, Shan Jianxiang roared in fury, drew his pistol, and fired a shot at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan swiftly flicked a silver needle, which pierced Shan Jianxiang's wrist. His arm jerked violently. The pistol fell to the ground. Shan Jianxiang crouched down, panic etched across his face. His arm was paralyzed, he couldn't even feel it anymore. Damn it! Shoot! Kill this bastard! With Shan Jianxiang's furious roar, the surrounding men opened fire simultaneously. Bai Xiaofan shoved his older sister aside with one swift motion, then leapt to his feet, darting around the control room. Despite the bullet's high velocity, not a single one managed to hit Bai Xiaofan. Is this even human? Dodging bullets like that? Witnessing this, He-shan couldn't help but shake his head. Old He, we should get out of here first. Shan Jianxiang remarked, things are heating up downstairs too. He-shan nodded, leaving the scene to his men. He and Shan Jianxiang departed. Meanwhile, in the spectator area, the gunfight raged on. The underground forces from Xiangcheng and Daocheng had brought a massive contingent. Snake Pattern and his crew quickly found themselves on the defensive, with several members hit and wounded by bullets. Hey! At that moment, Mang Liangkuan bellowed, brothers of Fancheng. Do you remember me, Mang Liangkuan? I'm now the second in command of Daocheng's underground faction, second only to the boss, above thousands. If you choose to join me today, I guarantee this, whatever I eat, you'll eat too. Just capture Snake Pattern and Big Sister for me. That bastard. Snake Pattern roared in fury, and those around him glared at him angrily. I can't take it anymore. I'll kill you. A man couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up and fired at Mang Liangkuan. But the moment he peeked out, a bullet blew his head off. Ah! Gu Yanyan was terrified by the scene. Though she'd witnessed fights before. But those were just minor skirmishes. She'd never seen someone die, especially right before her eyes. Let's get out of here first. Snake Pattern shouted, fight our way out. See if we can make it out. Shan Liqui, wielding a submachine gun, spotted Shiwan and the others attempting to retreat. He immediately raised his weapon and opened fire. Damn it, who said you could leave? I'll give you a chance, leave Gu Yanyan behind, and I'll let you go. Kid, you're full of. Snake Pattern yelled, raising his pistol and firing a shot at Yamazaki. Yamashiro crouched down just in time to dodge the bullet, but the shot only served to enrage him further. Gunfire erupted on both battlefields. Just then, a figure suddenly flew out from the second-floor control room. What the hell was that? The figure completely captured everyone's attention until it crashed to the ground. It was Xiao Bai. Seeing it was Xiao Bai, Shiwan and the others frowned. What's going on? Could Big Sister be in danger? Snake Pattern and the others exchanged uncertain glances. No, Xiao Bai was beaten to death, not shot. The one who did it must be Xiaofan. Just then, Gu Yanyan suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked closely and realized she might be right. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Bai must have betrayed Big Sister and was killed by Xiaofan. Reaching this conclusion, the group breathed a sigh of relief. At least this proved Big Sister was still safe. Upstairs in the control room, Bai Xiaofan punched a man's head into the wall. He then grabbed the man's body and used it as a shield in front of himself. In the next instant, a hail of bullets rained down on Bai Xiaofan, but every single one was blocked by the body in front of him. Silver needles appeared in Bai Xiaofan's hand. He flicked them out casually, and several figures collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Was this man human or ghost? Bullets couldn't even hit him. Those present were visibly shaken. After all, the power Bai Xiaofan had just displayed was overwhelming. Damn it, he's strong, huh? Well, that Big Sister must be weak. Guys, let's take her out first. The men nodded in agreement and charged toward the older woman. This played right into Bai Xiaofan's hands. He'd been hoping for something to draw their attention away. As the firepower weakened, Bai Xiaofan flickered and dashed forward. 8 Extremes Collapsing Fist. Bai Xiaofan's fist slammed into one man's back, sending him flying like a cannonball. He carried several others with him, all of them flying out of the second-floor control room. The second-floor control room was nearly 10 meters above the ground. By the time they hit the floor, these individuals were already lifeless. After eliminating everyone, Bai Xiaofan brought Big Sister downstairs. Downstairs, the gunfight raged on. Shan Liqui and Mang Liangkuan launched a fierce assault against Shiwan and his men. Old Snake! Big Sister shouted. Hearing her voice, Snake Pattern smiled. Brothers, Big Sister is safe. We can leave now. The group then retreated like a receding tide. However, Shan Liqui and his men had no intention of letting them go so easily. Bai Xiaofan glanced at the second-floor control room, then drew 4 silver needles, channeling his inner chi. He flicked the needles forward, each striking one of the 4 pillars supporting the control room. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted within the pillars, causing the second-floor control room to collapse with a thunderous crash. The collapsing control room blocked Shan Liqui and his men, allowing Bai Xiaofan to seize the opportunity to escape. Bai Xiaofan could have killed everyone here, but it was utterly unnecessary. After all, it was his elder sister and her group who bore a blood feud against them, not him. Blocking the pursuers was already the most Bai Xiaofan could do. With the second-floor control room crashing down, Big Sister and the others successfully escaped the underground boxing arena. Chapter 69, Ambush and Counter-Ambush. Having escaped the underground boxing arena, Big Sister and the others felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. The eldest sister sat panting heavily to the side. The gunfight had been truly terrifying. But thankfully, they had successfully trapped Shan Jianxiang and Hishan's men inside the underground boxing arena. Big Sister, we should go now. Snake Pattern said, send people to seize the transition zone now. We have the moral high ground. Big Sister nodded. Word of what happened here would likely spread quickly. When the time comes, if Hishan tries to renege on the deal, he'd better think about the consequences of breaking his word. As they spoke, a figure slowly emerged from the grass nearby. The man fixed a vicious glare on Bai Xiaofan, drew a pistol, and aimed it squarely at him. The eldest sister stood up, about to order them back, when she spotted a glint ahead. Squinting, she peered closer and spotted the dark muzzle of a gun in the bushes. Xiaofan! The big sister shouted, then sprinted toward Bai Xiaofan. A gunshot rang out immediately afterward. As everyone froze in shock, Big Sister collapsed to the ground. Big Sister! Shiwan and the others shouted in alarm, while the figure in the grass, seeing the situation turn dire, scrambled to flee. Bai Xiaofan flickered forward, giving chase. It must be said, the man's running speed was truly remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered a considerable distance. But how could that compare to Bai Xiaofan, who had spent years carrying water through the mountains and forests? Bai Xiaofan caught up with him in no time. Once caught, the man clearly had no intention of surrendering. He reached for a pistol at his waist. Bai Xiaofan kicked the pistol away with a single kick, then grabbed the man by the throat and pinned him to the ground. Come back with me, Bai Xiaofan said, grabbing the man by the hair and attempting to drag him back. But just then, the man clenched his teeth, blood trickling from his mouth. His eyes rolled back, and he was dead. Bai Xiaofan frowned, placing his hand on the man's pulse. There was no beat. No ordinary person could act with such decisiveness. Could this man not be part of the underground faction after all? Bai Xiaofan pondered briefly before shaking his head. He stood up and hurried back to where his older sister and the others were. Shiwon and the others were bandaging Big Sister, though their makeshift dressing looked rather crude. Upon arriving, Bai Xiaofan said, "Hey, move aside. I'll treat Big Sister." "Ha? Xiaofan, you know medicine?" When Bai Xiaofan said he would treat the eldest sister, Shiwon and the others were stunned. "Yes." Bai Xiaofan said, "Everyone step back and clear the air, let it circulate freely." After the crowd dispersed, Bai Xiaofan began taking out silver needles, sealing all the bleeding areas on the eldest sister. Then Bai Xiaofan extended his hand, where a faint, transparent protective barrier began to form. Unless one looked closely, it was impossible to tell that anything had appeared on his hand. Slowly, he placed his hand over the wound, pinching the bullet lodged inside with just 2 fingers. With a single tug, he pulled the bullet out with his bare hands. He tossed the bullet aside and began bandaging the wound. The entire process flowed with effortless precision, leaving everyone present gaping in stunned disbelief. This was too incredible. He actually pulled the bullet out with his bare hands? Wait, am I dreaming? Who would have thought he could fight and heal? This is pure genius. Wow, our young miss has such excellent taste to find such a wonderful son-in-law. That last remark made Gu Yanyan blush slightly, though she didn't argue. Bai Xiaofan, however, paid no heed to their chatter. After bandaging his sister's wound, he lifted his head. "Make a stretcher to carry our eldest sister. We need to get her to the hospital fast. This bandage is only temporary." Shiwon and the others immediately obeyed. Soon, a stretcher was ready, and the group carried the eldest sister away. Walking at the rear of the group, Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan trailed behind. Gu Yanyan turned to Bai Xiaofan and asked, "By the way, Xiaofan, didn't you go after that killer earlier? Didn't you catch up to him?" "I caught up to him. Just as I was about to bring him back, he had already poisoned himself." "Poisoned himself?" Gu Yanyan frowned, finding it hard to believe such a method still existed in this day and age. "So I'm thinking that guy might not have been part of the underground. His target was me. But who are your enemies? Why would that person target you specifically?" Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Truthfully, he didn't know who his enemies were either. Tian Xiao? Guoming? Or perhaps Song Luan? Bai Xiaofan smiled. Whoever it was, if they dared come, he'd make sure they never returned. After returning to Fancheng, Shiwon and the others took Big Sister to the hospital. Shiwon also dispatched men to seize control of the border zone. Since footage of the underground boxing match had been leaked, Hishan had no way to deny it now. Without the border zone, Hishan lost the leverage needed to oppose Big Sister. What happened next had little to do with Bai Xiaofan. Strolling through the grand market with Gu Yanyan, Bai Xiaofan watched the bustling traders around them and stretched lazily. Man, that was exhausting. But thankfully, I can finally get some proper rest. Gu Yanyan giggled. How do you plan to rest? Would you like this lady to accompany you? Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, looking at Gu Yanyan, and found himself unconsciously recalling that morning. Gu Yanyan seemed to sense what he was thinking, a blush spreading across her cheeks. You're such a blockhead. I'm ignoring you. Without looking back, Gu Yanyan walked ahead, while Bai Xiaofan followed behind. As the two strolled along, Bai Xiaofan failed to notice a pair of eyes fixed on him. Hey there, Bai Xiaofan. What's this all about? Betraying my sister to go on a date with some other girl? Lu Shangxiang, disguised with sunglasses and a hat, pulled out her phone and snapped a few photos of Bai Xiaofan. Looks like more drama's coming. Can't wait to see how you explain this to my sister. I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere before. She's pretty, but not as pretty as my sister. Just as Lu Shangxiang muttered under her breath and was about to snap more photos, a figure blocked her view. You! Just as Lu Shangxiang opened her mouth to speak, a store clerk smiled warmly at her. Miss, if you're not purchasing, please don't take our merchandise out of the store. Thank you for your cooperation. Chapter 70, High School Classmate. After resolving matters with the older woman, Bai Xiaofan found himself with a few days of free time. What puzzled Bai Xiaofan, however, was that whenever he tried to find Lu Yuegua these past few days, she completely ignored him. At first, Bai Xiaofan assumed she was busy, but later realized she simply didn't want to see him. That day, Bai Xiaofan arrived at the Lu residence. The guards didn't stop him. Upon entering the Lu residence, he happened to spot Lu Shangxiang practicing yoga in the courtyard. Hey, cousin, is Yueya here? Bai Xiaofan crouched down and asked upon seeing Lu Shangxiang. Oh my, Master Bai actually has time to visit Yueya? Aren't you off making amends to your little girlfriend? What little girlfriend? What are you talking about? Bai Xiaofan stared blankly at Lu Shangxiang. You know, the one from that day at Dao Lai. Lu Shangxiang said, you two seemed pretty close, didn't you? Dao or Lai? Gu Yanyan? Bai Xiaofan asked in confusion, she's just a friend of mine. By the way, where's Yueya? A friend, huh? Lu Shangxiang shot Bai Xiaofan a look. Bai Xiaofan, even though my aunt and the others all approve of you, I still want you to remember Yueya has never been in a relationship before. You're her first. I don't want her to get hurt. If you have a lot of female friends around you, then I hope you won't go bothering Yueya. Cousin, what are you saying? I actually did it because.
Bai Xiaofan then recounted everything that had happened recently. After listening, Lu Shangxiang realized she had misunderstood him.
Lu Shangxiang scratched her head awkwardly. Well, I showed Yueya that photo, and then. Bai Xiaofan's mind went blank. He stared at Lu Shangxiang as if to say, Sis, are you kidding me? Well, Yueya seems to be planning to attend a class reunion.
I heard a high school classmate returned from abroad.
Bai Xiaofan hummed in acknowledgement. If she was going to the reunion, he didn't need to seek her out.
Just as Bai Xiaofan was about to leave, Lu Shangxiang called out to him.
Hey, seeing how pitiful you look, how about this? I'll give you a chance to treat your cousin to a meal. Ha? Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Cousin, aren't you worried Yueya will see us if I treat you to dinner? So what?
If Yueya sees us, does she really think her cousin is stealing her man?
Lu Shangxiang snorted lightly.
Let me tell you, there are so many guys who want to take me out to dinner, but I turn them all down.
Seeing Lu Shangxiang's expression, Bai Xiaofan smiled before following her out of the Lu residence. Where could Bai Xiaofan possibly take Lu Shangxiang? The only place was Dao. After all, Bai Xiaofan ate at Dao Lai without spending a dime.
Upon arriving at Dao Lai, Lu Shangxiang's appearance instantly drew the attention of everyone around. The Lu sisters were well known. Lu Yuya had gained fame for her ability to exorcise evil spirits and ward off misfortune.
Compared to her sister, Lu Shangxiang kept a much lower profile. People knew her primarily because she was Lu Yuya's older sister. Yet no one realized that Lu Shangxiang was the true academic prodigy. She had entered university as the top student in the entire province.
Despite her image as both a top student and a beauty, Lu Shangxiang didn't pursue a career at a prestigious company.
Instead, she chose to return to the Lu family.
The exact reason behind this decision remained unknown, even to most members of the Lu family.
As Lu Shangxiang and Bai Xiaofan walked through the Grand Palace, the strongest emotion Bai Xiaofan could sense was likely hostility. Speaking of which, Lu Shangxiang remarked, among Yueya's classmates this time, there's one student who's. What? Bai Xiaofan looked at Lu Shangxiang. Lu Shangxiang smiled, revealing a mischievous grin. But he's always had feelings for Yueya, she just doesn't know it. His name is Huodu, the first friend Yueya made after returning to Fancheng.
They remained close friends ever since, until he went abroad for university after high school graduation. Others might not notice, but I, Yueya's cousin, can see right through him. This time, his return likely means he has improper intentions toward Yueya. Lu Shangxiang's words made Bai Xiaofan pause in his movements, but he quickly resumed his actions. Bai Xiaofan said expressionlessly, since she's fifth senior sister's friend, we should naturally treat her well upon her return. But then, as a friend, one should act like one don't overstep your bounds so easily. After all, between fifth senior sister and me, we don't need anyone else meddling. As he uttered the last sentence, Lu Shangxiang sensed the atmosphere around them grow subtly tense. Lu Shangxiang hurriedly interjected.
Alright, no one's trying to take Yueya away from you. Besides, what I said might not even be accurate, right? Bai Xiaofan didn't say much more.
He sat to the side and remained silent.
Lu Shangxiang wiped her brow, wondering what would happen if Bai Xiaofan saw Huodu confessing to Yueya. Just as Bai Xiaofan and Lu Shangxiang were having their meal, Lu Yueya also arrived at the class reunion venue.
Inside the private room, everyone was in high spirits, and the center of attention was the man seated right in the middle.
Hey, Huodu, why are you staring at the door? Yueya will be here soon, no need to rush.
Huodu merely smiled at his friend's teasing, offering no denial.
I wonder how Yueya's been doing after so long without seeing her. I've heard bits and pieces. The Lu family wasn't doing well before. At last year's investment conference, they didn't secure any investments nor did they invest in others.
They barely scraped by for the year. Wonder how this year's conference went. At this, a faint smile touched Huodu's lips. Well then, I suppose I ought to lend the Lu family a helping hand.
Oh? Huodu? Looks like you struck it rich? If you find any lucrative opportunities, don't forget to bring us along. Huodu chuckled and replied. Of course not. If you're willing to join me, I'd be delighted. Of course, I can guarantee that everything I do is entirely above board.
Huodu's words piqued everyone's interest after all, who wouldn't want to make some extra cash? Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Huodu's smile grew even broader.
Hey, speaking of which, is Yueya still single? Huodu suddenly asked. I haven't heard of Yueya having a boyfriend, so she probably doesn't. With her personality, she probably couldn't have a boyfriend anyway. Rest assured, she definitely doesn't. No way. Who could possibly be a better match for Yueya than us, Huodu?
As the group chattered back and forth,
Ouyang Jing, seated among them, spoke up. Well, you're all wrong. Yueya does have a boyfriend. Chapter 71, Swords for Silk. Ouyang Jing's words stunned everyone present. They all turned to look at him. Hey, Ouyang Jing, you said Yueya has a boyfriend? How do you know that? I've met Lu Yue's boyfriend myself, so I know. Would I just make things up?
Seeing Ouyang Jing so confident, everyone present nodded in agreement. It seemed he wasn't lying.
A grim expression crossed Huadu's face. Lu Yue has a boyfriend? This was not good news. What does Lu Yue's boyfriend do? What's his name? How did they meet?
Ouyang Jing lifted her head to look at Huadu. She didn't have a favorable impression of him.
Lu Yue might not know what Huadu had done, but Ouyang Jing certainly did.
However, Huadu had managed to cover up those incidents, so even though Ouyang Jing knew, she wouldn't speak of them.
When Huadu asked her, Ouyang Jing replied indifferently, his name is Bai Xiaofan.
As for what he does, I won't say for now.
As for how they met, it said Bai Xiaofan is Lu Yue's junior disciple.
That's all.
Junior disciple?
Huadu furrowed his brow.
Could they have been university classmates? That would make things easier. Hey, Huadu, you're not serious, are you? Yue already has a boyfriend. You wouldn't be that hopelessly devoted, would you?
Exactly, Huadu, there are plenty of fish in the sea.
You don't have to fixate on Lu Yue, right?
Look around, there are plenty of beautiful girls in our Fanchang. Facing everyone's persuasion, Huadu simply waved his hand.
You don't understand. It's a feeling I've had since childhood. I love Yue more than anyone else. I understand her better than anyone else.
I believe no one else is worthy of Yue, nor would anyone dare to be worthy of her. Huadu's words made everyone present feel the depth of his affection.
Only Ouyang Jing remained silent.
The more she looked at Huadu, the more she felt this man was a fraud.
Ouyang Jing merely had a falling out with Lu Yue. She wasn't some venomous woman. Her friction with Lu Yue stemmed solely from the fact that Yue was beautiful yet aloof. This made Ouyang Jing feel Lu Yue was putting on airs, but beyond that, there was no real animosity between them. Listening to Huadu's endless rambling, Ouyang Qian felt like she might vomit.
Yet as classmates, she couldn't bring herself to leave. By now, the people around them had been successfully brainwashed by Huadu, convinced that he was the only one worthy of Lu Yue. Just as everyone was talking, the door to the private room swung open. A figure stepped inside. The moment the room's occupants saw who had entered, every head turned in stunned silence.
Today, Lu Yue looked even more beautiful. Though dressed casually, she radiated a charming, next-door girl vibe. Huadu turned and saw Lu Yue.
In that moment, he knew his return had been the right decision. So beautiful.
Huadu swallowed hard, never expecting that Lu Yue would be even more stunning as an adult. Hey, Huadu, long time no see. Upon seeing Huadu, Lu Yue greeted him with a warm smile.
But it was that very smile that made Huadu fall for her all over again. He couldn't fathom how anyone but himself could possibly be worthy of such a girl. Just as Lu Yue was about to sit beside a girl, others stopped her.
Hey, Yue, it's been ages since you last saw Huadu.
You two should sit closer and catch up.
Exactly. Back in high school, you two were the closest. We were all so jealous of Huadu back then. Now that Huadu's back, you've got to ask him all about his adventures out there. With her classmates half pushing, half pulling, Lu Yue had no choice but to sit beside Huadu. Seeing Lu Yue beside him, Huadu silently gave his classmates a thumbs up. Ouyang Jing watched Lu Yue without speaking, but his gaze was anything but friendly. Lu Yue sensed Ouyang Jing's gaze.
Thinking he was having one of his episodes again, she ignored him.
Seeing Lu Yue ignore him, Ouyang Jing sighed helplessly. She had done all she could. Hey, Yue, you're late. That means 3 shots of self-punishment.
At that moment, someone started heckling, and once one person began, the others joined in. But just then, Huadu stood up and declared.
Hey, what's this all about? Bullying someone? Don't worry, Yue, I'll drink for you.
With that, Huadu manfully picked up the wine cups and downed all 3 in one go. Seeing this, the crowd around them cheered even louder.
Hey, Huadu, you're defending Yue like this, what are you up to?
Ha! Yue, Huadu just said he came back this time specifically for you.
Wow, it's been ages since we last met, and you've already downed 3 cups right off the bat.
Facing the teasing around her, Lu Yue merely smiled without saying a word.
Yue. Huadu stared at Lu Yue, while Yue stared back at him with wide eyes.
Huadu's lips twitched slightly, about to speak, when Ouyang Jing abruptly rose from his seat.
Ouyang Jing walked over to Lu Yue and grabbed her hand. Sit next to me.
Without waiting for her consent, he pulled her to his side. Witnessing this, everyone present wore expressions of displeasure, especially Huadu.
Hey, Ouyang, what are you doing? Huadu and Yue haven't seen each other in ages. Isn't it nice for them to catch up? If you want to connect emotionally, distance doesn't matter, you can connect no matter where you are. But I think, since Lu Yue already has a boyfriend, she should keep her distance from other guys. Ouyang Jing laid it out plainly, which left the male classmates feeling a bit awkward. Just then, the food arrived, and everyone began eating.
However, during the meal, Huadu shot Ouyang Jing a vicious glare.
That.
Looks like I'll have to teach her a lesson before she learns her place.
After pulling Lu Yue closer to him, Ouyang Jing didn't say much else to her. At first, Lu Yueya hadn't understood Ouyang Jing's intentions, but after hearing his words, she finally grasped the meaning. Lu Yueya thought for a moment. Well, thanks anyway.
Ouyang Jing paused briefly before resuming his meal without comment.
Lu Yueya smiled and began eating as well.
Ouyang Jing glanced at Lu Yueya, a smile spreading across his face.
Chapter 72, I Have a Boyfriend.
After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, one of the boys stood up.
His name was Zhang Quan, the class monitor. Everyone, it'll be hard to gather like this after graduation. So I suggest if there's anything we never said back then, now's the time. After all this time, it's finally time to speak up. Zhang Quan's suggestion met with widespread approval.
Even Huadu's face softened into a faint smile.
Zhang Quan continued.
As your class monitor, I'll kick things off. He then fixed his gaze on a girl.
Wang Jejia, could you stand up?
Amidst the curious stares of the crowd, a girl with short hair stood up.
Truthfully, I've always liked you.
Back in school, I often used the excuse of tutoring you to spend time alone with you. I wanted to tell you this when we graduated high school, but I felt I wasn't ready to say it then. I didn't have a stable job, couldn't offer you a secure future, so I didn't dare come see you.
I heard you don't have a boyfriend now. So, Wang Jejia, would you give me a chance? Caught off guard by the sudden confession, the girl named Wang Jejia was stunned.
She stared at Zhang Quan, utterly disbelieving.
After a moment's thought, Wang Jejia nodded. Zhang Quan walked over with a smile and embraced her. Seeing this, everyone present cheered.
Zhang Quan had certainly set a good precedent, and afterward, many others voiced the words they'd once been too afraid to speak.
But life isn't always perfect. Many of them now even had children. Now it was Huadu's turn. He stood up and looked at Lu Yueya. We've known each other for quite some time now, haven't we?
Huadu smiled, picked up his wine glass, and spoke softly.
Back then, I was filled with self-doubt.
She seemed like a celestial maiden, a pure moon, utterly beyond my reach. That's why I went abroad to study and achieved what I have today. I returned solely to become worthy of her. Ouyang Jing frowned, glanced around the room, and excused himself to use the restroom before turning and leaving the room. Ouyang Jing pulled out his phone and dialed a number.
At that moment, Bai Xiaofan, who was dining with Lu Shangxiang at De Ao Lai, received an unfamiliar call. Hello? Who is this? Bai Xiaofan asked. Few people seemed to have his number. Bai Xiaofan? Ouyang Jing said, this is Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing? Bai Xiaofan was taken aback upon hearing Ouyang Jing's name. Why are you calling me? Lu Yueya is being confessed to right now.
If you don't want her to fall into the tiger's mouth, hurry over.
Ouyang Jing hung up immediately. Bai Xiaofan glanced at Lu Shangxiang beside him, then turned and walked away. Hey, where are you going? Wait, we haven't settled the bill yet.
Watching Bai Xiaofan storm off, Lu Shangxiang smiled.
She must have found out something.
Inside the private room, Huadu was still pouring out his heartfelt words to Lu Yueya, things he'd wanted to say for so long.
At first, Lu Yueya didn't realize who Huadu was addressing, but then she realized it was her. This put Lu Yueya in a very awkward position.
After all, her feelings for Huadu were purely platonic.
Now, finally standing before her, he asked, will you be my girlfriend?
Having said this, Huadu knelt halfway beside Lu Yueya, a bouquet of flowers appearing in his hand at some point.
Seeing Huadu like this, Lu Yueya's expression grew slightly awkward. Huadu, please stand up first. Lu Yueya said. Yueya, you know how I feel about you. I like you. Will you say yes? Huadu, haven't I told you all before? I already have a boyfriend, and we're doing just fine. I know that.
Huadu said, but I also know that guy isn't worthy of you.
Yueya, you're like a goddess from heaven. Only I am worthy of you. Huadu was practically forcing Lu Yueya into a corner.
Now she was stuck saying yes felt wrong, but saying no felt wrong too.
The crux was, Lu Yueya had no intention of agreeing to Huadu.
Her feelings for Huadu were purely those of friendship. She had always regarded him as an older brother. Yet now, her big brother was confessing his feelings for her, a reality Yueya found hard to accept.
Huadu was undoubtedly outstanding, but Bai Xiaofan had always occupied the space in Lu Yueya's heart.
At that moment, Bai Xiaofan arrived outside the private room, where Ouyang Jing had been waiting. Spotting Bai Xiaofan's arrival, Ouyang Jing hurriedly grabbed his arm.
You're finally here. Come on, hurry inside.
As Bai Xiaofan approached the doorway, he caught the voices inside.
Bai Xiaofan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ouyang Jing looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Bai Xiaofan shook his head, standing at the doorway with eyes closed, listening intently to the conversation inside.
Huadu, first of all, I appreciate that you like me, but I still have to say I already have a boyfriend. Second, I have no other feelings for you, just the affection between friends. I don't know what made you think I like you or have feelings for you. But today, I want to make it clear, I have no romantic feelings for you. We should only be friends. Though these words might hurt you, I feel I must be clear. My boyfriend and I are deeply in love, so I'm sorry, let's just stay friends. Lu Yuya's words plunged the private room into silence. Everyone stared at Huadu, at a loss for words. Huadu's expression darkened. He lifted his head and said, "But I'm the only one who can give you the best." Before Huadu could finish, the door swung open and a man stepped inside. "Sir, you." Zheng Quan was about to speak again, but Lu Yuya stepped forward to meet the man. Seeing the man enter, a smile spread across Lu Yuya's face. Bai Xiaofan affectionately ruffled Lu Yuya's hair and said, "You didn't even tell me about the class reunion. Are you still mad at me these past few days?" You big oaf. If I'm mad at you, what business is it of yours?" Lu Yuegua pouted, and her adorable pout left everyone speechless. It was the first time they'd ever seen Lu Yuya act so coy. Watching her, the classmates exchanged glances. They all knew Huadu had lost. The look in someone's eyes when they love another is impossible to hide, and that's exactly the look Lu Yuya had now. Many shot Huadu pitying glances. Some patted Huadu on the shoulder, saying little else. Yet words were unnecessary. Chapter 73, Clashing Like Needles and Wheat. Bai Xiaofan's sudden appearance immediately asserted his claim to dominance, casting an awkward chill over the entire scene. Huadu, in particular, wore a dark expression, his eyes filled with hostility as he stared at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan took Lu Yuya's hand, ready to leave. At that moment, Huadu stood up and said, "Hey, don't rush off. We haven't seen each other in so long. Huadu, we can meet another day. My boyfriend is here." Lu Yuya felt a bit annoyed with Huadu, but since he hadn't been back in so long, she didn't want to say anything. He's here, so he's here. Perfect, I've been wanting to see what kind of man could win Yuya's heart. Huadu walked up to Bai Xiaofan, picked up a wine glass, poured some red wine, and handed it to him. Just as Bai Xiaofan reached out to take it, Huadu stepped back and set the glass down. "Oh dear, how could I forget? Has this brother never even tasted such wine before? My apologies for the oversight." He then retrieved a bottle of beer from the nearby liquor cabinet. "How about this? I reckon this is more your style." Huadu's words stunned everyone, it was pure mockery. Lu Yuya frowned as well. Yet at that very moment, Bai Xiaofan reached out and took the beer bottle. Beer has its merits, red wine has its merits. If you judge the worth of wine solely by its type, then I must say, you really are short-sighted. Huadu stared coldly at Bai Xiaofan, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Lu Yuya sensed something was off and immediately interjected, "Huadu, Xiaofan just came down from the mountains. He's never had alcohol before. Let's not make him drink." "Just came down from the mountains?" Huadu raised an eyebrow. "Ah, so he's just a country bumpkin? Yuya, how did your taste become so poor that you could possibly fancy this country bumpkin?" "Huadu." Lu Yuya frowned, even she disapproved of his words. Though the others also felt Huadu was being a bit much, none of them said anything. After all, judging by Huadu's appearance, he'd made quite a fortune. These people depended on Huadu for profit, how could they possibly offend him? "Just kidding." Huadu shrugged, then turned his gaze back to Bai Xiaofan. "We're heading out for karaoke later. Care to join us, brother?" Bai Xiaofan caught the challenge in Huadu's eyes and let a playful smile spread across his face. "Well, since you guys haven't seen each other in so long, it'd be a shame to leave now that everyone's finally gathered. Well then, dear, shall we go check it out? After all, I'll be right by your side." With Bai Xiaofan putting it that way, Lu Yuya saw no reason to refuse. The group stepped out of the restaurant. Huadu snapped his fingers, and a Mercedes pulled up. A man in a suit stepped out and approached Huadu with a respectful bow. He then opened the rear door of the Mercedes. "I've arranged designated drivers for everyone. You all drove here, right?" Huadu turned to look at the group. "These folks have achieved some success, so they do have cars." Bai Xiaofan shrugged. "Forget about cars, I don't even have a driver's license." Huadu noticed Bai Xiaofan's gesture and remarked, "What? This brother doesn't even have a car?" Everyone turned their gaze toward Bai Xiaofan, their faces filled with disbelief. In today's society, a car was practically a standard accessory for everyone. Yet Bai Xiaofan didn't have one. No way, no way. In this day and age, there's no way someone actually doesn't have a car. Bro, it's not that you don't have a car, you're just too embarrassed to show it off because it's too shabby, right? No worries, even if you only have a taxi, we won't laugh at you. Seriously, ha. Who says my junior brother doesn't have a car? He's just going green and eco-friendly, so he doesn't drive. Lu Yuya's defense clearly fell on deaf ears. Yuya, he doesn't even have a car, not even the most basic security. What could he possibly give you? Facing Huadu's words, Bai Xiaofan gave an uncertain smile. Seeing Bai Xiaofan like this, Huadu felt even more contempt. Pfft, Yuya, if you ask me, the first thing to look for in a man is whether he can afford to support you. Otherwise, when you're actually living together and splitting every penny in two, you won't even have a place to cry. Lu Yuya's expression darkened. Standing between Bai Xiaofan and Huadu, she felt torn. One was her junior disciple, the other her longtime friend. Choosing between them was agonizing. Just then, Bai Xiaofan gently took Lu Yueya's hand. What happens between me and my senior sister is none of your business. If you think money is the only thing that matters in a relationship, then I understand why my senior sister doesn't like you. Because you've forgotten that above money lies respect. Huadu only laughed heartily at Bai Xiaofan's words, his gaze filled with contempt. Only the poor would prioritize such things. With money, I can give her anything she wants. That's better than your current situation. Going home without a car, having to hail a taxi, is that what you call love? At the end of the day, you're just a broke loser spouting empty platitudes. Huadu! Lu Yueya snapped angrily, what my boyfriend is like is none of your business. Yueya, can't you see? He's just a broke loser. You two will never have a good outcome. Huadu walked up to Bai Xiaofan, glaring at the hand he held with Lu Yueya. His face twisted with fury. Yet he still wore a smile as he looked at Bai Xiaofan. You look every bit the penniless loser. People like you would be better off dead. Huadu was practically tearing his own face off. Everyone standing at the restaurant entrance felt a bit awkward. Just then, a Bentley pulled up in front of them. A woman stepped out of the vehicle. The moment she descended, everyone present froze in shock. She bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yueya. She wore a seductive business suit, flat shoes, and most notably, black stockings. Her voluptuous figure was utterly mesmerizing, making even the most composed onlookers swallow hard. She approached Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya, bowed, and said, Mr. Bai, Mrs. Bai, I'm here to pick you up. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya stared at Lu Shangxiang before them, their faces betraying a hint of astonishment. Bai Xiaofan opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but Lu Shangxiang shot him a look that silenced him. Well, let's go. Bai Xiaofan took Lu Yueya's hand and settled into the Bentley. Chapter 74, Slap in the Face. Witnessing this scene, those present couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Huadu clenched his fists, glaring at Bai Xiaofan's retreating figure, his teeth grinding in frustration. He'd intended to mock Bai Xiaofan upon seeing he had no car. Instead, the bastard pulled off a grand show. Damn it! That bastard did it on purpose. He absolutely did it on purpose. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya climbed into the car. Lu Shangxiang took the driver's seat, while Ouyang Jing sat in the passenger seat. After hearing Ouyang Jing mention some details about Huadu, Bai Xiaofan understood this guy was the type to hold grudges. Leaving Ouyang Jing behind might invite trouble. Seated in the car, Bai Xiaofan surveyed the vehicle from top to bottom. Wow, this thing's even more comfortable than fourth senior sister's car. You should know what kind of car this is, it's a Bentley. Lu Yueya shot Bai Xiaofan a disapproving look. Just then, the car started moving. Lu Shangxiang, seated in the driver's seat, gave a soft chuckle. Well, young master and young mistress, how about my service? Are you satisfied? Satisfied? Of course we are. Bai Xiaofan chuckled, but cousin, what on earth are you up to? You've got some nerve saying that. Lu Shangxiang shot Bai Xiaofan a withering look. Do you have any idea how many people would kill to have dinner with me? You actually left me there alone and didn't even pay the bill. You're something else. Humph. Good thing I'm magnanimous. I figured you two might not have a car, so I drove over. This is my uncle's favorite car. If it gets scratched or dented, that would be quite the story. Bai Xiaofan sat in the seat, staring out at the street, not saying a word. After a moment, Lu Yueya spoke up. Actually, I'm fine today. I'm fine. Bai Xiaofan smiled, I heard everything you said. Bai Xiaofan gently took Lu Yueya's hand. Her cheeks flushed, but she didn't resist. But little junior brother, how did you know we were here? Bai Xiaofan gestured toward Ouyang Jing in the passenger seat. Ouyang Jing called me over. Ouyang Jing sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed, saying nothing. Thanks, Ouyang, Lu Yueya said with a smile. Ouyang Jing opened her eyes, as if deep in thought. After a moment, she spoke. There are some things I feel I should tell you. The car soon pulled up outside the karaoke bar. It was Bai Xiaofan's first time visiting such a place. Although there were karaoke bars back in Dao, Bai Xiaofan had never set foot inside one. Stepping inside, Bai Xiaofan was like a curious child, wanting to look at everything. Seeing this, Huadu, who was walking ahead, couldn't help but sneer coldly. Typical country bumpkin, never seen the glitz and glamour of the big city before. By now, Huadu had already earned the dislike of quite a few people, but since he was footing the bill this time, no one said anything. Lu Yueya didn't want to stoop to Huadu's level either, so she pulled Bai Xiaofan into a private room. Inside the private room, Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya sat on the sofa, Lu Yueya leaning gently against Bai Xiaofan. Huadu snorted coldly, his eyes darting around before addressing Bai Xiaofan. Guests should be honored. Since brother Xiaofan is Yueya's boyfriend, why don't you sing first? Huadu's words drew the attention of those around them, and all eyes turned to Bai Xiaofan. Huadu, Xiaofan can't sing, Lu Yueya interjected. Huadu waved it off, none of us know the words anyway. Just sing along. We're all family here. Bai Xiaofan observed Huadu's expression, raised an eyebrow, and let a sly smile spread across his face. Bai Xiaofan knew exactly what Huadu was up to, but Bai Xiaofan took the microphone, walked to the request booth, and began selecting songs. Hey, what do you think he'll pick? No clue. He's young, after all. He must know some of those young people's songs. Huadu pursed his lips and muttered, just as long as it's not some old classic. As they spoke, Bai Xiaofan had already finished selecting his song. He walked to the front, looked at Lu Yueya, and his eyes revealed a hint of deep affection. Hey, it's okay, don't be nervous. We won't laugh at you. Though he said that, Huadu's face was already twisted into a mocking grin. Bai Xiaofan glanced at Huadu but ignored him. As the music began, Bai Xiaofan picked up the microphone. Maybe, these are the words I need to tell you. In the dead of night, I turn to you, running my fingers through your silky hair. In the quiet alley, we walk side by side, chatting idly. No one could have imagined Bai Xiaofan's voice sounded as if kissed by an angel. Everyone present gaped in astonishment, speechless at the sight of Bai Xiaofan. This might be. Don't speak. Just as Huadu was about to speak, those around him immediately shoved him back. Huadu's face grew even more flushed with embarrassment. Who could have imagined Bai Xiaofan's singing voice was this good too? That bastard. Huadu slammed his fist into the sofa. Seeing Huadu's expression, those around him could barely hold back their laughter. They'd intended to humiliate Bai Xiaofan, but instead, he'd pulled off another impressive performance. But honestly, I'm even more curious what other talents does Lu Yueya's boyfriend possess? Just thinking about that maid earlier had the men present bowing in awe to Bai Xiaofan. Forget bodyguards or appearances, that girl absolutely blew everything else out of the water. What really had everyone wondering was Bai Xiaofan's true identity. With a ride like that and a maid to boot, Bai Xiaofan couldn't possibly be just some guy who came down from the mountains. As the song ended, everyone remained immersed in its afterglow. Lu Yueya gazed at Bai Xiaofan, who now seemed to radiate an aura of brilliance. Bai Xiaofan smiled as he sat back down beside Lu Yuegua. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate him. After that, Huadu likely sensed he was no match for Bai Xiaofan, so he didn't stir up any trouble. However, while everyone was singing, a commotion erupted outside. Huadu and the others went outside to find Wang Jieja and several other girls arguing with someone. Seeing his girls being bullied, class monitor Zhang Quan was the first to lose his temper and stormed out. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya moved to the back to inquire. After using the restroom, the girls encountered men from another room. Those individuals demanded the girls accompany them for drinks. When the girls refused, the altercation erupted. Learning the truth, the boys' anger flared one by one. To have them act like scoundrels right in front of them? How could they possibly tolerate that? Absolutely not. Chapter 75, Departing Gracefully. As the conflict between the two sides was about to erupt, Huadu stepped forward and separated them. He then looked at the men before him, his expression nothing short of contemptuous. You dare lay a finger on my classmates? Ha! Looks like you lot don't want to live anymore. Already drunk, the men were instantly enraged by Huadu's words. But it was clear Huadu was no amateur either. These guys were no match for him. With the help of his classmates backing him up, he swiftly knocked the drunken troublemakers to the ground. After dealing with them, Huadu strode past Bai Xiaofan with a smug look on his face. But Bai Xiaofan hadn't glanced at Huadu once the entire time. Back in the private room, everyone continued singing. Perhaps feeling that his earlier display had earned him some face in front of Lu Yueya, Huadu's spirits were lifted once more, and he became unusually lively. But still, his eyes kept darting toward Lu Yueya from time to time. Bai Xiaofan had no time to bother with this guy anyway. After all, Lu Yueya's hand was firmly in his grasp. Just as everyone was singing, the door to the private room was kicked open. Immediately, about 20 thugs wielding clubs burst in from outside. Huadu and his crew were stunned by the sudden intrusion. Damn it! Which bastard just hit my brother? At that moment, a heavily tattooed man with dragons and phoenixes inked across his body walked in from outside. The man clearly wasn't someone to mess with, but Huadu wasn't afraid. He stepped forward and said, I did it. Your buddy was messing with my classmate. He deserved it. Seeing Huadu acting all tough, the other guy's anger flared up. He pointed his stick at Huadu. Kid, you think you're hot? Ha? Fine. Guys, show this punk what's what. The thugs behind him raised their clubs and charged straight at Huadu. His classmates wanted to help, but seeing the overwhelming number of opponents armed with clubs, they, who had little experience in fighting, stood no chance against these men. Though Huadu had trained, he couldn't possibly take on such overwhelming numbers. Soon, Huadu was swallowed up by the crowd. When everyone saw him again, he'd been beaten into a bloody mess. Seeing Huadu's state, everyone present couldn't help but frown. Even though Huadu's behavior had rubbed them the wrong way, they were still classmates. Seeing a classmate beaten for helping a female student left everyone feeling deeply troubled. Yet even with this unease, they dared not intervene. After all, if things took a turn for the worse, then. After beating Huadu, the leader was about to leave when his body suddenly halted. He turned his head, a smile spreading across his face as his gaze fell upon Lu Yueya, seated at the very back. Oh my, I never expected such a lovely girl to be here. I didn't even notice you earlier. As he spoke, the man made to step inside. Seeing that his target was Lu Yuegua, the male students tried to intervene, but he glared them all back. He stepped before Lu Yueya and declared, "Hey, little sister, I'm Mouse. This whole area's under my watch. You're so pretty, little girl. Why not join me for a few drinks? Tonight, I'll take you for a spin." Lu Yuegua frowned, ignoring Mouse entirely as she hid behind Bai Xiaofan. Rat didn't even acknowledge Bai Xiaofan's presence, treating him as if he were invisible. Seeing Lu Yuya hiding behind Bai Xiaofan, Mouse grabbed Bai Xiaofan's shoulder. Get lost. In the rat's eyes, how could such a weakling deserve such a beautiful girlfriend? But to the rat's astonishment, his tug didn't budge Bai Xiaofan an inch. Damn it, you! Before the rat could finish his sentence, his entire body flew through the air like a cannonball. The scene terrified the onlookers, who all turned to stare at the flying rat. The rat scrambled to his feet, pointing at Bai Xiaofan. Damn it, kid, you're asking for it. Then, the rat picked up a steel pipe from the ground and roared, "Kill this kid for me." In an instant, the men behind Mouse raised their steel pipes and charged toward Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan shoved Lu Yueya toward Ouyang Jing before charging straight into the crowd. Seeing Bai Xiaofan's actions, everyone present froze in shock. Hadn't he seen the lesson before him? Huadu, beaten into a pig's head, watched the scene unfold, his face brimming with delight. Ha! Hit him hard. Beat Bai Xiaofan into a pig's head too. No, cripple him. The karaoke room's cramped space offered little room to dodge blows. But that didn't matter to Bai Xiaofan, he never intended to dodge anyway. Charging into the crowd like a god of war, Bai Xiaofan sent people crashing to the floor with a single punch, leaving them unable to rise. With each of Bai Xiaofan's strikes, figures flew out from the crowd. Rat, who had charged in at the front but somehow ended up at the back, watched the scene in stunned silence. Who could have imagined Bai Xiaofan was this powerful? So many people couldn't stand up to him. Was he even human? No, he wasn't human. He was undoubtedly a demon. Watching this, Mouse's legs trembled. The others were utterly dumbfounded, and many girls' eyes were filled with adoring stares. So handsome. Girls adore heroes, especially those who fearlessly face armies alone. Soon, the floor of the private room was littered with bodies. Bai Xiaofan stretched his limbs and looked ahead. Rat swallowed hard, still trying to escape, only to be swarmed by his classmates. Wiping his hands, Bai Xiaofan surveyed the mess and said, "Guess everyone's lost interest in playing anymore. Senior sister, let's head back." Lu Yuya had been wanting to leave for a while. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, she nodded and left with him. As Lu Yuya passed by Huadu, she merely glanced at him without a word. Huadu rubbed his stinging cheek, his face a mask of fury. He never imagined he'd suffer such a humiliating defeat today. He slammed his fist onto the coffee table. Bastard, that bastard Bai Xiaofan, I'll kill you, I swear." Huadu. Zheng Quan said, "I see Bai Xiaofan and Yueya get along pretty well. You should just give it up." Huadu looked up at Zheng Quan, whose expression shifted. He gave Huadu an awkward smile. I misspoke. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I'm leaving now. Jia, let's go." After Zheng Quan left, the others quickly exited the private room as well. Bai Xiaofan. Huadu roared furiously. "You must die." Chapter 76, Teaching. After the class reunion, the bond between Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya grew rapidly. Watching the two practically drowning in the honeymoon phase, Luo Shui felt a twinge of envy, yet she genuinely wished them well. Bai Xiaofan's life settled into a calm routine, unaware of the many eyes watching him. In the Guo family of Daocheng, Guoming knelt on the ground, his face etched with terror as he gazed at the man seated in the position of authority. "Father, I." Before Guoming could speak, a figure behind him struck him with a club. Ah! The pain made Guoming's entire body tremble. He collapsed face down on the floor, cold sweat breaking out on his skin. "Father, I know I was wrong." Guoming cried out, his voice thick with terror. The man seated at the head of the table slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Guoming with utter coldness in his gaze. This man was Guo Xiaoqiu, the head of the Guo family and Guoming's biological father. However, as the head of the Guo family, Guo Xiaoqiu showed almost no paternal affection toward Guoming. Seeing Guoming like this, Guo Xiaoqiu felt not the slightest pity, but rather a sense of unsatisfied anger. Our young master Guo sure is generous, isn't he? 20 billion yuan, he just hands it over like it's nothing. Impressive. Guoming swallowed hard, his head bowed, unable to even lift his gaze toward Guo Xiaoqiu. Gu Xiaoqiu slowly descended the steps, approached Guoming, seized the stick, and struck him with it. "That 20 billion, Guo Xiaoqiu declared, is a year's worth of funds for the Guo family. And you just went and spent it all." As soon as Guo Xiaoqiu finished speaking, another blow landed on Guoming's body. "All for that woman Luo Shui, you've halted our Guo family's progress for an entire year." The blows rained down relentlessly, striking Guoming again and again. Though the pain was excruciating, he dared not utter a sound. After countless blows, the final strike snapped the stick clean in two. Guo Xiaoqiu glared at Guo Ming, his voice cold and furious. You really are quite the charmer, aren't you? Father, I know I was wrong. Guo Ming sobbed, but it was all that Bai Xiaofan extorting me. I truly didn't know it would turn out like this. That guy is just too formidable. Still talking back. Guo Xiaoqiu kicked Guo Ming hard. Perhaps having vented his anger, Guo Xiaoqiu returned to his seat, glaring coldly at Guo Ming. You mentioned that Bai Xiaofan kid earlier? This debt won't be settled so easily by the Guo family. Dad, Bai Xiaofan is incredibly strong. Even our Guo family's guards couldn't stand up to him. Guo Ming glanced at his leg. If not for Bai Xiaofan, his leg wouldn't be in this state now. Humph, fool. Guo Xiaoqiu snorted coldly. What, you wouldn't hire assassins to take out Bai Xiaofan? Hired killers? A flicker of realization crossed Guo Ming's face. But Dad, hiring assassins costs a fortune. Compared to 20 billion, hiring assassins? Is that even money? Hearing this, Guo Ming immediately stood up and smiled. Dad, rest assured. I will get that 20 billion back. No, there's also the 30 billion tian sold to Bai Xiaofan. I'll get every last bit of that 50 billion back. Guo Xiaoqiu waved his hand, and Guo Ming departed. After Guo Ming left, the man who had been standing behind him and striking him spoke up. Master, if he truly recovers that 50 billion, the eldest young master will have accomplished a great feat. Poof. Gu Xiaoqiu snorted coldly. He's nothing but a worthless piece of trash. How could he possibly deserve credit for a great achievement? I'm holding off on him now because I still see some use in him. Once that 50 billion is back, I'll dispose of him immediately. To Guo Xiaoqiu, he only used those who served his purposes. Family ties meant nothing. If possible, he'd even find a complete stranger, someone utterly obedient, to serve as the eldest master. Guo Mingxing returned to his room in high spirits and began contacting the hitman. Bai Xiaofan, I'll make you regret ever crossing me. Having witnessed Bai Xiaofan defeat Lei Ming, Guo Ming knew the hired assassin couldn't be too weak. If they were too weak, they wouldn't even be enough to fill Bai Xiaofan's teeth. In the end, Guo Ming spent 100 million to hire an assassin, preparing to send him to eliminate Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan remained unaware he was already being targeted. Early that morning, he spotted Luo Shui and Lu Yuya working out. Hey, senior sisters, I recall Master teaching you some martial arts techniques. Why haven't I seen you use them? Luo Shui and Lu Yuya exchanged glances and sighed simultaneously. Master only taught us the basics, and what we learned was just the tip of the iceberg. Exactly. We never really knew how to begin with. After returning, with no one to guide us, we became even less inclined to learn. Show me what you've got. Luo Shui assumed her stance. The nameless Taoist had taught her Tai Chi. Tai Chi, the ultimate in yin and softness, relies on yielding to overcome force, making it exceptionally suited for female practitioners. After Luo Shui performed a sequence from memory, Bai Xiaofan's face showed a trace of thought. Senior sister, if I'm not mistaken, your Tai Chi seems a bit off. First, your waist. Bai Xiaofan spoke while placing his hand on Luo Shui's waist. Feeling the strength in Bai Xiaofan's arm, Luo Shui gradually began to understand where the flaw in her technique lay. Bai Xiaofan then turned his attention to Lu Yuegua, who proceeded to perform her own sequence. Lu Yuegua practiced Bagua Pom, a style originating from a sword technique. Lu Yueya hadn't neglected her Bagua Zheng training, but her skills were still rather rudimentary. Bai Xiaofan stifled a laugh as he offered Lu Yuegua guidance. In this way, both their skills gradually improved. That night, just as Bai Xiaofan was about to sleep, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Ha! Bai Xiaofan opened the door, bewildered, only to find Luo Shui standing there. Ha! Fourth senior sister, it's the middle of the night. You wouldn't be too scared to sleep alone and want me to keep you company, would you? Luo Shui shot Bai Xiaofan a look. What are you talking about? I've been thinking about the palm technique you taught me today. I was wondering if you could teach me more. I want to learn more. Bai Xiaofan naturally had no objection to this, it was their rightful due. Back then, the nameless Taoist and Bai Xiaofan had discussed it. He had originally intended to teach martial arts to his 7 senior sisters, but they had all descended the mountain too early. Especially Lu Yueya, who was the first to leave the mountain, so there was no way around it. Moreover, the nameless Taoist had specifically instructed Bai Xiaofan, if any of the senior sisters wished to cultivate, he must teach them with unwavering dedication. Though Bai Xiaofan didn't know the reason, he would certainly heed his master's words. Chapter 77, Private Tutoring. Bai Xiaofan followed Luo Shui to her room, his first time entering her quarters. Surveying the decor, it was unmistakably that of an anime-obsessed girl. Who would have thought, 4th senior sister, that you're actually an anime-loving girl? Your room is so different from 5th senior sister's. Ha! Luo Shui turned her head. You've been to 5th sister's room? What were you doing in there? Nothing much, just hung out for a while. Fourth senior sister, why are you asking? Luo Shui shrugged, saying nothing more. Alright. Let's get started. Then Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui began practicing in the room. Fourth senior sister, you must understand that Tai Chi relies on softness. It's not about how much damage you can inflict. The most crucial part is the power from your waist. See? Turn like this. Try it. Bai Xiaofan placed his hands on Luo Shui's waist. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palms, a blush crept onto Luo Shui's cheeks. But seeing Bai Xiaofan's unwavering focus, Luo Shui didn't hesitate. Under Bai Xiaofan's guidance, Luo Shui gradually grasped the essence of Tai Chi. Just as the two were practicing, a Luo household servant, urgently needing the bathroom late at night, suddenly noticed the light on in Luo Shui's room. The young mistress isn't asleep yet? The person thought for a moment, then shook their head, paying it no mind. But just as she was heading to the bathroom, a cry suddenly echoed from Luo Shui's room. Ouch! Luo Shui plopped down onto the floor. Senior sister, you're so clumsy you twisted your back. Bai Xiaofan helped Luo Shui onto the bed. There, senior sister. Relax. Let me massage it for you. Bai Xiaofan said as she placed her hands on Luo Shui's waist. Gently. It hurts a bit. Luo Shui's series of whimpers sent waves of desire coursing through Bai Xiaofan. Fourth senior sister, if you keep this up, I won't be able to focus on massaging your waist. Bai Xiaofan's words made Luo Shui's face flush, and she immediately began to stifle her sounds. But it was impossible to suppress completely. Sounds inevitably escaped. Especially at the beginning, when she first tried to hold back, those sounds were even more hauntingly captivating than before. Just then, a maid preparing for her nightly rounds approached Luo Shui's door. As she raised her hand to knock, she heard the sounds emanating from within. From the initial loud cries to the later muffled sounds, the maid's face betrayed astonishment, almost disbelief. She glanced around before pressing her face against Luo Shui's window, peering inside. The window provided only a blurred view. She could make out a man positioned above and Luo Shui below. The man appeared to be unclothed, while Luo Shui's state of undress remained hidden. Who would have thought? The young mistress always seemed so aloof and reserved, yet in reality, she was so uninhibited. The maid swallowed hard. As a servant, she knew she shouldn't be watching her mistress like this. But the thought that this was Miss Luo Shui made her curiosity impossible to suppress. After watching for a while, it seemed like they were about to finish. The maid immediately ran out. Inside the room, Bai Xiaofan stood up and wiped the sweat from his face. Fourth senior sister, your waist should be fine by tomorrow. But for today, you should rest properly and refrain from practicing. Bai Xiaofan's hand twitched slightly. It must be said, Luo Shui's skin was remarkably smooth and delicate. Mainly because Luo Shui's skin was exceptionally firm and elastic from years of fitness training. If only I could massage senior sister's waist every day, life would be so much better. Thanks for your help today. Luo Shui remarked, your massage technique isn't half bad. Hey, fourth senior sister, if you like it, I could give you a massage every day. No way. Luo Shui chuckled, if you give me a massage, won't fifth brother kill you when he finds out? No problem. I can massage both of you at once, I have two hands, after all. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Luo Shui smiled and didn't say much more, though her heart was bursting with joy. As Bai Xiaofan prepared to leave, Luo Shui watched him, feeling inexplicably reluctant to let him go. Luo Shui hesitated, then said. Never mind. You should go back and get some rest. Good night. After Bai Xiaofan left, Luo Shui sighed deeply. Luo Shui, you can't. He's your junior sister's boyfriend. But, I just couldn't help myself. Bai Xiaofan, unaware of Luo Shui's thoughts, walked straight to his own room after leaving hers. Meanwhile, the maid Xiao Dai, hiding nearby, caught a clear glimpse of Bai Xiaofan's face. It's Mr. Bai. Xiao Dia's mouth fell open in disbelief. Xiao Dai hurried back to her own room and slammed the door shut. What's wrong with you? Seeing Xiao Dai like this, the four girls sharing her room asked. You have no idea what I saw today near the eldest young lady's window. Neither Bai Xiaofan nor Luo Shui could have imagined that their nighttime practice had already spread throughout the entire Luo household. The next day, when Bai Xiaofan got up, the servant delivering his breakfast gave him a strange look. Bai Xiaofan stared blankly at them, utterly confused. What was wrong with him? Did he have something on his face? Shaking his head, he stepped out of his room. Everyone around him lowered their gaze, lost in thought. Completely bewildered, Bai Xiaofan made his way to Luo Shui's door. Fourth senior sister, what's going on? Why does everyone look at me strangely? Luo Shui felt equally helpless. She had noticed the same thing when she woke up that morning. But she hadn't paid it much mind. After breakfast, the two of them sought out Lu Yueya and headed to the Great Academy. Bai Xiaofan naturally had no objections to going to Dao Lai after all, he was just tagging along with the two beauties. The moment Luo Shui's car pulled into the Dao Lai parking lot and she and Lu Yueya stepped out. Everyone froze in place, staring at Luo Shui and Lu Yuegua with eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. When they spotted Bai Xiaofan between the two women, a wave of envy surged within them. Damn, that kid's got some serious luck, getting to hang out with two beauties like that? Man, how come this kid's got it so good? If I had beauties like that by my side, I'd gladly trade 10 years of my life for it. Hearing the murmurs around them, Lu Yuegua and Luo Shui both covered their faces and giggled. Bai Xiaofan just shrugged. What could they do? They didn't have such wonderful senior sisters. Then Bai Xiaofan embarked on his grueling shopping ordeal. Chapter 78, Assassination. That day, Bai Xiaofan was dragged out shopping by Lu Yuya and Luo Shui. He probably wouldn't understand in his lifetime why girls had such boundless energy when shopping. Little did he know, however, that while the trio shopped, someone had already set their sights on them. Hey, let's check this place out. Lu Yuya tugged Luo Shui toward a boutique. The shop attendant approached with a smile, showing the two girls some clothes. Bai Xiaofan sat nearby, idly observing the shop's decor. Suddenly, Bai Xiaofan seemed to spot something and slowly made his way over. What was that? Just as Bai Xiaofan reached out to touch it, the shop attendant's voice suddenly called out from behind him. Hello, sir. The attendant approached. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? Nothing, I was just looking. Bai Xiaofan smiled and returned to his seat. Lu Yuya and Luo Shui, having found clothes they liked, headed to the fitting room to change. Bai Xiaofan couldn't figure out why these two girls insisted on going into the changing room together, even just to change clothes. Sir, which of these ladies is your girlfriend? Bai Xiaofan glanced at the changing room before chuckling. Can't they both be? The attendant chuckled. Sir, you're joking. But whichever one it is, you're a lucky man. Just as Bai Xiaofan was speaking with the attendant, a shriek suddenly pierced the air from the changing room. In an instant, Bai Xiaofan appeared at the dressing room door, kicking it open with one swift motion. The changing room was empty. Frowning, Bai Xiaofan was about to step inside when he suddenly spun around and threw a punch. The punch landed squarely on the server behind him, sending the server flying backward and crashing to the floor. How did you spot me? The attendant scrambled to his feet, his expression cold as he stared at Bai Xiaofan. I'm not stupid. That spot you hid something, it's your weapon, right? If I'm not mistaken, you're an assassin? The attendant didn't respond to Bai Xiaofan's question but instead drew his own weapon. Where is this shop's original attendant? Bai Xiaofan demanded. You. Rest assured, we assassins have strict professional ethics. Our target is only you. Kill me? Well, I'm quite curious who exactly wants to kill me. Sorry, but you don't need to know. The moment the waiter finished speaking, his figure vanished instantly. Such speed would be utterly astonishing to ordinary people, but Bai Xiaofan was no ordinary man. Right here. The waitress's figure instantly materialized behind Bai Xiaofan, her blade slashing toward him. Yet, just as the blade was mere inches from Bai Xiaofan, he spun around and extended two fingers. His fingers clamped down on the waitress's blade, then he seized her throat in a chokehold. Spill it. Where are my senior sisters? If you don't talk, I won't mind letting you taste my skills. They're in the underground parking garage. But whether you dare go there is another matter entirely. Bai Xiaofan punched the waitress squarely in the face, knocking her unconscious. Bai Xiaofan pulled out his phone and dialed Ho Changgui's number. Old Ho, it's Xiaofan. Immediately seal off all exits to the underground parking garage except one. Then inspect every single car, don't miss a single one. And call security to bring their guns, there's an assassin here. After giving all the instructions, Bai Xiaofan went alone to the underground parking garage. Since the other party had instructed Bai Xiaofan to go to the underground parking garage alone, he wouldn't call anyone else. Upon entering the underground parking garage, Bai Xiaofan closed his eyes. Instantly, a mental map of the garage's layout appeared in his mind. Feeling the presence of Lu Yuya and Luo Shui, he slowly moved toward the direction where their aura was strongest. After walking for an unknown duration, Bai Xiaofan opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by complete darkness. Bai Xiaofan. A voice echoed around Bai Xiaofan, ethereal and unsettling. Bai Xiaofan scanned his surroundings, trying to locate the source of the voice. Just as he searched, two bright lamps suddenly illuminated the area ahead. Beneath the beams, Lu Yuya and Luo Shui were bound to a cross, both women unconscious. Bai Xiaofan started to move forward, but halted after taking a few steps. For before him, Bai Xiaofan saw a web of fine, almost invisible threads. Gently placing his hand upon the thread, Bai Xiaofan immediately felt blood trickle from his fingertips. An ancient saying goes, take iron from the upper clear realm, forge it for 49 days, immerse it in cold water, and meticulously polish it. Thus, a thread is born invisible to the naked eye, yet it cuts flesh upon touch, bringing death to all who encounter it. It is called Fenshi. So you recognize its value after all. The voice spoke again, but now that you know, how will you get there? Why should I go? Bai Xiaofan replied, knowing it's the corpse splitter, I only need to find you. Ha! Do you think I'm so easily found? The figure burst into laughter, then several throwing knives flew out from the shadows. Bai Xiaofan caught the knives mid-air with a single hand, then spun around and flung them back. But when the knives vanished back into the darkness, there was no sound. Bai Xiaofan frowned. Just as he pondered his next move, he instinctively took a step back. The next second, another dagger landed precisely where Bai Xiaofan had been standing. He spun and threw a punch, but it struck nothing but air. Here. A figure materialized behind Bai Xiaofan, thrusting a blade toward him. Is that so? Bai Xiaofan smiled. The figure froze, then the blade sliced clean through Bai Xiaofan's body. After image? The man's expression changed. Before he could react, Bai Xiaofan kicked him flying. Put. The man spat out a mouthful of blood but still hurried back into the darkness. I never expected you to cultivate after images, kid. You're pretty strong. They say all assassins have their own codenames. I'm curious, what's yours? Bai Xiaofan shouted. Ha! Ranked 13th on the assassin leaderboard. Codename, Shadow. Shadow. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly, if I'm not mistaken, this thread isn't yours. You can't possibly control this thread. Simply put, there must be another person in this darkness manipulating it. Bai Xiaofan scanned his surroundings. The dismembered bodies now surrounded him completely. The slightest movement from Bai Xiaofan would likely result in him being torn apart. Chapter 79, Holding 2. Darkness, sharpness, coldness, fear. Bai Xiaofan stood in the center of the dismemberment lines, observing the surrounding threads without making a rash move. He took out a silver needle and flicked it forward. The needle didn't travel far before plummeting back to the ground. Bai Xiaofan glanced left and right, then leaped upward. The moment he rose, a figure appeared directly above him. Bai Xiaofan struck with a punch, hitting the man's leg and sending him flying several meters away. What immense power! The shadow's voice echoed again, then, right here, I shall trap you to death. As the words left its mouth, the surrounding dismemberment lines began to tremble violently before slowly contracting inward. Bai Xiaofan stared at the encroaching lines. If he couldn't escape now, dismemberment awaited him. As Bai Xiaofan pondered his situation, another volley of flying knives streaked toward him. Bai Xiaofan dodged relentlessly, but as the dismemberment lines continued to shrink, his room to maneuver grew ever smaller. Thought he was some tough guy, but turns out he's just a brute with no skill. This 100 million will be easy money. Embroidery lady, when the time comes, remember 50-50 split. Don't try to take more than your share. While Bai Xiaofan was still dodging the flying knives, the Shadow was already discussing the money split with his companions. Just then, a flying knife shot toward Shadow. Shadow scrambled to dodge, narrowly avoiding the blade. What the hell? Shadow looked down in confusion, but Bai Xiaofan was nowhere to be seen. Where was he? The Shadow panicked and stood up, leaving even the embroidery maid beside him bewildered. The two searched everywhere but found nothing. Just as they were at a loss, breathing sounds came from behind them. Shadow and the embroidery maid spun around in alarm, immediately launching a volley of hidden weapons from their hands. But Bai Xiaofan caught every single one. His figure flickered, and he appeared before them. Bai Xiaofan seized both their necks with one hand as his body descended, landing squarely on the ground. The impact sent both Shadow and the embroidery maid reeling, spitting blood from their mouths. Bai Xiaofan walked over to a nearby circuit breaker, flipped it on, and the surrounding lights came to life. Bai Xiaofan looked down at the Shadow and the embroidery maid, both lying motionless on the floor, a cold smile curling his lips. Aren't you curious how I escaped? And how I found you too? Shadow slowly crawled to his feet and positioned himself in front of embroidery maiden. It's impossible. How could you have escaped Xion Yang's dismemberment array? Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. Nothing is impossible. I was merely playing with you both earlier. I could have escaped any time. But back then, I wanted to see what you were really capable of. Bai Xiaofan's words left the Shadow and the embroiderer dumbfounded. What did he mean by see what we're capable of? Had he been toying with them throughout this entire battle? Had he never taken it seriously? Bai Xiaofan shrugged, unsure himself. He stepped before Shadow and said, So this is mutual aid? But have you considered that if you die, she won't survive either? The embroiderer got involved to help me. Even if I die, I'll die before she does. Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Then why didn't you kneel and beg me not to kill you? The only consequence for a failed assassin's mission is death. So whether I beg or not, it makes no difference. But even as an assassin, I have a conscience. I know what should be done and what shouldn't. To kill me, you died, and both your teammates died. Do you think it was worth it? If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. There's no question of worthiness. If I hadn't taken this job and my wife and children starved to death because of it, would that make me a good person? Shadow's words resonated deeply with Bai Xiaofan. Indeed, if one doesn't look out for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. Bai Xiaofan seized Shadow by the throat and hoisted him high into the air. Shadow! Xionyou screamed, trying to rise but her body couldn't bear the strain. The physical disparity between the embroiderer and Shadow was undeniable. If you don't want him to die, tell me who sent you to kill me. No. The embroiderer declared, this is our professional code. I cannot tell you, even if it means death. Bai Xiaofan's head was filled with black lines. Since when did assassins have their own professional ethics? Bai Xiaofan said nothing more, only tightening his grip with each passing moment. The Shadow's body twitched uncontrollably, clearly nearing its breaking point. But the embroiderer remained silent, closing her eyes, unable to bear witness. Moments later, Bai Xiaofan tossed the Shadow toward the embroiderer. Sigh. You two, really? I don't know what your relationship is, but it's genuinely touching. You? The embroidery maid looked at Bai Xiaofan in confusion. You're not going to kill us? Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Killing you wouldn't accomplish anything, so I won't bother. Then Bai Xiaofan walked toward Lu Yueya and Luo Shui. I can spare your lives, but you must agree to one condition. As an assassin, one must distinguish between targets. Never kill the innocent, never spare the wicked. As an assassin, I've always taken contracts to kill without distinguishing between good and evil. Bai Xiaofan's words immediately defined the scope of Ziyunu and Ningxi's professions. The embroidery woman watched Bai Xiaofan walk away, a hint of gratitude flickering in her eyes. She then carried the gravely wounded, unconscious Shadow away. Bai Xiaofan, however, approached the two crosses. Staring at the stickers on the crosses, Bai Xiaofan fell into deep contemplation. A renowned assassin, yet unable to come up with even this small sum? How different from what I imagined. Shaking his head, Bai Xiaofan set down Lu Yueya and Luo Shui. Under Bai Xiaofan's healing, Lu Yueya and Luo Shui regained consciousness. Little junior brother? Luo Shui and Lu Yueya were both dazed upon seeing Bai Xiaofan. Where are we? I remember we were in the changing room when a woman suddenly barged in. Luo Shui waved her hand. They had been affected by the Shadow's drowsy incense, so their bodies still couldn't move on their own. Bai Xiaofan scooped them both up, one in each arm. All right, sisters, the matter is settled. We should head back now. We bought so many beautiful clothes, wouldn't it be a waste not to go home and try them on? Oh, and fifth senior sister, you're heavier than fourth senior sister. Is that because you've got a better figure? Oops, my bad. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Chapter 80, I will kill you. Bai Xiaofan carried Lu Yueya and Luo Shui out of the underground parking garage, taking the elevator all the way to the top floor. The security guards in the monitoring room couldn't help but give Bai Xiaofan a thumbs up when they saw this. Man, you gotta admit, our boss really has a way with women. He just swept these two girls off their feet. Honestly, if I could just hug those two girls, I'd gladly shave 10 years off my life. Bai Xiaofan was oblivious to the two security guards' conversation, but he chuckled as he ran his hands over Luo Shui and Lu Yuya's behinds. Hey, fifth senior sister, look at that, your butt just doesn't have the bounce of fourth senior sisters. It's wiggling all over the place. Bai Xiaofan. Lu Yuya grabbed Bai Xiaofan's ear. I may not be able to walk, but my hands still work. Oops, fifth senior sister, I'm sorry. Bai Xiaofan hurriedly explained, you're not fat, you're just not obviously skinny. He's clearly as straight as an iron guy, yet he's managed to win the affection of two beauties. If this happened anywhere else, tell me who would believe it. Upon entering his office, Bai Xiaofan immediately bumped into Ho Changgui, who was exiting his own office. Hey, little Bai, what's this? Ho Changgui stared at Bai Xiaofan, his face brimming with astonishment. Ah, nothing much. Just working out with two senior sisters. Bai Xiaofan's explanation only made Lu Yueya and Luo Shui roll their eyes in exasperation. Ho Changgui gave Bai Xiaofan a knowing look before helping him open the office door. Oh, and the person you asked me to apprehend is already in the storage room. She's tied up tight, no chance she'll break free. Bai Xiaofan nodded, and Ho Changgui departed. Bai Xiaofan laid Lu Yueya and Luo Shui on the bed. Gazing at their two graceful figures, he couldn't help but shake his head. Hey, senior sisters, tell me, aren't you two practically forcing me to commit a crime? Humph. Let me tell you, don't take advantage of us being immobilized. Watch out, we might beat you to death later. Little junior brother, don't be naughty. You move first, go ahead and touch your fifth senior sister. How about that? Ha? Fourth sister, what's that supposed to mean? What do you mean, make a move on me first? So this is what fake sisterhood looks like? Bai Xiaofan burst into laughter, ignoring the bickering pair as he made his way to the storage room. Inside, a woman dressed in a shop assistant's uniform was bound hand and foot to a stool. Spotting Bai Xiaofan, panic flashed across her face, panicked, yet tinged with disbelief. What's wrong? Surprised to see me back? Bai Xiaofan pulled the rag from her mouth. Put. You? How could you possibly be alive? Why didn't Shadow and Embroiderer kill you? Kill me? Do you really think a bunch of assassins like you could stand a chance against me? No sooner had Bai Xiaofan spoken than his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind the woman. Yet during that entire time, the woman hadn't sensed Bai Xiaofan's presence at all. She hadn't even noticed he'd vanished. You! The woman swallowed hard. Only now did she realize how foolish it had been to attempt assassinating Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan's strength was far beyond what they could handle. Coming here was no different from walking into their own deaths. You killed Xian Vaningzi? The woman asked suspiciously. No, there's no blood on you. You can tell just by smell? Is your code name Puppy or something? Bai Xiaofan chuckled. You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs. My code name is Dancer. No sooner had she spoken than Dancer realized her mistake, but it was already too late. Alright, Dancer. I'm not in the mood to waste any more time with you. Tell me who sent you to kill me? If you tell me, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die for sure. You let Shadow and Embroiderer go, why not me? I released them only because they still have value to me. As for you, you're useless now. Bai Xiaofan drew a silver needle and slowly inserted it into the dancer's pressure point. As the needle pierced her acupoint, excruciating pain shot through her entire body. Ah! You bastard, what have you done? Ah! Even a trained assassin couldn't endure such agony. Outside the storage room, drawn by the screams, a crowd had gathered. They exchanged glances, knowing a girl was locked inside but unaware of the details. Wait, what's the boss doing? Could it be? One of them swallowed hard, his expression slightly uneasy. Probably not. The boss looks so handsome. He wouldn't do something like that, right? Who knows? Some people have those kinds of preferences. You just have to accept it. My goodness, I never would have thought our boss was this kind of person. The others slowly gathered closer, hoping to catch more of the conversation. Just then, Ho Changgui walked over. What are you all doing? The crowd shushed him, and Ho Changgui leaned in to listen. Bai Xiaofan silently watched the dancer. No matter how loudly she screamed, he paid her no mind. You'd better tell me, or I won't mind making you endure this pain forever. Kill me. Kill me, and I still won't tell you. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. I'm not afraid you won't tell me. I'm only afraid you won't last. After all, this pain won't kill you. It will only torment you until you can't endure it anymore. Staring at Bai Xiaofan's face, the dancer wanted nothing more than to tear it off right then and there. But now, she was powerless. Agony made her body tremble violently. 10 minutes later, she finally screamed out loud. Alright, I'll talk. I'll tell you who it is. Just let me go. Quick, pull this thing out. The scream echoed loudly, reverberating even within the storage room. Outside the door, the crowd stared blankly into the storage room before all taking a few steps back. Soon, everyone wisely dispersed, leaving only Ho Changgui behind. Moments later, Bai Xiaofan opened the door and saw Ho Changgui, looking puzzled. Hey, old Ho, what are you doing here? Ho Changgui gave an awkward smile upon seeing Bai Xiaofan. Nothing much. Just listening in for a bit. Hey, Xiaofan, what about that woman? Bai Xiaofan glanced at the dancer in the storage room, now completely limp and drenched in sweat. Let her go. Don't worry about her. Watching Bai Xiaofan's retreating figure, the dancer made up her mind. I will kill you. Chapter 81, Acquiring the Great Oku. Fancheng, at a certain villa. A handsome man sat in a rocking chair, listening to traditional opera while cradling a cat. A serene expression graced his face. Had it not been for the figure standing behind him, one might never have suspected any danger. Sir. At that moment, a subordinate approached. Wadu has arrived. The man opened his eyes and sat up straight. Had Bai Xiaofan been present, he would have recognized the visitor immediately. He was none other than Song Luan, the very man who had led the ambush against Luo Shui. The current Song Luan exuded an elegance that never went out of style. Wadu approached Song Luan and, upon seeing him, knelt halfway to the ground. Sir, I have returned to Fancheng. May we proceed with the next phase of the plan? Song Luan nodded. Naturally. After such a long rest, it's time to get moving again. Song Luan stroked the cat nestled in his arms, a faint smile playing on his lips. As previously discussed, I will elevate you to become the foremost figure in Fancheng. In return, you must carry out the tasks I assign. I hope you won't betray me. After all, just as I can make you number one, I can also make you die a miserable death. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Song Luan's eyes. That single glance sent a chill down Wadu's spine, making him break out in a cold sweat. Xingyu, Shi Jinyu too will shadow Wadu and ensure his safety. The two men behind Song Luan stepped forward and approached Wadu. For the days that followed, Bai Xiaofan spent his time either instructing Luo Shui in cultivation or lying motionless on his bed. After this period of training, Luo Shui's strength had improved significantly. But on this particular day, Bai Xiaofan had barely stepped outside when he spotted Luo Shui, her face clouded with worry. Hey, fourth senior sister, what's wrong? Bai Xiaofan inquired. Little junior brother. Luo Shui's expression turned troubled upon seeing Bai Xiaofan. Nothing much. Recently, some matters have arisen in our Luo family. Judging by this fellow's appearance, the power dynamics in Fancheng are likely to. Bai Xiaofan stared blankly at Luo Shui. Luo Shui shook his head, realizing it wouldn't do Bai Xiaofan any good to explain, and simply walked away. Just as Bai Xiaofan pondered Luo Shui's words, Ho Changgui suddenly called. Hey, Xiaofan! Hurry back! A bunch of people showed up here, saying they want to acquire our DAO. Acquisition? Bai Xiaofan frowned, saying little else before hailing a cab to Dao Lai. Inside DAO Lai's manager's office at that moment, Ho Changgui glared angrily at the people before him. Across from him sat a man in a black suit, wearing dark sunglasses. The man puffed on a cigar, radiating arrogance. Behind him stood over a dozen other men, all dressed in identical black suits. This man was Zhao Tianlai. Ho Changgui had no idea where this fellow had come from. A few days prior, Zhao Tianlai had visited once, proposing to acquire Dao AI. Ho Changgui had flatly refused. After several more visits, Ho Changgui, thinking he might be helping Bai Xiaofan, asked how much Zhao was offering. Zhao Tianlai offered 80 million yuan, and Ho Changgui instantly realized this man was here to cause trouble. But within days, Zhao Tianlai began sending men to cause trouble at Dao Lai daily. This caused Dao Lai's customer base to dwindle, even disrupting the shop's normal operations. Just as Ho Changgui was about to report the disturbance to the patrol, Zhao Tianlai unexpectedly showed up at his doorstep. Though Ho Changgui had several security guards standing by his side, they were clearly no match for the men before them. You bunch of thugs. Can't get your way with the buyout, so you're trying to shut us down? Who the hell are you? Ho Changgui had deep affection for Dao Lai. Seeing its business deteriorate day by day pained him greatly. Zhao Tianlai, seated before Ho Changgui, offered a cold smile. I've made my offer, 80 million yuan to acquire Dao Lai. Sign here if you agree. If you refuse, I'll keep disrupting your business. You bastard. Do you think I won't report you to the patrol? Ho Changgui shouted. Do you think I haven't already made arrangements with the patrol squad? Feel free to call them if it does any good. Faced with such brazen arrogance, Ho Changgui could do nothing but stare helplessly. Since the boss isn't here, you as the manager will have to do. Sign here. The man finished speaking, waved his hand, and two men stepped out from behind him, approaching Ho Changgui. What do you think you're doing? A security guard shouted, swinging his baton at the man. The man landed a punch squarely on the guard's face, then delivered a kick to his stomach. Though the guard had trained in military combat techniques, he was no match for this professional enforcer. He was sent crashing to the ground by the kick and couldn't get back up. Seeing their comrade beaten, the other security guards couldn't stand idly by. They grabbed their batons and charged forward. But it was clear these guards were no match for the fighters soon, they were all knocked to the ground. Seeing the chaos around him, Ho Changgui's expression darkened. Xiaofan! Xiaofan! Hurry back! If you don't return soon, Dao will truly be lost. As Zhao Tianlai rose to his feet, Ho Changgui tried to say something more. But Zhao Tianlai waved him off. The thugs grabbed Ho Changgui's head and slammed it onto the table. What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me go immediately. Ho Changgui panicked, his face etched with terror as Zhao Tianlai approached. Zhao Tianlai stared at Ho Changgui, his face twisting into a sharp, menacing grin. Then he pressed the lit cigar directly into Ho Changgui's hand. Ah! Ho Changgui let out a piercing scream. In the next instant, Zhao Tianlai picked up an ashtray nearby and smashed it down. The blow instantly drew blood from Ho Changgui's head, which trickled down his face. You're useless even when given a chance, old man. The man sneered coldly, you better listen carefully. With that, Zhao Tianlai produced a contract. Here. Sign it. Do as I say. Otherwise, I'll make another hole in your skull. Ho Changgui stared at the contract laid before him, clenching his fist tightly, refusing to budge. Stubborn as a mule. Zhao Tianlai shook his head and delivered several more blows to Ho Changgui's head. This time, Ho Changgui was beaten to the brink of death, utterly unable to resist. Perfect. No need for ink pad now. Seeing Ho Changgui's hands soaked in blood, Zhao Tianlai smiled. Perhaps seeing Ho Changgui beaten into this state was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. Then Zhao Tianlai took Ho Changgui's finger and pressed it onto the contract. Just then, the office door burst open. Let's see who's so reckless as to cause trouble in my grand palace. Chapter 82, A Gentleman Never Forgives a Debt. As the office door burst open, Bai Xiaofan strode in. Outside the door, employees kept a constant watch on the situation inside. When Bai Xiaofan saw Ho Changgui lying in a pool of blood, his head covered in gore, rage instantly consumed him. He moved in an instant, appearing beside Ho Changgui and punching a black-clad man hard enough to send him crashing into the wall. He followed up with a kick to the man's neck, shattering the bones with the force. Bai Xiaofan turned his gaze to Zhao Tianlai and launched a punch. Zhao Tianlai's expression changed as he hurriedly raised both hands to block. But Bai Xiaofan's force was far beyond what Zhao Tianlai could withstand. He was sent reeling back over a dozen steps. Without a second glance at Zhao Tianlai, Bai Xiaofan ordered Ho Changgui be taken to the hospital. Now, the office was empty except for Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan stared at Zhao Tianlai and coldly declared. You dare cause trouble on my turf and injure my people? Kid, you're pretty bold. Despite Bai Xiaofan's formidable strength, Zhao Tianlai showed no trace of fear on his face. Kid. Zhao Tianlai retorted harshly, looks like you're the owner of this place? Yes, it's me. Bai Xiaofan stood up and walked step by step toward Zhao Tianlai. Just then, Zhao Tianlai's guards surged forward. Bai Xiaofan deftly sidestepped, completely evading their attacks. Then, Bai Xiaofan landed a punch squarely on one guard's face. The man flew backward, hurtling straight toward Zhao Tianlai. Zhao Tianlai, no stranger to combat himself, saw the man hurtling toward him. His expression hardened as he kicked the man away. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. Not bad. But using that little skill to cause trouble here isn't that a bit? Bai Xiaofan paused, then his eyes flashed with intense murderous intent. How dare you? In an instant, the temperature in the entire office plummeted. Everyone present watched Bai Xiaofan's expression change. That's murderous intent. Someone shouted, who the hell are you? Why such intense killing intent? Such killing intent could only be forged on the crucible of battlefields. Warriors who had experienced war carried it within them. However, their killing intent was minimal and uncontrolled, so it faded away once they returned to civilian life. But the truly powerful can harness their own killing intent, and it never fades with time. But Bai Xiaofan clearly had never seen battle. Why did he possess such a killing intent? Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. Sometimes, slaying a fierce beast proves harder than taking a human life. Not to mention. Bai Xiaofan threw a punch, and the wall immediately caved in. A pack of ferocious beasts. Zhao Tianlai swallowed hard. Though terrified, he forced himself to stand tall and composed. Kid, don't think you're all that powerful. There are plenty stronger than you out there. Is that so? Well, excuse me, but I haven't met anyone stronger than me yet. Bai Xiaofan reached out and grabbed Zhao Tianlai by the throat. I see you've trained in martial arts too. External style? Zhao Tianlai said nothing, only staring intently at Bai Xiaofan, struggling desperately to break free. Bai Xiaofan ignored him, flinging Zhao Tianlai to the ground. Zhao Tianlai's head slammed against the ground. The impact made the world spin and twist around him. Killing you outright won't ease my hatred. I'll make you live like a dog. The memory of Ho Changgui's suffering still gnawed at Bai Xiaofan's heart. Ho Changgui shouldn't have ended up like this. His devotion to this shop and his loyalty to me were what drove him to this fate. If he didn't give Ho Changgui justice today, Bai Xiaofan would never forgive himself. Bai Xiaofan's fist slammed into Zhao Tianlai's dantian, shattering the vital energy center in that spot. Thus, even if Zhao Tianlai trained for a lifetime, he would never become an internal martial artist. Bai Xiaofan then crushed Zhao Tianlai's legs with his foot, driving 2 silver needles deep into the broken bones. Ah! Zhao Tianlai roared in fury, desperate to fight back, yet utterly powerless to resist. After finishing this, Bai Xiaofan kicked Zhao Tianlai toward his men. Get this guy out of here now. Don't let me see you two again. Otherwise, it won't just be a beating. You just wait, kid. I'll get my big brother to come and deal with you. Zhao Tianlai still tried to talk tough, but his henchman quickly covered his mouth and hurried away. After Zhao Tianlai left, Bai Xiaofan stepped out of the office and headed to the hospital. Ho Changgui had already been bandaged up. Seeing him like this, Bai Xiaofan felt a pang of sympathy. This man, nearing 50, shouldn't have had to go through this, but... Old Ho. Bai Xiaofan said, don't worry. I've already dealt with those guys. I even crippled the legs of the one who hit you. Rest assured, he'll never walk again. Watching Bai Xiaofan speak so confidently, Ho Changgui couldn't help but smile. Xiaofan. Ho Changgui said, at the end of the day, you're still just a kid. Bai Xiaofan froze for a moment, looking at Ho Changgui. Ho Changgui's face simply bore a kind smile. Thank you, Xiaofan. But those men were clearly just doing someone else's bidding. The forces behind them are likely no small matter. Xiaofan, I advise you to think this through carefully. After all, this matter. Bai Xiaofan nodded. He had already considered this. After all, no one would be foolish enough to acquire Dao outright. Except for Guoming, who had been coerced and bribed by Bai Xiaofan. After leaving the hospital, Bai Xiaofan's face also wore a thoughtful expression. Recently, Fancheng had indeed been unsettled, with even the Luo family suffering setbacks. But what puzzled Bai Xiaofan was this: who could possibly be powerful enough to shake the Luo family's standing? Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He needed to hurry back to Dao. Due to the interference of Zhao Tianlai and others, Dao Lai had suffered significant financial losses during this period. It was crucial to swiftly implement promotional activities to win back some of the lost customers. Meanwhile, inside the Hua family villa, Hua Du frowned as he looked at Zhao Tianlai, whose legs had been broken. Who dared to beat my man like this? It was the boss of Dao Lai. Zhao Tianlai pleaded, big brother, you must avenge me. Hua Du nodded, letting out a cold snort. To not avenge this would be ungentlemanly. At that moment, someone behind Hua Du cleared their throat. Huodu immediately said. Let's set this matter aside for now. There's another urgent matter to attend to. Chapter 83, The Matchmakers. The Luo family's top brass were now all overwhelmed with work. The Hua family's offensive was simply too powerful. They had no idea where the Hua family had managed to secure such vast funds. But the current situation left them no time to ponder this question. What they must confront now is the Hua family's economic assault and their formidable financial blockade. When the Hua family first targeted the Luo family had not taken this third-rate clan seriously at all. But when the Hua family actually made their move, the Luo family finally realized just how dire the situation truly was. The Hua family was steadily co-opting clans that had once been hostile to the Luo family, continuously expanding their influence. Bai Xiaofan encountered Luo Shui as she emerged from the conference room, her face now etched with utter helplessness. Fourth senior sister. Bai Xiaofan asked, "What's wrong? Has something happened recently?" "Indeed." Luo Shui sighed. "The emergence of the Hua family has dealt a severe blow to our Luo family. Normally, such a family wouldn't be much to us, but they have powerful economic backing. Even our Luo family struggles to compete against such a formidable economic force. We've already fallen behind." Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan immediately offered, "Should I go wipe out the entire Hua family for you?" Bai Xiaofan's words startled Luo Shui. She looked at him, knowing he wasn't joking. Luo Shui shook her head and smiled. "No, it's not time yet. We shouldn't resort to slaughter to resolve this conflict. By the way, fourth senior sister, why does the name Hua family sound so familiar to me?" "You know the Hua family?" Luo Shui asked in confusion. The Hua family was originally a third-rate clan in Fancheng. Their strength was so weak it was practically laughable. But ever since their eldest son, Huodu, returned. No one knows where he found his external support, but he managed to secure billions in funding injected directly into the family's finances. Moreover, Huodu has begun acquiring various companies, though these takeovers certainly aren't the kind settled through negotiations. I personally know several CEOs who were beaten up by Huodu's men and ended up hospitalized. "Huodu?" Bai Xiaofan's face clouded with confusion. "I know this guy. He's fifth senior sister's high school classmate." "Fifth senior sister's high school classmate? But why have I never heard of him?" Luo Shui asked in confusion. "I don't know. All I know is that after high school, this Huodu went abroad to study." Luo Shui's face showed confusion. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. "We should still call fifth sister out. When we're all together, we can figure out what to do." When Lu Yueya was called out by the two, she was still a bit dazed. After all, they'd mentioned something big had happened. "What's going on?" Lu Yueya stared at the two men, their eyes fixed intently on her, completely bewildered. Luo Shui recounted the events to Lu Yueya. Hearing that Huodu was now opposing the Luo family, Lu Yueya was stunned. "No way. Huodu is opposing the Luo family? Does he even have the strength for that?" Luo Shui sighed. It seemed even Lu Yuegua was unaware of the events unfolding here. Just as Lu Yueya left the Lu residence, cars began pulling up one after another at the entrance. Huodu stepped out of one, dressed in a suit with a cigar dangling from his lips. His expression was nothing short of arrogant. The guards at the Lu family's entrance, upon seeing Huodu and his entourage, dared not block their way and immediately opened the gates. Inside the main hall, the Lu family members were in discussion when the commotion outside suddenly reached their ears. Before anyone could react, Huodu pushed open the door and sat down before them. "Who are you?" Lu Tianzhang looked at the man before him, puzzled. "Why do I feel like I've seen you before?" "Uncle Lu, it's good to see you again. I'm Huodu, Yueya's classmate from high school." "Ah, now I remember." Lu Tianzhen said, "So you're that Huodu? What brings you here today?" Lu Tianzhen knew the moment he saw the men behind Huodu that they meant trouble. Huodu merely flickered his fingers, and a man from his entourage stepped forward, carrying numerous gift boxes. "These are my gifts to welcome you all. Since I didn't know what you might prefer, I just picked the most expensive ones." Seeing Huodu's manner, the Lu family members present exchanged nervous glances, hesitant to touch the gifts. Only Lu Sanjian had the nerve to stride directly to the gifts and tear open one in full view of everyone. Then Lu Sanjian let out a shriek. "Whoa, I know this. It's the key to a Rolls-Royce Phantom." This fellow certainly knew his stuff. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was already parked outside. Everyone was stunned. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was worth at least 10 million yuan and they were just giving it away? Lu Tianzhang was somewhat bewildered. After all, he'd been heartbroken for ages when Lu Shangxiang drove off in his Bentley last time. Soon after, Lu Mei and Meng Lan couldn't resist opening their gifts either, and they pulled out quite a few nice things too. "Oh, I know this one. It's a gold inlaid jade necklace. Last time I saw it, just this piece alone was worth 3 million. This one, it's a glass inlaid gold cane, and it's a 1,000-carat piece. That's worth 8 million. Hearing their voices, the rest of the Lu family began opening their mystery boxes too. Staring at the gifts scattered on the floor, Lu Shangxiang remained still. Something felt off. Each gift was incredibly valuable. The ones they'd unwrapped alone were nearly worth as much as the entire Lu family. Huadu observed the crowd, a cold smile curling his lips. Truly a bunch of vulgar people. Money alone is enough to make them bow down to me. Huadu then lifted his head, fixing his gaze on the only one who hadn't moved, Lu Shangxiang. The sight of her stunned him completely. He had thought Lu Yueya was already exceptionally beautiful, yet here was another girl from the Lu family who was every bit as stunning. A faint smile touched Huadu's lips as he rose to his feet. Everyone, hold off on opening them for now. Rest assured, the contents inside are absolutely priceless. The crowd reluctantly returned to their seats, their gazes toward Huadu now carrying a hint of admiration. Lu Tianjin understood well that there was no such thing as a free lunch, so he did not let himself be blinded by wealth. Seeing all these items, Lu Tianjiang furrowed his brow and asked, Huadu, you've given us so much. What's your purpose? Huadu smiled, pulling out 2 bank cards and placing them before Lu Tianjiang. Uncle Lu, each of these cards holds 20 million yuan as a betrothal gift. My purpose in coming today is actually to propose marriage. Chapter 84, Marrying 2. Propose? At these words, every member of the Lu family present stared at Huadu in astonishment. Propose marriage? Lu Tianjiang furrowed his brow. I don't know, nephew Hua. I wonder whom you intend to propose to. And what's the meaning of this? You're giving me 40 million for a 20 million dowry? Well, Yueya and I shared a deep bond since high school. My return to Fancheng was specifically for her. Therefore, it goes without saying that I intend to propose to Lu Yueya. Hearing this, everyone exchanged stunned glances, finding it hard to believe. Who would have thought my daughter could attract such a suitor? A delighted smile spread across Lu Mei's face. Seeing how young, capable, and wealthy Huadu was, Lu Mei instantly felt Bai Xiaofan was nothing but a country bumpkin. Lu Tianjiang frowned upon hearing this. Though Huadu was wealthy, Lu Tianjiang still favored Bai Xiaofan. Mainly, Huadu's behavior was simply unacceptable. If Lu Yueya married him, she'd surely suffer. As for why it was 40 million. Huadu turned his gaze to Lu Shangxiang standing nearby. Naturally, she was part of the reason. Me? Lu Shangxiang looked at Huadu with confusion. What do you mean? Are you saying you want both of us sisters? Yes, exactly. I want both of you sisters. I intend to marry both of you. Is there a problem with that? This. Hearing Huadu's words, the Lu family members present exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily dumbfounded. Huadu. Lu Tianjiang interjected, forget about marrying both Shangxiang and Yueya at the same time. Just take Yueya, for instance. My Yueya already has a boyfriend, and they're deeply in love. So, you're a little late to the party. I know, Huadu replied. I've met Yueya's boyfriend. But I don't think that guy can offer Yueya a future. To put it bluntly, uncle, is he as wealthy as I am? Money can't buy everything, but without it, you're nothing. Huadu's words held some truth. Lu Tianjin's mouth twitched, unsure how to respond. Humph. How utterly delusional. Thinking you could marry us sisters? You've got some nerve. Lu Shangxiang muttered under her breath. Let me tell you, even if my sister went blind, she'd never set her sights on you. Xiang. Manglan called out, young Master Hua, please don't take Xiangxiang's words to heart. Look, since Lu Yueya already has a boyfriend, why don't you just marry my Xiangxiang instead? Hey, sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? What do you mean marry your Xiangxiang? Young Master Hua clearly set his sights on Yueya first. Lu Mei and Manglan began arguing over this, while Lu Shangxiang frowned. Lu Tianjiang and Lu Tianxian watched the two women arguing with helpless expressions. As for Lu Sanjian, honestly, it didn't matter to him who married Huadu, but someone had to marry him. After all, with all the money Huadu had, if he could tag along, he'd be living the high life too. Huadu watched the two women arguing incessantly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Aunties, please stop arguing. I'll say it again, I intend to marry both Lu Yueya and Lu Shangxiang. Huadu then stood up. The betrothal deposit is already paid. As for the wedding date, remember to notify me. With that, Huadu departed with his men. Hey, young Master Hua, let me see you out. At that moment, Lu Sanjian followed Huadu out of the room. Outside the room, Lu Sanjian approached Huadu and immediately began helping him carry his belongings. Young Master Hua, I'm Lu Sanjian, older brother to Lu Yueya and Lu Shangxiang. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Oh? Huadu glanced at Lu Sanjian, then a faint smile appeared on his face. So that means you'll be my brother-in-law from now on? No, Master Hua, please just call me Little Lu. I wouldn't dare be your brother-in-law. Seeing Lu Sanjian fawning like this, the bodyguards surrounding Huadu all wore expressions of contempt. But it must be said, Lu Sanjian's manner truly endeared him to many, Huadu being one of them. Not bad. Since that's the case, I'll certainly remember you from now on. Huadu patted Lu Sanjian on the shoulder. Clearly, he was quite fond of this sycophant. Lu Sanjian was more than happy to play the sycophant. After all, it was a way to make money, and he wasn't one to turn down a chance to get rich. Inside the room, the bewildered Lu family members were at a loss. This was the first time they'd ever seen someone propose marriage to two people. If they really let this Wudu marry Shangxiang and Yueya, then, wouldn't that be laughable if it got out? Besides, Yueya already had a boyfriend. Bai Xiaofan had been treating our family quite well. As Lu Tianzhang uttered those words, Lu Mei snorted coldly. Kind? What? Is giving us an investment position really that kind? If he's truly kind, why didn't he give us all the investment positions? Besides, even if Bai Xiaofan has a Taoist master, what does that matter? Look at young Master Hua. Young Master Hua is the one who's both rich and handsome. If Yueya married young Master Hua, that would be marrying for true love. Then my daughter wouldn't have to worry about food or clothes, and we wouldn't fret about having no security in our old age. You two really don't understand anything. That Bai Xiaofan is just a country bumpkin who's made a little money. How could he compare to young Master Hua? Lu Mei's sheer snobbery truly opened Lu Xiangxiang's eyes. Before, Lu Shangxiang had always thought that although Lu Mei was snobbish, she still had a sound moral compass. But now it was clear Lu Mei wasn't marrying off her daughter, she was selling her. I think second brother has a point, Meng Lan said, but marrying two is really a bit. Just then, Lu Sanjian walked in from outside and overheard their conversation. Lu Sanjian chuckled and declared loudly, "Do you really think young Master Hua consulted you lot? You probably don't know, but young Master Hua is currently at odds with the Luo family. Young Master Hua has made it clear, if you agree, the Lu family will henceforth be under the Hua family's protection. But if you refuse? Ha! Wiping out the Lu family would be like crushing an ant for him." Hearing Lu Sanjian's words, the Lu family members present were stunned. How could this be? This is nothing but banditry. Meng Lan cried out, Him? Isn't anyone going to stop him? Heh, what's there to stop? What's wrong with young Master Hua doing this? Lu Sanjian had clearly become a lackey, his tone brimming with audacity. Chapter 85, the time of arrival is also the time of departure. At this moment, Lu Yuegua remained unaware that her home had been turned upside down. When Lu Yuegua, Bai Xiaofan, and Luo Shui returned home, they found the entire Lu family seated in the main hall. Hey, Dad, Mom, what are you all doing sitting here? Lu Yuegua asked as she entered the door. Lu Tianzhang flashed an awkward smile and gestured for Bai Xiaofan and the others to sit down. Little Shui's here too. Come, sit down. How has the Luo family been lately? Luo Shui knew perfectly well that Lu Tianzhang was referring to the Hua family's targeting of the Luo family, though she hadn't expected. Even the Lu family had already heard about this matter. Rest assured, Uncle Lu. My Luo family has deep roots in Fancheng. We won't be brought down so easily. Hearing Luo Shui's words, Lu Tianzhang smiled in return. Whether he believed her or not remained unknown. Noticing the strange atmosphere in the room, Lu Yueya asked, What's going on with you all? Lu Tianzhang sighed and recounted the events that had transpired. When she heard that Wudu had come to propose marriage to the Lu family and that he intended to marry both sisters, Lu Yueya and Lu Shangxiang, Lu Yueya was utterly stunned. What? Lu Yueya frowned. Since when did Wudu have the means to? The one who attacked my Luo family, to be precise, it wasn't the Hua family, but Wudu himself. Luo Shui's expression grew grave. Fifth sister, it seems this Wudu has come prepared. Yueya. At that moment, Lu Mei approached Lu Yueya. That young Master Hua seems quite decent, don't you think? Mom, what are you saying? Our junior brother is right here. Lu Yueya retorted immediately. Lu Mei glanced at Bai Xiaofan, unconcerned whether he was upset or not, and continued directly. Oh, just look at that young Master Hua, young, wealthy, and successful. I think you should seriously consider him. Hearing Lu Mei's words, not only Lu Yuegua, but even Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui felt this woman was crossing the line. Who was Hua Dao? Didn't they know? Lu Mei was practically pushing her own daughter into a pit of fire. But judging by Lu Mei's expression, it was clear she was dead serious. Oh, and Yueya, you should talk to your sister too. You two should marry him together. Lu Yueya couldn't believe the Lu family would accept such a humiliating arrangement. Mom, what are you saying? I know who would do is better than any of you. I know exactly what he's done. Do you realize you're pushing me into a pit of fire? Faced with Lu Yueya's sudden outburst, Lu Mei was momentarily at a loss for words. Yueya, how dare you speak to your mother like that? Meng Lan shouted, Are we the ones pushing you into the fire pit? Meng Lan then relayed Wudu's words to Lu Yueya. When she heard Wudu threaten to wipe out the entire Lu family if Lu Yueya and Lu Shangxiang refused, Lu Yueya froze in shock. How could that be? Lu Yueya swallowed hard, still struggling to believe it. Though her reputation lay elsewhere, her heart remained with the Lu family. No one wished to see their own family destroyed, not even Lu Yuegua. Lu Yuegua turned to Lu Shangxiang. So, sis, what do you think? Are you just going to give in like this? Lu Shangxiang shrugged, I don't want to either. But look at the situation, there doesn't seem to be any other way. Lu Yuegua sat in her chair, her gaze vacant, her mind momentarily blank. Just then, Lu Sanjian stood up and spoke. Little sis, listen to your big bro. We can't afford to cross young Master Hua. It's best to just comply. Lu Sanjian had always disliked Bai Xiaofan. Now that he had the chance to make Bai Xiaofan suffer, he wasn't about to let it slip. As far as Lu Sanjian was concerned, he couldn't care less whether Lu Yueya or Lu Shangxiang married Huadu. All he cared about was latching onto Huadu's coattails. Even if he didn't become second only to the emperor, he'd at least get his share of the spoils. Lu Sanjian glanced at Bai Xiaofan. Seeing the boy remain silent, a cold smile spread across his face. Just as expected, a country bumpkin who cowers before true strength. Then, Lu Sanjian patted Bai Xiaofan on the shoulder, his face suddenly turning sorrowful. Ah, it's fine. You can't blame yourself for this. After all, who can compete with young Master Hua's wealth? Right? Lu Sanjian. Lu Yueya shouted, why are you still gloating over this misfortune? Lu Sanjian shrugged. I'm not gloating. But sis, what other options do you have besides this path? The entire Lu family sighed. They'd already exhausted every possible solution. Just then, Luo Shui stood up and said, Uncle Lu, don't worry. I'll help think of a solution. In the past, Luo Shui's words carried significant weight within the Lu family. But times had changed. The Luo family was now like a clay Buddha crossing a river, hardly able to save themselves. So Luo Shui's words did little to lift the Lu family's gloomy mood. After deep contemplation, Lu Yueya turned to Bai Xiaofan. Little junior brother, I'm sorry. For the sake of my family, I've decided to marry Huadu. Bai Xiaofan had remained silent until Lu Yueya spoke these words. Only then did he lift his head. He looked at Lu Yueya and saw her eyes, red and swollen. Fifth senior sister. Bai Xiaofan's voice was hoarse. I'll take care of that bastard for you. Ha! You? Youngster, save your breath. Lu Sanjian suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Bai Xiaofan with mockery. Who is young Master Hua? And who are you? You can't even see young Master Hua's face, yet you talk like this? Lu Sanjian's mockery rang particularly harsh, but Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya paid him no mind. After laughing for a while, perhaps feeling a bit awkward himself, Lu Sanjian stepped aside. It's been a pleasure knowing you these past days, but I'm sorry I have to let you go. Little junior brother, if I could, I wouldn't want to leave. Let's not meet again. I don't want you to see me marry someone else. This is goodbye. By the end, Lu Yueya was sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Shangxiang embraced Lu Yueya and shook her head at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan stood up, wanting to embrace Lu Yueya one last time. But as he reached out, his hand froze mid-air. Bai Xiaofan gazed at Lu Yueya. For some reason, his heart ached deeply. This was the first time he'd ever felt this way. Fifth senior sister, take care. After leaving these words, Bai Xiaofan turned and walked out of the Lu family villa. Here, he had first laid eyes on Lu Yueya. Here, it might also be the last time he ever saw her. Chapter 86, White Ghost. After leaving the Lu family villa, Bai Xiaofan didn't return to the car. Instead, he walked alone down the street. Luo Shui followed behind him, watching him. She wanted to comfort him, but didn't know how. Bai Xiaofan entered a store, bought a pack of cigarettes, lit one with practiced ease, and took a deep drag. In an instant, Bai Xiaofan felt his mind grow clearer, and much of the gloom in his heart was exhaled along with the smoke. He had only ever seen his master smoke before, but when he tried it for the first time, he discovered it truly eased his worries. Sitting on a park bench, Bai Xiaofan said nothing, simply watching the people come and go around him. Luo Shui approached Bai Xiaofan, and a smile spread across his face. Fourth senior sister, tell me, why did my heart ache so deeply when fifth senior sister said goodbye? This feeling, I've never experienced it before. Why does my heart ache? Why does it hurt so much? Luo Shui gently stroked Bai Xiaofan's head, saying nothing, just looking at him. Snuffing out the last cigarette, a cold glint flashed in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. Fourth senior sister, Hua isn't a good person. We can't let that guy get his way with fifth senior sister, right? That's true, but what can you do about it? Doubt flashed across Luo Shui's face. Bai Xiaofan said nothing. He simply stood up and walked toward the Luo family residence. Luo Shui had assumed Bai Xiaofan was about to take action, but he merely returned to his room and never emerged. Nighttime, Hua residence. Huadu sat on his living room sofa in a robe, holding a glass of red wine. Beside him stood a man Qingyu, the personal bodyguard Song Luan had arranged for Huadu. Boss. Qi Jin entered, carrying a woman bound hand and foot over his shoulder. Oh? You brought her? Seeing Qi Jin return, a smile spread across Huadu's face. Qi Jin tossed the woman onto the floor and said, Boss, just like you said, not a scratch on her. Glancing at the woman on the floor, Huadu chuckled. Good. You two have done well. Qingyu and Qi Jin said nothing, merely standing to the side. Huadu approached the woman. When she saw his face, her eyes filled with terror. Oh, Yang Jing, didn't expect this, did you? Back then, I sampled Xie Xiaoya. Today, I'll sample you. With that, Huadu pulled the towel from Ouyang Jing's mouth. Huadu, you bastard. Don't touch me. Get out. Get out of here. Ouyang Jing now found Huadu utterly repulsive. Seeing him instantly brought back memories of that girl he had tormented. The memory of that girl cowering beside her, trembling all over, her helpless eyes fixed on her. The moment she failed to notice the girl leap from the building. The thought of finding her in that pitiful state. Ouyang Jing's rage boiled over, fueling her relentless desire to make Huadu pay for it. Ha, Ouyang Jing, today I'll let you experience firsthand how I treated Xie Xiaoya back then. With that, Huadu hoisted Ouyang Jing into the room. What happened next remained unknown. Meanwhile, at the Luo residence, Luo Shui gazed at Bai Xiaofan's room, which remained unoccupied, her heart filled with worry. This child. Could he be unable to bear the pressure and have lost all hope? Luo Shui knocked on the door, but the room remained silent. She called out several times, but no one answered. A look of tension spread across Luo Shui's face. If Bai Xiaofan really did something. Though she knew it was wrong to enter someone's room without permission, Luo Shui couldn't help herself. She opened the door to Bai Xiaofan's room, but he was nowhere to be found. Little junior brother? Luo Shui frowned, scanning the room left and right, but Bai Xiaofan was nowhere to be seen. Under the night sky, moonlight spilled across the ground as a figure moved swiftly beneath it. Bai Xiaofan wore all black, his face concealed by a pure white mask. In the night's embrace, he resembled the grim reapers capable of snatching souls at any moment. Bai Xiaofan stood outside a villa, gazing into its interior as he slowly lit a cigarette. As the cigarette neared its end, Bai Xiaofan appeared before the villa's entrance. Who goes there? The guards at the entrance saw Bai Xiaofan, their expressions hardening as they immediately drew their batons. Bai Xiaofan showed no mercy, knocking each guard down with a single punch. He then entered the villa, closed his eyes, and sensed the location of Huadu. Moments later, Bai Xiaofan opened his eyes, leaped, and landed outside the second-floor living room window. He shattered the living room window with a single punch and stepped inside. Approaching a bedroom door, Bai Xiaofan was about to enter when he heard shouts coming from inside. Anger flashed across Bai Xiaofan's face. Without a word, he kicked the bedroom door open. As the door swung open, Bai Xiaofan saw Huadu, completely naked, and Ouyang Jing, stripped bare. Spotting the intruder, Huadu frowned and shouted, "Damn it! Who the hell is interrupting my business?" His expression froze when he saw Bai Xiaofan wearing the white mask. "Huadu!" Bai Xiaofan roared with fury, launching a punch straight at Huadu. Huadu's expression changed. Though he had some training, he was no match for Bai Xiaofan and was sent flying by the single blow. However, just as Bai Xiaofan was about to finish him off, Xingyu and Qi Jin burst through the door. "Who's there?" Xingyu shouted, launching a punch at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan countered with a punch of his own, but this time, he felt a hint of pressure. Instead of repelling Xingyu with a single blow, the two fought to a stalemate. Xingyu and Qi Jin exchanged a glance and charged toward Bai Xiaofan. Though Bai Xiaofan still held the upper hand in their clash, defeating both of them quickly was impossible. "Quick, kill that brat!" Seeing Bai Xiaofan pinned down, Huadu bellowed the order. "You're asking for death." Bai Xiaofan snorted coldly, sending both of them reeling with a single palm strike before instantly closing in on Huadu. Just as Bai Xiaofan prepared to crush Huadu with a single strike, Qi Jin and Xingyu attacked once more. Bai Xiaofan glanced at Huadu, then delivered a kick to his lower abdomen. He then spun around, parrying both Qi Jin and Xingyu's punches with two swift counterstrikes. Hearing the commotion outside, Bai Xiaofan knew this was no place to linger. He glanced at Ouyang Jing, who was curled up in the corner, picked up the bedsheet, wrapped Ouyang Jing in it, and carried him out of the Hua family villa. Chapter 87, Still Intending to Marry. The next morning. News of Hua Bei's assassination spread like wildfire throughout Fancheng. The entire city erupted in chaos. No one could have imagined that Huadu, who had always been at the peak of his power, would one day be assassinated. Crucially, insiders revealed that while Huadu had survived, he would likely never be able to function as a man again. Upon hearing this news, many gloated with schadenfreude. After all, everyone knew Huadu was wealthy, but if your wealth couldn't fulfill your most basic needs, then... That same day, surveillance footage from the Hua residence was leaked, revealing a man wearing a white mask. Though no one knew the man's identity, his formidable skills left everyone in awe. Ultimately, after unanimous agreement among netizens, everyone began referring to this hero as the White Ghost. At the Lu residence, Lu Shangxiang burst out of her room in excitement. "Yuaya! Yuaya! Come quickly!" Lu Yuaya had barely slept the previous night. The thought of never seeing Bai Xiaofan again weighed heavily on her heart. So that morning, Lu Yuaya emerged from her bedroom with dark circles under her eyes. "What's wrong, sis?" Lu Yuaya sat on the sofa, leaning against Lu Shangxiang, looking as if she might fall asleep any moment. "Look at this." Lu Shangxiang opened the latest news from Fancheng and played it for Lu Yuya. At first, Lu Yuya showed little interest. But when Lu Yuegua saw the headline "White Ghost invades the Hua family's eldest son Hua no longer a man," Lu Yuegua's jaw dropped wide open. The more she watched the video, the more delighted she felt inside. If she had once harbored any lingering feelings of camaraderie toward Huadu, now all that remained was pure loathing. Seeing that Huadu could no longer be a man, Lu Yuegua felt genuinely delighted from the bottom of her heart. Sis, does this mean we don't have to marry Huadu anymore? We don't have to marry him. Lu Shangxian laughed too. Who would want to marry such a disrespectful jerk? But who exactly is this white ghost? Lu Yuegua asked. What grudge does he hold against Huadu? Lu Shangxian pondered for a moment before saying. What do you think? Could this white ghost be Bai Xiaofan? Our junior disciple? Lu Yuya pondered for a moment, then shook her head. She wasn't entirely sure if it was Bai Xiaofan. News of Huadu being castrated spread quickly throughout Fancheng, and naturally, Lu Sanjian learned of it too. As Huadu's lackey, Lu Sanjian naturally rushed to his master's side immediately. When Lu Sanjian saw Huadu's face twisted with frustration, his own expression was thick with flattery. Young Master Hua. Lu Sanjian approached and said, Young Master Hua, I came to see how you were doing. Huadu looked at Lu Sanjian without speaking, merely gesturing toward a seat beside him. After Lu Sanjian sat down, Huadu asked. What? Brother Lu, have you come to mock me? Hey, young Master Hua, what are you saying? I genuinely came to visit you. Huadu gave a cold laugh. He didn't care whether Lu Sanjian was being sincere or not, he'd already embarrassed himself enough. Huadu closed his eyes and reclined in the rocking chair. The emptiness below made him feel slightly uneasy. That bastard. I'll find him. Then I'll make him taste what it's like to be a eunuch. Young Master Hua. Lu Sanjian said, I saw that video. Could the whole person be Bai Xiaofan? Bai Xiaofan? Huadu furrowed his brow. Upon closer thought, Bai Xiaofan and Bai Wuchang did share a striking resemblance in build. But I've heard Bai Xiaofan's voice, it doesn't sound much like that white ghost's. Ah, young Master Hua, voices can be altered. While I can't be entirely certain. Huadu nodded. At this moment, it was better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through. That bastard Bai Xiaofan dared to do such a thing, I absolutely won't let him off the hook. Young Master Hua, may I ask, what kind of power stands behind you? Huadu glanced at Lu Sanjian before replying, suffice it to say, my power is formidable. Forget that Bai Xiaofan, even the Dragon Nation itself must reckon with the power behind me. Ever heard of one sect taking on a nation? My faction could easily conquer a small country. Huadu's words left Lu Sanjian gaping. He'd suspected Huadu's power was formidable, but never imagined it reached such heights. That Bai Xiaofan, does he dare provoke me? Fine. I'll make sure he never returns. Also, my wedding invitations have already been sent out. Everyone backing me will be there. Go tell Lu Yueya and Lu Shangxian on the wedding day, I expect them to arrive punctually. What? Lu Sanjian froze. Wait, young Master Hua, you're in this state and still planning to marry? Deep down, Lu Sanjian couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. If Lu Sanjian were still a normal man, he wouldn't care whether Lu Sanjian married his sister or not. But the Lu Sanjian of today was no longer a normal man, he wasn't even a man at all. For him to marry his own sister now, wouldn't that be betraying her? Though Lu Sanjian felt resentful, he dared not show it. Of course. Huadu sneered coldly, not only will I marry her, but I'll throw a grand celebration so everyone knows. I'll use this chance to force Bai Xiaofan out of hiding and eliminate him once and for all. Such a 2-for-1 scheme had Huadu grinning with delight at the very thought. At that moment, Lu Yuegua remained unaware of Huadu's intention to marry her. She joyfully ran out of the Lu residence. Finally, she wouldn't have to marry someone she didn't love because of family obligations. She could finally be with the one she loved. Arriving at the Luo residence, Lu Yueya stared at the grand gates and nearly burst into tears. Just yesterday, she had personally sent away the man who deeply loved her. Just yesterday, that man who loved her deeply might have been the one who pulled her from the jaws of death. Just yesterday, she had realized how deeply she loved the man she cherished. Unable to contain her longing any longer, Lu Yuegua took a step forward, about to enter the Luo residence. But just as she was about to step inside, Li Jianguo, standing at the gate, grabbed her arm. Lu Yuya recognized Li Jianguo. Seeing him grab her arm, she looked at him with confusion. Miss Lu. Li Jianguo scratched his head. There's something I think you should know. Chapter 88, Great Joy, Great Sorrow. When Lu Yuegua heard Li Jianguo address her by name, she froze in place. She couldn't believe it, she truly couldn't believe this could be real. Seeing Lu Yueya's expression, Li Jianguo sighed silently and returned to the duty room without another word. Lu Yueya stared at the Luo family's gate, lost in thought, and walked inside like a marionette. Hey, did you know? That night, Mr. Bai and the young miss seemed to be. I've heard it's not the first time. For days afterward, I kept hearing noises. Hasn't the young Miss's belly been looking a bit bigger lately? What do you think, could she be carrying Mr. Bai's child? Hearing this, Lu Yueya was utterly dumbfounded. She couldn't believe such things had been happening all this time. Fourth sister carrying little junior brother's child? That's impossible. How could it be? Her mind felt like a tangled mess, utterly at a loss for what to do. Before she knew it, Lu Yuegua had walked to Luo Shui's room. She knew that from Luo Shui's room, a rather unsettling sound was emanating. Could it be, in broad daylight, her junior apprentice brother and fourth sister, were they no longer hiding their relationship? Slowly, she pushed open the door. Inside, Bai Xiaofan was mounted on Luo Shui. You too. Lu Yueya burst into the room, closing her eyes. What the hell are you two doing? Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui stared blankly at Lu Yueya. Fifth brother? Luo Shui asked in confusion, why are you here? Did you really not want me here? Fourth sister, she said bitterly, and I called you that. I never imagined you two would do something like this. Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui were utterly baffled. Luo Shui said, Fifth brother, why don't you open your eyes? Humph. Still trying to show off in front of me? You people are, truly, utterly shameless. As she spoke, Lu Yueya opened her eyes only to shut them immediately. You too. Luo Shui and Bai Xiaofan were fully clothed. Luo Shui wore a sports bra at most. But a sports bra is meant for exercise, nothing to get worked up about. As for Bai Xiaofan, his attire was perfectly ordinary. Noticing the two staring at her, Lu Yuegua gave an awkward smile. I'll try to liven things up a bit for you guys. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Yueya recounted everything that had happened today. When Luo Shui heard that Huadu had been crippled and could no longer be a man, her gaze involuntarily shifted to Bai Xiaofan. Last night, when she went to Bai Xiaofan's room, he truly hadn't been there. Bai Xiaofan leaned back on the sofa, looking distracted. Lu Yueya also looked at Bai Xiaofan. Feeling both their gazes, Bai Xiaofan lifted his head. Hey, why are you all staring at me? Do you really think I'm the white ghost? This person's height and build are so similar to yours. Honestly, I can't think of anyone else it could be. Besides, when I went looking for you yesterday, you weren't even in your room. The timing matches perfectly. Facing Lu Yueya and Luo Shui's stares, Bai Xiaofan's face twisted into a bitter smile. Seems you really can't hide anything from girls. When they investigate, they're practically Sherlock Holmes. Bai Xiaofan recounted the events of that day as they happened, but omitted any mention of Ouyang Jing. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Lu Yuegua's face softened with emotion. She threw herself into Bai Xiaofan's arms, tears welling up in her eyes. You rascal! Why did you take such a risk? What if something had happened to you? I couldn't let that bastard Huadu succeed. I couldn't let you actually marry him. Hey, fifth senior sister, you can only marry me. Stop it, who wants to marry you? A blush spread across Lu Yueya's cheeks. Oh my, little junior brother, you two are treating me like a third wheel. Luo Shu, sitting nearby, clicked his tongue and shook his head at the pair. Fourth senior sister, if something like this ever happened to you, I'd definitely protect you too. After all, I'm the one who's going to marry both of you. Huh, you're asking for quite a lot. Bai Xiaofan's words might have sparked collective anger, but for some reason. When Bai Xiaofan uttered those words, Lu Yueya felt surprisingly little resistance in her heart. Perhaps that was the difference between Bai Xiaofan and Huadu. After returning from the Luo family to the Lu family, Lu Yuegua felt inexplicably cheerful, her whole being radiating smiles. Seeing her like this, even Lu Mei and Meng Lan were taken aback. What's gotten into Yueya? Why is she suddenly so cheerful? Has she finally come to terms with things? Impossible. She cried all night last night. How could she have come to terms with it so quickly? Still, second brother, Yueya's feelings for Bai Xiaofan might be genuine. I advise you to give it some serious thought. Meng Lan patted Lu Mei's shoulder. After all, what could be more important than your own daughter finding happiness? Lu Mei sighed. Didn't she also want her daughter to marry someone she truly loved? But Lu Mei always felt that affection could be cultivated over time, whereas money couldn't be cultivated. Could I really be wrong? Should I truly trust Yueya's judgment and believe in that Bai Xiaofan? Lu Mei walked to Yueya's door and knocked. Yueya, what's gotten into you today? Why are you all smiles? Did something happen? Nothing, Mom. I'm fine now. Today, I went to see Bai Xiaofan. Ah, Yueya. I need to have a serious talk with you about your situation with young Master Hua. Lu Yueya opened the door and said excitedly. Mom, you didn't know? That white ghost, the one who crippled Huadu, is Bai Xiaofan. Lu Mei froze in disbelief. She couldn't fathom that the white ghost was actually Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan had actually stormed into the heavily guarded Hua residence for his own daughter and crippled Huadu. Setting aside the sheer danger, the fact that Bai Xiaofan would undertake such a mission demonstrated his unwavering resolve for his daughter. Lu Mei felt a pang of emotion. She never imagined Bai Xiaofan was capable of such a feat. Seeing her daughter so excited, Lu Mei's face broke into a smile as she gently stroked Lu Yueya's hair. Yet beneath that smile lay a hint of bittersweet sorrow. My dear, since this is how it is, I'll let you two handle it yourselves. I trust you. The fate of the Lu family now rests in your hands. After all, it will be yours to inherit someday. Chapter 89, Formal Declaration of War. Just as Lu Yueya and Lu Mei were talking, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Little sis. Lu Shangxian rushed into Lu Yueya's room. Oh no, Huodu is here again. Hearing that Huodu had arrived, both Lu Yueya and Lu Mei frowned. Why is that guy here again? Just seeing Huodu now gave Lu Yueya a headache. The two descended the stairs to find Huodu seated in the hall, his smug grin stretched wide enough to touch the sky. Beside him, Lu Sanjian fawned over Huodu like a sycophant, bustling about as if this were Huodu's own home. Spotting Lu Yueya and Lu Shangxian descending the stairs, Huodu's eyes lit up and he sprang to his feet. Look at my two wives, they're truly beautiful. I'm sure you'll be even more stunning on our wedding day. Huodu, when did I ever say I'd marry you? Lu Yueya retorted, you're not even a man anymore. Her words instantly struck at Huodu's pride, his expression darkening with fury. Witnessing this, everyone present grew tense. After all, they feared Lu Yueya had offended Huodu. But Huodu didn't explode. After staring at Lu Yueya for a long moment, the expression on his face began to soften. It's nothing. When my wife scolds me, I love hearing it. Huodu sat down in his chair, a contented smile spreading across his face. True, I'm no longer a man, he continued, but that doesn't stop me from marrying both of you. Young Master Hua, surely you're joking? Marrying them now would be terribly unfair to them, wouldn't it? Huodu glanced at Lu Mei, his eyelids drooping slightly as he replied coldly. Does it look like I'm joking with you? Our wedding will proceed as scheduled. Both of you are still required to attend in full regalia. Huodu, have you forgotten about that white ghost? Aren't you afraid he'll come looking for you? Huodu gave a cold laugh at Lu Yueya's words, his gaze turning fierce as he looked at her. The white ghost? If that bastard dares show his face again, I won't hesitate to kill him. Lu Yueya, I know you and Bai Xiaofan are still in contact, but I couldn't care less. But if you dare to make me a cuckold, I can raise the entire Lu family to the ground anytime, anywhere. See those brothers of mine outside? I'll have them taste you first, then sell you off to the mountains. Huodu finished speaking, stood up, and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out, he halted, turning to face Lu Yueya. Don't try any tricks. Tell that white ghost I've been waiting for him. If he's got the guts, let him come again. After Huodu departed, sorrow spread across the faces of the Lu family members. They had thought that now Huodu was no longer a man, he would abandon this betrothal. Instead, not only did Huodu refuse to back down, but he intended to ruin these two girls completely. For Lu Yueya and Lu Shangxian, marrying Huodu would be a catastrophe of the highest order. Lu Mei clasped Lu Yueya's hand, her face edged with sorrow. She too refused to let her daughter endure such a fate. Just then, Lu Sanjian returned, his face bearing an expression of helplessness. Little sister, I'm sorry. I truly never imagined Huodu would be this despicable. Though Lu Sanjian was a snob who looked down on Bai Xiaofan, he still cared deeply for his two sisters. Seeing them about to be dragged into this mess made him feel awful. Brother, did Huodu say anything else? Lu Shangxian pressed, tell us everything. Now Lu Sanjian had come to realize that, for him, his sisters were the most important thing. What good would all his wealth do him? If his sisters' futures were ruined, what use would all that money be? After a moment's thought, Lu Sanjian recounted everything he knew. Upon learning that Huodu was backed by an immensely powerful force, the entire Lu family fell silent. A force that powerful not just the Lu family, but even the Luo family would struggle to oppose it. Just then, Lu Mei seemed to recall something. Yueya, didn't you say the white ghost is that guy? Ask the white ghost to figure something out. Lu Yueya nodded, then returned to her room alone and retrieved her phone. Upon learning of this incident, Bai Xiaofan inwardly cursed Huodu's despicable nature. He hadn't intended to kill him, just teach him a lesson. But it seems he never learns. Bai Xiaofan stared at the mask hanging on the wall, realizing he must continue his role as the white ghost. Over the next few days, Bai Xiaofan did not seek out Lu Yueya, nor did Lu Yueya come looking for Bai Xiaofan. Lu Yuegua feared that frequent contact with Bai Xiaofan might draw Huodu's attention and expose him. Yet deep down, she never doubted Bai Xiaofan's ability to protect her. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan wasn't idle either. Wearing the white ghost mask, he frequently roamed Fancheng. Whenever he witnessed wrongdoing, he intervened immediately. Soon, the name White Ghost spread throughout Fancheng. Everyone knew that Fancheng had a white Wuchang who specialized in dealing with evildoers. Days passed, and Huodu continued sending gifts to the Lu family. But unlike before, no matter how many gifts Huodu sent, the Lu family members didn't touch a single one. They knew what they should touch and what they should not. Huodu didn't mind this. After all, as long as he got Lu Yueya and Lu Shangxian, nothing else mattered. Just as the white impermanence's reputation grew louder, a video rapidly went viral online. Yueya, look at this. Lu Shangxian rushed over to Lu Yueya, holding her phone to watch the video. In the video, White Ghost sat before the camera. Merely sitting there, he radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Huodu. Bai Wuchang spoke slowly, I'm the white Wuchang who castrated you, turning you into a eunuch. This single line immediately drew laughter from many. It was now abundantly clear this video was intended to provoke Huadu. I hear it's just a few days until you forcefully take the Lu sisters, is that right? Well then, I'll give you a warning. If you persist in your folly, I will personally attend your wedding day and kill you. The video ended, and Song Luan watched it with a smile on his face. Who would have thought, Huadu? You've really stirred up a hornet's nest. Huadu sat in his chair, glaring at the video with fury. Oof. I actually hope he shows up on time that day. When the other masters are present, I will finally have my revenge. Chapter 90, The Wedding Begins. With Bai Wuchang's declaration of war against Huadu, the entire city of Fancheng felt like a storm was brewing. Huadu immediately began emergency preparations, doubling the security detail for his own wedding. Even the Lu family was placed under his surveillance. No member of the Lu household was permitted to come and go freely. Every day, Lu Yueya stood by the window, gazing out, hoping Bai Xiaofan would appear again. At night, as she gazed out the window, a single tear slipped down her cheek. Just then, a figure appeared before her, startling her. When Lu Yueya recognized the face behind the shadow, her mouth fell open in shock. Little junior disciple? Lu Yueya hurriedly opened the window, letting Bai Xiaofan enter the room. The moment Bai Xiaofan stepped inside, Lu Yuegua threw herself into his arms, refusing to let go for a long time. Little junior brother, I was so worried about you. I feared you'd never come back. I feared Huadu really found you. Bai Xiaofan gently patted Lu Yueya's head. There, I'm here now, aren't I? After a long embrace, Lu Yueya reluctantly released Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan gazed at Lu Yueya's face and smiled. Fifth senior sister, why are you still crying? None of your business. Lu Yueya pouted. I remembered something sad. I can't help it. Seeing her like this, Bai Xiaofan's heart softened. He gently tapped her forehead. Little junior brother, my brother said that Huadu might have powerful forces backing him. You might be in real danger. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. Who cares about some powerful force? They're nothing to me. If anyone tries to stop me from taking my senior sister away, I'll kill them no matter who they are. Bai Xiaofan's words warmed Lu Yueya's heart. Truthfully, just seeing him appear had already filled her with immense joy. Rest assured, if anything happens to you that day, I won't go on living either. I'll take my own life and go with you. Her gaze was unwavering. Perhaps only now did they truly grasp how vital each was to the other. After settling a few matters, Bai Xiaofan left Lu Yueya's room. The wedding day arrived swiftly. Unlike previous ceremonies, this one featured two brides. Precisely because there were two brides, Huadu hadn't obtained marriage certificates for Lu Yuegua and Lu Xiangxiang. In the makeup room, Lu Yuegua gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a hint of sadness flickering across her face. She never imagined that the first time she looked this beautiful, she would be facing that bastard. But at least Bai Xiaofan had said he would return, that he would come back to protect her. Lu Xiangxiang, on the other hand, didn't care much. She didn't mind who her man was, she'd rather be a widow anyway. Time ticked by, and soon the wedding procession arrived outside the Lu residence. Lu Yuegua and Lu Xiangxiang exchanged a glance, neither knowing what the other was thinking. Just then, the dressing room door opened as Lu Mei and Meng Lan stepped inside. Seeing their daughter looking so beautiful, Lu Mei and Meng Lan felt a strange pang of sadness in their hearts. What mother wouldn't want her daughter to marry a suitable man? But Huadu was simply. Yet Lu Mei and Meng Lan could do nothing but watch as their daughters' lives were ruined. It's time. We should go out now. Lu Yueya took Lu Xiangxiang's hand and stepped out of the dressing room. When Huadu, standing at the doorway, saw Lu Yueya and Lu Xiangxiang in their wedding gowns, his eyes lit up. A smile spread across Huadu's face as he began scheming how to have these two beauties attend to him that night. It seemed he had forgotten that he had long since lost that ability. Yueya, Xiangxiang, you both look absolutely stunning today. You must be the most beautiful brides ever. Huadu stepped forward, extending both hands to grasp theirs. But neither Yueya nor Xiangxiang reached out. They merely shot Huadu a look of disgust. Seeing their reaction, Huadu didn't grow angry. He merely chuckled, unconcerned with their feelings toward him. After all, he had achieved his goal of marrying Lu Yueya, and now he had the double joy of marrying Lu Xiangxiang as well. He planned to spend a fortune searching for ancient methods, perhaps a grafting technique to restore his manhood. Then he could sit back and enjoy the blessings of having both wives. The thought even gave him a little thrill. With that thought, Huadu dismissed their concerns and turned toward the wedding car. Huadu! Lu Yuegua suddenly cried out, are you sure you want me to get in the car? Are you sure you want us to marry you? Bai Wuchang warned you if you forced us to marry you, he'd kill you with his own hands. Huadu froze, turning to glare at Lu Yueya, anger flaring in his eyes once more. Lu Yueya, I can tolerate you, but that doesn't mean you can on my head. Bai Wuchang, very well. Then let him come. I'll see if he dares to show his face. And let me tell you this, if he dares to come, I'll make sure he never returns. Anyone with eyes could see that Huodu was truly enraged. Beside Huodu, Shi Jin sneered coldly. Young lady, watch your tone. Truth be told, that white ghost you speak of is indeed formidable. Yet he still failed to kill Boss Huo at our hands. Exactly. This time we came prepared. Everyone here outmatches him. If he dares show up, he won't be leaving. Hearing Qi Jin and Xing Yu's words, despair washed over Lu Yuya's face. She desperately wanted to tell Bai Xiaofan not to come, but it was too late now. Huodu sat directly in the wedding car. Lu Yuya and Lu Shangxiang exchanged glances. Now they could only leave it to fate. As Lu Yuya and Lu Shangxiang sat in the car, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Yuya, Shangxiang, just wait. Once we're settled, your job will be to stay beautiful as flowers at home. I'll make sure you live like princesses, enjoying endless luxury and splendor. You'll see how wise it was to marry me. Huodu chattered away up front, but neither Lu Yuya nor Lu Shangxiang paid him any mind. Perhaps sensing his own awkwardness, Huodu simply fell silent. Slowly, the car arrived at the hotel where the wedding was being held. Outside the hotel entrance, luxury cars were already parked in abundance. In the past, the Huo family certainly wouldn't have had such influence, but now, they absolutely did. As Huodu's wedding car pulled into the hotel, all eyes turned in its direction. The door opened, revealing a confident Huodu stepping out before the crowd. Chapter 91, The White Ghost Arrives. Seeing Huodu like this, those present couldn't help but smack their lips in admiration. To them, it was unimaginable that a once insignificant third-rate family could now hold such stature, not only overshadowing various first-rate families but also standing shoulder to shoulder with the Luo family. The first-rate families of Fancheng present all wore bitter smiles. After all, who could blame them? Behind the Huo family loomed a formidable power. Seeing Huodu strutting about so arrogantly, many young heirs from the top-tier families wore expressions of fury. This Huodu was simply too much, marrying two women at once, leaving none for us. What could they do? Huodu was someone who could stand up to the Luo family. Alas! With the Luo family now in decline, if things continued this way, it seemed Fancheng's top spot would soon change hands. Everyone shared a knowing smile. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. Those who could declare their allegiance at this juncture would reap greater rewards the sooner they aligned themselves. Numerous families chose to align with the Huo clan, including some that had once been close allies of the Luo family. The Luo family had fallen into such isolation that only a handful of clans remained steadfastly behind them. Would the Luo family send representatives? Their recent conflicts with the Huo family had been numerous. Just as the discussion was underway, a woman appeared at the hotel entrance, catching everyone's attention. It was Luo Shui. Seeing Luo Shui, everyone was stunned. They had assumed the Luo family wouldn't send anyone, or at most, just a representative. But now, unexpectedly, it was none other than Luo Shui, the eldest daughter of the Luo family, arriving with her own entourage. No, it wasn't just Luo Shui. Behind her stood none other than Luo Tianxin, the head of the Luo family. The moment Luo Tianxin appeared, astonishment washed over countless faces. After all, relations between the Luo and Huo families had reached a point of utter hostility. Luo Tianxin's direct appearance at the wedding venue was a clear demonstration of the Luo family's magnanimity. This move caused many to reconsider their allegiance, whether to side with the Huo family or the Luo family. The Huo family was equally astonished to learn Luo Tianxin had arrived. The head of the Huo family, Huo Bin, stepped forward. Hey, brother Luo. Never expected you'd show up. Why are you standing out here? Come on in. Huo Bin pulled Luo Tianxin toward him, his expression radiating the warmth of a long-lost friend. Yet any observant person could tell the two were not on good terms. Luo Tianxin couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Back then, Huo Bin always addressed him as Brother Luo, but now he'd switched to Brother Luo with a dismissive tone. Brother Luo, look at this, a child's wedding ceremony. Why did you personally come? It's only right. Luo Tianxin chuckled, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. I should come see for myself. Both old foxes harbored ulterior motives, and no one could fathom what was truly on their minds. Huo Bin then turned to Luo Shui. My niece has grown into such a beauty. Luo Shui gave Huo Bin a gentle smile. Uncle Huo, you're still going strong. Your physical condition is no less impressive than some young people's. Ha, I'm past my prime. Old age catches up with you. These days, it's best to leave things to the younger generation. After saying this, Huo Bin clicked his tongue. Tell me, Brother Luo, if my son had married your eldest niece, that would have been a perfect match. But alas, my son only had eyes for that girl from the Lu family, and now he's married two of them. Just look at that. Huo Bin's remark was clearly meant to show off, and both Luo Tianxin and Luo Shui couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust wash over them. You forced this upon others, yet you have the nerve to boast about it so brazenly. You're truly heartless. Soon, music filled the banquet hall, signaling the event's imminent start. The guests entered the banquet hall as the MC took the stage, delivering an impassioned speech. Anyone unaware of the details might well be deceived by the MC's speech. One might genuinely believe that Huodu had deep affection for Lu Yueya and Lu Shangxiang, ultimately choosing to give them both a home. Luo Shui pursed her lips, thinking to herself, this guy will say anything for money. Alright, everyone, please welcome the bride and groom to the stage. Amidst the roar of music, Huodu emerged in a crimson tang suit, flanked by Lu Yuegua and Lu Shangxiang, both adorned in phoenix crowns and ceremonial robes. When the crowd saw Lu Yuegua and Lu Shangxiang, many faces lit up with envy. But the moment they remembered Huodu was no longer a man, that admiration quickly turned to schadenfreude. Hey, what do you think? After the wedding, since Huodu can't give these two girls sexual happiness, might they? It's entirely possible. Better stay in touch with them, you never know when you might need them. Such beautiful women, yet he can't enjoy them. Ah, that must be the frustration of being a eunuch. The surrounding mockery reached Huodu's ears. He turned and glared at them, silencing them instantly. Lu Yueya, meanwhile, watched the doorway anxiously, wondering when Bai Xiaofan would finally arrive. That guy, why hasn't he shown up yet? If he doesn't come soon, I'll really have to. Hidden within her bouquet was a dagger. If Bai Xiaofan didn't show, she would take her own life before everyone. Alright, everyone, the bride and groom, let us now begin. First, bow to heaven and earth. Huodu bowed to the heavens and earth, but neither Lu Yueya nor Lu Shangxiang bent their waists. Just then, two figures stepped forward from the side and forcibly pressed down on their waists. Seeing this, many in attendance were stunned. Was this how forced marriages worked? Even the officiant was startled, swallowing hard before saying, now, the second bow to your parents. Once again, Lu Yueya and Lu Shangxiang were forcibly made to bow toward Huobin and Huodu's mother. The couple bowed to each other. Just as they were about to bow for the final time, Lu Yueya suddenly stood straight, refusing to bend her waist. Miss Lu, we hope you'll prioritize the greater good. Your family still needs you. Lu Yueya stared intently at Huodu before her, ignoring the threats from those beside him, refusing to bend her waist. Miss Lu, you must understand the consequences of offending us. We can make you witness your family members die one by one before your very eyes. Huodu's expression turned utterly cold as he growled in a low voice. Lu Yueya, do not test my limits. As he spoke, the two men behind Lu Yueya moved to forcibly restrain her. At that very moment, two silver needles shot out, striking the men restraining Lu Yueya. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the doorway, speaking in a leisurely tone. Huodu, you'd best not test my patience either. Chapter 92, no longer exists. When the figure wearing a white mask appeared, many people pulled out their phones to take pictures. After all, although the video of White Ghost threatening Huodu had been released, no one believed White Ghost would actually take action. After all, Huodu's wedding would surely be heavily guarded. Appearing there would mean certain doom. Yet here he was, White Ghost had come, appearing before Huodu with brazen audacity. When Lu Yueya saw Bai Xiaofan standing at the doorway, tears welled up in her eyes. He had come. He had truly come. Lu Yueya couldn't believe it. She never imagined Bai Xiaofan would actually show up. Standing beside her, Lu Shangxiang was also stunned, equally surprised that Bai Xiaofan had actually come. Bai Wuchang. Huodu sneered coldly upon seeing Bai Xiaofan. Who'd have thought you'd actually dare to show up? Bai Xiaofan pointed at Huodu. I told you, if you dare to forcibly abduct a maiden, I will come. No sooner had Bai Xiaofan finished speaking than several figures materialized around him, instantly surrounding him. Surveying his captors, Bai Xiaofan sneered. You think these men can stop me? Why not? Huodu shouted loudly, everyone, today, I entrust this to you. Hey, Boss Hua, don't worry. We're gonna have some fun with these punks and make sure we enjoy ourselves. Kid, you wanna go one-on-one or take on the whole crew? Or how about this, get down on your knees and call me Grandpa, and I'll make sure you get a proper burial. Countless Hua family guards appeared around the banquet, all pointing pistols at Bai Xiaofan. Among those surrounding Bai Xiaofan were Qingyu and Qi Jin, the very men who had clashed with him before. Kid, last time you got to injure Boss Hua while we were watching. Today, we won't hold back. Oh? Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. You think you deserve to hold back? Last time, I deliberately spared Huodu's life, hoping he'd repent. But this bastard just got more arrogant. Well, sorry about that. Today, I'm here to take her life. Kid, I have to admire your guts. I never thought you'd show up with so many of us here. So if you don't leave your life here today, how can we save face? At that moment, one man raised his hand and said, Gentlemen, allow me to take the lead. None objected. They all watched Bai Xiaofan with amused smiles. Bai Xiaofan might indeed be too powerful for any one of them to handle alone, but they had numbers on their side. Kid, remember my name Li Wei. The man behind this name is the one who'll kill you. With that, Li Wei struck out, a staff appearing in his hand as he swung it toward Bai Xiaofan's head. Bai Xiaofan took a step back, then grabbed the stick mid-swing and drove a fist straight into Li Wei's chest. This punch held nothing back, instantly caving in Li Wei's chest. The scene stunned everyone present. Who could have imagined Li Wei wouldn't last a single round against Bai Xiaofan? Disbelief washed over Li Wei's face as he stared at Bai Xiaofan. He might never understand why. Why was this guy so strong? The surrounding crowd wore expressions of utter shock, their faces growing grim. Damn it, we underestimated him. Let's all attack him together. I refuse to believe he can take us all on. They attacked simultaneously, instantly transforming the banquet hall into Bai Xiaofan's battlefield. Facing the mob, Bai Xiaofan wielded no weapon, yet he fought with effortless ease. Lu Yue tore the flowers from her bouquet, revealing a dagger she'd concealed all along, and hurled it at Bai Xiaofan. Junior brother. Bai Xiaofan looked up, caught the dagger mid-air, and launched his counterattack. You! Huadu roared at Lu Yue, his hand shooting out to strike. At that moment, Luo Shui rushed onto the stage and blocked Huadu. If you want to touch my junior sister, you'll have to get past me first. After this period of training, Luo Shui's Tai Chi had reached a level of accomplishment. Even against skilled opponents, Luo Shui could hold his own for a while. On stage, Huadu and Luo Shui clashed, while below, Bai Xiaofan fought numerous masters. Xing Yu and Qi Jin were utterly bewildered. During their earlier sparring, Bai Wuchang hadn't seemed this formidable. But now, it seemed Bai Wuchang was incredibly strong, holding his own against so many opponents. This white ghost is incredibly strong. It seems he held back last time. This time, things won't be so easy. Qi Jin nodded. Bai Wuchang's strength likely surpassed theirs by an unimaginable margin. This gap wasn't the simple 1 + 1 = 2 kind, it was more like 1 + 1 = more than 2. As the two pondered, Bai Xiaofan thrust his blade once more, driving it straight into another man's chest. A look of unwillingness lingered on the victim's face, but in the end, he could only close his eyes in resignation. After dispatching this opponent, Bai Xiaofan continued his assault, spinning to slash another man's throat. In just this brief exchange, Bai Xiaofan had already claimed 3 lives. The deaths of these 3 men sent morale plummeting among the others, with some already beginning to show signs of fear. Huadu, witnessing this, was consumed by rage. He bellowed. What are you lot doing? So many of you, and you can't even take down one white ghost? Do I need to report this to Mr. Song? Huadu's words sent a wave of fear through the crowd, spurring them into a desperate flurry of attacks. This forced Bai Xiaofan to retreat significantly, allowing the troops to regain much of their morale. But such desperate attacks only exposed more and more vulnerabilities. Finally, Bai Xiaofan struck down another with a single blow. As the casualties piled up under Bai Xiaofan's blade, the battle's outcome grew clearer. By the time Bai Xiaofan swung his dagger again, only 3 opponents remained on the battlefield. On the platform, Luo Shui was gradually losing ground when Lu Yue charged forward. No one could have anticipated that Lu Yue and Luo Shui possessed such formidable combat prowess. One wielding Tai Chi boxing, the other Bagua Palm, they pressed Huadu into a defensive struggle. Huadu was no Bai Xiaofan. While he could handle Luo Shui alone, adding Lu Yue to the mix was too much. Mr. Hua, we can't hold him back. At that moment, Qi Jin shouted loudly. Huadu's attention wavered for a moment, and both women kicked him square in the chest. No sooner had Qi Jin spoken than Bai Xiaofan ended him with a single slash. Now! Only Bai Xiaofan remained standing on the battlefield. Bai Xiaofan slowly approached Huadu, shouting as he walked. Today, all who stand by without acting are friends of this white ghost. Today, the Hua family shall cease to exist. Chapter 93, The Black and White Impermanence. Bai Xiaofan's words rang out, one by one, casting a shadow of dread across the faces of the Hua family members present. Huadu watched Bai Xiaofan approach, his heart gripped by terror so intense he found himself unconsciously wetting his pants. The pungent smell of urine wafted through the air. Everyone present shook their heads, their eyes filled with scorn as they looked at Huadu. First, his manhood was severed. Now, he'd wet himself in public. Huadu's face was utterly ruined. Bai Xiaofan stood before Huadu, slowly raising the dagger in his hand as he stared coldly at him. You, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. I just beg you, don't kill me. Bai Xiaofan wasn't about to listen to Huadu's pleas. This blade wasn't just for Lu Yue, it was also for Ho Changgui. Ho Changgui was still hospitalized because Zhao Tianlai, one of Huadu's men, had been beaten up for trying to forcibly acquire Dao. No! At that moment, Huabin stood up. Your Excellency, I beg you, do not harm my son. Don't harm him? Bai Xiaofan slowly turned his head. Has he ever refrained from hurting others? If I hadn't appeared today, wouldn't these 2 girls from the Lu family have been ruined by him in the future? You beg me not to harm your son, yet when he harms others, why did you never stop him? Bai Xiaofan's words left Huabin speechless. He looked at Huadu, his heart filled with sorrow. At that moment, Huabin drew a pistol from his coat and fired a shot at Bai Xiaofan. But the bullet passed straight through Bai Xiaofan's body. When Bai Xiaofan reappeared, he was already standing before Huabin. Huabin tried to pull the trigger again, but Bai Xiaofan grabbed the gun from his hand. Then, to Huabin's stunned expression, Bai Xiaofan bent the gun right out of his hand. What the hell? Before Hua Bin could process what was happening, Bai Xiaofan's hand clamped around his throat. Let go of me. Hua Bin tried to struggle, but no matter how he fought, it was futile. Bai Xiaofan's expression was cold and stern, his grip tightening relentlessly. Slowly, Hua Bin's face turned crimson, his breath nearly gone. Let go. Let him go. Hua Du, witnessing this scene, was overcome with grief and shouted loudly. But how could Bai Xiaofan show mercy? With a final squeeze of his palm, Hua Bin's convulsions ceased. Dad! Hua Du was stunned. He had never imagined that because of him, he would have caused his own father's death. Bai Xiaofan stared at Hua Du, picked up the dagger once more, and walked toward him. The entire scene fell silent, as if everyone was waiting for the White Ghost's judgment. From this day forward, the Hua family ceases to exist. All assets of the Hua family shall belong to the Luo and Lu families. Lord Luo, I hope you will act fairly. It would be best if I never learned you've wronged the Lu family. If I can wipe out the Hua family here, I can annihilate the Luo family anytime, anywhere. Yes, Mr. Bai Wuchang, rest assured. Our Luo family has always maintained excellent relations with the Lu family. Bai Xiaofan nodded, then raised his dagger, poised to strike Hua Du. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, and a figure stepped in front of Hua Du. Bai Xiaofan saw that the figure also wore a mask of pure black. Ha! What's going on? How did another person appear on stage? A pure black mask. Hey, look at them. Don't they look just like the black and white impermanents? Aren't the black and white impermanents supposed to be partners? Why are they enemies? Facing the sudden intruder, Bai Xiaofan held nothing back, unleashing a direct punch toward the figure. But the intruder proved surprisingly strong, catching Bai Xiaofan's punch without flinching. A hint of surprise flashed across Bai Xiaofan's face. This was the first person he'd ever encountered who could block his punch. The intruder showed no interest in prolonged conflict. Seizing Hua Du's body, he fled the scene. Trying to escape? Bai Xiaofan roared, lunging forward to pursue. But at that moment, the man flicked his wrist, sending several throwing knives hurtling toward Luo Shui and Lu Yueya. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiaofan stepped in front of Luo Shui and Lu Yueya, blocking the blades. But because of this, the man had already vanished with Hua Du. Bai Xiaofan frowned, surprised that someone with physical strength matching his own existed in this world. He turned to the others and said, Everyone, since matters are settled, we shall take our leave. Lord Luo, I trust you won't go back on your word. As for you two, I believe you'll each marry someone of unparalleled grace and charm. Bai Xiaofan's remark made Lu Yueya and Luo Shui roll their eyes repeatedly. With that, Bai Xiaofan strode off with great swagger. Everyone remained frozen in their seats, some still processing the shock. The Hua family members, in particular, looked at their two leaders, one dead, the other missing, and felt utterly at a loss. What was supposed to be a day of great celebration had turned into a funeral. The Hua family would find it nearly impossible to establish themselves in Fancheng going forward. Having lost all their assets, the Hua family had no choice but to leave Fancheng. Within Fancheng, it wasn't just the Luo family, countless other clans would target them. Meanwhile, the Luo family acquired half of the Hua family's holdings, significantly bolstering their power. The Luo family now firmly held the position of Fancheng's foremost clan. The most unexpected development was the Lu family. Having acquired half of the Hua family's assets, they were now well positioned to rank among the upper tier of second-rate families. Leaving the scattered corpses behind, they entrusted the aftermath to the Luo family. Meanwhile, in a villa, Song Luan stared coldly at Hua Du. Hua Du had been mutilated beyond recognition, his hands and feet severed. Mr. Song, I'm sorry. Hua Du's voice was faint, as if death could come at any moment. Didn't I tell you to handle my affairs properly? And what did you do? All you could think about was women, ruining my plans. Is your brain really only in your lower half? And you cost me so many men, every one of them more useful than you. Mr. Song, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Give me one more chance. Hua Du said, I will complete your plan. I will avenge today's humiliation. Give you a chance? Ha! Do you even deserve another chance? Song Luan snorted coldly, do you know why I intervened to save you? It's because you ruined my plans. I must kill you with my own hands to ease the hatred in my heart. With that, waves of agonized screams echoed through the villa. The next day, patrol officers discovered Hua Du's lifeless body lying dead on the street. His death was gruesome, chilling to the bone. Chapter 94, To the Seaside. With Hua Du's death, the entire situation in Fancheng instantly stabilized, and the Luo family once again became the top dog. The Lu family's standing also rose accordingly, now holding considerable influence. The entire power structure of Fancheng underwent a major reshuffle, with all factions previously targeting the Luo family being purged. As for the instigator of all this, Bai Xiaofan kept a low profile, spending every day with Lu Yueya. This series of events allowed Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya to recognize their feelings for each other. Bai Xiaofan had now become the private instructor for both Lu Yueya and Luo Shui. Under such intimate, close-quarters instruction, who knows who's getting the better deal? In any case, Bai Xiaofan thoroughly enjoyed this arrangement, reaping the benefits of having two women at his disposal. Who wouldn't? Later, their training ground shifted to a mountain purchased by the Luo family. Originally intended for a rural tourism venture, the project stalled due to unresolved permits. Now the mountain lay abandoned. With no visitors, it offered a secluded retreat. As Bai Xiaofan and the others trained deep within the mountains, Bai Xiaofan pressed his entire body against Luo Shui to demonstrate the techniques. Watching this, Lu Yueya felt a twinge of jealousy, though she kept her thoughts to herself. After all, Bai Xiaofan had practiced with her in exactly the same way earlier. Luo Shui's expression was clearly mirroring her own. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Shui and Bai Xiaofan paused. A look of relaxation spread across Bai Xiaofan's face. Fifth senior sister, it's so hot today, why don't we go out and have some fun? Go out and play? Luo Shui and Lu Yueya chimed in unison. After a moment's thought, Luo Shui suggested. Now that you mention it, that sounds like a great idea. With this scorching weather, I say we head to the beach. We can grill some food and even light a bonfire at night. Yes. I haven't been to the beach this summer. Finally, we get to go to the beach. The three agreed instantly and went shopping for swimwear that very day. They arrived at Daolai. Originally, Bai Xiaofan wanted Lu Yueya and Luo Shui to buy sexier swimsuits. But the moment he thought about others seeing them, Bai Xiaofan practically wished they'd wear long underwear instead. Faced with such blatant double standards, Bai Xiaofan immediately earned a pair of rolling eyes from Lu Yueya and Luo Shui. Did you see that, fifth junior sister? This guy just wants to ogle other girls in swimsuits. Exactly. Fourth senior sister is absolutely right. Little junior brother, you've really disappointed me. Bai Xiaofan looked at them with an innocent expression. His expression seemed to say, how unfair is this? Just as the three were buying swimsuits, a pot-bellied man approached from a short distance away. He had his arm around a woman in her 20s. The woman was somewhat beautiful, but her makeup and high-tech enhancements had ruined her face considerably. Upon entering the swimwear store, the man declared, "Go on, see what you like. Wrap it up. This time, we absolutely must satisfy the second young master." The woman smiled at his words, swaying her hips as she began browsing. Watching her swaying hips, the man felt a surge of heat rising within him. However, he knew this wasn't the place for such thoughts, so he turned his gaze elsewhere. As he scanned the store, his gaze fell upon Bai Xiaofan and her two companions browsing swimwear. His eyes lit up the moment he spotted Lu Yueya and Luo Shui. Li Biao had never seen such beautiful women before. Then Li Biao glanced at the woman beside him. Instantly, he felt the woman beside him wasn't nearly as attractive. If he could present these two girls to the second young master, the young master would surely be pleased. A sly grin spread across Li Biao's face as he rubbed his hands together and approached the three of them. "Excuse me, ladies," Li Biao said, "judging by your appearance, are you three heading to the beach?" Bai Xiaofan and the others turned to see Li Biao, and all three froze for a moment. Then Luo Shui spoke up. "Yes. Hey, we're heading to the beach too. How about we go together? I just rented a boat." Li Biao had expected the two women to get really excited when he mentioned he'd rented a boat. But he noticed their expressions didn't change at all, they just looked at him with puzzled expressions. "Ah, no thanks. We'll just do our own thing. Thanks for the offer." After Luo Shui declined Li Biao's offer, she turned to continue picking out swimsuits. Li Biao wasn't giving up. He persisted. "My boat isn't just stocked with fine wine and gourmet food, the real draw is the handsome guys on board. Let me tell you, my friends are all rich second-generation kids, every single one of them, wow, handsome and loaded." Luo Shui and Lu Yueya couldn't help but frown. "What do you take us for? Yeah, what do you think we are? You're seriously messed up. Get lost. Don't bother us." After being scolded by Luo Shui and Lu Yueya, Li Biao's face flushed with embarrassment. Then Li Biao spotted Bai Xiaofan. He assumed it was because of Bai Xiaofan that Luo Shui and Lu Yueya had refused. Li Biao patted Bai Xiaofan on the shoulder and beckoned him over. Bai Xiaofan approached with a puzzled look. Li Biao spoke up. "Young man, name your price. How much would it take for these two ladies to join me on the boat? Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. How about this, I'll give you 3 million. That's 1 million each for the three of you. 1 million each isn't enough? How about this, I'll give you 2 million, and give them each 150,000. What do you think? That price is acceptable. 1 million? You might not even see 1 million in your entire lifetime." Bai Xiaofan glanced at Li Biao, his face wearing an expression that defied description. Then he called out loudly to Luo Shui and Lu Yueya. "Senior sisters. He's offering us 3 million to go to his ship." Bai Xiaofan's shout wasn't just heard by Lu Yueya and Luo Shui, everyone in the entire shop heard it. Instantly, all eyes turned to Li Biao, whose face flushed crimson. Already plump, his flushed cheeks now made him look like a monkey's behind. That bastard. Watching Bai Xiaofan strut away smugly, Li Biao clenched his fists. You little bastard, just wait till I catch you. You'll be sorry. Li Biao snorted coldly, then turned to see his female companion appear before him in her swimsuit. Seeing her impressive figure, Li Biao chuckled. Who cares? His own wasn't half bad either. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan and his two companions had picked out swimsuits. After finishing their shopping, the trio returned home and set off in their car. Chapter 95, A Day at the Beach. Fancheng wasn't coastal, so if Bai Xiaofan and the others wanted to hit the beach, they'd have to head to the neighboring city's coastline. Fortunately, the two cities weren't too far apart. It only took a little over 2 hours to drive there. Sitting in the car, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but marvel at Luo Shui's extraordinary driving skills. Thanks to Luo Shui's expert driving, the trio reached the coast in under 2 hours. Wave after wave lapped against their bodies, washing away all traces of summer's heat. Bai Xiaofan changed into his swimwear and sat on the sand, waiting for Luo Shui and Lu Yuya to emerge. Soon, two beauties in swimsuits walked onto the beach. People on the beach stared wide-eyed at the two beauties, swallowing hard. Many even considered approaching them, but their attention was drawn elsewhere. Luo Shui and Lu Yuya walked up to Bai Xiaofan. He looked at them and gave them a thumbs up. I'm increasingly convinced that coming to the beach was an absolutely brilliant choice. The three of them began playing and splashing around. Luo Shui and Bai Xiaofan could both swim, while Lu Yuegua was the only one wearing a swim ring. Fifth senior sister, you still can't swim? Let me teach you. Bai Xiaofan chuckled and moved closer to Lu Yuegua. After all, this was an opportunity for some intimate contact. Lu Yuya didn't mind the closeness with Bai Xiaofan, but she felt a bit shy with so many people around. While Bai Xiaofan and the others played, a boat nearby was hosting a party. The boat was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. The women wore sexy bikinis, while the men mostly sported beach shorts. Among them, a man wearing sunglasses seemed to be the center of attention. He reclined on a beach chair, a glass of wine in hand, while women gathered around him, pouring drinks. He clearly relished the attention, a smile spreading across his face. Second young master. At that moment, Li Biao, the man who had interacted with Bai Xiaofan and his two companions at the swimwear store earlier, approached. Li Biao brought along the woman who had accompanied them to buy swimwear that day. The man froze in place the moment he saw her. What she wore could barely be called a swimsuit. It was essentially just a few strips of fabric covering her sensitive areas. Seeing this, a playful smile spread across the man's face as he extended an arm. The woman, very much aware of the situation, lay down beside him, blowing gently into his ear while teasing him. Seeing the man pleased with the girl he'd brought, Li Biao's face lit up with joy. Young master, I actually met two girls today. They were truly beautiful. Too bad I couldn't bring them back for you, second young master. Mainly because the guy with them was such a jerk. At Li Biao's words, the man perked up instantly, curiosity lighting up his face. Oh? Is that so? Then I must see what kind of beauties could make Biao say such things. In all my years as a matchmaker, I've encountered countless beauties. Don't try to fool me, Biao. This man was none other than Tian Xiao, the salesman who had previously impersonated Bai Xiaofan as Lu Yuya's junior disciple, only to be thoroughly schooled by Bai Xiaofan in the end. Li Biao chuckled. Oh, and second young master, that guy seems to be here at the beach too. We might run into him. Tian Xiao raised an eyebrow. If we can run into him, does that mean we might run into those two girls too? Tian Xiao glanced at the woman beside him, then stood up and picked her up. Biao, find those two girls for me. I've got some business to attend to first. Receiving Tian Xiao's order, a ruthless expression hardened on Li Biao's face. Kid, you dared humiliate me like that. Today, I'll get my taste of those two girls of yours. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan and the others remained unaware of the impending danger, still frolicking in the sea. Under Bai Xiaofan's instruction, Lu Yuya had also learned to swim. Watching the two girls play, Bai Xiaofan suddenly dove underwater and surfaced beside Luo Shui. Bai Xiaofan gave Luo Shui's butt a slap, causing her to yelp in surprise. Before Luo Shui could react, Bai Xiaofan had already moved behind Lu Yuya. He gave Lu Yuya's bottom a light pat as well, causing both girls' cheeks to flush crimson. Little junior disciple. Lu Yuya and Luo Shui exchanged glances, then grabbed Bai Xiaofan's arms and pushed him underwater. Ah, splish splash splash, senior sister, splish splash splash, spare me, splish splash splash. The playful antics of Bai Xiaofan and the others only made those around them more envious, their jealousy primarily directed at Bai Xiaofan. Why did this kid get such good luck, getting to hang out with two such gorgeous girls? Not far away, Li Biao scanned the beach for Bai Xiaofan and his companions. The beach was vast, and Li Biao dragged his heavy frame along, sweat streaming down his body. But to complete the task Tian Xiao had given him, Li Biao vowed to find Bai Xiaofan and the others. As Li Biao scanned the area intently, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the water. His eyes widened as he recognized the voices. You little bastards, you're actually here. I found you. Li Biao gave a cold chuckle and hurried back to report the news to Tian Xiao. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan had been tortured nearly to death by Luo Shui and Lu Yuya. Fourth senior sister, fifth senior sister, you're literally murdering your own husband. I'm about to die. Poof. Lu Yuya and Luo Shuwei gave a light snort before rising and returning to the shore. The two women reclined on beach chairs as Bai Xiaofan approached them, sunscreen in hand. Senior sisters, let me apply sunscreen for you. Ha? Little junior brother, who taught you that? Luo Shuwei asked doubtfully. That's how they do it on TV. Luo Shuwei's face showed a helpless expression. Just as expected, television really does lead people astray. Still, the two women didn't refuse Bai Xiaofan. Lu Yuya extended her hand first for Bai Xiaofan to apply the ointment. The onlookers watched this scene with growing resentment. They couldn't understand why things had to be so unfair. Damn it, if I could hang out with those two girls, I'd gladly lose 10 years of my life. Exactly. And they're even putting on sunscreen? That's too much, way too much. I can't stand watching this. I'm going to take him on one-on-one. He's gone too far. Any brothers up for a group challenge? That's what they said, but everyone was here to have fun, to enjoy themselves. That said, no one would actually go through with it. The sea breeze caressed Bai Xiaofan and the other two, as if all their earlier fatigue had vanished in an instant. Lying on the beach chairs, all three wore expressions of pure contentment. So comfortable. Chapter 96, The Siege. Second young master. Second young master. Li Biao shouted as he ran aboard the ship. Tian Xiao, busy with important matters, called out impatiently. Damn it, wait outside. A few minutes later, Tian Xiao emerged from the room, frowning and glaring at Li Biao with obvious displeasure. Li Biao knew he'd interrupted Tian Xiao's mood, but he still exclaimed excitedly. Young master, I found them. I found those two girls I ran into at the swimwear store earlier. Ha! The moment Tian Xiao heard about girls, his spirit shot up, and the displeasure vanished from his face. Really? They're right over there on the beach, and the guy who was with them is there too. A smile spread across Tian Xiao's face. He gave a subtle nod, and Li Biao instantly understood the meaning, immediately leading the way. Meanwhile, on the beach, Bai Xiaofan and the other two were already dozing off. Unconsciously, Bai Xiaofan had taken the two girls' hands. What Bai Xiaofan and the others didn't know was that two figures were approaching from a short distance away. Second young master, it's them. Li Biao pointed toward the three figures reclining on beach chairs nearby. When Tian Xiao saw the trio, surprise flashed across his face. It's actually them. Ha? Second young master? Do you know them? Li Biao froze, then turned to ask. Tian Xiao gave a cold laugh. Of course I know them. They're the ones who made me lose 30 billion, which got me beaten by my father. What a small world. Fine, today we'll settle both old and new scores. We're leaving first. I'll go get reinforcements. This time, I'll make sure that brat pays dearly. With that, Tian Xiao led Li Biao away. Bai Xiaofan, of course, knew nothing of this. He was still daydreaming about when he'd marry all his senior sisters. The sun slowly sank below the horizon as Bai Xiaofan and his two companions awoke from their slumber. Ha! Lu Yuya realized Bai Xiaofan was holding her hand, and a sweet smile spread across her face. Luo Shuwei also noticed her hand being held, and a helpless expression appeared on her face. This little junior brother, not content with holding one, he had to have both. How greedy! Fourth senior sister, look at this guy. He sleeps so peacefully, but we're the ones suffering. As Lu Yuegua and Luo Shuwei spoke, Bai Xiaofan stretched lazily and sat up. Hey, fourth and fifth senior sisters, why are you both awake? Did you dream about my handsome face? That would be a nightmare, wouldn't it? Lu Yuegua smiled. Let's grab something to eat. I'm starving. Luo Shuwei nodded in agreement. There's charcoal and such in the trunk. Little junior brother, you come with me to fetch it. No need. Such a small task, how could I trouble you, senior sisters? I'll handle it myself. Bai Xiaofan rose and headed toward where the car was parked. Lu Yuya and Luo Shuwei watched Bai Xiaofan slowly walk away, then lay back on their beach chairs and shared a knowing smile. But just then, a figure appeared in their line of sight. Oh my, what a surprise! To run into you two here, what a coincidence! Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Shuwei and Lu Yuya both frowned. Tian Xiao? What are you doing here? Why am I here? Well, I just came to have some fun, but I never expected to run into you two. Don't you think this is fate? Doesn't it mean our connection is meant to endure? After hearing Tian Xiao's words, Lu Yuegua feigned a gag and said, Tian Xiao, my junior apprentice brother has gone to fetch something. When he returns, do you think you'll still dare to provoke us here? Oh? Fetching something, huh? Tian Xiao chuckled. Well then, my apologies. I've actually sent men to find him already. With a wave of his hand, several burly men emerged from behind the two women. Take them to my ship. Today, I'm going to enjoy them thoroughly. Let go. Though Lu Yuya and Luo Shuwei had trained martial arts with Bai Xiaofan, they were no match for so many burly men. After a few moments of struggle, they were overpowered. After all, no matter how strong a woman might be, within certain limits, her physical capabilities simply couldn't match those of a man. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan, who was opening the trunk to retrieve something, suddenly sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. Killing intent? Bai Xiaofan carefully analyzed the surrounding aura, detecting multiple strands of murderous intent within it. Just as Bai Xiaofan retrieved the items, a bullet whizzed straight toward him. She sidestepped and dodged the bullet cleanly. What? The sniper in the distance was stunned by the scene. What the hell? That was a high-precision sniper rifle. He tried to re-aim, but just then, Bai Xiaofan picked up a pebble and flicked it. The sniper hadn't even realized what was happening when, mid-aim, a whistling sound reached his ears. The sniper looked up just as the stone struck him squarely on the forehead. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the sniper collapsed in a pool of his own blood. Holy crap, the sniper was taken out like that? Is this kid human or what? The two figures lurking in the shadows watched Bai Xiaofan. That last move was utterly unbelievable. Never mind. Stick to the plan. Bai Xiaofan glanced around, choosing not to retrieve anything further. Instead, he closed his eyes, absorbing the surrounding energy. Then, without thinking, Bai Xiaofan leaped into the air. The very next second, a bullet struck the spot he had just been standing. This kid can dodge bullets. One voice murmured in the darkness, looks like we'll have to use cold steel. Just as Bai Xiaofan landed, a figure wielding a long blade charged toward him. Spotting the attacker, Bai Xiaofan kicked at his wrist, then seized his throat in a chokehold. Damn it! Quick, attack him together. Seeing their comrade seized, the others grew frantic, drawing their weapons to attack. With a sudden twist, Bai Xiaofan snapped the man's neck. Then, 6 black-clad figures wielding long blades appeared around them. They wore black combat uniforms, their weapons and gear exceptionally well made. Oh? Bai Xiaofan observed them, a smile curling his lips as a look of amusement spread across his face. Exchanging glances, they began to form a rather unique formation. 2 towering figures charged toward Bai Xiaofan, each wielding riot shields. Bai Xiaofan struck out with both fists, hitting the riot shields. To his astonishment, the shields showed not a single scratch. Just as Bai Xiaofan was puzzled, 2 more figures appeared behind him, flinging chains that swiftly bound him. In an instant, Bai Xiaofan was subdued. Chapter 97, Critical Moment. The moment they clashed, Bai Xiaofan knew these men were no ordinary stragglers. They were well-trained, powerful, and most importantly, their coordination was remarkably seamless. Seeing his legs locked in place, Bai Xiaofan didn't panic. Instead, he grabbed the riot shield in front of him and leaped upward. How could the strength of those 2 possibly match Bai Xiaofan's? He yanked them both toward him. Landing on the ground, he swung his fist again, slamming it hard against the riot shield. The shield, taking the full force of the blow, actually developed several cracks. This scene sent shockwaves through the crowd after all, these riot shields were bulletproof. Half-step collapsing fist. Bai Xiaofan clenched his fist and delivered another punch, shattering the riot shield completely. With one shield shattered, Bai Xiaofan didn't pause. He swung his fists relentlessly toward the remaining attackers. Who among them dared to meet Bai Xiaofan's fists? They could only keep dodging. But Bai Xiaofan's speed was blinding. Within moments, 2 of them were knocked to the ground. Their physical conditioning proved decent, however, allowing them to scramble back to their feet. This surprised Bai Xiaofan somewhat. After the riot shield, 2 men wielding long swords swung at Bai Xiaofan, but he dodged them with ease. Facing such coordinated teamwork, Bai Xiaofan still maintained a steady advantage. This began to shatter the men's resolve. After all, they had never encountered someone this formidable before. But the stronger the opponent they killed, the greater their sense of accomplishment. Change. The leader bellowed, and immediately, the group shifted their tactics. From the previous formation of 2 defenders, 2 distractors, and 2 attackers, they shifted to 4 attackers and 2 support members. 2 towering figures drew warhammers and charged toward Bai Xiaofan. Facing this assault, Bai Xiaofan showed no fear whatsoever. His fists collided directly with the warhammers. Contrary to expectations, no bones shattered. Bai Xiaofan had actually withstood the iron hammers with his bare flesh. Impressive. Everyone present swallowed hard, stunned by Bai Xiaofan's strength. Nevertheless, they showed no mercy. They chose to give their all against Bai Xiaofan. While Bai Xiaofan wrestled with the 2 towering figures, several others nearby drew pistols and opened fire. Bai Xiaofan leapt upward to evade the bullets, then flickered into motion, materializing before one of them. The man was startled by Bai Xiaofan's sudden presence. Before he could react, Bai Xiaofan's hand clamped around his throat. Before the others could react, the man was already strangled to death by Bai Xiaofan. A shadow of gloom settled over the faces of the others. After all, 3 of their men were now dead. Yet even with so many casualties, their fighting spirit remained undiminished. They showed no sign of retreat. Perhaps their existence was defined by greed, but equally, they lived on for their fallen comrades. Kill! The leader bellowed, and the remaining 5 charged toward Bai Xiaofan. On the deck, Tianxia watched Lu Yueya and Luo Shui, bound hand and foot, a smile spreading across his face. Terror washed over Lu Yueya's face as she stared at Tianxia, frantically backing away. Luo Shuwei was slightly better than Lu Yueya, but she too felt a tinge of fear. They trusted Bai Xiaofan completely, but what if he couldn't find them? Now they were on the ship, their phones confiscated, there was no way to contact Bai Xiaofan. Lu Yuegua, I'll taste you first today. Tian Xiao grabbed Lu Yueya's leg. Lu Yuegua was horrified, but Tian Xiao knew nothing of sparing the fair sex. He yanked her toward him and buried his face in her body. Lu Yueya screamed and tried to push Tian Xiao away. But her hands and feet were bound, leaving her utterly helpless. Tian Xiao lifted his head, gazed at Lu Yueya, and chuckled. Indeed, the taste of the Lu family's eldest daughter was truly exquisite. As he spoke, Tian Xiao's hands roamed wildly over Lu Yueya's body. Satisfied with his groping, Tian Xiao pinned Lu Yueya to the bed, preparing to pull down her pants. Tian Xiao. Just then, Luo Shuwei called out, "Don't you want to try me?" Ha! Tian Xiao looked up at Luo Shuwei. Seeing her expression, he instantly understood. Well, a wise man knows when to seize the moment. Fine, then. Today I'll savor you. With that, Tian Xiao moved beside Luo Shuwei, straddling her and preparing to get handsy. But just then, Luo Shuwei delivered a sharp kick to Tian Xiao's groin. Tian Xiao's face turned liver-colored as he slowly collapsed to the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. Fourth senior sister. Seeing this, Lu Yuegua rushed over and delivered a kick to Tian Xiao's head. Tian Xiao was knocked unconscious by the blow. Lu Yueya approached Luo Shuwei, turning to untie the ropes binding her. At that moment, Li Biao's voice came from outside. "Young master, is there anything you need me to prepare?" Lu Yueya and Luo Shuwei glanced at the unconscious Tian Xiao and hastily worked to untie the ropes. Li Biao, unable to hear any response from inside, frowned and called out several more times. But there was still no response. Li Biao instantly sensed something was wrong. Just as Li Biao moved to open the door, Lu Yueya beat into it and locked it from the inside. "Quick! Quickly come over! Second young master is in danger. Open the door now!" Hearing the repeated thuds from outside, Lu Yueya and Luo Shuwei knew this door wouldn't hold for long. The two exchanged glances. Though the room had windows, it was clear they couldn't escape. Sadness washed over both their faces. Was this truly where they would lose their virtue? At that moment, Luo Shuwei picked up a nearby dinner knife. No matter what, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Let's tie up Tian Xiao first. After tying Tian Xiao up, the two women waited silently for the door to be smashed open. This might be their last chance. With the door's collision, the lock itself began to shake precariously. Just as the lock was about to give way, the crashing sound abruptly ceased. What's going on? Lu Yueya looked at the lock in confusion. Could they be preparing for something bigger? We can't let our guard down. These people might just come up with something. The two women exchanged a glance, still watching the doorway with intense nervousness. Just then, the door burst open with a single punch. A figure stepped into the room. Chapter 98, Sleeping Together. The figure moved slowly inside. Lu Yueya and Luo Shuwei watched nervously as the silhouette gradually came into focus. Fourth senior sister, fifth senior sister, are you both okay? Just then, a familiar voice echoed through the room. Lu Yueya and Luo Shuwei froze, then the figure fully materialized before their eyes. Little junior brother? When they saw his face, Luo Shuwei and Lu Yueya could hardly believe their eyes. They never imagined Bai Xiaofan would actually come and find them. Seeing Bai Xiaofan, Lu Yueya and Luo Shuwei could no longer contain their fear. They both rushed forward and embraced him. Bai Xiaofan smiled as he patted them both on the back, a faint smile also appearing on his own face. All right, everything's fine now. By the way, who was after me this time? What's going on here? Lu Yuegua and Luo Shuwei pointed at Tian Xiao, who was bound and gagged. Seeing Tian Xiao, Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to run into Tian Xiao here. Bai Xiaofan walked up to Tian Xiao, picked up a nearby kitchen knife, and thrust it into Tian Xiao's leg. Ah! Tian Xiao let out a cry of pain, the agony jolting him awake from his stupor. Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan, panic spread across Tian Xiao's face as he scrambled to retreat. Bai Xiaofan seized the knife lodged in Tian Xiao's leg, and Tian Xiao instantly felt unbearable agony. Brother Fan, please stop. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Please let me go, I beg you. Bai Xiaofan stared at Tian Xiao, a faint smile curling his lips. Slowly, he began twisting the knife. Ah! No, Brother Fan, please, have mercy. I beg you, let me go. Bai Xiaofan stopped his motion. Panic spread across Tian Xiao's face, his body drenched in sweat. Young Master Tian, who would have thought we'd meet again? So, what's the plan for today? Brother Fan, this is a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. I had no idea you were here to play. A misunderstanding? Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. Do you really think I'd believe it's a misunderstanding at a time like this? As he spoke, Bai Xiaofan reached for the dinner knife again. Tian Xiao cried out urgently. No, Brother Fan. I was wrong. Just tell me what you want, I'll give you anything, I swear. Bai Xiaofan smiled, releasing the knife. He glanced at Lu Yueya and Luo Shui before speaking. This time, you're not just paying me back. You're paying back my 2 senior sisters too. They were scared by you as well. Tian Shao swallowed hard, his face etched with utter misery. He wished he could die right then and there. He truly couldn't fathom why he'd ever provoked Bai Xiaofan. Tian Shao looked at Lu Yueya and Luo Shui, wailing in anguish. Miss Luo, I was wrong. I was momentarily foolish. Please spare me. I truly regret it. Miss Luo, I beg you. Tian Zhao's performance was tearful and heartfelt. With her kind nature, Lu Yueya was quickly deceived by Tian Shao. Little junior brother, perhaps we should let him off. After all, we haven't suffered any harm. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Lu Yueya was simply too kind-hearted, a trait that made her an easy target for exploitation. Bai Xiaofan turned to look at Luo Shui. 4th senior sister, you decide how to deal with this guy. Luo Shui stared at Tian Shao, her face etched with fury. Had she not acted swiftly, they might already be. Luo Shui stepped before Tian Shao. Tian Shao, do you want to die or live? Live. Of course I want to live. Tian Shao immediately replied. Luo Shui nodded, then turned to Bai Xiaofan. Then I think we can make him like Huadu. Bai Xiaofan nodded, a faint smile appearing on his face. He took out a silver needle and pulled down Tian Zhao's pants. What are you doing? Luo Shui hurriedly turned away. Old Five and I are watching. You'll have to do it yourself. Luo Shui led Lu Yueya out of the room, leaving Bai Xiaofan staring at Tian Shao with an eerie grin. What are you doing? What are you doing? No. Fear now etched itself across Tian Zhao's face. He likely already knew what he was about to face. But Tian Shao had no way to resist. Bai Xiaofan drove a needle straight into Tian Zhao's lower abdomen. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the cabin. Outside, Lu Yueya and Luo Shui both shook their heads in dismay. Bai Xiaofan stood up and declared. This time, I'll only render you incapable of being a man for half a year. After 6 months, your sexual function will return. Next time, if I ever find out you dare to pull any more tricks, I won't mind adding another eunuch to this world. Bai Xiaofan turned and left, leaving Tian Shao alone in his sorrow. He examined his wounded area. It was indeed completely numb now. He pulled out his phone and opened a video app, but still felt nothing. No. Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less about Tian Zhao's plight. It was all this guy's own fault anyway. Why provoke me? Now you've nearly ruined yourself. Bai Xiaofan shrugged, wrapped his arms around Lu Yueya and Luo Shui, and the 3 returned to the beach. This time, the bonfire and barbecue were fully set up. Under the flames, the trio sang songs. Night. Bai Xiaofan was about to lie down in the tent when he heard a soft rustling sound outside. Then, Lu Yuehua, wearing a bikini, shyly walked in. 5th senior sister, it's so late, what are you doing? Gazing at Lu Yuehua's figure, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but gasp in awe. Though not as slender as Luo Shui, her curves were undeniably more voluptuous. I can't sleep tonight. Lu Yuehua said, I want to sleep with you. Sleep with me? Bai Xiaofan's face lit up with delight. Come on. I've been waiting impatiently. What are you saying? Lu Yuehua shot him a look. I mean, just sleeping. Ah. Bai Xiaofan snapped out of it, his face falling with disappointment. Well, come in then. Lu Yuehua sat beside Bai Xiaofan, gazing at him as memories of the earlier scene flooded back. Back then, Bai Xiaofan had been so magnificent. Back then, Bai Xiaofan had been utterly. With that thought, Lu Yuehua lay down, and Bai Xiaofan settled beside her. 5th brother, you're here? Just then, Luo Shui opened the tent flap and caught sight of Lu Yuehua. Caught by Luo Shui, Lu Yuehua flushed crimson and hastily covered her face with the quilt. You little minx, cutting in front of me. I'm coming in too. Chapter 99, Ambush. The next day. When Bai Xiaofan awoke from his slumber, he was immediately struck by a suffocating sense of oxygen deprivation. He felt as though something heavy was pressing down on his head, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Sitting up to investigate, he discovered to his surprise that Lu Yuehua was lying on top of him. No wonder he felt like he couldn't breathe. Come to think of it, she didn't look particularly heavy, so how come her body felt so dense? A delighted smile spread across Bai Xiaofan's face. After all, this kind of life wasn't something everyone could experience. Just as Bai Xiaofan was basking in his smug satisfaction, Lu Yuehua and Luo Shui also stirred from their slumber. Opening their eyes, they saw Bai Xiaofan grinning mischievously. You didn't do anything to us, did you? Lu Yuehua glanced down at herself. Her clothes were intact. Bai Xiaofan looked at Lu Yuehua with a helpless expression. 5th senior sister, if I wanted to do something, do you think you could even run away? Lu Yuehua's cheeks flushed. If Bai Xiaofan truly intended something, she suspected she wouldn't refuse. Luo Shui watched the bickering pair from the side and smiled too. The 3 of them stepped out of the tent. After spending a full day and night by the sea, Bai Xiaofan and the others began preparing to return to Fancheng. As Bai Xiaofan was packing his things, he spotted Tian Xiao and the others preparing to leave nearby. After last night's incident, Tian Xiao had no desire to linger here any longer. He'd intended to leave that very night, but with all his men knocked out by Bai Xiaofan, Tian Xiao had no choice. "Hey, Tian Xiao!" Bai Xiaofan called out loudly. Hearing his name, Tian Xiao turned his head. When he saw it was Bai Xiaofan, his legs went weak with fright. Bai, brother Bai Fan. A smile instantly spread across Tian Xiao's face as he approached with a cheerful grin. "Oh my, brother Fan, you're still here? What a coincidence we bumped into each other again." Bai Xiaofan nodded and pointed at Tian Xiao. "You calling me brother Fan like that really warms my heart." Bai Xiaofan patted Tian Xiao on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work. The 6-month abstinence period is perfect for you to focus on getting healthy. Hey, brother Fan, maybe you should just help me out? I really know I messed up." Bai Xiaofan shook his head. "I need to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, what if you mess with me again? Do you think you'd be happy if I killed you the next time you crossed me?" Tian Xiao probably didn't understand why Bai Xiaofan could say such things with a smile. After Bai Xiaofan left, Tian Xiao's subordinate approached him. "Young master, we've verified it. The wolf squad was wiped out. The sniper was killed by a rock." "A rock?" Tian Xiao froze. "What? With a rock? Just a random rock you find lying around?" His subordinate nodded. Tian Xiao lifted his head to look at Bai Xiaofan, just as Bai Xiaofan turned to face him. Tian Xiao shuddered, swallowing hard. He knew he would never dare cross Bai Xiaofan again. On the road back to Fancheng with Bai Xiaofan and the others, in a villa in Longjiang City, Jiangnan Province, a young man sat in a large chair, eyes closed. Below him, 8 people knelt. The group included men and women, old and young. The eldest appeared well over 90, while the youngest was only 12 or 13. The man seated at the head of the room was none other than Song Luan, the boss of Huadu. Song Luan opened his eyes, glaring at the figures below him, his face twisted with fury. "That Huadu, I should never have trusted that good for nothing. I thought a money-hungry bastard like him would fight to the death for me if I paid him enough. But who knew he was also a lecher? Lust is a double-edged sword, that bastard." "Mr. Song." The eldest among the 8 spoke up. "This time, our losses are devastating. Not only have our plans in Fancheng vanished entirely, but we've also lost several of our elite fighters. And the instigator of all this is that masked man in white. I say we can't just sit here and wait for disaster." Song Luan nodded. "I've clashed with him just once, but I know he's formidable. Even I cannot guarantee I could kill him. Galao, what is your plan?" Galao smiled faintly. "Rest assured, Mr. Song. This matter is in my hands. He is indeed formidable, but how strong are the people around him? Could they even withstand cannon fire?" On the way back to Fancheng, Bai Xiaofan lay in the back seat, seemingly still reliving the morning's events. Lu Yueya sat in the front passenger seat eating, and soon the trash bag at her feet was already full. "Fifth senior sister, you really can eat. Is that huge belly of yours from all the food you consume?" Lu Yueya shot Bai Xiaofan a glare. "Whatever. Being able to eat is a good thing, it means I'm healthy." "Exactly. Fifth sister is still growing. Look at you, you're already this tall, no need to grow anymore." Bai Xiaofan instantly declared defeat. He knew that the moment he opened his mouth, he'd be attacked by 2 people. As Bai Xiaofan and the others drove back, a man suddenly aimed a rocket launcher at them. The road was rather desolate. Luo Shui had originally planned to take the main highway, but traffic seemed backed up there. So she took the back roads instead, same distance, just fewer cars. "Guilao, we've found them." The man with the rocket launcher pulled out his earpiece and spoke. Back at the villa in Longjiang City, Guilao gave a cold chuckle and addressed Song Luan. "Mr. Song, this time I'll deploy mercenaries to take him down. That way, no matter how strong he is, he's as good as dead." As Galao's voice faded, mercenaries on the distant Fancheng highway pulled the trigger on their rocket launchers. A rocket-propelled grenade was fired toward the vehicle carrying Bai Xiaofan and his 2 companions. Bai Xiaofan instantly sensed the danger, snatched the steering wheel, and changed the car's direction. The vehicle careened off the road, plunging headlong into the nearby grassy thicket. The next second, an explosion echoed from the highway above. What just happened? Luo Shui and Lu Yuegua stared at Bai Xiaofan in panic. "Looks like we've been ambushed." Bai Xiaofan frowned, opened the car door, and walked over. At that moment, a sniper hidden in cover fired a shot straight at Bai Xiaofan's head. Bai Xiaofan tilted his head, dodging the bullet. "Damn it! This guy can dodge bullets? Are all people from the Dragon Nation freaking monsters?" The sniper cursed under his breath before scrambling to the next vantage point. The highway was eerily quiet, so quiet he could hear his own breathing. Bai Xiaofan stared at the blast marks, a golden glow gradually appearing in his eyes. Chapter 100, Assassination Fails. As the golden light appeared in Bai Xiaofan's eyes, he pinpointed the sniper's location. "Found you." Bai Xiaofan smiled, forming a gun gesture with his fingers and pointing it at the sniper. "What? A look of shock flashed across the sniper's face as he hastily covered his scope with his hand. But what he didn't know was that Bai Xiaofan hadn't spotted him through the scope at all. The moment the sniper ducked, Bai Xiaofan's figure vanished. What the hell? The sniper cursed angrily. Adel, where's that man? I didn't see him either. He just vanished suddenly. Lilia, is anyone there? No one answered on Lilia's end, filling both Adel and Pava with a sense of dread. Lilia? Lilia? Adeli kept calling, but there was still no response from Lilia's end. Adel, this guy must be some kind of ghost or spirit. We should get out of here fast. No way. The gullo said if we leave without permission, they'll kill us for sure. Pawa's face also grew grave. He set down his rocket launcher and picked up a submachine gun. There are 2 women in that car. Adi, wait here for me. I'll go capture them. With that, Pawa sprinted down the slope toward Bai Xiaofan's vehicle. Adel was using his sniper rifle to scan the surroundings for Pawa when suddenly he heard footsteps behind him. Adeli spun around in alarm. The sight that met his eyes made him let out a piercing scream. Hearing Adel's scream, Pava whirled around to find a man towering over him on the hillside. You! Pava roared in fury, raising his submachine gun and pulling the trigger at the figure on the hillside. Bullets struck the man, blood spattering as his body collapsed. Dead? Pava frowned, but before he could check, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Yes, your partner is dead. Pava's face paled, but before he could turn around, he was pinned to the ground. Never expected 3 foreigners would come to kill me this time. Bai Xiaofan demanded, who are you? Pawa didn't utter a word. Bai Xiaofan grabbed his submachine gun and fired a shot straight into Pawa's leg. The bullet tore into Pawa's leg, sending him howling in agony. But no matter how much he screamed, he never begged for mercy. He never uttered a single word. What a tough nut to crack. Bai Xiaofan chuckled and fired a shot straight into Pawa's head. Blood flowed freely. Bai Xiaofan stood up and walked toward Luo Shuai and Lu Yuya. 4th senior sister, 5th senior sister, it's all right now. Returning to the vehicle, Bai Xiaofan found neither Lu Yuya nor Luo Shuai. Bai Xiaofan froze, his brow furrowing as he closed his eyes and released his perception outward from his current position. Soon, he detected the presence of Lu Yuya and Luo Shuai. Who would have thought they'd resort to luring the tiger away from its lair? Bai Xiaofan gave a faint smile and vanished once more. Inside a vehicle, 2 men occupied the driver's seat and front passenger seat, while Luo Shuai and Lu Yuya were bound in the back seat. Damn, it's a shame about Pava, Lilia, and Adele. They were excellent teammates. We'll trade these 2 girls for the Gulau's favor. When the time comes, just take good care of their wives and children. As the 2 men spoke, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. The sudden appearance startled them so badly they nearly lost control of the vehicle. Bai Xiaofan turned to face the 2 men in the car. Recognizing the situation, they promptly got out. This kid. One of them drew a pistol. If I'm not mistaken, he's the one who killed Lilia and the others. Is that so? The other produced a Nepalese military knife. In that case, we'd better get out of here fast. Since neither spoke the language of the Dragon Nation, Bai Xiaofan couldn't understand a word. Just as Bai Xiaofan thought they were about to attack, the 2 turned and unhooked the motorcycle from beside the car. Bai Xiaofan froze. In just a few seconds, they had started the motorcycles and sped off. Bai Xiaofan didn't pursue them. Instead, a silver needle appeared in his hand, which he flicked toward the 2. The needle swiftly caught up with them. Its sharp point pierced clean through both men's skulls. Then, Bai Xiaofan leaped onto the car and untied the ropes binding Lu Yuya and Luo Shuai. Hey, 5th senior sister, 4th senior sister, do you know who sent these 2? I think I heard them mention the Gulao people? Luo Shuai replied, but I don't know the specifics. Gulao? Bai Xiaofan's face showed confusion. What's that? Never heard of it. Bai Xiaofan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Besides, their car was already wrecked. This time, Bai Xiaofan didn't let Luo Shuai drive. Instead, he took the wheel himself and drove the car to a spot not far from Fancheng. Once they entered the city, Luo Shuai would take the wheel. Meanwhile, at the villa in Longjiang City, everyone stared at the Grand Elder with mocking smiles. Song Luan remained silent, but his expression was grim. Dulao looked utterly embarrassed. He'd thought the rocket launcher would kill Bai Xiaofan, but could that guy somehow anticipate danger in advance? So neither the sniper rifle nor the rocket launcher worked? Song Luan shook his head. Do you really think a sniper rifle or rocket launcher could kill me? That guy's strength is comparable to mine. Treat him as my equal in combat. Hearing Song Luan's words, the others dared not take him lightly. After all, they knew his capabilities well. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against Song Luan. Song Luan turned his gaze to the 12 or 13-year-old child. Xiaodu, why don't you give it a try after that? A smile spread across Du Xiaodu's face, a smile that, were it not for the circumstances, might have been mistaken for that of an innocent child. Don't worry, Mr. Song. Leave it to me. Du Xiaodu turned and walked away. Watching his departing figure, a faint smile touched Song Luan's lips. Mr. Song. At that moment, a woman stepped forward. We can't infiltrate Fancheng now. So? If Fancheng is out of the question, then we'll find another place. Surely not every city has a white ghost? Just then, Song Luan seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead. Hey, why didn't I think of that? If there's a white ghost, why can't there be a black ghost? With that, Song Luan turned and walked away with a cheerful smile, leaving his bewildered subordinates behind. Chapter 101, Division. Emerging from Song Luan's villa, the Galao man watched Du Xiaodu ahead, lost in thought. Hey, everyone. Just then, someone spoke up. Is that white ghost really that formidable? He killed the mercenaries Galao sent out. Would you say he's powerful or not? A woman among them spoke up. She was strikingly beautiful, with a rose tattooed on her chest. Oof. Those mercenaries were nothing but a rabble. Even the few of us could wipe them out. Oh? Niu Ben, what do you mean? Rose turned her head, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she looked at Niu Ben. Du Xiaodu, weren't you planning to get close to Bai Wuchang? Perfect timing, let's split into two groups and take him down separately. Du Xiaodu smiled but gave no clear answer. Niu Ben took this as consent. Galao observed Niu Ben's expression and shook his head, choosing not to warn him. Fancheng. Today was an exceptionally special day, so special that the entire Lu family had to stand at the entrance. At that moment, the head of the Lu family, Lu Tianzheng, the eldest son Lu Tianxiang, and all the Lu family members awaited the arrival of their distinguished guest. Who would have thought our Lu family would snag such a huge bargain this time? Even now, as Lu Tianzheng reflected on it, a look of disbelief lingered on his face. Indeed, who would have thought that White Ghost would actually divide half of the Hua family's fortune and give it to us? Lu Tianxiang nodded in agreement. With this half of the fortune, the Lu family's standing would undoubtedly rise. Ha! Just then, Lu Sanjian sneered coldly. Even Bai Wuchang, a complete stranger to our Lu family, stood up for us. Yet certain individuals have remained silent ever since that day. Everyone knew exactly who Lu Sanjian was referring to. Lu Shangxiang frowned and turned to look at her brother. What? If the Hua family tried to forcefully take your girlfriend, would you fight them to the death? You'd probably just hand her over without a fight. Caught off guard, Lu Sanjian was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally replied. That just proves that boy is unreliable. If he can't even stick it out through this little hardship, how can he properly treat Yueya in the future? That's not fair. Just then, Lu Mei suddenly interjected. Sanjian, you're looking at this from a different perspective. Right now, Bai Xiaofan hasn't shown up. Why? Because he's just Yueya's boyfriend. Honestly, he has no reason to risk his life for her. But if Yueya were Bai Xiaofan's wife, he'd definitely protect her. Hearing Lu Mei actually speak up for Bai Xiaofan, Lu Sanjian's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. He turned his head away and snorted coldly. Fine, you all think he's great. So what if he is? Lu Sanjian felt utterly helpless. These people usually look down on Bai Xiaofan. What had gotten into them today? Truthfully, if Lu Mei hadn't learned that Bai Xiaofan was actually the white ghost, she would have had her own criticisms of him too. But now that she knew, her view of Bai Xiaofan had changed. Hey, second auntie, why do I feel like that white ghost and Bai Xiaofan look so much alike? As soon as Lu Shangxiang uttered those words, Lu Sanjian let out a cold snort. Sis, have you fallen for him too? Similar? How is he similar? I don't see it at all. Well, there is some resemblance, the build and such, but his mannerisms and voice are nothing alike. Meng Lan shook her head. They'd all felt that way at first. There are tons of people with similar builds in this world. How could he possibly be Bai Xiaofan? Lu Sanjian pursed his lips, and the others fell silent. Why haven't the Luo family arrived yet? By now, the Lu family was growing impatient with the wait. Truthfully, they had no idea why Lu Tianzheng had gone mad, making them wait at the entrance all this time. They'd been waiting for over an hour now, and still no sign of the Luo family. Wait a little longer, just a little longer. We've latched onto the Luo family's powerful tree, now we must tread carefully. Just as murmurs of discontent began to rise, the Luo family came into view. Within the Luo family's procession, Luo Shui, Bai Xiaofan, and Lu Yueya were clearly visible. Especially when they spotted Bai Xiaofan, it was clear he had fully integrated into the Luo family. Hey, how come Bai Xiaofan looks like he's practically a Luo family member now? This. Lu Sanjian snorted softly. For some reason, he just couldn't stand Bai Xiaofan. Oh my, brother Lu, you must have been waiting here for quite some time. Luo Tianshan laughed heartily upon seeing Lu Tianzheng. Lu Tianzhen responded with great politeness. Not at all, we just arrived ourselves. After exchanging pleasantries, the group decided to enter the restaurant. This restaurant was practically a signature spot in Fancheng. An ordinary family couldn't afford a single meal here. But today, with the Hua family's fortune up for grabs, the Lu family was willing to splurge. Bai Xiaofan, Luo Shui, and Lu Yuya entered the restaurant and naturally sat together. Seeing this, both the Luo and Lu families wore thoughtful expressions. The Lu family was well aware of Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya's relationship, and they now openly supported it. As for Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui, rumors had recently been swirling within the Luo family, and they largely agreed with the situation. But now, seeing this arrangement, it seemed as though Bai Xiaofan intended to marry both women. Could it be? Was Bai Xiaofan planning to follow Wadu's example and marry two wives? For a moment, this question hung in the air, lingering in everyone's minds. Subsequently, discussions turned to dividing the Hua family's assets. The Luo family gained no advantage whatsoever. The Hua family's entire assets were split exactly in half, with the division precise down to the last cent. After all, Bai Wuchang had once declared that the Luo family must never be allowed to bully the Lu family. Wadu was a living example of this, and Luo Tianqian feared that if the white ghost grew angry, he might wipe out the Luo family outright. Uninterested in such matters, Bai Xiaofan excused himself from the private room with Luo Shui and Lu Yuya. The trio stood on the restaurant balcony, basking in the evening breeze and savoring the crispness of early autumn. None of them spoke, seemingly savoring the tranquility. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the restaurant. The commotion shattered their tranquility. What was going on? Bai Xiaofan frowned as all three leaned over the balcony railing to look down. Below, a group of men appeared to be surrounding and beating a child. Why are they beating someone? And a child, no less? Lu Yuya exclaimed. Let's go down and check it out. Chapter 102, The Proactive Fourth Senior Sister. By now, a crowd had gathered downstairs, most of them there just for the spectacle. At the center of the crowd, several men were beating a young boy. The child was covered in blood, desperately begging for mercy, but his attackers showed no sign of stopping. Those around them merely chattered on, not a single soul considering calling the patrol. When Bai Xiaofan and the others descended the stairs and witnessed the scene, they frowned. Bai Xiaofan didn't want to cause trouble, but witnessing this, he knew he had no choice. Bai Xiaofan took a few steps back, then donned the white ghost mask and charged straight into the group. He delivered a kick to one assailant, followed by a punch that sent the man flying several meters away. This display stunned the assailants. When they saw Bai Xiaofan, they froze in shock. White ghost! Someone shouted, and suddenly, the men looked as if they'd seen something terrifying. The white ghost is here. Run! Quick, run! They knew the white ghost's reputation well and hurriedly fled the scene. Bai Xiaofan didn't pursue them. Instead, he glared angrily at the onlookers surrounding him. Some onlookers tried to take photos, but Bai Xiaofan pointed at them, their phones froze instantly. You witness violence, fail to intervene, and merely watch like spectators. But such things won't happen to you anymore. You bunch of scumbags. What makes you any different from those attackers? Get lost! Bai Xiaofan roared, startling the crowd into scattering in panic. Meanwhile, Lu Yuya and Luo Shui rushed to the child's side and helped him up. Bai Xiaofan removed his mask and approached the child, placing his hand on the child's wrist to begin the examination. After the examination, Bai Xiaofan said, "Not too bad. Just superficial wounds. Nothing serious like broken bones or tendons. Little one, where are you from? Why are you here? Why did they hit you?" Fear filled the child's eyes. Seeing this, Luo Shui knew asking questions would be futile. "We should take him to the patrol officers," Bai Xiaofan said. "Have the patrol help find his parents." No sooner had Bai Xiaofan finished speaking than the child replied, "I don't have parents. My parents are dead." "Ha!" The three of them froze, staring at the child. "Do you have any other relatives?" The little boy shook his head. "I've never met my grandparents. I'm the only one left in my family now." This left the three of them at a loss. They couldn't possibly rescue such a young child and then abandon him afterward. But where could they take him? The patrol team was clearly out of the question. Perhaps they could take him back to the Luo household and give the child a bath first. At this thought, the three sighed. It seemed this was their only option now. After all, the dinner gathering upstairs wouldn't be any different with or without them. After informing their elders, the trio brought the little boy back to the Luo residence. Since most of the Luo family members had gone to dine with the Lu family, the Luo residence was now mostly staffed by maids and guards. "Old Uncle Li." Luo Shui called out from the doorway, could you please take him to get a bath?" "Hey, young miss, why did you bring a child back with you?" Li Jianguo inquired. "We found him on the road. He has no parents, so we brought him back." Upon hearing Luo Shui's explanation, Li Jianguo understood the situation and took the little boy's hand, leading him to the bathroom. Soon, the little boy emerged clean and fresh, and the three of them realized he was actually quite handsome. "Little one, what's your name?" Lu Yuya asked curiously. "My name is Du Xiaodu." The little boy stammered, My parents were beaten to death by those people." "Ha!" The three exchanged glances. Who were those people? Why didn't you report this to the patrol? "I don't know who they were either. I only heard them say something about paying back debts or something like that. The rest? If I'm not mistaken, Luo Shui's expression turned grave. It must be a high-interest loan. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuegua sighed. This kid, he's so pitiful.
When we first came down from the mountains, we were only a few years older than him, Lu Yuegua remarked.
About the same.
You came down earlier, we were all 14 or 15 when we left the mountain.
What a shame. Such a good kid, suddenly orphaned. What will he do now?
Du Xiaodu was quite well behaved, sitting there quietly without fidgeting, though his eyes darted around restlessly. At his age, he can't go to an orphanage. If it comes down to it, let him stay with the Luo family. The others nodded in agreement. It seemed the only viable option at present. Luo Shui then had Li Jianguo take Du Xiaodu downstairs and arrange a room for him. That night, Bai Xiaofan couldn't sleep, so he stepped out into the courtyard and gazed silently at the moon. Can't sleep either? Just then, a voice came from behind Bai Xiaofan. Turning around, Bai Xiaofan was surprised to see fourth senior sister Luo Shui. Luo Shui wore a loose nightgown and a single slipper, strolling over at a leisurely pace.
Luo Shui sat beside Bai Xiaofan and said, "Is something on your mind?" "I don't know." Bai Xiaofan said, "I don't know why, I just can't sleep."
Luo Shui smiled, then took Bai Xiaofan's hand.
"Could it be, you miss your senior sister?" Bai Xiaofan looked at Luo Shui, raising an eyebrow. "Senior sister, what are you doing? You're making me blush."
A faint smile touched Luo Shui's lips as she slowly wrapped her arms around Bai Xiaofan's.
Those two lovely things kept brushing against Bai Xiaofan's arm. Bai Xiaofan instantly felt his nose tingle. When did fourth senior sister become so forward? Luo Shui chuckled. "You silly boy, why don't you ever take the initiative?"
Bai Xiaofan thought for a moment, then wrapped his arms around Luo Shui, pulling her into his embrace.
"Fourth senior sister, well then, excuse me, I'm actually quite good at taking the initiative."
As he spoke, Bai Xiaofan leaned in to kiss Luo Shui, but she placed a finger gently over his lips.
"Hey, slow down. What if someone sees us? Come on, let's go back to the room."
Bai Xiaofan chuckled. He hadn't expected fourth senior sister to be so daring. Soon, the two returned to their room. Soon after, earth-shattering sounds erupted from within the room.
Chapter 103, A Huge Misunderstanding.
Back in the room, Bai Xiaofan watched Luo Shui in her sheer nightgown, a smile spreading across his face. Luo Shui slowly approached Bai Xiaofan, then pushed him onto the bed. Luo Shui's face radiated seduction as she lowered her head and gently kissed Bai Xiaofan's neck. What followed was a scene too explicit to describe. Just as Luo Shui was about to proceed further, Bai Xiaofan suddenly grabbed her arm. "Hey, tell me, do you assassins have to sacrifice yourselves like this every single mission?" Luo Shui froze upon hearing this, but quickly regained her composure. "Little junior brother, what are you talking about? Assassin? Do you really think I'm an assassin?" Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly and replied. "All I know is that fourth senior sister definitely isn't like you. She might be proactive, but definitely not as proactive as you." Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, the fake Luo Shui's face turned cold, though she remained unflustered. Fake Luo Shui stood up. Though exposed by Bai Xiaofan, her expression remained defiantly confident. "Who knew you'd be so cautious? But what good does caution do? Lust is the only weakness you men have. Earlier, while we were intimate, I sprinkled poison all over your body. Its effects are about to kick in." Yet after a long while, Bai Xiaofan showed no reaction. Fake Luo Shui frowned and coldly demanded, "How is this possible? My poison never fails." "Indeed, it couldn't fail," Bai Xiaofan replied, "but there's one thing you neglected to investigate about me. Before you struck, couldn't you have checked whether I possess a body immune to all poisons?" Jia Luo Shui's expression changed, and she turned to flee. But Bai Xiaofan wasn't about to let her leave so easily. Soon, the room echoed with the sound of a fierce struggle. Outside, several maids had gathered, staring at Bai Xiaofan's room with astonishment written all over their faces. "Earlier, I saw Mr. Bai enter with the young miss. I never imagined. Oh my, the young miss actually, but then again, with Mr. Bai being so handsome, it's hardly surprising. But I must say, the young miss's outfit today is truly stunning. That. I'm in love. What are you all doing?" Just as they were talking, Luo Xiang approached from a short distance away. Upon seeing Luo Xiang, everyone immediately dispersed. Luo Xiang, however, looked puzzled at Bai Xiaofan's room. He had heard the voices inside too. "Brother Fan, what's going on in there?" A puzzled expression appeared on Luo Xiang's face. Though it was rude to peek into someone else's room, Luo Xiang couldn't suppress his curiosity. Peering over Bai Xiaofan's bed, Luo Xiang saw him straddling the fake Luo Shui. "Big sis?" Luo Xiang froze, rubbing his eyes to make sure he hadn't seen wrong. Though he'd heard the rumors about Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui lately, Luo Xiang hadn't paid them much mind. First, he felt Bai Xiaofan was actually quite suitable for his sister. Second, he assumed Luo Shui only treated Bai Xiaofan like a younger brother. But the scene before him now left Luo Xiang utterly baffled. What was going on? Why?
Lu Ziang hesitated, wanting to look again for confirmation, only to catch sight of another pose between the two.
Luo Ziang stood up, took a few steps back, and swallowed hard. No, I must be drunk.
My head's all fuzzy. I should get out of here fast. This feels off, really off. Luo Ziang left immediately. Right after he departed, Bai Xiaofan's door swung open.
Fake Luo Shui rushed out of the room, followed slowly by Bai Xiaofan. Fake Luo Shui stared at Bai Xiaofan, his face etched with gravity.
Bai Xiaofan's strength was simply too formidable. Where do you think you're running? You can't outrun me.
Bai Xiaofan smiled, preparing to strike again. But at that very moment, fake Luo Shui reached out, and a rope appeared in his hand. Bai Xiaofan frowned and looked up at the sky, but there was nothing there.
An illusion.
A faint golden glow emanated from Bai Xiaofan's eyes, yet the sky remained empty.
A diversionary tactic. Bai Xiaofan suddenly sensed something was amiss. He looked back toward the fake Luo Shui, only to find the spot already deserted. Damn it!
Bai Xiaofan cursed under his breath, never expecting to fall victim to a diversion tactic himself. Scanning his surroundings to confirm no one else was present, Bai Xiaofan concluded the Luo household was still too unsafe. He couldn't stay at the Luo residence any longer. He needed a home of his own at the very least that would guarantee his safety. With that thought, he shook his head and turned to head back to his room. That's when he saw the complete mess inside. Scratching his head, he wondered if it was appropriate to wake someone up at this hour to clean the place. With no other choice, Bai Xiaofan resigned himself to spending the night on the rocking chair outside. Fortunately, Bai Xiaofan possessed robust physical constitution and deep sleep. An ordinary person would surely have caught a cold. The next morning, Bai Xiaofan was roused by several maids. Mr. Bai, why are you sleeping here? Bai Xiaofan rubbed his eyes and pointed toward his own room. I can't stay in there anymore. The maids glanced at Bai Xiaofan's room, then recalled what they'd witnessed the previous night. They exchanged glances, suppressed a smile, and then all left. Yawning, Bai Xiaofan made his way to Luo Shui's room, where she had just woken up. Hey, fourth senior sister, good morning. Bai Xiaofan grinned at Luo Shui. Why are you up so early? You seem so tired. Bai Xiaofan sighed and recounted yesterday's events to Luo Shui. When she heard that someone had pretended to be her to get close to Bai Xiaofan and even tried to have a relationship with him, Luo Shui flushed and immediately protested. If someone wants to sleep with you, do you have to go along with it? Couldn't you just push them away? Bai Xiaofan stared at Luo Shui, her mind filled with question marks. Yeah, I did push them away. Fourth senior sister, why are you so anxious? Luo Shui turned away, feigning anger as she said. You're such a little pervert. With that, Luo Shui entered the room. Bai Xiaofan shrugged. What had he done to deserve this? Bai Xiaofan then made his way to Lu Yuya's room. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. He figured Lu Yuya was still asleep. He was about to leave when a mischievous thought popped into his head. Bai Xiaofan slowly opened Lu Yuya's door. Chapter 104, The Rose. Originally, Bai Xiaofan had seen that Lu Yuya hadn't woken up yet, so he planned to play a little prank on her. But he never expected that Lu Yuya's room would truly astonish him. Shaking his head, Bai Xiaofan retreated from the room, his mind unable to settle for a long time afterward. Hey, brother Fan. After Bai Xiaofan closed the door, Luo Ziang appeared out of nowhere. Brother Fan, what are you doing here? Luo Ziang inquired. Nothing much. I came to see if fifth senior sister had woken up yet, but it seems she hasn't. Luo Ziang let out a long "oh." Thinking back to yesterday's events, he pulled Bai Xiaofan aside. Brother Fan, I've got to ask you, what do you think? Just your personal opinion. How's my big sister? Fourth senior sister? She's great. Pretty face, great figure, you could say she's flawless. Then, if my sister became your girlfriend, what would you do with her? What would I do? Bai Xiaofan was completely baffled. Anything. I'd want to do everything. Luo Ziang nodded, seeming to understand a few things now. After Luo Ziang left, Bai Xiaofan stared blankly after him. What was wrong with this kid? By the time Lu Yuya awoke, it was nearly noon. She wondered why she'd slept so long. Just as she was about to go find Bai Xiaofan, a maid approached her. Miss Lu, Mr. Bai, and the eldest young miss are in the grand hall. They instructed me to take you there once you awoke. Take me there? Lu Yuegua furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why she needed to be escorted. Still, she didn't dwell on it. She climbed into the carriage and headed toward the grand palace. Seated in the carriage, Lu Yuya gazed out the window and suddenly realized this didn't seem to be the route to the grand palace. Her expression changed, but she didn't panic. Instead, she quietly pulled out her phone and dialed Luo Shui's number. Luo Shui, who was eating with Bai Xiaofan, answered the call with a puzzled look. What's up with old five? It's not that far away, why's he calling? Luo Shui answered the call, but no voice came through. Luo Shui thought her earpiece might be malfunctioning and switched to speakerphone. Hey, old five. Luo Shui called out.
On the other end, Lu Yuegwa desperately covered the receiver with her hand. Fortunately, the maid beside her didn't hear a thing, focused solely on driving. Lu Yuegwa asked with a smile. This doesn't seem to be the way to the Imperial Palace. Where are we going? Miss Lu, the eldest miss, said to take you mountain picking first, then to Dao Lai. The mountains? Besides the Luo family's back mountain, the only other mountain around here should be Purple Gold Mountain. That's correct, Miss Lu. We're heading to Purple Gold Mountain. After saying this, the maid fell silent. Lu Yuegwa slipped her phone into her pants pocket and sat nervously in the back seat. At that moment, Luo Shui on the other end of the line understood Lu Yueya's meaning. Old Five is in danger. What's going on? Bai Xiaofan, sitting beside her, looked at Luo Shui with a puzzled expression. Luo Shui recounted the recent events. Bai Xiaofan frowned, recalling the woman from yesterday. Could it be that woman never left the Luo family at all? She disguised herself as someone else to target fifth senior sister? How could someone be so disgusting? Luo Shui frowned. But at least fifth sister isn't in danger right now. Their target is you. They wouldn't dare act in Fancheng, so fifth sister is safe for now. Bai Xiaofan pondered for a moment before saying, Fourth senior sister, let's head to Ziyun Mountain first. We'll discuss the rest later. Luo Shui nodded, got behind the wheel, and drove Bai Xiaofan towards Ziyun Mountain. At that moment on Purple Cloud Mountain, Niuben sat perched on a large boulder, awaiting Lu Yuisha's arrival. Soon, Lu Yueya was carried up by the same maidservant from earlier. Earlier, Lu Yueya had tried to resist, but she was no match for that person and had been knocked unconscious. Rose, you're quite something. Niuben chuckled. Well, I must admit, the Lu family's young miss is more attractive than you. Rose shot Niuben a cold stare before snapping. You think I won't rip your mouth off in a minute? Beside Niuben and Rose stood another man. Though handsome, he gave off an indescribable aura. Hey, with such a gorgeous girl here, don't you think doing something would be? Shut up, you pervert. We're only here for Bai Xiaofan. Don't hurt the innocent. Otherwise, watch out, I'll tell Mr. Song, and he'll teach you a lesson. Hai Liang pursed his lips. The mere thought of Song Luan made him tremble. After that, Hai Liang fell silent, sitting to the side as they waited for Bai Xiaofan's arrival. You think that kid will actually show up? Hai Meng asked. I just don't think he'll dare show up. I deliberately had Lu Yuya relay the message to the Hui Luo family. If he doesn't show up, it only proves he's just another scumbag. Rose shook her head. As a martial artist, how could she not know about Lu Yueya's little tricks? But she deliberately had Lu Yueya relay the message back to the Luo family. After all, their target was Bai Xiaofan. It had nothing to do with Lu Yueya. The Luo family. Watching Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui depart, Du Xiaodu picked up the phone. They've left. What happens next is up to you. But remember, never underestimate your enemy. Rose received Du Xiaodu's message and casually set her phone aside. Since when does a kid like him get to boss us around? Don't talk like that. Du Xiaodu was still our father's generation. Besides the Gulao, he's probably the oldest among us. Rose pursed her lips. Age alone doesn't make him worthy of respect. It's all about what he can actually do. Everyone else just gets older, but he's gone and turned back into a kid. But it's good this way, at least he knows he's got only a decade or so left before he dies. Rose's words made Niuben burst into laughter, a sound so loud it jolted Lu Yueya awake. Lu Yueya looked around in panic. When she saw Rose and the others, her expression changed. Who are you people? Seeing Lu Yueya awake, Niuben grabbed her by the collar and yanked her upright. Miss Lu, cooperate with us and we won't harm you. That's right. Our target is only Bai Xiaofan. We're only after him. Just as they spoke, the sound of a car approached from down the mountain. They all looked toward the valley below. They saw only a single figure slowly making its way up the mountain. Chapter 105, Sword Slash. As the figure came into clearer view, ruthless expressions hardened on the faces of Niuben and his two companions. Niuben slipped a pair of knuckle dusters onto his hands, while Hai Liang drew a long sword, his gaze fixed ahead. Rose's weapon was a dagger, the same one she'd wielded during her last encounter with Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan approached slowly. As his figure came into view, Niuben and Hai Liang stepped forward. The two released their aura, which caused the surrounding grass to rustle and whisper. You're here. Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan, Hai Meng and Niuben's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit. They say Bai Xiaofan is incredibly strong, powerful enough to rival Song Luan. This piqued Niuben and Hai Liang's curiosity. Just how formidable could this youngster truly be? Bai Xiaofan surveyed the two men before him, then his gaze settled on Rose standing behind them. If I'm not mistaken, he said, you were the one in my room last night, weren't you? Rose smiled faintly, a smile few men could resist. You guessed right. Too bad you're such a poor gentleman, you didn't even try to keep me when I left. Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, when did I not try to keep you? You were the one who left. But Lu Yueya, lying on the ground, didn't see it that way. Her gaze remained fixed on Bai Xiaofan. Enough pleasantries, Bai Xiaofan. I hear you killed 8 or 9 of our squad leaders. And you killed what do looks like you're pretty strong. Well then, let me test just how strong you really are. Niuben roared like a raging bull and charged toward Bai Xiaofan. A grave expression crossed Bai Xiaofan's face. Niuben's strength was no joke. Bai Xiaofan extended both hands, intending to block Niuben's charge head-on. What a joke! Niuben's charge packs the force of a truck, and this guy actually intends to block it with his bare hands? Heh, let's just watch how this guy's hands get smashed to pieces by Niuben. Amidst Hai Liang and Rose's mocking laughter, Niuben's body collided with Bai Xiaofan's outstretched hands. Bai Xiaofan gave a cold snort as his body slid backward slowly, yet showed no sign of breaking. His expression hardening, Bai Xiaofan seized Niuben's body and hurled him skyward. Seeing this, Hai Liang and Rose's expressions changed. But before they could react, Bai Xiaofan had already struck. Bai Xiaofan leapt forward, landing before Niuben, and delivered a punch straight at him. Niuben swung his fist to meet Bai Xiaofan's blow head-on, sending both men flying backward simultaneously. Bai Xiaofan examined his fist. Blood was already trickling down. A flicker of pain crossed Niuben's face, though he appeared unharmed. Bai Xiaofan's gaze fixed on the knuckle dusters on Niuben's hands. That was what had injured him during their clash. Seems like he really needed to get himself a proper weapon. Scratching his head, Bai Xiaofan smiled. A suitable weapon? Wasn't there one right in front of him, perfectly suited to his needs? Niuben seemed to recognize the advantage of his weapon as well. He chuckled and charged toward Bai Xiaofan once more. Meanwhile, Hyamian swung his long sword at Bai Xiaofan. Facing their dual assaults, Bai Xiaofan didn't simply block or dodge incessantly. Instead, he counterattacked with ease. The main reason was that both opponents were at a disadvantage with their weapons. This guy is so strong. Rose remarked, if not for their weapons, Niuben and Hai Liang would have already lost. It seemed Bai Xiaofan either lacked suitable weapons or, more likely, possessed none at all. Had he wielded any weapon, he likely wouldn't have allowed Niuben and Hai Liang such arrogance. What Rose didn't know was that Bai Xiaofan wasn't gaining the upper hand precisely because he was studying Niuben and Haiming's fighting styles. Once he had figured them out, it would be time to strike back. Just as Niuben's fist swung toward Bai Xiaofan, the latter shifted his stance and dodged the blow. Then, Bai Xiaofan landed a punch squarely on Niuben's stomach. Immediately after, another punch connected with his upper jaw. Niuben crashed to the ground. Just as Hai Liang moved to help him up, Bai Xiaofan's figure appeared before Hai Liang. Hai Liang's expression hardened as he swung his long sword at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan extended 2 fingers to clamp Hai Liang's sword. With a flick of his fingers, the sword was violently knocked from Hai Liang's grasp. Seizing the sword mid-air, Bai Xiaofan spun and thrust it forward, piercing Haiming's arm clean through. Blood gushed forth as Haiming gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain until it turned a liver-like shade. Bai Xiaofan slowly twisted the sword, causing Haiming's arm to tremble violently. Just then, Niuben launched a punch at Bai Xiaofan, who drew his sword to block. The force of the blow sent Bai Xiaofan staggering back a step. Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, surprised by Niuben's unexpected strength. Both Niuben and Hai Liang sensed something was amiss. It seemed Bai Xiaofan was only now unleashing his true strength. Exchanging a glance, both men abandoned any thought of continuing the fight. Their sole desire now was to leave. Turning their heads, they saw that Rose had vanished from the vicinity. Niuben and Hai Liang exchanged another glance. Their figures shifted, and they appeared beside Lu Yueya. Bai Xiaofan. If you don't drop your weapon, we'll kill her. Niuben pressed his fist against Lu Yueya's head, glaring viciously at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan frowned, then without a word, tossed his long sword to the ground. Niuben and Hai Liang exchanged another glance, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. But at that very moment, Bai Xiaofan flicked a silver needle that pierced Niuben's arm. What? Niuben panicked as he realized his arm was suddenly immobilized. With a swift movement, Bai Xiaofan caught the sword that had been stuck in the ground as it flew toward him. Niuben, hurry! Hai Liang shouted, but Niuben couldn't move his arm at all. As Bai Xiaofan's figure drew ever closer, sweat began to bead on Niuben's face. Swish! A flash of the sword's blade severed Niuben's arm clean off. Niuben let out a cry, stumbling backward as blood gushed from his severed limb. Niuben! Hai Liang's expression darkened. He snatched up a nearby sword scabbard and hurled it at Bai Xiaofan. Niuben lay on the ground, wailing in agony, seemingly incapacitated. Hai Liang was no match for Bai Xiaofan either. After a few exchanges, Bai Xiaofan ended him with a single sword thrust to the throat. Bai Xiaofan caught the scabbard with his free hand and sheathed the blade. Phew! With skills like that, they dared to lay a hand on my people? Truly overestimating their abilities. Chapter 106, Pretending to be the boyfriend. Lying on the ground, Niuben was naturally not spared by Bai Xiaofan, who swiftly ended him with a single sword strike. Yet after dispatching Niuben and Hai Liang, Bai Xiaofan's face showed no sign of relief. He knew his adversary was a vast, powerful organization. If they could brazenly snatch Lu Yueya from the Luo family now, who knew when they might bring danger right to his doorstep? For now, they had no intention of harming Lu Yueya. But what if they decided to show their true colors someday? He was alone. He couldn't possibly shadow Lu Yueya and Luo Shuwei every single day. Lost in thought, Bai Xiaofan sheathed his long sword before picking up the brass knuckles that had fallen to the ground. He loosened the ropes binding Lu Yuegua, who exhaled a long breath of relief. Perhaps because she'd endured such situations too often, Lu Yuegua showed little sign of nervousness. He must hurry to teach 4th and 5th senior sisters martial arts at the very least. They needed to grasp the threshold of internal cultivation. After bringing Lu Yueya back to the Luo family, no further incidents occurred. Just as Bai Xiaofan was preparing to cultivate at home, he suddenly received a call from Gu Yanyan. Ever since gaining control of the border region, Big Sister had steadily gained the upper hand in her clashes with the underground forces in Daocheng. Bai Xiaofan arrived at the restaurant where he and Gu Yanyan had first met, finding her already seated there. "You're here." Gu Yanyan smiled, while Bai Xiaofan looked at her with puzzlement. "What's with all the secrecy? You wouldn't even tell me over the phone. What's going on?" "Well, I actually have some personal matters." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Gu Yanyan's face. "Personal matters?" Bai Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. "Miss Gu actually feels embarrassed? That's rare." Gu Yanyan shot Bai Xiaofan a glare. "What's the big deal? It's just that this matter is really kind of. What exactly do you need? Just tell me straight up." Bai Xiaofan said, "If I can help, I will. I was planning to go to my grandfather's place, but if I go there, he'll definitely start nagging me about marriage. So I want you to come with me and pretend to be my boyfriend. At the very least, we'll get through it together." Gu Yanyan's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart still trembling with fear that Bai Xiaofan might refuse her. To her surprise, Bai Xiaofan just laughed heartily. "I thought it was something serious." "Don't worry, I'm in." "You agreed?" A smile spread across Gu Yanyan's face. "What should we eat today?" "It's on me." After finishing his meal, Bai Xiaofan informed Luo Shuwei and Lu Yuya before following Gu Yanyan to her grandfather's house. Gu Yanyan's maternal grandfather wasn't from Fancheng, but rather from Xianqing, a town some distance away. Her grandfather, Sui Zhuanyan, held considerable standing in Xianqing. Even Shan Jinxiang, the leader of Xianqing's underground factions, addressed him respectfully as Old Sui when he saw him. Xianqing wasn't far from Fancheng, so Bai Xiaofan arrived quickly by car. Since descending from the mountain, Bai Xiaofan had never visited another city. This was his first time leaving. Observing the sights of Xianqing, a hint of curiosity flickered in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. Gu Yanyan pulled Bai Xiaofan toward a shopping mall. "Let's get Grandpa a gift first," she suggested. Bai Xiaofan didn't particularly care about buying gifts. He knew little about such things anyway. But just as Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan were about to cross the street, a sudden screech of brakes echoed from ahead. Immediately after, they heard a thud as a figure was struck by a car and thrown to the ground. Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan exchanged a glance and sprinted toward the commotion. A crowd had already gathered at the scene. Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan pushed their way to the front. In the middle of the road, an elderly scavenger sat on the ground, his face contorted in pain. In front of him stood a brand new Aston Martin, its driver's seat occupied by a man. Judging by his demeanor, the man had no intention of getting out. Instead, he remained seated and began making a phone call. Judging by the situation, it seemed the elderly man had been crossing straight ahead, while the driver had turned without yielding to pedestrians. Being a busy downtown area, the resulting traffic jam quickly affected the vehicles behind. Perhaps unable to endure the honking from behind any longer, the man finally got out and walked over to the old man. "Damn it, you old bastard! Blind? Walking right in front of me? What a lousy start to the day, running into this piece of junk." Then the man pulled out 500 yuan from his bag and flung it onto the old man's head. "You old bastard, take this money and get the hell out of here. Consider it a contribution to your coffin fund." The old man didn't pick up the money. Instead, he sat on the ground, moaning softly. Seeing the old man refuse, the man shouted, "Oh, you're tough, huh? Not taking it? Here's something tougher for you." He then pulled out another 500 and flung it at the old man's face. "You old bastard, here's 1,000. That should buy your life. Now get the hell out of here and stop messing with my business." "Young man, I really can't get up. Could you help me over there?" The moment the old man asked for help, the man immediately backed away. "What are you up to? Let me tell you, you won't scam me. I've seen plenty of people like you. Trying to make a buck by scamming people? Forget it. You're not getting a dime from me." Not far away, Gu Yanyan watched the old man sitting on the ground and said, "Ha? Trying to scam someone? But this old man doesn't seem like that kind of person. How could this be?" Bai Xiaofan shook his head. "No, he's not trying to scam anyone. He genuinely can't get up." That earlier impact hit his lumbar spine. Now, forget standing, even walking is a struggle. It was nearly noon now, the sun blazing high in the sky, making people feel uneasy. The traffic jam persisted, with drivers behind honking incessantly. The man, likely driven to distraction, walked straight up to the old man and kicked him. "Damn it, you old bastard, get the hell out of my way, or I'll just run you over." The old man couldn't speak. The pain in his lumbar spine, compounded by the man's kick, had left him speechless. Add to that the prolonged exposure to the blazing sun, and it was a miracle he hadn't fainted. Just then, the drivers behind the man approached. "Hey, buddy, can you guys just settle this? Give him some cash and be done with it." "Yeah, man, we're backed up behind you. We've got places to be. Look, if you really can't agree, why don't you step aside and work it out? Can you at least stop blocking us?" Chapter 107, Paying a Visit. Seeing the growing line of drivers behind him, the man clearly grew impatient. He strode up to the old man and shouted angrily. "You old geezer, just say how much you want to get up, huh?" "No, it's not that I won't get up. I genuinely can't stand up. Just help me to the side." Seeing the old man was stubborn as a mule, the man got into the car and started the engine. Rolling down the window, he shouted at the old man. "You old bastard, I'll finish you off today." With that, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal, aiming to run the old man over. This scene caused many nearby onlookers to close their eyes, dreading the sight of bloodshed. But just then, a figure appeared in front of the car, placing a hand on the hood. Seeing someone there, the man didn't press the gas pedal further. Instead, he got out of the car and shouted, "Hey! What's your deal? Who gave you permission to touch my car? This thing cost millions. Can you even afford to pay for it if you mess it up? A car worth millions? If it breaks just from being touched, I'm not so sure it's even real." Bai Xiaofan shot the man a dismissive look before preparing to help the elderly man off the ground. "Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. If this old geezer scams you, it won't be settled with a few $100. Bai Xiaofan said nothing, simply continuing to help the old man up. "Hey, kid, this isn't your problem. Why get involved in this mess? You'll just end up getting scammed. See? Young people these days just don't have enough life experience. They're too naive." "Exactly. They'll learn their lesson after getting scammed a few times. This time, we're in for a show." Bai Xiaofan slowly guided the old man to the curb, then placed his hands on the man's lumbar spine. Sure enough, it was dislocated. Bai Xiaofan gently lifted the old man's shirt, exposing his back. With a gentle press of his fingers, the old man hissed in pain, but soon his face softened into relief. "Young man, thank you so much." The old man looked at Bai Xiaofan, his face filled with gratitude. "It's nothing, old man. Get up and walk around a bit. See if anything else is bothering you." The old man stood up, took a few steps, and chuckled. "There. My back has always been weak, but now it doesn't hurt." Seeing the old man rise, the onlookers finally realized he truly couldn't stand earlier. The man felt his face flush red, then said, "Seriously, if you just said so earlier, this whole thing would have been over sooner." "What the hell are you talking about?" Bai Xiaofan turned and glared at the man. "He kept asking you to help him up. What were you doing? Is a human life worth less than your car? What kind of person are you, driving that piece of junk all over the place? Keep blocking the road, and soon the traffic patrol will be here. Just wait and see how they'll deal with you." Hearing this, the man's expression changed instantly. He put on a smile and approached the old man. He picked up the 1,000 yuan note he just flung at the old man's head and shoved it into his hand. Old man, I'm really sorry. I spoke out of turn earlier. Here, take this money." The old man still hesitated, but Bai Xiaofan snatched the money and forced it into his hand. "Old man, take it. This is what you deserve, and it's what he should pay." The old man glanced at Bai Xiaofan, then at the man, before placing the money into his tattered wallet. Seeing the money accepted, the man seemed to gain some confidence. He frowned at Bai Xiaofan and said, "Hey, I'm good now, right? Can I go?" "Ah, Mr. Hero. You can get lost." Bai Xiaofan stared at him coldly, his expression never softening. Though the man was thoroughly annoyed, for some reason Bai Xiaofan kept giving him the impression that he was someone not to be messed with. Compounded by the traffic jam behind him, the man didn't dare linger too long and sped off. Seeing the man leave, the people around gave Bai Xiaofan a thumbs up. "Wow, kid, you're amazing, you really saved the day." "Exactly. We need more young people like this, they're the real positive energy." "Young man, what's your name? Are you seeing anyone?" "My daughter." Bai Xiaofan ignored them. These were the same people who had mocked the elderly man when he was hit. Now that the old man was fine, they were back to their old tricks. At the end of the day, they were still two-faced. After handling the old man's situation, Bai Xiaofan walked over to Gu Yanyan. Gu Yanyan chuckled. "Whoa, you're pretty capable, huh? Simple stuff, just minor issues." Bai Xiaofan said, "Alright, let's go now." Just as Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan were leaving, a man nearby fixed his gaze upon them. "Hey, what are you staring at?" The man's companion tapped him on the shoulder. "See those two? Aren't they Gu Yanyan and that guy named Bai Xiaofan from before?" The other man glanced at Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan's retreating figures, scratching his head. Probably not. Maybe you just misidentified them? The man shook his head. He was certain he hadn't mistaken them. Then he turned and walked away. Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan didn't linger either, heading straight to Gu Yanyan's maternal grandfather's house.
Sui Zhuangyan, old master Sui. Even in Xiangqing, they belong to a distinguished and influential family.
Back when Sui Zhuangyan's daughter married Gu Yanyan's father, countless fights had erupted. After all, at that time, Gu Yanyan's father was just a low-level clerk, not yet achieving his current success.
Even now, Sui Zhuangyan still looked down on him somewhat. He was merely slightly more tolerable than before, now at least making an effort to speak with Gu Yanyan's father during family visits over the holidays. No one could really fault him for that. After all, he had married their precious daughter. Sui Zhuangyan's home was a two-story Western-style villa nestled in an upscale residential complex. After Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan arrived, Gu Yanyan adjusted her disguise and led Bai Xiaofan inside. An elderly man answered the door. He was Sui Zhuangyan's old comrade in arms, later discharged due to injury and illness. Having remained unemployed since his discharge, Sui Zhuangyan hired him as his butler. Upon seeing Gu Yanyan, the old man's face lit up with a childlike smile. Yanyan is back. Grandpa Tang. Gu Yanyan smiled back at the old man and threw her arms around him. Grandpa Tang, let me introduce you to Bai Xiaofan, my boyfriend. Xiaofan, this is Grandpa Tang. When I was little, my parents were always busy, so Grandpa Tang was the one who spent time with me. Chapter 108, Caught in the Trap. Tang Wanqiu glanced at Bai Xiaofan, and the smile on his face grew even brighter. Excellent. Excellent. Yan has chosen well. He's a fine young man, indeed. She then stepped aside to help Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan carry their belongings inside. Inside the villa, Sui Zhuangyan, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, was practicing Tai Chi. Grandpa. Gu Yanyan called out. Sui Zhuangyan paused his movements and looked over. When Sui Zhuangyan saw Gu Yanyan, a warm smile spread across his face. Oh my, it's Yanyan. Come here, come here. Let Grandpa give you a hug. Let Grandpa see if you've gained weight. Oh, Grandpa, everyone says being slim is best. Who keeps telling me to get fatter? Who says that? Sui Zhuangyan's expression turned serious. Well, if you keep getting thinner, then illness and all sorts of things will come your way. He then turned to Bai Xiaofan, and Gu Yanyan immediately introduced them. Grandpa, this is Bai Xiaofan, my boyfriend. Xiaofan, this is my grandpa. Hello, Grandpa. Bai Xiaofan bowed slightly to Sui Zhuangyan. Sui Zhuangyan gave Bai Xiaofan no further reaction, merely gesturing toward the sofa. Have a seat. Yan, you're dating now? Why didn't you tell me? Sui Zhuangyan inquired. Grandpa, we just started seeing each other, so I thought I'd surprise you with it. A look of concern flashed across Sui Zhuangyan's face. But my old comrade in arms still wants to introduce his grandson to you. Ha! Gu Yanyan frowned. Grandpa, I already have a boyfriend. I don't want that. Ha, Grandpa will naturally respect your choice. Grandpa doesn't care who your boyfriend is, as long as he loves you, protects you, and cherishes you. Everything else is up to you to decide. Then Sui Zhuangyan changed the subject. But I didn't know that earlier, so I agreed to let you two meet. They heard you were coming today, so they showed up. I couldn't very well refuse them. Gu Yanyan could only sigh helplessly. Her grandfather was simply too concerned about her marriage prospects. She then turned to Bai Xiaofan. Xiaofan, don't take it personally. It's fine. Bai Xiaofan smiled. If I can't even overcome this little difficulty, how could I protect you? Whether Bai Xiaofan's words were sincere or not, they certainly made Gu Yanyan feel much better. After that, Sui Zhuangyan asked Bai Xiaofan some routine questions: where he lived, what he did for a living. These were topics Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan had already discussed on the way, so he answered them smoothly. Just as they were talking, an Aston Martin pulled up outside the door. Ha, that car outside, why does it look so familiar? Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan both turned their gaze toward the vehicle at the entrance. For some reason, they both felt an uncanny familiarity with it, especially the license plate. Ah, old Tang. Still hanging in there? Not bad, not bad. You're holding up well. The voice preceded the person. Accompanied by a burst of laughter, a dignified-looking elder stepped inside. Old Sui, you old codger still haven't kicked the bucket yet? The old man burst into hearty laughter the moment he entered. Sui Zhuangyan, smiling back, playfully punched the old man. How could I die if you old codger haven't kicked the bucket yet? Sui Zhuangyan then introduced the old man to Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan. His name was Liang Qingxi, a comrade in arms of Sui Zhuangyan and Tang Wanqiu. The three shared a bond forged in battle. This must be Yanyan. Liang Qingxi looked at Gu Yanyan and chuckled. Not bad, not bad. You've grown into quite the beauty. How wonderful. If she were paired with our Yunxiao, she'd be more than a perfect match. Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan glanced at the man following behind Liang Qingxi, their eyebrows arching in surprise.
No wonder that car looked so familiar earlier. Who would have thought this Liang Yunxiao was the very man who had knocked over the old man? Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan, Liang Yunxiao's face also registered a look of utter bewilderment. What kind of luck was this? In his haste earlier, he hadn't seen anyone crossing the street. And now, of all people, his blind date was. Liang Yunxiao then glanced at Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan's seated posture, inwardly criticizing them. These two must be a couple. And my grandfather still insists on setting me up with someone who exactly? Just then, Sui Zhuangyan chuckled. Hey, old Liang, you got it wrong, it's not Yanyan. Ha? Not Yanyan? Liang Qingxi frowned. No, Sui, wasn't it mentioned on the phone?
Sui Zhuangyan grabbed Liang Yunxiao's hand and pointed furtively at Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan.
Yanyan has a boyfriend now. I didn't know at first. What should we do about it? Liang Qingxi's expression darkened as he frowned. Wait, what? Old Sui, are you treating me like a weekend errand? So what do you suggest we do now? Actually, my second daughter's daughter is staying with me too. Why don't you try setting them up? Liang Qingxi considered it.
That sounded good as long as they could establish a connection. At that moment, Liang Yunxiao glared at Bai Xiaofan, his eyes burning with fury. Earlier on the street, if not for Bai Xiaofan, he wouldn't have suffered such a humiliating defeat. Liang Yunxiao pondered how he could make Bai Xiaofan lose face. Yunxiao, I came over today to introduce you to someone, Liang Qingxi said. Grandfather, well, it seems Miss Yanyan and this gentleman are already a couple. I'm well aware of that, Liang Qingxi replied. Besides, the person I'm introducing to you isn't Yanyan. After saying this, Sui Zhuangyan called out upstairs, and a woman descended the stairs. When Bai Xiaofan and Liang Yunxiao saw the woman, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. The woman weighed at least 200 pounds, and as she descended the stairs from the second floor, the entire staircase swayed beneath her. Even Liang Qingxi's face was etched with utter bewilderment at the sight. Sui, you've set me up. Liang Qingxi pointed at Sui Zhuangyan and roared angrily. Sui Zhuangyan slowly turned around, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Hello, Grandpa Liang. My name is Fong Yaki. Despite her imposing stature, her voice was surprisingly delicate. Grandpa, I have things to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Liang Yunxiao swallowed hard, stood up, and made to leave. Liang Qingxi grabbed Liang Yunxiao by the arm. Don't be so rude. Come back here. Liang Yunxiao felt bitter inside. He'd assumed Gu Yanyan's sister would be as beautiful as her. But. Chapter 109, Basketball Showdown. When Fong Yaki spotted Liang Yunxiao sitting there alone, her eyes lit up. Liang Yunxiao was quite handsome, especially with that physique, truly the build of a model. When Liang Yunxiao caught Fong Yaki staring at him, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Liang Qingxi pulled Sui Zhuangyan aside and said, Sui, seriously, are you messing with me? Sui Zhuangyan shot Liang Qingxi a withering look. What kind of talk is that? Do you really think I look like I'm messing with you? Stop judging people by appearances. Sure, my second daughter isn't the prettiest, but once she loses weight, she'll be a real beauty. And you wouldn't believe it, my second daughter is already helping her dad run the company. She manages it better than he does. If she weren't so young, he'd be out of a job by now. Ha? That impressive? Liang Qingxi frowned. If that's the case, she really is a capable partner. You're always bragging about how great your Yunxiao is, right? Well, mine is even better. Liang Qingxi pondered this. It seemed true enough. A relaxed smile spread across his face. Right. That kid's been slacking off day after day. We really should find someone to properly discipline him. Then Liang Qingxi turned to the others. Now then, Yunxiao, you and Yaki should have a good chat. Fong Yaki spotted Liang Yunxiao and plopped right down beside him. Hey, Yunxiao. Nice to meet you. I'm Fong Yaki. Grandpa's told me all about you. Liang Yunxiao really didn't want to engage with Fong Yaki, but seeing the look in Liang Qingxi's eyes, he dared not refuse. Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan sat nearby, unable to suppress their giggles. Gu Yanyan and Fong Yaki actually got along quite well. Since Fong Yaki was naturally quite independent, even though she was the younger sister, she often ended up protecting her older sister. Yanyan, your sister's too. Why is there such a huge gap between you two? Gu Yanyan shot Bai Xiaofan a withering look. Don't talk nonsense. Yaki used to be quite pretty too. It's just that for a while, she was working day and night helping her father manage the company, so she let herself go. Bai Xiaofan let out a drawn-out "oh" and glanced at Fong Yaki, who did indeed carry traces of beauty. Observing the young people, Sui Zhuangyan said solemnly, Alright, you young whippersnappers, go out and have some fun. We old folks are going to have a few drinks and chat here. Remember to come back for dinner tonight. After the four left the room, Liang Yunxiao immediately said, I have something to do. I'll head out first. Hey! Gu Yanyan called out, if you leave, I'll go tell Grandpa Liang right now. Liang Yunxiao was momentarily speechless, his face etched with helplessness. You didn't drive, did you? Where are you going?
I know there's an entertainment club up ahead. I have a membership card there. We can go hang out. Following Fan Yaki's suggestion, Liang Yunxiao drove his Aston Martin to the entertainment club. The moment the Aston Martin pulled up, several girls inside the club immediately fixated on them. Gu Yanyan linked arms with Bai Xiaofan, leaving them unable to make a move. But Liang Yunxiao up front? Liang Yunxiao naturally noticed the attention from the girls, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Places like this were just right. These girls suited him perfectly. Just then, Fan Yaki slipped her arm through Liang Yunxiao's. Liang Yunxiao frowned, ready to reprimand her, but the thought of his grandfather forced him to endure. Yet this very restraint only deepened Liang Yunxiao's loathing for Fan Yaki. His gaze then shifted to Gu Yanyan, his eyes darting around. If only I could be with Gu Yanyan, then grandfather wouldn't force me to marry this fat woman. A faint smile touched Liang Yunxiao's lips. He glanced at Bai Xiaofan, his eyes flashing with contempt. The way Bai Xiaofan looked around, taking everything in, made it obvious he'd never been to a place like this before. Never even been to an entertainment club, clearly not from some wealthy family. Oh my, what a twist of fate. Heaven wants me with Gu Yanyan, yet throws me this little hiccup. Soon, the group arrived at a sports complex offering various activities: soccer, basketball, badminton, and more. Bai Xiaofan had never played any of these games, so he wasn't particularly interested. Xiaofan, let me tell you, back in college, I was on the school basketball team. Ha? Girls play basketball too? Bai Xiaofan asked in confusion. Of course. Girls love basketball too, and I was really good at it. A smile flashed across Liang Yunxiao's face as she spoke. Well then, let's head over to that basketball court and play a game. We can stretch our legs. Sounds great. Fan Yaki chuckled, and Gu Yanyan and Bai Xiaofan both agreed. As the group changed into their gear, several girls on the court were instantly drawn to Liang Yunxiao and Bai Xiaofan. Liang Yunxiao, needless to say, was a model himself. Coupled with his good looks, he instantly stole the show. Bai Xiaofan, being younger, gave off more of a little brother vibe. Many of the women present were around 30, and they tended to prefer younger guys. Gu Yanyan also drew considerable attention, her striking looks causing countless heads to turn. It seemed only Fan Yaki, the chubby little girl, drew little notice. Some even felt her presence here was a bit of a downer. Bai Xiaofan and Fan Yaki sat on the bench while Liang Yunxiao and Gu Yanyan played on the court. Yan, you attack, I'll defend. Liang Yunxiao chuckled inwardly. This kind of play involved the most physical contact, plus it gave him a chance to show off. Ha, I bet you won't be able to resist my charm. Gu Yanyan stared at the towering Liang Yunxiao, not letting her guard down. The moment he lost focus, she darted past him. She then tossed the ball, which swished through the net. Great! Bai Xiaofan and Fan Yaki both clapped for Gu Yanyan, while Liang Yunxiao was completely stunned. Before he could even process it, Gu Yanyan had scored. This was simply. That's it? Gu Yanyan shot a glance at Liang Yunxiao before shaking her head in disdain. A flush of embarrassment crept across Liang Yunxiao's face. He never imagined he'd be mocked by a woman. This was intolerable. Liang Yunxiao shouted. Again! Chapter 110, Humiliation. Over the next 5 or 6 rounds, Gu Yanyan utterly dominated Liang Yunxiao. Sitting on the ground, Liang Yunxiao looked utterly disillusioned. Had he really been crushed by a girl? And utterly. The onlookers, far from holding back, erupted into uproarious laughter. Gu Yanyan looked at Liang Yunxiao helplessly. Was she just that strong, or was he that weak? Ha! Gu Yanyan walked over to Bai Xiaofan, who picked up a bottle of water and handed it to her. Who knew you were so good at basketball? What did you expect? I'm the starting point guard on the school team. Am I just messing around with you? Just then, Fan Yaki also handed Liang Yunxiao a bottle of water. Liang Yunxiao glanced at it but didn't take it. He picked up a bottle himself, took a sip, and said, Come on, Bai Xiaofan, let's give it a try. Hearing Liang Yunxiao's words, Gu Yanyan said, Liang Yunxiao, Xiaofan doesn't know how to play basketball. Ah, it doesn't matter if you can or can't. I don't know how either. We're just tossing it around for fun, right? When Liang Yunxiao heard Bai Xiaofan couldn't play basketball, he couldn't help but crack a smile. Bai Xiaofan had no particular interest in this sport after all, he'd never played basketball before. Hey, Bai Xiaofan, what's up? You're not scared, are you? Liang Yunxiao suddenly shouted loudly. The shout drew the attention of several people nearby, who all turned to look their way. Bai Xiaofan stood up and smiled. Of course not. If you want to play, I'll play along. Xiaofan. Gu Yanyan grabbed Bai Xiaofan's arm. Liang Yunxiao might not be able to beat me, but he's no slouch either. You've never played basketball before. If you go up there, he'll humiliate you for sure. Bai Xiaofan patted Gu Yanyan's hand. Don't worry. I've already memorized most of your moves. Then Bai Xiaofan walked onto the basketball court. Liang Yunxiao looked at Bai Xiaofan's appearance and a sneer appeared on his face. Hey, stand right here. I'll pass you the ball, and you just toss it up. Got it? On the surface, Liang Yunxiao seemed to be instructing Bai Xiaofan, but in reality, it was pure mockery. Bai Xiaofan hummed in acknowledgement, watching Liang Yunxiao as he tossed the ball to him. Bai Xiaofan instinctively bounced the ball once on the court, and Liang Yunxiao immediately went for the steal. Before Bai Xiaofan could react, Liang Yunxiao had already snatched the ball and launched it toward the hoop. The ball swished through the net, and a smug grin spread across Liang Yunxiao's face. Holy crap, this guy can't play basketball at all, right? This is just bullying a kid. Exactly. What kind of skill is it to bully someone who's never played basketball? Forget it. It's pointless. Come on, let's get back to our game. Liang Yunxiao paid no mind to the surrounding chatter, still basking in the joy of having just outplayed Bai Xiaofan. Xiaofan, are you okay? Gu Yanyan approached, and Bai Xiaofan shook his head. I was watching his footwork earlier. Now I've figured out his dribbling patterns. Really? You're that good? Then hurry up and show me what you've got. Liang Yunxiao shot Bai Xiaofan a look, then positioned himself beyond the three-point line, ready to attack. Just as Liang Yunxiao was about to drive, Bai Xiaofan snatched the ball right out of his hands and spun for a shot. Now positioned beyond the three-point arc, Bai Xiaofan released the ball. It arced through the air, swishing cleanly through the net. Wow! Gu Yanyan jumped up in surprise. Liang Yunxiao was stunned. He kept telling himself it must have been an illusion. He couldn't believe it. How could Bai Xiaofan have sunk a three-pointer like that? It had to be a hallucination. Keep going! Liang Yunxiao shouted. He absolutely couldn't let Bai Xiaofan keep gloating. But the rest of the game turned into a complete Bai Xiaofan show. The score on the court shot up from 1-0 to 128 in no time. Sis, isn't that your move? Fang Yaqi exclaimed in astonishment as she watched Bai Xiaofan's moves. Gu Yanyan couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, Bai Xiaofan's moves were identical to hers. But he'd only seen it once. How could he remember it so clearly? Or rather, if Bai Xiaofan saw the moves of an international basketball superstar, would he? Gu Yanyan swallowed hard. If that were the case, it would be terrifying. Time flew by, and soon it was down to the final shot. At that moment, Liang Yunxiao watched Bai Xiaofan with a tense expression. After their earlier confrontation, Bai Xiaofan had fully seized control of the game's rhythm. Now, Liang Yunxiao could only follow Bai Xiaofan's lead, forced to play on his terms. This final ball I absolutely must win. Gritting his teeth, Liang Yunxiao charged toward Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan pivoted, took a step, and landed directly on Liang Yunxiao's leg. He leaped upward, slamming the ball through the hoop with a thunderous dunk. The entire entertainment club erupted in cheers as the scene unfolded before the crowd. Liang Yunxiao sat on the floor, his face etched with disbelief. Does he even know how to play basketball? He glanced at Gu Yanyan, realizing with a sinking heart that this woman had deliberately set him up. Liang Yunxiao stood up, walked to the lounge area, grabbed a bottle of water, and gulped it down. Fang Yaqi, standing nearby, opened her mouth to speak, but seeing Liang Yunxiao's expression, she wisely kept quiet. Who knew you were so skilled? You remembered my moves after just one look. Gu Yanyan chuckled too. Bai Xiaofan always surprised her like this. Bai Xiaofan chuckled and scratched his head. I don't know how to play basketball, so I just copied what I saw. I just didn't expect him to be so weak. Even when I copied your moves, he couldn't beat me. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Liang Yunxiao nearly choked on his own blood. That bastard. Liang Yunxiao glared at Bai Xiaofan, clenching his fists as a torrent of hatred surged within him. He'd intended to humiliate Bai Xiaofan, only to be humiliated by him instead. Worse still, Gu Yanyan and Bai Xiaofan's relationship was clearly growing stronger by the day. This seemed to be drifting further and further away from what he had anticipated. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Liang Yunxiao flung the soda bottle aside. Hey, Liang Yunxiao, what's wrong? You're not backing out, are you? Seeing Liang Yunxiao like this, Gu Yanyan confronted him directly. Liang Yunxiao said nothing, instead leaning against the wall, ignoring everyone. Just then, Liang Yunxiao spotted someone. A smile spread across his face. Kid, don't get too cocky. Just you wait, I've found someone who can take you down. Chapter 111, Liang Yunxiao, fuming with rage. Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan had no idea what Liang Yunxiao was up to, only seeing him dash out. The two returned to the rest area, where Gu Yanyan was recounting recent events to Fang Yaqi. Bai Xiaofan sat there, glancing left and right, trying to figure out what this so-called entertainment club was all about. Just then, Liang Yunxiao walked in, followed by several swaggering rich kids. Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan turned their gaze in that direction. When they saw the leader of the group, both of them froze. Brother Shan, over here. Liang Yunxiao chuckled, you've got to help me teach that guy a lesson. Shan Liqui waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. Since you asked, Brother Liang, I'll definitely help. A cold smile flickered across Shan Liqui's face. If not for his partnership with Liang Yunxiao, he wouldn't have lifted a finger. Brother Shan, it's them. Liang Yunxiao led Shan Liqui and his group to the basketball court. Shan Liqui? Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan both flashed expressions of disgust upon seeing Shan Liqui. Gu Yanyan? Shan Liqui's expression relaxed. He hadn't expected to run into Gu Yanyan here. But when he noticed Bai Xiaofan standing beside her, a wave of disgust washed over him. Shan Liqui, what? Last time we didn't kill you, and now you actually dare to show your face again? Bai Xiaofan's words stunned everyone present, and all eyes turned to Shan Liqui. Shan Liqui frowned, recalling Bai Xiaofan's formidable strength, and felt a chill run down his spine. Oof. My father said he won't interfere in matters between Fancheng and Daocheng. If you lay a finger on me, you're attacking Shangcheng. Bai Xiaofan shrugged. Is that so? Sorry, I don't represent Fancheng. I only represent myself. Shan Liqui pursed his lips and hurriedly said, Hey, this is a harmonious society, no fighting or killing. But I heard you bullied my brother? Bai Xiaofan glanced at Liang Yunxiao beside him and nodded. Well then, since you picked on my brother, how could I not restore his honor? Then Shan Liqui pointed at Bai Xiaofan. Kid, we're civilized people. How about we play some basketball? Why should I play basketball with you? Bai Xiaofan suddenly retorted. Shan Liqui frowned. What's the matter, kid? Scared? Or afraid you'll lose to me and embarrass yourself in front of Gu Yanyan? Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't be Bai Xiaofan. But you know what? I don't think you're even worthy of playing basketball against me. Shan Liqui's henchmen behind him were enraged by Bai Xiaofan's words, roaring in anger. Brother Shan, I can't take it anymore. This kid's just showing off. Let's beat him up. Yeah, Brother Shan. There's so many of us, how could we lose to just one guy? Let's beat the crap out of him. Brother Shan, just give the word. We'll move on your command. Shan Liqui sighed helplessly. He wanted to beat Bai Xiaofan too, but that Bai Xiaofan was the one who killed Li Gang. And he took on 6 of them alone. If they went after Bai Xiaofan, wouldn't they just be punching bags for him? Shan Liqui swallowed hard and immediately declared. Bai Xiaofan, if you're a man, fight me one-on-one. If you're too scared to fight, fine. Just apologize to my brother, and we'll call it even. Gu Yanyan seemed unable to tolerate Shan Liqui's arrogant attitude any longer. She tugged at Bai Xiaofan's arm. Xiaofan, fight him. Use those moves from earlier. Fight him. Hearing Gu Yanyan's words, Bai Xiaofan replied. Fighting is fine, but we need some stakes, right? A wager? Shan Liqui pondered for a moment. How about this 1 million for each ball scored? What do you say? The moment he said it, many people nearby turned to look. 1 million per ball? They actually dared to play? Bai Xiaofan nodded without hesitation. Alright, as you say, 1 million per ball. Seeing Bai Xiaofan take the bait, Shan Liqui flashed a sly grin. Ha! Kid, you probably don't know this, but I'm the star player of the Shangqing basketball team. Back during the Jiangnan basketball tournament, I led Shangqing to the championship title. Hearing this, Gu Yanyan's expression changed. She hadn't expected Shan Liqui to be so formidable. Her moves were impressive, but they were only effective against amateur players. Shan Liqui was practically a pro player, she stood no chance against him. Bai Xiaofan, however, remained oblivious to all this. He simply held the basketball, staring at the hoop above. After changing his clothes, Shan Liqui stood before Bai Xiaofan, a cold smile curling his lips. Kid, mark my words, if I don't make you pay 100 million today, I'll change my surname. The game began. Bai Xiaofan took the opening tip-off. Just as he started to dribble, Shan Liqui swiped the ball cleanly. The ball in Bai Xiaofan's hands now belonged to Shan Liqi, who immediately spun and took a shot. In just a few seconds, Shan Liqui sank a 2-pointer. In the second play, Shan Liqui attacked again. Using his agile footwork, he sank another shot. The score gap widened steadily, with Bai Xiaofan's team stuck at 0 points. Time ticked away, and soon the first half ended. Yama had already racked up over 50 points, while Bai Xiaofan's team remained stuck at 0. Bro, 50 million. That's 50 million. Liang Yunxiao's face lit up with excitement upon seeing Shan Liqi reach 50 million. Liang Yunxiao, whose side are you on? At that moment, Fan Yaqi suddenly shouted. We came here together. How could you side with them? Liang Yunxiao waved impatiently, not wanting to engage with Fan Yaqi at all. Hey, Liang, who's this? Shan Liqui looked at Fan Yaqi with genuine curiosity. Why are you acting like a dead pig? Shan Liqui's remark instantly made Liang Yunxiao burst into laughter. Yeah, brother Shan, you hit the nail on the head. She really is like a dead pig, isn't she? Liang Yunxiao turned his head to look at Fan Yaqi. Hey, you actually think you're good enough for me? Let me tell you, if it weren't for my grandfather, would I even give you the time of day? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? You look like a dead pig. Let me tell you, people like you standing in front of me only make me feel disgusted. You'd be better off finding a place to die. Living is just a waste of air. Liang Yunxiao's words stabbed Fan Yaqi's heart like sharp blades. Fang Yaqi stared at Liang Yunxiao, took a few steps back, and left with bloodshot eyes. Watching her leave, Shan Liqui chuckled. Hey, Liang, you went too far. She's just a young girl. Chapter 112, Crushing. Hearing Shan Liqui's words, Liang Yunxiao burst into laughter, a laugh laced with scorn. Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan had also heard Liang Yunxiao's earlier words, and their anger only deepened. Kid, what are you staring at?
Liang Yunxiao, noticing Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan staring at him, snapped angrily.
Damn it, you little punk, you're asking for trouble today.
Come the second half, my brother Shan will win another 50 million from you.
Ha! Then we'll drink our fill, and you?
You can stay with that dead pig.
Looking for trouble.
Bai Xiaofan snorted coldly, about to charge forward, but Fang Yaqi held him back.
Xiaofan, it's fine. I'm okay. Just focus on the second half, you're way behind.
Bai Xiaofan glanced at the scoreboard, then smiled.
Don't worry.
In the second half, watch how Xiaofan beats him. The second half commenced. Having dominated the first half, Shan Liqi didn't take Bai Xiaofan seriously.
Standing beyond the three-point line, Shan Liqi prepared to take an immediate shot. This is deeply humiliating for a person. Shan Liqi intended to humiliate Bai Xiaofan in this manner.
Shan Liqi stared at the basket ahead, then flung the basketball toward it.
A confident smile spread across Shan Liqui's face. He was absolutely certain this shot would go in. But just as Shan Liqui was feeling pleased, a figure appeared in his line of sight. Bai Xiaofan extended his arm and snatched the thrown basketball right back.
The ball slammed onto the court. Bai Xiaofan grabbed it, spun around, and launched a shot toward the hoop. The ball swished through the net. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. Yama hadn't even had time to react. Shang-gu, it's over. Liang Yunxiao's shout snapped Shan Liqui back to reality. It's over? Shan Liqui stared at himself in confusion.
What had just happened? The score now read 50-3.
Seeing the score, Shan Liqui's expression darkened. He hadn't expected to let that kid score just because he got careless.
No way, this couldn't go on. Yamashiro thought for a moment.
This time, he would snatch the ball back from Bai Xiaofan.
Bai Xiaofan stood beyond the three-point line, watching Yamazaki.
A smile flashed across his face as he released the shot. The three-pointer swished through the net.
Yama stood rooted to the spot, momentarily speechless.
He had calculated the angle perfectly just now, but Bai Xiaofan's shot clearly seemed like a random attempt. A casual shot resulting in a three-pointer left Shan Liqui questioning his existence to some extent. From then on, every time Yama went up for a shot, Bai Xiaofan blocked it. Meanwhile, every shot Bai Xiaofan took was a three-pointer. The score quickly closed the gap. Before the halfway mark, Bai Xiaofan had already closed the gap to 48 points.
With another three-pointer, the score began to skyrocket.
The momentum seemed to shift entirely in Bai Xiaofan's favor, with the ball swishing through the net time and again.
The gap between Bai Xiaofan and Shan Liqui widened steadily.
When the game ended, Bai Xiaofan glanced at the scoreboard nearby.
There it stood in bold, 150-50. Oh my, what a slip-up, he'd accidentally scored 150 points. How careless. Yama glared at Bai Xiaofan with fury.
150-50, he'd just lost 100 million. Yamashiro seethed with hatred. Why had he ever agreed to this bet with Bai Xiaofan? Just like that, 100 million was gone.
Young Master Shan, you're a man of standing. Surely you wouldn't go back on your word? Shan Liqui gritted his teeth.
He wanted to renege, but he couldn't beat Bai Xiaofan.
Brother Shan, why fear him? We'll just go back on our word. Hey, kid, who do you think you are, meddling in our brother Shan's business? Brother Shan, let's go. Kid, I'm warning you, don't get out of hand. Or else, I'll crack your skull open. Facing their insults, Bai Xiaofan didn't get angry.
Instead, he smiled at Shan Liqui. Shan Liqui swallowed hard, feeling utterly helpless. It seemed this man was courting death, and he couldn't stop him.
Seeing Shan Liqui remain silent, the others took it as tacit approval.
Their audacity grew, and they strode right up to Bai Xiaofan.
Hey, kid! We're talking to you. Can't you hear us?
One of them swung a punch straight at Bai Xiaofan's face, but Bai Xiaofan reached out and caught the fist. He stared at the man, his fingers tightening slightly.
The man's face turned pale.
He screamed and dropped to his knees. Seeing this, the others immediately swung their fists at Bai Xiaofan. In an instant, all of them were sent flying backward. Those nearby didn't even catch a glimpse of how Bai Xiaofan had acted. It seemed as though Bai Xiaofan had merely stood still, yet they were sent flying. After sending them flying, Bai Xiaofan looked down at the man kneeling on the ground, his face swollen and purple.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Next time your boss tells you not to fight, you better not fight.
If he had any confidence, he wouldn't have held back. Not acting means he couldn't beat me.
Then Bai Xiaofan kicked the man squarely in the gut, sending him crashing to the ground. Bai Xiaofan walked up to Shan Liqui, a benevolent smile spreading across his face.
Young Master Shan, he said, about this money, this thing, shouldn't we have a proper talk?
Shan Liqui swallowed hard, forcing a smile.
That's no problem at all. I'll transfer it to you right now. Brother Fan, give me your bank account details.
With each digit entered for the payment password, Shan Liqui felt as if a knife were slicing through his heart.
After the final digit was entered, Bai Xiaofan glanced at the balance in his account and smiled. Perfect. Young Master Shan, if there's another event like this next time, remember to call me.
With a flick of his finger, Bai Xiaofan motioned for Gu Yanyan and Fang Yaqi to follow him out. Approaching Liang Yunxiao, Bai Xiaofan fixed him with a mocking gaze.
Is this the backup you found? Not exactly impressive. Then Bai Xiaofan bumped into Liang Yunxiao's shoulder, knocking him flat on the ground. As Gu Yanyan and Fang Yaqi walked over, they glanced at Liang Yunxiao. Disgust was written all over Gu Yanyan's eyes. Liang Yunxiao slammed his fist into the ground. Damn Bai Xiaofan, how could this guy be so strong? Even if he felt resentful, there was nothing he could do. After all, even Shan Liqui dared not provoke Bai Xiaofan. Just as Liang Yunxiao was cursing under his breath while getting up, a large crowd suddenly appeared behind him. Liang Yunxiao turned to see the crowd and was utterly dumbfounded. Brother Shan, everyone, what's going on? Chapter 113, Memories. Gu Yanyan, who had come downstairs, now gazed at Bai Xiaofan with admiration in her eyes.
My goodness, Xiaofan, you're incredible.
You actually beat a pro player.
Bai Xiaofan chuckled. I was mainly watching his footwork at the start.
Something just felt off about his steps.
Later I realized he was doing it on purpose to provoke me. So in the second half, I stopped attacking and went for 3-pointers instead. That way, he couldn't close the gap. Bai Xiaofan made it sound simple, but Gu Yanyan knew deep down that pulling it off was anything but easy. At the very least, hitting 3-pointers with perfect accuracy was something few could manage. Let's head back. I'm starving after all this time. Just as Bai Xiaofan and the others were about to leave, a commotion erupted outside the entertainment club. A figure was flung out of the club, followed by a mob rushing out to beat him up.
Liang Yunxiao? Upon recognizing the beaten man's face, Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan froze in shock. Wasn't he Shan Liqui's friend? Why was he being beaten?
Shan Liqui emerged from the club, his gaze fixed on the battered Liang Yunxiao without a shred of pity.
Damn it, you bastard. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had to fork over 100 million. The more Shan Liqui thought about it, the angrier he became. He even walked right up and kicked Liang Yunxiao several times. What are you doing? Just then, Fang Yaqi suddenly shouted, rushing forward to shield Liang Yunxiao. The scene stunned everyone nearby. They froze, their eyes turning to Bai Xiaofan standing not far away. They could beat Liang Yunxiao senseless, but they wouldn't dare lay a finger on Fang Yaqi. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. Shan Liqui flashed a smile at Bai Xiaofan before leading his men away. Bai Xiaofan and Gu Yanyan walked over and helped Fang Yaqi to her feet.
Liang Yunxiao looked at Fang Yaqi, who had shielded him, his face filled with confusion as he climbed to his feet.
Put.
Liang Yunxiao pursed his lips.
Going back? I'll drive you home.
Bai Xiaofan and the others had no objections to this, since they didn't have a car yet.
Upon returning to Sui Zhuangyan's villa, Sui Zhuangyan and his two companions were drinking and chatting.
Spotting Bai Xiaofan and the others' return, the trio immediately pulled Bai Xiaofan and Liang Yunxiao over to join them in drinking.
Gu Yanyan and Fang Yaqi went upstairs. After closing the door, Gu Yanyan asked, "What's your problem? After what Liang Yunxiao said about you, how can you still defend him?" Fang Yaqi remained silent, her gaze drifting toward a photograph placed nearby. Gu Yanyan walked over and picked up the photo. It showed a little boy and a little girl. Gu Yanyan recognized the girl, it was Fang Yaqi.
But the boy. Don't tell me that little boy is Liang Yunxiao.
Fang Yaqi nodded. Gu Yanyan's face fell into a look of utter bewilderment.
She couldn't quite believe it, the person her sister had been waiting for all this time was Liang Yunxiao.
Wait, how can you be so sure? What if it's not Liang Yunxiao?
He has a scar on his wrist. Scars don't change as you get older.
Gu Yanyan thought carefully.
It seemed Liang Yunxiao did indeed have a scar on his wrist.
Gu Yanyan shook her head. Given Liang Yunxiao's personality, accepting Fang Yaqi would be quite a challenge. Longjiang City, Song Luan's villa.
Song Luan sat motionless in his chair, his expression blank as he watched Rose return alone.
Didn't I tell you not to lay a finger on Bai Wuchang? Why didn't you listen to me?
Song Luan's voice was utterly flat, so much so that no one could detect his anger. Yet it was precisely this calm tone that sent Rose's legs trembling, causing her to collapse to her knees.
Mr. Song, it was Hyamong and Nyoben.
They thought the white impermanence wasn't that strong, so.
Song Luan snorted coldly. Not as strong? I've already told you the white impermanence's power is nearly equal to mine. Not that strong? What a bunch of fools. Think they're invincible just because they have a little bit of power?
Song Luan rose to his feet, walked over to Rose, and slowly raised his hand. By now, beads of sweat had formed on Rose's forehead, and her eyes were filled with terror.
Galao stood by watching the scene unfold, making no move to intervene. He knew Song Luan was truly enraged. I'd love to kill you. Song Luan said coldly, but in the end, he lowered his hand. Forget it. Things have come to this point. There's no point in continuing. Let it be. Song Luan then returned to his seat, closing his eyes. Who knew what thoughts were swirling within his mind? Mr. Song. At that moment, a man holding a fan stepped forward from below. Du Xiaodu relayed the news. Bai Xiaofan had already left the Luo residence and was heading to Xiangcheng. Xiangcheng? Song Luan pondered for a moment before saying, Rose, this time I'm giving you a chance to atone for your sins. Here is a packet of muscle relaxing powder. Find an opportunity to slip it into Bai Xiaofan's food. But, Mr. Song, Bai Xiaofan is immune to all poisons. Won't using poison. Who said this is poison? Song Luan replied, to be precise, this is a type of anesthetic powder. Rose took the paralyzing powder from Song Luan, a smile spreading across her face. Rest assured, Mr. Song. This time, I will certainly fulfill my mission and complete the task. Song Luan waved her off, and Rose departed. After Rose departed, Song Luan rubbed his temples. Ah, this hastily assembled team just won't do. I still miss my own crew. Mr. Song. Galao suggested, why not recall your former subordinates from Eagle Nation? Song Luan shook his head. No need. It's just Bai Xiaofan's word it's not worth the trouble. Sooner or later, we'll have our showdown. In that battle, I want to see just how wide the gap between us truly is. Song Luan rose to his feet, his face flushed with the fervor of battle. Meanwhile, over at Bai Xiaofan's side, several men were already dead drunk. Gu Yanyan and Fang Yaqi carried the men into the house. When it came to Liang Yunxiao, Fang Yaqi looked at him, a flicker of hope flickering in her eyes. Seeing Fang Yaqi like this, Gu Yanyan sighed helplessly. Sometimes, what men want isn't a wise and capable partner, they just want a beautiful woman. Grandpa just mentioned he'll take us tomorrow to see the battlefields where the three of them fought before. That could be a chance for you and Liang Yunxiao to bond. Not a bad idea. Chapter 114, Going Out. The next day. Bai Xiaofan and his group sat in the car, completely bewildered, as Tang Wanxiu led them to a mountainous area. Seeing the scene before them, Sui Zhuanyan, Tang Wanxiu, and Liang Qingxi wore expressions of bitter disappointment. Back then, right here, we fought those guys. Ha! First battle ever, and old Liang got scared and collapsed. If I hadn't slapped him then, they would have finished him off. Sui Zhuanyan and the others reminisced about the past, while Gu Yanyan and Fang Yaqi listened patiently nearby. Liang Yunxiao felt nothing about these memories. Glancing around, his face suddenly lit up with surprise. Bai Xiaofan glanced at Liang Yunxiao but paid him no mind, instead following Gu Yanyan and the others. Hey, where's Yunxiao? Just as they were walking, Liang Qingxi suddenly asked. Everyone froze, then looked around carefully. It seemed Liang Yunxiao really wasn't in sight. I saw him heading that way just now, Bai Xiaofan said, pointing in a direction. Just as everyone turned to look, Liang Yunxiao walked over from a short distance away. Yunxiao, where'd you go? Seeing Liang Yunxiao like this, Liang Qingxi couldn't help but frown. Liang Yunxiao said nothing, merely standing there, his gaze appearing somewhat vacant. Alright, old Liang. The kid just wanted to wander off on his own. Do we really have to force him to stick with us? Sui Zhuanyan and Tang Wanxiu patted Liang Qingxi on the shoulder. Liang Qingxi said nothing and turned away. At noon, the group arrived at a restaurant to eat. Throughout this time, Liang Yunxiao remained silent, and neither Bai Xiaofan nor the others made any effort to engage him. Fang Yaqi wanted to talk to Liang Yunxiao, but his demeanor made her hesitate. The group ate and chatted, appearing quite cheerful. But just then, Sui Zhuanyan's face contorted with agony before he collapsed to the ground. Immediately after, Tang Wanxiu and Liang Qingxi both collapsed in agony, unable even to utter a sound. Grandpa! Grandpa Tang! Grandpa Liang! Witnessing this scene, panic spread across everyone's faces. Gu Yanyan and Fang Yaqi were about to help them up, but as soon as they stood, dizziness swept over them. Fang Yaqi and Gu Yanyan collapsed onto the ground, unable to move. What's happening? Bai Xiaofan frowned and stood up, but suddenly his expression changed drastically. He stumbled back a few steps, clutching his chest, before collapsing onto the ground. Liang Yunxiao watched the fallen figures, his eyes suddenly sharpening. Snapping back to reality, his face betrayed utter astonishment. What's happening? Grandfather, what's going on? Liang Yunxiao was about to go help Liang Qingxi. At that very moment, a figure appeared before the crowd. It seems Mr. Song's soft muscle powder truly worked. Even Bai Xiaofan fell victim to it. I never expected it to be you. Bai Xiaofan recognized the newcomer and a look of realization flashed across his face. The newcomer was none other than Rose, who now stood smiling at the figure sprawled on the ground. Hey, is this Mr. Liang? Sorry, I had no choice but to take action against you. Who the hell are you? Fix my grandfather now. Liang Yunxiao bellowed, punching Rose. Trash. Rose snorted coldly, grabbed Liang Yunxiao's wrist, and kicked him hard in the stomach. Liang Yunxiao's face swelled to the color of liver, and he lay on the ground. Rose stomped directly on Liang Yunxiao's body. Bai Xiaofan, didn't expect that, did you? You're immune to all poisons, yet you ended up falling victim to the soft bone powder. Indeed, I didn't expect it. Bai Xiaofan chuckled. I'm just curious, how did you manage it? You poisoned our food, but I tested it before eating, no poison was detected. Who said I poisoned your food? Rose sneered coldly, snapping her fingers. Liang Yunxiao froze, then abruptly stood up beside Rose, moving like a puppet. It's enchantment. Bai Xiaofan realized, I see. You used enchantment to control Liang Yunxiao. Who the hell are you? How dare you attack me? Believe me, I'll make sure you never leave Xiang City alive. Fang Yaqi shouted at Rose. Rose stared at Fang Yaqi, her eyes flashing with savage intent. I noticed you liked him, didn't I? Fine. I'll make him kill you with his own hands. With that, Rose snapped her fingers. Liang Yunxiao picked up a dagger from nearby and walked toward Fang Yaqi. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Gu Yanyan wanted to protect Fang Yaqi but couldn't move. Liang Yunxiao. Liang Yunxiao. Snap out of it, Liang Yunxiao. Gu Yanyan screamed from the side, but Liang Yunxiao's eyes were vacant, completely oblivious to her cries. Liang Yunxiao pinned Fang Yaqi down with his leg, then raised the dagger in his hand, poised to strike. At that very moment, a silver needle pierced Liang Yunxiao's neck. Ah! Liang Yunxiao cried out, his eyes regaining their clarity once more. What happened? Seeing Liang Yunxiao halt his actions, Rose frowned. Ugh, tell me, what's going on here? Bai Xiaofan shook his head and stood up from the ground. What? Seeing Bai Xiaofan rise, Rose's face flashed with alarm. Impossible. How could you possibly withstand the soft bone powder? That was just a tiny amount, it should have left you completely paralyzed. Bai Xiaofan glanced at Rose, a mocking expression crossing his face. Sorry, but this stuff has such a strong smell. I hadn't even eaten yet, and I could already smell it. Then Bai Xiaofan took out silver needles and inserted them into Gu Yanyan and the others. Gradually, Gu Yanyan and the others regained sensation in their limbs. Soon, they were able to stand up. Bai Xiaofan stared at Rose. This time, I won't let you off. Rose's expression changed instantly as she lunged backward, but Bai Xiaofan's speed surpassed hers. In an instant, Rose was flung back several meters. Bai Xiaofan launched a punch at her. Rose crossed her arms, but Bai Xiaofan's fist struck her arms, sending her crashing to the ground. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Rose flickered and charged toward Gu Yanyan and the others. Looking for trouble. Bai Xiaofan snorted coldly, flicking several silver needles from his hand. Just then, Rose's direction of advance began to shift. Before anyone could react, Rose had appeared behind Liang Yunxiao. Rose clamped her hand around Liang Yunxiao's throat, her voice icy. Bai Xiaofan, let me go. Or I'll kill him. Chapter 115, Striving Together. Bai Xiaofan regarded Rose impassively, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. I have to ask, don't you know he and I have issues? Why are you using him to threaten me? To be honest, if anyone here threatened me, I might consider it. But him? You can't intimidate me with him. Rose was taken aback. She shot Liang Yunxiao a furious glance. What a useless piece of trash. Rose kicked Liang Yunxiao aside, a throwing knife appearing in her hand as it flew toward him. Liang Yunxiao. At that moment, Fang Yaqi let out a cry and stepped directly in front of Liang Yunxiao. The dagger pierced Fang Yaqi's body, blood immediately flowing from her flesh. Bai Xiaofan flicked a silver needle, which shot through the air and pierced Rose's forehead. My granddaughter. Seeing Fang Yaqi injured, Sui Zhuanyan's heart shattered. He rushed over in panic. Liang Yunxiao was stunned. His face was etched with shock as he stared at Fang Yaqi. Quick, call an ambulance. Sui Zhuanyan shouted, and Tang Wanqiu immediately called the hospital. Bai Xiaofan approached Fang Yaqi, placed his hand on her pulse, then took out silver needles and began acupuncture treatment. This. Seeing Bai Xiaofan actually skilled in medicine, Sui Zhuanyan's face also showed surprise. I can stop the bleeding, but we still need to wait for the doctors. Everyone, please step back and let her breathe freely. The crowd dispersed. Fang Yaqi lay across Liang Yunxiao's lap, while Liang Yunxiao gazed at her, lost in thought. Under Bai Xiaofan's treatment, Fang Yaqi's bleeding stopped. Soon after, the ambulance arrived and transported Fang Yaqi to the hospital. While the others headed to the hospital, Bai Xiaofan approached Rose's body. He took out a silver needle and pricked Rose's neck. Soon, her body began to wither and shrink. Just as I expected. Bai Xiaofan pursed his lips. Just as I expected. She was nothing more than an old woman. Bai Xiaofan stood up, scanned the surroundings, and then shouted loudly. I don't know who you are, but tell your boss this, Bai Xiaofan will find him sooner or later. Inside the hospital, everyone gathered outside the operating room. Liang Yunxiao crouched on the ground, his eyes vacant. For a moment, no one could tell what he was thinking. Why? Liang Yunxiao asked, why protect me? I said such awful things. You want to know why? Gu Yanyan approached Liang Yunxiao. Do you remember this photo? Gu Yanyan handed her phone to Liang Yunxiao. He took it was the very photo from Fong Yaqi's room earlier. As the image filled his vision, a flood of memories surged through Liang Yunxiao's mind. He swallowed hard, glancing at the photo and then at the operating room door. Is it her? Liang Yunxiao could scarcely believe it. His childhood sweetheart was Fong Yaqi. Back then, Liang Yunxiao never knew Fong Yaqi's name, only that she was Sui Zhuangyan's granddaughter. Compounded by their age difference, Fong Yaqi had always claimed to be 3 years younger than him. Consequently, Liang Yunxiao had mistakenly believed her to be Du Yanyan, which explained why he had agreed to the blind date arranged by Liang Chengxi. But why? The ages didn't add up. Wasn't Fong Yaqi 3 years younger than me? Gu Yanyan looked at Liang Yunxiao, her face etched with helplessness. Are you stupid? Xiaoqi is only 1 year younger than me. How could she be 3 years younger than you? She lied, that's why. Ha? Why would she lie? Liang Yunxiao asked in confusion. Why didn't she just tell me? She told me that you wouldn't accept her like this. You're so outstanding, and she feels completely unworthy of you. If she told you, it would only tarnish the image she has in your mind, so she saw no point in saying anything. Now Liang Yunxiao finally understood. He finally grasped the whole truth. A bitter expression spread across Liang Yunxiao's face. He never imagined he'd treated Fong Yaqi so badly. This time, I hope you'll sincerely apologize to Xiaoqi. Last time, she was heartbroken for a long time. Soon, the lights outside the operating room went out, and Fong Yaqi was wheeled out by the nurses. As soon as Fong Yaqi emerged, Sui Zhuangyan and the others immediately surrounded her. Rest assured, old Sui, the surgery went smoothly. The key factor was that someone applied excellent hemostasis right after the young lady was injured. Otherwise, the procedure wouldn't have gone so well. Sui Zhuangyan was deeply moved. Looking at Fong Yaqi, he was practically moved to tears. Liang Yunxiao and Gu Yanyan also approached Fong Yaqi. Liang Yunxiao looked at her, his face etched with complex emotions. Why are you crying? Fong Yaqi laughed. I'm fine. I'm fat. That knife didn't hurt at all. Shut up. Gu Yanyan said, you're not fat. You can lose weight, really. After Fong Yaqi was wheeled into the hospital room, Gu Yanyan had intended to stay and care for her. But Liang Yunxiao firmly insisted he would be the one to care for her. This left Sui Zhuangyan, Tang Wanqiu, and Liang Chengxi utterly baffled. They knew Liang Yunxiao best. He was an absolute visualist. His girlfriends were either internet celebrities or models, yet here he was volunteering to care for Fong Yaqi. The three elders' faces lit up with relief before they departed together. After they departed, Bai Xiaofan hurried over. Is everything okay? Bai Xiaofan approached Gu Yanyan and asked. Gu Yanyan nodded, gesturing toward the hospital room. Liang Yunxiao sat beside Fong Yaqi, feeding her while chatting with her. Hey, what do you think they're talking about? Gu Yanyan asked. Could it be some secret talk? You idiot, why are you putting so much effort into someone like me? Is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. I promised you I'd protect you, and I intend to keep my word. Gu Yanyan stared blankly at Bai Xiaofan, as if saying, you've got this talent too? Bai Xiaofan chuckled softly, glancing inside as he continued translating. Enough. From now on, I don't need your protection. From now on, I'll protect you. But I also need to admit something to you. I'm a visualist. So I can't go against who I am. I'm sorry, A hint of sadness flickered in Fong Yaqi's eyes. So, I hope I can accompany you on your weight loss journey. I hope through our joint efforts, you can return to your original self. Xiaoqi, I want to walk this path with you. Will you join me? Chapter 116, Silver Moon in the Sky. In a tavern in Daochang. A down-and-out man held a glass, downing drink after drink. His face radiated desolation. Though barely in his 20s, his stubble had grown thick and untamed. Hey, isn't that Guoming, the eldest son of the Guo family? Just then, a mocking voice cut through the air. Guoming lifted his eyelids, saw the approaching figure, but said nothing, continuing to drink alone. The man sat down before Guoming and chuckled. Guoming, what's gotten into you? I hear your father disinherited you? Guoming smiled but remained silent. The man, undeterred by his lack of response, picked up a bottle of wine. You're nothing but a useless now, right? I could help you out. Care to hear what I have to say? You? Guoming sneered coldly. You can help me? Han Bing, let me ask you what gives you the right to help me? None of your business. You fancy Luo Shui, don't you? You've set your sights on Lu Yueya, haven't you? I can help you with both. All you have to do is lure Bai Xiaofan out. All you have to do is let my men kill Bai Xiaofan. Then you can have whatever you want. Guoming stared at Han Bing before him. The look in his eyes felt sincere. Your Han family is nothing but a second-rate clan in my Daocheng. What gives you the right to demand this? Believe it or not, if I choose to, my Han family could easily overthrow the Guos and become the top clan in Daocheng. Are you kidding me? Guoming laughed bitterly at Han Bing's audacity. The top family in Daocheng? You think that's something you can just pluck from a field? Han Bing shrugged. He knew Guoming would never believe him, but it was the truth. Fine. I'll agree to your terms. Guoming said, but you must restore me as the Guo family's eldest son. That's certainly possible. Han Bing extended his hand. Well then, young Master Guo, we'll see about that. After Bai Xiaofan returned to Fancheng, he stayed at the Luo residence and learned to drive during that time. Of course, since Luo Shui taught Bai Xiaofan racing techniques, his driving could be described as reckless and wild. Since both the Lu and Luo families had simultaneously taken over all of the Hua family's assets, both clans were extremely busy. This left them no time to pay attention to Bai Xiaofan and his group, allowing them to run even wilder. Beyond honing his driving skills under Luo Shui's tutelage, Bai Xiaofan devoted himself to teaching martial arts to Luo Shui and Lu Yuegua. Earlier, Luo Shui and Lu Yueya had defeated Hua Du together, proving the effectiveness of their training. But teaming up alone wasn't enough. Bai Xiaofan believed that, at the very least, the two of them needed to surpass Hua Du in strength. Days passed, and the training regimen for Bai Xiaofan and his companions would continue for a long time yet. During this period, Ouyang Jing was sought out by a peculiar individual. One day, Ouyang Jing was strolling around Daoao. She had enjoyed a few comfortable days thanks to Guoming. But Guoming quickly dumped her. With no other choice, Ouyang Jing turned her attention elsewhere. After being Guoming's woman for a while, Ouyang Jing seemed to look down on others. She began to feel, to some extent, that no one else was good enough for her. She insisted on a man like Guoming, a first-rate young master from a prominent family. Thus, Ouyang Jing remained single until now, hoping to test her luck by visiting Dao Lai. But today, while dining at Dao, a man sat down before her. Sorry, I'm already taken. Ouyang Jing didn't even lift her eyelids, assuming it was just another guy asking for her contact info. But the man didn't leave. Ouyang Jing frowned and looked up. When she saw who it was, a look of surprise flashed across Ouyang Jing's face. Guoming? Ouyang Jing hadn't expected Guoming to be the one who showed up. But the Guoming standing before her now bore no resemblance to the spirited young man of the past. He had become a down-and-out middle-aged man. Long time no see. Guoming flashed Ouyang Jing a smile. What? Surprised to see me? Ha, the Guo family's golden boy, huh? What's up? You left so gracefully back, then what do you want from me now? Guoming shook his head. Leaving gracefully back then doesn't mean I won't return. After all, there's still someone I care about in Fancheng. Ouyang Jing pursed his lips. Don't you dare. I couldn't bear it. Save that talk for someone else. Seeing Ouyang Jing's reaction, Guoming offered no further explanation, merely murmuring softly. Who I say it to doesn't matter. What matters is whether the listener chooses to believe it. Anyway, I'm back. Watching Guoming like this, Ouyang Jing shook his head helplessly, lost in his own thoughts. That night, Ouyang Jing and Guoming had another deep conversation. In bed, Guoming embraced Ouyang Jing and said, Hey, I heard you've been getting closer to Lu Yueya lately? Not really. Ouyang Jing replied, It's only eased up compared to before. What are you getting at? Ah, the Lu family has expanded their foreign trade routes, right? In all of Fancheng, only the Luo family and the Lu family are doing this. My Guo family intends to partner with the Lius to open up this foreign trade route together. Partner with the Lius? Ouyang Jing frowned. Why not approach the Luo family? The Luo family's influence is too great. If we partner with them, they'll definitely take the lion's share. The Lu family, after all, are newcomers. Whatever profits we get, it'll be a 50-50 split, or even better, we could end up with the bigger portion. Of course, I can't say exactly what's going on, but I can tell you it's a win-win situation. Ouyang Jing nodded in agreement after hearing Guoming's words. This matter was indeed a good thing. Rest assured, once this is settled, I'll give you a share. At the very least, you'll never have to worry about wealth and luxury for the rest of your life. A smile spread across Ouyang Jing's face at Guoming's words. Why didn't you say so earlier? Alright, I'll have Lu Yueya come out for you tomorrow. Guoming smiled, planted a kiss on Ouyang Jing, and the two resumed their passionate embrace. Meanwhile, in Longjiang City, a woman stood before Song Luan. Inuit, this time you must cooperate with Han Bing and ensure Bai Xiaofan is killed. The woman, Inu, glanced at Song Luan before turning her gaze to Han Bing standing nearby. I can handle this alone. Why do I need anyone else? Bai Xiaofan is formidable. You might not be his match. Better to have backup. Hoof. Inu snorted coldly, then we'll see who's stronger, him or me. With that, Inu turned and walked away. Watching Inu's retreating figure, Song Luan shook his head helplessly. Mr. Song, who is she? How can she be so arrogant? Han Bing asked from the side. One of the 7 shadow assassins, Silver Moon under the sky. She once wiped out 5 entire families overnight, leaving no survivors. Chapter 117, The Banquet of Hongmen. After a night of intimacy, Ouyang Jing once again immersed herself in the blissful life she shared with Guoming. Unaware that Guoming was no longer the Guo family's eldest son, Ouyang Jing continued to daydream. She fantasized about marrying into the Gua family one day, becoming the eldest mistress of the Gua household. Yet Guoming's heart remained fixated on obtaining Lu Yueya and Luo Shui, and reclaiming his position as the eldest son. After spending the day with Guoming, Ouyang Jing dialed Lu Yueya's number. After discussing matters with Lu Yueya, Ouyang Jing hung up. Yueya said she'd come over shortly. Let me tell you, the Lu family's influence is no small matter now. You'd better be careful. Guoming nodded. Hearing that Yueya was coming, a mischievous smile spread across his face. At that moment, Lu Yuegua was dining with Bai Xiaofan and the others at the Luo residence. After receiving Ouyang Jing's call, a look of confusion crossed her face. Ouyang Jing said he had good news to share and wanted me to come over immediately. Want me to drive you over? Bai Xiaofan asked while eating. Probably not. Ouyang Jing likely needs to discuss something with me. After giving a brief explanation, Lu Yuegua stood up and left. Shortly after Lu Yueya departed, Du Xiaodu pulled out his phone nearby and relayed the movements of Bai Xiaofan and the others back to his base. Upon receiving news that Lu Yuya had departed, Song Luan relayed the information to Han Bing. Looks like we can close the net. Han Bing smiled, waved his hand, and his men, armed with real guns, surrounded the restaurant. When Lu Yueya arrived at the restaurant, black gun barrels were pointed directly at her. Unaware of the danger, Lu Yueya made her way to the private room where Ouyang Jing was seated. As she entered, Ouyang Jing took her hand and led her inside. Hey, what's this all about? You've got me curious. Lu Yueya chuckled. Actually, it wasn't me who called you. Ouyang Jing explained, Guoming wanted to see you. As Ouyang Jing finished speaking, Guoming walked in. When Lu Yueya saw Guoming, her expression changed instantly, and a look of wariness flashed in her eyes. Don't worry, Ouyang Jing reassured her. Guoming is here to discuss a cooperation agreement with your Lu family. Cooperation? Hearing Ouyang Jing's words, Lu Yueya furrowed her brows, her guard dropping considerably. Guoming walked up to Ouyang Jing with a smile, then abruptly shoved him aside. Lu Yueya, you're becoming more and more beautiful. Guoming chuckled, I find myself liking you more and more. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing's face clouded with confusion. He stood up and positioned himself in front of Lu Yueya. Stop it, Guoming. What are you doing? Ouyang Jing shouted loudly, didn't you say you came to discuss cooperation? Guoming glanced at Ouyang Jing and sneered coldly. Cooperation? Yeah, let's have a little physical cooperation. Ha! Lu Yueya, do you know how much I adore you? Today, I'll finally have you. As he spoke, Guoming began advancing toward Lu Yueya. Yueya, run! Ouyang Jing shoved Guoming aside and grabbed Lu Yueya, trying to pull her away. They reached the door, but when they tried to open it, they discovered it had been locked from the inside. Guoming chuckled darkly, stood up, grabbed Ouyang Jing by the hair, and slammed her to the ground. You! Ouyang Jing struggled to rise from the floor, but Guoming delivered a brutal kick straight to his stomach. Ouyang Jing clutched his stomach, staring at Guoming with utter despair etched across his face. Guoming grinned as he walked toward Lu Yueya. Seeing him approach, Lu Yueya formed a palm with one hand. Her palm slashed across Guoming's neck, followed by a kick to his stomach. Guoming staggered back in pain, but having trained for some time, his ability to withstand blows was formidable. Oh? So you've learned a few moves, have you? Guoming chuckled, immediately clamping his hand around Lu Yueya's throat. Lu Yueya's expression changed as she tried to fight back, only to be thrown to the ground by Guoming. Guoming, you bastard! Why did you lie to me? Ouyang Jing yelled from the ground. Why should I tell you? What difference does it make if I lied? Guoming roared with laughter, you worthless woman, what do you think you are? I was just playing with you, just wanting some pleasure. Without another word to Ouyang Jing, Guoming hoisted Lu Yueya onto his shoulder and strode into another room within the private suite. Ouyang Jing watched helplessly, wanting to save Lu Yueya but unable to stand. Helpless, Ouyang Jing pulled out her phone and dialed Bai Xiaofan's number. Bai Xiaofan was lying in bed resting when the call came in. The moment he answered, his temper flared instantly. How dare you lay a finger on my fifth senior sister? Bai Xiaofan roared, punching his bedroom door to smithereens. Luo Shui, who had heard the commotion, rushed out and froze upon seeing Bai Xiaofan in such a rage. Something happened to fifth sister? Luo Shui frowned. Hurry up, get in the car. I'll take you wherever she is. With Luo Shui driving at breakneck speed, Bai Xiaofan reached the restaurant where Lu Yueya was staying within minutes. Wait for me here. Bai Xiaofan gave the instruction before entering the restaurant. The moment he stepped inside, the restaurant doors slammed shut. Armed men suddenly appeared all around. Bai Xiaofan. At that moment, a man stepped forward. What a coincidence. I've heard your name for ages but never had the chance to meet you. Bai Xiaofan looked at the man before him and said, Oh my, seems my reputation has grown quite large? The man smiled and said, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Bing, an associate of Mr. Song Luan. Today, Mr. Bai Xiaofan, you will die here. Any last words? You think they can kill me? Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly, his figure vanishing in an instant. Attack!
Han Bing shouted, and all the lights in the room went out, plunging the restaurant into darkness.
Bai Xiaofan approached Han Bing, poised to strike. At that very moment, Han Bing unexpectedly took several steps back, evading Bai Xiaofan's attack.
Bai Xiaofan frowned, then noticed Han Bing was wearing a pair of peculiar glasses.
What was that? As Bai Xiaofan pondered, gunfire erupted from all around.
Bai Xiaofan vanished again, yet these people seemed to see him as if he were visible. Frowning, Bai Xiaofan slipped on his knuckle dusters, ducked behind a pillar, and slowly closed his eyes. As the gunfire gradually ceased, a golden glow appeared in Bai Xiaofan's eyes.
Ha, looks like I've finally arrived my territory. Chapter 118, 8th Senior Sister.
The night was a playground for assassins, and for Bai Xiaofan, the darkness was his camouflage. His figure flickered constantly, moving through the darkness. With every move he made, another body fell to the ground.
Gunfire couldn't touch Bai Xiaofan.
Amidst the chaos, friendly fire was all too common. Han Bing panicked as his men dwindled.
He scrambled to hide beneath a table. Just then, lights flashed on, revealing Bai Xiaofan standing amidst the chaos.
Their guns were all pointed at each other.
Bai Xiaofan looked at them, a faint smile playing on his lips. Bastard!
You bastard! Han Bing snapped, grabbing a gun and unleashing a hail of bullets at Bai Xiaofan.
Bai Xiaofan leapt up, dodging Han Bing's attack, then drove a silver needle into Han Bing's neck.
Han Bing collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, the others abandoned their firearms and drew daggers. One man charged forward, slashing his dagger down toward Bai Xiaofan's head.
Bai Xiaofan seized the man's wrist, wrenching it violently.
The man screamed as the dagger slipped from his grasp. Bai Xiaofan seized the dagger and swung it, slashing the man's throat cleanly. Then, facing the others charging toward him, Bai Xiaofan showed no fear. His figure flickered as he weaved through the crowd. Soon, all of them lay motionless on the ground, their lives extinguished. After dealing with them, Bai Xiaofan advanced toward the second floor, dagger in hand. At the stairwell entrance, he encountered several more of Han Bing's men, but Bai Xiaofan dealt with them all.
Upon reaching the second floor, the corridor was pitch black. As Bai Xiaofan walked through it, he suddenly sensed danger. His eyes glowed gold as he scanned the surroundings, yet he saw no one. Suddenly, Bai Xiaofan felt the hairs on his body stand on end. He spun around and swung his blade. His blade met only air. Just as Bai Xiaofan frowned in confusion, he instinctively ducked forward. Behind him, a figure materialized only to vanish instantly. Who? Bai Xiaofan spun around violently, but saw no one who had struck. He knew immediately that the attacker was a master. Bai Xiaofan slowly backed away, his eyes darting around the room, searching for the assassin's position. What puzzled Bai Xiaofan was that his golden eyes had never failed him before. Why? Could it be? Bai Xiaofan pondered. If not for that, then it must be because of. Just then, Silver Moon reappeared behind Bai Xiaofan, slashing his blade toward the young man's throat. The blade swept cleanly across Bai Xiaofan's neck, yet not a single drop of blood appeared. After image? Inu froze for a split second, but without pausing, vanished once more. The next instant, Bai Xiaofan's fist struck out only to punch thin air. Bai Xiaofan frowned, somewhat taken aback.
He hadn't expected the assassin he encountered this time to be this formidable.
With such prowess, Song Luan must have enlisted even more formidable reinforcements to deal with me.
Perhaps for Song Luan, seeing his men fall one after another at Bai Xiaofan's hands. Their relationship had become extremely delicate.
The current Song Luan simply wanted Bai Xiaofan dead.
He sensed that if Bai Xiaofan remained alive, his subsequent plans would face significant obstacles. Bai Xiaofan and Inu clashed relentlessly in the darkness, their battle producing only streaks of sparks in the blackness. So powerful. Inu sensed Bai Xiaofan's power and finally understood why Song Luan had claimed she was no match for him. As an assassin, her abilities were amplified exponentially in the darkness. Yet Bai Xiaofan, not a killer, fought her to a standstill in the darkness. This forced Inu to take Bai Xiaofan seriously. Likewise, a fierce determination flashed in her eyes. So strong. Indeed, my prepared prey. Inu continued her assault, her form flickering incessantly. Outside, the moon slowly transformed into a full orb, its surface gradually radiating a silvery glow. The light expanded, illuminating the interior of the inn. Kid, try this move of mine, Silver Moon Flash. Silver Moon shouted, her form dissolving into a streak of light before vanishing. When Silver Moon reappeared, she was already before Bai Xiaofan, swinging her blade at him. Bai Xiaofan quickly sidestepped to evade, but Silver Moon still managed to slice off a large chunk of his hair. A look of surprise flashed across Bai Xiaofan's face. When he looked back at the moon, it had already returned to normal. Control the moon? Bai Xiaofan frowned. No, this must be an illusion created for me. Shaking his head, Bai Xiaofan exhaled deeply and adjusted his grip on the dagger in his hand. Too bad I didn't bring that sword. Still, this will do. Bai Xiaofan exhaled deeply, then slowly began to swing the dagger in his hand.
Now, in his hand, it was no longer a dagger, but a knife. Why did this movement feel so familiar? Inu frowned upon seeing Bai Xiaofan's technique. But she didn't dwell on it, continuing her attack as her form once again blurred into a streak of light. Bai Xiaofan carefully sensed the fluctuations of energy around him. Soon, he opened his eyes. This is the place. Bai Xiaofan shouted, swinging his dagger to unleash a blade chi. Inu darted aside at the last moment, the blade's edge missing her nose by mere millimeters. This guy. Silver Moon gasped for breath. Had she not reacted quickly just now, she would have been finished? Yet, as Inu pondered, Bai Xiaofan's voice suddenly echoed behind her. Hey, don't get distracted. Or else, I'll catch you. Silver Moon's hair stood on end instantly. He spun around and slashed out, but Bai Xiaofan grabbed his wrist. Inu frowned. As an assassin, her hands were now bound. This guy. Inu silently berated herself for carelessness. She'd instinctively swung her arm. Once her arms were seized, her speed could no longer be her advantage. For an assassin, close combat skills weren't strong. Having an arm seized was essentially a death sentence. Silver Moon's expression hardened. She refused to accept defeat. Instead, she swung her other arm, slashing at Bai Xiaofan with her blade. Bai Xiaofan instantly seized Inu's other wrist with the hand already gripping her arm. Restricted by Bai Xiaofan, anger flared across Inu's face. She swung her long leg, aiming a kick at Bai Xiaofan's stomach. Bai Xiaofan wrapped his arms around her long leg and chuckled. Eighth senior sister, are you trying to murder me? Chapter 119, Bai Xiaofan's Rage. Bai Xiaofan's words startled Inu. She lifted her head, her face filled with confusion as she stared at him. Eighth senior sister? What are you talking about? Inu kicked Bai Xiaofan in the chest with her other leg, creating some distance between them. Eighth senior sister, how could you forget? I'm the little white rabbit. Bai Xiaofan said. Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan call himself a little white rabbit, Inu's face flashed a look of surprise. You, what do you know? But Inu still found it hard to believe that Bai Xiaofan was her junior disciple. Sai, you see, you still don't believe me. Let me remind you, the nameless Taoist on Qingbai Mountain. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Inu's face showed deep astonishment. Bai Xiaofan had 8 senior sisters, among whom the 8th senior sister, Inu, was the youngest. 8th senior sister had also inherited the nameless Taoist's assassination techniques, making her one of the few among the senior sisters who possessed martial arts skills. It was precisely because of the assassination techniques she had cultivated under the nameless Taoist that Inu's reputation in the assassin world was exceptionally formidable. Her name easily ranked among the top 10 on the assassin leaderboard. I never expected to run into you here? Wait, aren't you supposed to be up on the mountain? By now, Inu had dropped all caution and stepped right up to Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan chuckled. My master told me to come down the mountain and find my senior sisters. I found 4th senior sister and 5th senior sister. 4th sister and 5th sister. Inu paused, then laughed. Right, they're in Fancheng. I'd completely forgotten. Who would have thought that the white ghost who's been giving Songluan such headaches is actually my junior brother? What a small world. Inu felt immense joy. Ever since becoming an assassin, she had largely abandoned all emotion. Only when she was with her fellow sisters did any emotion stir within her heart. But now, upon seeing Bai Xiaofan, Inu felt an inexplicable wave of warmth wash over her. Just then, Bai Xiaofan suddenly spoke up. Oh no, senior sister. 5th senior sister is in danger. Inu froze, then pointed ahead. I saw her inside earlier. My fault for not looking closely enough. Inu sighed. She didn't care about the mission itself, she only cared about who she needed to kill. Thus, when Lu Yuegua and Ouyang Jing entered the private room, Inu didn't even notice them. The two hurried to the private room door, and Bai Xiaofan kicked it open with one foot. The moment he entered, Bai Xiaofan spotted Ouyang Jing lying unconscious on the floor. Approaching Ouyang Jing, Bai Xiaofan said. 4th senior sister, watch over her for me. I'm going to rescue 5th senior sister. With that, Bai Xiaofan dashed to the door of the inner room and kicked it open. Inside the room, Guoming had already stripped off his clothes, while Lu Yueya on the bed struggled fiercely. The door burst open. Guoming turned his head and froze instantly when he saw Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan. Guoming instinctively tried to flee, but Bai Xiaofan delivered a direct kick to his chest. Guoming spat blood and crashed to the floor. Bai Xiaofan rushed to the bed and pulled Lu Yueya into his arms. Little junior brother. Lu Yueya looked terrified, clinging tightly to Bai Xiaofan, refusing to let go for a long time. Bai Xiaofan gently patted Lu Yueya's back and whispered softly. Don't worry, senior sister. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Bai Xiaofan looked at Lu Yueya's clothing. Had he arrived any later, Lu Yueya might truly have. The thought filled Bai Xiaofan with even greater fury, and he turned his gaze toward Guoming. Guoming lay sprawled on the ground, spewing blood continuously. Bai Xiaofan's kick had shattered his ribs. Little junior brother. At that moment, Inu supported Ouyang Jing, who had recovered, as they walked in. 5th senior sister. Bai Xiaofan said, 8th senior sister is here. Don't worry, 8th senior sister is here too. 8th sister. Upon seeing Inue, Lu Yuya ran crying to her side and threw her arms around her. 8th senior sister, go outside. 4th senior sister is waiting for us out there. I'll deal with this guy. Inu led Lu Yuegua and Ouyang Jing out of the room. Bai Xiaofan stared coldly at Guoming. Bai Xiaofan, don't come any closer. I'm the eldest son of the Guo family. I'm the eldest son of the Guo family. Amidst waves of agonized screams, Guoming's voice gradually faded away. By the time Bai Xiaofan exited the restaurant, not a single living soul remained inside. Back in the car, Bai Xiaofan and the others first took Ouyang Jing home. Today's events had deeply affected him. After seeing Ouyang Jing home, the group returned to the Luo residence. Inu and Luo Shui escorted Lu Yueya to her room. It would likely take her quite some time to recover from today's events. After settling Lu Yueya, Bai Xiaofan and the others stepped into the courtyard. Luo Shui looked at Inu. 8th brother, it's been ages since we last met. How did you run into our junior brother? Bai Xiaofan recounted how he had encountered Inu. When Bai Xiaofan revealed that Inu was the assassin sent to kill him, Luo Shui's jaw dropped. I never imagined my target would be junior brother. Junior brother, how did you end up at odds with Songluan? Who knows? Maybe I just ruined his plans. Bai Xiaofan shrugged. Speaking of which, 8th senior sister, what's the deal with this Songluan? What kind of organization are you guys part of? How do I explain this to you? Our organization is called Ming, a transnational network spanning multiple countries. We have branches in most nations across the world today, with operatives stationed in numerous countries. As for Songluan, he's the son of Ming's leader. This time, he was sent to Longwei for some training. Then, Inue took Bai Xiaofan's hand. Little junior brother, though Ming has clear factional divisions internally. I must warn you, Songluan is formidable. Even I cannot match him. I know you're powerful too, but you must be extremely cautious. Bai Xiaofan nodded. I know, 8th senior sister. So, 8th senior sister, where are you heading now? The mission failed, so we'll just head back. That means accepting punishment. What else can we do? 8th senior sister, why not stay a few days? It's been ages since we last met. Yeah, 8th sister, you should stay for a few days. It's been ages since 5th and I last saw you. Hearing Luo Shui and Bai Xiaofan's invitation, Inue smiled. After all these years of wandering, it really was time to find a moment to rest. Inue smiled and nodded. Alright then. I'll stay and spend some quality time with my little junior brother. Chapter 120, The Elder Buries the Younger. Night. Inue stood on the rooftop, gazing at the moon in the sky, a hint of hope flickering across her face. As if remembering something, Inu whistled softly. A carrier pigeon flew to her side. Inu tied a letter to the pigeon's leg before releasing it into the night sky. Just as Inu finished these actions, a figure appeared behind her. Who would have thought that the mighty Inu would betray us? Turning around, Inu saw a slender figure, none other than Du Xiaodu, who had been lurking within the Luo family all along. Seeing Du Xiaodu, Inu frowned. Old Du? What are you doing here? Are you spying? Du Xiaodu snorted coldly. This mission's failure, I suppose, is due to your last-minute defection. Do you know what happens to those who betray us? What happens to those who betray Ming? I have never betrayed Ming. Inue said, I was no match for Bai Xiaofan. I couldn't stop him. Bai Xiaofan is my junior disciple. I would never kill him. Even if you report this to the leader, it won't change a thing. Du Xiaodu glared at Inu, slowly raising his hand as a chilling aura emanated from his body. Seeing Du Xiaodu's movement, Inu's expression turned grave as she drew her blade from her waist. Just as Inu thought Du Xiaodu was about to strike, Du Xiaodu suddenly withdrew all his energy. Forget it. He's your junior disciple, you can't kill him. You didn't do anything wrong. Let it be. But from now on, you must not carry out any missions against Bai Xiaofan, nor can you interfere with ours. Don't think I won't touch you just because that old codger Meng Qianlu is backing you. With that, Du Xiaodu turned and left. Watching him depart, a cold smile flickered across Inue's face. Put. If you weren't afraid of Meng Qianlu, would you even let me leave here alive today? For the next few days, Inu stayed at the Luo residence. Her presence brought joy to Bai Xiaofan and the others. It was also through her help during these days that Lu Yuegua finally emerged from her shadows. Seeing Lu Yueya like this, Bai Xiaofan felt helpless. Her temperament clearly showed she wasn't suited for martial arts. It seemed he needed to try a different approach. Since external cultivation wasn't working, perhaps he could shift directly to internal cultivation? Bai Xiaofan recalled his master's words, some individuals could bypass external cultivation and directly master internal cultivation. But such a path existed only in legend. Bai Xiaofan had no way of knowing if it was truly possible. Fansheng, Guo Family Manor. At that moment, Guo Xiaoqiu was discussing the Guo family's recent developments with his subordinates. Guo Ming's one-time expenditure of 2 billion yuan had caused funding shortages across many of the Guo family's operations. To minimize losses, Guo Xiaoqiu had no choice but to adjust the family's investment strategies, striving for maximum stability. Just then, a young man approached Guo Xiaoqiu, his face betraying a look of distress. Bai Jia, what's the matter? Seeing Bai Jia's expression, Guo Xiaoqiu also frowned. Master Guo, we just received the latest news: the eldest young master has been killed in Fancheng. In an instant, Guo Xiaoqiu felt as if his head might explode. He sprang to his feet, only to collapse back down onto the seat. Master! Those around him shouted in alarm at the scene. Guo Xiaoqiu waved his hand, dismissing them. Now, only Guo Baijie remained in the room. Who killed my son? Guo Xiaoqiu clutched his head. Who killed my son? Master Guo, based on the eldest young master's recent itinerary, he must have been killed by Bai Xiaofan. Guo Baijie recounted Guo Ming's recent activities in detail. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaoqiu's anger flared. Though he had always been strict with Guo Ming, and the position of eldest master could be stripped away at any moment. But in truth, Guo Xiaoqiu had always cherished Guo Ming deeply, constantly dispatching Guo Baijie to protect him in secret. Yet, just when Guo Xiaoqiu needed Guo Baijie for an important task, Guo Ming met his end. Bai Xiaofan, that bastard dared to kill my son. Guo Xiaoqiu roared in fury. He had always believed that letting Guo Ming face challenges on his own would be beneficial, so he had left him to fend for himself. Never did he imagine that this very decision would cost him his son, forcing him to bury his child before his own time. Very well, very well. Bai Xiaofan. I will kill you. I will kill you. Guo Xiaoqiu roared, turning to Guo Baijie. Find me assassins. I will kill Bai Xiaofan. I'll make him pay for my son's life. I'll tear Bai Xiaofan limb from limb. Master. Guo Baijie said, have you forgotten that even when the eldest master spent 100 million, he couldn't? Now hiring assassins is just a waste of money, it won't work. Guo Xiaoqiu collapsed onto the ground, despair etched across his face. If even assassins are useless, does that mean there's truly no way to avenge my son? Master Guo, there is actually one more option. Guo Baijie said, isn't Bai Xiaofan close to the Luo and Lu families? We could target the Lu family directly. If we hire skilled operatives to strike against them, Bai Xiaofan would never suspect it. While this wouldn't kill him, it would surely make Bai Xiaofan feel guilty. Hearing Guo Baijie's words, Guo Xiaoqiu nodded, tacitly approving her plan. This was the only option left now. Guo Xiaoqiu covered his eyes, struggling to hold back the tears welling up. His hatred for Bai Xiaofan had reached its peak. He now wished for Bai Xiaofan's death more than anything. But just then, a man suddenly walked in from outside. The Guo family head. The sudden appearance startled both Guo Xiaoqiu and Guo Baijie. Who are you? Guo Baijie frowned and immediately reached for the walkie-talkie in her hand. No need to bother. As long as my men are here, no one will get in, no matter how long it takes. The man smiled faintly. Guo Baijie and Guo Xiaoqiu exchanged a glance, and Guo Baijie lowered the walkie-talkie. Who are you? Guo Xiaoqiu asked doubtfully. Me? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Song Luan. The man chuckled. I'm one of Ming's men. Ming? Hearing that Song Luan was from Ming, Guo Xiaoqiu's eyes widened in surprise. I never expected you to be from Ming. What brings you to the Guo family? Naturally, it's to assist your Guo family. A peculiar smile flickered across Song Luan's face. After all, Master Guo, it seems you have many troubles now. Observing Song Luan's demeanor, Guo Xiaoqiu felt an inexplicable sense of unease welling up inside him. Chapter 121, Clash in the Darkness. In the pitch-black night, a figure flickered as silver moon darted through the skies above Fancheng. Soon, the silver moon's gaze locked onto a target. She transformed into a streak of light, appearing directly before the person. Who are you? The man's face paled with alarm at the sight of Inu, and he scrambled backward. But how could his speed possibly match hers? In an instant, the silver moon reappeared before him. Who are you? The man collapsed onto the ground, staring at Inu with nothing but utter terror in his eyes. Someone's put a bounty on your head, 200 million. If you can come up with 400 million, I'll help you take them down. I don't have that kind of money. The man's face twisted into a bitter grimace. I beg you, spare me. Without another word, Silver Moon swung the dagger in her hand. The man's head rolled to the ground. Inu took out her phone, snapped a few photos, and sent them to someone's phone. Soon after, 200 million appeared in Inu's account. Seeing the money in her account, Inu smiled and turned to leave. But just as she was about to leave, the sound of whistling wind filled the air. In an instant, 5 or 6 figures clad in black night cloaks materialized around her. Clearly, these were assassins, and more than that, they were all familiar faces to Inu. Inu stood frozen in place. Among them, the leader looked at Inu, his face betraying an expression of helplessness. After agreeing to Mr. Song's request, you betrayed him. This is not how an assassin should act. When did I betray Mr. Song? Silver Moon retorted, is it wrong that I couldn't stop Bai Xiaofan? The man shrugged. How should I know? All I know is you're still alive, Bai Xiaofan is still alive, but Han Bing is dead, Guo Ming is dead, and our plan to deal with Bai Xiaofan has failed once again. Are you telling me none of this is your doing? That you're innocent? Xie Ying, if you want to fight, just do it. No need to argue with me here. Xie Ying chuckled darkly, drawing a blood-red battle blade from behind his back. It was hard to imagine that Xie Ying, as an assassin, wielded a blood-red blade as his weapon. Silver Moon, we're both among the 7 shadow assassins. Haven't we crossed blades yet? They say you studied under some nameless Taoist. I'd love to see just how powerful this nameless Taoist's disciple really is. No sooner had Crimson Shadow spoken than his figure vanished. Silver Moon's expression changed, and she too transformed into a streak of light before disappearing. The night was utterly still. The assassins standing nearby remained frozen in place, not a muscle twitching. At that moment, 2 figures collided in the darkness. Silver Moon and Crimson Shadow both stumbled backward. Silver Moon landed on the ground, gazing at Crimson Shadow with a hint of gravity in her eyes. Xie Ying was formidable. Inu knew his strength was no less than hers. Victory between them would be hard to determine. The 7 shadow assassins were all equally formidable, and Crimson Shadow and Silver Moon were no exception. Ha! Not bad. But if that's all you've got, you're still no match for me. Xie Ying roared with laughter, swinging his crimson blade once more, aiming a slash directly at Silver Moon. Silver Moon sidestepped the blow and countered with a swift slash of her own, the blade grazing just inches from Crimson Shadow's head. After their first clash ended inconclusively, the two resumed their duel, their movements growing ever faster. The surrounding assassins watched the scene unfold, their eyes burning with intensity. They were all assassins from the Ming organization, gathered here to witness the clash of the elite. After more than a dozen exchanges, Silver Moon and Crimson Shadow both stepped back, panting heavily. Damn it! Silver Moon scanned the area. This wasn't the place for prolonged conflict. It was best to leave immediately. With that thought, Silver Moon's form shot backward, charging directly at one of the assassins. The assassin's expression darkened, attempting to block the attack, but Silver Moon instantly materialized behind him. Silver Moon! Xiang shouted, lunging to pursue, but Inu delivered a kick straight to the assassin's back. The assassin was sent crashing into Red Shadow, successfully slowing his momentum. Damn it! Red Shadow cursed angrily, watching Silver Moon depart, utterly helpless. Yet, just as Silver Moon was about to depart, a dark figure appeared before her. What? Inu stared at the dark figure before her, surprise etched across her face. The figure kicked at Inu, who braced with both arms only to be sent crashing back to the ground. Lying on the ground, Silver Moon looked up and saw a man clad in black robes standing not far away. Black Soul. Gazing at the man before her, Inu furrowed her brows, her expression grave as she stared at him. Inu. Black Soul looked at Silver Moon, his face etched with complex emotions. You're going to stop me too? Inu said, Black Soul, and I still considered you a friend. Inu, you've ruined Mr. Son's affairs. Come back with me to face punishment. I'll protect you. When did I ruin Mr. Son's affairs? Who said that? Have them come out now, let me see them. Inu snorted coldly, surveying the surroundings as the twin blades in her hands reflected moonlight, sweeping across the crowd. At the end of the day, it's all because you want to use this chance to get close to Song Luan, or even form connections with him. You make it sound so noble, but what I never expected, Black Soul, is that you'd do the same. I truly misjudged you back then. I actually thought you were an assassin with principles. Black Soul, scolded by Silver Moon, wore an expression of helplessness. He lowered his head, saying nothing. Hey! At that moment, Red Shadow bellowed, what's going on? Don't you know we're in the middle of a battle? Red Shadow, I might as well tell you this time it's not just us hunting you. There are plenty of others willing to pay to see you dead. Kill me? Silver Moon frowned. Just because I didn't die for Song Luan, they want me dead? Pretty much. After all, if you didn't die for Song Luan, it means you're not one of his crew. Xie Ying shook his head. So, though we don't want to, we have no choice. With that, Crimson Shadow let out a battle cry and charged at Silver Moon, swinging his blood-red blade. A black longsword appeared in Black Soul's hand, thrusting toward Silver Moon. Facing a single shadow assassin, Inu would have felt no fear. But now she had to face 2 shadow assassins alone, and Silver Moon was no match for them. After only a few exchanges, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Chapter 122, Sleeping Together. For some reason, Bai Xiaofan lay awake all night, a sense of impending trouble weighing heavily on him. He sat up in bed, stepped out of his room, and gazed up at the sky. At that very moment, a figure appeared in the sky and plunged directly into the Luo family compound. Who? Bai Xiaofan approached the figure and was stunned to find it was Inu. 8th senior sister. Bai Xiaofan saw a flying dagger still lodged in Inu's back. 8th sister, what happened? Hearing the commotion outside, Luo Shuwei also rushed out of the room. Seeing Inyu lying on the ground, Luo Shui froze before rushing to Bai Xiaofan's side. 4th senior sister, help me prepare bandages. 8th senior sister. Bai Xiaofan frowned, then without hesitation, picked Inyu up and carried her back to his own room. Little junior brother. Inyu slowly opened his eyes, a wretched smile spreading across his face. It's fine, it's fine. I was struck by a soul-stealing dart. I doubt I'll last another hour. Shut up. Bai Xiaofan declared, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Bai Xiaofan helped Inyu lie down on the bed, while Luo Shui prepared gauze, bandages, and other supplies. Bai Xiaofan pulled the dagger from Inyu's back. Blood gushed out instantly. He swiftly inserted silver needles to seal the acupoints. The bleeding stopped. Bai Xiaofan continued to apply acupuncture needles and carefully bandaged the wound on Inyu's back. Junior brother, he said, the soul-snatching dart carries a potent poison. Merely bandaging the wound won't suffice. I know. Bai Xiaofan placed his finger on Inyu's neck, then lowered his head and pressed against her throat. Holy! Luo Shui froze at the sight. Had she not trusted Bai Xiaofan, she might have thought he was harassing her. Inyu couldn't help but let out a sound, her body twisting and writhing. 8th brother. Luo Shui grasped Inyu's hand. Feeling the warmth in her palm, Inyu gradually came to her senses. She felt someone sucking on her neck. Opening her eyes, she was stunned to see it was Bai Xiaofan. Seeing Bai Xiaofan feeding her the drug, a blush crept across Inyu's face. This was her first time being so intimate with a man, and she couldn't help but feel a little shy. Though he was her junior disciple, they had only recently been reunited. Watching Bai Xiaofan and Inyu, Luo Shui felt a pang of jealousy. She even imagined herself lying there instead. Soon, a pool of black blood formed in Bai Xiaofan's mouth. He spat it onto the ground. All right. Bai Xiaofan wiped his mouth. It's fine now. I've sucked out the poison. Inyu lay on the bed, her complexion rosy. As she gazed at Bai Xiaofan, she found herself inexplicably recalling the events of moments ago. Old 8, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Luo Shui asked. Inyu recounted the events to the two, and only then did they learn that Inyu was actually wanted. Those bastards. Bai Xiaofan frowned. Those bastards. 8th senior sister, just wait. I'll take care of them for you. Little junior brother. Inyu grabbed Bai Xiaofan's arm. It's no use. They're too powerful. You might not stand a chance. But if things keep going like this, they'll still come after you, 8th senior sister. We can't just sit here and wait. Inyu shook her head. They know I've returned to the Luo family, so if they come, it'll be to kill me there. But since they know I was struck by the soul-snatching dart, I imagine they'll assume I'm already dead. Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui exchanged glances. Silver Moon's feigned death did indeed provide her with a more favorable situation. But, Inyu said, I can't leave my room for a while, so please prepare a secluded place for me. After settling Inyu, Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui returned to Bai Xiaofan's room. Bai Xiaofan eyed Luo Shui up and down, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hey, 4th senior sister, why did you come dressed like this? Today, Luo Shui wore a semi-transparent lace nightgown that perfectly accentuated her figure. Noticing Bai Xiaofan staring at her, Luo Shui flushed and immediately crossed her arms over her chest. You, what are you looking at? What are your eyes doing? You're such a little pervert. Hey, 4th senior sister, what did I look at? I didn't look at anything. You're the one saying I was staring. Bai Xiaofan chuckled, then pulled out a stool for Luo Shui to sit on. 4th senior sister, still awake this late? Thinking about me? Why don't we sleep together? Luo Shui froze, glanced at Bai Xiaofan, then nodded with a blush. Seeing Luo Shui actually agree, Bai Xiaofan grinned and reached out to pull her onto the bed. But Luo Shui pushed Bai Xiaofan away and said, It's possible, but my clothes are still outside. Plus, with so many people around, it wouldn't be good if someone saw us. What's so bad about that? The rumors about us two are already all over your family. What's the big deal? Bai Xiaofan's words made Luo Shui pause and realize he was right. The latest version even claimed she'd stopped racing because she was pregnant. Anyway, if she didn't have a baby soon, she'd be letting down her fans. This time, when Bai Xiaofan pulled Luo Shui closer, she didn't refuse. Instead, she sat right beside him. Once seated, Luo Shui kept her head bowed, her cheeks flushed. Listen, I'm telling you, don't you dare touch me. If you try anything, just wait and see what I'll do to you. After saying that, Luo Shui lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and felt a flutter of excitement inside. According to TV drama tropes, a man in bed wouldn't just lie there doing nothing. But after waiting several minutes, Luo Shui opened her eyes in confusion. Bai Xiaofan hadn't touched her at all. She turned her head and discovered Bai Xiaofan had already fallen asleep beside her. Luo Shui felt helpless, but seeing Bai Xiaofan's peaceful expression, her heart softened. Perhaps he really had been too exhausted lately and genuinely needed some proper rest. Luo Shui gently stroked Bai Xiaofan's cheek. Just then, Bai Xiaofan suddenly reached out and pulled her down onto him. Luo Shui found herself held tightly in Bai Xiaofan's embrace. She tried to struggle but felt the warmth of his breath on her skin. A blush spread across Luo Shui's cheeks. She closed her eyes and drifted off into sleep. This day might have been the most peaceful sleep Luo Shui had ever known. This day might have been the most relaxed sleep Luo Shui ever had. This day might have been the happiest day Luo Shui ever slept. Chapter 123, I Won't Let You Get Hurt. When the Luo family maidservants saw Luo Shui emerge from Bai Xiaofan's room, they all froze in shock. This time, it could be considered the official announcement of their relationship, a revelation that sent shockwaves through the entire Luo household. The entire Luo household now knew of this development. Dad. Luo Xiang entered Luo Tianshan's room, staring blankly at him. Dad, do you know what's happening outside? What's the matter? Luo Tianshan looked at Luo Xiang with a puzzled expression. Luo Xiang swallowed hard and recounted all the rumors circulating outside to Luo Tianshan. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Luo Tianshan's face, but it quickly faded as his brows relaxed. Ha! Dad, this reaction, it feels kind of out of character for you. Luo Tianshan gestured toward a nearby chair, and Luo Xiang sat down. What do you think of Bai Xiaofan? Luo Tianshan inquired. Brother Fan is quite impressive. He's a good person, treats me well, and has been exceptionally kind to our Luo family. That's the spirit. Luo Tianshan remarked. How long has it been since he came down from the mountain? Look at him now. Our Luo family has received so much from him. In such a short time, he's become the boss of Dao Lai. With a young man like this, tell me what reason could I possibly have to oppose the relationship between Luo Shui and Bai Xiaofan? Luo Xiang hummed thoughtfully. Upon reflection, Luo Tianshan's reasoning seemed flawless. Suddenly, Luo Xiang spoke up. But Dad, what about Brother Fan and Lu Yueya? What about them? Luo Tianshan fell silent for a moment before laughing. A man like that could never be tied down by one woman. Bai Xiaofan's future will only take him farther and farther away. Do you really think your sister could help him? As long as he holds your sister in his heart and treats her well, then it doesn't matter. Luo Xiang stared at Luo Tianshan, utterly baffled by what could possibly make his father act this way. Perhaps it was precisely because Luo Tianshan cherished Bai Xiaofan so deeply that he was willing to make such a tremendous sacrifice and retreat. Within the Luo household, some had even begun addressing Bai Xiaofan not as Mr. Bai but as young Master Bai. Perhaps, in time, the next step might be calling him Mr. Bai's son-in-law. Bai Xiaofan didn't mind the title. After all, he intended to marry all his senior sisters sooner or later. Bai Xiaofan entered Yinyue's room to help change her bandages. Yinyue looked at Bai Xiaofan and smiled. I overheard someone outside saying that fourth sister spent the night at your place? Bai Xiaofan nodded. Sooner or later, I'll marry all my senior sisters. Yinyu shot Bai Xiaofan a look. You've got some nerve. If you do that, won't you just become a total jerk? Not at all. Bai Xiaofan smiled, took out a bottle of potion, and slowly dripped it onto Yinyu's back. The cool sensation spreading across her back brought a wave of relief, and soon the pain in her body eased considerably. Me? I treat each and every one of you with sincerity. I'm kind to everyone, without favor or bias. Yinyu pursed her lips. Every man says that, but in the end, well, we'll see if I'm the same as those other men. Bai Xiaofan chuckled softly, carefully bandaging Yinyu's wounds. There. That should do it. Bai Xiaofan smiled. In another day or two, your wounds will be fully healed. Yinyu nodded, flexing her limbs. The pain was indeed gone. Who would have thought our little junior brother not only inherited master's martial arts but also his medical skills? Eighth senior sister, what you know, I know what you don't know, I know too. Hearing Bai Xiaofan say this, Yinyu couldn't help but shake her head. Sigh, really? Master was so biased, never taught us these things. Just as Bai Xiaofan and Yinyu were chatting, his phone suddenly rang. It was Big Sister calling. Yesterday, after learning Yinyu had been ambushed by Ming's men, Bai Xiaofan had asked Big Sister to investigate. After all, Big Sister was the leader of Fanqing's underground factions, with connections reaching far and wide. Having her track down Ming's men was the perfect solution. What Bai Xiaofan hadn't expected was that just one night later, his eldest sister had actually called him. Bai Xiaofan answered the call, and his older sister's voice came through. Xiaofan, I found the person you asked me to look for yesterday. But I need to ask, are you sure? Absolutely sure. Just tell me where that person is, Big Sister. Bai Xiaofan replied. Xiaofan, I need to warn you, this organization is incredibly powerful. It's not even in the same league as anything you've encountered before. Even a single member of this group could wipe out my entire operation. If you're truly going to confront these people, Xiaofan, you'd better think this through carefully. There. Big Sister. Bai Xiaofan abruptly cut Big Sister off, rest assured. They harmed my senior sister. I won't let them off the hook. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Big Sister hummed in acknowledgement before revealing the location of those individuals to him. I can only tell you where these people are, but who you're looking for I have no idea. Bai Xiaofan hung up the phone and turned to look at Inu. Who attacked you? What's their name? His name is Galao. Inu replied, he's one of Song Luan's men. Song Luan is also our leader's son. Galao. Bai Xiaofan nodded. That name was all too familiar to him. Back on the road to Fancheng, those mercenaries were sent by this so-called Galao. That incident nearly blew Lu Yueya and Luo Shui to bits. How could Bai Xiaofan ever forget? Bai Xiaofan stood up, ready to leave, but just then, Inu grabbed his hand. Junior brother, be careful. Galao is surrounded by elite fighters unlike any you faced before. Moreover, the Galao himself is extremely powerful. Even I wouldn't dare claim I could stand against him. Inu was about to say more, but Bai Xiaofan suddenly embraced her tightly, whispering softly. Whoever it is, whatever his abilities, whatever his intentions, if he harms you, I won't let him go. 8th senior sister, rest assured. I will kill him and avenge you. With that, Bai Xiaofan turned and left, leaving Inu alone, staring blankly at his retreating figure. After a long while, a faint blush spread across Inu's cheeks as she murmured softly. That little rascal, he really is a thief of hearts. But somehow, he's quite endearing. Chapter 124, The Galao. In a residential building in Fancheng, Qiying and Heihan knocked on a door. The door opened, and the two stepped inside. The room was already packed with people. They all wore identical uniforms, their weapons piled in a corner of the room. Qiying, Heihan, you're back. The voice of an elderly man echoed from a bedroom. Qiying and Heihan approached the bedroom. An elderly man reclined in a rocking chair, a woman massaging his feet at his feet. Galao. Red Shadow stated, yesterday, Black Soul and I launched an assault on Silver Moon. She sustained severe injuries and was struck by my soul-snatching dart. If my assessment is correct, she is now nothing more than a skeleton in a grave. Galao nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. Meng Qianlu never dreamed his own subordinate would meet his end at my hands. Humph, daring to disrupt Mr. Song's plans even in death, she deserved it. By the way, tonight Mr. Song is moving against the Lu family. You two go assist him now. Red Shadow and Black Soul nodded, walked to the window, and leaped out. Galao picked up his teacup, took a sip, and gazed out at the sky, lost in thought. Just then, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Everyone inside turned their gaze toward the entrance. One opened the door to find a man standing there. The man called out. Hey, what's going on? The man glanced around the room, then smiled. What's going on? You're one of Ming's people, right? The man's expression changed, and he tried to close the door. Bai Xiaofan grabbed the doorframe and kicked the man squarely in the stomach. The man flew into the room. At this, everyone inside stood up, frowned, and stared at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan slowly closed the door, then looked at the people inside and said with a smile. Alright, you can go die now. You're asking for it. The men shouted in unison, grabbing their weapons and charging at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan, fists clad in brass knuckles, plunged into the crowd. Immediately, muffled groans echoed throughout the room. The man in the bedroom heard the commotion outside and frowned. What's going on? Go check it out. The girl massaging the old man's feet stood up and went to the doorway, witnessing the fight outside. Old man, someone's broken in. People outside are fighting him. The woman said. In this small town of Fancheng, someone actually dares to attack us? Galao sneered coldly and rose to his feet. Perfect. Let me see who's got the guts to provoke me. Just as the Galao was about to open the door, it burst open violently and a figure flew through the space. Galao grabbed the figure midair and tossed him aside with a casual flick of his wrist. Galao's expression hardened as he stared at the man standing in the doorway. I know you. Bai Xiaofan. Your reputation precedes you. Oh? So it really is you? What an honor. Have I already become famous in your circles? Galao gave a cold laugh, picked up a short stick from the side, and pointed it at Bai Xiaofan. I don't know how you found me, but you'll pay for this today. Is that so? Bai Xiaofan smiled. Ever since you had my senior sister injured, I've been determined to kill you. Hurt your senior sister? Galao frowned. Could it be? Silver Moon is your senior sister? Bai Xiaofan remained silent. The old man roared with laughter. No wonder Inu betrayed Mr. Song. I never imagined Inu was your senior sister. I never imagined you were the disciple of the nameless Taoist. No wonder you're so powerful. No wonder none of my men could stand against you. Who would have thought? Then a flash of anger crossed the old man's face. But you're implying Inu isn't dead? With me here, how could I ever let my senior sister die? Old man, even if she were clinging to life by a thread, I could still save her. Bai Xiaofan's words caused the old man's expression to shift. He hadn't anticipated that Silver Moon might still be alive. If Inu returned alive to the Ming, it would inevitably spark conflict between Meng Qianlu and Song Luan. Though Song Luan was the chieftain's son, he was still too young and inexperienced to stand a chance against Meng Qianlu. In that case, I'll kill you first, then go after Inu. Gulao roared and charged at Bai Xiaofan. If Inu were truly dead, Meng Qianlu would never risk alienating Song Luan over a corpse. But if Inu wasn't dead, if she had even returned alive to Meng Qianlu's side, then Song Luan's men attacking Inu would be attacking Meng Qianlu himself. This would shatter the delicate balance established between the two sides. With Song Luan's current strength, he was no match for Meng Qianlu. Therefore, Silver Moon must be eliminated. The moment the man charged forward, Bai Xiaofan sensed that overwhelming aura. This aura was unlike anything he had encountered before. It wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. If Bai Xiaofan's guess was correct, Gulao ranked among the elite within the realm of internal martial arts. Yet Bai Xiaofan showed no fear. He picked up a knife from the ground and swung it at Gulao. Their blades clashed once. In that single exchange, Bai Xiaofan felt the sheer power within the Gulao. With just that one strike, Bai Xiaofan's arm went numb, while the Gulao seemed completely unscathed. Indeed, he was formidable. The Gulao's external martial arts had reached the pinnacle of mastery. External martial arts focused on strengthening the body's bones, sinews, and skin. Only a robust physique could bear the weight of more powerful true qi. At the same time, in combat, the clash of bodies is also indispensable. The Gulao's formidable strength stems from their lifelong dedication to physical training. In past battles, the Gulao's physical prowess has always been formidable, often overwhelming opponents through sheer physical strength. In cultivation, many neglect physical fortitude, missing the prime window for developing it. By the time they realize the benefits of a powerful physique, it's already too late to turn back. Unfortunately for him, Bai Xiaofan had also tempered his body since childhood and in a superior manner. After their first clash, Bai Xiaofan pressed forward, swinging his battle blade relentlessly. Gulao was startled by Bai Xiaofan's fierce assault, astonished that he could counterattack so swiftly after their initial clash. After several exchanges, the Gulao finally realized that Bai Xiaofan's physical prowess was in no way inferior to his own. A grave expression crossed the Gulao's face. The physical prowess he had always prided himself on held no advantage today. No. This brat must die. Chapter 125, Beheading. Such formidable strength at such a young age, a feat Gulao had only witnessed before in Song Luan. For Gulao, clearing every obstacle from Song Luan's path was non-negotiable. Before this youth could fully mature, he must be eliminated to rid Master Song of this potential threat. Gulao roared with fury and attacked again. This time, he held nothing back. Noticing something amiss with Gulao, Bai Xiaofan sprang into action, leaping directly out the window. Where do you think you're going? Gulao bellowed, closing in on Bai Xiaofan. The two, one chasing and one fleeing, soon found themselves on a desolate mountain. Bai Xiaofan halted, surveying his surroundings. This place seems quite suitable as your final resting ground. Kid, don't speak too soon. Do you think that was all I've got? As he spoke, the Gulao's aura surged forth once more, trailing behind him were waves of icy, sinister energy. The Gulao chuckled darkly. I know you're powerful. If you want to leave, I couldn't stop you anyway. But let me tell you this, if you dare leave, I'll go kill Inu at the Luo family right now. And tonight, Mr. Song will lead men to wipe out the Lu family. I'll make you live the rest of your life consumed by guilt. Gulao's words ignited fury across Bai Xiaofan's face. Old bastard, then I'll kill you today, and then I'll kill Song Luan. Go ahead and try. The old man roared, leaping forward as he swung a punch at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan countered with a punch of his own. As their fists collided, Bai Xiaofan's brow furrowed involuntarily. The old man's punch carried immense power, even Yo Ben's full-strength strike back then couldn't match it. Yet Bai Xiaofan didn't falter. He merely staggered back a few steps before steadying himself. I never expected you to still possess this level of strength. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly, seemingly holding the old man in no regard. A flicker of surprise crossed the Gulao's face. He had channeled his internal energy, yet Bai Xiaofan showed no sign of being affected. This clearly indicated that Bai Xiaofan had also reached the realm of internal cultivation, perhaps even matching his own level. No, he's so young, how is this possible? Gulao shook his head. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted Bai Xiaofan dead. Kid, prepare to die. The Gulao charged forward, swinging his short staff at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan swung his battle knife. The two clashed repeatedly, but in terms of weaponry, Gulao was no match for Bai Xiaofan. After another dozen exchanges, injuries began to appear on Gulao's body. Bai Xiaofan, on the other hand, showed no signs of injury whatsoever. He moved with the ease of someone strolling through a garden. The Gulao man snorted coldly, unleashing a flurry of punches, each leaving a mark as it struck toward Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan effortlessly parried each strike, then returned them all to the Gulao warrior. Both men knew that continuing this way would never decide a winner. Most crucially, Gulao observed Bai Xiaofan's demeanor and sensed that he still had considerable untapped strength. Gulao frowned, murmuring to himself. Could it be that this kid hasn't even used his full strength? At this thought, a grave expression crossed his face. If Bai Xiaofan hadn't yet unleashed his full power, he dared not imagine just how formidable Bai Xiaofan's true strength might be. Since he's holding back, this is my chance to kill him. Galao gave a soft snort, closed his eyes, and felt his internal energy begin to surge relentlessly. Heavenly Gate. Galao's eyes snapped open. His short staff whipped forward, striking toward Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan watched the staff extend relentlessly, pausing not a moment before raising both hands to block. But in that instant, Galao materialized behind Bai Xiaofan, striking him with the staff. Die! The Meow Man roared, sending Bai Xiaofan flying backward like a cannonball. Seeing this, a smile spread across the Meow Man's face. Yet, before long, the smile froze on his face. For Bai Xiaofan, who had been struck flying, stood up immediately, seemingly unharmed. Not bad. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Too bad your speed is still too slow. So, is it my turn now? Bai Xiaofan gave a cold snort as waves of blade energy surged around him. The blade energy swirled around Bai Xiaofan, causing the old man to swallow hard and take a few steps back. 9 turns, scythe. Bai Xiaofan swung his battle blade, unleashing 9 blade energies that shot straight toward the Galao. The Galao planted his staff into the ground, forming a barrier before him in an attempt to block Bai Xiaofan's assault. Bai Xiaofan smiled, curled his finger, and all the blade energies shot skyward. Instantly, the blade energies coalesced into a single, massive strike that descended from above, cleaving into the Galao's body. Ah! Galao let out a cry, terror etched on his face as blood spurted from his body. Galao clutched his wound, gritting his teeth as he forced his internal energy to seal the gash. Kid, how can you be this strong? The Galao stared at Bai Xiaofan, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Am I strong? Bai Xiaofan smiled. Perhaps it's not that I'm too strong, but that you're too weak. You're merely at the internal realm level and yet you sought to defeat me? You've clearly underestimated my strength. Bai Xiaofan's words startled the Galao. He stared at Bai Xiaofan, his face etched with disbelief. What do you mean? Are you saying you've surpassed the internal realm and reached that level? Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. Is that so difficult? External and internal realms are merely the 2 most fundamental stages. I don't understand why you cling to these levels like they're treasures, spending your entire lives cultivating them and feeling proud of it. Bai Xiaofan slowly approached the old man, raising his battle blade with a cold expression. All right. Any last words? If not, I'll kill you now. I need no last words. Mr. Song will avenge me. He will kill you. As the Galao's words fell, Bai Xiaofan's blade descended. A head rolled onto the ground. Bai Xiaofan stared at the decapitated Galao. Though his head was severed, his body remained upright. Witnessing this, Bai Xiaofan felt no stirrings within. He paid it no mind, turning and walking away. Just as Bai Xiaofan departed, the young girl who had been massaging the Galao's feet rushed over. Upon seeing the Galao's corpse, she wailed and sobbed. But at that very moment, the head of the Galao man suddenly opened its eyes and began to speak. Don't cry. Dig out my heart and bring it to Mr. Song. There's something inside my heart meant for him. With those words, the headless man closed his eyes, and his headless body collapsed to the ground. Chapter 126, 1 against 2. Night, Lu residence. 2 figures appeared at the entrance. They were none other than 2 of the 7 shadow assassins, Crimson Shadow and Black Soul. They approached the Lu residence. The guards stationed at the entrance, upon seeing them, were visibly flustered. You! Just as the guards were about to question them, Black Soul swept his hand, sending the man flying. The surrounding guards paled, drawing their weapons as they watched Black Soul and his companion warily. Inside the Lu family villa, the Lu family members, hearing the commotion outside, came out, all looking puzzled. Lu Sanjian stepped out first and shouted loudly. Who's there? What's going on? What's all this noise? Are you out of your minds? Soon after, Lu Tianzhan, Lu Yueya, Lu Shangxiang, and others also emerged. When they reached the courtyard, the sight that met their eyes froze them in their tracks. 2 figures stood in the courtyard, their forms faintly visible in the darkness, their outlines glinting in the moonlight. Xiying looked at the Lu family members and said, Members of the Lu family, Lu Tianzhan, head of the Lu household, may I ask who you are? Lu Tianjing stepped forward and declared, I am Lu Tianzhan. What brings you to the Lu residence? Xiying smiled, drew his crimson blade, raised it high, and pointed it at the Lu family members. Bai Xiaofan has repeatedly provoked my young master. Today, I shall use your Lu family to bury him alongside him. Hearing this, panic spread across the Lu family members' faces as they turned to look at Lu Tianzhang. If Bai Xiaofan provoked you, why come after us instead of him? Lu Sanjian shouted loudly, and the other Lu family members nodded in agreement. Ha! After slaughtering your entire family, I'll go find Bai Xiaofan. I'll see just how formidable he really is. Upon hearing Qi Ying's words, Lu Yueya's expression changed. She hurriedly pulled out her phone, intending to send a message to Bai Xiaofan. But just then, a flying dagger pierced her phone, pinning it to the ground. You! Lu Yueya scanned the darkness, wondering how many people lurked in the shadows. The Lu family members panicked at the sight, all wanting to retreat to their rooms. But the doorways were blocked by a hail of flying knives. Qiang dragged his blood-stained blade as he slowly approached Lu Tianjing and the others, a bloodthirsty expression spreading across his face. The Lu family, a rising star destined to shine brightly. Little did they know, their downfall would come at my hands. Ha! The Lius think they can inherit half of the Hua family's fortune? They'd better have the guts to pay the price. Haihan drew his black longsword, his form gradually fading into a phantom as he surveyed the crowd before him. What is this? Some kind of magic trick? Lu Sanjian screamed upon witnessing this spectacle. If I'm not mistaken, these two have already reached the realm of internal cultivation. Lu Yueya truly lived up to being the disciple of the nameless Taoist. Even facing this situation, she showed no fear. Yueya, in a moment, we'll all shield you. You must run head for the back door and go to the Luo family. Lu Mei grasped Lu Yueya's hand, trying to pull her backward. But Lu Yueya remained rooted to the spot, gazing at the crimson shadow approaching before her. Mother, I won't leave. I am a member of the Lu family. I will stand with them until the end. Besides, I trust my junior disciple. I believe he will definitely make it here in time. Oh dear. Why are you still trusting Bai Xiaofan? Never mind whether he can make it here in time. Even if he does, what good will it do? Could he possibly stand against all these people? Lu Yuegwa didn't answer Lu Mei. She only stared silently ahead, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. You are Lu Yuegwa? Chieying stared at Lu Yuegwa and strode directly before her. What are you doing? Lu Tianjing stepped in front of Lu Yueya, only to be knocked aside by a single punch from Qiang. The other members of the Lu family watched the scene unfold, their expressions turning grim. Yet, Qiang's power was too overwhelming for them to dare intervene. Qiang raised his crimson blade, pressing its edge against Lu Yueya's throat. A cold expression hardened his face. I hear you're Bai Xiaofan's woman? Then I'll kill his woman first, before going after him. With that, Qiang raised the blade in his hand, poised to bring it down upon Lu Yueya. Just as the blade was about to fall, the entire Lu family closed their eyes in terror. Yet no sound of spurting blood followed. Slowly, they opened their eyes. Bai Xiaofan? A figure stood before Lu Yueya, extending a fist to block Qiang's blade. Little junior brother. Lu Yueya's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Bai Xiaofan. Relief washed over her features. She knew Bai Xiaofan would make it. He absolutely had to. Daring to lay a hand on my fifth senior sister? Looks like you've truly given up on living. Bai Xiaofan smiled, clenched his fist, and struck at Qiang. Qiang's expression changed as he scrambled backward, but Bai Xiaofan's fist wind still struck his abdomen. Qiang stumbled back over 10 meters, a look of pain crossing his face. Damn, he's strong. Qiang chuckled darkly, I never expected you to actually show up. Seeing Bai Xiaofan appear, a fierce grin spread across Qiang's face. He swung his long blade and charged toward Bai Xiaofan once more. Qiang had long heard the legends surrounding Bai Xiaofan, with Song Luan's men painting him as nothing short of a mythical figure. But he didn't believe Bai Xiaofan was all that formidable. At the very least, only defeating him would prove his worth. Qiang swung his blade, striking at Bai Xiaofan blow after blow. Bai Xiaofan drew his vast sea sword to parry, blades clashing as sparks flew in every direction. Amidst the clash between Bai Xiaofan and Qiang, a figure silently emerged from the shadows. Shadow stab. Heihan's form dissolved into a shadow, darting straight toward Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan spun and thrust his sword. The instant the blade pierced Black Soul, he dissolved into a cloud of black mist. The mist then engulfed Bai Xiaofan's entire body. With a mighty shout, he shook off the darkness. The mist coalesced once more, reshaping itself into Black Soul's form. Red Shadow pressed the attack. In the darkness, a single crimson flash stood out starkly. Under Crimson Shadow's relentless assault, Bai Xiaofan's defensive reflexes began to sharpen. Gradually shifting from defense to offense, Bai Xiaofan proved increasingly difficult for Crimson Shadow to withstand, even with the Black Soul's aid. Bai Xiaofan delivered a powerful kick to the Crimson Shadow's abdomen, sending it flying backward and crashing to the ground. This scene brought looks of surprise and delight to the faces of the surrounding Lu family members. The very person who had left all the Lu family members feeling helpless moments ago had just been defeated by Bai Xiaofan. After repelling Qiang, Bai Xiaofan swung his long sword again, thrusting it toward his own back. The blue blade clashed with the black one, striking Black Soul's physical form. Black Soul spat blood and plummeted back to the ground. Chapter 127, Murderous Intent. Seeing Bai Xiaofan defeat both Crimson Shadow and Black Soul simultaneously, everyone present gaped in astonishment. They had witnessed both Crimson Shadow and Black Soul's formidable strength, yet they proved utterly helpless against Bai Xiaofan. One person had defeated Ming's 2 shadow assassins. Hiring a single shadow assassin cost at least 100 million yuan. Watching Bai Xiaofan defeat the 2 shadow assassins, Lu Shangxian couldn't help but shake her head. She had expected Bai Xiaofan to be formidable, but never imagined he would be this powerful. And it seemed as though Bai Xiaofan hadn't even exerted his full strength yet. His attacks and defenses flowed seamlessly, without the slightest pause. Just how powerful was this Bai Xiaofan? Lu Sanjian watched the formidable Bai Xiaofan and couldn't help but swallow hard. A wave of dread washed over him. If Bai Xiaofan had taken issue with him earlier, then... Lu Sanjian gave a wry smile. It seemed best not to cross Bai Xiaofan in the future. Hearing Lu Sanjian's words, Lu Mei's face lit up with pride as she immediately replied. He's strong, and he shows up to protect Yueya when it matters most. That kind of person? I think he's pretty great. Lu Mei's opinion of Bai Xiaofan had grown increasingly favorable, to the point where she couldn't wait for him to marry Lu Yueya. Yueya, I'm telling you'd better put Bai Xiaofan through his paces. You are the eldest daughter of the Lu family, after all. Mom! Lu Yueya retorted, who do you think built our Lu family into what it is today? Have you forgotten? Besides, my junior disciple is the boss from DAO. He's certainly a suitable match for me, isn't he? After hearing Yueya's words, Lu Mei nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning sound. Just then, Meng Lan chimed in. Hey, Yueya, since our Lu family is so powerful, why not let Bai Xiaofan become our son-in-law? Auntie, what are you thinking? Lu Yueya gave a wry smile. Junior brother and the Luo family are close friends. How could he possibly become our son-in-law? In fact, Mom, Auntie, junior brother simply won't be tied down by any one woman. He's destined to have many women in his life, and I'm just one among them. This. Meng Lan and Lu Mei exchanged glances upon hearing this, both looking utterly astonished. You must understand, though Lu Yueya was kind-hearted, she possessed an unyielding strength within that kindness. In the past, had she learned of other women in Bai Xiaofan's life, she would never have continued practicing with him. Yet now, she was tacitly accepting the presence of other women in Bai Xiaofan's life all for his sake. But Yueya, by doing this, aren't you shortchanging yourself? Meng Lan asked, aren't you putting yourself at a disadvantage? There's no question of being at a disadvantage, Auntie. Think about it, how long has it been since our junior brother came down from the mountain? But consider this, which of our families, the Lius, the Luos, even the Guos of Daocheng doesn't have to act according to Bai Xiaofan's wishes? Rather than asking if I'm at a disadvantage, it's more about whether I'm holding my junior brother back. Lu Yueya gazed at Bai Xiaofan, a faint smile touching her lips. After all, in my heart, he is the best. Bai Xiaofan slowly approached Qiang, his long sword emitting a faint glow. It was you who just held that blade to my fifth senior sister's throat, wasn't it? Bai Xiaofan slowly raised his sword. Qiang wiped the blood from his lips, let out a cold laugh, and forced himself to rise from the ground despite the pain. Hey, Bai Xiaofan, I admit you're damn strong. But I'm telling you I won't back down. Qiang roared, swinging his blade at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan swung his sword to meet the strike. The clash produced a loud clang. To everyone's shock, the sword in Bai Xiaofan's hand snapped clean in two. Bai Xiaofan frowned, examining the broken blade in his hand before shifting his gaze to Qiang's long knife. What? You want it? Qiang stared at his blade. Kill me, and it's yours. With that, Qiang launched another attack at Bai Xiaofan, who parried with his broken blade. Though it was only a broken blade, Bai Xiaofan still managed to unleash his full strength. In truth, both Qiang and Haihan knew Bai Xiaofan's strength had long surpassed their combined might. They harbored no doubt that if Bai Xiaofan truly resolved to kill them, they would be instantly obliterated. Yet for some reason, Qiang seemed determined to provoke Bai Xiaofan into killing him. After several exchanges, blood began to flow from Qiang's body as he knelt half-bent on the ground. Red Shadow. Black Soul roared, rushing to Qiang's side and swinging his black longsword in an attempt to block Bai Xiaofan. Fed up with the two of them, Bai Xiaofan delivered a direct punch to Haihan. He flew backward, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Hey, Bai Xiaofan. Red Shadow chuckled, do you remember your senior sister, Silver Moon under the sky? Do you remember her getting injured? Sorry to say, but we were the ones who did it. What did you say? At these words, Bai Xiaofan's face twisted with fury, unleashing waves of murderous intent from within. As you heard, I was the one who wounded Silver Moon. By now, she's likely already dead. You're asking for death. Bai Xiaofan roared, kicking Qiang with brutal force. Qiang flew backward, blood spurting from his mouth once more. Every bone in his body throbbed with agony. Bai Xiaofan strode toward Qiang, blade in hand, raising the broken sword with not a shred of pity on his face. You're pushing me to my limits. Fine. I'll grant your wish. This time, Bai Xiaofan truly harbored murderous intent. Earlier, when Qiang had merely placed his blade against Lu Yueya's throat, Bai Xiaofan would have settled for teaching him a lesson. But now, if he didn't kill Qiang, he would be failing his eighth senior sister. As Bai Xiaofan prepared to strike the fatal blow, Haihan watched helplessly, unable to intervene. Qiang. Haihan gritted his teeth, struggling to rise several times, but his injuries were too severe. In the end, he couldn't get up. Bai Xiaofan had been coldly watching Qiang all along. He would never let anyone who dared to harm his senior sister go unpunished. Bai Xiaofan brought his sword down. Qiying closed his eyes, awaiting death. Black Soul closed his own eyes, unwilling to witness such a bloody scene. Yet just as Crimson Shadow prepared for death, the expected pain failed to come. Qiying opened his eyes to see a man clad in black standing before him, blocking Bai Xiaofan's sword with just 2 fingers. Hee, Mr. Bai, no need to get so worked up. Shall I apologize on behalf of my subordinate? Chapter 128, The Ultimate Showdown. Seeing the sudden intruder, Bai Xiaofan withdrew his broken blade, took a step back, and regarded the man with a cool gaze. Mr. Song? Qiying and Heihan recognized the figure and their faces lit up with surprise and delight as they addressed him respectfully. Song Luan's sudden appearance did surprise Crimson Shadow and Black Soul. Neither had anticipated that the annihilation of a minor family like the Lius would warrant Song Luan's personal intervention. The Liu family members exchanged confused glances, unsure who this Song Luan truly was. We meet again. Song Luan smiled faintly. I've always said we would meet again. This meeting is the moment I take your life. Speak now. Any last words? Mr. Bai, no need to get so worked up. I don't think we're necessarily destined to be enemies, are we? Bai Xiaofan narrowed his eyes, flung the broken sword from his hand, and in a flash, materialized before Song Luan. Bai Xiaofan unleashed a punch, one that contained the force of 1,000 pounds, a punch powerful enough to shatter stone. Yet Song Luan showed no sign of panic as he faced Bai Xiaofan's strike, only a faint smile playing on his lips. Song Luan countered with a punch of his own. Fists clashed, sending violent gusts of wind scattering in all directions. Qiying, standing beside Song Luan, bore the brunt of it first. The force of the wind blew him back several steps. This strong? Surprise flashed across Qiying's face. He hadn't expected Bai Xiaofan and Song Luan to be this formidable. Bai Xiaofan, seeing Song Luan actually block his punch, also showed a hint of surprise. After all, this was the first time he'd encountered such a formidable opponent. Even the Galao had never made him feel this way. This guy is seriously strong. Bai Xiaofan narrowed his eyes and continued his assault, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Song Luan remained utterly unwavering, still unable to gauge Bai Xiaofan's true capabilities. The two engaged in relentless exchanges, and this time, it was clear to anyone watching that Bai Xiaofan was fighting with all his might. Their speed grew faster and faster, their fists and feet clashing relentlessly. By the end, their figures had vanished from sight entirely. Only the thudding sounds echoed through the air. After countless exchanges, Bai Xiaofan and Song Luan simultaneously materialized in the courtyard. Perhaps due to the exertion from his earlier battles with Crimson Shadow and Black Soul, Bai Xiaofan appeared slightly weaker than Song Luan. Impressive. Song Luan placed his hands behind his back, a gesture visible to Qiying and Heihan standing behind him. His palm trembled uncontrollably, forcing him to grip it with his other arm. Mr. Bai is truly formidable. Song Luan chuckled, looks like I won't be able to take action against the Liu family today. Oof. Bai Xiaofan gave a cold chuckle, don't put it that way. After all, you didn't even use your full strength. Bai Xiaofan stood tall, gazing at Song Luan as a savage aura surged from within him. Black wisps of energy coiled around his hands, and his eyes turned golden. Why don't we try again? I guarantee you won't have any way to escape this time. Seeing Bai Xiaofan's transformation, Song Luan furrowed his brow, then relaxed it, a smile spreading across his face. Song Luan struck again, white energy surging from his body as he delivered a palm strike toward Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan countered with a palm strike of his own. Their palms collided, and this time, the energy surging within both men was even more terrifying. Just as I thought. Bai Xiaofan remarked, you've also broken through to the internal realm, attaining true qi. It seems Mr. Bai is truly formidable. Song Luan replied, it is my honor to exchange blows with you, Mr. Bai. Bai Xiaofan and Song Luan vanished once more. This time, no one could perceive their forms. Reaching the true qi realm is rare not just in Dragon Nation, but across the entire Blue Star. Yet now, both Bai Xiaofan and Song Luan, two young men, had attained it. And today, these two young men, Bai Xiaofan and Song Luan, engaged in a fierce battle. Explosions erupted one after another within the Liu family courtyard, reducing trees and lawns to shreds. Liu Yuegua stared ahead, a faint white glow appearing in her eyes. Unlike Bai Xiaofan's heavenly eye, Liu Yue's eyes were known as yin-yang eyes. Not only did they enhance her vision, but they also allowed her to perceive spirits. Watching Bai Xiaofan and Song Luan clash, Liu Yue couldn't help but gape in astonishment. It seemed Bai Xiaofan hadn't been fighting at full strength before. 8 Extremes Collapsing Fist. Bai Xiaofan clenched his fist and unleashed a punch. This strike was worlds apart from his previous attacks. As the fist struck out, Song Luan felt it wasn't Bai Xiaofan's fist before him, but a train. Ha! Song Luan roared, channeling a surge of white energy into his palm. Falling Blossom Palm. Song Luan struck out with his palm, yet his Falling Blossom palm failed to generate any particularly formidable momentum. No wonder palm techniques are primarily for defense, while fists are for offense. Fist and palm clashed, sending both Bai Xiaofan and Song Luan staggering backward to the ground. Both men panted heavily, glaring at each other. It seemed, Mr. Bai, that you truly were. Song Luan chuckled, glanced around, and took a few steps back. Mr. Bai, you're formidable. I don't think continuing this fight would serve any purpose. Alright, I think we should be on our way. Song Luan said, we won't linger here any longer. Did I say you could leave? Bai Xiaofan said coldly. Mr. Bai, I know you're powerful, but defeating me in such a short time seems unlikely. If you refuse to let us go, we'll fight to the death. And then, those Lu family members will die too. Taking the Lu family's lives along with ours. If you truly do that, ha. Song Luan's words startled Bai Xiaofan. He glanced at the Lu family members, a cold expression flickering across his face. He slowly opened his palm, black energy once again gathering within his hand. Mr. Bai, I know you still have strength left, but I, Song Luan, haven't exhausted my full power either. If you insist on continuing this, I won't hesitate to bring my men into the fray. Then. I detest being threatened. Bai Xiaofan stared coldly at Song Luan. After a long pause, Bai Xiaofan exhaled deeply. Fine. I'll let you go this time. But if there's a next time, I won't let you off. Song Luan nodded and gave Bai Xiaofan a slight bow. Then, his gaze shifted to Lu Tianjin standing behind Bai Xiaofan. A faint smile touched his lips. My apologies, head of the Lu family. This late-night visit is indeed rather abrupt. Please forgive my intrusion. With that, Song Luan turned and departed with Qi Ying and He Han, while the surrounding assassins dispersed. Chapter 129, You have to make the first move. As soon as Song Luan and his two shadow-like figures left the Lu residence and disappeared from Bai Xiaofan's sight, Song Luan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Mr. Song. Seeing this, Red Shadow and Black Soul paled and rushed forward to support him. Song Luan waved them off, signaling he was fine, then pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth. Mr. Song, is Bai Xiaofan really that powerful? He even injured you? Black Soul's face betrayed his astonishment, recalling how he and Crimson Shadow had just joined forces against Bai Xiaofan. If Bai Xiaofan were truly serious, how could they possibly stand a chance against him? It's nothing. Song Luan smiled. Though I'm injured, Bai Xiaofan isn't in much better shape. Song Luan continued walking forward, reaching the car. He gazed at the Lu family villa and sighed. For the time being, hold off on targeting Bai Xiaofan and his associates. We need to lie low for a while. As for the Gua family, I'll handle that. Oh, and Black Soul, you go explain things to Silver Moon. Black Soul and Crimson Shadow exchanged glances. They knew this signaled Song Luan was finally backing down. This was the first time they'd ever seen Song Luan back down, a stark testament to just how formidable Bai Xiaofan truly was. Just as the three were speaking, a woman approached from a short distance away. Mr. Song. The woman called out loudly before running up to Song Luan and his companions. Xiao Meng? Seeing her, Song Luan frowned. Shouldn't you be with the Galao? What's going on? Observing Xiao Meng's appearance, an uneasy premonition stirred within Song Luan. He dismounted and approached her. Xiao Meng pulled a blood-soaked heart from her bosom and handed it to Song Luan. Mr. Song, the Galao chief has been killed by Bai Xiaofan. This is the heart he asked me to deliver to you before he died. What? Hearing that Galao had been killed, Song Luan felt as if struck by lightning, stumbling back several steps. Galao! Song Luan shouted, his mind flashing back to moments shared with Galao. His fists clenched tightly. How could anyone know where Galao was? Haven't you always kept him hidden? Qi Ying and He Han shook their heads. Qi Ying then wore a thoughtful expression. I remember now. Lately, there have been some loiterers hanging around our place. At first I didn't think much of it, but now that I think about it, they could very well have been staking out the place. Loiterers, huh? Song Luan sneered coldly, excellent. Now I know exactly who I need to find. Song Luan took the Galao's heart from Xiao Meng's hands, then gently pinched her cheek. Don't worry, Xiao Meng. The Galao won't die in vain. I'll avenge him. After Song Luan and his men departed, Bai Xiaofan exhaled deeply and turned to look at Lu Yueya and the others. The Lu family members now gazed at Bai Xiaofan with nothing but admiration. After all, witnessing Bai Xiaofan's battle with Song Luan, anyone would have to utter a heartfelt holy crap. Bai Xiaofan had actually forced Ming's men to retreat. The Lu family members swallowed hard, still finding it hard to believe. Especially those who had heard of Ming's reputation found it hard to believe what they were witnessing. But the facts were undeniable. Even if they refused to believe it, there was nothing they could do. Everyone. Just as everyone was still in a daze, Lu Xiangxiang suddenly shouted out loud. Tonight was truly a close call. I think we should celebrate properly, don't you? Celebrate? We absolutely must celebrate. Lu Sanjian immediately chimed in, my brother-in-law is so amazing we absolutely must celebrate. Yes. I never imagined I'd have such a wonderful son-in-law. How wonderful. Xiaofan, please stay for dinner. The Lu family chattered away, leaving Lu Yuegua flushed and deeply embarrassed. Her mother was being so unrestrained. How could she just declare Bai Xiaofan her son-in-law like that? Who would have thought that in such a short time, Bai Xiaofan had already won over Lu Mei? Well, auntie, you certainly have good taste. Bai Xiaofan smiled, feeling genuinely pleased. To be with Lu Yuegua, Lu Mei was the biggest hurdle he needed to overcome. He'd been agonizing over how to win her approval, yet here it was effortlessly achieved. He really has some nerve. Lu Yuegua shot Bai Xiaofan a disapproving look, though she was secretly delighted. Still calling me auntie? Lu Mei looked at Bai Xiaofan. Xiaofan, shouldn't you change that title? Ah, mother-in-law. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Mother-in-law, now I understand. Seeing Bai Xiaofan so quick-witted, Lu Mei burst into laughter, making Lu Yueya blush even more. Lu Tianzhang watched Bai Xiaofan with growing fondness. This kid truly had the same spirit he'd possessed in his youth. For the meal that followed, Lu Mei personally cooked every dish, preparing them especially for Bai Xiaofan. Deeply touched, Bai Xiaofan ate with hearty relish. Perhaps that's just how people are. When Bai Xiaofan first arrived, his eating habits were constantly mocked. But now, when he ate like this, Lu Mei would praise him for his hearty appetite. After the meal, Bai Xiaofan didn't linger at the Lu residence. He bid farewell to the Lu family and departed. Watching Bai Xiaofan's retreating figure, Lu Mei murmured. Yueya, I think Xiaofan can't stay with the Luo family forever. Should we ask him to come back? Yes, Yueya. Menglan added, after all, that Luo Shuei I get the feeling she has her eye on Bai Xiaofan too. Auntie, Mom. Lu Yueya smiled helplessly. Do you really think this matter would be resolved simply by me bringing my junior brother back? Didn't I say before? My junior brother would never be bound by any woman. Besides, I imagine quite a lot has already happened between little junior brother and fourth senior sister. Quite a lot. Lu Mei and Menglan froze. As women, they knew exactly what that implied. Lu Mei shot Lu Yueya a look of exasperation. You. Look at you. You're so beautiful, yet you don't have half the emotional intelligence your sister does. Exactly. Yueya, you need to be more proactive from now on. You can't let such a great guy slip away. Menglan and Lu Mei chattered away, making Lu Yueya feel as if she were about to give birth to Bai Xiaofan's child tomorrow. After finally getting Menglan and Lu Mei back to their room, Lu Yueya let out a long sigh of relief. Sitting on the sofa, she recalled her mother and aunt's words, and her heart stirred. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it really be that she hadn't been proactive enough? But she didn't know how to be. Chapter 130, Big Sister's Trouble. The following days passed without incident. Until Bai Xiaofan received a call from Gu Yanyan. My aunt's in trouble. Gu Yanyan was already sobbing uncontrollably on the other end of the line. After hanging up, Bai Xiaofan rushed to the hospital, but it was too late. Big Sister had already passed away. The hospital corridor was packed with people, all of Big Sister's subordinates, but every face was etched with grief. Spotting Bai Xiaofan, Gu Yanyan could no longer contain her grief. She threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Feeling the beauty's anguish, Bai Xiaofan gently held her close. At this moment, 1,000 words couldn't match the warmth of an embrace. What happened? While comforting Gu Yanyan, Bai Xiaofan looked up at the crowd and asked. Wang Hu, unable to contain his emotions any longer, clenched his fists and charged forward. He shouted at Bai Xiaofan, "It's all your fault. Otherwise, Big Sister wouldn't have died. Song Luan's men killed her." Snake Pattern immediately pulled Wang Hu back, saying with some irritation, "Brother Hu, have you forgotten what Big Sister said?" Snake Pattern pulled Wang Hu away and approached Bai Xiaofan. His voice heavy, he said, "Before she passed, Big Sister said she never regretted helping you." Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan clenched his fists tightly. He swore to avenge his sister. One day later, the memorial service commenced as scheduled. At the memorial site, the brothers of the gang gathered together. Each wore mourning attire, and some, overcome with emotion, demanded to confront Song Luan immediately. At that moment, Snake Pattern stepped forward. His status among them was immense, and his words carried weight. "Brothers," he began, "the Ming organization and Song Luan have killed our elder sister. This is a blood feud that must be avenged. But before her spirit altar, there is a more urgent matter at hand, electing a new leader." His words fell upon a deathly silence. Wang Hu stepped forward and declared, "What's there to elect? It must be Miss Gu. She is our elder sister's niece, and we wholeheartedly support her." Many present voiced their agreement. Yet one man stepped forward, raising his hand in protest. "I disagree," he shouted. "Gu Yanyan is nothing but a wet behind the ears girl. How could she possibly lead us?" This man held a high position within the gang. His name was Shin Tufei. Shin Tufei's words stirred up some commotion, with others joining the discussion. "Exactly. Gu Yanyan is far too young. How can we let some little girl lead us?" These remarks stung like barbed wire, infuriating both Shiwan and Wang Hu. Gu Yanyan stood nearby, her face etched with panic and sorrow. Before her aunt passed away, she had been entrusted to manage the family business. But how could Gu Yanyan, a mere girl, possibly command this pack of wolves before her? "Don't be afraid, I'm here." A voice suddenly sounded behind Gu Yanyan, making her slender frame tremble. Bai Xiaofan had already grasped Gu Yanyan's delicate hand, his face radiating sincerity. Because of what happened to her, Bai Xiaofan would never stand idly by. His master had taught him from childhood, repay even the smallest kindness with boundless gratitude. Bai Xiaofan stepped forward decisively, positioning himself directly in front of Gu Yanyan. Seeing Bai Xiaofan's not particularly imposing figure, a hint of surprise flashed in Gu Yanyan's eyes. Having Miss Gu take over was my elder sister's final wish. Moreover, she explicitly instructed that I would oversee the guild's affairs in her absence. Therefore, I have the authority to decide. Bai Xiaofan declared with unwavering conviction. Shen Tufei burst into derisive laughter, his face twisted with contempt. He pointed at Bai Xiaofan and shouted, "Who do you think you are? You're just a kid who hasn't even grown any hair yet. Do you think you're the white ghost? How dare you speak to me like this?" Shen Tufei clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he gasped for breath. "We'll see about that." Bai Xiaofan's figure flickered, and he was already beside Shen Tufei. Shen Tufei's expression changed. He hadn't expected Bai Xiaofan to be so fast. But he certainly didn't care. Shen Tufei's iron fists were legendary. "Then I'll teach you a lesson first." Shen Tufei bellowed, charging forward with a punch. The fist carried a crackling sound. Feeling the fist wind bearing down on him, Bai Xiaofan only sneered coldly. "Nothing special. You haven't even reached the internal realm. How dare you challenge me?" Bai Xiaofan countered with a light, effortless punch. The two fists collided head-on. Snap! The sound of cracking bones, followed by a piercing scream. Shen Tufei's hand was already fractured. He lay on the ground wailing, utterly incapacitated. "Is there anyone else who dares to defy me?" Bai Xiaofan's cold gaze swept over the crowd. This scene had already intimidated everyone. No one dared speak, all bowing in submission. Seeing this, Shiwen immediately pushed Gu Yanyan forward. Thus, Gu Yanyan became the new hall master. With this matter settled, Bai Xiaofan solemnly paid his respects at his elder sister's spirit tablet. "Rest assured, sister. Song Luan will soon join you in the underworld." Bai Xiaofan clenched his fist, vowing silently. In his heart, Song Luan was already dead. After paying his respects, Bai Xiaofan turned to take his leave. But the moment he stepped out of the memorial hall, his body was enveloped by a pair of arms. A soft embrace from behind. "Thank you," Gu Yanyan said shyly. Bai Xiaofan awkwardly turned around, only to meet Gu Yanyan's lips head-on. Gu Yanyan's face flushed crimson instantly, her heart racing wildly. I'll be going now." Faced with such an awkward situation, Bai Xiaofan knew it was best not to linger. Besides, it was late, and fifth senior sister was waiting. At the Lu residence, night had already fallen. In the back garden, Lu Yueya, clad in a gold-threaded nightgown, stared thoughtfully at the moonlit night. "Yueya, what are you doing?" Lu Shangxiang suddenly appeared and tapped her shoulder. "You're not thinking about Bai Xiaofan, are you? Haven't seen him around these past few days. Where's that kid gone?" Lu Shangxiang remarked with a hint of amusement. Lu Yueya's face flushed. "Stop talking nonsense. Bai Xiaofan? Why would I think about him? It's just... I don't know why, but I feel restless. Like someone's following me." A hint of fear flickered in Lu Yueya's eyes. Lu Shangxiang took Lu Yueya's hand and said with a smile, "Maybe the recent events have put too much pressure on you. Let me help you back to your room to rest." The two women finally left the back garden. On the wall of the back garden, a pair of eyes watched everything unfold. The owner of those eyes was a man with a face covered in scars. "Damn, those two chicks are hot. If I could just play with them a bit, ha!" The man grinned lewdly. But upon seeing the Lu sisters enter the house, he reluctantly pulled out his phone. Glancing at the dozens of missed calls on his phone, the man spat angrily. "This Guo Xiaoqiu is such a damn nag. Fine, for the money's sake, I'll go back and report first." With that, the man flickered and leaped off the wall. His figure darted like lightning toward the highway. Swish, swish. Soon he leapt onto an old sedan, ready to drive off. But he hadn't noticed that by the roadside, a young man stood watching it all with a completely bewildered expression. This young man was none other than Bai Xiaofan, who had just returned from the funeral. That guy. Watching the man's retreating figure, Bai Xiaofan felt a stir in his heart. He had come from the Lu family? Chapter 131, The Guo family's murderous intent. As he watched the car drive off, Bai Xiaofan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He kept his wits about him and memorized the license plate number. Then, Bai Xiaofan dashed back to the Lu residence. "Senior sister, I'm back." Bai Xiaofan pushed open the door with a sly grin, intending to surprise Lu Yuya. But unexpectedly, Lu Yuegua immediately embraced him. Feeling the softness against his body, Bai Xiaofan's heart fluttered. Truthfully, Lu Yuegua had been restless, waiting for Bai Xiaofan's return.
For some reason, only when Bai Xiaofan was by her side did she feel secure.
But now, their actions were getting way too intimate. Realizing she'd overstepped, Lu Yueya finally let go.
Bai Xiaofan chuckled and said, "Senior sister, how about we hug a little longer?"
Put. Who would want to hug you?
Lu Yueya's pretty face flushed red, and she quickly changed the subject. "Where did you go?" Bai Xiaofan casually made up an excuse to brush off the matter.
"Let's talk business. Tomorrow I'm going with Tang Long, the Lu family's steward, to inspect the branch office in the suburbs. You wouldn't make me go alone, would you?"
Seeing she couldn't get anything more out of him, Lu Yuegua looked at Bai Xiaofan seriously, her voice tinged with expectation.
"Of course not.
"I'll always protect you, senior sister," Bai Xiaofan replied without hesitation.
But Bai Xiaofan was also puzzled why would the Lu family's eldest daughter need to bother with inspecting the suburban branch. Lu Yueya explained the whole story.
It turned out that Tang Long, the old steward in charge of the branch, had strongly insisted on it.
Oh? Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's expression shifted slightly.
Recalling the strange figure he'd glimpsed outside the Lu residence earlier, a sense of unease began to settle in his heart.
Still, Bai Xiaofan didn't share his suspicions with Lu Yuya.
Without proof, he didn't want to cause her undue worry. "Don't worry, senior sister. I'll always be right by your side to protect you," he murmured, leaning closer.
"Close protection?"
"Yeah, right up against you." A wave of springtime passion rippled through the small room.
At that moment, Gua family villa.
Gu Xiaoqiu sat stiffly upright on the sofa, his eyes cold and murderous. In his hand, he clutched his phone. The call log clearly displayed the name Tang Long.
"Lu Yueya, you're dead."
Gua Xiaoqiu gripped the phone, his voice icy. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The mysterious stalker from the Lu residence hurriedly entered the house.
"Fengxin, have you confirmed who Lu Yuegua is?" Gua Xiaoqiu asked sternly upon seeing the newcomer.
Fengxin was the stalker with the face covered in scars. He was a top-tier professional hitman, leaving no trace behind, and commanded a crew of desperate men specializing in such unsavory deeds. Gua Xiaoqiu had gone to great lengths to hire Fengxin this time. His sole purpose was to bring down the Lu family and avenge his son, Gua Ming. Fengxin chuckled darkly.
"I've already identified that woman.
With a concrete plan, she won't escape my grasp." A cold light flared in Gua Xiaoqiu's eyes as he whispered the plan into Fengxin's ear. "Heh, rest assured, Mr. Gua.
I guarantee it'll be foolproof."
"Then I wish you success in your endeavor."
Clink. The two clinked their glasses together, their laughter echoing with a sinister camaraderie. Early the next morning, Lu Yueya awoke before dawn.
She slipped into a tailored business suit that accentuated her graceful figure to perfection. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but stare, momentarily transfixed. "Fifth senior sister, you're truly beautiful," he murmured.
Lu Yueya rolled her eyes. "Need I say more?"
"Your senior sister is stunningly beautiful. Today, you're my bodyguard. You must protect your senior sister's safety."
Ahem.
Just as the two were engaged in this rather romantic exchange, an old man's cough echoed from the end of the corridor. An elderly man shuffled toward them, his steps unsteady. He appeared to be in his 60s, yet gave off an air of being on his last legs. Yet, a hint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. It was clear he was quite a character.
"Grandpa Tang." Lu Yueya gave Bai Xiaofan a knowing glance, and the two approached the elderly man.
Bai Xiaofan studied the old man, feeling a sense of apprehension. Ever since his days on the mountain, he and his master hadn't merely studied martial arts. Bai Xiaofan had also become quite skilled at reading people's faces. This old fellow had a darkened forehead and purple-tinged eyes, undoubtedly a scheming and sinister individual who demanded caution. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself.
Tang Long, noticing Lu Yueya approaching, cleared his throat again and said in a hoarse voice, "The carriage is ready.
Please, miss and old man, board the carriage. The branch office staff are all eagerly awaiting your arrival." He gestured invitingly.
Lu Yueya nodded and followed Tang Long toward the vehicle.
Bai Xiaofan naturally intended to follow, but Tang Long reached out to block him.
"Unrelated parties are not permitted to accompany us," Tang Long stated coldly. "What? Unrelated personnel?"
Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan nearly choked on his own blood. Even Lu Tianjiang and Lu Mei addressed him as esteemed nephew and honorable nephew. Yet here was some old steward daring to call him an outsider. Bai Xiaofan was on the verge of losing his temper. If not for fifth senior sister being present, he would have given the old man a thorough beating.
Lu Yueya felt awkward and nudged Bai Xiaofan.
Then, with considerable respect, she addressed Tang Long. "Grandfather Tang, this is my junior brother and bodyguard. He's here to protect my safety."
Then follow along."
Hearing this, Tang Long merely snorted coldly before turning and walking away, completely ignoring Bai Xiaofan.
Just as Bai Xiaofan was about to erupt, Lu Yueya shot him a warning glare. "Don't be presumptuous. He's a veteran of our Lu family, even my father shows him respect," Lu Yueya declared. "All right. Since senior sister had spoken, Bai Xiaofan naturally wouldn't dwell on it. Though Tang Long's arrogance made his teeth itch with rage, if the man had no ulterior motives, Bai Xiaofan wouldn't bother with him. And so, they all boarded the car together. As her bodyguard, he naturally sat beside the young miss. Could you move over a bit? Lu Yueya asked awkwardly. Bai Xiaofan scratched his head and sighed helplessly. A bodyguard needs to stay close, of course. Hearing this, Tang Long, seated up front, couldn't help but flinch. Let's go, he commanded the driver in a deep, commanding voice. The vehicle slowly pulled away from the Lu residence, heading out of the city. The branch factory of the Lu Group was located 50 miles outside the city in the suburbs, requiring passage through a treacherous mountain road. The vehicle left the city and plunged directly into the mountainous region. Danger! Bai Xiaofan keenly sensed that the atmosphere inside the car and its surroundings felt off. He immediately drew closer to Lu Yueya, his hand tightly clasping her delicate fingers. What are you doing? Lu Yueya flushed crimson, blushing at the thought that Bai Xiaofan might attempt an intimate gesture in the car. But Steward Tang is still here. Bai Xiaofan shot Lu Yueya a meaningful glance and whispered in a barely audible voice, trust me, senior sister. There's danger. Ah! Lu Yuegua nearly cried out in fright. Bai Xiaofan reached out to stop her, giving Lu Yuya a meaningful look. With Bai Xiaofan's talent for reading people, he was certain the sense of danger was absolutely connected to the Tang Long standing before them. His divine sense immediately expanded outward, his keen senses picking up every shift in the surrounding environment. At that moment, the vehicle had entered the mountain road. The killing intent, however, surged sharply. Chapter 132, Assassination Operation. The Lu family's vehicle traversed the suburban roads, now entering a desolate stretch. Between the towering mountains on either side lay only a straight mountain path, seemingly endless. The world was eerily silent. But a deafening roar shattered the silence. The car slammed to a sudden halt. Damn it, a blowout, the driver exclaimed. Tang Long's face darkened. Miss, don't panic. Let's get out and take a look. Saying this, he followed the driver out the door. The moment they stepped out, the driver immediately helped Tang Long to his feet. The two of them broke into a run and fled the scene. A group of people suddenly appeared just a few dozen meters ahead of the car. Watching this scene, Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuegua in the car each had their own thoughts. Bai Xiaofan showed no surprise whatsoever, instead wearing an expression as if watching a play. He had long anticipated something happening, so naturally he felt no astonishment. Lu Yuya, however, was overcome with fury. Tang Long was a longtime employee of the Lu family, having fought alongside Lu Yuya's grandfather through thick and thin. She never imagined Tang Long would betray the Lu family. Her delicate frame trembled with rage. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan clasped Lu Yuegua's hand tightly and comforted her. Senior sister, don't be sad. Even if the entire world betrays you, I will always be by your side. Ah! These words struck a chord deep within Lu Yuegua, causing a ripple of emotion to stir within the young girl's heart. However, the people on the road were already charging toward the sedan. Weapons were in their hands. Some wielded clubs, others carried long blades. Some even had firearms strapped to their waists. Ah! What to do? Lu Yueya felt a vague sense of tension. Though she had seen many grand spectacles, facing a mob of thugs armed with deadly weapons left her momentarily at a loss. Bai Xiaofan hurriedly reassured her, with me here, taking care of these guys is no problem at all. Just stay in the car and don't come out. Saying this, Bai Xiaofan pushed open the car door, ready to step out. But Lu Yueya clutched Bai Xiaofan's hand tightly. She knew he was formidable, but two fists couldn't fight four hands. These were clearly desperate criminals. How could Bai Xiaofan possibly hold them off alone? Lu Yueya was genuinely worried for Bai Xiaofan's safety. Bai Xiaofan met her gaze with unwavering resolve. Though he usually joked around, at critical moments, a man must shoulder responsibility. This wasn't just a lesson his master had taught him, it was something Bai Xiaofan had come to understand on his own. His tone softened as he gently stroked the beauty's cheek. I'll be back soon. With that, he turned to leave. But then, Lu Yuegua's lips pressed against his. A wave of warmth and trembling. If not for the imminent threat, Bai Xiaofan would have relished the moment. Lu Yueya's face was streaked with tears. Bai Xiaofan was willing to risk his life for her. The beauty's heart had been completely melted. Xiaofan, please stay safe. With his senior sister's words echoing in his mind, Bai Xiaofan locked the car doors, stepped out, and approached the group unarmed. The arrivals were, of course, Feng Xin and his band of desperate thugs. Stop! Seeing Bai Xiaofan step out, Feng Xin raised a hand to halt his men. A savage gleam flashed across his ugly face. Feng Xin recognized Bai Xiaofan immediately. After all, he topped Gui Shaoqiu's assassination list. The bounty was a staggering 50 million. Humph. Never expected you'd be here too, kid. Perfect, we'll take care of you as well. Feng Xin shouted with considerable arrogance. He had every reason to be confident. The 10 men behind him weren't pushovers. Is that so? Bai Xiaofan tilted his head and laughed. The last person who talked to me like that? The grass on his grave is already knee-high. Ha! Looks like you don't know when to quit, kid. 11 of us can't handle you? Attack! Fengsen waved his hand dramatically, exuding the air of a commander leading an army. His underlings wasted no time, weapons raised as they swarmed forward. Bunch of trash. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. These guys might be desperate scum with no mercy in their attacks, but they lack coordination among themselves. They were essentially fighting their own battles. Compared to the elite mercenaries Bai Xiaofan had faced before, these guys were nothing to write home about. Bai Xiaofan flickered and appeared before the group in an instant. So fast? The desperate criminals were utterly dumbfounded. They never dreamed their opponent could move this fast. To their eyes, Bai Xiaofan was nothing but a blur. Before they could react, Bai Xiaofan's fists had already struck out. The 2 punches sent both men flying backward. Whoosh! The others watched in stunned silence, sucking in sharp breaths. That was way too brutal. But they were all desperate men, fearless at heart. The remaining few charged forward. Bring it on! Bai Xiaofan's fighting spirit surged to the brink. Master had said, when dealing with villains, fists are the most effective tool. Ah! Ah! Screams of agony echoed through the air. Fengsen's men all collapsed to the ground, instantly incapacitated. What? Fengsen felt a chill run through his limbs. He had committed countless evils in his life and encountered many formidable opponents, yet he had never felt such terror as he did today. Only now did Fengsen realize he had underestimated Bai Xiaofan's strength. Seize that woman first. That woman surnamed Lu is this brat's Achilles' heel. Fengsen steeled his resolve and charged straight toward the car. Ah, Xiaofan, save me! Seeing Fengsen charging like a raging tiger, Lu Yueya desperately shouted to Bai Xiaofan. Fengsen, however, only sneered coldly, his eyes filled with cruelty. Scream all you want. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. That kid is tied up by my 10 top men. How could he break free so quickly? Ha ha! His eyes locked onto the car as his pace quickened. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Fengsen felt he was about to seize the beauty in his grasp, while Bai Xiaofan would be begging for mercy on his knees. But just then, he felt a warm, wet sensation on the back of his head. Ha! Fengsen whipped his head around in shock, only to find a cold, steely gaze fixed upon him. It was Bai Xiaofan. And Fengsen's men? They were all lying flat on the ground. What? In less than half a minute, all 10 of my top men are finished? Fengsen's mind suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. You're joining them now. Bai Xiaofan used his hand like a blade, lightly slicing across Fengsen's neck. Thud! Fengsen's body collapsed to the ground. Xiaofan and Lu Yueya witnessed the scene and could no longer contain their emotions. They threw themselves into Bai Xiaofan's arms, weeping bitterly. Bathed in sunlight, Bai Xiaofan now stood like a god of war. Tang Long and the driver had long since collapsed in terror, trembling on the ground. It's not our fault. Guo Xiaoqiu threatened and bribed me. I'm forever loyal to the Lu family. I had no choice. Tang Long and the driver kowtowed frantically. Smack! Smack! Bai Xiaofan delivered a kick to each of them, silencing them forever. Bai Xiaofan couldn't be bothered to listen to the excuses of such opportunistic scoundrels. Guo Xiaoqiu. A cold smile curled at the corner of Bai Xiaofan's lips. Feeling the emotions of the beauty in his arms, the murderous intent in his eyes grew ever more intense. Chapter 133, Targeting Guo Xiaoqiu. Bai Xiaofan helped Lu Yueya into the car and dialed Xuan's number. Leave it to me. I'll clean up this scene completely. Snake Pattern agreed readily. Bai Xiaofan trusted Snake Pattern's capabilities implicitly. He started the car and sped away from the scene. The two sped toward the Lu residence. Upon returning to the Lu residence, they acted as if nothing had happened. Bai Xiaofan swiftly carried Lu Yueya into the house. But as soon as he pushed open the door, he saw someone inside. Yikes! Bai Xiaofan jumped in surprise. He thought a thief had broken in. But upon closer inspection, it was actually fourth senior sister Luo Shui. Are you two okay? Seeing Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya looking rather disheveled, Luo Shui covered her mouth in surprise. Luo Shui had come to the Lu residence because Bai Xiaofan hadn't contacted her for several days, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. Upon arriving at the Lu residence and learning that Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya had gone together to inspect the branch office, a vague unease had settled in her heart. But now, all that vanished like smoke, replaced only by deep concern. Bai Xiaofan helped Lu Yueya onto the bed. He closed the door behind him and explained the entire situation. What? Luo Shui nearly jumped out of her skin with fury. How dare they? How dare Guo Xiaoqiu send men to ambush you? I'm going home right now to report this to father and wipe out the Guo family. Luo Shui gritted her teeth, her voice filled with fury. Hey, senior sister. Don't act rashly. Seeing Luo Shui so agitated, Bai Xiaofan hurriedly grabbed her arm. Truthfully, with the Luo family's power, annihilating the Guo family wasn't impossible if they threw everything into it. But the Luo family would be severely weakened in the process. Seeing Luo Shui's fiercely agitated expression, Bai Xiaofan felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. But recklessness won't solve anything. Bai Xiaofan already had a plan in mind. He smiled at Luo Shui and said, "Fourth senior sister, if we let Guo Xiaoqiu fall like this, wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? I want them to pay tenfold." He stroked his chin, his mind already plotting his revenge. Speaking, Bai Xiaofan pulled his phone from his pocket and placed it before the two women. It was the recording from earlier. It contained Tang Long's confession and Feng Sen's words. "Wow, little junior brother, I never expected you'd mature so much, you're so clever." Luo Shui and Lu Yueya were both astonished. Neither woman had anticipated that Bai Xiaofan had kept a card up his sleeve. In such a perilous situation, he had managed to record the evidence. Bai Xiaofan gave a sinister smile. "Don't forget, senior sisters, I've inherited my master's true teachings." Luo Shui and Lu Yueya exchanged a knowing smile. Indeed. Though our master may seem unkempt, when it comes to scheming and plotting, he's truly first-rate. Luo Shui affectionately ruffled Bai Xiaofan's hair. "Little junior brother, looks like our master is a cunning old fox, and you're a cunning little fox." Put. Fourth senior sister, that description is way too something. Bai Xiaofan exclaimed, his forehead breaking out in a cold sweat. Ha ha. Their banter had Lu Yueya roaring with laughter, washing away the anger and fear that had clouded her moments before. Luo Shui was quite pleased with the effect. After all, as the esteemed young miss of the Luo family, she had a knack for livening up the atmosphere. "Back to business, what do we do now?" Luo Shui asked. Bai Xiaofan snapped open his phone. "Hand over the recording to Guo Xiaoqiu. Let's see what this scum has planned next." Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. He understood that killing Guo Xiaoqiu outright would only play into the scoundrel's hands. "Excellent. You truly live up to being your master's worthy disciple," Luo Shui declared with satisfaction. No time to waste. Bai Xiaofan downloaded the recording, edited it, and hit send straight to Guo Xiaoqiu. Done in a second. Bai Xiaofan eagerly anticipated Guo Xiaoqiu's reaction upon hearing this recording. Done. He clapped his hands, his face relaxed. "Then let's go swimming. It'll be relaxing," Luo Shui suggested. "Plus, it'll give Guo Xiaoqiu some time to react." "Sounds good." Bai Xiaofan agreed without hesitation. Swimming with two gorgeous women, that's a dream come true. How could he possibly refuse? That's not good. Lu Yueya still felt a bit uneasy. But Luo Shui was determined to liven up the mood and pulled Lu Yueya up by the arm. "Our Luo family has a swimming club in the northern part of the city. It's quite excellent. You've just endured an ordeal, so consider this a welcome back treat from your senior sister," Luo Shui insisted, practically dragging Lu Yueya out the door. Bai Xiaofan naturally wouldn't refuse, so he followed the two beauties into the car. Luo Shui revved up her pink Ferrari and sped like the wind to the swimming club. Located in the northern part of the city, it was also near the city center. As for the environment, it was quite impressive. "Our family invested in building this place just half a year ago. Now, this young lady here is the owner of this swimming club," Luo Shui declared. She seemed rather pleased with herself. Bai Xiaofan immediately applauded. "Senior sister, you're amazing." Luo Shui shot Bai Xiaofan a glare before adding, "But only the front desk manager here knows my true identity. I don't want to reveal who I am." Luo Shui wore an air of supreme arrogance, perfectly embodying the demeanor of the Luo family's eldest daughter. The three parked at the far end of the lot, then walked to the entrance. The security guard at the entrance approached them immediately. "May I see your membership cards, please?" the guard inquired. As he spoke, he glanced at the trio. When his eyes fell on Bai Xiaofan, his face twisted with envy and jealousy. "Damn it, what kind of world is this? That pretty boy gets to be accompanied by two gorgeous women. I'm as dashing as a tree in spring, yet I'm stuck being a security guard." The guard thought resentfully. Bai Xiaofan asked, "Do we still need membership cards?" Hearing this, the guard sneered with contempt. "Brother, this is your first time at Luo's swimming pool. Ours is a high-end facility operating on a membership system. Membership fees run into the hundreds of thousands. Not just anyone can walk in here." Bai Xiaofan instantly detected the guard's contempt and grew angry. This guy really judges people by their appearance. Fearing a confrontation, Luo Shui quickly pulled a membership card from his bag. It was a gleaming gold membership card. Luo Shui waved it in front of the security guard and declared, "This is my golden membership card." "Is that good enough?" The security guard was utterly stunned by the gleaming gold membership card. This swimming pool offered 3 membership tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. The bronze card required a 200,000 yuan top-up, while the silver card demanded 500,000 yuan. The gold membership card, however, required a minimum top-up of 1 million yuan. Having worked at this pool for 3 months, the guard was seeing a gold membership card for the first time, his face instantly filled with awe. Miss, please come in. The security guard immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. But deep down, he felt even more frustrated. This woman before him must be an incredibly wealthy socialite. She was holding a gold membership card, after all. But the guy trailing behind her? He looked like a total bumpkin. It's just not fair. The security guard felt his heart bleed. Chapter 134, The Water Tyrant. Upon entering the swimming pool complex, Bai Xiaofan discovered a whole new world inside. It was truly extravagant. The entire pool complex was dominated by a golden color scheme, exuding an air of high-end sophistication. The facility was split into 2 levels, with the upper floor designated for changing, separated into men's and women's changing rooms. Below was the swimming area itself, bustling with a handful of people, both men and women. Among the men, figures varied from pot-bellied types to stylish gentlemen. As for the women, they were all stunning beauties. Dressed in colorful, skimpy swimsuits, they seemed less interested in swimming and more in competing for attention. Still, it was quite a sight. "Hey, kid, what are you staring at? Hurry up and get changed," Luo Shui called out. Bai Xiaofan finally snapped out of it. Turning to look, Luo Shui had already pulled Lu Yueya to the entrance of the women's changing room. "Your senior sister and I are changing. Wait here, kid." Luo Shui winked at Bai Xiaofan, her expression hinting at mischief. You're such a pervert." Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He too entered the men's changing room. The changing room was equally lavish, stocked with all kinds of trendy swimwear. Attendants were on hand to assist. Spotting Bai Xiaofan enter, a attendant immediately rushed over. "Sir, these are all the latest swimwear styles. Please tell us the brand and model," the male attendant said with a smile. Bai Xiaofan looked utterly bewildered. "I don't know anything about brands. Just pick one for me," he said helplessly. In Bai Xiaofan's mind, men's swimwear was just shorts. What brand did it need? The attendant looked utterly bewildered, while a mocking voice came from a man beside him. "What kind of bumpkin are you? These are all high-end international brands." "You don't know that," the man said. Bai Xiaofan turned around to find a stylish guy changing into his swimwear. The guy was shirtless, wearing only a pair of tight-fitting shorts. His physique was undeniably imposing, and he wore a devilishly charming smile, though beneath it lay a clear look of contempt for Bai Xiaofan. "Damn it, can't I just not know?" Bai Xiaofan retorted immediately, glaring at the guy's arrogant expression. The male attendant, terrified, grabbed Bai Xiaofan's arm. "Bro, this is Chu City's big shot, Zhang Minghua. You better watch your mouth." "Pfft, who cares about him?" Bai Xiaofan casually picked out a swimsuit and changed into it in no time. His bare torso revealed bronze-toned skin and sculpted muscles. Years of training martial arts with his master on the mountain had forged Bai Xiaofan's body like bronze or iron, radiating masculine charm. "Humph. All show." Zhang Minghua glanced at Bai Xiaofan, his expression tinged with surprise, yet his sharp tongue remained unchecked. With that, the guy puffed out his chest and strode off. "Is this guy always this cocky?" Bai Xiaofan muttered discontentedly. The male waiter sighed. "Young man, just bear with it. That Zhang Minghua is the provincial swimming champion and the eldest son of the Zhang family in Chu City. He's not someone like us can afford to provoke." "Put." Facing the waiter's earnest pleas, Bai Xiaofan only gave a cold sneer. "Who cares about him?" He changed into his swimsuit and stepped outside. Just as he exited, he saw Luo Shui and Lu Yueya emerging from the women's changing room. Both women had changed into the latest bikini styles, revealing their devilishly alluring figures in full view before Bai Xiaofan. The sheer visual impact of that dazzling white side left Bai Xiaofan utterly stunned. The 2 girls also spotted Bai Xiaofan. "Oh my!" Luo Shui and Lu Yueya instinctively covered their mouths. Though both had seen Bai Xiaofan's physique before, such a visual impact was entirely new to them. A faint flutter stirred in both their hearts. "Senior sister?" Bai Xiaofan ran up to the 2 girls and called out. Luo Shui and Lu Yueya snapped out of their reverie, both flushed crimson. "Let's go swimming." Luo Shui tugged at Lu Yueya and beckoned Bai Xiaofan. "All right, whatever." And so, the 3 made their way down to the pool. Their arrival immediately caused a stir. A trio of handsome men and beautiful women was simply too eye-catching. Swimwear is the simplest form of clothing, yet it most effectively accentuates the figure. Stunning beauties like Luo Shui and Lu Yueya naturally drew the attention of many lecherous men. Meanwhile, many married women fixed their gaze on Bai Xiaofan. "Wow, this guy is amazing." "Ugh." Bai Xiaofan felt a chill run down his spine. This was way too awkward. But just then, a pair of eyes in the distance had already locked onto Bai Xiaofan and his companions. It was none other than the furious Zhang Minghua. Wasn't that Luo Shui? Zhang Minghua recognized her instantly. After all, she was one of the reasons he'd come to Luo City. The Zhang family had long sought to expand their influence into Luo City, hence sending Zhang Minghua to establish connections with the major factions. Before arriving, Zhang Minghua had thoroughly researched the key figures of Luo City's major factions. He coveted Luo Shui above all else. The eldest daughter of the Luo family, an elite goddess, held irresistible appeal for any man. Jiang Minghua never imagined that the esteemed Miss Luo would be with that country bumpkin he had just looked down upon. Rage surged within Jiang Minghua. He strode directly before the three of them. He plastered on a hypocritical smile, his lips curled in what he thought was a womanizing grin. Miss Luo Shui, hello. I'm Jiang Minghua from Chucheng, the eldest son of the Jiang group, he introduced himself proudly. Do I know you? Luo Shui replied coldly. Men like Jiang Minghua were beneath Luo Shui's notice. Ugh. Jiang Minghua's face darkened. He had assumed his charm was irresistible, but Luo Shui paid him no mind whatsoever. Jiang Minghua redirected his anger toward Bai Xiaofan. Young man, what's your relationship with Miss Luo? Judging by your appearance, you can't be her little bodyguard or security guard, can you? Jiang Minghua bellowed with laughter. The words were dripping with provocation. Damn it, again? Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan nearly choked on his own blood. That jerk had been making snide remarks in the locker room earlier, and now he wouldn't let it go at the pool. The kicker was, Bai Xiaofan didn't even know who he was. Think I'm easy to push around? A chill ran through Bai Xiaofan's heart as he snapped back, who I am is none of your damn business. Get out of my way and let me swim. Ah. This retort left Jiang Minghua utterly petrified. He, the esteemed young master of the Jiang family in Chu City, had been ignored by Miss Luo that he could swallow. But to be dismissed by some lowly lackey? This was the last straw. Raging with fury, Jiang Minghua demanded, Kid, you dare challenge me to a swimming race? Ha! Bai Xiaofan froze. He'd never heard such a request before. Having trained rigorously with his master since childhood in the mountains, Bai Xiaofan moved through trees to pluck fruit and dived into water to catch fish with effortless ease. And now someone dared challenge him? Absolutely preposterous. Bai Xiaofan watched Jiang Minghua, who had completely lost his composure, with a hint of amusement. And who might you be, sir? Jiang Minghua pounded his chest and bellowed, I am Jiang Minghua, the water tyrant. King of the water? Bai Xiaofan remarked slowly. Isn't that just a turtle? Put. Everyone present burst into laughter. Only Jiang Minghua's face turned as purple as an eggplant. Chapter 135, The Ancestor Emerges. The ancient temple on Waterwave Mountain was originally a place of secluded cultivation. Yet now, a swarm of black-clad figures had encircled the site, deterring those who came to offer incense. A middle-aged man knelt at the temple entrance, repeatedly kowtowing. He was Guo Xiaoqiu. Ancestor, the Guo clan faces a crisis of survival. I implore you to intervene. Guo Xiaoqiu's voice trembled with emotion as he struck the ground fiercely. Blood covered his forehead. He had been prostrating himself here for an entire hour. Squeak! The sound of the door opening interrupted Guo Xiaoqiu's actions. Steady footsteps echoed from within as an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard emerged. Seeing the elder, Guo Xiaoqiu's face lit up with emotion. He didn't even notice the blood smeared across his face. Crawling straight to the old man, he clung to his legs and began sobbing. Ancestor, save me! Guo Xiaoqiu's voice trembled. The man before him stood tall and imposing, his snow-white hair contrasting with a youthful complexion. He carried an aura of formidable strength, commanding respect without needing to raise his voice. He was Guo Feng, the former head of the Guo family and the venerable patriarch of the clan. Guo Xiaoqiu was his grandson. Guo Feng was a prodigious martial arts prodigy. Decades ago, he had already attained the realm of a grandmaster. Since then, he had secluded himself, dedicating his life to cultivating martial arts. Now, his depth was unfathomable. He once declared he would never emerge from seclusion unless the Guo family faced imminent peril. Despite years of turmoil within the Guo clan, Guo Feng remained utterly indifferent. Unexpectedly, Guo Xiaoqiu has come knocking once more. Seeing this unambitious descendant, Guo Feng's expression turned cold. What brings you here? Gu Xiaoqiu immediately burst into tears and snot, wailing, It's the Lu family. That Lu family brat, Lu Yueya, found some junior disciple from who knows where. This villain is utterly vicious. He killed my son first and now wants to destroy our Guo sect. Guo Xiaoqiu launched into a tirade of fabrications. Years of navigating the business world had taught him to lie without batting an eye. Guo Feng's expression turned grim upon hearing this. Did you not inform that youth of my existence? He demanded coldly. Gu Xiaoqiu's voice trembled. Ancestor, when I mentioned your sacred name, that brat threatened that if you dared to meddle, he would erase you too. The words barely left his mouth when Guo Xiaoqiu felt a violent gust of wind. A chill erupted from Guo Feng's body. Damn it! 2 words escaped Guo Feng's lips. Disciple. He murmured softly. A man suddenly materialized beside him, swift as lightning, swift as the wind. Clad entirely in black, his face was as hard as iron, radiating waves of murderous intent. Judging by his aura, he was faintly at the realm of a junior grandmaster. Broken army, go to the Lu family. Bring that brat here. I intend to confront him with my full might. With that, Guo Feng swept his sleeve and entered the house. Xiaoqiu, you may come in as well. His tone softened slightly. Gu Xiaoqiu was overjoyed. With the Guo family patriarch taking charge, how could their vengeance not be fulfilled? Pujuan received the order and vanished in a flash, already charging down the mountain gate. His speed was so swift that only a blur remained. Lu family, Bai Xiaofan. Pujun murmured these two words, his pace accelerating even further. Lu family, back garden. Achoo! Who's talking about me behind my back? Bai Xiaofan, fresh from the pool, sneezed repeatedly, grumbling in annoyance. Lu Yueya giggled. What? Could it be that your red-cheeked confidant, Miss Gu, misses you? Lu Yueya said with a hint of jealousy. Bai Xiaofan immediately jumped to his feet. What confidant? We're completely innocent. Don't try to explain it, the more you talk, the worse it gets, Luo Shui added calmly. But just as the three were talking, Lu Mei came running over. Oh no! Something's happened. Lu Mei cried out in panic. Mom, what happened? Lu Yueya stood up nervously. Lu Mei grabbed Lu Yuegua's hand and said anxiously, this is bad. A terrifying man just showed up demanding to see Bai Xiaofan. Our security guard wouldn't let him in, and he's already knocked down several of them. What? Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan was startled. Damn it, who dares to cause trouble? Bai Xiaofan immediately said, don't worry, auntie. I'll go check it out. With that, he sped toward the front hall. The Lu family's front hall was now bustling with activity. The security captain, accompanied by numerous guards, had surrounded a man none other than Pujun. The man remained expressionless. Step aside, Pujun said calmly. Otherwise, you'll all be lying down. The security chief roared with fury. Who do you think you are? Everyone, attack. Pujun sneered coldly and suddenly struck. His fist struck like lightning. Ah! In less than half a minute, the security guards were all lying on the ground. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan arrived on the scene. The security captain was nearly scared out of his wits. He'd never witnessed anything like this before. Spotting Bai Xiaofan, he immediately ran over and hid behind him. Help me, the security chief gasped, his voice trembling. Bai Xiaofan shot him a helpless glance. This guy was such a coward. But when he turned around and saw the security guard sprawled on the ground, Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened considerably. This attack was brutal. Every guard had suffered crushed fractures in their hands and legs. If they couldn't recover properly, they'd likely spend the rest of their lives confined to wheelchairs. Who the hell are you? Bai Xiaofan's rage was off the charts. Daring to strike someone from the Lu family? That's like slapping this young master in the face. Pujun sneered, sizing up Bai Xiaofan with an expression that remained as indifferent as ever. You're Bai Xiaofan? The patriarch of the Guo clan ordered me to bring you back. Come with me now, and spare yourself the pain. With that, Pujun lunged, his palm striking toward Bai Xiaofan's knee. The palm struck like an eagle's talon, accompanied by a whistling wind. Eagle claw technique. Bai Xiaofan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this guy to use the long-lost classical martial art, eagle claw technique. Good thing that old codger of a master taught me how to counter it. Otherwise, one grab from him would have broken my bones for sure. Bai Xiaofan flipped his palm, aiming straight for the opponent's wrist crease. The opponent's palm strike was renowned for its speed, carrying terrifying momentum. A normal person's first instinct would be to dodge. But once you dodge, there's nowhere left to run. The counter lies in striking back. The opponent's weakness lay in the tiger's mouth. As long as he was faster than the opponent, he could counter it. Swish! Bai Xiaofan unleashed 50% of his strength, accelerating to a pace just barely ahead of Pujun's. That slight edge made it impossible for Break Army to ever catch him. Crack! Bai Xiaofan seized Pujun's wrist first, then rolled lightly. Ah! Pujun let out a piercing scream as his left arm shattered. Thud! He grunted and collapsed to the ground, already subdued. That fast? The security captain blinked in disbelief. The once formidable Pujun had been defeated in a single move by Bai Xiaofan, utterly powerless to retaliate. Could it be? I saw wrong? The security captain rubbed his eyes. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly, yanking Pujun to his feet. Broken Army grunted hoarsely, saying nothing. Deep down, he was utterly shaken. Few in the world could counter his move. Even his own master, the venerable Gui Gate Patriarch, might not have executed it as flawlessly as Bai Xiaofan had. Pujun was utterly stunned. Lifting Pujun, Bai Xiaofan gave a cold smile. Gua Men Laozu? So this is Gua Xiaoqiu's trump card. Very well, let me meet him head-on. With that, Bai Xiaofan hoisted the broken army and strode out of the Lu family compound. The security captain stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with nothing but utter horror. Chapter 136, Confronting the Patriarch. Bai Xiaofan gripped the dejected broken army sword as he approached the mountain gate. Ha! The black-clad bodyguards of the Guo family witnessed this scene and were utterly stunned. When Pujun had left earlier, he had been as arrogant as could be. His movements had practically swept the ground with his footsteps. But now, why was he being dragged along like a dead dog? The black-clad bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances. Bai Xiaofan gave a slight flick of his wrist, flinging Pajun straight to the mountain gate. Only then did the bodyguards snap to attention. Wasn't that Bai Xiaofan? Guo boss's greatest enemy.
They immediately surrounded Bai Xiaofan, their eyes blazing with murderous intent.
Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly.
"Get Guo Xiaoqiu out here," he bellowed.
His voice thundered like a clap of lightning. Rolling in.
Inside the temple gates, Guo Feng sat in meditation, while Guo Xiaoqiu stood beside him, not daring to speak.
But now, the commotion outside made Guo Feng's eyes snap open. He's here.
Guo Feng finally opened his eyes slowly, a cold gleam flashing in them.
Guo Xiaoqiu immediately moved to support him. Guo Feng raised his hand to stop him. "I'm not so old I can't walk," Guo Feng declared, rising to his feet. A gleam of determination shone in his eyes.
So it seems Pajun isn't his match after all.
That youngster has plenty of stamina, he's quite the character. Heh, but it's a pity he'll die by my hand.
Guo Feng suddenly perked up, his entire gaze blazing with intensity. Thus, he ordered Guo Xiaoqiu to open the door and strode out with purpose.
Though Guo Feng was well past 70, he now radiated vitality.
After Guo Feng stepped out, Guo Xiaoqiu followed respectfully behind. His eyes were filled with light. Guo Feng approached Pajun, gazing down at the man sprawled on the ground, his face twisted with fury.
"Useless. Get out of my sight." Pajun lowered his head and turned to leave. He simply couldn't bear to stay any longer. He was no match for Bai Xiaofan.
Bai Xiaofan had beaten the confidence right out of him.
Gu Xiaoqiu pointed at Bai Xiaofan. "Ancestor, this is the man who killed my son. I beg you, ancestor, avenge me." Gu Xiaoqiu knelt directly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Guo Feng gave a cold, mocking laugh. His gaze fixed on Bai Xiaofan. "Young man, how do you wish to die?" Guo Feng declared with overwhelming authority.
He had no intention of hearing Bai Xiaofan's explanation, for in his worldview, only the strong held the right to speak.
The weak had no right to speak at all. Although Bai Xiaofan could defeat Pajun, Guo Feng paid it no mind.
After all, Pajun had only just touched the threshold of mastery and was not yet a true master. Guo Feng, however, had attained the rank of Grandmaster decades ago.
After decades of arduous cultivation, his current power was unfathomable. Guo Feng possessed the power to obliterate Pajun with a single strike. Therefore, he held Bai Xiaofan in little regard.
His tone dripped with arrogance.
"What?"
Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan nearly choked on his own blood in rage.
"Are you kidding me?" Before arriving, he'd assumed the Guo family patriarch would be reasonable. After all, this was a man of standing.
But he never expected this Guo family patriarch to be so unreasonable, demanding Bai Xiaofan's death right off the bat.
Bai Xiaofan's expression turned icy. "You old fool, you're being utterly unreasonable. It was Guo Xiaoqiu and his men who repeatedly attacked me. Don't you even want to ask why?" Hearing Bai Xiaofan's retort, Guo Feng burst into laughter. "Reason? I am the reason." Guo Feng leapt lightly, landing beside Bai Xiaofan.
A gleam flashed in his eyes.
"Let me tell you this, whoever packs the hardest punch, they're the one who holds the real power,"
Guo Feng declared, his clenched fist radiating sheer power. His killing intent was overwhelming.
"Is that so? Then try it."
Bai Xiaofan flexed his body, determined to teach this old man a lesson. This guy was truly despicable.
"You dare call me old man? You're asking for it." Guo Feng swung a punch. The fist carried a wind.
The force was overwhelming, accompanied by a piercing whistle as it shot straight toward the heavens. After all, he was a master of many years, having reached a level of power that was unfathomable. This punch was truly ferocious. Bai Xiaofan stepped back. His expression turned cold.
Guo Feng was indeed far stronger than Pajun. The two were simply not in the same league.
Guo Feng's fist technique was devoid of flashiness, having reached a state of great skill appearing crude. But the sheer force behind this single punch far surpassed Pajun's. This was what Master had described the realm of returning to simplicity. Bai Xiaofan dodged while pondering this in his mind. He was genuinely astonished.
Guo Feng's strength was actually on par with Songluan's. Fortunately, his advanced age slowed his speed. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't stand a chance against him. Bai Xiaofan was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, Guo Feng was already old and frail. If not for that, Bai Xiaofan would have had to exert tremendous effort. But now, dealing with Guo Feng was much simpler. His turns were slow, all he needed to do was circle behind him for a decisive strike. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. His form flickered as his speed reached its absolute peak. Instead of confronting Guo Feng head-on, Bai Xiaofan chose to circle around to his back, a move that truly astonished Guo Feng. Guo Feng's expression changed. "What?" Moments ago, he'd been fantasizing about this punch sending Bai Xiaofan spitting blood. But now, he was utterly stunned. Bai Xiaofan slipped behind him like a ghost. He struck out with his palm. The strike wasn't particularly forceful, its main purpose was to draw Guo Feng's attention. Sure enough, Guo Feng dodged it. He assumed that was the extent of Bai Xiaofan's abilities. Bai Xiaofan gave a cold, mocking laugh. I knew you'd underestimate me.
He spun again, landing behind Guo Feng.
The old man's ultimate move, coiling dragon plays with Phoenix. This move was his master's ultimate technique. Bai Xiaofan had trained relentlessly for years. Once unleashed, it was virtually unstoppable. Ah!
Guo Feng felt his body tumble violently, spitting out a mouthful of old blood.
He crashed straight to the ground. Ancestor!
Guo Xiaoqiu rushed over to support Guo Feng, who turned away, clutching his chest.
He had lost his ability to fight. How could this be? Guo Feng's face was filled with utter shock. As a venerable grandmaster, his cultivation was formidable indeed.
Yet against Bai Xiaofan, he seemed utterly defenseless.
Bai Xiaofan had already landed.
He offered a wave of commentary.
It's actually quite simple.
Your strength is quite good, and your raw power is truly formidable.
But you're too old, which makes you too slow. So to take you down, I just need to be faster. Yep, that's it. Analysis complete.
Bai Xiaofan looked at him and said with a smile.
Put.
Guo Feng spat out another mouthful of old blood.
That's just too hurtful. Bai Xiaofan walked straight over.
He crouched beside Guo Feng, a wicked smile curling his lips.
You said might makes right? Well, now it's my turn to call the shots. Chapter 137, The Fall of the Guo Clan.
Watching Bai Xiaofan advance step by step, terror spread across Guo Feng's face.
Guo Feng was now gravely wounded, utterly powerless to fight back. He was utterly terrified.
The man who had been so arrogant moments ago was now completely at Bai Xiaofan's mercy. Bai Xiaofan need only crush him with a single squeeze to leave Guo Feng with no place to bury his remains, and that was the harsh reality.
Guo Feng's heart was pounding wildly. He finally set aside his pride and begged Bai Xiaofan for mercy. Mr. Bai, please forgive me. Watching this fellow's performance, Bai Xiaofan found himself rather satisfied. He looked at the other man intently. Speak. Your terms.
Guo Feng felt as if he'd been granted a royal pardon, his voice trembling.
Guo Xiaoqiu shall sever one of his arms and depart Luozhou forever.
All shares of the Guo group shall be transferred to the Lu family.
Gu Fengru trembled as he laid out his demands. Deal. Bai Xiaofan received the answer he desired. He smiled.
Guo Xiaoqiu trembled in terror, his face twisted into the ugliest expression imaginable.
Ancestor, save me. Cut the crap.
Guo Feng's gaze turned icy, his hand like a blade.
Ah!
Guo Xiaoqiu let out a piercing scream and collapsed unconscious. One of his arms was severed. Guo Feng immediately ordered the paperwork processed, granting Bai Xiaofan full ownership of Guo Group.
Guo Xiaoqiu thus exited the Luozhou business scene.
Guo Feng vowed to seclude himself in an ancient temple, never again meddling in worldly affairs.
Seeing Guo Feng's pathetic state, Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less. He was already gravely injured and could never return to his former peak.
In short, he posed no threat whatsoever. Bai Xiaofan returned to the Lu family with everything he had gained. Lu Yuya and Luo Shui were still worried about Bai Xiaofan. After all, his sudden departure had left both girls feeling uneasy. But Bai Xiaofan returned with a carefree attitude, handing the share transfer document to Lu Yuya.
Senior sister, from now on, this belongs to you. Bai Xiaofan declared. This is the Guo family's share transfer agreement? Lu Yuegua stared at the document, utterly stunned.
The Guo family had transferred all their shares to the Lu family.
This was all so sudden. What on earth happened? Luo Shui asked in astonishment. Bai Xiaofan gave a vague explanation of the situation, leaving both women utterly dumbfounded. You're that powerful? You even defeated the Guo family patriarch? Luo Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand helplessly. It's not like I'm that great. Just standard procedure.
Bai Xiaofan said with a smile.
In any case, the Guo family no longer posed a threat.
Bai Xiaofan had eliminated a major worry.
This was excellent news. However, this incident sent shockwaves through Luozhou's business circles.
The sudden takeover of the second-tier Guo family by the Lu family left everyone stunned. The Lu family, once at the bottom of the second-tier families, had now risen to the top tier among second-tier families.
Though still not reaching the level of first-tier families, they had gained considerable prestige within Luozhou. Upon hearing the news, Lu Tianjing was overcome with excitement. Who would have thought that the Guo family, which had long held sway over the Lu family, would now be swallowed up by them? Yet even now, Lu Tianjin remained utterly clueless about what had transpired. Lu Yueya stammered and stuttered. Because Bai Xiaofan had always kept a low profile. Seeing Lu Yueya's hesitant attitude, Lu Tianjing misunderstood. He assumed it was Luo Shui who had leveraged the Luo family's connections. Lu Tianjin was so excited he wanted to pay a visit to the Luo family. Left with no choice, Luo Shui had to step forward personally, effectively acknowledging the truth. Oh dear, Miss Luo. The Lu family owes you an immense debt of gratitude.
From this day forward, you are our benefactor. Seeing Lu Tianjin's expression, Luo Shui felt helpless, while Bai Xiaofan stuck out her tongue beside them.
Though the process had been a bit convoluted, the matter was finally settled. Bai Xiaofan could now relax and enjoy himself without worry. The next day, after breakfast, Bai Xiaofan left the Lu residence and headed to the Grand Mall. As the owner of this mall, he hadn't been here in ages. Regardless, as the owner, he felt it was his duty to make an inspection. Upon arriving at the entrance of Daolai Mall, he discovered they were running a promotional event, which pleased Bai Xiaofan greatly. Seems these folks know how to run a business. Just as Bai Xiaofan was looking around, a manager-like figure came running over. He was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but frown slightly at the sight of this fellow. He was rather stocky, yet his face was chubby and round, giving him a rather endearingly clumsy appearance. "Hello, boss." He rushed over. "Whoa, who are you?" Bai Xiaofan had never seen this fellow before. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I'm Wang Chao, the lobby manager," Wang Chao said with a hint of resignation. He'd intended to make a good impression on Bai Xiaofan, but it turned out the young boss didn't recognize him at all. Wang Chao was at a loss for words. Oh, it's you, Manager Wang." Bai Xiaofan felt a bit awkward too. After all, he was the owner here. Not recognizing his own manager was indeed a bit embarrassing. Wang Chao quickly plastered on a flattering smile. "Dear boss, we've already prepared your office for you, but you've never once come by. Today, please make sure to inspect the office," Wang Chao said respectfully. "All right." Bai Xiaofan didn't want to go against his subordinate's wishes, so he reluctantly agreed. He really wasn't cut out to be a boss. Following Wang Chao, he entered the Daolai building. Outside Daolai, a luxurious business van was parked. Inside the van were several people. In the passenger seat sat a young man wearing glasses. His fists clenched tightly, his face twisted with deep hatred. "Damn it, I never imagined this kid was actually a boss. And he owns such a huge Daolai mall," the young man said angrily. His sinister gaze held a trace of irritation. He was Jiang Minghua. Ever since Bai Xiaofan humiliated him at the swimming pool, he'd been plotting revenge. This time, to exact his vengeance, he had even enlisted his own teacher, Yang Sen. Yang Sen sat behind Jiang Minghua. A man in his 40s, he was in the prime of his life. Wearing sunglasses and dressed in a very casual outfit, he still radiated a formidable presence as he sat there. He was a grandmaster-level powerhouse. Within the Jiang family, he was revered as a revered figure. Yang Sen rarely intervened personally, given his own master-level prowess. But this time, his prized disciple Jiang Minghua had been humiliated, a development that deeply angered Yang Sen. Jiang Minghua was his prized disciple, and Yang Sen had always regarded him as a prodigy. He intended to cultivate Jiang Minghua into a master of his generation. That was Yang Sen's true intention. Unexpectedly, his prized disciple had been humiliated. Yang Sen would certainly step in. Jiang Minghua turned to look at Yang Sen. "Master, it was that young man who just insulted me and insulted you as well. Please, master, you must teach him a lesson," Jiang Minghua declared angrily. Yang Sen nodded slightly. "Let's go. We'll take a stroll through the Daolai Mall," he said in a sinister tone. Chapter 138, Despised? "Let's welcome Boss Bai Xiaofan," Wang Chao shouted loudly. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan stood beside Wang Chao, watching the scene with an awkward expression. Before him stood a group of Daolai employees. To his shame, this was the first time Bai Xiaofan had ever met these employees. And these employees were staring at Bai Xiaofan as if he were some kind of monster. "This kid is our new boss? How could that be? He's so young, where did he get the money to buy it?" The crowd below murmured among themselves. But no matter how much they debated, they all arrived at the same conclusion. "He's a rich kid. A spoiled brat." All the employees looked at Bai Xiaofan with sorrowful eyes. In truth, this Daolai Mall had once belonged to Guoming, but Guoming was nothing more than a spoiled rich kid. He ran the mall into the ground. The employees, who depended on sales performance for their income, were deeply frustrated. When the mall's performance was poor, they couldn't make money either. They had hoped Guoming's death would bring a capable new owner, but the long-awaited new boss turned out to be an even younger man than Guoming. The crowd immediately looked down on him. "Ha!" Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. He sensed the contempt radiating from the crowd. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan was thoroughly annoyed. After all, he was the new boss. Even if it was his first time meeting the staff, he shouldn't be looked down upon like this. Bai Xiaofan muttered gloomily, "You look down on me?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes darted away. Who would dare say that? After all, Bai Xiaofan was their bread and butter. Even if they truly looked down on him, they wouldn't dare say it outright. Yet among these employees, there was a brave soul. A well-built man stepped forward from the crowd. Dressed in security guard attire, his face was dark but his expression was resolute. "Young boss, even though you own shares in this mall, we're all veteran employees counting on you to make us rich. Do you really have what it takes to lead us to prosperity?" This guy spoke his mind, voicing what everyone else was thinking. Seeing this man's straightforward manner, Bai Xiaofan was quite satisfied. Who are you? The man patted his shoulder and declared, I'm the mall's longtime employee, security chief Lin Jun. Young boss, old Lin here always speaks his mind. You've got to prove your worth. Hearing Lin Jun speak thus, Bai Xiaofan was quite satisfied. After all, this guy was as tough as nails, which Bai Xiaofan admired. He scanned the crowd, seeing they shared the same sentiment. With a shrug, Bai Xiaofan waved dismissively. To be honest with you all, he said, I'm a man of both literary and martial prowess capable of pacifying the realm with a pen and stabilizing the heavens on horseback. I'm practically unbeatable. Bai Xiaofan declared. His master had taught him, never admit defeat with your words. Put. The crowd snorted in disdain. Why not just say you can fly? Lin Jun retorted angrily, young boss, I don't know much about culture, but when you say your martial arts can settle the world, you're just bragging, right? What? Bai Xiaofan was furious. With my martial arts prowess, how could that be bragging? Just then, a security guard hurried over and whispered something into Lin Jun's ear. Lin Jun's brow furrowed, then he immediately turned his gaze to Bai Xiaofan. He snapped, young boss, my men just told me there's a disturbance on the first floor. Why don't you go settle things? At these words, Wang Chao's face flushed crimson with rage. He found Lin Jun utterly despicable. After all, Bai Xiaofan was their boss. How could he speak to him in such a tone? Just as Wang Chao was about to reprimand Lin Jun, Bai Xiaofan raised a hand to stop him. Fine, let's settle this. Everyone, follow me. He waved his hand and strode downstairs with a flourish. The employees exchanged bewildered glances, but they still followed Bai Xiaofan. They all wanted to see what this young boss was made of. Lin Jun's expression darkened slightly. Boss, what should we do? Those troublemakers are exceptionally powerful. Our security can't handle them. Lin Jun's subordinate said solemnly. Hearing this, Lin Jun smiled faintly. Didn't Mr. Bai say he's both scholarly and martial? Let him handle it. We won't intervene for now, let's see what this young boss is capable of. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Jun's eyes. And so, the entire group followed Bai Xiaofan as he strode confidently downstairs. When Bai Xiaofan descended the stairs and saw the group below, he couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Holy, isn't that Jiang Manhwa? This arrogant bastard before him? Bai Xiaofan knew him all too well. He was the aquatic bully who'd been utterly crushed by Bai Xiaofan in the pool. Jiang Manhwa. This guy really holds a grudge coming all the way here over such a minor incident. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. He wasn't afraid, of course. But Jiang Manhwa's gaze was like a hound fixated on its prey, locked firmly on Bai Xiaofan. That gaze seemed to pierce right through Bai Xiaofan. Young man, we meet again. Jiang Manhwa said coldly. But Bai Xiaofan fixed his gaze behind Jiang Manhwa, for standing there was a figure of formidable presence. The aura he exuded was no weaker than that of Guofeng, the patriarch of the Guo family. Moreover, judging by his physical condition, this man was clearly at the peak of his powers. So this must be the assistant Jiang Manhwa brought along. Bai Xiaofan thought with a cold smile. But in truth, he didn't care. Because the man was still no match for him. Bai Xiaofan waved at Jiang Manhwa and said with a smile, young Master Jiang, what brings you here? Not looking for another beating, I hope? That. Jiang Manhwa was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Without another word, he shoved Yang Xin forward. Listen up. This is the teacher I told you about, Master Yang Xin, the revered grandmaster our Jiang family honors. You called my teacher trash, didn't you? Now Master Yang is here to settle the score with you personally. What? When did I ever say that? Bai Xiaofan was speechless. Jiang Manhwa was truly despicable, casually framing Bai Xiaofan with false accusations. His shameless tactics were practically on par with Gui Xiaoqiu's. But Bai Xiaofan didn't care. Look, explaining anything to these guys is pointless. Forget it, I can't be bothered explaining. You must be Grandmaster Yang, Senator, show me what you've got. Bai Xiaofan turned his gaze toward Yang Sen and said casually. Truthfully, Yang Sen had been observing Bai Xiaofan all along, scrutinizing his every move. Yet through his scrutiny, Yang Sen found nothing particularly remarkable about Bai Xiaofan. Though the young man carried an air of mystery, he showed no remarkable qualities. At least, Yang Sen couldn't discern anything extraordinary about Bai Xiaofan. A wave of contempt welled up within him. As the crowd grew larger, Yang Sen, naturally fond of showing off, couldn't resist putting on a display. His legs lightly tapped the ground, and his entire body glided forward. The speed was astonishing. Ha! Lin Jun and the others were left speechless. Is this even human? They all marveled inwardly. To Lin Jun and the others, Yang Sen's movements were like those of a legendary immortal. Deep fear crept across their faces. At that very moment, Yang Sen had already floated down before Bai Xiaofan, a haughty expression on his face deepening even further. Kneel. Your sins are forgiven. Yang Sen's voice carried the weight of judgment. Chapter 139, Yang Sen's provocation. Kneel? Why should I? Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. He'd never seen anyone so arrogant, demanding Bai Xiaofan kneel right off the bat, and with a tone of condescension to boot. Yang Sen's face was cold as he pointed at Bai Xiaofan. Because you bullied my disciple, Zhang Minghua, and insulted this old man. His aura erupted suddenly, causing the surrounding air to grow noticeably colder. Second-tier Grandmaster. This aura could only belong to a second-tier Grandmaster. His strength was likely on par with Guo Feng's. The onlookers felt the air turn bitterly cold, terror spreading across every face. Especially Lin Jun. He was a trained fighter, having practiced various combat skills since childhood and even served in a special forces unit. Lin Jun had seen so-called masters before. Like the instructor he encountered back in the special forces unit. That instructor's aura bore a striking resemblance to the old man before him, yet somehow fell slightly short. The old man before him was truly unfathomable. This. A look of profound shock spread across Lin Jun's face. Meanwhile, Yang Sen radiated absolute confidence. Faced with the old man's overwhelming presence, everyone around them instinctively stepped back, a sense of apprehension rising in their hearts. Now, only Bai Xiaofan and Yang Sen remained facing each other. Zhang Minghua stood behind Yang Sen, clenching his fists as he fixed Bai Xiaofan with an icy glare. He certainly hoped Yang Sen would cripple Bai Xiaofan outright. The atmosphere on the scene was icy. Ha! After an unknown amount of time, Bai Xiaofan finally let out a cold chuckle. You really are both foolish and arrogant. Do you truly believe you possess such capability? Bai Xiaofan addressed Yang Sen, his eyes blazing with an intense, fierce glint. Bai Xiaofan met Yang Sen's gaze without flinching. He wasn't afraid of Yang Sen. Stupid? Looks like you're really asking for it. Yang Sen's gaze instantly turned icy. He couldn't tolerate such an affront. Crack. His form flickered as Yang Sen appeared before Bai Xiaofan. His clawed hand shot out like lightning, seizing Bai Xiaofan's arm. Power. Speed. Nearly maxed out. Ha! Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. His earlier prediction had proven entirely accurate. Yang Sen was indeed formidable in speed, almost like a superhuman sprinter. But he made the biggest mistake. He underestimated his opponent. The old man had said it, in a clash between masters, victory is often decided in the blink of an eye. A faint smile touched Bai Xiaofan's lips as his body spun impossibly, rotating a full 180 degrees. Yang Sen's momentum was immense, but inertia was something even he couldn't escape. By the time he reached Bai Xiaofan, the latter had miraculously evaded him. Yang Sen's momentum was unstoppable. Crack. Bai Xiaofan seized the opportunity to lock onto Yang Sen's rear arm, applying gentle yet decisive pressure. Ah! Yang Sen felt a piercing, bone-chilling pain surge through his body. Bai Xiaofan's move struck directly at the vital point. Yang Sen was defeated. Zhang Minghua was stunned. Lin Jun was stunned. Everyone present was stunned. Was it over already? Watching Yang Sen clutching his shoulder, drenched in sweat, the crowd could only accept this outcome. The winner had been decided. Though no one could fathom what had just transpired, reality was brutally clear. Yang Sen was injured, and the fight was over. It took less than a second. Damn it, you bastard. You set me up. Yang Sen clutched his arm, pointing angrily at Bai Xiaofan. He gritted his teeth, seething with rage. Bai Xiaofan, however, looked somewhat aggrieved. Mr. Yang, what do you mean? You clearly initiated the attack, I merely supported you. Bai Xiaofan blinked his innocent-looking eyes and said with a smile. Hearing this, Yang Sen nearly choked on his own rage. But what's done is done. This was the truth. He had been careless earlier, assuming Bai Xiaofan was just someone he could bully at will. Little did he expect Bai Xiaofan to outmaneuver him with a single move. Now his shoulder was dislocated, temporarily rendering him unable to fight. His pride was utterly shattered. Let's go, he shouted angrily at Zhang Minghua. Zhang Minghua was instantly dumbfounded. Could it be, even the teacher wasn't a match for Bai Xiaofan? Zhang Minghua glanced at Bai Xiaofan, his eyes reflecting both apprehension and resentment. Today, he had planned to thoroughly beat Bai Xiaofan to vent his pent-up anger. But reality had just slapped him in the face. Zhang Minghua could only support Yang Sen and storm off, but his mind was already brewing the next vicious scheme. Once Zhang Minghua's men had retreated, Bai Xiaofan finally turned to face Lin Jun and the others. Now, do you believe me? Bai Xiaofan said calmly, his expression as still as a well, showing no emotion. Of course, there was an element of pretense to it. Truthfully, Bai Xiaofan was deeply annoyed. He certainly wasn't pleased that Lin Jun and the others had doubted him. Faced with Bai Xiaofan's calm words, everyone was deeply shocked, especially Lin Jun, who was overcome with shame. As the security captain, he had been completely intimidated by Yang Sen's presence, unable to even raise a hand. Yet Bai Xiaofan had resolved the entire situation with effortless ease. Lin Jun could only admire him. The others fell silent, all intimidated by Bai Xiaofan's authority. Wang Chao was naturally delighted. He had always held high hopes for this new boss. Bai Xiaofan, however, couldn't care less. His purpose in coming here was merely to meet these employees. Other matters held no interest for him. With the issue resolved, Bai Xiaofan turned to take his leave, leaving the others watching his departing figure with looks of admiration. Bai Xiaofan departed from Dao, preparing to return to the Lu residence. Jiang Minghua and Yang Xin stood outside, watching Bai Xiaofan depart. Jiang Minghua turned to Yang Xin and asked, "Teacher, what the hell just happened?" Yang Xin clenched his teeth, clutching his shoulder, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Damn it, that kid's no pushover. He looks harmless on the surface, but he's got some real skills hidden up his sleeve. Just now, I let my guard down for a moment and actually got the short end of the stick." Yang Xin pressed his shoulder as he spoke, seething with resentment. Jiang Minghua was also deeply shaken. That Yang Sen, a grandmaster, had been bested by Bai Xiaofan. While complacency played a part, it still proved Bai Xiaofan's formidable strength. Jiang Minghua's face twisted with venom, his eyes finally revealing a murderous glint. "Teacher, should we take him out?" Jiang Minghua made a slashing motion with his hand. Yang Xin shook his head. Though his face was twisted with resentment, he seemed surprisingly composed. "Don't forget why your father sent us to Luo City to form alliances with the major families here for mutual benefit. Our original plan was to cooperate with the Luo family. Now they've chosen to provoke us." Resentment flashed in Yang Sen's eyes. "Then we'll approach the Zhuge family. Aren't they trying to swallow the Luo family whole? Perfect. Ha. Yang Sen's eyes burned with venom. Without the skin, the hair has nowhere to attach. Once the Luo family is destroyed, this brat will lose all his power. Killing him will be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. As you command, master." Chapter 140, Trouble at the Luo family. Upon returning to the Lu family, Bai Xiaofan didn't venture out but stayed by Lu Yuya's side the entire time. After several days of easing tensions, the anxiety in Lu Yuya's heart gradually dissipated. She grew much livelier and more cheerful. During this period, Lu Xiangxiang visited Lu Yuya several times. But upon seeing Bai Xiaofan present, she promptly departed. This left Bai Xiaofan utterly baffled. Had I done something to offend her? Bai Xiaofan wondered helplessly. Just then, the phone rang. It was Luo Shui calling. "Fourth senior sister, have you missed me?" Bai Xiaofan said with a playful grin. The voice on the other end, however, sounded far from cheerful. "I'm in trouble," Luo Shui said, her voice trembling as if on the verge of tears. Bai Xiaofan immediately grew anxious. Who dares bully fourth senior sister? We'll talk about it in person. Luo Shui hung up abruptly. Half an hour later, Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya found Luo Shui with her eyes swollen red from crying, looking deeply wronged. Both were astonished. Luo Shui had always been so strong. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, how could she be like this? Bai Xiaofan leaned in, his expression serious. "Sis, who crossed you? I'll get revenge for you." Hearing Bai Xiaofan's rather naive words, Luo Shui finally felt a little comforted. Feeling the warmth radiating from Bai Xiaofan's chest, a faint flicker of warmth finally stirred within Luo Shui's heart. Only then did she speak. It was Zhuge Piapiao, the eldest daughter of the Zhuge family, one of the four great families of Luo City. She was my classmate, and we've been at odds since college. A few days ago, she came to the Luo residence to provoke me. Not only did she humiliate me, but she also handed me this. It turned out to be an invitation to an engagement banquet. The main characters of the engagement. The bride is Zhuge Piapiao. And the groom? Was Jiang Minghua. Holy crap? Bai Xiaofan was utterly shocked. If anyone was shameless, it was Jiang Minghua. After failing to seduce Luo Shui, he actually went and got engaged to Zhuge Piapiao. This guy was practically a professional freeloader. But Bai Xiaofan was puzzled. "Dear senior sister, what business is it of yours that Zhuge Piapiao and Jiang Minghua are engaged? You wouldn't still be pining for Jiang Minghua, would you?" Luo Shui's face flushed crimson with anger. Her tiny fist slammed hard against Bai Xiaofan's chest. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who still has feelings for him? It's just that Zhuge Piapiao keeps telling everyone that Jiang Minghua is my ex-boyfriend, but he was captivated by her charm and now wants to get engaged to her." Ex-boyfriend? Bai Xiaofan was completely baffled. Lu Yuya chimed in from the side. "This is truly vicious. The Zhuge and Luo families have always been major powers in Luo City, evenly matched. If the Zhuge family suddenly forms an alliance with the Jiang family now, and rumors spread that Jiang Minghua was Luo Shui's ex-boyfriend, it will give the outside world the illusion that the Jiang family has abandoned the Luo family to join forces with the Zhuge family. For a time, the outside world would assume the Zhuge family's influence was rising while the Luo family's was declining, which would be extremely detrimental to the Luo family's business." Lu Yuyo analyzed. Luo Shui retorted angrily, "Exactly. Our Luo group stock has plummeted, and many partners are now leaning toward the Zhuge family. This is all because of the rumors spread by Jiang Minghua and Zhuge Piapiao." Luo Shui's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. This matter wasn't just Luo Shui's problem, it affected the entire Luo family. The public backlash against Luo Shui was intense, and even within the Luo family, criticism was mounting. If the rumors weren't quelled swiftly, Luo Shui's position as the Luo family's eldest daughter would be in jeopardy. After hearing the two women's explanation, Bai Xiaofan finally understood. Damn it, that's really sneaky. The old man was right about the city being full of tricks. It seems he was spot on. That Jiang Minghua, he'd clearly turned love into hatred and was already plotting against Luo Shui. I'm going to confront him. Bai Xiaofan clenched his fists, ready to confront Jiang Minghua. He couldn't stand by and watch his senior sister be humiliated. But just then, the two girls stopped him. What good would confronting him do now? It won't change public opinion at all. Unless. Luo Shui's voice trembled, her words hanging on the tip of her tongue. Unless what? Bai Xiaofan asked, looking bewildered. Lu Yue, standing nearby, spoke slowly. Unless Luo Shui publicly declares she already has a boyfriend and this boyfriend must be someone extremely trustworthy, then only that could defuse this public relations crisis. Then who is this person? Bai Xiaofan looked at the two senior sisters, his face innocent. Both women turned to look at him. Luo Shui's face flushed crimson. Xiaofan, didn't you pretend to be my boyfriend before? Then. Just keep pretending. Luo Shui's voice was barely audible. What? Is that even possible? Bai Xiaofan sounded thrilled. Luo Shui clenched her tiny fist and delivered a sharp punch to Bai Xiaofan. You stinking junior brother, don't get any funny ideas. Tomorrow is the merchants' gathering of Luo City's 4 major families. I'm going to introduce you at the event, so you'd better dress up properly and not embarrass your senior sister. Alright. Turns out, he was just a mascot after all. Bai Xiaofan felt a bit disappointed. But upon reflection, helping his senior sister resolve this public relations crisis was certainly a good thing. Besides, the one who started this whole mess was that despicable Jiang Minghua. Without a word, Luo Shui dragged Bai Xiaofan into a high-end clothing store and picked out a sharp-looking suit for him. Dressed in the suit and brand new leather shoes, Bai Xiaofan made his grand entrance before the two women. Both women were dazzled. They had to admit that with this suit, Bai Xiaofan's aura had elevated by more than just a notch. He was the kind of man who could make any woman's heart flutter. Luo Shui was thoroughly pleased. Xiaofan, from now on, don't call me senior sister. Call me Shui. Luo Shui wrapped her arm around Bai Xiaofan's and said coquettishly. Shui? The nickname sent shivers down Bai Xiaofan's spine. Luo Shui punched him playfully, landing a solid whack on Bai Xiaofan's arm. Of course. We're boyfriend and girlfriend now, and after all these years together, we should be completely intimate. Then why don't we practice right now? Bai Xiaofan extended his sinful hand. Luo Shui's face flushed crimson in an instant. You stinky junior brother. Once I've settled my senior sister's affairs, I'll repay you. Luo Shui leaned close to Bai Xiaofan's ear, her sweet scent wafting freely. Watching from the side, Lu Yue felt goosebumps rise on her skin. Yet, a peculiar sensation stirred within her heart. Originally, Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui were merely putting on a show, but Lu Yue couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing inside her, leaving her heart feeling hollow. After buying the suit, everyone went home to await the next day. The next morning, Luo Shui arrived at the Lu residence in her Ferrari. Bai Xiaofan, already dressed in a sharp suit, climbed into her car. Today, Bai Xiaofan looked exceptionally fresh and clean, leaving Luo Shui utterly spellbound. What am I thinking? Luo Shui shook her head, forcing away a certain thought, then started the car and drove off. Their destination, the Longtung Grand Hotel. Chapter 141, Boyfriend Material. Inside the Longtung Grand Hotel, the place was already packed with people. Today marked the engagement ceremony of the eldest daughter of the Zhuge family. Naturally, every member of the Zhuge faction across Luo City was in attendance. Of course, there were also many fence-sitters keeping a watchful eye. Both the Zhuge and Luo families were renowned clans in Luo City, yet their rivalry had been ongoing for generations. Zhuge Piaopiao's engagement ceremony might just be the turning point. After all, the groom-to-be was the eldest son of the Jiang family. Moreover, according to the Zhuge family, the Jiang family's eldest son, Jiang Minghua, was actually Luo Shui's ex-boyfriend. This revelation only heightened the sense of impending change among the more perceptive individuals. Amidst the clinking glasses and mingling of these business professionals in their tailored suits, covert exchanges were taking place. If the rumors were true, the Zhuge family might gain the upper hand over the Luo family. Indeed, if a family as powerful as the Zhans were to switch allegiances, the balance of power could shift dramatically. The Zhuges might even swallow the Luos whole. Don't be ridiculous. A family as powerful as the Luos could never be swallowed up. So what? The Guo family was just a second-rate clan, and they were wiped out in an instant. Whispers and murmurs filled the room. Yet, some hearts had already turned toward the Zhuge family. Upstairs, a man and a woman watched everything unfold. The man was none other than Jiang Minghua, standing beside the woman with a sinister grin. She sat in a chair, dressed in luxurious attire, her beauty striking. Yet, a hint of sharpness and bitterness flickered in the corners of her eyes and brows. Miss Pao Pao, look at those people below. They're all intimidated by the aura of our two families, Jiang Minghua said with a smile. Zhuge Piapiao remained silent, merely raising an eyebrow. She cared little for others, her target and enemy were singular. Luo Shui. Ever since their school days, the two had been constantly compared, yet Zhuge Piapiao had never once bested Luo Shui. She had been waiting for this moment. Zhuge Piapiao sneered coldly, young Master Jiang, our engagement is merely a marriage of convenience between our families. I hope you know your place. Jiang Minghua's expression darkened at Zhuge Piapiao's sharp retort. He said darkly, Miss Piapiao, we share a common enemy. Swallowing the Luo family would bring immense benefits to both our families. As he spoke, Jiang Minghua's hand settled on Zhuge Piapiao's shoulder. She flashed a look of disgust but ultimately held her ground. She allowed his hand to slide downward. Look! They're coming! Zhuge Piapiao's eyes suddenly sharpened. From downstairs, a man and woman approached. It was Luo Shui, looking wary, and Bai Xiaofan, looking utterly bewildered. Hand in hand, they entered the banquet hall. In an instant, they became the center of attention. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, it was hard not to take notice. Wasn't that Luo Shui? Who was the man beside her? Everyone looked utterly bewildered. According to the information they had, Luo Shui had just been dumped by Jiang Minghua and should be heartbroken. How could there suddenly be a man by her side? Had she already found a new boyfriend so quickly? Everyone was taken aback. However, the Luo family was a mega-clan, so naturally no one dared show the slightest disrespect. They all nodded in acknowledgement. Whether genuine or insincere, they had to show respect. Senior sister no, Shui. Everyone staring at us, Bai Xiaofan remarked uneasily. Every man and woman bore that mercenary look, smiling faces that felt utterly distasteful. Bai Xiaofan disliked such occasions. Luo Shui shot him a disapproving glance and murmured softly, Xiaofan, this is my daily life. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, I must frequently attend such gatherings. Truthfully, Luo Shui found it rather vexing. She detested these superficial business gatherings, but for the sake of the family business, she had no choice. Under the gazes of the crowd, the two made their way to the center of the hall. As the Luo family's eldest daughter, Luo Shui naturally took the seat of honor. Just then, a busybody stepped forward. He held a wineglass, his face twisted into a cold sneer. This man was Yang Fenglong, chairman of the Yang Financial Group. And naturally, he was also a subordinate of the Zhuge family. Yang Fenglong eyed Bai Xiaofan with ill intent. Miss Luo Shui, I never imagined you'd attend Miss Zhuge's engagement banquet. But who might this young gentleman be? Yang Fenglong inquired with a hint of malice. Facing the accusation, Luo Shui maintained her aloof expression. This is my longtime boyfriend, Bai Xiaofan. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Luo Shui's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Boyfriend she's been dating for years? Wait, wasn't Luo Shui's boyfriend Jiang Minghua? What the hell is this? Everyone paused with their wine cups mid-air, their faces frozen in astonishment as their gazes turned to Bai Xiaofan beside Luo Shui. Without a doubt, this news was a shock to everyone. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air as a handsome couple descended the stairs. It was Zhuge Piapiao and Jiang Minghua. Zhuge Piapiao wore an air of haughty superiority, while Jiang Minghua's face held a sinister expression. Miss Luo Shui, how can you make such baseless claims? I'm clearly your ex-boyfriend. When did you acquire a long-term boyfriend I know nothing about? Were you cheating on me during our relationship? Jiang Minghua sneered. The words poured out of his mouth without pause. You! Luo Shui's face flushed crimson with anger. She had never encountered such a brazenly shameless individual. What ex-boyfriend? Luo Shui had barely even met Jiang Minghua a few times. Everyone looked utterly bewildered. Now, with Jiang Minghua and Luo Shui each telling their own version of events, no one knew whom to believe. However, based on their current perceptions, they suspected Luo Shui had deliberately brought in a man just to save face. After all, Jiang Minghua, the eldest son of the Jiang family, had no reason to lie about this matter. Seeing the situation turn sour, Bai Xiaofan stepped forward decisively. Mr. Jiang, he said with a cold smile, you claim to be Shui's boyfriend? Do you have any proof? Proof? That's laughable. Jiang Minghua seethed with hatred toward Bai Xiaofan, but he forced himself to endure, putting on an indignant act. I am the legitimate eldest son of the Jiang family. How could I possibly lie about such a thing? Besides, with all these business elders present, what family do you come from, young man? How dare you make such brazen claims? Jiang Minghua shouted excitedly. All eyes in the room turned back to Bai Xiaofan. Everyone felt Jiang Minghua had a point. Bai Xiaofan's origins were unknown, how could anyone trust him? Scratching his head, Bai Xiaofan replied innocently, honestly, I have no idea. That old codger never told me. Chapter 142, Revealing the Truth. Ha! You all saw that, didn't you? What did I tell you? Jiang Minghua suddenly grew excited. See? This guy's origins are shady. How could he possibly be Luo Shui's boyfriend? He's clearly just someone she brought along to save face. Jiang Minghua shouted while shooting, his contemptuous gaze fixed on Luo Shui. Shui, even if you can't forget me, my heart has already been captured by Miss Pia Piao. Give up on this notion. As he spoke, Jiang Minghua struck a rather dashing pose. He swept Zhuge Pia Piao into his arms. Zhuge Pia Piao added with a touch of sourness, young Master Jiang is my man. Certain uninvolved parties should refrain from jealousy. Hearing their words, the onlookers had no further questions. They all felt that this was indeed the case. Luo Shui grew increasingly flustered. She never imagined Zhuge Pia Piao and Jiang Minghua could be so shameless. These two dogs were destroying her reputation like this. You're lying. Luo Shui cried, tears welling up in anger. Even though she had prepared counter-arguments beforehand, facing such slander left her struggling to contain her emotions. But then, a pair of warm hands pulled her back. Bai Xiaofan swiftly took Luo Shui's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Bai Xiaofan's gaze turned clear and serious. Jiang Minghua, you claim Shui is your ex-girlfriend. Then why don't you recount your relationship? How did you two meet? Share your experiences during your relationship. Go on. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. Jiang Minghua was instantly at a loss for words. He'd only concocted a lie, how could he possibly have thought it through in such detail? As for the locations of their supposed dates, that was pure nonsense. They'd never even gone on a date. Jiang Minghua's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Bai Xiaofan gave a cold laugh. Stumped, huh? He stared at Jiang Minghua with utter scorn, his eyes now tinged with genuine derision. With such brazen audacity, Bai Xiaofan naturally held nothing back. He launched into a relentless barrage of questions. Jiang Minghua was utterly dumbfounded. Already intimidated by Bai Xiaofan, Jiang Minghua's expression darkened under the relentless barrage of accusations. Stumped? Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. You're clearly lying. He ruthlessly exposed Jiang Minghua's deception. Everyone present was a seasoned veteran of the business world, each one a shrewd operator. Every single one of them was exceptionally sharp. These people instantly understood. It turned out Jiang Minghua was lying. How despicable. The expressions on their faces darkened as they took it all in. Their opinions of the Luo and Zhuge families shifted. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Zhuge Pia Piao reached out and linked her arm through Jiang Minghua's. So what? That's just your personal opinion. Besides, my Minghua is far superior to you, that's an undeniable fact. Superior to me? Bai Xiaofan's expression turned cold. Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less about trash like Jiang Minghua. He looked at him with a sneer. Young Master Jiang, do you truly believe that? Damn it! Jiang Minghua's expression shifted. He was truly helpless. After all, Jiang Minghua knew Bai Xiaofan's skills all too well. Facing him in combat would be terrifying. After all, Bai Xiaofan's individual abilities were downright terrifying. Jiang Minghua felt a twinge of fear. But Zhuge Pia Piao couldn't care less. Zhuge Pia Piao had no idea what kind of strength Bai Xiaofan possessed. All he knew was that he had to relentlessly belittle Bai Xiaofan. Zhuge Pia Piao's voice was filled with irritation. Minghua, show us what you're really made of. You wouldn't be scared of some punk like this, would you? Zhuge Pia Piao leaned in close to Jiang Minghua. Jiang Minghua's face flushed crimson. If he admitted in front of everyone that he was inferior to Bai Xiaofan, he might as well give up on life. If that were the case, the Jiang family's reputation would be utterly ruined. Jiang Minghua could never accept such a thing. I certainly don't fear that brat. How could I possibly take him seriously? Jiang Minghua said coldly. But his mind was racing. Jiang Minghua was strategizing how to deal with Bai Xiaofan. If it came down to a fistfight or a swimming contest, Jiang Minghua was no match for Bai Xiaofan. He couldn't possibly admit defeat in front of everyone. After much deliberation, an idea suddenly struck him. Because besides swimming, he possessed another special skill. That was his photographic memory. From childhood, he had been exceptionally intelligent, possessing an extraordinarily powerful memory. It could be said his memory was truly remarkable. His memory was so powerful that it was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Without a doubt, Jiang Minghua's memory was exceptionally strong, even extraordinary. This kid's martial arts are formidable. Fighting him would only bring me shame. I must find another way. Jiang Minghua thought to himself. If he fought Bai Xiaofan, he would certainly be courting humiliation. Therefore, no matter what, he had to find another way, anything but a duel with Bai Xiaofan. Wouldn't dueling Bai Xiaofan be tantamount to suicide? Kid, since you think you're stronger than me, dare you face me in a contest? Jiang Minghua said. Whoa! Bai Xiaofan was startled. Has this guy lost his mind? He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what Jiang Minghua had said. He actually dared to challenge him to a match. Wasn't this just courting death? After getting beaten twice by Bai Xiaofan, he'd thought Jiang Minghua would learn his lesson.
But now it seemed he hadn't learned a thing.
He hadn't learned a thing. What, you're scared now? If you're too chicken, just get down on your knees and admit defeat. After all, you're just a worthless loser who leeches off women. Taking advantage of the crowd, Jiang Minghua unleashed wave after wave of verbal attacks, each sentence like a cannonball striking Bai Xiaofan. Ha! Hearing his words, Bai Xiaofan finally realized this guy wasn't crazy. He had a backup plan. Alright then, let me teach you a lesson. Bai Xiaofan sneered contemptuously. What? The crowd gasped in shock. Bai Xiaofan was incredibly arrogant, actually saying something like that outright. After all, he was the eldest son of the Jiang family, a promising young man with a bright future. How dare Bai Xiaofan suggest teaching him a lesson? Any lingering goodwill the crowd had toward Bai Xiaofan vanished instantly. He really doesn't know his place. I say he's just a fool. Most of the crowd's reactions were negative. Jiang Minghua cleared his throat and said, all present at this engagement banquet are business veterans. Naturally, we should compete in a refined manner. Let's settle it with a memory contest. The crowd cheered at the suggestion. Great. We'll see just what this kid's got that makes him think he can show off in front of young Master Jiang. Chapter 143, Powerful Memory. Jiang Xiao must win. Within the hall, nearly everyone threw their support behind Jiang Minghua. After all, Bai Xiaofan's background was shady, and the gap in strength between the two was obvious. Who knew what kind of person Bai Xiaofan really was? Jiang Minghua, on the other hand, had been hailed as a child prodigy since childhood. His memory must be truly extraordinary. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Minghua dared to propose the contest proved he was absolutely confident. Kid, the contest is actually quite simple. Just pick any book, and we'll see who can memorize the most. Jiang Minghua was brimming with confidence. Fine, Bai Xiaofan said, tilting his head. What if I lose? Jiang Minghua's expression turned cold. Whoever loses must kneel and apologize. The words rang out with absolute conviction. It even sent a chill down one's spine. Kneeling to apologize was utterly terrifying. It was nothing short of utter humiliation. Jiang Minghua proposed this method precisely because he was certain he wouldn't lose. If he thought he might lose, he would never have made such a demand. Jiang Minghua was brimming with confidence. Kid, you can't beat me. Soon you'll be kneeling at my feet, begging for mercy. Ha! At this moment, Zhuge Piapiao had numerous books brought in. After all, the Zhuge family was a prominent clan, and their collection of books was naturally extensive. There was no doubt about that. Zhuge Piapiao had these books placed before Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan, aren't you quite the braggart? These books are all from our Zhuge family's collection. Take your pick. Zhuge Piapiao sneered. But if you lose, Luo Shui will kneel with you. Zhuge Piapiao added with a sinister smile. Who's afraid of who? Luo Shui stepped forward angrily. She had absolute trust in Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan glanced at the books, closed his eyes, and randomly pulled one out. This one it is. It didn't matter which one he memorized, Bai Xiaofan would never lose. Yet Zhuge Piapiao and Jiang Minghua watched Bai Xiaofan with mocking expressions, for the book he had chosen was in French. Do you even know French? Jiang Minghua asked slowly. Only then did Bai Xiaofan realize he'd picked up a French book. Damn it, I really don't. Bai Xiaofan was utterly flabbergasted. Jiang Minghua and Zhuge Piapiao burst into laughter. So you don't understand it after all? But you picked this yourself, don't try to back out now. Jiang Minghua sneered. Truthfully, he had harbored some apprehension toward Bai Xiaofan before, given the latter's formidable strength. But now, Jiang Minghua felt only deep contempt. Bai Xiaofan, however, didn't seem to care. He turned his gaze toward Luo Shui. Shui, do you understand? Luo Shui felt a bit dizzy. She also thought Bai Xiaofan was showing off a bit too much, but since things had come to this, she could only grit her teeth and bear it. I do understand a bit. Luo Shui had majored in French during college, so she actually possessed some knowledge. Good. You can still teach me in time. Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. After all, with his photographic memory, even learning on the spot would allow him to completely outshine Jiang Minghua. What? Learn it on the spot? Everyone present was stunned. Has this kid lost his mind? At that moment, Luo Shui could only blush and begin teaching him on the spot. Jiang Minghua sneered. Only half an hour, mind you, don't say I didn't warn you. Bai Xiaofan shot him a glance. Half an hour is plenty. The two picked up identical books and began reciting. Jiang Minghua already knew French, so memorization came easily to him, while Bai Xiaofan had to learn and memorize simultaneously. But in reality, his pace wasn't slow either. The difference in their memorization abilities, however, was like night and day. Luo Shui taught with great diligence, and Bai Xiaofan learned rapidly, almost skimming 10 lines at a glance. Soon, these memories completely filled his mind. In just half an hour, Bai Xiaofan had memorized 20 chapters. Glancing sideways at Jiang Minghua, he saw that the latter had only managed 10 chapters. The gap was still significant. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. "I'm done." He set the book down. Jiang Minghua watched Bai Xiaofan's expression and thought he was just bluffing. Like you could possibly memorize it. Memorizing it on the spot? He couldn't believe it for a second. "I'll go first." Jiang Minghua stepped forward and began reciting, regardless of whether Bai Xiaofan agreed. This was his usual tactic. The first to recite always had the advantage, since people tend to forget things quickly later on. Jiang Minghua's resorting to such petty tricks showed just how shameless he was. As Jiang Minghua began his recitation, he swiftly reached page 8 without a single stumble. But after page 8, he finally hit a snag. "That's it," he declared, fuming. Truthfully, he wasn't satisfied with his own performance, but he believed it was more than enough to completely crush Bai Xiaofan. "Your turn, kid. Remember to kneel properly, haha." Jiang Minghua sneered coldly. "Kneel my ass? You memorized only 8 pages and you're already acting cocky?" Bai Xiaofan shook his head helplessly, thinking this guy was utterly clueless about his own limitations. Bai Xiaofan decided to teach him a lesson. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and launched into a blistering recitation. Bai Xiaofan's speech was incredibly rapid, like lightning itself. Jiang Minghua, Zhuge Piapiao, and the others were all dumbfounded. They never dreamed Bai Xiaofan would actually recite it. And he seemed to be reciting even faster than Jiang Minghua. What the hell? They were all dumbfounded. But soon, Bai Xiaofan reached page 15, his breath steady and his expression unflappable. "Not a single mistake. I think I've won, right?" Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. Jiang Minghua was utterly dumbfounded. He was utterly stunned. But in truth, he had to admit Bai Xiaofan had won, and with such effortless ease. So effortlessly. What? Where did this kid come from? Does he really not know French? Was he just playing dumb? The crowd wondered silently. But overthinking it was pointless. The answer was already crystal clear. Bai Xiaofan had utterly defeated Jiang Minghua. "Both of you, kneel." Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. This. Jiang Minghua and Zhuge Piapiao both turned deathly pale. Moments ago, they had been arrogant and aggressive. But now, the plot had taken a dramatic turn. Jiang Minghua and Zhuge Piapiao were utterly stunned. As the eldest son of the Jiang family and the eldest daughter of the Zhuge family, they were both individuals of extremely noble status and profoundly proud natures. How could they possibly kneel in front of everyone? Jiang Minghua's hands trembled with rage. Pointing at Bai Xiaofan, his voice quivering, he snapped. "Kid, don't push your luck." In truth, he was on the verge of losing his mind. "What? I'm being aggressive? Have you no shame? Didn't you say that yourself? Now you're blaming me?" Bai Xiaofan was speechless. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Everyone exchanged nervous glances, yet no one dared speak. They all knew better than to speak up in such a situation. Doing so could easily backfire. Just then, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Chapter 144, Cousin to the Rescue. All eyes followed the sound of footsteps. A well-dressed middle-aged man descended the stairs, a confident smile gracing his face, his presence commanding respect. His gaze was piercing, and he held a stemmed wineglass in his elegant hand. Zhuge Piapiao spotted the man and immediately rushed over, her face even betraying an unwarranted look of admiration. "Cousin, this guy's picking on me," Zhuge Piapiao said in a coquettish yet aggrieved tone. She approached the man, grabbed his arm, and even rubbed against his chest, acting completely spoiled. The scene made everyone's scalp tingle. Who is he? Zhuge Piapiao called him cousin? Could he be Marshal Xiahou? Someone whispered. What? Marshal Xiahou of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps? Hearing this name sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. When they looked at the middle-aged man before them, they all felt a deep sense of awe. Bai Xiaofan, however, looked utterly bewildered. When he saw the middle-aged man walk down, he sensed a restrained aura, likely an internal martial arts master. But Bai Xiaofan didn't care. He'd seen plenty of masters before, so what? Still, the name Celestial Wolf Mercenary Corps certainly sounded formidable. Bai Xiaofan whispered to Luo Shui, "Senior sister, what's the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group?" Luo Shui's expression betrayed a hint of apprehension. It's an extremely powerful organization with a formidable international reputation. In fact, its influence extends far beyond the Ming dynasty. It's a transnational conglomerate that dwarfs the many families of Luo City. A look of apprehension crossed Luo Shui's face as she explained the Wolfpack Mercenary Group. The leader of the Wolfpack Mercenary Group was an extremely mysterious figure, renowned even on the global stage. The Wolf Mercenary Corps' roster numbered less than 500 members. Yet every single one is elite among elites. In fact, even the world's major families found it extremely difficult to send their offspring to the Wolfpack Mercenary Group as apprentices. This alone attests to the Wolfpack's formidable strength. Who would have thought the Zhuge family had the Wolfpack mercenaries backing them? This is trouble. Luo Shui thought gloomily. At that moment, Zhuge Piapiao had already linked arms with Marshal Xiahou and descended the stairs. Allow me to introduce you to Marshal Xiahou, the eldest son of the Xiahou family and a distant cousin of ours. His grandmother was an elder of our Zhuge family, though we only recently reconnected. Zhuge Piapiao said, her face flushed. She was absolutely thrilled. At just 35 years old, Marshal Xiahou had already become a full member of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps. Having such a distant cousin was truly an honor for the Zhuge family. Watching Zhuge Piapiao fawn over him with extreme flattery, a faint smile touched Marshal Xiahou's lips. He was undoubtedly an elite among elites, having seen countless women. The likes of Zhuge Piapiao were beneath his notice. As for the so-called cousin relationship, was merely a cover-up. General Xiahou had come to Luo City with ulterior motives. However, with Zhuge Piapiao now seeking his aid, Marshal Xiahou was more than willing to oblige. This would allow him to solidify his identity as her cousin with greater authenticity. It would greatly benefit his upcoming plans. Besides, it was nothing more than a simple gesture, why not? He set down his wine cup and, wrapping an arm around Zhuge Piapiao's waist, descended the steps. Marshal Xiahou's presence erupted instantly, a powerful aura instantly enveloping the entire hall. His arrogant, disdainful demeanor completely overshadowed Jiang Minghua. Jiang Minghua felt a wave of inferiority wash over him. As the eldest son of the Jiang family, he was already considered a prodigy among men. Yet compared to General Xiahou of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps, he was simply incomparable. Terrified, Jiang Minghua dared not speak, retreating respectfully to the side. Marshal Xiahou paid Jiang Minghua no mind whatsoever, not even acknowledging his presence. He strode directly toward Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui, a devilishly charming smile playing on his lips. General Xiahou found Luo Shui quite captivating. A desire to conquer her had already taken root in his heart. Miss Luo, do me a favor. Let's call this even. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Marshal Zhuge wrapped his arm around Zhuge Piapiao while ogling Luo Shui with lecherous eyes. He swept her with a haughty, self-satisfied gaze, convinced of his own handsomeness. Luo Shui felt nothing but disgust. This middle-aged man was truly repulsive. But he was, after all, a member of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps. Luo Shui felt she couldn't afford to offend him. She nudged Bai Xiaofan's arm. Xiaofan, maybe we should just call it a day and head back? Luo Shui said timidly. The proud young miss of the Luo family was usually fiery and bold, but faced with such a crushing blow, even she felt a twinge of fear. Why go back? Bai Xiaofan snapped. Who cares about the wolf pack mercenaries? Daring to harass fourth senior sister is asking for death. Bai Xiaofan immediately shielded Luo Shui behind him, his gaze piercing like lightning as he fixed it on Marshal Xiahou. What business is it of yours? Those two just lost to me. I told that pair of dogs that if they lost, they'd have to kneel. Everyone here heard it. You don't think they can just back out now, do you? Bai Xiaofan's words were logical and well-founded. No one could refute it. Caught off guard by the retort, Marshal Xiahou's face darkened. The air around them seemed to freeze over. Boy, don't push your luck. My courtesy is already showing you immense favor. If you anger me, I'll slaughter you right now. He unleashed another surge of his formidable aura. Oh? Then try it. Bai Xiaofan showed no fear, stepping forward defiantly. The two stood locked in a tense standoff, neither yielding an inch. Spectators felt the air crackling around them. They dared not utter a word, silently watching the show unfold. Marshal Xiahou fixed Bai Xiaofan with an intense stare, his eyes blazing with golden light. As a member of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps, Marshal Xiahou's prowess was beyond question. The light in his eyes revealed everything. Though Marshal Xiahou did not move, the piercing intensity in his gaze cut like blades. This was a battle of wills. If one side's resolve faltered, they might collapse entirely. In this battle of wills, Marshal Xiahou was confident he could crush Bai Xiaofan into dust. Yet reality defied his expectations. The lightning-like glints in his eyes were completely reflected back by Bai Xiaofan and with even greater intensity. Ha! A peculiar expression finally appeared on Marshal Xiahou's face. He even sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this unassuming, unremarkable-looking youth before him. Yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly where the danger lay. Marshal Xiahou's heart sank with dread. He had only ever felt this way about his commanding officers. Yet Bai Xiaofan before him now evoked the very same sensation. Do not act rashly. Years of training had ingrained an instinctive response into his body and mind. Marshal Zhuge's gut told him the boy before him was extremely dangerous. Marshal Zhuge's eyes rolled back as he already had other plans in mind. Chapter 145, Issuing the Ultimatum. You truly refuse to apologize? Marshal Xiahou sneered. But Bai Xiaofan saw the way his eyes darted about and knew this man was up to something. This fellow was no ordinary person. Though Bai Xiaofan had never heard of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps, the man's demeanor alone marked him as treacherous. But with matters having come to this, how could Bai Xiaofan back down? He stared back with a cold smile. Of course. Upon hearing this, Marshal Xiaoho turned away expressionless, his gaze shifting to Jiang Minghua. Since he refuses reconciliation, Jiang Minghua, you'll have to kneel in humiliation. Marshal Xiaoho's voice was soft, yet carried an air of finality. What? Jiang Minghua staggered, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Why the hell should I? He demanded inwardly. Why should he kneel? Marshal Xiaoho gave a cold laugh before barking, all because of you. You have no skills yet you flaunt them recklessly. Since you made the bet, you must accept the consequences. My cousin is innocent, she merely fell prey to slanderous rumors. Now that you've lost the contest, you must honor your promise and kneel before this young man. Refuse, and you declare war on my wolf pack mercenaries. General Xiaoho's words were like a barrage of bullets, each one striking Jiang Minghua's face with devastating force. Jiang Minghua's face flushed crimson. Now, he must choose. Though he didn't understand why Marshal Xiaoho was acting this way, seeing the relentless expression on the marshal's face, Jiang Minghua knew he had no choice. Marshal Xiaoho would give him no room to choose. Jiang Minghua's hatred instantly surged toward Bai Xiaofan. Damn it, it's all your fault. Jiang Minghua thought, boiling with rage. But now, with Marshal Xiaoho having spoken, how could Jiang Minghua dare to defy him? He collapsed to his knees with a thud, his face contorted into a mask of anguish. Bai Xiaofan, I was wrong. Jiang Minghua's voice was more wretched than a cry. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaofan felt no joy. He knew something fishy was afoot. How could Marshal Xiaoho suddenly help him? It could only mean he had ulterior motives. Sure enough, Marshal Xiaoho's voice rose an octave. Bai Xiaofan, Jiang Minghua has already knelt. This shows you great favor. Shouldn't you be satisfied? General Xiaoho declared. Well, that's something. Now what? Bai Xiaofan replied helplessly. Hearing this, Marshal Xiaoho scanned the room. As a member of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps, I've always been reasonable. Jiang Minghua has already knelt, which counts as admitting defeat. But my face. Marshal Xiaoho's voice suddenly turned icy. How do you intend to restore it? As he spoke, the aura emanating from him grew even more formidable. At these words, everyone present could feel the fury radiating from Marshal Xiaoho. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the Luo family with my junior brother from the Celestial Wolf Mercenary Corps. I expect you to provide me with an explanation. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Marshal Xiaoho swept his sleeves and departed, a fierce gleam flashing across his haughty face. Everyone present was utterly awed. They were utterly astonished. According to Marshal Xiaoho's words, he intended to lead the Wolfpack mercenary group to the Luo family to demand answers. This was no trivial matter. This promised to be quite the spectacle. It seemed the Luo family had crossed the Wolfpack mercenaries. Could they possibly escape unscathed? The Wolfpack mercenaries weren't a group to be trifled with lightly. The Luo family was in serious trouble. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Yet their thoughts converged on one shared conviction: the Luo family was finished. After all, daring to provoke the Celestial Wolf Mercenary Corps is nothing short of courting death. At least, that's what everyone believed. Luo Shui felt a surge of panic, a hint of terror flickering across her lovely face. Did I just cause trouble? Bai Xiaofan scratched his head awkwardly. A man nearby remarked slowly, young man, you haven't just caused trouble, you've practically invited a clan-wide disaster. Another merchant-like figure added with a hint of schadenfreude, the Wolfpack mercenary group's power, how could it be compared to us merchants? Young man, you've single-handedly destroyed the Luo family. Pity flashed across their faces, as if Bai Xiaofan's reckless actions had already wiped out the Luo family. Jiang Minghua, rising from the ground, wore a face as dark as storm clouds. Boy, he said coldly, pointing at Bai Xiaofan, you made me kneel today. The price you'll pay might just be your life. I'll be waiting to see your show. Damn it. Is it really necessary? Bai Xiaofan was speechless. What's so terrifying about some crappy mercenary group? Bai Xiaofan turned to look at Luo Shui, only to find her expression also somewhat downcast. Fourth senior sister, don't worry. With me here, I won't let them succeed. Bai Xiaofan declared, chest puffed out. Seeing Bai Xiaofan's rather naive expression, Luo Shui's face softened into a faint, bitter smile. Though Bai Xiaofan was somewhat reckless, offending the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group could bring endless trouble upon the Luo family. But in Luo Shui's heart, no hatred could take root. What woman wouldn't hope that when danger struck, a man would step forward to protect her? Today, Bai Xiaofan had shown Luo Shui the very image of the man she had always fantasized about. At that thought, she couldn't help but blush. We should head back first, Luo Shui said, trying to cover her embarrassment. All right. Bai Xiaofan was a bit puzzled, but seeing the others looking at him as if they wanted nothing to do with him, he didn't want to linger either. You don't want to deal with me? I don't want to deal with you lot either. Bai Xiaofan followed Luo Shui into the car. When they arrived at the Luo residence, the entrance was already packed with parked vehicles. A man who looked like a butler stood at the entrance, pacing anxiously and frantically. Luo Shui and Bai Xiaofan parked the car and the old butler rushed toward them. "Miss, you're finally back. The boss told me to wait here for you. You must leave immediately." "Don't go home," the butler exclaimed. Luo Shui froze, puzzled. "Uncle Butler, what happened?" The steward's expression darkened, his voice trembling. "You've offended Marshal Xiahou. Word has spread throughout the entire city. Every member of the Luo family has gathered here. Everyone is waiting for you. You really should leave immediately." Hearing the butler's words, Luo Shui grew anxious. Luo Shui truly hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. It had only happened an hour ago. How could everyone already know? Luo Shui glanced anxiously at Bai Xiaofan, who merely sneered coldly. "Need I ask? It must be Zhuge Piapiao's doing." The butler waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about who's behind this. You two are already targets now. Those Lu Group shareholders will come looking for you to settle the score. You'd better leave quickly and hide somewhere." Hearing the butler's words, Luo Shui grew anxious too. "Uncle Butler, I brought this crisis upon the family. How can I possibly run away?" Chapter 146, Slapping Uncle San in the Face. "Why should I leave? It's just the Wolfpack mercenaries. I'm not afraid." Bai Xiaofan sneered. "You." The old steward's face flushed crimson. "You really don't know when to quit." He'd held it in for so long, but finally blurted out those words. Yet at that very moment, Bai Xiaofan had already taken Luo Shui's hand. "Senior sister, let's go inside," Bai Xiaofan said confidently. Luo Shui felt a flicker of warmth and let Bai Xiaofan lead her by the hand into the Luo family villa. Meanwhile, the entire Luo household was now in utter chaos. Mr. Luo sat in his seat, his expression icy cold, for every relative, big and small, of the Luo family had gathered. A man was ranting loudly. "Big brother, what is Shui doing? Why provoke the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group? This poses a deadly threat to our Luo family." The man's voice was icy. He was the third uncle of the Luo family, Luo Junlei. Luo Junlai's expression was utterly arrogant. He had long coveted the position and been waiting for an opportunity. Now, seeing Luo Shui antagonize the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group, it presented Luo Junlei with the perfect chance to make his move. "You." Mr. Luo's face flushed crimson. He couldn't possibly refute Luo Junlai's words. If the Wolfpack mercenary group truly came looking for trouble, it would spell danger for the Luo family. But Boss Luo, naturally, cherished his daughter. He said in a low voice, "Third brother, we haven't figured out what's going on yet. Shui hasn't returned. Let's wait until we get to the bottom of things before deciding." Just as the two were talking, Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui had already returned to the villa. Hand in hand, they walked inside. "Ha!" The expressions of everyone present shifted instantly. Except for a few like Boss Luo, most didn't recognize Bai Xiaofan. But seeing this young man walk in holding Luo Shui's hand left them stunned. "Who the hell are you?" Luo Junlei stepped forward and demanded. Luo Shui's face flushed slightly as she whispered, "Third uncle, this is my junior brother, Bai Xiaofan." Mr. Luo also stood up. Though he had seen Bai Xiaofan holding Luo Shui's hand, he hadn't paid it much mind. Mr. Luo gave a wry smile. "Allow me to introduce him to everyone. This is my savior, Bai Xiaofan. He's also Shui's junior disciple." Unfazed by Mr. Luo's introduction, Luo Junlei ignored it completely. He immediately turned his attention to Luo Shui. Shui, you owe the family an explanation. What exactly is going on with the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group?" Luo Junlei demanded angrily. Hearing this, Luo Shui stammered. But Bai Xiaofan stepped forward. "I did all of this. I'll take full responsibility for my actions. What about the Wolfpack mercenary group? I'll handle it," Bai Xiaofan declared, each word ringing out with unwavering conviction. "What? You?" Luo Junlei screamed in shock. "You brat! How dare you drag our Luo family into danger?" He lunged forward in 3 strides, ready to seize Bai Xiaofan. His gaze was icy cold. "None of your damn business." Bai Xiaofan flickered his wrist, effortlessly shoving Luo Junlei away. Though Luo Junlei was quite strong, Bai Xiaofan didn't seem to care. With a light shove, he sent Luo Junlei flying. "I'll take responsibility for my own actions. What's it to you anyway?" Bai Xiaofan's decisive shove sent Luo Junlei reeling, leaving the crowd stunned. "Humph. Just wait until the Wolf Mercenary Corps arrives tomorrow. We'll see how you fare then." With that, Luo Junlei swept his sleeves and stormed off. The rest of the clan members all turned to stare at him with identical expressions. Mr. Luo looked at Bai Xiaofan with some tension. "Bai Xiaofan, are you truly sure this is fine?" asked Mr. Luo. Bai Xiaofan smiled. "Of course," he said calmly. Ignoring the others, Bai Xiaofan pulled Luo Shui back into the room. "Thank you." Luo Shui couldn't help but press her fragrant lips against his. "Mum." A passionate embrace ensued within the room. The next day, the entire Luo household was on high alert. Security guards had sealed off every entrance and exit. Everyone was on edge. Especially Mr. Luo, his face was grim. If the Wolfpack mercenaries truly arrived, Mr. Luo feared the entire Luo family would be on high alert. Yet Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less. Bai Xiaofan remained utterly unfazed. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from outside as an exceptionally imposing vehicle pulled up. This vehicle was exceptionally imposing. It was an enormous SUV that pulled up directly in front of the Luo family's gate. The doors swung open, and several figures stepped out. Leading the group were Marshal Xiahou and another man. He wore a form-fitting suit, radiating an imposing presence. His aura was exceptionally formidable. "Brother Hai, you absolutely must help me today," Marshal Xiahou said with a smile. The man before him was no ordinary figure, a renowned young master of the Celestial Wolf Mercenary Corps. Tang Longhai. At just 25 years old, Tang Longhai already ranked among the top 20 masters in the Celestial Wolf Mercenary Corps. In terms of raw combat prowess alone, he even surpassed Marshal Xiahou. Though Marshal Xiahou was older than Tang Longhai, he still addressed him respectfully as Brother Hai. Tang Longhai was also in Luo City on business. Marshal Xiahou had specially invited him to lend prestige to the occasion, as the two maintained a good rapport. So lending a hand was no big deal. Tang Longhai smiled faintly. "Marshal, you're a member of our Wolfpack mercenaries. How can you not even handle one kid?" Hearing Tang Longhai's words, Marshal Xiahou's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. Tang Longhai chuckled. "Ha ha." And so, the two arrived at the Luo family's gate. The Luo family's security guards were on high alert, immediately surrounding Tang Longhai and Marshal Xiahou. Mr. Luo stepped out, followed by Bai Xiaofan, Luo Shui, and others. Luo Junlei and the others trailed behind, eager to witness Mr. Luo's humiliation. This would give Wang Hai the perfect opportunity to stir up trouble within the Luo family. Tang Longhai and Marshal Xiahou's imposing presence only bolstered Luo Junlei and the others' confidence. It seemed Luo Shui was in danger today. Luo Shui was visibly tense, her palms sweaty as she gripped Bai Xiaofan's hand. She had never faced such formidable adversaries before. Her nervousness was understandable. Bai Xiaofan gripped Luo Shui's hand tightly, observing everything with a calm gaze. The old man had taught him to remain composed at all times. Besides, he couldn't care less about Marshal Xiahou or Tang Longhai. "Who's in charge of the Luo family? Come out here," Marshal Xiahou bellowed. He intended to personally reclaim the face he'd lost yesterday. Mr. Luo gave an awkward smile and approached Marshal Xiahou. "You must be the marshal? I am the head of the Luo family." Mr. Luo was extremely cautious. For Marshal Xiahou was indeed a formidable figure. And the men by his side were even more unfathomable. Marshal Xiahou gave a cold laugh. "Bai Xiaofan, yesterday I said I'd come to settle this. Today, I'm here." Marshal Xiahou's voice boomed like thunder. Bai Xiaofan strode forward without hesitation, his gaze fixed on Marshal Xiahou and Tang Longhai without a trace of fear. "Whoever wants to come at me, go ahead," Bai Xiaofan said. Chapter 147, Come at me all at once. Seeing Bai Xiaofan, Tang Longhai's eyes flashed with intensity. "This kid is quite interesting," he murmured. Unlike Marshal Xiahou, Tang Longhai possessed greater martial prowess and even more terrifying observational skills. Yet he couldn't see through Bai Xiaofan. Tang Longhai was instantly intrigued. Though his mission brought him to Luo City, encountering such an intriguing individual left him genuinely startled. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Longhai shifted his tone. "You are Bai Xiaofan? You insulted my junior brother, Marshal Xiahou. That is an insult to the Heavenly Wolf. Today, whether it's you or the Luo family, you must give an explanation." Tang Longhai was sparing with his words, but each one carried immense weight. The Luo family members immediately grew panicked. "Give an explanation? What kind of explanation?" Luo Junlei stepped forward, shouting, "Mr. Tang, our Luo family has never crossed a hair on the Wolf clan's neck. This is all Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui's doing. We're handing them over to you now, please spare us." The moment Luo Junlei spoke, Boss Luo erupted in fury. "Third son, are you even human?" He trembled with rage. Mr. Luo's health had always been fragile. It was only through Bai Xiaofan's care that he had regained some strength. Hearing Luo Junlai's words now nearly sent him into a faint. Bai Xiaofan glared coldly at Luo Junlei. Though he was the third uncle of the Luo family, he constantly sided with outsiders, which deeply displeased Bai Xiaofan. His gaze pierced Luo Junlei like lightning. "If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. No one needs you to take charge." A chill crept into Bai Xiaofan's voice. It sent shivers down Luo Junlai's spine. For reasons he couldn't fathom, the rebuke left him feeling uneasy. Bai Xiaofan saw no point in giving him another chance to speak. He turned his gaze toward Tang Longhai and Marshal Xiahou. "You two just want to fight, don't you? Come at me together." "What?" At those words, Tang Longhai and Marshal Xiahou nearly spat blood. "Both of you? Who do you think you are?" Tang Longhai laughed in disbelief. He had never encountered such an arrogant individual before. This level of audacity was beyond imagination. After all, he ranked among the top 20 young masters of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps. In this world, those capable of facing him one-on-one could be counted on one hand. And Bai Xiaofan, so young, actually wanted to take on 2 of them alone? Absolutely ridiculous. It was almost unbelievable. Tang Longhai's expression turned cold. Bai Xiaofan, I've given you the benefit of the doubt because I see you as someone worth talking to. But now you want both of us to fight you? This is an insult to the celestial wolf. Bai Xiaofan rolled his eyes at this. Cut the nonsense. What's this about the heavenly wolf? If you don't move, I'll beat you both myself. With that, Bai Xiaofan flickered forward, already standing before the 2 men. Quick! This move perfectly embodied that principle. In martial arts, speed is the ultimate defense, the first principle the old man had taught Bai Xiaofan. Tang Longhai and Martial Xiahou were merely early-stage grandmasters. While formidable among the young generation, they posed no real threat to Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan wasted no words. He simply extended both hands, fingers extended, and jabbed toward the 2. Ha! Tang Longhai and Martial Xiahou were both utterly shocked. They were masters themselves, yet had never witnessed such blinding speed, truly lightning fast. Their hearts were tossed about like a storm-tossed sea. Especially Tang Longhai, who had seen many masters, yet never one as young as Bai Xiaofan. Could it really be impossible to defend against? Caught off guard, both Tang Longhai and Martial Xiahou were unprepared. As Bai Xiaofan closed in, they realized there was no way to block this strike. They could only brace for the impact, transforming force into energy. Simultaneously, they channeled their chi throughout their entire bodies, the pinnacle of mastery only attainable by grandmasters. With their chi fully integrated, they became as impenetrable as a golden bell shield or ironclad armor. You're both too young. Bai Xiaofan shook his head helplessly. Truthfully, Bai Xiaofan had no intention of attacking them head-on. His target was their pressure points. No matter how formidable a master might be, once their vital points were struck, defeat was inevitable. Just as Tang Longhai and Martial Xiahou prepared to defend, 2 silver needles suddenly appeared between Bai Xiaofan's fingers. What? Tang Longhai and General Xiahou were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Are those hidden weapons? Both men were speechless. But Bai Xiaofan was right before their eyes, they couldn't react in time. The 2 silver needles struck their pressure points with pinpoint accuracy. Both men grunted and collapsed to the ground. With just one move, 2 early-stage Grandmaster level experts defeated. Everyone present was stunned. What just happened? They couldn't even comprehend what had transpired. To their eyes, Bai Xiaofan had merely extended both hands lightly, yet these 2 young elite fighters from the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps had been rendered incapacitated. Could these 2 have been actors hired by Bai Xiaofan? Some wondered inwardly. But the Luo family wasn't entirely made up of mediocrities. Their elite bodyguards had spotted the trick. That move Bai Xiaofan just pulled off was the fastest action I've ever seen. Those 2 guys had no chance to dodge. Bai Xiaofan's move appeared slow and deliberate, yet its actual speed rivaled a sniper bullet. The security guard murmured. He had once served in a special forces unit, yet he had never encountered a master of Bai Xiaofan's caliber. Only awe filled his heart. Ha! The entire Luo family was stunned. Originally, they had looked down on Bai Xiaofan, but now, they were utterly humiliated. When they looked at Bai Xiaofan now, their eyes were filled with awe. Mr. Luo and Luo Shui were naturally delighted. They felt Bai Xiaofan had truly brought them honor. Luo Junlai's face was flushed crimson with embarrassment. He hid in the corner, not uttering a word. The elite mercenary from the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group, whom he had just worshipped like a god, proved utterly powerless before Bai Xiaofan. Luo Junlai's face burned with humiliation. He dared not utter a word. Bai Xiaofan flashed a carefree smile before crouching beside Tang Longhai and Martial Xiahou. The 2 men, their acupoints sealed by Bai Xiaofan's silver needles, were utterly immobilized. What the hell did you do? Martial Xiahou's face flushed crimson with rage. He was seething with rage. He had brought his senior brother Tang Longhai, intending to thoroughly teach Bai Xiaofan a lesson. Yet before he could finish showing off, Bai Xiaofan had already dealt with him. Now he couldn't even move. Where could he go to seek justice? Bai Xiaofan stared at Martial Xiahou and delivered a direct slap across his face. Weren't you acting all cocky before? Now show me how cocky you can be again? You! Martial Xiahou's face flushed crimson with rage. He was over 30, a full decade older than Bai Xiaofan, and had been pampered his entire life. Never had anyone dared to rebuke him like this. But now, he was at the mercy of others, forced to endure. At that moment, Tang Longhai spoke up from the side. His voice carried a hint of muffled solemnity. Mr. Xiaofan, we too were blind to your greatness and have offended you before. Chapter 148, Genius, accept my kneel. Ha! Bai Xiaofan was genuinely startled by this remark. He hadn't expected Tang Longhai's perspective to be so broad. At least he was far superior to Marshal Xiaoho. Even when cornered, he knew when to back down. For that alone, he completely outclassed Marshal Xiaoho. Bai Xiaofan smiled and nodded. "You're not half bad," Bai Xiaofan remarked. "At least you know when you're outmatched and don't keep pretending to be something you're not." Hearing Bai Xiaofan's assessment, Tang Longhai rolled his eyes. He forced himself to control his emotions. "We're both injured and no match for you. Could you please unblock our pressure points first?" Hearing his almost pleading words, Bai Xiaofan thought it over carefully. It was indeed true. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out the 2 silver needles. "Fine. Get lost. Today I'm in a good mood, otherwise I'd have beaten you senseless." Bai Xiaofan snapped. Marshal Xiaoho was about to retort, but Tang Longhai pulled him back. "Brother Xiaofan, it was all a misunderstanding earlier. Don't take it to heart. There was just some confusion between you and Marshal Xiaoho. I apologize on his behalf." Tang Longhai spoke, then suddenly knelt down. "Ha!" The crowd watched in stunned silence. The prodigy of the prestigious Tianhai Mercenary Corps was actually kneeling. Bai Xiaofan stared at him, utterly speechless. This guy sure knew how to bend and stretch, but it felt utterly unnatural to Bai Xiaofan. Marshal Xiaoho's face darkened as well. "Brother Hai, what the hell are you doing?" Pang Tang Longhai shot him a glare. "What the hell do you know?" Mr. Bai's move just now was truly genius. To possess such skill at such a young age, even within our Wolfpack Mercenary Corps, he's one of the youngest prodigies. His future is limitless, how could we possibly challenge him? "Genius, accept my kneel," Tang Longhai said respectfully. You two should get up now. That was downright cringeworthy. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. With these two being so obsequious, Bai Xiaofan couldn't be bothered to engage them further. Luo Shuwei seemed unwilling to let it go. She glared at Marshal Xiaoho and declared indignantly, "You are forbidden from harassing our Luo family in the future." Tang Longhai immediately nodded in agreement for Marshal Xiaoho. "Rest assured. I swear on the name of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps, from this day forward, the Luo family's affairs are our affairs." Hearing Tang Longhai's words, Marshal Xiaoho could only reluctantly agree. "Truthfully, I was merely using the Zhuge family. My so-called kinship with them was fabricated. From this moment on, I have no connection to the Zhuge family whatsoever." General Xiaoho muttered under his breath. "That's more like it. Since that's the case, you two may leave now. You're not welcome here," Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Tang Longhai didn't leave, however. Instead, he looked at Bai Xiaofan expectantly. "Mr. Bai, judging by that technique you just used, you clearly possess deep knowledge of acupoints. Might I ask, do you understand medical arts?" Tang Longhai inquired tentatively. Bai Xiaofan gave a casual nod. "I wouldn't say I'm an absolute expert, but I know a thing or two," he replied with rare modesty. Hearing this, Tang Longhai grew visibly excited. "I have an unreasonable request. Please, you must agree. If you do, our Wolfpack Mercenary Group will offer you immense rewards." Tang Longhai laid out his conditions. "First, tell me the reward," Bai Xiaofan demanded directly. The question left Tang Longhai momentarily speechless. Under normal circumstances, Bai Xiaofan would have inquired about the situation first. Yet the Demon King skipped the details entirely and went straight for the reward. This left Tang Longhai feeling awkward. He cleared his throat and said, "I see that Mr. Luo is not in good health. He must be recovering from a serious illness. Our Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group handles business all over the world and possesses many treasures." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and handed it directly to Bai Xiaofan. On the screen was a photograph. Jianqiu Snow Ginseng. Bai Xiaofan gasped upon seeing the image. His master had once mentioned this was a top-tier treasure herb. It possessed the power to revive the dead. Such a treasure was rare and hard to come by. He never imagined the Wolfpack Mercenary Group possessed such immense wealth and influence that they could even acquire such a treasure. This revelation left Bai Xiaofan genuinely stunned. Tang Longhai clapped his hands. "You truly know your stuff. That's right, it's the 1000 Autumn Snow Ginseng. This is a priceless treasure. If you're willing to help, this is your reward." Hearing Tang Longhai's words, Bai Xiaofan nodded immediately. This favor, granted. He understood perfectly well the value of the 1000 Autumn Snow Ginseng. It was a legendary priceless treasure. Although Mr. Luo's illness had been cured by Bai Xiaofan, it had left him with lingering health issues. With such a precious treasure for treatment, Mr. Luo's illness could be completely cured. Bai Xiaofan gazed at the photo with delight. With this, Uncle Luo's illness would finally have a solution. Seeing Bai Xiaofan's childlike innocence in his expression, Luo Shui's eyes welled up with tears. Bai Xiaofan hadn't even inquired about the details before agreeing to Tang Longhai's request. What if it involved climbing mountains of knives or crossing seas of fire? But Bai Xiaofan's mind was consumed solely by the condition of Luo Shui's father. Luo Shui's eyes were already slightly reddened, and a ripple of emotion stirred within her heart. At that moment, Tang Longhai pulled Bai Xiaofan aside and said with a hint of flattery, "Truth be told, the two of us came here to bring back a big shot for the mercenary group. But this mission hasn't gone smoothly at all." Tang Longhai laid out the truth in full detail. It turned out the two had come to Luo City to persuade Professor Lin Fei to come out of retirement. Professor Lin Fei was an exceptionally renowned scientist. He had already agreed to join the two brothers at the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild. But unexpectedly, his wife fell gravely ill just as they were about to depart. Naturally, Professor Lin Fei couldn't leave her side, which is why the matter was delayed. Headquarters had repeatedly urged them, even expressing growing dissatisfaction. Yet despite Tang Longhai and Marshal Xiaoho consulting numerous renowned physicians, there had been no progress. The two had already lost all hope and were preparing to return to face punishment when they unexpectedly encountered Bai Xiaofan. Tang Longhai was grasping at straws. "Master Bai, your medical skills are unparalleled in this world. Treating Professor Lin's wife's illness, there's no one else but you," Tang Longhai exclaimed passionately. Bai Xiaofan immediately raised his hand, cutting him off. "Stop. No flattery, I need to examine her first," Bai Xiaofan declared. "Then please proceed," Tang Longhai exclaimed excitedly. "I'm coming too." Luo Shui rushed over to Bai Xiaofan, clutching his arm tightly while glaring warily at Tang Longhai and Marshal Xiaoho. Luo Shui didn't trust these two at all. If they lured Bai Xiaofan outside to kill him, Luo Shui was willing to face the danger alongside him. Seeing Luo Shui's resolute gaze, Bai Xiaofan couldn't bring himself to refuse. Truthfully, he knew Tang Longhai had no reason to lie. The Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps was, after all, a major force. They wouldn't stoop to such shamelessness. Besides, even if they wanted to, they'd need the capability to pull it off. "Alright, then senior sister will accompany me," Bai Xiaofan said, taking Luo Shui's hand. Luo Shui's body instinctively drew closer to Bai Xiaofan, a faint, delicate fragrance of youth tickling his senses. Chapter 149, Can Strange Illnesses Be Cured? "Miss Luo, you're far too cautious. I, Tang Longhai, never play dirty tricks." After getting into the car, Tang Longhai still felt somewhat depressed. Luo Shui paid him no mind, instead clutching Bai Xiaofan's hand tightly. Bai Xiaofan, however, didn't seem to mind. "If those two dare to deceive us," Bai Xiaofan said slowly, "I'll break every bone in their bodies." Tang Longhai and Marshal Xiaoho both flinched. They felt utterly wronged. After all, they were elite fighters of the prestigious Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps, yet Bai Xiaofan had completely overpowered them. They felt utterly helpless. But at this moment, neither had anything to say. Tang Longhai cleared his throat and floored the accelerator. Soon, they arrived at a villa district, the residence of Professor Lin. Lin Fei was a renowned professor, certainly not short on funds, and he had once been a friend of the Wolf Mercenary Group. Professor Lin has a bit of an eccentric temperament. "Mr. Bai, if he offends you, I hope you won't take it personally," Tang Longhai said. "No problem. When it comes to healing and saving lives, I've always been serious," Bai Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. He was genuinely curious what kind of person was this Professor Lin? And so, the three of them stepped out of the car. Marshal Xiaoho, however, was left behind in the vehicle by Tang Longhai. "You'd better stay put. You already annoyed Professor Lin last time," Tang Longhai said reproachfully. Marshal Xiaoho's face flushed crimson. Seeing this guy get the short end of the stick, Luo Shui was quite amused, even letting out a laugh. The three of them arrived at the entrance. It was a small detached villa with its own courtyard. Though not very large, the surroundings were pleasant, and there was a small vegetable garden below the villa. In the vegetable garden, an old man was digging up vegetables. He appeared utterly unremarkable, just an ordinary old man. Tang Longhai remained cautious. "Master Bai, this is Mr. Lin." Bai Xiaofan uttered a soft "oh." He sensed nothing unusual about Lin Fei. At first glance, Lin Fei appeared to be a robust individual. Though advanced in years, there was no doubt that Lin Fei was in excellent health. At that moment, Lin Fei lifted his head and shot Tang Longhai a look of annoyance. "Tang, why are you here again?" Lin Fei asked with a hint of displeasure. As a formidable figure, Tang Longhai dared not retort to such words from Lin Fei. His face flushed slightly as he spoke with utmost respect. "Professor Lin, I've come to visit you again. Please, let me in no matter what." Lin Fei wore an expression of helpless resignation. "Xiao Tang, go tell your boss I need to take care of my wife. I really don't have time to help him," Lin Fei said. Tang Longhai seemed to have anticipated Lin Fei's response, but he promptly pushed Bai Xiaofan forward. "Professor Lin, you misunderstand. Learning of Mrs. Lin's condition has us deeply concerned. That's precisely why we sought out the renowned physician Bai Xiaofan. He's guaranteed to cure her." Tang Longhai didn't bother with details now, he just had to hype him up. Bai Xiaofan felt a bit embarrassed by the hype, especially since he hadn't even examined Mrs. Lin's condition yet. In this situation, Bai Xiaofan dared not speak recklessly. But since Tang Longhai had already made the claim, Bai Xiaofan couldn't deny it. A glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Miracle doctor?
Lin Fei looked utterly astonished.
Ever since his wife fell gravely ill, he had sought out every renowned physician, yet those so-called masters had no solutions whatsoever. They were utterly helpless. Now, Tang Longhai had little faith left in these so-called experts. Yet the wolf mercenary group had somehow found another renowned physician.
Lin Fei was somewhat surprised. But when he saw the so-called expert before him, Lin Fei was so furious his face trembled.
A renowned physician?
This kid was barely 20 years old.
Even if he'd started studying medicine in his mother's womb, how many years could that have been? How could he possibly be a renowned physician?
Lin Fei sneered contemptuously. Though he was a distinguished professor with great composure, if Tang Long dared to deliberately make light of his wife's condition again, Lin Fei would absolutely not tolerate it. Tang Longhai tried to explain, but Bai Xiaofan reached out and pulled him back.
Bai Xiaofan was clearly annoyed. What's wrong with being young? Ambition knows no age. Youth doesn't preclude genius.
Professor Lin Fei's words were simply too extreme. Bai Xiaofan naturally felt compelled to counter them. He exclaimed indignantly, "Professor Lin, don't look down on the young just because I'm poor.
How do you know I can't cure your wife's illness? I'll cure it if I have to."
Such stubbornness was ingrained in Bai Xiaofan's character. The more someone looked down on him, the more he was determined to prove his abilities.
Bai Xiaofan's eyes turned cold. "Cure? How could I let a youngster like you experiment on my wife's body? You claim to be a divine healer? Then take a look at this old man's body."
Lin Fei said coldly. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaofan replied, "Your body is in excellent condition." Lin Fei heard this and, enraged, flung his hoe to the ground. His fury burned fiercely, his anger palpable.
This anger was no joke. Nonsense. Anyone can say that. How does that prove you're a divine healer? In truth, Lin Fei's skepticism was justified.
Logically speaking, if Bai Xiaofan only offered such bland compliments, it certainly wouldn't prove he was a divine healer.
Want proof of my skill? Bai Xiaofan stroked his chin. Then I'll give you exactly what you want. Bai Xiaofan leapt directly beside Lin Fei. What are you doing?
Lin Fei jumped in surprise. He thought Bai Xiaofan was about to ambush him.
Damn it! Bai Xiaofan rolled his eyes. You think I'm that shameless?
Bai Xiaofan had jumped right next to Lin Fei because only close observation could reveal certain details.
Sure enough, Bai Xiaofan spotted the problem.
Your body isn't sick, but you're injured,
Bai Xiaofan declared. Injuries? Lin Fei froze. Bai Xiaofan began to explain in detail.
Of course. About 15 years ago, you suffered a serious leg injury from a fall. You were out of commission for about half a year.
Am I right? Bai Xiaofan asked. What?
Lin Fei was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe any of this was real.
For Lin Fei, it was utterly unimaginable. He was completely dumbfounded.
15 years ago, while still abroad, he had indeed suffered a severe injury during a sports event, an injury so critical it had reached its absolute limit. After that major injury, it took him a full 6 months of recuperation to recover. It was precisely because of that major injury that Lin Fei met his wife, Xiaomei Xian. At the time, Xiaomei Xian was a nurse at that very hospital. But no one knew about this story. It was just an old, forgotten incident.
How could Bai Xiaofan possibly know about such an ancient tale? You're digging into my private affairs?
Lin Fei snapped angrily. He suspected the Wolfpack mercenary group had used their connections to dig up information on him, and this made him extremely displeased.
Chapter 150, Miracle Healing. Tang Longhai looked utterly aggrieved. No, Professor Lin, you've misunderstood. We truly didn't pry. Tang Longhai felt like crying. After all, the Wolfpack mercenary group held great respect for talents like Professor Lin.
They would never proactively pry into his private affairs.
That would be crossing a major line. But Tang Longhai couldn't fathom how Bai Xiaofan knew about Professor Lin's major injury from 15 years ago.
Everyone's puzzled gazes turned to Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan offered a cold smile as he explained, "It's quite simple.
Your manner of walking just now gave it away. Your gait was unnaturally light and unsteady. That can only mean you've suffered a major injury. If not, you wouldn't walk so unnaturally.
As for why it was 15 years ago, that comes down to your recovery process."
Bai Xiaofan spoke each word deliberately.
He laid it all out crystal clear, explaining every detail with perfect clarity. Everyone present stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom that this could be true.
What?
Lin Fei was on the verge of tears. This was a secret from 15 years ago almost no one knew except his own wife, Xiaomei Xian. And Xiaomei Xian was now lying unconscious at home. That's why this situation felt so bizarre.
Bai Xiaofan's account was well reasoned and convincing. It didn't sound made up at all.
Lin Fei was utterly bewildered.
Could this young man before him truly be a divine healer? Seeing Lin Fei's dazed expression, Bai Xiaofan walked over to him and offered a calm smile. Mr. Lin, there's no need to be confused. This is merely an observation based on my examination. As for your wife's actual condition, we'll have to see to know for sure. Bai Xiaofan's face was filled with a smile. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Lin Fei was utterly bewildered. He truly didn't know whether to trust Bai Xiaofan, but seeing Bai Xiaofan's demeanor now, Lin Fei could only nod. Better safe than sorry. With that thought, Lin Fei drew a long breath. You may come in, but if it doesn't work, please leave immediately. He held on to his last shred of stubbornness. Bai Xiaofan naturally didn't refuse, so they walked straight inside. The lights inside the villa were generally dim. Amidst the dim lighting, a heavy medicinal scent hung in the air. The room felt utterly lifeless. Bai Xiaofan soon spotted Lin Fei's wife, Xiao Meixian, a 40-year-old woman lying on the bed, her forehead dark and sunken. Yet it was clear that Xiao Meixian was still quite beautiful. In her youth, she must have been a top-tier beauty. What caused her illness? Bai Xiaofan inquired. As he asked, he produced silver needles in his hand. At such a critical moment, Bai Xiaofan remained thoroughly professional. Seeing Bai Xiaofan like this, Lin Fei felt a glimmer of hope. After all, Bai Xiaofan did seem to have the air of a divine healer. Bai Xiaofan began his procedure. Lin Fei listened to Bai Xiaofan's instructions while explaining his wife's symptoms. Every detail was stored in Bai Xiaofan's mind. With his terrifying memory, he could handle these matters while simultaneously administering treatment. Soon, the answer became clear. I understand. This can be attributed to poor qi and blood circulation, nothing too serious. Bai Xiaofan stated calmly, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. What? Lin Fei was utterly dumbfounded. This was no big deal? You're just too damn unbelievable. To Lin Fei, this was an incredibly serious matter, yet in Bai Xiaofan's words, it sounded like nothing more than a trivial trifle. Lin Fei was utterly flabbergasted. You're not messing with me? He looked up at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan stuck out his tongue. Why would I mess with you? Those people I treated earlier just didn't know how to properly guide their blood flow. I only know a little bit about it. With that, Bai Xiaofan reached for the silver needles and began the treatment. This silver needle technique was something his master had taught him everything he knew. Bai Xiaofan had mastered them completely. He rapidly stimulated major acupoints, moving with lightning speed. Lin Fei, Tang Longhai, and the others were all left speechless. They had never witnessed such a treatment method before. It was truly eye-opening. Truly a divine healer. Tang Longhai couldn't help but exclaim. Bai Xiaofan wasted no time, immediately beginning his procedure. Bai Xiaofan was so intensely focused that beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Luo Shui felt a pang of concern and reached for a tissue, gently wiping the sweat from his brow. Tang Longhai, witnessing this display of affection, looked utterly embarrassed. Just then, Bai Xiaofan had already inserted the silver needles and was continuously stimulating Xiao Meixian's acupoints. Yet Xiao Meixian still showed no signs of regaining consciousness. It seemed he must channel his internal energy. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. But infusing internal energy required caution. After all, Xiao Meixian's body was extremely weak right now. Forcing energy into her under these circumstances might overwhelm her body. Bai Xiaofan needed to stay calm. He must strictly control the intensity of his internal energy. This was an extremely delicate task. Fortunately, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra he practiced also included techniques for controlling internal energy. Thus, the energy flow steadily fortified Xiao Meixian's body, and her chest gradually began to rise and fall. At that very moment, Xiao Meixian coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was black blood. What? Lin Fei was startled. He was genuinely worried. But Bai Xiaofan reached out to stop him. Don't move. Bai Xiaofan was at the most critical moment now. Absolutely no one could disturb him. This situation was undoubtedly the most crucial moment. After half an hour of struggle, Bai Xiaofan finally completed the treatment. Xiao Meixian's body twitched repeatedly, yet she remained unconscious. How is she? Divine healer! Lin Fei exclaimed excitedly. He finally saw some results. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Bai Xiaofan gently rubbed his hands together. It's fine now. Her blood circulation is restored. Take your wife to the hospital. With a week of recuperation, she will definitely wake up. Bai Xiaofan declared with unwavering certainty. Tang Longhai also approached Xiao Meixian and took her pulse. Her pulse is strong. Mrs. Lin can be saved. Tang Longhai exclaimed excitedly. Lin Fei was utterly astonished. He approached Xiao Meixian and felt her pulse. Indeed, Xiao Meixian's pulse had regained its vitality. Lin Fei was so overcome with emotion he nearly wept. He knelt down on the ground. Divine Physician Bai, you are my benefactor. From this moment on, you are the reborn parent of our Lin family. Whatever you command, I, Lin Fei, will obey without question. Hearing these words, Tang Longhai was naturally overjoyed. This meant Lin Fei was now firmly in his grasp. Deep within, Tang Longhai felt an indescribable elation, almost ecstatic, really. At least for Tang Longhai, he had finally accomplished his mission. Luo Shui's gaze was fixed entirely on Bai Xiaofan. Xiaofan, are you alright? Luo Shui asked gently. Chapter 151, The Medicine Incident. Seeing Luo Shui's tender concern, Bai Xiaofan felt a warm glow in his heart. Tang Longhai cleared his throat. You too, could you spare me the lovey-dovey stuff? Hearing this, Luo Shui flushed. She held out her hand, pouting, where's the medicine? Tang Longhai gave an awkward smile and pulled a card from his pocket, along with a key. At Bahua Pawnshop in Luo City. We've opened a safe deposit box there. You can go directly to retrieve it. The Wolfpack mercenary group never breaks its word. Tang Longhai said earnestly. Upon hearing Tang Longhai's words, Bai Xiaofan took the key without hesitation, but Luo Shui remained wary. Luo Shui felt Tang Longhai was untrustworthy. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. I trust he won't deceive us. Although snow ginseng was an extremely precious item, given Tang Longhai's status, he naturally wouldn't deceive them. There was simply no need for that. With that, Bai Xiaofan bid farewell to Tang Longhai and headed to Bahua Pawnshop with Luo Shui. They had to retrieve the item. This was crucial for curing Master Luo's illness. The two quickly drove to Bahua Pawnshop, an exceptionally private and luxurious establishment. It was situated beneath a modern office building. Luo Shui parked the car, and the two entered with some urgency. The interior was very modern. A lobby manager dressed in a sharp suit stood at the entrance. May I assist you today? The manager approached them. He wore a face full of respect. It was clear he was a businessman. Bai Xiaofan pulled out the card and key. We're here to retrieve our belongings. Seeing the card and keys, the lobby manager's face went blank. What's your relationship with the Wolfpack mercenary group? He asked. His voice was guarded. Bai Xiaofan gave a cold chuckle. Is that any of your business? Don't you guys only recognize cards, not people? Hearing this, the hall manager looked somewhat embarrassed. Please follow me. He led Bai Xiaofan and his companion to the safe, opened it directly, and retrieved the item in front of them. That's snow ginseng. Truly a precious medicine. Bai Xiaofan's eyes lit up. He could see clearly that this was indeed top-grade snow ginseng. Its value was undoubtedly extremely high. It was practically priceless. This is the one. Bai Xiaofan reached out to take the item, preparing to leave. But the hall manager stopped them. Please wait a moment, I'll handle the paperwork, he said before rushing out. Luo Shui felt something was off. She linked her arm through Bai Xiaofan's and asked, Xiaofan, I can't shake this feeling that the manager's acting a bit strange. Luo Shui's intuition was quite sharp. When she sensed something off about the manager, Bai Xiaofan found her observation plausible. Who knows? The city's full of tricks. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Bai Xiaofan's expression turned grave. He realized something was wrong. These footsteps were unusually heavy, likely someone formidable approaching. Bai Xiaofan's gaze sharpened. Sure enough, a group of people arrived. Leading them was the lobby manager. Besides the manager, the rest were all skilled fighters, their aura intensely formidable. At that moment, the manager pointed a finger at Bai Xiaofan. They were the Sky Wolf's men. The group's expressions turned cold. Charge! They all charged forward. What the hell? What's going on? Bai Xiaofan's eyes flashed with cold fury. Seems this guy mistook them for the Wolfpack mercenaries. Bai Xiaofan was ready to strike. Whoever they were, he'd fight first and ask questions later. He couldn't just stand by and let them attack him. Bai Xiaofan struck immediately. All of them were skilled fighters, but they proved no match for him. After all, Bai Xiaofan's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. Sure enough, these men were quickly beaten into a rout and fled in disarray. The hall manager was so terrified he plopped right down on the floor. Holy crap, are you human or a ghost? Get lost. Bai Xiaofan snorted coldly and delivered a flying kick. The man was already unconscious. Just then, the sound of a car approached outside. Tang Longhai had arrived with his men. What the hell is going on? Did you set me up? Bai Xiaofan snarled. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Tang Longhai immediately shook his head. Honestly, I didn't. I was handling Professor Lin's wife's hospitalization and completely forgot something crucial. Those guys are from Xianyun City. They've always been at odds with our Wolfpack mercenary group. I never imagined you'd get dragged into this. I'm truly sorry. Tang Longhai said. What the hell is Xianyun City? Never heard of it. Bai Xiaofan's expression turned icy. Now that I have what I came for, I won't pursue your mistake this time. We're even from now on. With that, Bai Xiaofan pulled Luo Shui away. Before leaving, Luo Shui shot Tang Longhai a fierce glare. Tang Longhai felt thoroughly embarrassed. Once Bai Xiaofan was gone, his own gaze turned cold as he got into the car and drove off. After Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui got into the car, Luo Shui continued to rant. That Wolfpack mercenary group is so unreliable. If it weren't for the ginseng, I'd have given him a good beating. Bai Xiaofan curled his lips. He didn't particularly care for Tang Longhai either. But Bai Xiaofan's mind was now focused on how to make the best use of the snow ginseng to cure Boss Luo's illness as effectively as possible. This was no easy task. Just then, Luo Shui let out an exclamation. What was this? Luo Shui pulled something resembling a tag from her clothing. It was actually a black and white badge. Engraved upon it was a massive character 4 dragon. It must have been dropped by those people during the fight earlier. Didn't Tang Longhai just say they were from Xianyun City? This must be their emblem. I took the item without a second thought. He slipped it into his pocket. Though he didn't know what it was, it looked quite exquisite, so Bai Xiaofan picked it up. Though exquisitely crafted, Bai Xiaofan paid it no mind. Just then, they had already returned to the Luo residence. Got the item. I'll go brew the medicine, Bai Xiaofan said with a broad smile. Seeing Bai Xiaofan's earnest expression, Luo Shui felt deeply moved. Bai Xiaofan headed straight to the kitchen, instructing the Luo household staff to boil water before preparing to brew the medicine. His expression was solemn. After all, this ingredient was incredibly precious, and if it went bad, it would be lost forever. This was his only chance. And so, Bai Xiaofan began the decoction process. He was utterly focused, and after several hours, he completed everything. A bowl of medicinal broth emerged. Success! Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. Seeing this, Boss Luo was astonished. Will it really work? Bai Xiaofan nodded. Of course. Chapter 152, Trouble Caused by the Badge. This is top-grade snow ginseng. It's guaranteed to cure any ailment. Bai Xiaofan declared. Mr. Luo was genuinely delighted. Bai Xiaofan, we're all family here, no need for thanks. He said. Luo Shui's face flushed instantly. Dad, what are you saying? What family? Mr. Luo chuckled. It's only a matter of time. With that, he downed the entire glass in one gulp. Bai Xiaofan scratched his head awkwardly. Uncle Luo, you rest up. I've got things to attend to, I'll take my leave. With that, he spun around and bolted out the door. This place wasn't safe to linger in. Soon, Bai Xiaofan returned to the Lu residence. Though it was already late at night, the Lu family's gate remained open. Light shone from Lu Yueya's room. Bai Xiaofan leaped inside. Ah! Lu Yueya jumped in surprise. Did you miss me, senior sister? Bai Xiaofan said mischievously. His hands began to wander restlessly up and down. Lu Yueya pushed Bai Xiaofan away. Weren't you out on business with Luo Shui? How did things go? Hearing Lu Yueya's question, Bai Xiaofan immediately pulled the badge from his pocket. He recounted the entire incident in detail. Anyway, I got the snow ginseng in this badge. I just don't know what it is. Lu Yueya shot Bai Xiaofan a look. Xiaofan, you're usually so sharp, why are you being so slow on the uptake? Just look it up online and you'll find out. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Senior sister is so smart. With that, Bai Xiaofan immediately fired up his computer. He scanned the badge into it, but after searching for ages, he still couldn't figure it out. This thing doesn't seem to be anything special. Bai Xiaofan remarked. But Lu Yueya frowned. Wait. With that, Lu Yueya dashed out and soon returned with a book. Our Lu family library holds many ancient texts. I believe I once saw something like this described in one of these books. Lu Yueya handed the book to Bai Xiaofan, who immediately began flipping through its pages. But the result left him astonished. The Shangyi Anlong family. A family with centuries of history? That's incredible. Seeing this information, Bai Xiaofan was utterly dumbfounded. He truly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Lu Yueya was also startled. Bai Xiaofan, though I've never heard of this Shangyi Anlong family, if they're recorded in books, they must be a colossal power. You'd better be careful. Lu Yueya cautioned. Hearing her words, Bai Xiaofan felt helpless. He picked up his phone, deciding to consult Tang Longhai. After all, he hadn't given this matter a second thought that morning. But now it seemed this thing in his hand was more blessing than curse. But just then, Bai Xiaofan dialed the number directly. No one answered at all. Bai Xiaofan felt utterly helpless. It seemed Tang Longhai and Marshal Xiaoho had already departed. There was no point in seeking answers from them now. Bai Xiaofan let out a long sigh. This situation left him utterly helpless. He hadn't expected to get entangled in trouble, but Bai Xiaofan didn't mind. Though trouble had found him, he was someone who never feared it. Bai Xiaofan tucked the badge into his pocket. Never mind, it's just a badge. Bai Xiaofan consoled himself. So what are your plans? Lu Yueya asked, putting away her book. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Doesn't that depend entirely on you, senior sister? Wherever you go, senior sister, I'll naturally accompany you. Lu Yueya rolled her eyes. Then accompany me shopping tomorrow, just the two of us. Lu Yueya said with a smile. Sure thing. Bai Xiaofan readily agreed. But at that very moment, in a corner of Luo City, a group of people were already in a panic. Oh no, the young lady's insignia is missing. Lu Bo, what kind of job are you doing? Don't you know the Long family's insignia must never be lost? A man's voice rang out gravely. The man called Lu Bo immediately dropped to his knees. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Brother Chen, it was an accident. We encountered members of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group today. We tried to capture these two, but they were incredibly tough. But we never imagined the young Mrs. Badge, left here, would go missing. Lu Bo's voice trembled, his face twisted with sheer terror. Upon hearing Lu Bo's explanation, the man called Brother Chen snorted coldly. Who are these two? We must find them both. There can be absolutely no leniency, especially with that man. The man called Brother Chen's voice trembled. If the young miss finds out we lost her badge, we're all dead men. Understood. A resolute glint flashed in Lu Bo's eyes. At this moment, Lu Bo was consumed by fury. He understood the gravity of what had transpired. Soon, they began their search. Bai Xiaofan had returned to her room to sleep, but many others would lie awake that night. Before dawn the next day, Lu Bo had already returned. His eyes were dark-circled, having gone without sleep all night. Did you find it? Brother Chen was also anxious. In truth, he too had stayed up all night. Hearing the question, Lu Bo nodded. I've already identified who that guy is, and that woman too. That woman is Luo Shui, the eldest daughter of the Luo family in Luo City. As for that guy, he seems to be Luo Shui's junior brother. His name is Bai Xiaofan. Lu Bo said, reaching up to rub his shoulder. He recalled the brutal beating Bai Xiaofan had given him that morning. Bai Xiaofan's moves were simply too swift, leaving him no chance to fight back. Now, his entire body ached faintly. Under these circumstances, Lu Bo naturally harbored a deep, seething hatred for Bai Xiaofan. Brother Chen's expression turned cold. The Luo family may be considered a first-rate clan, but they have no connection whatsoever to our Long family. The most important thing now is to determine who actually has that badge. Bai Xiaofan inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo immediately declared, I've already confirmed it. That thing is in Bai Xiaofan's possession. And this person resides in the Lu family. Is that so? A flash of anger flickered in Brother Chen's eyes. He knew full well that the Lu family was merely a second-rate minor clan. Brother Chen's killing intent was palpable. Go straight to the Lu family and take back what's ours, he declared. But Lu Bo sucked in a sharp breath. Brother Chen, we can't do that. That kid's methods are too cunning. None of us stand a chance against him. We absolutely must come up with a plan. Lu Bo harbored deep apprehension toward Bai Xiaofan's abilities and refused to consider snatching the items directly from him. Then what do you suggest? Let the badge fall into that kid's hands? If the young miss finds out, we're all dead meat. Brother Chen exclaimed in frustration. Truthfully, he despised Lu Bo, but since Lu Bo was his cousin, he couldn't do much about it. Lu Bo gritted his teeth. They'll definitely leave the compound. We'll just ambush them and kidnap them then. Chapter 153, Ambushers. A vicious expression hardened on Brother Chen's face. All brothers mobilize. It seems I, Chen Hero, must take matters into my own hands. We must retrieve that badge at any cost. Chen Hero shouted coldly. For him, this was inevitable. This badge held immense significance, so retrieving it at any cost was paramount. Hearing Chen Hiro's words, the numerous underlings dared not say another thing. With the boss speaking thus, they could only cooperate wholeheartedly. Lu Bo was entirely driven by a desire to atone for his sins. He dropped to his knees immediately. Brother Chen, rest assured. This time, I'll kill him no matter what and get that thing back. Lu Bo gritted his teeth. For him, this wasn't just about retrieving the item, it was personal revenge. Move. Everyone sprang into action. Serious expressions hardened on every face. For they all understood the significance behind this mission. Everyone began moving. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya had already left the Lu residence, walking arm in arm onto the street. Senior sister, you finally let go of your emotional burden. Bai Xiaofan said comfortingly. A pang of guilt struck Lu Yuya's heart. Isn't it all because of you, she thought inwardly. Noticing Lu Yuya's unease, Bai Xiaofan tightened his grip on her hand. You rascal. Lu Yuya said, her face flushing red. And so, the two of them left the Lu residence. But on the rooftop of the Lu residence, a girl watched it all unfold with a look of deep melancholy. She was none other than Lu Shangxiang. Watching Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya walk away hand in hand, their backs receding into the distance, Lu Shangxiang felt a pang of loss. At that very moment, another group of people secretly followed Bai Xiaofan. It was Lu Bo. Lu Bo led a small contingent to tail Bai Xiaofan, while the majority of Chen Ningxiong's men remained outside to provide backup. With this pincer movement, they believed their plan was foolproof. They dared not make their move in the bustling city center. That would have been too much. Naturally, they wouldn't stoop to such behavior. But that didn't mean they were saints. In truth, they were already primed to strike. Everything was in place, all they needed was the right moment. Just then, Lu Bo finally spotted Bai Xiaofan emerge. His face lit up with excitement. Good. I've finally caught this brat again. I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Lu Bo clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. And so, he reported to Chen Ningxiong. Chen Xiong was commanding operations from headquarters. Follow him. Under no circumstances let him escape. Chen Xiong ordered coldly. Receiving Chen Xiong's orders, Lu Bo immediately gave chase, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Now, Lu Bo was consumed by a single thought: revenge. And of course, he must retrieve the item back into his own hands. This was non-negotiable. Follow. He gave a slight wave of his hand. His men followed suit. These men moved with stealth and skill truly formidable. Well trained, they made not a single unnecessary sound, swiftly slipping behind Lu Yuegua and Bai Xiaofan. At this moment, Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya had arrived at a famous commercial street. Today's outing was all about letting Lu Yueya indulge herself. Naturally, Lu Yueya intended to shop. As for Bai Xiaofan, he became the poor bag carrier. But he didn't mind at all. After all, accompanying Lu Yueya on a shopping trip was actually quite enjoyable. The two parked their car in the lot and stepped out. Oh, and don't let Xiangxiang find out you came shopping with me today, Lu Yueya suddenly said. Why? Bai Xiaofan froze. But Lu Yuegua hesitated, as if reluctant to elaborate. What the heck? Bai Xiaofan rolled his eyes. But just then, Lu Yueya's phone rang. The urgent ringtone startled both of them. Lu Yueya answered the call. It was actually Lu Xiangxiang calling. She motioned for Bai Xiaofan to be quiet. Then she answered the call. But on the other end, she heard the sound of frantic footsteps. Run! Someone's after you. It was Lu Xiangxiang's voice. But then, the line was filled with nothing but static. You ruined my fun. Ha! Then came a muffled groan. Oh no! Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yueya both paled. Something happened to Lu Xiangxiang. Hey! Lu Yueya called out several more times, but no one answered. It must be a kidnapping. Lu Yueya suddenly panicked. Her face flushed crimson, and she even began to cry out loud. For Lu Yueya, this was utterly unbearable. Lu Xiangxiang and Lu Yueya were incredibly close. If someone had kidnapped Lu Yueya, Lu Xiangxiang would be absolutely frantic. Bai Xiaofan was also anxious, but he didn't panic excessively. He wasn't the same person who had just come down from the mountain. After experiencing so many things, he had gained some experience. Grasping Lu Yueya's hand, Bai Xiaofan offered reassurance. This person's target probably wasn't Lu Xiangxiang, it was the two of us. They just got caught by Lu Xiangxiang, which made them furious and led them to kidnap her. Bai Xiaofan offered a rational analysis. But Lu Yueya couldn't hear any of it. What should we do? If they harm Xiangxiang, it'll be dangerous. Lu Yueya said anxiously. Bai Xiaofan's eyes turned cold. If they dare, I'll make them pay with their blood. At that moment, flames erupted in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. Just then, Lu Yueya's phone rang again. On the other end was still that man's voice. Who are you? Bai Xiaofan demanded coldly. The man on the other end let out a cold laugh. Don't you recognize me? Weren't you acting all high and mighty at the pawnshop yesterday? The voice on the other end was Lu Bo. It's you? Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened considerably. For him, obtaining that badge yesterday had been nothing more than a fluke. In truth, Bai Xiaofan hadn't valued the badge at all. If the other party had come to claim it, he would have gladly returned it. But he never expected the other party to resort to such actions. Kidnapping Lu Xiangxiang. This was absolutely intolerable. Burning rage now consumed Bai Xiaofan's heart. What do you want? He demanded coldly. Lu Bo roared with laughter on the other end of the line. You little bastard, you're truly doomed. We were still figuring out how to ambush you, but who'd have thought that stinking woman would give us a better chance? You and that woman named Lu Yueya come to the location we've provided immediately. Otherwise, this woman named Lu Xiangxiang will die. With that, Lu Bo hung up and quickly sent a text message. It contained a set of coordinates. It must be some remote place. You have only 5 hours. Remember, don't alert anyone. This message completely enraged Bai Xiaofan. Lu Yueya was also seething with indignation. Chapter 154, The Long Family. We're going to rescue them, Bai Xiaofan declared coldly. His rage had reached its peak. The two quickly arrived at their destination using the coordinates. This was a mountainous gorge, utterly remote. A winding mountain road ran along the ridge above. Above the winding road lay a large turnaround platform. Several people were on the turnaround platform. And Lu Xiangxiang was bound there. Up we go. Bai Xiaofan slammed his foot on the gas pedal, sending the car hurtling up the slope. He executed an emergency drift to come to a screeching halt. Sure enough, it was Lu Bo's crew, and Lu Xiangxiang was bound and gagged. These guys sure know how to pick a spot. This place was utterly remote, they could easily make their escape. At that moment, Lu Bo dragged Lu Xiangxiang up the slope. Kid, hand over the goods, or she dies. Lu Bo bellowed. As he spoke, Lu Bo reached out and clamped his hand over Lu Xiangxiang's pulse. She was already crying from fear. Bai Xiaofan was unusually calm now. If this had been earlier, he would have charged at them and made them pay dearly. But now, Bai Xiaofan was no longer the impulsive person he once was. In fact, he was far more composed than before. Observing this group, Bai Xiaofan realized the middle-aged man behind Lu Bo was the strongest. He was a true master. Could it be him? Bai Xiaofan's gaze locked onto Chen Yingxiong. This man was the one among them whose word truly held sway. Bai Xiaofan chose to ignore Lu Bo entirely. In Bai Xiaofan's mind, Lu Bo was already as good as dead. I won't speak with you, send out the person in charge. His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating across the entire return platform. Faced with this, Chen Yingxiong's expression darkened. This intense? Chen Yingxiong's expression was decidedly unpleasant. He had assumed Bai Xiaofan was just an ordinary fellow, but now it seemed things were far from that. This kid is formidable. Chen Yingxiong could be considered a skilled fighter within the Long family, possessing considerable ability among its subordinates. Though not the absolute elite, his cultivation and techniques were no slouch. Yet facing Bai Xiaofan, he sensed an overwhelming aura. Chen Yingxiong stepped forward. He truly displayed a heroic aura, absolutely fierce. Chen Yingxiong's abilities were, of course, formidable. He stepped before the crowd. Young man, you show promise, but it's a pity you've done what you shouldn't have. Chen Yingxiong declared in a deep voice. Are you in charge? Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly at him. Chen Yingxiong merely grunted in response, neither confirming nor denying. This amounted to tacit acknowledgement. At that moment, Chen Yingxiong's expression darkened. Hand over the items. If you return them and never mention this again, I might consider sparing your lives. Hearing Chen Yingxiong's words, Bai Xiaofan pulled a badge from his pocket. Is this what you meant? Chen Yingxiong's eyes lit up. Of course. His face lit up with intense excitement. He even reached out to grab it. But Bai Xiaofan gave a cold laugh. Originally, I had no interest in this item whatsoever. If you wanted it, I could have given it to you any time. But now, I've changed my mind. Bai Xiaofan tucked the badge into his pocket. What I hate most is being forced by others. You're forcing me, so don't even think about getting the badge. Bai Xiaofan said with a sneer. Lu Bo's face twisted with madness. Kid, your woman is still in my hands. As he spoke, his claw-like hand crept closer to Lu Xiangxiang's neck. Is that so? Bai Xiaofan's form flickered, and he shot forward like lightning. His speed was like lightning. So fast. Chen Yingxiong was stunned. He had seen many masters, but Bai Xiaofan was so young he had never seen anyone move this fast before. Chen Yingxiong was momentarily stunned. He froze. Yet Bai Xiaofan shot toward Lu Bo like a shooting star. Ah! Lu Bo was stunned. What the hell? He looked as if he'd seen a demon. Bai Xiaofan delivered a swift kick. Lu Bo lost his footing. He stumbled backward. Bai Xiaofan grabbed Lu Xiangxiong in his arms. Looking for trouble. Chen Yingxiong struck directly with his palm. If Bai Xiaofan snatched Lu Xiangxiong right before his eyes, Chen Yingxiong felt his face would be completely wiped off. Just then, Bai Xiaofan's body bounced lightly off the ground as he clutched Lu Xiangxiong and retreated swiftly backward. He wasn't stupid, he certainly didn't want to take that palm strike head-on. After all, Chen Yingxiong was a formidable opponent. If he were hit by that palm strike, wouldn't he be crippled? Bai Xiaofan fled with Lu Xiangxiong in his arms, but Lu Bo, having lost his balance, couldn't escape in time. Chen Yingxiong's palm struck him directly. He crashed heavily to the ground. Foam even appeared at the corners of his mouth. Witnessing this, Bai Xiaofan sucked in a sharp breath. This guy is seriously fierce. He couldn't help but marvel. Looking at Lu Bo lying on the ground, Bai Xiaofan shook his head silently. This guy was slammed hard onto the ground. Even if he didn't die, he'd spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. No matter how skilled the doctor, he couldn't be saved. Chen Yingxiong had gone completely mad. Cousin. His face drained of color as he watched Lu Bo lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Bai Xiaofan, holding Lu Xiangxiong, sneered coldly, you did this yourself, I had nothing to do with it. Chen Yingxiong glared at Bai Xiaofan, consumed by rage. He desperately wanted to fight Bai Xiaofan to the death. But with his cousin Lu Bo's life hanging in the balance, Chen Yingxiong could only hold back for now. Moreover, after their brief exchange, he sensed Bai Xiaofan's power was unfathomably deep. Chen Yingxiong dared not act rashly. Kid, do you know what awaits you now? Chen Yingxiong said coldly. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. What the hell does it matter to me? Chen Yingxiong grabbed his cousin Lu Bo, forcing back his rage. You've offended the Long family. I'll report this to the clan. When the wrath of heaven descends, I'll see every last one of you wiped out. Chen Yingxiong roared. Bai Xiaofan met him with equal coldness. The old man had once told him, treat others with respect, and they will treat you with respect in return. If one can endure no more, there is no need to endure further. The fire in Bai Xiaofan's eyes erupted. Then I'll just wait and see. With that, Bai Xiaofan snatched the badge into his hand. With a flick of his fingers and wrist, a crisp sound rang out. Snap! The badge snapped in two. What? Chen Yingxian's eyes widened in fury, utterly enraged. This is a provocation. A provocation against our Long family.
Chen Yingxian shoved Lu Bo into the car.
I swear, when I return, you'll be dead. With that, they drove off. Trash.
Bai Xiaofan curled his lips in disdain.
Enough is enough. They had attacked the Lu family first. Don't blame Bai Xiaofan for showing no mercy.
Only then did Bai Xiaofan notice an awkward situation. He'd been so focused on confronting Chen Yingxian that he'd forgotten Lu Shangxian was still in his arms.
And this position? Was downright inappropriate for minors. Ugh.
Bai Xiaofan hastily released his hold, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment. This was indeed too awkward. Chapter 155, Not afraid to offend the Long family.
Ugh. Lu Xianxian's lovely face flushed crimson. Now the two of them were clinging tightly to each other, looking even more intimate than a couple. Don't get the wrong idea, I was saving you.
Bai Xiaofan immediately released Lu Xiangxian, his expression equally awkward.
Beside them, Lu Yueya's eyes held a hint of bitterness.
Bai Xiaofan's lips twitched.
Senior sister, it's not what you think. Lu Yueya curled her lips. So what if it is? Lu Xiangxian finally broke free from Bai Xiaofan. Thank you for saving me,
Lu Shangxiang said, her face flushing.
Lu Yueya ran over and hooked her arm through Lu Xiangxian's. How could you be so foolish? Why did you follow them willingly? Those people are all fierce and menacing. Lu Yueya looked at Lu Xiangxian with deep concern. Lu Xiangxian's expression darkened. I had no choice. I'm truly worried about you both.
Just then, Bai Xiaofan addressed the two girls. Ladies, this isn't a place for chatting.
We must leave immediately. Bai Xiaofan wasn't joking.
Though the Long family's men had retreated, they might still be lying in ambush elsewhere.
We can't stay here any longer.
Bai Xiaofan helped the two Lu sisters into the car, then floored the accelerator and sped off. The car sped off so fast it kicked up clouds of dust in its wake. In the distance, Chen Yingxian also got into his car, heading to the hospital with his cousin.
Bai Xiaofan, when I return, it will be the day you die,
Chen Yingxian shouted, his eyes filled with bitter resentment.
Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less. He floored the accelerator and sped away.
They immediately returned to the Lu residence. The Long family is nothing but trouble.
Lu Yueya sighed gloomily. What's there to fear? We'll fight fire with fire, water with earth.
Lu Yueya said with self-reproach, it's all because of my incompetence, senior sister. Now my junior brother has to shoulder all this. As she spoke, tears welled up in Lu Yueya's eyes.
Bai Xiaofan took Lu Yueya's hand and pulled her into his embrace.
This scene made Lu Xiangxian feel a bit uncomfortable. I'll head back to my room first.
Lu Xiangxian dashed away. What's with her? Totally out of the blue. Bai Xiaofan thought helplessly. That night felt interminably long. The next morning, when Bai Xiaofan awoke, Lu Yueya had already vanished without a trace. Bai Xiaofan got up to look for her, and only then did Lu Yueya bring breakfast. Breakfast is ready.
Her voice brimmed with domestic grace. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaofan felt a warm sense of comfort. But just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Junior brother, come help me. Bai Xiaofan immediately rolled off the bed and leaped to the floor. He recognized Luo Shui's voice. If Luo Shui saw him on Lu Yueya's bed, he'd never be able to explain himself. Just then, Luo Shui burst into the room. Then, she plopped down onto the bed. Today, Luo Shui was dressed quite fashionably, looking almost like a nightclub hostess.
Where'd you go? Lu Yueya asked curiously.
Luo Shui sighed helplessly.
My dad took Bai Xiaofan's concoction and is now focused on recuperating. He handed over all the Luo family business to me to manage. It's a complete mess,
Luo Shui said indignantly. Although Luo Shui had been involved in the family business since she was young, taking full charge meant she now had to play the game in the business world, something she found extremely uncomfortable.
Senior sister, you're not asking me to entertain at a bar, are you?
I sell my art, not my body.
Bai Xiaofan clutched his chest dramatically. Luo Shui spat out, you brat, why are you spouting nonsense again? I'm genuinely too busy managing the Luo family business right now. You need to help me with something. Hearing Luo Shui's request, Bai Xiaofan patted his chest.
If senior sister commands it, I'll see it done. Satisfied with Bai Xiaofan's attitude, Luo Shui finally explained, my cousin is coming to Luo City for school.
He'll be enrolling at Luo City University tomorrow. Could you help me take him to register?
What?
Bai Xiaofan felt utterly helpless at this request. Miss Luo, your family has so many capable people. Why must I be the one to take him?
What Bai Xiaofan disliked most was spending time with brats. It made him extremely uncomfortable. Hearing this, Luo Shui gave a mysterious smile.
You know what? My cousin is my aunt's only son.
He's been spoiled rotten since childhood. That kid has superhuman strength usually, 7 or 8 people can't even beat him.
Luo Shui paused, took a sip of water, then continued, my aunt never managed to control him. It took a lot of effort to get him into Luo City University, but I must ensure nothing goes wrong during his enrollment. This task can only be entrusted to you. You won't let your senior sister down, right? Luo Shuwei looked at Bai Xiaofan with eager anticipation. Alright. Since Luo Shuwei had put it that way, Bai Xiaofan couldn't refuse. My cousin's name is Zheng Tianbao. Don't let his name fool you, this guy's a real handful. Make sure you get him to school safely tomorrow. Just keep him out of trouble. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand. Senior sister, don't worry. If he dares cause trouble, I'll beat the crap out of him. Pfft, just don't end up getting beaten by Zheng Tianbao, that'd be embarrassing for someone. Luo Shuwei said darkly. Bai Xiaofan chuckled. Fourth senior sister, are you worried about me? Who? The two began trading barbs. It had a distinct air of playful banter. Lu Yueya cleared her throat, finally bringing them to a halt. A hint of ambiguity lingered in the air. Then you'd better keep your word tomorrow. Luo Shuwei, sensing the awkwardness, blushed and left. Bai Xiaofan, however, didn't seem to mind. In his eyes, Zheng Tianbao was nothing more than a little brat, hardly worth his attention. A kid like that? Could he not handle him? And so, the next day, Bai Xiaofan drove the Lu family car to the Luo residence. Luo Shuwei emerged, pulling a boy along with her. The boy was about 2 years younger than Bai Xiaofan, yet he appeared remarkably sturdy. He stood a full 1.9 meters tall. And his aura was downright terrifying. This guy didn't look like a student at all, he was practically a killing machine. Holy crap, he's got talent. Bai Xiaofan watched from afar, utterly stunned. Despite his youth, this guy clearly possessed remarkable talent. At first glance, he was clearly someone special. With diligent practice, he might just be a master in the making. Bai Xiaofan's heart stirred. He stepped out of the car. By then, Luo Shuwei had already pulled Zheng Tianbao over to Bai Xiaofan's side. Though Zheng Tianbao wore a look of reluctance, Luo Shuwei had managed to drag him over. Seems Zheng Tianbao still holds some fear for Luo Shuwei. This is my junior brother, Bai Xiaofan. Tianbao, you'll follow brother Xiaofan to register at the academy. Don't cause any trouble for me. Luo Shuwei called out to Zheng Tianbao. Zheng Tianbao looked up at Bai Xiaofan. So you're my future brother-in-law, Bai Xiaofan, he said. What? Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan stumbled slightly. You sure are blunt, kid. Chapter 156, The Beautiful Teacher's Second Senior Sister? What nonsense are you spouting? He's just a junior disciple. Luo Shuwei blushed and punched Zheng Tianbao. But clearly, Luo Shuwei's punch had no effect on Zheng Tianbao. The guy was tough as nails and completely unharmed. Zheng Tianbao chuckled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Brother-in-law, I've heard about you and my cousin. Treat her right, and I'll back you up in any fights. If you dare bully my cousin, I'll beat the crap out of you. Zheng Tianbao's simple words moved Bai Xiaofan to tears. Beat your sister's ass. He finally understood why Luo Shuwei had sent him here. This guy had zero emotional intelligence. And he's got some serious skills too. A guy like this was trouble wherever he went. Bai Xiaofan felt a headache coming on. Luo Shuwei shoved Zheng Tianbao straight into Bai Xiaofan's arms. You two go ahead. I've got things to do. With that, she hurried back to the Luo residence. Staring at Zheng Tianbao's dopey grin, Bai Xiaofan pointed at him. I'll say it again, don't you dare call me brother-in-law. Or I won't take you to school. Got it, brother-in-law. Zheng Tianbao replied simply. Put. Bai Xiaofan nearly choked on his own spit. But discussing these matters with this guy was basically like talking to a wall. Bai Xiaofan realized this too. He decided not to dwell on the matter any longer and instead focus on getting this guy to school as quickly as possible. He hauled Zheng Tianbao into the car and sped off, arriving at their destination in no time. Luochang University. This was an excellent university, arguably one of the best. Zheng Tianbao managed to get into this university, which was no small feat. Along the way, Bai Xiaofan chatted with Zheng Tianbao and discovered that while this guy might be low in emotional intelligence, even a bit simple, his IQ was anything but low. He was actually quite capable. But Bai Xiaofan didn't press further, because Luozhou University was already in sight. They got off the bus and carried their luggage to the entrance. Where's the new student registration? Bai Xiaofan asked. Someone at the entrance pointed inside. Inside the campus stretched a long, tree-lined avenue. Flowering trees lined both sides of the path, their leaves drifting down, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. At the end of this path lay the registration area for new students. Bai Xiaofan led Zheng Tianbao inside. Zheng Tianbao was extremely curious, looking left and right. Bai Xiaofan shot him a stern look. Don't cause trouble. Today's your first day. If you stir up any trouble, I'll tell your sister. Zheng Tianbao pouted. If they don't mess with me, I couldn't care less about them. Good kid, got some spunk. Just like me back in the day. Bai Xiaofan silently admired. They walked toward the end of the corridor. But at that moment, many students nearby were in an uproar, rushing toward the direction of the playground. What's going on? Bai Xiaofan froze. Something must have happened. Just then, Zhang Tianbao grabbed a boy who was running. With Zhang Tianbao's strength, the boy nearly fell to the ground. Ouch! What are you doing? The boy gritted out. Zhang Tianbao demanded, what's going on here, classmate? His hand still gripped the boy's shoulder tightly, as if he wouldn't let go until the boy explained. The boy struggled a few times but couldn't break free. Are you crazy? Let me go. Wang Datsai was in the middle of confessing his love to teacher Xia. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I'm late, I'll miss the whole thing. The boy exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Tianbao's eyes lit up. Whoa, a love confession scene? Spill the beans, what's going on? He exclaimed excitedly. Seeing the scene, Bai Xiaofan was speechless. This guy is so reckless. He grabbed Zhang Tianbao's hand. Let go. Bai Xiaofan said coldly. Or I'll tell your sister. Zhang Tianbao finally let go. The boy landed flat on his butt. Are you two out of your minds? He yelled. Bai Xiaofan reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of bills. Sorry, buddy. This is compensation. Tell us what happened. Bai Xiaofan said. Ha! The guy's eyes lit up. Bai Xiaofan had pulled out a full 5,000 yuan. This was no small sum. His anger instantly melted into joy as he scrambled to his feet and snatched the money. You're a classy guy, bro, he said. You guys are freshmen, right? I'm Li Shang, a sophomore. The guy's attitude shifted completely after getting the money. And became instantly enthusiastic. Bai Xiaofan didn't respond, merely acknowledging it silently. What's the deal with this great scholar Wang and teacher Xia? Bai Xiaofan asked. Li Shang stuffed the money into his pocket before speaking. You two brothers might not know this, but Wang the literary genius is Wang Shuai, an associate professor in our literature department. He's the literary genius of the department, and I hear his family is quite wealthy. He's the scion of some prominent family from out of town. He's got that dashing, elegant look about him, a real catch. And then? Bai Xiaofan pressed. Li Shang began his tale. Mr. Wang is handsome, rich, and talented. He's the undisputed heartthrob of the entire school. But he loves no one but teacher Xia, our school's ultimate goddess. Young as she is, she's already an associate professor in the history department. Not only is she incredibly knowledgeable, but she's also stunningly beautiful. Wang Datsai has been pursuing teacher Xia, but she doesn't seem interested in him. This time he's trying to win her over again. This whole drama is just too entertaining. Li Shang spoke with such fervor that spittle flew from his mouth. He was practically bursting with enthusiasm, as if he himself were the one being courted. Bai Xiaofan got goosebumps all over. Teacher Xia? Wait a minute. He suddenly remembered something. Bai Xiaofan grabbed Li Shang's hand and asked, what's this teacher Xia's full name? Li Shang pushed his glasses up, adopting an educational tone. You guys don't even know teacher Xia? She's one of the 4 goddesses of our school. Her name is Xia Chun. Ha! Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. Associate professor in the history department. One of the 4 goddesses. Xia Chun? Isn't that second senior sister? He clearly remembered the old man saying before they descended the mountain that second senior sister was an associate professor in the history department of a certain university named Xia Chun. It all fits. It was like searching high and low only to find it when least expected. Bai Xiaofan thought excitedly. But then, a sudden thought made Bai Xiaofan's expression change abruptly. Wait a minute? Wang the literary genius is pursuing second senior sister? This is outrageous. Bai Xiaofan was furious, of course. How could a stranger like that Wang de Kaizi disturb his senior sister? In Bai Xiaofan's mind, the man was as insignificant as air. He turned to look at Zhang Tianbao. Tianbao, I want to go check out the commotion too. Zhang Tianbao was naturally delighted. He was the kind of person who thrived on chaos. Wherever there was commotion, he was sure to be found. Li Shang, lead the way. Bai Xiaofan commanded. Got it. Li Shang could tell Bai Xiaofan was a man of considerable wealth and influence. Chapter 157, The Annoying Suitor. Zhang Tianbao, standing beside Bai Xiaofan, clearly served as his bodyguard. Li Shang thought to himself that Bai Xiaofan must be some powerful rich kid, and he was eager to curry favor. So, with Li Shang leading the way, they arrived at the center of the playground. The area was already packed with people. After struggling to push their way to the front, the 3 finally saw that the crowd had unconsciously formed a circle. Inside the circle stood a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a rather flamboyant style, a purple suit paired with red leather shoes, giving off an inexplicably flashy vibe. His looks were passable, but the hint of a wicked smile in his eyes made people uncomfortable. And that very smile seemed to radiate his confidence. This was Wang the great scholar. Wang Shuai. The woman, around 25 years old, was tall with fair, delicate skin and a face as enchanting as a demon. She wore only a simple black uniform, yet it accentuated her figure to perfection. She was undoubtedly a goddess of the highest order. Bai Xiaofan felt that even compared to Lu Yueya and Luo Shui, each possessed their own unique charm. She was every bit as stunning. This is second senior sister Xia Chun. Seems the old man's got an eye for recruiting disciples. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. He didn't act immediately, instead fixing his gaze on the two of them. Wang Shui stood before Xia Chun, striking what he believed to be his most dashing pose. Ah Chun, we're a perfect match, please accept my love. I want to write poetry for you. I'll freeze time for you. Wang Shui declared passionately. Ugh. Bai Xiaofan instantly got goosebumps. This guy is just too gross. Yet all around, many young girls' eyes were already sparkling with excitement. One, the great scholar is so handsome. One, the great scholar is so talented. If he ever asked me out, I'd probably faint on the spot. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Damn, what kind of taste is that? Xia Chun, however, wore a look of disgust. She was a woman devoted to her studies and had no immediate interest in finding a boyfriend. Besides, Xia Chun didn't like Wang Shui's type. Her ideal Prince Charming met entirely different standards. But Wang Shui wouldn't let it go, constantly pestering her, which left Xia Chun feeling helpless. Xia Chun wasn't the type to be good at rejecting people, especially considering she and Wang Shui were still colleagues. She didn't want things to get too awkward. But unexpectedly, Wang Shui took advantage of the situation and actually confessed his feelings in public. This left Xia Chun flushed with embarrassment. Teacher Wang, Xia Chun was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet, but her naturally shy disposition left her at a loss for how to handle the situation. She stomped her feet in frustration. Meanwhile, Wang Shui's adoring female fans began cheering him on. Miss Xia, say yes to him. Miss Xia, marry him. This only made Xia Chun feel even more uncomfortable. She could focus on her studies, but in a situation like this, she truly didn't know how to act. Wang Shui's eyes lit up. Seeing Xia Chun's expression, Wang Shui decided to strike while the iron was hot. He smiled and said, Chun, look around, our classmates all support us and are wishing us well. We make such a perfect match, who could possibly object? A hint of pride tinged Wang Shui's voice. After all, he had been a golden child since childhood. Whether it was looks, family background, or academic prowess, he was truly exceptional. This had cultivated an almost pathological vanity within him. Hearing Wang Shui's words, the girls around them grew even more enthusiastic. Wang Shui was their idol. Even the boys who disapproved dared not speak up. The atmosphere grew awkward. Offstage, Bai Xiaofan's expression turned cold. Rage was rising within him. He understood clearly that Xia Chun was a very shy girl, and Wang Shui was exploiting this trait, deliberately inciting the crowd to put Xia Chun in an awkward position. This was coercion. This was manipulation. Damn it, you dare bully my senior sister? Bai Xiaofan's expression turned icy. He shouted out loud. I won't stand for this. The shout thundered like a bolt of lightning, stunning everyone present. Everyone turned their heads, following the sound to see Bai Xiaofan stepping forward. I disagree too. Zhang Tianbao echoed in unison. His voice boomed even louder, like thunder, leaving everyone stunned. This guy looks like a sissy, yet he's forcing people to like him? It's disgusting. Zhang Tianbao declared angrily. He despised men lacking masculinity, those who carried themselves with effeminate grace. It could be said that Wang Shui's image was the very type of person Zhang Tianbao despised most, without a doubt. Well said. Bai Xiaofan silently applauded. Who would have thought Zhang Tianbao actually had a sense of right and wrong? Those words hit Bai Xiaofan's heart like a bullseye. Ha! Xia Chun covered her mouth in surprise. She'd assumed no one would speak up for her, and hadn't even known how to handle the situation. Yet here were two boys stepping forward to defend her. Especially Bai Xiaofan, sunny and handsome, with fair, clean features. His face radiated righteousness. It was an absolute shock to Xia Chun's heart. Wang Shui's expression turned icy. Just as he was about to achieve his goal, two guys had the nerve to intervene. This truly enraged Wang Shui. He spun around, eyes blazing with fury. Which department are you two from? What business is the teachers to you? Wang Shui demanded. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand lightly. Sorry, I'm not even from this school. I'm just dropping someone off for class. Besides, you're deliberately stirring up trouble here. Don't you think others have the right to object? Bai Xiaofan's well-reasoned words made Wang Shui's expression grow even colder. We're a perfect match. Who are you to object, you freak? Wang Shui shouted. Perfect match. I must admit, Teacher Xia is truly a beauty beyond compare. But as for you, Teacher Wang, don't seem particularly talented. Bai Xiaofan remarked softly. What? Damn it! Wang Shui nearly choked on his own blood at the remark. He was renowned as Luozhou University's foremost scholar, possessing truly formidable literary prowess. Yet Bai Xiaofan dared to call him untalented. This enraged Wang Shui beyond measure. Nonsense! I'm Luozhou University's top scholar, it's common knowledge. How dare you criticize me? Besides, what business is it of yours? Who gave you the right to interfere? Wang Shuai retorted. He believed his words were well-founded, but Bai Xiaofan merely smiled faintly. Who said it doesn't concern me? When it comes to matters involving second senior sister, I naturally have the right to inquire. Bai Xiaofan retorted. Second senior sister? Everyone present was dumbfounded. Who is second senior sister? Bai Xiaofan pulled the old man's token from his pocket and walked over to Xia Chun. Greetings, second senior sister. I am Bai Xiaofan, the last disciple of our master. Saying this, he handed the token to Xia Chun. Ha! Seeing the token, Xia Chun's heart fluttered. Childhood memories flooded back. As a child, Xia Chun was an orphan. She was taken in by the master and lived on the mountain for 7 years before descending. She vaguely remembered that when they descended the mountain, the teacher had indeed carried a child back. Was it named Bai Xiaofan? Xia Chun exclaimed. Though frail and timid by nature, she possessed a unique gift, extraordinary memory. She could recall events from 20 years ago. That's right, second senior sister, I am Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. Chapter 158, Trouble with the Beautiful Senior Sister. Ah, it's you, Xiaofan. Xia Chun's face flushed slightly. She was utterly shocked. The infant she'd left behind with her master all those years ago had now grown into a handsome, clean-cut young man. Xia Chun felt as if she had stepped into another world. Senior sister, how have you been? Master misses you terribly. Bai Xiaofan rushed to Xia Chun's side, grabbed her hand, and said with a smile. He's my junior disciple. Naturally comes with such perks. How is master? Xia Chun's hand was held by Bai Xiaofan. She instinctively tried to pull it back, but he gripped it tightly, making it impossible to withdraw. Yet Xia Chun realized she didn't dislike Bai Xiaofan at all. For some reason, this feeling was truly strange. As Bai Xiaofan held her hand, she felt no resistance, only a warm sensation. Xia Chun was stunned. Why was this happening? She wondered, her cheeks flushing. Meanwhile, everyone around them had stopped in their tracks, staring in disbelief. What was going on? At school, everyone knew teacher Xia Chun was a shy goddess. Even the most handsome boys rarely managed to strike up a conversation with her. Yet this kid, whoever he was, had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the goddess's hand. How dare he? Jealousy filled the eyes of many boys. The girls, however, felt something indescribable. Wang Shuai, standing nearby, was already gawking in disbelief. Damn it, what the hell? Wang Shuai's face was beyond description, his entire body trembling with rage. Even his lips had turned purple. He was furious. He was consumed by resentment. He'd been chasing her for a year. Not only had he failed to hold Xia Chun's hand, he couldn't even get close enough to touch her. Yet this kid right before his eyes was brazenly holding Xia Chun's hand in broad daylight. Unfair. Wang Shuai felt 1,000,000 points of damage. He clenched his fists and charged forward. Who the hell are you? Wang Shuai's body trembled with rage, his entire being consumed by fury. Rage nearly consumed him. You're asking me? Bai Xiaofan shoved Xia Chun behind him and confronted Wang Shuai head-on. Wang Shuai pointed at Bai Xiaofan, let go of me. Watching the enraged Wang Shuai, Bai Xiaofan gave a cold smile. Why should I? I won't let go. I'm challenging you to a duel. Wang Shuai bellowed. His life had always been smooth sailing. He'd never faced anything like this before. This was nothing short of Wang Shuai's day of reckoning. He had lost his mind. Go ahead and try. Bai Xiaofan struck a fist into thin air, the blow exploding with a crackling sound mid-air. The fist's force whistled through the air. Boom! The air shattered. Ha! Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. That was way too intense. They had assumed Bai Xiaofan was just a pretty boy, but the sheer force of that punch stunned everyone. Wang Shuai sucked in a sharp breath, his expression turning grim. He had just declared his intent to duel Bai Xiaofan, only to be utterly humiliated in an instant. How could there be a duel now? They weren't even in the same league. Wang Shuai was nothing but a bookish intellectual. How could he possibly be Bai Xiaofan's match? His face flushed crimson. Just you wait. With that, he stormed off in a huff. The renowned scholar Wang actually stormed off in anger? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Zhao Tianbao bellowed, what are you all staring at? Disband. His voice boomed like a lion's roar, and combined with his imposing stature, it created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Naturally, no one dared to respond. They scattered in a panic. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Xia Chun finally snapped out of it. Her face flushed crimson as she looked at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan, can you let go now? Xia Chun asked, her face still flushed. Only then did Bai Xiaofan release his grip. He thought to himself, the second senior sister before him was truly adorable. Xia Chun's expression was tinged with unease. Are you really master's disciple? Xia Chun asked, her voice trembling. Bai Xiaofan patted his chest, his face brimming with confidence. Of course. Absolutely genuine. Xia Chun stared at Bai Xiaofan in bewilderment. It felt like a dream. Then what brings you here? Xia Chun asked again. In her memory, the old master didn't seem to know which specific school she attended, and they hadn't seen each other in years. Bai Xiaofan's sudden appearance was indeed quite peculiar. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan could only explain their purpose in full detail. Oh, then come with me. I'm the history teacher, I'll take you to register. Xia Chun blushed as she led the way. She didn't know how to face Bai Xiaofan. This second senior sister is quite interesting. Watching Xia Chun's retreating figure, Bai Xiaofan let a faint smile touch his lips. So Bai Xiaofan took Zhao Tianbao and followed Xia Chun to the registration office. Xia Chun quickly arranged for Zhao Tianbao's enrollment. Zhao Tianbao was delighted. Thank you, Teacher Xia. Zhao Tianbao said with a simple smile. Xia Chun gave a slightly shy smile. By then, it was already noon. Bai Xiaofan said, second senior sister, we truly appreciate your immense help. Let us treat you to a meal. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Xia Chun hesitated. Though they shared the same master, they were essentially strangers. Bai Xiaofan kept addressing her as senior sister, which sounded quite intimate, but Xia Chun felt they were fundamentally strangers. While she didn't dislike Bai Xiaofan's manner, the idea of dining with a stranger made Xia Chun distinctly uncomfortable. Bai Xiaofan reached out and grabbed Xia Chun's arm. Senior sister, please don't refuse me. Xia Chun tried to struggle but couldn't break free. Zhao Tianbao chuckled. Teacher Xia, brother Bai's a straightforward guy, just say yes. Zhao Tianbao's voice was thick with sincerity. Fine. Xia Chun conceded helplessly. She felt utterly powerless against this newly acquainted Bai Xiaofan. The three of them arrived at the campus cafeteria, and their appearance instantly became the center of attention. Miss Xia, the goddess, is actually having lunch with a stranger? Am I seeing things? Has the sun risen in the west? Everyone was utterly shocked. Xia Chun also felt a bit out of place, but since she was already here, she felt awkward about leaving after all. Bai Xiaofan had been a huge help to her. The three of them sat down and ordered some food. Thankfully, Zhao Tianbao was there, otherwise, Xia Chun would have felt even more awkward. Bai Xiaofan, just call me Xia Chun. Senior sister sounds really awkward. Xia Chun said. No way. Bai Xiaofan's eyes sparkled. Master told me to come down the mountain and find a few senior sisters to look after me. As the second senior sister, are you really going to abandon your junior brother? Bai Xiaofan said in a playful, pleading tone. Plus, fourth senior sister and fifth senior sister have both taken me in. Second senior sister, you can't just abandon me. Ha? Xia Chun's expression turned startled. She knew the names of the fourth and fifth senior sisters, but since leaving the mountain gates, Xia Chun had never sought them out. It wasn't because she was heartless, it was simply that other things had happened to her. She had no choice but to act as she did. Chapter 159, The Advancing King's General. Facing the sincere Bai Xiaofan before her, Xia Chun found herself at a loss for how to refuse. She didn't dislike Bai Xiaofan, and her master had saved her life. If this truly came from her master's orders, Xia Chun would never refuse. Alright, Xiaofan, here's my number. If you ever need help, come find me. Xia Chun took out a business card and handed it to Bai Xiaofan. The card's design was delicate and refined, much like Xia Chun's own temperament. Serene and understated. Bai Xiaofan tucked the card away without further comment. He sensed that this second senior sister before him seemed to harbor even more secrets. Just then, shouts erupted from outside the door. It was Wang Shui leading a group inside. Beside Wang Shui stood a man with yellow hair, looking like a street thug, striding in with a swagger. Behind him trailed a group of underlings. The blonde-haired man bellowed, Young Master Wang, rest assured. Your enemy is my enemy. Today, I'll teach that brat a lesson he won't forget. Let him know who he can get close to. And who can't. The blonde-haired man appeared highly agitated. His face flushed crimson. This feeling of excitement reached its peak. A golden light even flashed from the blonde-haired man's eyes. Wang Shui's face was equally fierce. Huang Weihu, I won't forget you. He slapped the blonde-haired man on the shoulder. A group of people walked in. Their gazes locked directly onto Bai Xiaofan. Wang Shui and Huang Weihu immediately surrounded the three. Xia Chun looked utterly shocked and cried out, Teacher Wang, what are you doing? Truth be told, though Xia Chun didn't care for Wang Shui, she didn't dislike him either. Aside from being a persistent suitor, he actually had a decent reputation at school. He was a cultured young man who wrote poetry. But unexpectedly, when he was enraged, his true colors finally showed. He looked like a demon incarnate, surrounded by a bunch of thugs. This was truly unlike the Wang Shui she knew. Xia Chun was utterly baffled. Wang Shui sneered coldly. Teacher Xia, this matter no longer concerns you. It's between me and this kid. Step aside immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Wang Shui had shed his former composure, now displaying an utterly reckless state bordering on madness. Seeing Wang Shuai's expression, Bai Xiaofan found it utterly hilarious. This was easily the funniest thing he'd ever witnessed. This Wang Shuai was incredibly confident, but Bai Xiaofan couldn't fathom where that confidence came from. Just because of that yellow-haired kid? What could he possibly do? Bai Xiaofan watched Wang Shuai with a cold smile, his gaze carrying a hint of chill. Teacher Wang, I respect you as an educator, which is why I've always given you face. What exactly are you doing? Bai Xiaofan's voice was icy. He had always given Wang Shuai face, but there was no doubt about it, this guy had no shame. How dare he do this? This was the last straw. This situation was unbearable. From the look on Wang Shuai's face, Bai Xiaofan had already realized this, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He stared coldly at Wang Shuai. Huang Weihu stepped forward. Take your eyes off him, young Master Wang is not someone you can stare at directly, Huang Weihu said coldly. His voice was as cold as frost. It seemed poised to freeze the very heavens and earth. This was Huang Weihu. He was utterly arrogant, fully displaying his brazen style. This guy certainly had the swagger of a street thug, but his muscles were incredibly bulky, clearly a man of immense physical strength. Though a low-level thug, he was no ordinary street punk. He possessed some genuine skill. Huang Weihu's gaze locked onto Bai Xiaofan. Kneel and apologize to young Master Wang, or I'll beat you until you yourself. Huang Weihu's words were delivered with remarkable calmness, as if he were discussing something utterly mundane. Yet his voice carried the force of thunder. A mad frenzy boiled within him. You? Beat me? Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jokes happen every year, but today they're especially plentiful. He couldn't even handle a grandmaster, yet this mere Huang Weihu dared to lay a hand on him. How ridiculous. Fighting you would only drag down my level. Bai Xiaofan turned to look at Zheng Tianbao. I'll give you a chance. Bai Xiaofan said to Zheng Tianbao. Zheng Tianbao leaped forward excitedly. Brother Bai, rest assured I'll beat him senseless. Zheng Tianbao swung a punch at Huang Weihu. Holy crap! Huang Weihu was startled. He was utterly stunned. For Huang Weihu, this was utterly unbelievable. Although Zheng Tianbao looked strong, Huang Weihu was a trained fighter. He had once been a professional taekwondo expert with formidable punching power. With Huang Weihu's skills, most people wouldn't stand a chance against him. Even someone with exceptional physical strength wouldn't faze him. Yet, facing Zheng Tianbao's attack that came out of nowhere, Huang Weihu was utterly stunned. How terrifying! A chill ran down his spine. He had never witnessed such terrifying destructive power. Huang Weihu had always considered himself a formidable figure, but now he finally understood what it meant to be utterly humiliated. He was simply no match. How could this guy be so fierce? Huang Weihu's heart trembled. He knew he stood no chance against Zheng Tianbao alone. This shook his confidence. His expression was gloomy. Get moving! Huang Weihu shouted. Huang Weihu's men finally snapped into action, all attacking Zheng Tianbao together. Everyone present was stunned. The scene was so shocking that people instinctively took a few steps back, yet they still witnessed everything clearly. Just then, Huang Weihu's men charged forward. These henchmen were utterly frenzied. Their attacks were fierce. Moreover, these thugs seemed utterly fearless of death. They charged toward Zheng Tianbao. For a moment, Zheng Tianbao felt like he couldn't fight off 4 hands with just 2 fists. Damn it! Zheng Tianbao cursed. Xia Chan turned pale with fear. She was truly terrified of such situations. Just then, Xia Chan felt warmth envelop her hand as Bai Xiaofan's fingers clasped hers. A pure light shone in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. Rest assured, senior sister. I'm here. Bai Xiaofan stood up immediately and walked over to Zheng Tianbao's side. Without exerting much force, she gave him a gentle push. Fly. He hadn't exerted any force at all, yet the internal energy he released had already warped the surrounding air. This was the absolute skill of a grandmaster. Huang Weihu and his men let out a cry as they were all sent flying. How could they possibly be a match for Bai Xiaofan? They were utterly defenseless. Huang Weihu and his men crashed flat onto the ground, nearly spitting blood. For them, this was an unimaginable ordeal. All they felt was a tremendous force ripping through them before they were sent flying. They had no idea what had just happened. This was beyond belief. Huang Weihu was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 160, The Challenge. Huang Weihu plummeted like a kite, instantly incapacitated. His henchmen nearby were also groaning in pain all over the place. Wang Shuai's face was frozen in shock. You! His trembling hand pointed at Bai Xiaofan, as if he were staring at a monster. Are you human or ghost? Wang Shuai's lips trembled. Though he was the eldest son of the Wang family, he'd never witnessed anything like this before. His heart pounded with anxiety. Bai Xiaofan's expression turned cold. Ghost my ass. He shot Wang Shuai a helpless look. This guy's words were downright offensive. Get lost. Bai Xiaofan coldly dismissed him, unwilling to engage further. Huang Weihu groaned from the ground. Young Master Wang, we should get out of here fast. This guy is unpredictable. Ugh. Wang Shui felt even more suffocated. But his expression hardened, his gaze locking directly onto Bai Xiaofan. Fine. Today, I, Wang Shui, have been bested. But Xia Chun, you worthless woman, don't think you'll get off scot-free. At the ancient text competition in a few days, I'll humiliate you in front of everyone. With that, Wang Shui abandoned Huang Weihu and the others, fleeing in panic. Ha? Classical literature competition? What on earth is that? Bai Xiaofan looked utterly bewildered. But when he glanced at Xia Chun, he noticed his second senior sister's expression was truly grim. Second senior sister, what's going on here? Bai Xiaofan asked, blinking his eyes. And nothing. Xia Chun's face remained flushed, her expression awkward. But Bai Xiaofan was clearly displeased. Second senior sister, he called out. That man just said it plainly, something must have happened. You have to tell me. Bai Xiaofan's expression turned serious. This. Xia Chun seemed hesitant. Zhang Tianbao chimed in too. Teacher Xia, just tell brother Bai. With him around, that ancient text competition will be a piece of cake. These days, Zhang Tianbao was Bai Xiaofan's die-hard fan, supporting him to an extreme degree. Really? Xia Chun's expression shifted slightly. Of course. Bai Xiaofan declared, pounding his chest. A man can't say he can't do it. Besides, back on the mountain, besides martial arts training, his master had taught him a great deal of classical texts including medical classics, as well as the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Bai Xiaofan was practically a master of everything. When it came to classical texts, he certainly wasn't intimidated. Xia Chun hesitated, but gritted her teeth and finally explained the situation. It's the citywide classical text competition in 3 days. Winning the championship means I can compete in the provincial finals. This is crucial for me. Xia Chun said through gritted teeth. Is Wang Shui really that strong? Bai Xiaofan inquired. Xia Chun nodded, her face flushing. Wang Shui has won 3 consecutive championships. He's not competing this year because he doesn't need to prove himself anymore. Last year he advanced all the way to win the national championship. Xia Chun said, sounding rather downcast. She was confident in her own abilities, but facing the national champion, Xia Chun's confidence was starting to waver. Holy crap? Bai Xiaofan and Zhang Tianbao both looked utterly bewildered. National champion? That's insane. Bai Xiaofan and Zhang Tianbao never imagined this guy had such skills. It sounded downright shocking. Holy crap, national championship winner. Wasn't he about to soar to the heavens? Xia Chun felt helpless. Xiaofan, if you have any way to help, you absolutely must. This competition is incredibly important to me. You could tell Xia Chun was genuinely panicking. His voice was thick with impatience. Seeing the beauty's expression, Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. Second senior sister has a favor to ask. Of course I'll help. But how will you repay me? Bai Xiaofan's words carried a hint of jest, but to Xia Chun's ears, they made her ears burn crimson. I can work part-time. I can clean for you, cook meals. I'm really good at those things. After much deliberation, Xia Chun finally offered a condition. Put. Bai Xiaofan nearly burst out laughing. This senior sister is rather adorable. Watching Xia Chun's childlike innocence, Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Second senior sister, we're family. How could I possibly let you be my maid? I'll help you for free. But upon hearing these words, Xia Chun's expression darkened. No way! She exclaimed. I, Xia Chun, always keep my debts and favors clear. I won't owe anyone any favors. If you're willing to help me, I'm willing to be your part-time nanny. I'll do housework whenever I don't have classes. She looked utterly serious, as if she wouldn't accept anything less than Bai Xiaofan's agreement. Ugh! Bai Xiaofan felt helpless. He'd only meant it as a passing remark, but he hadn't expected Xia Chun to take it seriously. Yet upon reflection, he'd actually been wanting to move out for quite some time. Living with the Lius had its inconveniences, and besides, Bai Xiaofan had saved up a decent sum by now. As for Xia Chun volunteering to be his housekeeper, Bai Xiaofan certainly wouldn't refuse. But whether she'd be a nanny or something else. Heh, that was anyone's guess. Bai Xiaofan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well then, I suppose I'll reluctantly agree. Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. Xia Chun's face flushed instantly. Class is dismissed now. Let's go. I'll head to your place to officially start work. Xia Chun looked quite serious. Bai Xiaofan felt awkward. Don't rush, second senior sister. Tomorrow's the weekend. You can come with me to check out the real estate market. I need to buy an apartment. You know, I still don't have a place to live. Bai Xiaofan said. Ha? Xia Chun looked utterly surprised. But upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, she didn't refuse. After hurriedly finishing her meal, Xia Chun finally left. Bai Xiaofan then escorted Zhang Tianbao back to his dorm before strutting back to the Lu residence. Back at the Lu residence, Bai Xiaofan told Lu Yueya and Luo Shui about his encounter with Xia Chun. Senior sister Xia? Both girls were startled. Although they had descended the mountain early, they had all studied together under their master during their childhood. Memories of each other remained. They hadn't seen Xia Chun in years, so it was quite a surprise to find her at Luozhou University. What a coincidence! Luo Shui exclaimed. Bai Xiaofan smiled and revealed his plan. I want to move out of the Lu household. Ah! Lu Yueya grew frantic, her eyes reddening as she stared at Bai Xiaofan. Are you leaving me? Seeing Lu Yueya on the verge of tears, Bai Xiaofan felt helpless. Senior sister, you've misunderstood. Staying at the Lu residence indefinitely isn't a solution. Besides, if I move out, you can leave the Lu family and live with me too. He. Senior sister Luo Shui can come too. Put. The two girls shot Bai Xiaofan a withering glance. Deep down, both harbored a strange, lingering thought. Though Lu Yueya felt reluctant, she understood Bai Xiaofan couldn't remain confined to the small Lu family forever. Yet Lu Yuya's heart stirred with unease. Lu Yueya declared, moving out is fine, but you won't be footing the bill for the apartment alone. Luo Shui and I are investing too. Chapter 161, Three Women Make a Play. Why should I? Bai Xiaofan looked utterly bewildered. Lu Yueya gave a mysterious smile and said, didn't you say we'd move in together someday? Then we absolutely must have a stake in it. Otherwise, there's no guarantee at all. Luo Shui chimed in, Yueya's right. You think having money means you can escape senior sister's control? Absolutely not. Therefore, both women turned to face Bai Xiaofan simultaneously. We're going with you tomorrow to shop and choose. If it doesn't meet both our wishes, you won't be able to live there. That's final. The two girls flashed smug expressions. Damn it! Bai Xiaofan staggered, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. City life is full of tricks. Luo Shui's expression turned serious. But seriously, it's been years since I last saw senior sister Xia. We absolutely must have a proper drink tomorrow. Yeah, I remember when we were kids, senior sister Xia taught us the herbal formulas. Oh man, too bad I've forgotten them all now. Lu Yueya also drifted into reminiscence. Faced with this scene, Bai Xiaofan could only keep his mouth shut. The next day, he brought Lu Yueya and Luo Shui to the school gate, where they met Xia Chun. Today, Xia Chun had shed yesterday's uniform for a pale yellow dress. She looked fresh and elegant, absolutely a goddess of innocence. Senior sister Xia! Lu Yueya and Luo Shui exclaimed excitedly. Xia Chun's gaze turned toward Lu Yueya and Luo Shui. Fourth brother? Fifth brother? The three women recognized each other, each sighing softly. Though their personalities differed, it was clear all three cherished the childhood bonds forged within their sect. The three women began chatting. Sure enough, women had endless topics to discuss, leaving Bai Xiaofan out of the conversation. Ahem. Bai Xiaofan cleared his throat awkwardly. Ladies, could we please find somewhere else to talk? Bai Xiaofan felt it was a bit awkward to be standing right in front of the school gate. And it was far too conspicuous. Three stunning beauties together was simply too eye-catching. The three women agreed Bai Xiaofan had a point, so they got into the car and drove off. At that very moment, a man stood clenching his fists at the school entrance, watching the scene unfold. He was so furious he was trembling all over. He was Wang Shui. Damn it, where did this kid even come from? How could so many gorgeous girls be swarming around him? It's so damn unfair. Wang Shui was furious enough to spit blood. He considered himself dashing and charming, yet these three stunning beauties were completely out of his league. Yet all three were with Bai Xiaofan. Wang Shui was seething with rage. Let you run wild, kid. When the classical literature competition starts, I'll show you who I really am. Wang Shui said coldly. Wang Shui now harbored a deep, seething hatred for Bai Xiaofan. His expression radiated pure agony. That was Wang Shui's true feelings. With that, Wang Shui picked up the phone. Uncle Zhao, how's the favor I asked you about? Wang Shui inquired. A somewhat aged voice came from the other end of the line. Hearing that voice, Wang Shui's eyes lit up. Thank you, uncle. He exclaimed excitedly. Wang Shui hung up the phone, his eyes flashing with an intense cold light. Bai Xiaofan, of course, had no idea what the other party was up to, and deep down, he didn't really care either. And so, Wang Shui vanished into the darkness, his gaze intensely cold. Deep within Wang Shui's heart burned an intense hatred. He had long despised Bai Xiaofan to the core. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan had already left the school with three beautiful women, arriving at a nearby, extremely luxurious coffee shop. Luo Shui produced her membership card. It was clear she held top-tier membership at this high-end establishment. The group requested a private room. The appearance of the three stunning beauties left the waitstaff gawking in astonishment, taking a long moment to finally remember their duties. However, the waiter's gaze toward Bai Xiaofan was filled with envy. Bai Xiaofan, of course, couldn't care less. Several people entered the private room before Luo Shui finally pulled out several proposals. I spent all night picking yesterday, and I've decided to buy this place. Tian Hai Pin. Hearing the name of the complex, Xia Chun was quite surprised. After all, Tianhaiping was an exceptionally luxurious place. It's the most expensive complex in the area. No way, that's way too expensive. Bai Xiaofan sucked in a sharp breath. Though he knew Luo Shui wasn't short on money, this was still outrageous. But Luo Shui's expression turned serious. You just don't understand. While it's pricey, the appreciation potential is enormous. Plus, the environment here is incredibly exclusive, surrounded by top-tier wealthy families. Luo Shui said, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. What do you think? Seeing Luo Shui's expression, Bai Xiaofan felt awkward. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events. It truly felt a bit absurd to Bai Xiaofan. But Luo Shui was unwavering. Bai Xiaofan knew she'd always been this way. Luo Shui would never change her mind. Alright. Bai Xiaofan agreed. Xia Chun was genuinely shocked. That place is incredibly luxurious. With my salary, I could never afford it. Xia Chun exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Shui smiled faintly. Senior sister Xia, why don't we just buy a large villa? You can have a share in it. Luo Shui suggested. Lu Yueya nodded in agreement. I agree too. Xia Chun waved her hands in alarm. That's impossible. I don't have that kind of money. With Xia Chun's salary, it was simply unaffordable. Hearing this, Luo Shui immediately grabbed Xia Chun's hand. We're all fellow disciples, why say such things? Besides, even though our master has vanished, our sect absolutely must not dissolve. This villa can also serve as our gathering place in the future. Luo Shui said earnestly. Bai Xiaofan and Lu Yuya shared the same sentiment. Xia Chun had no choice but to agree. Then let's go see the place. The four of them arrived at the sales office. It was a luxurious sales office after all. It belonged to Tianhaiping, so a touch of opulence was only fitting. As soon as they reached the entrance, a sales agent hurried over. He practically jogged over, appearing extremely respectful. Ladies, are you here to purchase a property? The agent inquired. He completely ignored Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan was utterly dumbfounded. Are you really this arrogant? Bai Xiaofan sighed helplessly. His gaze fixed on the other person, his face showing frustration. Luo Shui didn't notice this, merely nodding slightly. We're going to the villa district to look. Luo Shui declared. Ha! The salesperson's eyes lit up. The villa district? After all, even the most basic villas in Tianhaiping's estate were worth over 100 million. The salesperson's gaze shifted to Luo Shui. Her attire and demeanor exuded an indescribable air of luxury. The salesperson cautiously inquired, May I ask your name, miss? Luo Shui casually gave her name. You're Miss Luo? The salesperson gasped in astonishment. Chapter 162, Moving in Warm Moments. Realizing the agent had recognized her, Luo Shui dropped her disguise. I want the best villa here, she declared. The salesperson was naturally delighted. This was none other than the esteemed Miss Luo herself. Please follow me. He led the group to the villa district, where each property stood in its own private courtyard, everyone exquisitely designed. The sales agent led them to villa number 7. Miss Luo, this location offers a serene environment. The interior has been fully renovated, and the neighbor is a mysterious big shot. The salesperson pointed toward villa number 6 and said mysteriously. A mysterious big shot? The group was baffled. A smile played at the salesperson's lips. I'm sorry, we must protect the owner's privacy, but I can assure you having him as a neighbor will be absolutely delightful. The salesperson spoke eloquently. Luo Shui had no desire to listen further. Let's just go inside and see. And so, the group stepped inside. The villa was spacious, boasting numerous rooms and excellent privacy. Everyone was satisfied. This is the one. Agreed. Without another word, the four of them purchased the place. You all have excellent taste. This villa is move-in ready, exclaimed the sales agent excitedly. Closing such a large deal meant he'd earned a substantial commission. The paperwork was quickly finalized, and the group moved their belongings inside. Luo Shui clasped Xia Chun's hand. Second senior sister, since you're renting anyway, why not just cancel it and move in with junior brother Bai Xiaofan? Ha! Hearing Luo Shui's suggestion, Xia Chun's face flushed. A man and a woman living together? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? But then she thought about it, there were plenty of rooms here. At worst, it would just be a mixed-gender roommate situation. Besides, rent was a huge expense in this city, and Xia Chun was a very frugal girl. Not to mention, she had already agreed to be Bai Xiaofan's live-in helper. From any angle, Xia Chun couldn't refuse. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. Senior sister Xia, what are you afraid of? Do you think I'm going to eat you? Hearing this, Xia Chun's expression hardened. Fine, I'll stay. Ha ha. The group burst into laughter once more. Let's go shopping for groceries, sisters. I'll cook today myself. Bai Xiaofan declared excitedly. You know how to cook? Xia Chun asked, slightly surprised. Bai Xiaofan patted his chest. Of course I do. In truth, Bai Xiaofan was a jack of all trades, not just cooking, but proficient in nearly every skill. Today, he was going to show off his skills. So they went shopping for ingredients. Upon returning, Bai Xiaofan got to work, and soon one delicious dish after another graced the table. The three women were utterly astonished. Although Lu Yueya had tasted Bai Xiaofan's cooking before, she had never seen such an extravagant spread. As she ate, Lu Yuegua mused, "Xiaofan, you really are biased. Before senior sister Xia arrived, you never made this many dishes." Bai Xiaofan rolled his eyes helplessly. This was completely unfair. Everyone burst into laughter. Just then, a loud knocking sounded at the door. It startled everyone. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan's expression also changed. Wasn't this supposed to be a secluded villa? How could someone be here? I'll get it. Bai Xiaofan stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. A figure burst right in. Holy crap, what are you doing? Seeing this disheveled man burst in, Bai Xiaofan was utterly bewildered. The man was already heading straight for the dining table. Ha! The three women were startled too. After all, they were happily enjoying their meal when a disheveled stranger suddenly barged in. Anyone would be startled. But this man paid no attention to the three goddesses at all, fixing his gaze directly on the dining table. His eyes gleamed. He reached out, ready to grab it. Smack! Bai Xiaofan grabbed his arm from behind. What are you doing? This is my house. Bai Xiaofan said coldly. He'd seen arrogant people before, but someone this brazen just barging right in like that. Bai Xiaofan had never encountered anyone like this. This genuinely baffled him. The man shot Bai Xiaofan a dismissive glance. I know. Didn't you open the door for me? What? Bai Xiaofan nearly choked on his own spit. You just barged in after I opened the door. He scrutinized the man carefully. His clothes weren't exactly ragged, just a bit worn. But you could tell they were designer brands. Though his hair was disheveled and his beard unkempt, his eyes burned with intensity, clearly a man of substance. Who are you? Bai Xiaofan demanded. The three girls also combed their nerves, scrutinizing the middle-aged man before them. All three simultaneously wore bewildered expressions. The man looked at Bai Xiaofan, chuckled, and revealed a mouthful of gold teeth. Can I sit down first? He asked. Bai Xiaofan finally let him sit down, but kept a firm grip on his wrist. If he wasn't watched closely, he'd ruin every dish on the table. Bai Xiaofan had worked hard to prepare this feast for his three senior sisters. How could he let him ruin it? The man eyed the feast, swallowed hard, and grinned again. Young man, why so tense? I'm from Villa 6. As they say, better a good neighbor than a distant relative. Since we're neighbors, we should get to know each other better. Hearing this, the four of them froze. The salesperson had made it clear this afternoon that Villa 6 was occupied by a big shot. Could this be the guy? You're the big shot? Luo Shuwei exclaimed. He doesn't look like one at all. The man ran a hand through his hair, revealing the contours of his face more clearly, then said, I wouldn't call myself a big shot. My name is Sun Mingdong. Ha! Xia Chun gasped. Sun Mingdong, the literary giant from Peking University? Sun Mingdong turned his gaze towards Xia Chun and chuckled. Young lady, you have good eyes to recognize me. I am Sun Mingdong, former professor of literature at Qingbei University. All three women were stunned. He was a titan in the literary world. Rumor had it he'd resigned from the university after contracting a strange illness, then vanished without a trace. Countless people had tried to find him, but none succeeded. Who would have imagined this literary giant was hiding right here? Sun Mingdong glanced at their stunned expressions without concern, fixing his gaze instead on Bai Xiaofan. I'm starving. Can we eat now? Bai Xiaofan was also unsure and glanced at the three senior sisters. All three nodded simultaneously, their faces radiating profound respect. A master like Sun Mingdong would be treated as an honored guest even in the most prestigious families across all of China. He was an existence worthy of the utmost respect. All right. Since the three senior sisters had no objections, Bai Xiaofan immediately let go. Sun Mingdong didn't bother with formalities, diving straight in and devouring his food. This is amazing, he exclaimed excitedly. Watching his eating habits, Bai Xiaofan and the others exchanged glances. Chapter 163, Xia Chun's Talent. Is this really a master? Bai Xiaofan was speechless. In his mind, literary masters were supposed to be refined, well-mannered individuals. But the man before them simply couldn't be associated with that image. His wolfish eating habits were truly beyond words. Sun Mingdong finally finished eating and wiped his mouth. Thanks for the meal. With that, he made to leave. Finished eating and already wanting to leave? Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. He didn't care what kind of master Sun Mingdong was. Getting a free meal was out of the question. Bai Xiaofan pulled Sun Mingdong back to his seat. What's this? We're neighbors. You want money too? Sun Mingdong protested indignantly. Bai Xiaofan gave a cold chuckle. It's just a meal, of course I won't charge you. But since you claim to be a master, I'd like to propose a deal. Would you be interested? Bai Xiaofan said earnestly. Sun Mingdong wiped his mouth. State your terms, he demanded. Hearing Sun Mingdong's words, Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. He looked at the man intently. You claim to be a literary master. Then you must know about the literary competition in a few days, right? Sun Mingdong nodded. Of course I know. It's an annual national competition. The Luozhou event is just the preliminary round. Sun Mingdong replied earnestly. He didn't understand Bai Xiaofan's meaning, so a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Upon hearing Sun Mingdong's words, Bai Xiaofan smiled once. He then presented his condition, a simple one. He wanted Sun Mingdong to help Xia Chun. My senior sister Xia Chun is facing off against Wang Shuai, and Wang Shuai is no pushover. So I need you to coach her. Sun Mingdong's expression turned serious upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's request. His expression betrayed utter astonishment. Sun Mingdong never dreamed the situation would unfold this way. It left him stunned. His expression was peculiar. At least in Sun Mingdong's mind, this was an unimaginable turn of events. Wang Shuai. He rubbed his chin. I've heard of this kid's name before, and his teacher is none other than Zhao Donghua. That guy is my sworn enemy. Sun Mingdong declared. I'll do you this favor. If Wang Shuai enters the competition, I'll make sure that little girl wins. But you'd better cook me more delicious food. No problem. As long as you agree to this, everything will be simple. Bai Xiaofan said with a broad smile. This Sun Mingdong is a real gem. We absolutely must keep him firmly in our grasp. Sun Mingdong then put Xia Chun through a series of tests. What he didn't know until he tested her, and what shocked him when he did, was that Xia Chun was nothing short of a genius. Xia Chun was nothing short of a genius. Good heavens! Little girl, you really do possess the ability to remember everything you see at a glance. You're truly incredible. Sun Mingdong was utterly astonished, his shock reaching an absolute peak. To Sun Mingdong, this was almost beyond belief. Sun Mingdong was utterly dumbfounded. Xia Chun's face flushed crimson. That's right, I've had photographic memory since childhood, but that's the only special ability I possess. Sun Mingdong was overjoyed. I've decided from now on, you'll train with me. He exclaimed excitedly. That Wang Shuai guy always brags, doesn't he? The only person backing him is Zhao Donghua. Now I'll face him head on. Sun Mingming was thrilled too. Xia Chun was also thrilled. After all, receiving guidance from such a renowned master was undoubtedly the best possible opportunity. And just like that, Bai Xiaofan had handled Sun Mingdong. Having accomplished this, he felt genuinely pleased. It was undoubtedly a great achievement. Dealing with Sun Mingdong was definitely a win. Xia Chun was also delighted. That's all for today, senior sister Xia. I'll take you to pack your things. We'll officially move in tomorrow. Luo Shuwei said. Bai Xiaofan tried to accompany them, but the three women stopped him. You should rest well. We three sisters have some things to discuss, the three girls said mysteriously. Damn it! Bai Xiaofan was speechless. Could there be something they were keeping from him? And so, Sun Mingdong and the three women departed. Bai Xiaofan returned to his room, intending to get some proper rest. But just then, the phone rang. It was Wang Hu calling. Mr. Bai, could you come out to see me? Wang Hu's voice seemed slightly tremulous. He sounded terribly nervous. What's going on? Bai Xiaofan asked, puzzled. Wang Hu was on the verge of tears. It's a personal matter. I need your help. All right. Without another word, Bai Xiaofan got dressed and left the villa. Soon, the two arrived at the agreed-upon location. Wang Hu had chosen a secluded street under construction, making it dark and isolated. Even the streetlights were broken. Only two swaying streetlights remained, both dilapidated and teetering on the brink of collapse. Bai Xiaofan's expression suddenly darkened. He sensed something was off about this situation. Why would Wang Hu choose to meet here? Just then, he spotted a figure standing in the corner ahead. It vaguely resembled Wang Hu. But Bai Xiaofan couldn't be sure it was him. But the figure stood completely motionless, which was utterly startling. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. He hurried over. Sure enough, a figure stood there. It was Wang Hu. But his eyes were vacant. Poison. Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. He could sense this was an extremely potent poison, otherwise, such a state would be impossible. Bai Xiaofan flicked his wrist, dropping Wang Hu onto the ground. Wang Hu was still alive. But his breath was already faint as a thread. Bai Xiaofan discovered a silver needle embedded in his neck. Bai Xiaofan's expression turned utterly grim. This had far exceeded his expectations, even causing him to wear an extremely grave expression. This incident was certainly no simple matter. The perpetrator was exceptionally formidable, undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. Killing Wang Hu was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Yet the assailant hadn't killed Wang Hu, merely paralyzed him with silver needles. This scene sent a chill through Bai Xiaofan's heart. Damn it, who was that? He felt this was a direct challenge to him. Bai Xiaofan scanned his surroundings but found no one there. His expression darkened instantly. Damn it! Bai Xiaofan decided to take Wang Hu back to his villa first and administer treatment. Otherwise, this guy might really end up in trouble. Hoisting Wang Hu onto his shoulders, Bai Xiaofan sprinted back to his villa. He tossed Wang Hu into the bathtub. He submerged Wang Hu's body in hot water. To counteract the poison, he had to figure something out. Bai Xiaofan scratched his head in frustration. The mysterious figures methods were simply too formidable. Deciphering them would be anything but straightforward. A sense of gravity settled in Bai Xiaofan's heart. Got it! His eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 164, Treating Wang Hu. Soaking Wang Hu's blood vessels in hot water, Bai Xiaofan waited for the right moment. The optimal time to treat Wang Hu had not yet arrived. He needed to raise Wang Hu's body temperature even higher. Only then could the toxins be rapidly expelled. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. It took a considerable amount of time before he finally completed this series of steps, successfully raising Wang Hu's body temperature further. Bai Xiaofan took out silver needles and stimulated the acupoints. Wang Hu's body finally began to tremble slightly. Soon, a glimmer of life appeared. He slowly opened his eyes. Phew! Witnessing this, Bai Xiaofan exhaled in relief. Cold sweat had already beaded on his forehead. This had taken every ounce of strength he possessed. Wang Hu opened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. What happened? Why am I here? He murmured. It was clear he was utterly bewildered. Bai Xiaofan was at a loss for words. You don't remember anything? He asked Wang Hu. Wang Hu nodded. Mr. Bai? Why are you here? Seeing Bai Xiaofan, he looked surprised too, his face twisting into an odd expression. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but feel awkward. But Wang Hu's condition genuinely startled him. This man seemed to be facing a major crisis. Try to recall exactly what happened. Bai Xiaofan urged Wang Hu. Wang Hu scratched his head, a peculiar expression crossing his face. I really don't remember. His voice trembled slightly, yet his tone was utterly bewildered. Bai Xiaofan carefully analyzed the situation, finding it rather peculiar. Just then, he noticed Wang Hu's pocket was unusually bulging. What's in your pocket? Bai Xiaofan asked. Wang Hu froze in surprise. He reached into his pocket, his face betraying a look of considerable surprise. Nothing. Inside his pocket was a crumpled piece of paper. But Wang Hu himself didn't know how it got there, which is why a look of bewilderment crossed his face. This was rather bizarre. Bai Xiaofan unfolded the crumpled paper. A line of neat, elegant characters appeared. See you at the literary contest. This is your test. And the signature? A flower. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan was utterly baffled. He had to admit he was completely bewildered. Both the elegant handwriting and the flower felt like a provocation. You're being controlled. Bai Xiaofan said to Wang Hu. What? Wang Hu looked completely dumbfounded. I don't understand what you mean, he said, clutching his head. Bai Xiaofan explained, someone has controlled you using a special silver needle technique. This art is called puppet control. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Only a master-level herbalist could possibly wield puppet technique. The sheer absurdity of this situation left Bai Xiaofan secretly astonished. Given the current situation, unless the other party is a master-level herbalist. I don't understand what you mean, Wang Hu said. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. He saw no point in explaining to Wang Hu, knowing the man wouldn't grasp the significance. He stopped wasting his breath. Bai Xiaofan let Wang Hu stay the night before sending him home. The mysterious note, of course, remained in his possession. Literary contest, huh? Not so simple after all. Bai Xiaofan thought coldly. He wasn't sure if this mysterious figure was connected to Wang Shui or someone else, but Bai Xiaofan didn't need to know for certain. Everything would become clear at the literary competition. The next day, Xia Chun moved in, taking the room upstairs. I'll cook. After unpacking her luggage, Xia Chun had already changed into a chef's uniform, showcasing her beauty in an unparalleled way. Even in a simple chef's outfit, she still held a deadly allure for men. Whoa! Bai Xiaofan was completely mesmerized. Xia Chun's lovely face flushed red. Junior brother, what are you looking at? Nothing. The atmosphere in the room grew rather awkward. Xia Chun hurried to the kitchen and soon prepared a feast. Though her culinary skills couldn't match Bai Xiaofan's, they were still impressive. These delicacies were truly remarkable. No invitation needed. Sun Mingdong had already made his way over. Oh my, today it's the young lady's turn to cook, Sun Mingdong remarked with a slight smile. He was about to dig in. Bai Xiaofan stopped him. You can eat, but don't forget about the tutoring, Bai Xiaofan said sternly. He couldn't let Sun Mingdong eat for free. Don't worry, my word is my bond. And so the three of them finished their meal happily. Sun Mingdong prepared to tutor Xia Chun. It seemed he really did keep his word. But before that, Bai Xiaofan pulled Sun Mingdong aside. Professor Sun, do you recognize this character? Bai Xiaofan handed the crumpled paper to Sun Mingdong. He merely wanted to ask, harboring little hope. Yet upon seeing the crumpled paper, Sun Mingdong's expression abruptly changed. This? He wore an expression of deep apprehension. Ha! Bai Xiaofan was somewhat surprised. This man was always so carefree, why would he show such apprehension? At the very least, it meant he recognized the other party. Bai Xiaofan's expression shifted. Tell me the answer, or our cooperation ends immediately. Bai Xiaofan said solemnly. Sun Mingdong looked unusually serious. Young man, this is the handwriting of an exceptionally gifted young genius. As for her identity, I can only say she comes from the Long family. The very same top-tier clan, the Long family. This is no one you can afford to provoke. Sun Mingdong said with obvious apprehension. Ha! Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. Just as I suspected. He had anticipated this possibility earlier, and now he realized the matter hadn't deviated from his expectations. It really is the Long family. Damn it, they just won't leave me alone. Bai Xiaofan spat, his expression turning icy cold. So this Miss Long will be attending the Luo City literary competition too? Bai Xiaofan inquired. Sun Mingdong chuckled. What are you thinking? Miss Long is a once-in-a-century genius. How could she possibly compete in the same contest as you commoners? Though she might appear as a guest or something. Sun Mingdong said. Just don't cross that woman. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. After that, he said no more, hurriedly pushing the crumpled paper back to Bai Xiaofan. It was clear Sun Mingdong was extremely nervous. All right. Bai Xiaofan sighed helplessly. Since the other party had gone this far, what else could Bai Xiaofan say? Bai Xiaofan could only wait quietly for the day of the literary contest registration. He sensed that a bloody storm was likely brewing. With that thought, Bai Xiaofan returned to his room, feeling somewhat gloomy. He pondered what exactly might unfold. And so, 2 days passed in a flash. Chapter 165, The Literary Contest begins. 2 days flew by, and the day for registering for the literary competition arrived. Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun arrived together at the registration site. Accompanying them was Sun Mingdong, sporting an utterly cocky expression. Sun Mingdong's expression was undeniably cocky, radiating sheer arrogance. Only his hair, wildly fluttering about, gave him a slightly unsightly appearance. Professor Sun, shouldn't you be mindful of your appearance? Bai Xiaofan remarked helplessly. Sun Mingdong just chuckled coldly. What do you know? With my reputation, do I really need to worry about my image? Fine. Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun both felt helpless. Xia Chun's body leaned unconsciously toward Bai Xiaofan. She really wasn't a very confident girl. Soon, the three of them reached the entrance. After passing security, they entered the gymnasium, which had been fully renovated and decorated, giving it a distinctly artistic vibe. Once inside, Bai Xiaofan remained highly alert, sensing danger lurking nearby. That dragon lady might be lurking nearby. Better to err on the side of caution. After all, Miss Long was no ordinary person. Moreover, his feud with the Long family, though inexplicable, was very real. After searching the area thoroughly, Bai Xiaofan found no sign of danger. But just then, a mocking voice came from behind. You really came? The speaker was Wang Shuai. The man still wore a sinister expression, flanked by several bodyguards. Beside Wang Shuai stood an elegant-looking elder dressed in brocade, exuding an air of refined scholarly grace at first glance. The old man wore glasses, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Mingdong. Well, if it isn't old Zhao. Sun Mingdong tossed his long hair back, speaking with a carefree, devil-may-care tone. Across from him stood his sworn enemy, Professor Zhao. Sun Mingdong? You're back in the game. Professor Zhao said, his face cold and grim. Their auras were completely different, yet the palpable hostility between them was undeniable. Ahem. Wang Shuai cleared his throat, his expression equally grave. He'd heard Sun Mingdong's name and knew he was a formidable figure, so Wang Shuai remained cautious. But in truth, he didn't care much. What could Sun Mingdong possibly do to Wang Shuai? He was just a name. Genius wasn't something one could cultivate overnight, especially literary prowess that required years of accumulated effort. Even if they had hired renowned masters, Wang Shuai didn't believe Xia Chun and Bai Xiaofan could pose a threat to him. What Wang Shuai truly sought was to reclaim his dignity from Bai Xiaofan. He stared coldly at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan, you too wish to enter this competition? If memory serves, you're merely a brute. Wang Shuai sneered. That was a bit much, almost like punching Bai Xiaofan right in the face. It showed no regard for his feelings whatsoever. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan's expression hardened. So what if I'm just a brute? What business is it of yours? I'm entering. Bai Xiaofan fixed his gaze directly on him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He wasn't afraid of Wang Shuai. You just wait, kid. I'll make you pay on the field. Wang Shuai started spewing trash talk. Even though he had bodyguards with him, he still feared Bai Xiaofan might strike. So he was nervous. What a coward! Bai Xiaofan sighed in exasperation. By now, their argument had drawn a crowd of onlookers. Though Bai Xiaofan was a nobody, Wang Shuai was last year's champion. Not to mention Professor Zhao was still present. Since Sun Mingdong had retired years ago, few recognized him, but Professor Zhao was a household name. Naturally, the crowd was utterly shocked by this pairing. Professor Zhao and Wang Shuai teaming up? This year's championship is a foregone conclusion. That's what everyone was thinking. Yet they were baffled who on earth would dare challenge Professor Zhao and Wang Shuai? Their eyes fell upon Bai Xiaofan, who seemed utterly ordinary. Naturally, they looked down on him. This kid is asking for trouble. Everyone thought the same. But Professor Zhao stepped forward. He was furious too. That was because he had encountered Sun Mingdong again. Sun Mingdong was practically his mortal enemy. In this situation, Professor Zhao had to humiliate Sun Mingdong. His gaze locked onto Bai Xiaofan. Young man, literary matters aren't settled by fighting. As the saying goes, literature has no first place, martial arts has no second, but this literary competition truly tests one's strength. I think I'll test you first. If you lack the ability, why bother entering the competition at all? Professor Zhao's voice was cold and harsh. Hearing Professor Zhao's words, Sun Mingdong's expression darkened. Sun Mingdong now felt utterly helpless. He was at a loss for words. He grabbed Bai Xiaofan's arm. Don't fall for his tricks, he's a full-fledged literature professor. Sun Mingdong warned. But Bai Xiaofan paid no heed to the remark, for he simply didn't take the matter seriously. Bai Xiaofan merely wore a cold smile. His mocking gaze fixed on the scene. The esteemed Professor Zhao actually wants to test a nobody like me? Since you've gone and said it, then go ahead and test me. But what if I stump you? Bai Xiaofan unleashed a wave of mockery. Professor Zhao's face turned deathly pale. Nonsense. As the esteemed authority of the literature department, how could I possibly be bested by you? Professor Zhao found Bai Xiaofan's arrogance unbearable, his urge to slap him almost overwhelming. But considering his stature as a literary authority, Professor Zhao held back. Listen. Two orioles sing among the willows. Exactly. Professor Zhao declared. A line of egrets soar into the blue sky. Bai Xiaofan replied helplessly. Professor Zhao practically treated him like an illiterate. How could he ask such a question? Bai Xiaofan's answer was crystal clear. Professor Zhao's expression, however, grew somewhat grave. Of course, he wasn't merely asking the question, he was observing Bai Xiaofan's expression. He noticed Bai Xiaofan's face radiated confidence, indicating this man was not to be underestimated. Actually, what I want to compete with you on is calligraphy. To become a literary master, if you can't even master calligraphy, then it's nothing but a joke. Therefore, I will write a piece of calligraphy. If you can imitate it with even a fraction of its essence, that will suffice. Professor Zhao declared. Really? Professor Zhao is going to write. The crowd exclaimed excitedly. The crowd felt incredibly excited, their faces lighting up with intense emotion. They were thrilled beyond measure. Professor Zhao was undoubtedly a master calligrapher. Some felt witnessing his brushwork in person would make their lives worthwhile. Everyone was rubbing their hands in anticipation, their faces radiating excitement. Witnessing Professor Zhao's calligraphy was nothing short of a once-in-a-lifetime blessing. As for Bai Xiaofan, he was automatically relegated to a supporting role. Chapter 166, Calligraphy Competition. Eager spectators had already prepared brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Master Zhao was rubbing his hands together, visibly thrilled. He considered himself a master, a man of literary grace and charm, and his calligraphy was truly exceptional. Now was his moment to dazzle the entire crowd. He wouldn't let this spotlight slip away. As for Bai Xiaofan, he was sure to be trampled underfoot. Wang Shuai shouted even louder beside him. Master Zhao, you must show this youngster what true strength looks like. Master Zhao smiled faintly. He dipped his brush in ink and began to write. With sweeping strokes, two large characters emerged. Modesty. After finishing his calligraphy, Master Zhao sneered coldly at Bai Xiaofan. Young man, these two characters are for you. I hope you remember to stay humble. His words were laced with contempt, clearly looking down on Bai Xiaofan. What? Bai Xiaofan's expression abruptly changed. Humility? This is mocking me. He wasn't stupid, he could certainly grasp the meaning behind those words. The other party's mention of humility was nothing but a mockery aimed at him. Naturally, Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. He couldn't possibly accept this. No one wants to be mocked. Especially when the person before him was an enemy. Meanwhile, the crowd around them had erupted into a frenzy. Master Zhao truly is formidable. His brushwork was truly masterful, flowing like dragons and phoenixes. Truly awe-inspiring. Some people held these two words in the highest regard. Xia Chun, standing nearby, looked grim. Her expression shifted slightly, revealing a look of deep anxiety. She desperately hoped Bai Xiaofan wouldn't lose.
Yet Master Zhao's two characters, written with the vigor of ancient pines and cypresses, their force penetrating the paper, truly showcased his profound skill.
How could Bai Xiaofan possibly match that? Sun Mingdong sighed as well. That kid Bai Xiaofan, he's got everything going for him, except he's a bit overconfident. Deep down, Sun Mingdong was secretly astonished.
Master Zhao's calligraphy, both in execution and artistic vision, surpassed even his own expectations. Sun Mingdong had to admit that after more than a decade apart, Master Zhao had surpassed his former self. Even if I were to compete with him in calligraphy, victory would be elusive.
Sun Mingdong couldn't help but marvel.
At that very moment, Master Zhao had already lifted his gaze toward Bai Xiaofan.
Didn't you want to compete with me? Come on. Let me see what you've got. Master Zhao wore an arrogant expression, showing almost no regard for Bai Xiaofan.
But Bai Xiaofan merely smiled faintly. Observing the crowd's expressions of contempt, he remained utterly unfazed.
Truthfully, even their scornful stares couldn't faze Bai Xiaofan in the slightest.
He had already seen through Master Zhao's tricks.
Nothing special, Bai Xiaofan declared. What did you say? Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded.
To them, Master Zhao's work was nothing short of genius, yet Bai Xiaofan dismissed it as nothing special.
Could someone truly be this brazen? The crowd's expressions darkened, their eyes turning cold as they stared at Bai Xiaofan.
They all thought the young man before them had lost his mind. Master Zhao was so furious his nose seemed crooked.
Damn it, if you're going to cheat, just admit it. Why make up stories about me? Master Zhao thought to himself.
But Bai Xiaofan merely shook his head.
Don't get me wrong, everyone. I've always valued harmony and would never deliberately slander anyone. But this is definitely problematic. Bai Xiaofan pointed at the two characters. These two characters are indeed well written, but there are some flaws in the brushwork.
Bai Xiaofan picked up a brush, unfolded another sheet of paper, and began writing while explaining. Master Zhao's skill is extraordinary, but he is, after all, advanced in years and his strength waning. The final strokes of these two characters reveal significant flaws.
If it were like this, Bai Xiaofan replicated the process, writing out the two characters.
Only, his strokes were more forceful. These two characters seemed to be stamped onto the paper. They were nothing short of perfect. With that, Bai Xiaofan set down his brush and unfolded the two characters he had written.
Still humility. What? Everyone present was stunned into silence.
Even with their limited appreciation skills, they could tell Bai Xiaofan's two characters were no less impressive than Master Zhao's.
Moreover, in the finer details, they were even more refined. Could this kid really possess greater skill than Master Zhao?
Everyone felt like questioning their own perceptions. This was beyond belief. Seeing Bai Xiaofan's calligraphy, Master Zhao was already drenched in cold sweat.
This can't be, he muttered. The Tao contained within Bai Xiaofan's calligraphy was precisely what Master Zhao had been pursuing all along.
Yet what he had painstakingly sought but never attained, Bai Xiaofan had effortlessly captured on paper.
These two characters Bai Xiaofan had written utterly outclassed his own. You.
Master Zhao's voice trembled, his heart shattered into pieces. Wang Shuai was stunned. He had assumed that Master Zhao's personal intervention would effortlessly crush Bai Xiaofan, but reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Master Zhao had been crushed by Bai Xiaofan. This was beyond belief.
Wang Shuai couldn't believe it, yet it was all happening right before his eyes. Every single detail was undeniable fact.
Both men were filled with awkwardness. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd turned toward Wang Shuai and Master Zhao, tinged with a hint of amusement.
Could it be that this master was all show and no substance? Some were already beginning to think so.
Just then, Wang Shuai stepped forward.
No!
He couldn't possibly surpass Master Zhao. Don't be fooled by him, his calligraphy is all style and no substance. Seeing no other way, Wang Shuai resorted to slander. After all, Master Zhao was widely regarded as the most skilled calligrapher present.
If Wang Shuai insisted on this, Bai Xiaofan would inevitably be seen as inferior to Master Zhao.
That was Wang Shuai's plan. He was deeply pleased with his scheme, a faint smile playing on his lips as if he truly believed himself a genius for devising such a brilliant plan.
Damn it, you really are shameless.
Bai Xiaofan was furious.
He couldn't help but admire this guy's shamelessness.
You could talk the dead back to life, you're a real talent, you bastard. Just as everyone hesitated, a remarkably melodious voice suddenly drifted from behind them.
It was a woman's voice. I think Mr. Bai's calligraphy is better.
Turning toward the sound, they saw a girl approaching. She wore a red dress and high heels that clicked with each step. Whether it was her attire or her enchantingly beautiful face and figure, she drew everyone's attention. Without a doubt, she was a stunning goddess. Several figures followed closely behind her, all clad in black and wearing sunglasses. They maintained a solemn demeanor as they shadowed her every step. They never left her side. Each person carried a faint aura of lethal intent, a menacing energy that seemed to swirl around them.
How terrifying!
And at that very moment, the girl had already stepped before the crowd.
Chapter 167, The Proud Long Fei. Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to critique Master Zhao's work? Seeing the girl approach, Wang Shuai instantly lost his temper. He shouted angrily. Before his words had even finished, the black-clad figure beside the girl lunged forward and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! Wang Shuai yelped and fell to the ground. Damn it! How dare you hit me? Wang Shuai clutched his face. Meanwhile, the black-clad bodyguard simply threw a fist into thin air, yet it produced a crackling sound that froze Wang Shuai's henchmen in their tracks. To generate such a sound from a distance, the sheer force was terrifying. A master! A supreme master! The crowd gasped inwardly. Wang Shuai wasn't stupid. Seeing the opponent's movements, he knew his men were mere fools compared to him. They were simply no match. Wang Shuai froze in place, unable to move. The girl circled the room once more before speaking softly. This lady hereby declares that Mr. Bai's painting far surpasses Master Zhao's work. Her voice rang clear, silencing the entire crowd. Ruling? Those two words were outrageous. After all, Master Zhao was a renowned calligrapher whose works enjoyed worldwide acclaim. Yet this girl before them had dared utter the word ruling. This was pure arrogance. Observing the unfolding situation, Master Zhao felt a surge of indignation. His trembling finger pointed at the girl. Young lady, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to judge me? A faint smile touched the girl's lips. She leaned close to Master Zhao's ear and whispered something. Master Zhao froze in place, his face turning ashen, as if struck by lightning. The girl smiled. Master Zhao, is my identity sufficient? Sufficient. Master Zhao's voice was filled with reverence, as if the girl before him were a divine being. He grabbed Wang Shuai and, disregarding all dignity, fled for his life. The scene left everyone present utterly bewildered. What on earth just happened? Hadn't that master been utterly arrogant just moments ago? How could he submit in an instant? This was utterly absurd. Just as everyone was reeling in confusion, the black-clad bodyguards swept their gaze across the crowd. No one dared linger, and they quickly dispersed. No wonder the glare in those bodyguards' eyes was terrifying, as if they were about to devour someone. Only Bai Xiaofan and his few companions remained at the scene, still staring blankly at everything unfolding. Just then, the girl turned and looked at Bai Xiaofan. Mr. Bai, your calligraphy is truly exquisite. I never imagined you'd not only possess astonishing martial prowess but also such literary grace. Hearing her words, Bai Xiaofan instantly grew wary. Saying that revealed her identity quite clearly. So it's you. Bai Xiaofan's expression turned icy. He instantly positioned himself in front of Xia Chun and Sun Mingdong, his face a mask of wariness. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Xiaofan said coldly, you must be the eldest daughter of the Long family. The girl didn't deny it, but lifted her chin haughtily. That's correct. My name is Long Fei. Confidence radiated from every pore. You're the one who poisoned us. Bai Xiaofan said coldly. What poisoning? Xia Chun exclaimed in surprise. She had no idea what was going on. Bai Xiaofan grabbed Xia Chun's hand and shot her a look. Xia Chun's face flushed instantly, but she dared not speak further. Instead, she hid behind Bai Xiaofan, her face flushed. Seeing this, Long Fei merely smiled. Mr. Bai, what's this about poisoning? How could you look at me like that? It's just a game. Long Fei spoke, a faint smile playing on her lips. Your friend already had an underlying condition. I used poison to counter poison, essentially saving his life. Don't look at me like that. Long Fei's words were calm, yet they stirred a ripple of unease in Bai Xiaofan's heart. Last night, while treating Wang Hu's poisoning, he had indeed noticed something unusual about Wang Hu's body. Though Bai Xiaofan hadn't immediately found an answer, there was no doubt that Wang Hu had a problem. Having never treated Wang Hu before, Bai Xiaofan knew little about his physical condition. Yet through yesterday's detoxification process, Bai Xiaofan had indeed sensed something. Hearing Long Fei speak today, everything suddenly seemed clear. So according to you, I should thank you? Bai Xiaofan said coldly. Sun Mingdong nudged Bai Xiaofan, equally perplexed. Xiaofan, what the hell are you two up to? What are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. At that moment, Long Fei took over the conversation. I'll handle the literary contest registration for you two. There's a restaurant over there, let's go there to talk. Otherwise, your two friends really won't understand what's going on. Long Fei spoke casually, but there was an underlying hint of threat. The bodyguards beside her took a step forward. Bai Xiaofan, of course, remained unmoved. He'd weathered far greater storms. If he let himself be intimidated by a mere scare tactic, it would be utterly embarrassing. Even so, Bai Xiaofan couldn't openly confront them just yet, the timing wasn't right. Xia Chun and Sun Mingdong were still present, it wasn't the right moment to confront them directly. Go ahead and register. I'll meet up with you later. Bai Xiaofan turned around and said earnestly to Xia Chun and Sun Mingdong. But Xia Chun grew anxious, fearing something might happen to Bai Xiaofan. Sun Mingdong, however, remained composed and grabbed Xia Chun's arm. Let's go register first. Bai Xiaofan will be fine. Sun Mingdong reassured her. Bai Xiaofan shot Sun Mingdong a grateful glance before following Long Feifei upstairs to the restaurant. The bodyguard stood directly at the restaurant entrance, and no one dared to approach. Long Feifei sat across from Bai Xiaofan and asked elegantly, "What would you like to drink?" Bai Xiaofan's expression turned cold. "Cut the nonsense. You're here for that thing, aren't you?" Bai Xiaofan pulled the severed token from his pocket. Earlier, he had severed the token with 2 fingers. Bai Xiaofan felt no regret. Seeing the token, Long Feifei visibly flinched, though she was highly skilled at concealing her emotions and quickly regained her composure. "My subordinates are truly incompetent," she remarked casually. "Fortunately, these few won't have the chance to serve me again." "Ha!" Those words carried a chilling undertone. Bai Xiaofan stared at the girl and coldly demanded, "You killed them?" Long Feifei burst out laughing. "Mr. Bai, how could you think that of me? I merely expelled them from the Long family. After all, they weren't the real culprits." "The real culprit? Is someone else entirely?" Long Feifei looked meaningfully at Bai Xiaofan, the killing intent around her rising. "The real culprit?" Bai Xiaofan froze. He quickly realized what she meant. She was calling him the real culprit. "Me? The ringleader?" Bai Xiaofan rolled his eyes. This was truly the pot calling the kettle black. Chapter 168, Hiring a Physician. "In short, you ruined this lady's badge. That's a major offense," Long Feifei declared. Her stubborn expression was actually quite adorable. But the menacing thugs behind her reminded Bai Xiaofan that this was a rose with thorns. "What do you want to do about it?" Bai Xiaofan said helplessly. A fleeting glint of cunning flashed in Long Feifei's eyes. "According to my investigation, you've done work for the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group. If you're willing to become a contracted physician for the Long family, we can let this matter drop. And you'll receive this." A gleaming gold card appeared in Long Feifei's hand, bearing 4 bold characters. Eternal Bank. Even Bai Xiaofan, despite his limited knowledge, had heard of this bank. This gold card represented the highest credit limit offered by Eternal Bank. Each card carried an overdraft limit exceeding 100 million. What a grand gesture! Everyone present gasped in shock. Even the Luo family, the most powerful clan in Luo City, would likely have to go through considerable trouble to produce over 100 million in cash on a whim. Yet this gold card in Long Feifei's hand seemed merely a tool to bribe Bai Xiaofan. What a tycoon! Bai Xiaofan thought. It seemed this thorny rose had come with a mission. Bai Xiaofan pondered inwardly. Truthfully, he was tempted to accept. After all, who would turn down such a sum? Moreover, given his current strength, antagonizing the Long family would be unwise. But Bai Xiaofan wouldn't agree lightly. Stroking his chin, he said with a hint of amusement, "What if I refuse?" Long Feifei placed the black card on the table and said indifferently, "If you refuse, our Long family will mobilize every last resource to eliminate you." Her words flowed as casually as if she were discussing the slaughter of chickens. "Is that so? Then go ahead and try." Bai Xiaofan flickered, suddenly appearing beside Long Feifei. His hand shot out, closing around her throat. "Miss Long?" The black-clad man beside Long Feifei reacted, unleashing a punch toward Bai Xiaofan. The whistling sound of that fist carried the power of a second-tier master. "You're still too green." Bai Xiaofan locked one hand around Long Feifei's neck while flipping his other palm, sending silver needles hurtling toward the bodyguard. No matter how formidable the opponent, Bai Xiaofan's move was enough to take them down in one strike. "Ah!" The bodyguard was struck by the silver needle, hitting an acupoint precisely, causing him to stumble backward involuntarily. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan's hand had already tightened around Long Feifei's throat. Gazing at Long Feifei's snow-white jade-like neck, Bai Xiaofan declared, "Miss Long, I detest being threatened." "Mind your words." The bodyguards behind Long Feifei erupted in fury. "Release the young miss," they demanded. But with Long Feifei in Bai Xiaofan's grasp, they hesitated, afraid to make a move. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Just then, Long Feifei burst into a silver bell-like laugh. "Would you really kill me?" she asked, drawing closer to Bai Xiaofan. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted toward him, utterly intoxicating. Bai Xiaofan's hand trembled. "Something's wrong?" His expression darkened. The old master once said there exists a mesmerizing technique in the martial world, a truly formidable art. Once unleashed, it could leave one utterly bewitched. One might not even know how they died. Could this be that enchantment technique? Bai Xiaofan was somewhat startled. Fortunately, he had learned countermeasures from the old man. With Bai Xiaofan's formidable cultivation, all he needed was focused concentration. Bai Xiaofan instantly focused his entire mind, his gaze locking onto Long Feifei. Long Feifei's heart skipped a beat. This enchantment was her signature move, yet Bai Xiaofan had countered it. A tidal wave of emotion surged within the girl. "All right, I'll apologize. Just let me go." Long Feifei resorted to her sweet-talking ways again. Seeing that Long Feifei was no longer a threat, Bai Xiaofan turned his gaze to her bodyguards. Long Feifei added, if these bodyguards seek revenge against you, I'll expel them from the Long family. My word is final, no turning back. Given that, Bai Xiaofan saw no reason to hold the girl hostage. Though he found Long Feifei's threats deeply unsettling, he wouldn't kill someone over it. So Bai Xiaofan released his grip. Sure enough, Long Feifei's bodyguards remained frozen in place. They truly obeyed her every word. Long Feifei extended her delicate hand and gently pressed his shoulder. You hurt me, she said in a coquettish tone. Bai Xiaofan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He found this woman utterly unpredictable, a true chameleon, shifting from fierce and intimidating to coquettish and alluring, all while wielding the art of seduction. She was practically a man-slaying weapon. Bai Xiaofan remained secretly wary. He took the gold card and said coldly, I might consider accepting your card. Tell me why I should become your Long family's physician. Long Feifei extended her snow-white arm and looked at Bai Xiaofan playfully. Ha! Only then did Bai Xiaofan notice the prominent vein on Long Feifei's snow-white arm. It looked genuinely terrifying. This was... Instinctively, he reached out and placed his hand on Long Feifei's pulse. In an instant, an icy chill surged through the pulse into Bai Xiaofan's body. The freezing cold made him feel as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. Ah! He hastily withdrew his hand. Frost energy! Bai Xiaofan exclaimed in shock. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra states that the icy chill is a characteristic possessed only by those with the supreme Yin physique. Women with such bodies are often frail and prone to illness, as their bodies struggle to withstand the icy chill. Though Long Feifei showed no signs of illness yet, the icy chill was already seeping out. Without the Jade Maiden Sutra to counteract it, she could face life-threatening consequences in the future. Seeing Bai Xiaofan's stunned expression, Long Feifei giggled. Well, divine Dr. Bai? This supremely Yin constitution of mine is what countless physicians dream of. Aren't you interested? Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's heart trembled. A body of pure Yin energy was indeed exceptionally powerful. Moreover, treating it would greatly benefit Bai Xiaofan's cultivation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. It could even help him break through the first level of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Wait! Bai Xiaofan's expression hardened. How did you know I could cure your illness? Bai Xiaofan exclaimed in astonishment. Only his old master knew he practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. None of his senior sisters were aware. How could Long Feifei possibly know? Bai Xiaofan sensed something fishy was going on. Long Feifei smiled faintly. I can't say more, but know this, if you agree to treat me, not only will I give you this card, but from now on, you may call upon me 3 times in times of peril. For those 3 times, even if it costs our entire Long family our lives, we must help you. As she spoke, Long Feifei produced a new badge and placed it before Bai Xiaofan. Let this serve as a token of our agreement. What do you say? Is that so? Bai Xiaofan accepted the badge with a faint smile. Now I'll state the first thing, I never want to see Wang Shuai at the literary competition again. Bai Xiaofan said, word by word. Chapter 169, The Man Disheveled in the Wind. What? Long Feifei was utterly shocked. Are you out of your mind? Our Long family's promises are precious. Is some little Wang Shuai even worth it? Long Feifei fumed, feeling utterly humiliated. What was Wang Shuai anyway? Long Feifei couldn't care less about him. In her eyes, the 3 requests she'd made were worth far more than that gold card with a 100 million yuan credit limit. This was such a precious opportunity, yet Bai Xiaofan was trading it away for something trivial. This turn of events had completely caught Long Feifei off guard. She found herself increasingly baffled by this boy before her. Bai Xiaofan shrugged indifferently. Anyway, that guy upset my senior sister. I just don't want to see him here, that's my first demand. Bai Xiaofan stated earnestly. All right. Long Feifei summoned her bodyguard, who understood immediately and vanished in an instant. Deal. Bai Xiaofan tucked the card into his chest and smiled. When can we start the treatment? He asked again. Naturally, Bai Xiaofan was deeply interested in researching the constitution of the ultimate Yin physique, especially since the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra contained treatment methods. But as for this treatment method, it requires being completely naked. Long Feifei's pretty face flushed red. She seemed to know how to treat it. I'll come find you in half a month. Long Feifei murmured softly, her voice unexpectedly tinged with a rare blush of shyness. Deal. Bai Xiaofan beamed at Long Feifei, making the young miss of the Long family feel even more uncomfortable. Long Feifei shook her head, dismissing the thoughts swirling in her mind. She hurriedly rose and departed with her entourage. Sure enough, Wang Shuai and Master Zhao never showed their faces again. Bai Xiaofan strode back to Xiao Chun and Sun Mingdong, flashing a smile. Everything's taken care of. Wang Shuai won't be showing up again. You can go compete with peace of mind. Bai Xiaofan told Xiao Chun. Hearing this, Xiao Chun's eyes welled up with tears. Her heart was filled with warm gratitude. Xiao Chun wasn't foolish. She understood that Bai Xiaofan's recent dealings with Long Feifei must have been extremely dangerous, yet the beneficiary was Xiao Chun herself. Bai Xiaofan, I owe you so much, Xiao Chun said, her face flushing. Bai Xiaofan chuckled. How about repaying me with your body? You're being so rude.
Xia Chun playfully slapped Bai Xiaofan, and the two began playfully wrestling. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the gymnasium, a figure watched everything unfold through binoculars. A slightly overweight middle-aged man with a faint knife scar across his face, giving him a savage appearance. He held the binoculars, gazing in Bai Xiaofan's direction. Seeing Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun wrestling, he lowered the binoculars, his expression instantly turning cold. Damn it, this kid sure is popular with the ladies. Too bad his good days are numbered. Daring to get involved in the Long family's affairs, he really wants to die. A murderous intent flickered in the scarred man's eyes. He was none other than the returned Song Luan. His previous battle with Bai Xiaofan at the Lu family had drained Song Luan of too much internal energy, forcing him to recuperate for over 3 months. 3 months later, he had barely managed to return, but his strength was far less than before. The duel with Bai Xiaofan had caused his cultivation to plummet from Grandmaster 4th tier to Grandmaster 3rd tier, severely weakening his power. Emerging from seclusion this time, Song Luan sought powerful patrons everywhere, determined to one day exact revenge on Bai Xiaofan. Meanwhile, the Ming organization had also gone into hiding during this period. Through relentless effort, Song Luan finally found his patron. The Long family. The severely weakened Ming organization, under Song Luan's leadership, sought refuge with Long Zhongyuan, the third young master of the Long family. They became Long Zhongyuan's subordinates. Song Luan felt no resentment. Instead, a faint thrill of delight stirred within him. He considered it an honor to serve under Long Zhongyuan. After all, this third young master of the Long family was undoubtedly a man of immense power. This time, Song Luan had been ordered by the third young master to track and investigate Long Feifei, only to witness this scene. Perched above the gymnasium, Song Luan knew his moment had arrived. Though he didn't know why Long Feifei sought out Bai Xiaofan, linking the two together would ensure Mr. Long wouldn't let that kid off the hook. Heh, you chose the path to hell when heaven was open. This time, Song Luan was utterly consumed by madness. He grabbed his phone and dialed the number. He exaggerated every detail in his report to Long Zhongyuan. Truthfully, he hadn't overheard a word between Bai Xiaofan and Long Feifei, but his imagination was running wild. After spinning his yarn, he concocted a story that was utterly shocking. Bai Xiaofan was Long Feifei's boyfriend. Long Zhongyuan's voice on the other end turned frenzied. Song Luan, you messing with me? How could Long Feifei possibly have a boyfriend? I'm her third brother, even I don't know about this. Are you trying to deceive me with fake intel? Hearing Long Zhongyuan's furious accusations on the other end, Song Luan remained unhurried. He had just used a high-powered surveillance camera to capture the entire meeting between Bai Xiaofan and Long Feifei, compiling the footage into photographs. He only needed to select a few suggestive photos of the two together to send over and prove the affair. Song Luan immediately selected several well-angled shots. In these photos, Bai Xiaofan was seen with his arm around Long Feifei's waist. But from Song Luan's perspective, it looked as if Long Feifei was sitting in Bai Xiaofan's embrace. Song Luan sent this unaltered photo to Long Zhongyuan. A long silence ensued on the other end of the line. After about 5 minutes, Long Zhongyuan's voice finally came through. Keep a close eye on that kid. I'm boarding a private jet to Luo City immediately. Long Ziyuan's voice was as cold as ice. Only then did Song Luan hang up, a look of madness flaring in his eyes. Bai Xiaofan, you never dreamed this day would come. Your fate is sealed. Long Zhongyuan and Long Feifei, those cousins, are like oil and water. Both are vying for the position of next head of the Long family. You arrogant little punk, meddled in their fight, you're asking for trouble. Ha ha. Song Luan couldn't contain himself, bursting into unrestrained laughter. No one knew the Long family's power better than he did. Though he was a Grandmaster-level expert, he was utterly insignificant before a colossus like the Long family. The Long family's Grandmasters were as numerous as fish crossing the river, too many to count. In Song Luan's mind, the man before him, Bai Xiaofan, was already a dead man. He ordered his men to follow Bai Xiaofan while he personally rushed to the airport to greet Long Zhongyuan. 3 hours later, Long Zhongyuan's private jet touched down at the airport. He stepped out. Dressed in a business suit and sunglasses, he exuded an undeniably sharp, polished look, the quintessential image of a corporate elite. Yet, an aura of terrifying menace emanated from every inch of Long Zhongyuan's being. It made people dare not approach. Song Luan spotted Long Zhongyuan and scurried over eagerly. Third Master Long, I've been waiting here for quite some time. Song Luan said respectfully. Chapter 170, Song Luan returns. Without Wang Shuai's interference, Xia Chun swept through the competition, quickly clinching the championship. Xia Chun was thrilled. It felt like he had accomplished something significant. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaofan felt a stir within his heart. He genuinely felt happy for Xia Chun. Sun Mingdong, however, felt a pang of worry. Young man, he cautioned, from my years of experience, society is treacherous. Don't get too close to that woman surnamed Long, it could cost you your life. Hearing Sun Mingdong's words, Bai Xiaofan smiled. Thanks, Master Sunday.
I've got this under control. Youth indeed. Sun Mingdong could only sigh inwardly. The group returned to the villa. Luo Shui and Lu Yuya had also arrived. The two women were there to celebrate for Xia Chun. Congratulations, senior sister Xia. The second daughter exclaimed excitedly. After all, participating in the national literary competition was Xia Chun's dream, and now that it had come true, the second daughter was naturally overjoyed. A flicker of excitement also appeared on Xia Chun's flushed face. That night, everyone reveled in joy. By late night, the third daughter was already drunk, staggering from east to west. The scene seemed full of springtime charm. Bai Xiaofan carried the three senior sisters upstairs, settled them in, then sat cross-legged on the sofa to meditate. His aura surged instantly. Though he had consumed much alcohol, his cultivation surpassed even that of the Grandmaster class, no ordinary feat, as one might imagine. In this manner, the alcohol was swiftly expelled from his system. This was the true measure of Bai Xiaofan's prowess. He felt instantly clearer-headed. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside. Bai Xiaofan's eyes snapped open. Not many people knew the location of his residence. Bai Xiaofan approached the door. He discovered a man and woman, both dressed in heavy, protective gear, standing at the entrance. It was them. Bai Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. It was Miss Gu and Wang Hu. What the hell? What were they doing here in the middle of the night? Bai Xiaofan opened the door. The two stepped inside. Mr. Bai, we apologize for the late-night intrusion, Wang Hu began. Last time, we owe our lives to your rescue. Wang Hu said. His voice was quite earnest. Miss Gu, however, had a rosy flush on her cheeks. As she looked at Bai Xiaofan, her heart stirred. Bai Xiaofan inquired, what brings you here so late at night? As for saving Wang Hu last time, it was merely a small favor. Bai Xiaofan hadn't given it a second thought. But with Miss Gu, he felt a bit uneasy. Bai Xiaofan knew full well that Miss Gu harbored feelings for him. In truth, both kept these feelings hidden within. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it hardly seemed like the time to discuss personal feelings. Both were tense. Wang Hu pulled a card from his hand and tremblingly handed it to Bai Xiaofan. The card bore the character Ming. It was Song Luan. Bai Xiaofan's expression turned cold. The character Ming already revealed the card's owner. It was Song Luan. Just as expected. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. This was an open declaration of war. Those bastards are back. They killed Big Sister, and now they've returned with renewed force. We're sworn enemies, but our strength is limited. We hope Mr. Bai will lend us his aid. Wang Hu declared. He clenched his fists, a flicker of fire in his eyes. Big Sister had been kind to Wang Hu, yet now, Song Luan and his crew dared to return. This is nothing short of an insult to them. Wang Hu was determined to exact revenge. Just then, Miss Gu spoke softly, Mr. Bai, please help us. Her tone was surprisingly calm, yet carried a hint of steadiness. It was clear she had matured significantly. Ever since taking charge, the entire gang had revered Miss Gu as their leader. Under such circumstances, she had matured remarkably fast. Bai Xiaofan realized that Miss Gu was no longer the innocent young girl she once was. Time had forged her. With that thought, Bai Xiaofan stroked his chin. He didn't ponder for long before arriving at his answer. Song Luan must die. The bastard was utterly despicable. When he attacked the Lu family last time, Bai Xiaofan had already given him a chance. Song Luan showed no remorse and dared to strike again. This act had completely crossed Bai Xiaofan's line. Bai Xiaofan would never forgive him. A cold gleam flashed in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. Rather than sitting tight, we should strike proactively, Bai Xiaofan declared earnestly. Investigate Ming's movements and aim to crush them. Upon hearing this, Miss Gu immediately interjected, I'm just a woman, I can't control the gang. But now the gang has decided to fully support you. I hope you won't refuse, Mr. Bai. Gu Xiaoqian's words left Bai Xiaofan feeling uneasy. Helping the gang was certainly no problem, but Bai Xiaofan sensed that Miss Gu was hiding behind a facade. This thought made Bai Xiaofan sigh inwardly. Alright. Just as the three were chatting, Luo Shui and Lu Yuya also came downstairs. Practicing combat with Bai Xiaofan had significantly improved the two girls' physical fitness. Hearing voices downstairs, the two girls descended the stairs. Seeing Miss Gu arrive initially stirred strange ripples in both their hearts. Yet, upon hearing the group's conversation from upstairs, Luo Shui and Lu Yuya immediately decided to join in. Someone like Song Luan had nearly wiped out the Lu family last time he was their common enemy. Our Luo family joins. And so does our Lu family. The two girls declared. Seeing the two girls descend the stairs, a slight shift crossed Miss Gu's expression. But the change was fleeting. Luo Shui approached Miss Gu. Sister Gu, you needn't hold back. Your enemies are our Luo family's enemies too. We fully support Brother Bai. With everyone speaking so decisively, Bai Xiaofan naturally accepted the responsibility without hesitation. That very night, he arrived at his eldest sister's gang. Miss Gu announced that the gang would be temporarily under Bai Xiaofan's command. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. They had already witnessed Bai Xiaofan's formidable skills. They held him in the highest regard. Mr. Bai, we've been waiting for this moment, waiting for Song Luan. Please, by all means, lead us into battle against the Ming organization. For a moment, the crowd was filled with fervor. Their loyalty was unwavering. Bai Xiaofan did not refuse. Deep down, he too yearned to avenge his elder sister. After all, his eldest sister had died for him. Wang Hu, deploy your scouts to monitor Song Luan's every move. Bai Xiaofan commanded. Wang Hu bowed respectfully. Yes, sir, Mr. Bai. The other brothers, meanwhile, each guarded their respective gang operations. They did not take the initiative to strike. Before the situation was fully understood, Bai Xiaofan would not initiate any action. But at that very moment, Lin Fei found Bai Xiaofan. His face was bruised and swollen, his expression grim. Mr. Bai, we've been beaten up. Lin Fei exclaimed. HM? Bai Xiaofan's expression turned cold. Damn it, Lin Fei was his man. Who the hell was so blind as to do something like this? Lin Fei trembled as he pulled a card from his pocket. Clearly inscribed upon it was the character Ming. Chapter 171, Song Luan's Scheme. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan was stunned. As the boss he'd faced last, Song Luan was despicable, but Bai Xiaofan never imagined he'd stoop so low. He didn't even spare those ordinary security guards from Dao. Damn it! Disgraceful! Bai Xiaofan's rage flared once more. Song Luan, a grandmaster-level powerhouse, actually laid hands on ordinary people utterly despicable. Off to Dao Lai. Fuming, Bai Xiaofan followed Lin Fei to Dower. Inside the mall, chaos reigned. Numerous areas lay wrecked, the perpetrators' identities shrouded in mystery. Lin Fei's men all looked deathly pale, their faces ashen. Mr. Bai. Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan, everyone rushed over. Though Bai Xiaofan was young, in their eyes he was nothing short of a god. They had finally found their anchor. Check the surveillance footage. Bai Xiaofan demanded angrily. Thus, they combed through every surveillance feed around the mall. With Bai Xiaofan's memory and extraordinary intellect, no matter how fast the footage played, it couldn't outpace his perception. The answer was about to be revealed. A van that was their mode of transportation. That's it. These shady characters had finally exposed their whereabouts. Though it was just a vehicle, tracing it would lead them straight to the gang's hideout. Bai Xiaofan immediately instructed Luo Shuwei to investigate. With the Luo family's resources, tracking a vehicle's movements was a simple task. Within 10 minutes, Bai Xiaofan had the information. Song Luan's men were likely hiding in an abandoned factory. Mr. Bai, we'll follow your every command. At your word, we'll give our lives to exact revenge. Lin Fei clenched his fists as he spoke. But Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Of course we'll deal with them, but not all of us. I'll go alone. What? Hearing this, the group was utterly dumbfounded. What are you going to do alone? Mr. Bai, you can't be serious. The Ming organization's men are all fierce and ruthless. Wang Hu said, his voice trembling. Though he held Bai Xiaofan's abilities in high regard, he still thought the man had lost his mind. Going alone? That's practically suicide. But Bai Xiaofan merely smiled mysteriously. Simple. Of course I'll go and surround them. Bai Xiaofan declared with pride. Surround a group of people alone? Everyone was stunned. That's just too arrogant. How could one person possibly surround a group? Why don't you just fly to the moon while you're at it? The crowd thought helplessly to themselves. Though the man before them was their boss, such a claim was utterly preposterous. They simply couldn't believe it. Bai Xiaofan had his own plan. Do you really think someone as cunning as Ming and as sharp-minded as Song Luan would expose their whereabouts so easily? And just to beat up Lin Fei? Bai Xiaofan analyzed. What does that mean? The group exchanged confused glances. Bai Xiaofan continued his analysis. He believed this entire operation was a bait-and-switch tactic. The enemy deliberately lured Bai Xiaofan's men into a trap. Once they arrived, they'd likely be wiped out in one fell swoop. If everyone went together, wouldn't they all be wiped out at once? Hearing Bai Xiaofan's reasoning, the others found it compelling. Yet upon further reflection, they all sensed something was amiss. If going together made them easy prey, then Bai Xiaofan going alone would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Everyone stared blankly at Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan burst into laughter. Not so fast. Not so fast. With my intelligence, how could these people possibly trap me? Bai Xiaofan declared with absolute confidence. Wait for my call and protect the Lu and Luo families. That's the way to go. With his arrangements complete, Bai Xiaofan mounted a motorcycle provided by Shiwan and sped off like the wind. Mr. Bai is truly a god among men. The crowd watched his departing figure, secretly marveling at his audacity. To venture alone into the lion's den, now that's impressive. No sooner had Bai Xiaofan emerged than he sensed a vehicle tailing him. Though equipped with advanced tracking technology, how could it possibly shake Bai Xiaofan? The gap between them was obvious. Playing this game? Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. He grew even more certain in his judgment this was all Song Luan's trap. Trying to track me? Bai Xiaofan flicked the steering wheel, sending the entire car drifting into the alley. In a single second, he shook off the pursuit. Gone in a flash. The pursuing vehicle behind him could only watch helplessly. Having shaken off the tail, Bai Xiaofan arrived at this abandoned factory, which had clearly become Song Luan's headquarters. From afar, it glowed with bright lights. So Song Luan really was here. Bai Xiaofan parked his motorcycle to the side and walked directly to the wall. With a light leap, he cleared it. Silent as a snake, he moved with stealth. Two of Song Luan's men stood below the wall. Bai Xiaofan recognized them immediately. They had been present at the Lu residence. They had witnessed Bai Xiaofan beating Song Luan until he spat blood. A cold gleam flashed in Bai Xiaofan's eyes as he leaped down. Smack! Smack! Two muffled groans, and both men were already unconscious. Unconscious. Serves them right. Bai Xiaofan cursed under his breath. He couldn't care less about whether these two lived or died. Scum like them deserved to die. Silent as a ghost, Bai Xiaofan had already slipped to the doorway. His stealth was truly extraordinary. Soon, he reached the core area. This had once been a large garage, but now two burly men stood guard at the entrance. These two were clearly tougher. Their presence alone dwarfed that of the previous pair. It seemed Song Luan had upgraded his henchmen. Bai Xiaofan was secretly astonished. Given Song Luan's capabilities, it seemed impossible for him to have such formidable subordinates. Bai Xiaofan suspected there must be someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes. How intriguing! Bai Xiaofan prepared himself. He lurked in the shadows, like a beast poised to strike. This was the prelude to an explosion. To swiftly locate Song Luan and resolve the issue, the key was to leave him no room to escape. One must strike with precision. Last time, letting that bastard escape left me with bitter regret. This time, it couldn't happen again. In that instant, Bai Xiaofan erupted into action. His divine speed shot forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing the distance between them. Ha! The two burly men were startled. Both were formidable fighters. Conventional tactics wouldn't allow him to take them down simultaneously. But Bai Xiaofan had his own methods. Two silver needles played a decisive role at this moment. With a slight flick of his wrist, Bai Xiaofan launched both needles. With pinpoint accuracy, they struck the vital points. The two burly men's bodies went limp, collapsing instantly to the ground. Sweet! Bai Xiaofan stepped directly in front of the two men, bent down lightly, and pulled out the silver needles. This move was truly magnificent. Even if the old man had witnessed it himself, he would have to give it 3 points of admiration. Chapter 172, Caught in the Trap. Bai Xiaofan gently bent down, retrieved his precious silver needles, and carefully wiped them clean. These two scoundrels were nothing but a waste of silver needles. Bai Xiaofan had already reached the doorway. Sure enough, several people were inside. One figure stood with his back turned, though Bai Xiaofan couldn't make out his features. The build struck him as strikingly similar to Song Luan's. Strike! Bai Xiaofan showed no mercy. In a flash, he leapt through the doorway. Bai Xiaofan went straight for Song Luan. He had no interest in the others. His sole target was Song Luan. Once he captured this man, all answers would follow. The rest was of little consequence. Just then, Bai Xiaofan closed in on the man. But as he neared him, Bai Xiaofan sensed something was off. No! His expression darkened. Had he fallen into a trap? A strange feeling stirred within Bai Xiaofan. He never imagined this person wasn't Song Luan. He could sense it from the aura alone. Though Song Luan was a grandmaster, he had been severely weakened after Bai Xiaofan's attack and could never have unleashed such overwhelming power. What was even more startling was the dark, deathly aura emanating from this man. It was terrifying. There was no stopping him now. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Yet he felt neither tension nor panic. Instead, he used the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to regulate his meridians. Sure enough, the figure had turned around, revealing a stranger with a green face and sharp fangs. His appearance was monstrous, truly terrifying. The aura emanating from him faintly suggested the realm of a grandmaster. And in his hand a silver needle. Holy crap! A poison master. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but startle. He'd heard from the old man that poison masters were ruthless and cunning. Their silver needles were likely laced with deadly venom. Seal the meridians. In an instant, Bai Xiaofan sealed his own meridians, a task that posed little difficulty for him. Of course, this was the marvel of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. The opponent's silver needle struck Bai Xiaofan. Ah! Bai Xiaofan let out a muffled groan and collapsed instantly. Ha! Bosson, this is the so-called Bai Xiaofan you spoke of, nothing special. Does this guy even deserve to have Master Zhang Yuan intervene? The green-faced, fanged man declared. At that moment, a figure emerged from the backstage, none other than Song Luan. Gazing at the green-faced, fanged man and the unconscious Bai Xiaofan lying on the ground, Song Luan's face lit up with wild delight. Mr. Doug. You truly live up to your reputation as one of the world's top 5 poison masters, the right-hand man of Mr. Zhang Yuan. Song Luan exclaimed. The green-faced, fang man before them was indeed Doug no weakling, but one of the world's top 5 poison masters. His prowess was extraordinary. A being like this never makes a mistake when he acts. He was a man steeped in unspeakable crimes. Doug merely chuckled coldly, his gaze fixed on Bai Xiaofan lying on the ground like a dead dog, his face icy. He felt this job was far too easy. And he stood to profit handsomely. Killing Bai Xiaofan was like slaughtering a chicken. At that moment, Song Luan let out a cold, mocking laugh. Bai Xiaofan, you little bastard. Last time you beat me so badly it drained my vital energy. Now that you're in my hands, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Song Luan was utterly consumed by madness. Bai Xiaofan was the man he hated most in his life. Consumed by raging fury, he was determined to ensure Bai Xiaofan had no place to be buried. He was already raving mad. I'll make sure you die with dignity. Song Luan drew a knife, his face twisted into a sinister expression as he closed in on Bai Xiaofan. You can die now. He plunged the blade downward. In his mind, Bai Xiaofan would surely be left with no place to bury his remains, and his vengeance would be complete. But just as his blade was about to pierce, he suddenly froze, unable to move. Bai Xiaofan's eyes snapped open. A silver needle had already pierced Song Luan's pressure point. How could this be possible? Song Luan stood frozen in place. He was utterly mad. He had seen it clearly from behind. Doug, one of the world's top 5 poison masters, had driven his silver needle straight into Bai Xiaofan's vital point. How could Bai Xiaofan possibly be conscious? By all logic, Bai Xiaofan should be either dead or critically injured. Song Luan froze in place. Doug was equally bewildered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I, Doug, have missed? His composure shattered completely. As a master chemist, he had absolute confidence in his abilities. He had never once failed until this moment, when reality delivered a brutal blow. Smack! As the two men stared in shock, Bai Xiaofan had already seized Song Luan by the throat. How could such petty tricks fool me? With your current abilities, you can only resort to these petty, underhanded tactics. Truly, even heaven's wrath can be averted by one's own actions. You reap what you sow. With a flick of Bai Xiaofan's wrist, the last glimmer of life vanished from Song Luan's stunned pupils. A legendary master of his generation had fallen. Ah! The Ming organization's men were all petrified with fear. They all collapsed to the ground. Without a doubt, Song Luan was a formidable presence in their minds, yet Bai Xiaofan had effortlessly wiped him out. The crowd could only flee in panic. In their minds, Bai Xiaofan was nothing short of a demon god. Only then did Mr. Doug come to his senses. Devil! You demon from Yen Nation! Doug's voice trembled. His mind reeled from the unimaginable shock, while Bai Xiaofan merely gave a cold, dismissive laugh. Devil my ass! Speak! Who is Mr. Zhang Yuan? If you don't talk, you'll be the next Song Luan. Bai Xiaofan stared at him coldly, his gaze locked firmly on him. You! Doug finally sensed the threat of death. As one of the world's top 5 deadly chemists, Doug had a nickname, the Grim Reaper. He believed himself to be a god-tier existence. Others had always feared him. How could he possibly fear anyone? Facing Bai Xiaofan, Doug's heart was already filled with dread. He didn't even have the resolve to face Bai Xiaofan in a duel. The name of Mr. Zhang Yuan is not something a little punk like you can even mention. I'm done playing with you. Doug's legs buckled, and his entire body shot backward like a bullet, propelled with astonishing speed and elastic force. That fast? Bai Xiaofan was startled. As far as he knew, the profession of poison master was deeply sinister, so they must possess some special means of self-preservation. It seemed Doug's survival tactic was speed. The guy's legs were incredibly long, trembling wildly like a world-class sprinter. His explosive power and speed were terrifying. Trying to run? Let me show you what it means to turn the tables on someone. Bai Xiaofan flickered his wrist, sending a silver needle flying. If the opponent wanted to flee, Bai Xiaofan would race in to see who was faster. The silver needle shot out. Ah! Doug let out a cry as the needle struck his shoulder. His body lurched sideways, nearly toppling over. Chapter 173, Long Zhongyuan's Shock. Seeing Doug about to collapse, Bai Xiaofan moved to finish him off. But just then, a cloud of smoke drifted over. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. He knew the smoke was unusual, even dangerous. It carried a potent toxin. Retreat! Bai Xiaofan had no other choice. He could only retreat. Fortunately, Bai Xiaofan moved with lightning speed, springing backward just in time to avoid disaster. As the smoke cleared, Doug had vanished. It was the ninjutsu of the Eastern Island. Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. The old man had warned him the Eastern Island ninjutsu was formidable, a life-saving technique. It could vanish in an instant. Though it resembled a sleight of hand, it proved crucial in critical moments. I never imagined Doug would know this technique. This guy is truly multi-talented. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but marvel. But he didn't care. That guy had an acupoint sealed by a needle. Even if he didn't die, his cultivation would likely be severely damaged. For someone like him, a severe setback in cultivation was tantamount to tragedy. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan surveyed the scene. Most of the others had already fled. Still, Bai Xiaofan managed to apprehend a few. He extracted a name from one of them. Long Ziyuan. So that's it. Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. It seemed everything unfolded as he'd anticipated. This affair was indeed connected to the Long family. Bai Xiaofan's willingness to help Long Feifei must have offended this man named Long Zhongyuan, who had actually colluded with Song Luan. This was too much. Bai Xiaofan's expression turned icy. He was naturally furious. After all, anyone capable of colluding with Song Luan was clearly not someone he could trust. Humph, if he dares show his face again, I'll make him understand the meaning of cruelty. A genuine flicker of fire ignited in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. He was seething with rage. Soon, Bai Xiaofan sped away from the scene on his motorcycle. Meanwhile, Doug clutched his chest, guarding a mouthful of old blood, and made his way back to a winery. The winery lay hidden along a winding path, a place of profound mystery. Deep within the estate, in an ancient castle, several people were conversing. Seated at the center was Long Ziyuan. Beside him sat an elderly man. Long Ziyuan held this elder in the utmost respect. Mr. Bai Gong, with your beloved disciple Mr. Doug stepping in, that Bai Xiaofan is as good as dead. Truly, thank you. Long Zhongyuan had already expressed his gratitude to the elderly man before him. Long Zhongyuan knew full well that this old man was no ordinary figure. Even as the third young master of the Long family, he had to show him utmost respect. This elder was the leader of a top-tier assassin organization. His name was Bai Gongqing. In his prime, Bai Gongqing had been a world-class assassin. Now advanced in years, his cultivation remained unfathomably profound. His ranks were filled with exceptional talents. Mr. Doug, a world-class poison master, was undoubtedly someone Bai Gongqing held in the highest regard. Sending him on this mission demonstrated Bai Gongqing's high regard for third young master Long. Long Zhongyuan is a schemer, but he possesses genuine capability. As the third master of the Long family, he is a man who could potentially control the entire clan in the future. This is precisely why Bai Gongqing must cultivate favor with him. For his organization to grow, he must collaborate with individuals like Mr. Long. This is crucial. And at this very moment, Bai Gongqing dispatched his most trusted aide, Doug. Naturally, he was overjoyed. At this very moment, Bai Gongqing was also quite pleased. Third Master Long, once this matter succeeds, you must also keep my affairs in mind. Bai Gongqing said calmly, sipping his tea. Long Zhongyuan waved his hand generously. Rest assured, Mr. Bai Gong. Once I've dealt with that woman controlling the Long family, I won't just hand over a small business, I'll entrust you with all of our family's ventures. Long Zhongyuan began painting a rosy picture. Though Bai Gongqing knew Long Zhongyuan's words were somewhat exaggerated, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed inside. As a top-tier assassin, Bai Gongqing was wealthy and possessed formidable skills. But he also understood that in the underworld, one could plummet into an abyss at any moment. Therefore, his greatest ambition was to go legit. To transform himself into a legitimate businessman and build an empire as vast as the Long family's, leaving it to his descendants. Now advanced in years and with a large family to support, he was no longer the cold-blooded killer who once treated life and death with utter disregard. He needed to plan for his future. Just as Bai Gongqing was basking in his grand dreams of future wealth, Doug returned, clutching his shoulder. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, his entire body shaking violently. What's wrong? Long Zhongyuan and Bai Gongqing sucked in sharp breaths. At that moment, Doug could no longer control himself and began foaming at the mouth. He had forcibly suppressed the surging true qi deep within his core to barely make his way back. By the time he reached them, his body was beyond his control, slipping into a semi-conscious state. Bai Gongqing was utterly bewildered. This was his beloved disciple. He had personally nurtured Doug into a formidable warrior and naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. Bai Gongqing rushed over to personally examine him. Not only was Bai Gongqing a fearsome assassin, but he was also a medical prodigy. His medical skills were truly remarkable. He was indeed severely injured, but his life was not in danger. Bai Gongqing sighed deeply. It seemed Doug had succeeded in his mission, yet he'd also suffered severe injuries. Thankfully, his life was spared. Who would have thought this opponent would prove so terrifying? This is truly unheard of. Bai Gongqing murmured to himself. His unspoken meaning boiled down to 3 words. We need to up the payment. Long Ziyuan was no ordinary figure, a seasoned veteran of the business world. A man of his intelligence could easily grasp the subtext of Bai Gongqing's words. He simply felt it necessary to clarify the situation. Mr. Bai Gong, how can you be certain you've succeeded? Long Ziyuan inquired. While reaching out to rescue Doug, Bai Gongqing replied with a faint smile, Doug is one of my 2 most valued disciples. With him personally handling the situation and sustaining such severe injuries, how could the opponent possibly survive? Rest assured, when Doug acts, there's absolutely no room for error. Bai Gongqing's face radiated excitement, his eyes flashing with pride. If I, Bai Gongqing, weren't a peerless grandmaster, how could I have trained such an outstanding disciple? Hearing this, Long Ziyuan believed it wholeheartedly. Ah, Master Bai Gong truly lives up to his reputation. This time, I shall repay you even more generously. Just then, Doug slowly regained consciousness. Thanks to Bai Gongqing's treatment, after coughing up a mouthful of old blood, he had returned to his normal state. But then, Bai Gongqing deliberately darkened his expression. Doug, what the hell was your problem? It was just killing Bai Xiaofan. Did you really need to get yourself so badly injured? You've truly disappointed me. Faced with Bai Gongqing's pretentious words, Doug nearly coughed up another mouthful of blood. Chapter 174, Bai Gongqing's shock. 1,000 curses raced through Doug's mind. He was utterly speechless. Teacher, you really think highly of me. Killed Bai Xiaofan? I nearly got slaughtered by him. Doug felt utterly helpless. Yet in his heart, his master was nothing short of a god. After all, Bai Gongqing had taken him in as a child and bestowed upon him his formidable strength. Doug held Bai Gongqing in the utmost reverence. He forced himself to control his emotions, clearing his throat awkwardly as his face darkened. Teacher. I may have failed you. Doug said, his voice trembling. Ha? Everyone was startled. What do you mean? Both Bai Gongqing and Long Zhongyuan were taken aback, their expressions turning blank. This plot twist feels off. Doug lowered his head and recounted the truth of the matter. This included Bai Xiaofan defeating Song Luan with a single strike, as well as Bai Xiaofan emerging unscathed after being poisoned and nearly turning the tables on him. By the time he finished his detailed account, both Long Zhongyuan and Bai Gongqing were utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it was true. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Gongqing leapt backward, his face etched with utter astonishment. He found it almost beyond belief. At that very moment, Doug's body lost all control and he fainted once more. It seemed that merely mentioning Bai Xiaofan triggered such profound shock deep within him that he completely lost control of his body. Seeing Doug collapsed on the ground, Bai Gongqing was furious, utterly furious. Bai Gongqing felt utterly humiliated. At that very moment, he waved his hand. Carry this guy away. Let him rest properly. Bai Gongqing ordered his men. Just moments ago, he had called Doug his little treasure, yet now he was filled with utter disgust toward the man. Such was Bai Gongqing's nature. He had always been an utterly selfish man. Though his men had already dragged Doug away, an awkward silence hung over the scene. The two men who had been celebrating triumphantly moments ago now exchanged uneasy glances. After a long pause, Long Ziyuan's cough finally broke the silence. Old Master Bai Gong, what do you think? Long Ziyuan's voice carried a hint of frustration. He had spent a fortune and leveraged significant connections to bring Bai Gongqing here, certainly not to humiliate him. Long Zhongyuan found the situation almost unbearable. Had the other party not been the renowned Master Bai Gongqing, he would have likely given him the cold shoulder long ago. By this point, Bai Gongqing had regained his composure from his anger. His face was now twisted with rage. Face was the most precious thing to a man like Bai Gongqing. Now that Bai Xiaofan had stripped him of all dignity, Bai Gongqing was seething with rage. He turned to face Long Zhongyuan. Mr. Long, I guarantee you Bai Xiaofan will be dead within 3 days. And I'll make his death utterly miserable. I'll show him what it means to die without a proper burial. Bai Gongqing clenched his fists. He was about to deploy his secret weapon, the strongest fighter among all his subordinates. His nickname, Invincible Iron Fist. Tang Haonan. This was Bai Gongqing's closest disciple and the most formidable man under his command. Tang Haonan's iron fists were practically lethal weapons. Unmatched. Even Bai Gongqing marveled at this disciple, considering Tang Haonan a true madman. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Bai Gong. Long Ziyuan said before turning to leave. Bai Gongqing trembled as he pulled his phone from his pocket. Haonan, you are officially activated. Your sole objective is Bai Xiaofan. By any means necessary, eradicate him. Bai Gongqing delivered his command in the harshest tone imaginable. Bai Xiaofan must die. This concerns Bai Gongqing's dignity. On the other end of the line, a figure let out a cold chuckle. In the gym, his physique was exceptionally formidable as he trained in boxing. After hanging up, Tang Haonan stared at the punching bag before him and unleashed a thunderous punch. The fist's momentum was like lightning, like thunder. The punching bag instantly turned to dust. This was power. Cosmic-level power. After shattering the sandbag, Tang Haonan stripped off his outer garment, revealing his tightly coiled muscles. Bai Xiaofan. You're already dead. An unimaginable ferocity flashed in his eyes, a ruthlessness bordering on utter madness. At that very instant, Tang Haonan's body suddenly flickered and vanished without a trace. He had vanished completely. A wave of danger was now surging toward Bai Xiaofan. At that very moment, Bai Xiaofan was inside the villa, savoring the delicacies of Xiaochun. Having swiftly defeated Song Luan, Bai Xiaofan felt at ease. As for Long Ziyuan, Bai Xiaofan was certain he would come, though he paid him little mind. The only issue was that Bai Xiaofan hadn't received any news about Long Feifei. This might be the only issue. But it was certainly not a major one. Eat more, senior sister. Let your junior brother serve you. Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. Luo Shui had to attend a family meeting, and Lu Yuya was also summoned by her clan. Now it was just Bai Xiaofan and Xiaochun alone together. Xiaochun's cheeks flushed, her resistance half-hearted. An air of intimacy filled the room. But at that very moment, Bai Xiaofan's heart tightened. Danger! He sensed danger approaching. Watch out, senior sister. Bai Xiaofan lunged sideways, tackling Xiaochun onto the sofa. Xiaochun felt her whole body go limp. Though she didn't dislike Bai Xiaofan, deep down, she had already developed a profound infatuation with him. But Bai Xiaofan was being way too forward. Just as Xiaochun felt flustered, a terrifying explosion shook her. Before her eyes, the massive floor-to-ceiling window shattered instantly, cracking open as the glass turned to powder. Senior sister, stay right where you are. Bai Xiaofan said sternly. He sensed a formidable enemy approaching. This person was no ordinary foe. Bai Xiaofan had already sensed a profound killing intent moments ago. This individual hadn't even approached the room, let alone the window. Merely using his internal energy, he had shattered the entire pane. This power far surpassed that of the Guo family's patriarch. This was a true powerhouse. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. He had encountered many powerful individuals, but someone like the one before him was truly a first. Standing at the window, Bai Xiaofan watched as a figure indeed charged toward him, a man of immense, bull-like stature. Standing roughly 1.90 meters tall, his entire frame was as sturdy as an ox. His charging speed resembled a wild bull's impact. The surrounding air itself warped from his momentum. The man charged forward with frenzied intensity, uttering not a single word. He showed no intention whatsoever of communicating or interacting with Bai Xiaofan. A straight-line charge. Damn it! Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. Such overwhelming force would strike fear into anyone who witnessed it. Even a renowned grandmaster would likely retreat 3 steps. Chapter 175, Violent Iron Fist. What a beast! Bai Xiaofan marveled inwardly. But he had no intention of retreating. Because Xiaochun was right behind him. If Bai Xiaofan retreated, the momentum of that guy charging forward would instantly wipe out Xiaochun. Bai Xiaofan had to stand in front of Xiaochun. Bring it on! Bai Xiaofan relaxed his body and mind, extending his arm to execute a circular motion. This was a Tai Chi form. Tai Chi, the ancient wisdom of China, uses skill to overcome force. 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds. Though Bai Xiaofan knew this opponent's impact was so fierce that defeating him in a single strike would be difficult. But driving him back should pose no problem. Bai Xiaofan swung his arms in the shape of Tai Chi, gathering all his internal energy. He waited for his moment. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. As the fist's wind approached, Bai Xiaofan knew he could wait no longer. The opponent was clearly going for a kill. Push stone hand. Bai Xiaofan murmured softly, thrusting his palm forward. This was the ultimate technique the old man had taught him, Tai Chi stone pushing palm. The originator of this technique was a figure akin to an immortal, one who had transcended the ways of mortals and attained the level of sudden enlightenment to the mysteries of heaven. The stone-pushing palm embodied the very essence of that realm. Go! Bai Xiaofan's arm swayed gently as a continuous stream of energy flowed out from him with soft grace. Yet when this energy collided with the attacker, it erupted into overwhelming force, forming a colossal spring-like barrier before the assailant. The attacker's iron fist couldn't advance another inch, rebounding violently backward. He was sent flying dozens of meters away, tumbling to the ground. His fist slammed into the concrete, dragging him several more meters backward and leaving a deep, gouged crack in the pavement. This was concrete ground, and the sheer force of it was truly terrifying. After dissipating the force over dozens of meters, the man finally came to a halt. He remained frozen in that position, utterly still, as if time itself had frozen. Bai Xiaofan stood with his hands behind his back, coldly observing him. Undoubtedly, the opponent had suffered a setback this time, but he could not possibly be defeated so easily. A man of his caliber would never be defeated in a single move. At that moment, the man slowly rose to his feet. Bai Xiaofan finally got a clear look at his face. Within those contours lay a face twisted by madness and wickedness. This time, he didn't accelerate. Instead, he clutched his wrist and rubbed it, then walked slowly toward Bai Xiaofan. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze coldly fixed on Bai Xiaofan. You're quite good. Worthy of being my enemy, Tang Haonan, the man said slowly. He revealed his identity. Tang Haonan, another disciple of Bai Gongqing, blessed with innate divine strength. Watching this spectacular entrance, Bai Xiaofan gave a cold smile. You came for Doug? Bai Xiaofan asked tentatively. Tang Haonan dismissed the question with disdain.
That fool's life or death concerns none of me. I came here solely to kill you.
Tang Haonan pointed a finger at Bai Xiaofan.
I'm looking at Xia Chun behind you, the one trembling in fear.
Get out of the way, woman. I don't kill women. Tang Haonan declared wildly. Bai Xiaofan waved Xia Chun away.
No matter what this man said, Bai Xiaofan couldn't leave Xia Chun here. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer.
How could mortals withstand a battle between immortals?
Yet despite her terror, Xia Chun refused to leave. She knew the man before her was a vicious killer.
She absolutely couldn't let Bai Xiaofan face him alone. Seeing Xia Chun's expression, Bai Xiaofan felt a pang of emotion.
He sensed the deep affection his senior sister harbored for him. But now was not the time. Bai Xiaofan swiftly drew his silver needles and struck. Xia Chun instantly collapsed unconscious. He scooped Xia Chun into his arms, leaped swiftly upstairs, locked her inside the room, and only then returned to the living room.
Tang Haonan stood motionless, as if watching a play. Sizzle. Seeing Bai Xiaofan descend, Tang Haonan merely curled his lip. I thought you were a hero, but to be shackled by a woman? Truly unworthy of your skills. Tang Haonan seemed genuinely regretful.
Deep down, he considered all romantic entanglements and emotional attachments to be fleeting and transient.
He didn't like it. Nor did he want them. Tang Haonan was a battle maniac.
His heart held nothing but contempt for everything else in his mind, only combat was his true calling.
That was Tang Haonan.
Hearing his words, Bai Xiaofan was speechless. He had seen through this man. He was nothing but an emotionless killing machine, existing solely for slaughter.
But upon reflection, Bai Xiaofan realized this man was still far superior to Doug.
A poisoner like Doug thrived on treachery as his default mode. Tang Haonan, while ruthless, at least had the decency to be straightforward. Stretching his limbs, Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly, I don't care for battle maniacs, but I don't find you particularly despicable either.
If fighting is all you ever wanted in life, I'd actually respect you for it. I just don't want to fight you.
If you leave now, I'll spare your life.
Bai Xiaofan said earnestly.
He genuinely respected a true fighter.
Yet to Tang Haonan's ears, these words sounded like unimaginable provocation and contempt. Tang Haonan's blood boiled.
He never imagined this young man before him would speak to him with such contempt. After all, Tang Haonan harbored a near-obsessive fixation on his own strength. He believed he was the world's strongest fighting machine, without equal, and harbored an almost fanatical obsession with combat.
But at this very moment, Tang Haonan felt utterly humiliated.
He clutched his wrist, his brow furrowing.
To be honest, your punch is decent. But Tai Chi can't break my tiger fist.
Just now, I was merely testing you.
Tang Haonan sneered coldly.
If I unleashed my full power, you'd be dead for sure. Tang Haonan truly displayed his madness to the extreme, fully embodying how a madman should speak. Moreover, the way he flexed his joints and exposed muscles revealed that his cultivation had indeed reached an extraordinary level.
External martial arts training.
This was naturally Bai Xiaofan's perception. Though internal martial arts masters each had their own specialties, those who cultivated through tendons and bones might not reach the highest limits.
Yet within the realm of grandmasters, they could easily challenge opponents of higher ranks.
The stronger the bones and muscles, the fiercer the individual combat power. The Tang Haonan before them was like a combat machine. When he unleashed his full power, he was nearly unstoppable.
Tang Haonan swung his fists, a cold gleam in his eyes.
That seething fury radiating from him was pure, raw momentum.
Tiger Fist Tang Haonan, here to test your skills.
He finally assumed his fighting stance clearly, he meant business.
Bai Xiaofan sensed something strange, a flame seemed to rise from his own back. Though it seemed absurd, this was indeed happening to Tang Haonan. Truly a fierce tiger.
Bai Xiaofan found himself rather impressed.
Chapter 176, The Might of the Fist Master. Tang Haonan stood there, defying the wind, like a god of death. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. Tang Haonan? Your name sounds impressive, but Iron Fist King? I've never heard of such a thing. Bai Xiaofan retorted with a cold sneer.
To him, who Tang Haonan was didn't matter in the slightest. What mattered was finding a way to deal with him first.
Tang Haonan flashed a cruel smile. Don't blame me, someone wants your blood.
As he spoke, he struck an iron fist pose and threw another punch into the air, a punch that actually whistled through the atmosphere.
That was the sound of air exploding. Whoosh! Bai Xiaofan sucked in a sharp breath. This guy is seriously fierce. That was just a test. I won't hold back anymore. Tang Haonan uttered slowly, charging straight toward Bai Xiaofan. His speed was truly terrifying. Fierce Tiger Fist, second form, Fierce Tiger Heart-Shattering Strike. Tang Haonan roared. The second form of the Fierce Tiger Fist was exceptionally ferocious.
It aimed straight for Bai Xiaofan's heart.
Getting serious?
Bai Xiaofan's gaze gradually turned cold. He had previously respected Tang Haonan as a man of honor, so he hadn't struck with lethal force. But this guy had come here for a duel.
Bai Xiaofan could no longer hold back. He retreated at lightning speed. Tang Haonan's fist slammed toward him. The earth shook. To remain utterly motionless while moving through the air, this man was truly unfathomable. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Tang Haonan shifted rapidly through the air, yet his body remained perfectly still. This alone demonstrated his unfathomable prowess. Moreover, his attack was perfectly linear. Straight for Bai Xiaofan's heart. What should he do? Bai Xiaofan needed a solution. And he quickly found one. Bai Xiaofan suddenly stopped. Ha! Tang Haonan's expression turned cold. Not resisting? You're asking for it. He shouted. This punch aimed straight for the heart. Ha! Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. Even if Tang Haonan was so brave, Bai Xiaofan remained utterly unmoved. What did it matter to him? At its core, it was nothing more than a trivial matter, truly insignificant. With Bai Xiaofan's abilities, why would he care? The third form of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, shifting stars and turning constellations. Bai Xiaofan called out softly. This star shift technique was truly formidable. As the third technique of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, it was truly extraordinary. It could redirect an attack's target through shifting the stars and turning the heavens, thereby achieving complete dominance over one's opponent. It was utterly terrifying. What? Tang Haonan was utterly shocked. Shifting stars and rotating constellations. The name alone sounded fierce. Tang Haonan felt a flicker of surprise, but by now, he couldn't hold back. He forced himself to act. What's done is done. His fist slammed into Bai Xiaofan's solar plexus, but the effect was truly dismal, utterly disastrous, even. Tang Haonan was utterly dumbfounded. He'd expected his explosive punch to shatter Bai Xiaofan outright, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Not only had he failed to destroy Bai Xiaofan, but the man stood perfectly still, as if nothing had happened at all. This immense psychological pressure left Tang Haonan utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't even bring himself to believe it was real. The whole thing was simply too absurd. Tang Haonan's iron fist possessed terrifying explosive power, yet it proved utterly ineffective against Bai Xiaofan. This was truly terrifying. This couldn't be happening. Why was this happening? It was utterly unreal. A chill of dread crept over Tang Haonan. The fear burrowing deep within him reached an extreme, yet he still refused to believe it was real. Now it's my turn. Bai Xiaofan grabbed Tang Haonan by the collar, abruptly twisting his own body. His strength surged to a terrifying level of power so formidable it was truly unparalleled. It was truly a sight rarely seen in this world. Tang Haonan let out a piercing scream as he stumbled backward, his face turning deathly pale. One strike, and he was crippled. Tang Haonan clutched his arm, his face deathly pale. He had faced countless foes in his life, yet never encountered an adversary like Bai Xiaofan. Deep within his soul, Tang Haonan was filled with terror. At that very moment, Bai Xiaofan planted his feet and charged forward. Like an arrow released from its bowstring, he appeared before Tang Haonan. Retreating wasn't so simple. This wasn't a place you could come and go as you pleased. Bai Xiaofan's hands became claws, grabbing hold of his opponent's shoulders. Tang Haonan let out a cry. Yet he proved remarkably fierce, remaining unshaken even in this situation as he used his strength to pull Bai Xiaofan back with brutal force. The sheer force was terrifying. As a boxing champion-level powerhouse, his strength was truly staggering. He was absolutely formidable. Watching Tang Haonan act like a ruthless bandit, so fierce and brutal, Bai Xiaofan simply channeled his true energy throughout his body, choosing to endure the force head-on with his own physique. This was truly an act of sheer stubbornness. Bai Xiaofan chose to brace himself against Tang Haonan's onslaught, taking blow after blow to his back. Each punch carried immense force. Tang Haonan was a madman. His attacks knew no restraint, utterly heedless of exhausting every last ounce of his strength. He was nothing short of a madman. I refuse to believe I can't beat you to death. He was now utterly consumed by rage, each punch carrying overwhelming force. His sole thought was to beat Bai Xiaofan to death. Smack! After unleashing 10 consecutive punches, Tang Haonan's strength was completely depleted. Even with his formidable power, such immense energy expenditure was overwhelming. His forehead was now drenched in cold sweat. Those 10 punches had completely drained his strength. For Tang Haonan, this was almost beyond belief. But at that very moment, he looked up at Bai Xiaofan and his expression turned to utter shock. Bai Xiaofan remained unscathed, not a hair out of place. Holy! Tang Haonan was on the verge of losing his mind. In his entire life, he had never witnessed such a scene, and his mental state had completely shattered. His relentless barrage of punches would have shattered steel, yet Bai Xiaofan remained unscathed. That physique was simply terrifying. Was he even human? A deeply unsettling thought began to take root in Tang Haonan's mind. He felt Bai Xiaofan was nothing short of a superhuman. To survive such attacks unscathed? He was nothing short of a beast. Observing Tang Haonan's expression, Bai Xiaofan offered a cold smile. Of course this man couldn't comprehend his abilities. The star shift technique allowed him to redirect incoming force, a method of deflecting power. Though temporary, against Tang Haonan's offensive power, it was virtually impenetrable. This was precisely Bai Xiaofan's confidence. Tang Haonan was already crumbling. You've run out of power? Then it's my turn to take over. Bai Xiaofan took a step back, his entire body taut as a bowstring, and unleashed a punch. This single punch contained the combined force of Tang Haonan's previous 10 strikes. All that force had been channeled into Bai Xiaofan's fist. Of course, he couldn't absorb it. It could only erupt. As Bai Xiaofan unleashed his punch, the very heavens and earth trembled in response. Chapter 177, Counterattack. Boom! As Bai Xiaofan's fist struck out, Tang Haonan's body plummeted like a into the grass. Boom! Waves of dust billowed upward. Ugh! So fragile? Bai Xiaofan broke out in a cold sweat. The power behind his punch had originally come from Tang Haonan himself. This move was simply using his own weapon against him. But Bai Xiaofan hadn't expected Tang Haonan to be such a weakling. A single strike sent him flying this far. Go check. Seeing no trace of life before him, Bai Xiaofan's expression instantly darkened. He planted his feet firmly, his body swaying slightly. Bai Xiaofan had already reached the spot where Tang Haonan had fallen. Yet, there was no one here. Only a pool of blood on the ground bore witness to what had just transpired. Escaped? Bai Xiaofan felt a pang of regret. He had been genuinely pleased to encounter a master like Tang Haonan. But he never expected the guy to run off so fast. What a weakling. Sigh. Feeling helpless, Bai Xiaofan returned to the villa. He went to Xia Chun's room, took out the silver needles, and directly stimulated her pressure points. After a long while, Xia Chun slowly regained consciousness. Ah! Even now, Xia Chun was still dazed. The two descended the stairs. When Xia Chun saw the scene below, she was utterly stunned. Has that guy left? Xia Chun asked, her voice trembling. Of course. Bai Xiaofan gave a faint smile. Bai Xiaofan didn't want to tell Xia Chun the specifics of what happened, because it was truly a terrifying thing. Who exactly were they? Xia Chun was so terrified she curled up beside Bai Xiaofan, trembling uncontrollably. They're nothing but despicable scoundrels. Bai Xiaofan murmured. After this incident, he realized that one person's strength was inevitably limited. Even with Bai Xiaofan's unmatched power, he would still encounter all sorts of troubles. Therefore, cultivating his own strength was far more crucial. Sigh, I only came down the mountain to protect my senior sisters, but I never imagined something like this would happen. Bai Xiaofan felt utterly helpless. Truthfully, his original intention was only to protect his senior sisters. Yet, Bai Xiaofan discovered that his strength alone was ultimately insufficient. The next day, Bai Xiaofan sought out Wang Hu and explained his intentions. Master Bai, are you truly opening a dojo to take disciples? Wang Hu exclaimed excitedly, nearly kneeling before Bai Xiaofan. If that's the case, please take me as your first disciple. Wang Hu declared fervently. Ugh, take you my ass. Seeing the guy's expression, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust. This guy, though he looks strong, is actually far too lacking in talent. Cultivating martial arts strengthens the physical body. Once the body reaches a certain level, one can cultivate inner strength and step into the realm of a grandmaster. This is the progression path for martial arts masters. As for Wang Hu, his physique was decent, and his reflexes and bodily functions were all up to par. But his innate potential was simply too poor. His ultimate potential was limited. Bai Xiaofan naturally couldn't say it outright that would crush someone's confidence, and he'd always been a kind-hearted person. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, due to my limited resources, only a few candidates will be selected for the first phase. So, you can move on to the next batch. Bai Xiaofan was just stalling on purpose. After all, who knew when this so-called next batch would actually show up? Wang Hu was helpless. But Bai Xiaofan's words did give him a little confidence. So what kind of candidates are you looking for? Wang Hu asked. Just gather all the young members from your gang. I'll make the selection. For Bai Xiaofan, solid physical potential was only one factor. Character must also be up to par. Just as Shiwen left, Luo Shui hurried over. Having heard about the incident at the villa, she naturally rushed to the scene first. She was the primary owner here. What's going on? What happened? Luo Shui asked anxiously. Bai Xiaofan briefly recounted yesterday's events, which only heightened Luo Shui's distress. I told you not to get involved with that woman surnamed Long. See? Now you've brought trouble upon yourself. Luo Shui scolded. Bai Xiaofan shrugged indifferently. He felt this might actually be a good thing. Bai Xiaofan shared his entire training plan with Luo Shui. This delighted Luo Shui. Really? I want to join too. Luo Shui exclaimed. Bai Xiaofan looked at Luo Shui with a hint of helplessness. Senior sister, while you are exceptionally talented, this matter isn't quite that simple. Bai Xiaofan felt a bit awkward. Besides, as the head of the Luo family, you're swamped with responsibilities every day. How could you possibly find time for something like this? Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Luo Shui grew displeased. How could you say that? Protecting senior sister is everyone's responsibility. Besides, the Luo family has few enemies now, we just need to keep things running smoothly. What? Don't you want to take me with you? Luo Shui looked rather indignant, her lips pouting in apparent anger. Senior sister, please don't misunderstand. Of course I agree. Bai Xiaofan dared not offend Luo Shui and could only respond thus. A sly smile flickered across Luo Shui's face. She reached out and produced a map from her sleeve. Emerald Isle. Bai Xiaofan froze in surprise. It was a small tourist island, and the environment looked quite pleasant. Indeed, Luo Shui continued, I've longed to vacation there myself. Since you wish to train intensively in martial arts, we could all go together. Our Luo family owns several villas there, we could even combine our training with a holiday. Wouldn't that be delightful? As Luo Shui spoke, she was already daydreaming about the idyllic vacation life. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan furrowed his brow. After careful consideration, he decided the idea wasn't entirely unreasonable. But before that, he needed to meet Long Zhongyuan and Shang Wanchang. Currently, only Bai Xiaofan possessed sufficient strength, the others were still far too weak. As for Wang Xinli, he understood exactly what needed to be done. Gaining time was the ultimate strategy. Just as Bai Xiaofan was pondering this, Long Zhongyuan arrived of his own accord. By his side were Shang Wanchang and Tang Haonan. The trio had chosen to pay a personal visit. This was Bai Xiaofan's first encounter with the third master Long without the sinister old man Shang Wancheng by his side. As for Tang Haonan, he was already gravely wounded, clutching his shoulder with a deathly pale face. What brings you here? Bai Xiaofan asked coldly. As the saying goes, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. Their arrival undoubtedly signaled ulterior motives. This much was obvious without needing to be stated. Bai Xiaofan's expression, naturally, was far from pleasant. Long Zhongyuan, seeing Bai Xiaofan for the first time, wore a look of mild astonishment. As someone who'd seen countless people, Long Zhongyuan didn't think Bai Xiaofan was anything special. He looked pale and delicate, just a child. How could he be so powerful? Long Zhongyuan turned his gaze to Shang Wanqing beside him. Chapter 178, The Scheme. Shang Wanqing stared at Bai Xiaofan with astonishment, his face utterly flushed with disbelief. He had once been a top-tier assassin, reaching the second tier of Grandmaster in martial prowess at his peak. His internal energy cultivation was formidable and should not be underestimated. Therefore, he could see clearly. The Bai Xiaofan before him, though seemingly young, was truly formidable. He gave off an aura of unfathomable depth. Shang Wanqing approached Long Zhongyuan. This youth must not be underestimated. Proceed according to the original plan. Shang Wanqing declared. Long Ziyuan's expression immediately darkened, but with Shang Wanqing having spoken, he had no choice but to comply. In truth, after Tang Haonan's defeat last night, Shang Wanqing had spent some time processing the shock and had already surmised Bai Xiaofan's strength. The fact that even Iron Fist Tang Haonan couldn't defeat him meant Bai Xiaofan's power had reached unfathomable depths. Had he been at his peak, Shang Wanqing might have been able to face Bai Xiaofan in combat. But now, long past his prime and retired from the front lines. His former vigor was long gone. Given his current state, Shang Wanqing suggested delaying the confrontation with Bai Xiaofan. Instead, they would leverage Long Zhongyuan and Shang Wanqing's connections to seek assistance from top-tier masters. That was the true purpose of their visit. A challenge. Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan in person, Shang Wanqing's conviction only deepened. The boy before him was far beyond their capabilities. Thus, Long Zhongyuan had come to understand everything. His expression darkened. Mr. Bai is indeed a young hero of remarkable prowess, commanding my utmost respect. Yet, Mr. Bai, you should never, under any circumstances, have meddled in the internal affairs of the Long family. Under these circumstances, I have no choice but to take action against you. Long Zhongyuan's eyes grew cold and piercing. Hearing Long Zhongyuan's words, Bai Xiaofan gave a cold laugh. With just the three of you old and injured, I doubt you could harm me. Bai Xiaofan wasn't boasting. The moment he saw these three enter the room, he had already made up his mind. With just the three of them, they simply couldn't defeat Bai Xiaofan. Long Zhongyuan sneered. Young man, what are you implying? The Long family conducts legitimate business, we wouldn't stoop to violence. He paused, then continued, but there are still some grievances between us. Since there are grievances, they must be resolved. The method is simple. 1 month from now, we'll hold a tournament at Longting Tower. We'll settle it on the stage. The victor shall have the right to dispose of the loser as they see fit. What do you say? Long Ziyuan declared. Hearing these words, Bai Xiaofan's heart stirred involuntarily. The situation was now crystal clear. This Long Zhongyuan fellow was clearly desperate to call in reinforcements. Seeing that the people before him couldn't handle him, he decided to summon his troops. How cunning! Bai Xiaofan thought coldly. But even so, he couldn't care less. So what if Long Zhongyuan had such plans? He too needed time to cultivate his own followers. For now, their objectives were aligned. You're quite straightforward. Since that's the case, I'll reluctantly agree to your terms. But within this month, you'd better not cause trouble for my people. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot. Bai Xiaofan said coldly. Long Zhongyuan's nose practically twisted in anger. In all his years, he'd never heard anyone dare to point a finger in his face and curse him so brazenly. What made it even more infuriating was that the person before him was nothing but a wet behind the ears brat. Long Zhongyuan's expression turned icy. Rest assured, I am the third master of the dragon family, my word is law. But if you fail to arrive at Longting Tower at the designated time 1 month from now, don't blame me for being ruthless. Long Zhongyuan's voice was icy. In truth, he already held the upper hand. After all, with his and Shang Guanqing's connections, assembling a formidable force within a month was entirely within reach. With such a gathering of elite fighters, defeating Bai Xiaofan on the stage would be as easy as pie. Moreover, stepping onto the stage required signing a life and death agreement. Once Bai Xiaofan signed the document, even if he were beaten to death, Long Zhongyuan would bear no responsibility. Long Zhongyuan's plan was flawless. You little brat, I'll let you live another month. Enjoy your final days. He stared coldly at Bai Xiaofan before sweeping his sleeve and striding away. Damn it, no more pretending? Showing your true colors? Bai Xiaofan was instantly speechless. This bastard is truly despicable. Now he's not even pretending anymore, just laying it all out on the table. But so what? It's nothing more than a trifling matter. Watching them storm off, Bai Xiaofan's expression grew grave. He understood that time was running out for him. If he remained alone, he'd never amount to much. After all, one person's capabilities were limited. Bai Xiaofan resolved to depart immediately. He shared this plan with Xia Chun, who naturally had no objections. After all, I'm just studying, anywhere will do. With school on break, Xia Chun had plenty of time. She was deeply interested in academics, but when it came to fighting and violence, Xia Chun really wasn't cut out for it. As for Lu Yueya, she was naturally eager to go too. So, the group quickly packed their bags. Meanwhile, Wang Hu brought along every member of his gang, all passionate young men. They all held Bai Xiaofan in the highest regard. They were willing to follow Bai Xiaofan's commands. Bai Xiaofan selected 3 exceptionally talented individuals. 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 males were Wang Yang and Li Jun. In Bai Xiaofan's estimation, their innate talent was remarkable. With dedicated cultivation, they could one day reach the level of a grandmaster. Of course, that would require a certain amount of luck. As for the woman, she truly caught Bai Xiaofan's attention. Her name was Feng Suizue. Her name was quite ordinary, and she appeared rather frail, but Bai Xiaofan noticed Feng Suizue possessed remarkable agility. Her future held great promise. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. At that very moment, Bai Xiaofan selected the 3 of them. Wang Yang and Li Jun were both incredibly excited, their faces flushed with emotion. Both Wang Yang and Li Jun understood that getting to work alongside Bai Xiaofan was nothing short of their lifelong dream. The other girl, Feng Suizue, seemed a bit reserved. Brother Bai. Feng Suizue's voice was very low, sounding quite reserved. She didn't seem like someone who belonged in a gang. What's going on? Bai Xiaofan asked, utterly baffled, because from any angle, Feng Suizue didn't look like a gang member. Wang Hu grabbed Bai Xiaofan's arm. She's a relative from my hometown, a poor one at that. She came seeking refuge with me, so I had no choice but to bring her here. Who'd have thought you'd take a liking to her? What a stroke of luck for the girl. Wang Hu couldn't help but sigh. To Wang Hu, this girl was just a skinny, scrawny thing. I honestly couldn't see what talent Feng Suizue possessed. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. My choices never fail. Chapter 179, Departure. In truth, Bai Xiaofan held Feng Suizue in very high regard. Though the girl appeared decidedly low-key. But she definitely had potential. Only Feng Suizue herself was unaware of her own potential. You 3, get ready. We're heading out to the special training site now. Bai Xiaofan said with a serious expression. The 3 immediately snapped to attention. Their voices trembled with excitement. Understood, they shouted in unison, their voices trembling. Facing their response, Bai Xiaofan was thoroughly satisfied. There was nothing more to say. And so, the group set off together, heading toward Emerald Island. Luo Shui had already booked tickets for a luxurious cruise ship. Emerald Island was located at the center of a ring-shaped island in a city north of Luo City. The cruise would take a full night, arriving at Emerald Island early the next morning. This was also part of the tour package. Cruise night. Come nightfall, Emerald Island was ablaze with lights. Combined with the bustling city below, the neon glow created a scene that was absolutely picturesque. The group boarded the cruise ship. Luo Shui had naturally purchased first-class cabins, which featured an exceptionally high observation deck. Bai Xiaofan instructed everyone to leave their luggage in their rooms before heading to the deck to take in the scenery. The view stretched out before them, creating a massive visual impact that left Bai Xiaofan utterly astonished. It was truly a sight to behold. Luo Shui and the other women were especially thrilled, snapping out their cameras to take pictures. Only Feng Suizue seemed somewhat reserved. Only then did Bai Xiaofan notice how battered Feng Suizue's phone was. It clearly showed signs of long-term use. That Wang Hu. Bai Xiaofan felt a bit displeased. After all, this was Wang Hu's relative. He hadn't expected such frugality. Bai Xiaofan thought Wang Hu was being downright stingy. He pulled a phone from his pocket. Bai Xiaofan handed the phone to Feng Suizue. You can use this from now on, Bai Xiaofan said. Feng Suizue's face flushed crimson as she stared at Bai Xiaofan in surprise. Feng Suizue was clearly very self-conscious. Bai Xiaofan just smiled. We're all in this together, so no need to be so formal. Saying this, Bai Xiaofan handed his phone to Feng Suizue. At that moment, Lu Yueya's gaze swept over from behind. Seeing this, Feng Suizue immediately scurried away. Lu Yueya remarked with a sigh, watch out, this phone girl might fall for you. Are you jealous? Bai Xiaofan scratched his head. Put. Who would be jealous of a guy like you? Just as the two were chatting in a rather romantic mood, suddenly every eye on the deck turned toward one person. A young man in his 20s stood on the deck, gazing down below. The deck was extremely high. He stood there, almost in danger of falling at any moment. Young man, what are you doing? Get down immediately. Everyone was tense. Cruise ship staff rushed over, though they hadn't yet grasped what was happening. The staff's expressions were anything but pleasant. For the crew, this was a baffling incident. Just then, the man's legs gave way, and he began to fall. Everyone was startled. Below lay a bottomless ocean. Jumping down meant certain doom. What the hell? Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. Yet he was also the first to react under these circumstances, asking why was pointless. Saving lives was paramount. Fortunately, Bai Xiaofan was an exceptional swimmer. With his formidable inner strength, he should be fine. With that thought, Bai Xiaofan thrust his legs forward and dove headfirst into the sea. Uncertain of what was happening, the surrounding tourists screamed in alarm. But when they looked toward the depths of the sea, they saw Bai Xiaofan moving like a dragon diving into water. His speed was simply extreme. Another person floated lifelessly in the water, their condition unknown. Bai Xiaofan didn't hesitate, grabbing him by the collar and hauling him up. By then, the staff had reacted and tossed down a rope. Bai Xiaofan grabbed the rope with one hand while clutching the other person with the other. Instantly, he surged upward. Spectators screamed in unison, some even pulling out their phones to capture this unbelievable scene. To them, it seemed utterly absurd. Bai Xiaofan's speed was lightning fast, far exceeding anyone's expectations. So cool. He's my absolute idol. Many young girls and women were already gazing at him with starstruck expressions. Bai Xiaofan paid no heed to such things. His body swayed repeatedly before finally settling steadily on the ground. Only after laying the man flat on the ground did Bai Xiaofan notice the deep, jagged scar across his face. The scar looked almost menacing. However, the man's features weren't actually ugly. He still had a certain dashing quality about him. It was just that the scar severely marred his appearance. Was he salvageable? A cruise staff member rushed over, dressed like a manager, his face filled with panic. After all, this cruise tour was their bread and butter. If a fatal incident occurred, it would be impossible to contain the fallout. Bai Xiaofan smiled and casually pulled out his silver needles. For others, it's undoubtedly hopeless. For me, it's just a minor matter. He stated calmly. He wasn't joking. His demeanor was utterly composed. This was no jest. While it was indeed perilous for others, to Bai Xiaofan it was merely a trifling matter, scarcely worth mentioning. Bai Xiaofan could accomplish it effortlessly, with difficulty approaching zero. He took out silver needles to stimulate acupoints, then began his sequence of actions. For Bai Xiaofan, with his abilities, accomplishing this posed no real difficulty. Bai Xiaofan's prowess was formidable. At that very moment, he began administering emergency treatment. Through the emergency treatment, the man expelled several mouthfuls of seawater and finally returned to normal. He slowly opened his eyes. What happened to me? His voice trembled as he spoke. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan smiled. You don't know what happened to yourself? Bai Xiaofan's words carried a hint of bluntness. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, the man looked utterly embarrassed. I'm sorry, I really can't remember why this happened. But did I really jump? The man slowly stood up, his face filled with astonishment. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. You're something else. You jumped down on your own, we all saw it. And this young man risked his life to save you. How can you say such a thing? Hearing this, the man looked utterly bewildered. Everyone was furious. They felt this man before them was utterly ungrateful. Yet Bai Xiaofan's brow furrowed slightly, for he detected a trace of dark energy emanating from the corners of this man's eyes and brows. Chapter 180, The Victimized Rich Kid. No. Observing the man's bewildered expression, Bai Xiaofan finally grasped the answer. The old man had told him about a peculiar poison in this world, one that could control a person's body through such venom. It was an exceedingly potent venom. Those capable of controlling such individuals were likely unfathomably powerful. The man before him had not jumped into the sea of his own free will. His mind had been clouded by someone else. After being washed by the sea, his mind had cleared, causing him to forget what had happened. Bai Xiaofan studied him intently, simultaneously extending his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Yet he detected nothing particularly unusual. It seems the perpetrator is not aboard this ship, Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. But precisely because of this, it was all the more shocking someone off the ship could still cause harm. This alone proved the sheer horror of the situation. This person's status must be exceptionally high. Bai Xiaofan sensed that the young man before him was undoubtedly someone of considerable standing. Otherwise, this would never have happened. He looked at the man. "Brother, you seem unwell. Would you mind if I tended to you?" Bai Xiaofan asked the man. Though still dazed, the man recognized Bai Xiaofan as his savior. Regardless of the circumstances, Bai Xiaofan was his benefactor. Under these circumstances, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. "Then thank you." Bai Xiaofan helped him down the deck, though the cruise manager still looked concerned. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. "I'm trained in medicine. He'll be absolutely fine." Hearing this, the cruise manager had no further objections. Bai Xiaofan escorted him back to his cabin, where the man lay down on the bed. "What's your name, brother? Thank you for saving me. I'm Xiao Gaoga. I'm not the type to forget a kindness. I'll repay you someday," the man said. Xiao Gaoga? The name itself carried a certain air of distinction. It was clear he came from a distinguished family, no ordinary man. "So your brother Xiao." "I'm Bai Xiaofan." Bai Xiaofan stated his name. To him, it didn't matter much, no one knew him anyway, so revealing his name was no big deal. Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Xiao Gaoga merely nodded. He appeared courteous and impeccably polite in his manners. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan offered a faint smile. "Mr. Xiao, I must now conduct an inspection. Your full cooperation is required," Bai Xiaofan stated. Xiao Gaoga nodded. Bai Xiaofan reached out to feel his pulse. Sure enough, there was poison. This caused Bai Xiaofan's expression to change. It seems to be a deadly poison indeed. However, during his treatment of Wang Hu earlier, Bai Xiaofan had gained valuable experience in detoxification. By utilizing the third level of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, he could expel the poisonous qi and even neutralize it. Bai Xiaofan extended a hand, gripping Xiao Gaoga's arm tightly as he channeled his inner energy directly into him. For a moment, Xiao Gaoga's entire body trembled. "Hold on," Bai Xiaofan urged, his expression grave. Endurance was paramount at this moment. If he couldn't hold on, the consequences would be dire. Xiao Gaoga gritted his teeth, but ultimately held on. Bai Xiaofan forced the black toxic gas into his arm, which had already turned pitch black. Seeing this scene, Xiao Gaoga was utterly astonished. "Don't be nervous. You've been poisoned by a strange toxin, and I'm just helping you purge it," Bai Xiaofan said. His voice was solemn, his tone grave. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Xiao Gaoga didn't seem overly surprised. Instead, he nodded. This composure astonished Bai Xiaofan. He's quite the character, Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Clearly, Xiao Gaoga was someone special. He was no ordinary man. "I'll expel these toxins and neutralize them shortly." "You must endure," Bai Xiaofan said earnestly. "This is serious treatment, no room for jokes." "I understand." Xiao Gaoga nodded. Beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead, and his entire body was tense to the extreme. He had no choice but to endure. It was clear Xiao Gaoga possessed extraordinary endurance, seemingly a natural gift. Bai Xiaofan had no time to dwell on it now. Saving lives came first. After half an hour of relentless effort, Bai Xiaofan finally succeeded in expelling the toxins. Damn, that was exhausting, Bai Xiaofan thought helplessly. The sheer physical toll of that brief period had been immense. Xiao Gaoga let out a long sigh of relief, nearly collapsing onto the bed. It took them quite a while to recover. Both of them reached out to steady themselves against the headboard, looking utterly exhausted. Xiao Gaoga chuckled. "Thanks a ton, bro. Without you, I'd have been dead meat today," he exclaimed. Bai Xiaofan accepted Xiao Gaoga's gratitude without hesitation, for it was indeed the truth. Without Bai Xiaofan, Xiao Gaoga wouldn't even have known how he died. His gratitude toward Bai Xiaofan was only natural. Bai Xiaofan merely waved his hand dismissively, not giving the matter a second thought. After all, it was nothing more than a minor incident. At that moment, Xiao Gaoga was understandably overcome with emotion. "Dr. Bai, I heard you mention poison earlier. What exactly happened?" Xiao Gaoga asked earnestly. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan spoke plainly, telling him everything he knew. The matter was actually quite simple. Someone had simply poisoned it. Bai Xiaofan's words sent a shockwave through Xiao Gaoga. Someone is trying to harm me. A peculiar expression flashed across his face. Bai Xiaofan could see it clearly. Well, that's your problem now. But I'm warning you, whoever's after you is skilled. You'd better be careful. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gaoga nodded. Bai Xiaofan was about to leave when Xiao Gaoga pulled him back. I see you're also heading to Emerald Island for a trip. Why don't we travel together? Xiao Gaoga suggested. Together? Bai Xiaofan looked utterly surprised. Xiao Gaoga smiled faintly. I have a company on Emerald Island. This trip is to inspect my business. My restaurant is the largest on the island. If you're interested, you could join me for a candlelit dinner there. Ha! Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's eyes lit up. A candlelit dinner? That sounds nice. However, he wasn't short on money and didn't want to get involved in trouble, so Bai Xiaofan prepared to decline the offer. But just then, Luo Shuwei pushed open the door and walked in. A candlelit dinner? That sounds wonderful. I'd love to go. Luo Shuwei exclaimed excitedly. Bai Xiaofan was instantly speechless. He had already prepared to refuse, but now Luo Shuwei had arrived, and she seemed genuinely excited. It seemed impossible to turn her down now. Luo Shuwei looked at Xiao Gaoga with excitement. Mr. Ming, our junior apprentice brother saved your life. You must keep your word. Luo Shuwei called out. Chapter 181, Extraordinary Talent. Seeing Luo Shuwei, Xiao Gaoga's smile softened. Rest assured, Mississippi. Once we reach the island, I shall personally host a banquet. Xiao Gaoga declared. This remark left Bai Xiaofan feeling somewhat awkward, as if he were coveting something from Xiao Gaoga. Bai Xiaofan didn't wish to linger. He grabbed Luo Shuwei's hand, and the two returned to their room. Senior sister, why bother? Bai Xiaofan sighed helplessly. Luo Shuwei, however, gave him a half smile, half sneer. I was just trying to save you from awkwardness, okay? Otherwise, rejecting someone like that would be so embarrassing. Fine. Truthfully, Bai Xiaofan didn't want this kind of trouble. Having already offended Long Zhongyuan, he didn't want to antagonize anyone else. But now that things had unfolded, it wasn't something he could change. He could only let it run its course. Returning to their rooms, everyone rested well through the night. The next day, they arrived at their destination. This was Emerald Isle. It was a small island, its scenery truly picturesque. The sight was breathtaking at first glance, truly a magnificent spectacle. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but marvel. What a breathtaking view! Luo Shuwei stretched excitedly, pulling Xia Chun aside to take photos. As for Feng Suitsui and the others, they obediently followed behind Bai Xiaofan. Naturally, they dared not act out of line. At that moment, a vehicle arrived to pick up Xiao Gaoga. It was a very luxurious business vehicle. Xiao Gaoga obtained Bai Xiaofan's phone number and said earnestly, You all return to the resort to rest first. After I finish my business tonight, I will personally host a banquet to express my gratitude to you. Hearing Xiao Gaoga's words, Bai Xiaofan saw no need for further discussion. They checked into the resort. The place was truly luxurious, undoubtedly a top-tier resort. The seaside views were breathtakingly beautiful, offering a truly refreshing experience. But Bai Xiaofan hadn't come here to admire the scenery. He simply didn't have the leisure for it. Bai Xiaofan immediately subjected the others to intensive training. He knew these three were here to deal with Long Zhongyuan and Sheng Wanqing. Their opponents had hired masters whose depths were unfathomable, and Bai Xiaofan dared not take this lightly. He had already conducted a preliminary assessment of the trio, and now he intended to test them further. The test was straightforward. Speed, rhythm, and agility. These were the top priorities. Wang Yang and Li Jun excelled in these areas, while Feng Suitsui, being a girl, didn't perform as well. Both Wang Yang and Li Jun seemed to look down on Feng Suitsui a bit, as they believed she was just a connection-based hire. She really had no real talent. That's what both of them thought. But Bai Xiaofan didn't see it that way. Bai Xiaofan wanted to test Feng Suitsui's discernment and precision, as she was exceptionally skilled in both areas. This was no simple feat. Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Feng Suitsui nodded. So Bai Xiaofan took out a coin and flung it out with such force that its speed was truly astonishing. It reached an extreme. At that very moment, Feng Suitsui casually flicked the silver needle in her hand, and it struck the coin with pinpoint accuracy. What? This was utterly astonishing. Wang Yang and Li Jun were both dumbfounded. They had just been looking down on Feng Suitsui, but now they truly felt like they'd been slapped in the face. Their faces felt like they'd been slapped. Bai Xiaofan turned his gaze toward the two of them, a faint smile playing on his lips. Could either of you pull off moves like Feng Suitsui's? The two fell silent. Do it? Like hell we could. We couldn't even see it. The two were truly impressed now. They had to admit Feng Suitsui was exceptionally gifted. At that very moment, Feng Suitsui's face also betrayed a look of astonishment. She herself found it unbelievable. She had been a poor girl, neglected by both her grandmother and uncle, convinced she'd never amount to anything in life. Meeting Bai Xiaofan had changed Feng Suetsue's life. Her eyes filled with emotion as she gazed at Bai Xiaofan, then she knelt down with a thud. Brother Xiaofan, I will study diligently and serve you faithfully. Feng Suetsue had pledged her loyalty. Wang Yang and Li Jun simultaneously declared that from this day forward, they would follow Bai Xiaofan's lead without question. They were all completely devoted. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaofan was somewhat speechless. But since they had already shown this level of devotion, what else could he say? He had no words left. And so, Bai Xiaofan had completely won over these men. They were effectively won over. With this accomplished, Bai Xiaofan began systematic instruction for them. Since Luo Shui had already mastered this material, she showed no interest. She dragged Xia Chun off to go swimming. Bai Xiaofan naturally dared not interfere with his two senior sisters' affairs. To do so would surely invite trouble. The thought left Bai Xiaofan feeling somewhat helpless. Still, to maintain his dignity, he had to put on a professional demeanor. Time flew by, and by evening, everyone felt both exhausted and hungry. Of course, Bai Xiaofan and the others were tired from training, while Luo Shui and Xia Chun were simply worn out from playing. Just then, Xiao Gaoga's carriage arrived right on schedule. A butler with noble features stepped out of the carriage. He exuded an air of distinguished elegance. His gait carried undeniable poise. His demeanor was truly remarkable. Mr. Bai Xiaofan, the butler inquired. Bai Xiaofan nodded. That's right, me. The butler's eyes lit up instantly. I'm Fan Dedian, assistant butler at Mr. Dao's restaurant. Please follow me. Fan Dedian introduced himself, then respectfully presented a gold-embossed business card with both hands. Looks pretty formal. Let's go, I'm starving. Luo Shui was the first to jump up. As the wealthy young lady who usually presided over the Luo household, Luo Shui always wore a stern expression. That act had worn her out. Now, on this deserted island where no one recognized her, Luo Shui finally let her lively nature shine through. Fan Dedian smiled faintly. Please get in. Thus, the group boarded the minivan. In less than 10 minutes, they had arrived at their destination. This was the restaurant of Xiao Gaoga. For large characters adorned the sign, Guangyun Restaurant. It looked quite impressive. They walked straight inside, where Xiao Gaoga was already waiting. Seeing them enter, Xiao Gaoga was overjoyed, his excitement palpable. His face glowed with warmth. He naturally held Bai Xiaofan in the highest regard. The group entered the dining hall and began to eat heartily. Everyone was famished and paid little heed to their manners. Xiao Gaoga smiled faintly, then asked Bai Xiaofan a rather peculiar question. Bai Xiaofan proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events. Of course, with Xiao Gaoga, there was no need for concealment. So that's how it was? Xiao Gaoga was taken aback. He stared at Bai Xiaofan with an intensely peculiar gaze. Chapter 182, Dragon Ascension Tower. Where is the venue for your competition? He asked. Bai Xiaofan named the Dragon Ascension Tower. A faint smile touched Xiao Gaoga's lips. What a coincidence! That's our Xiao family's property. Xiao Gaoga exclaimed, slapping the table. What? Really? Even Bai Xiaofan was taken aback. If Longting Tower truly belonged to the Xiao family, using it as the competition venue would greatly benefit Bai Xiaofan. Otherwise, it could be dangerous. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gaoga nodded. Of course. Our Longting Tower handles all kinds of business. Long Ziyuan chose Longting Tower simply for the good luck. Xiao Gaoga said with a smile. Luo Shui, standing nearby, inquired, You know Long Zhongyuan? Xiao Gaoga waved his hand lightly. Miss Luo Shui, a figure as prominent as Long Zhongyuan is known to all. Naturally, our Xiao family would never wish to offend him. Hearing this, Luo Shui understood. Xiao Gaoga's family was, at best, comparable to the Luo family. Naturally, they would show respect to someone like the third young master of the Long family. But Xiao Gaoga shifted his tone. While I do grant Long Zhongyuan face, we have no personal connection. And what I despise most is precisely the sort of person he is. As he spoke, a peculiar intensity seemed to flare in Xiao Gaoga's eyes. Bai Xiaofan and the others froze. But it sounded like Xiao Gaoga didn't think much of Long Zhongyuan. He shifted his focus, turning his gaze toward Bai Xiaofan. Why don't we strike a deal, Master Bai? What do you think? Bai Xiaofan understood his meaning. An exchange? Bai Xiaofan said. Xiao Gaoga nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Bai, you're truly a man of understanding. Long Zhongyuan isn't someone to be trifled with. His invitation to duel at Longting Tower must involve some scheme. I can guarantee your safe exit, but you must agree to one thing in return. Xiao Gaoga said sternly. Earlier, he had been all smiles and well-mannered, but now, with that stern expression and the scar on his face, he gave off a somewhat fierce vibe. After all, despite his youth, he was no ordinary man. His experience in the business world, his capabilities, and his bearing were far beyond the average person. Go ahead, I'm listening. Bai Xiaofan said nonchalantly. Xiao Gaoge drummed his fingers on the tabletop, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Whoever harmed me must be one of my business partners, but I can't pinpoint who yet. If I help you win the arena, you help me find the real culprit. That's the deal. Xiao Gaoge paused, fixing Bai Xiaofan with an intensely serious gaze. Fair and reasonable. What do you say? Bai Xiaofan had anticipated his proposal all along. This merely confirmed his suspicions. Upon hearing his words, Bai Xiaofan paused briefly before deciding to agree. After all, it was no more than a simple gesture. Besides, the person who poisoned him seemed to possess considerable skill and strength. Bai Xiaofan was actually quite eager to see what they were capable of. And so, he agreed to Xiao Gaoge's proposal. Xiao Gaoge was naturally delighted, and the two sealed their agreement with a high five. Then both host and guest enjoyed themselves thoroughly. After a delightful dinner, their alliance was effectively sealed. After settling this matter, Bai Xiaofan and his companions returned to the resort for a well-deserved rest. The very next day, while Bai Xiaofan was training his team, Xiao Gaoge delivered Long Zhongyuan's plan. This fellow had recruited several assassins from Southeast Asia, all ruthless and vicious criminals. His proposed match would be a surprise encounter battle at the Dragon Ascension Tower. Then, he'll seize the opportunity to eliminate your men, Xiao Gaoge said through gritted teeth. He never dreamed the opponent would stoop to such despicable tactics. A duel is a duel. Striking when the opportunity arises is utterly dishonorable. When Xiao Gaoge received this news, he was deeply shocked and intensely displeased. Bai Xiaofan, however, merely smiled faintly. All of this had been within his grasp from the very beginning. After all, someone of that character was precisely the type to commit such an act. That the other party would do this didn't surprise Bai Xiaofan in the least. Thank you. I understand. Bai Xiaofan tucked the list into his pocket, unconcerned. He recognized several names on the list. Judging by these names, they weren't exactly paragons of virtue either. Thunder Tiger, Leaping Sword Dragon, Lightning Legs. Seeing these thugs' nicknames, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but shudder. Needless to say, he knew these scoundrels were the kind of unsavory characters who wouldn't be welcome in polite society. They were the dregs of society. Well then, I'll gladly play along. Let's see what tricks you wolves have up your sleeves. Bai Xiaofan stroked his chin lightly, his expression cold as he pondered. Xiao Gaoge added, though these men are assassins, they're merely second-rate among the top-tier masters. There must be a leader among them, but I haven't been able to uncover that person's identity yet. Faced with Xiao Gaoge's earnest words, Bai Xiaofan remained utterly unconcerned. He wouldn't give such a matter a second thought. It was nothing more than a minor incident. Truly insignificant. Just make sure you leave us an escape route when the time comes. After all, even if we can't win, we can always flee. Bai Xiaofan declared with a hearty laugh. His words carried a playful tone, yet deep down, Bai Xiaofan had already resolved to kill. Such despicable behavior was truly intolerable. The killing intent was already boiling within Bai Xiaofan's heart. 3 days passed swiftly. By the end of that period, the strength of his 3 subordinates had surged dramatically. Though they were still far from mastery among ordinary people, they were now considered masters among masters. Feng Suicue, in particular, was astonishing. When Bai Xiaofan handed her the silver needles to use as darts, Feng Suicue wielded them with astonishing ease. This girl truly possessed extraordinary talent. Even when Wang Yang and Li Jun teamed up, they couldn't break free from Feng Suicue's relentless attacks. Though Feng Suicue possessed little internal energy, her wrist strength was formidable, and more crucially, her aim was pinpoint accurate. Her hands were incredibly precise. Mastery of pressure points made her an unstoppable force. Wang Yang and Li Jun were both thoroughly impressed, left speechless. Through training, the 3 had laid the groundwork for combat. Yet to truly confront those fearsome assassins, they must be led by Bai Xiaofan. They were not yet ready to stand alone. Thus, their 3-day vacation slipped by in a flash, and Bai Xiaofan and the others departed Emerald Island. Upon returning to Luo City, they made minimal preparations before heading to the Dragon Ascension Tower, where Long Zhongyuan awaited them. Long Zhongyuan had spent a fortune to recruit some formidable figures. He was weaving a vast net, waiting only for Bai Xiaofan to fall into it. In Long Zhongyuan's mind, Bai Xiaofan was already as good as dead. Chapter 183, The Super Assassin Takes His Position. On the second floor of the Dragon Ascension building, Long Zhongyuan had made all his preparations. He chose this location precisely because the name Longting Tower carried auspicious connotations. Long Zhongyuan believed this location would work to his advantage. Now, he regarded Bai Xiaofan as a worthy opponent worthy of a direct confrontation. Long Zhongyuan and Sheng Guanqing had finally begun to take Bai Xiaofan seriously. The two had exhausted their connections to recruit elite assassins, men who killed without batting an eye. They were ruthless and heartless, showing no mercy whatsoever. Long Zhongyuan had summoned them to eliminate Bai Xiaofan completely, ensuring no future trouble. Inside the room, besides Long Zhongyuan and Sheng Guanqing, there were 4 others. Two of them, both menacing in appearance and sharing strikingly similar grins, were Thunder Tiger and River Dragon. These two were sworn brothers, always operating together. Their real names had long been forgotten. They operated in the underworld using aliases. As for the heinous crimes they had committed, they were truly too numerous to recount. Besides them, the third figure was a man of exceptionally lithe build, nicknamed Flying Legs Zhang Tianda. He fiddled with a throwing knife in his hand. This was his weapon. The throwing knife in Flying Legs Zhang Tianda's hand was exceptionally sharp, undoubtedly a top-tier weapon. Flying Leg Zhang Tianda excelled in speed and was particularly skilled in throwing knife tactics. His reputation was well earned. He was a formidable presence. Besides him stood a masked man, his face concealed behind the mask, his true appearance hidden from view. Yet, a faint aura of darkness emanated from his body. It was faintly unsettling. The other three kept their distance from him, seemingly harboring a degree of apprehension toward this figure. As cold, piercing light flared from beneath the mask's eyes, it sent a chill down one's spine. Truly terrifying. At that very moment, Long Ziyuan turned around, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Gentlemen, I'll leave the rest to you," Long Ziyuan declared. Hearing these words, Flying Leg Zhang Tianda gave his throwing knife a light flick. "Rest assured, Mr. Long. As long as the price is fair and reasonable, taking out that brat is no problem at all." Flying Leg Zhang Tianda's voice was dark and sinister, his eyes flashing with a cold, ruthless glint. Meanwhile, Thunder Tiger and River Dragon both wore icy expressions. Both exuded an aloof, cool demeanor. As for the masked man, he remained utterly silent. Long Zhongyuan's expression darkened. As the third young master of the dragon family, his words should command respect from anyone. Yet it was clear this masked man held no regard for him whatsoever. Seeing Long Zhongyuan looking a bit displeased, Shang Wanqing stepped up to him and whispered, "Third Master Long, don't underestimate this gentleman. He's quite a figure, certainly not someone to be taken lightly." Hearing Shang Wanqing's words, Long Zhongyuan curled his lips. Is that so? He remained skeptical. After all, in Long Zhongyuan's eyes, this fellow seemed to be putting on airs. At that moment, the man in black burst into laughter, his smile carrying a deep, chilling edge. Why the smirk? Long Ziyuan felt the air around him instantly grow icy, as waves of murderous intent surged toward him. This is killing intent lockdown. Long Ziyuan's pupils dilated. He finally recognized this technique, killing intent lockdown. Only a true supreme master possessed such an aura. Long Zhongyuan instantly sensed danger. Only now did he realize this black-clad figure was no ordinary opponent. He's incredibly strong. A thought flashed through Long Zhongyuan's mind. He had discerning eyes. After careful comparison, Long Zhongyuan could confirm that this black-clad figure was the strongest among them all. Long Zhongyuan bowed deeply with utmost respect. "My apologies, sir. I was in the wrong earlier. May I ask your honorable name?" The black-clad figure merely gave a cold chuckle, not even lifting his head. "Call me Mr. Black. I'll make him wish he were dead." Mr. Black uttered only these words, yet the surrounding air froze solid. The other three men stared at Mr. Black with eyes brimming with fear. Killing intent boiled between them. Long Ziyuan, seeing everyone possessed such formidable strength, was naturally overjoyed. He felt confident in their loyalty and was certain he could ensure Bai Xiaofan met a fate worse than death. The thought of potentially eliminating Bai Xiaofan sent an indescribable thrill through every pore of Long Ziyuan's body. Just as he was reveling in this dark satisfaction, someone arrived to report. Bai Xiaofan had arrived. Long Zhongyuan was overjoyed. "Go see. I'll be damned if I don't see how this brat escapes today." He led his men downstairs. Bai Xiaofan arrived with Wang Yang, Li Jun, and Feng Suizue. Compared to the assassins under Long Zhongyuan's command, the group led by Bai Xiaofan seemed rather weak in presence. But Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less. After several days of training, he had considerable confidence in his team. Long Zhongyuan fixed Bai Xiaofan with a cold stare, a trace of scorn flickering in his eyes. "You actually dared to show up," he sneered contemptuously. Bai Xiaofan glared back. "Why wouldn't I? I'm looking forward to seeing you run naked after I win," Bai Xiaofan said, half-jokingly. "Naked?" Hearing this, Long Zhongyuan looked utterly dumbfounded. "Why would I run naked?" Bai Xiaofan sneered. "Didn't you say it yourself? Whoever loses has to do whatever the winner says. If I win, I'll make you run naked." Bai Xiaofan's voice was flat, but everyone present heard it. For a moment, everyone struggled to suppress their laughter. This enraged Long Zhongyuan. "Damn it, you dare mock me with words?" Long Zhongyuan exploded in rage. Bai Xiaofan, however, showed no mercy. "Cut the crap. How do we settle this? You tell me." Long Zhongyuan pointed at Mr. He and his men, declaring with pride, "These are the masters I've invited. They can face off against your people. As for the rules, seal off all four sides of this first floor hall. The time limit is 1 hour. Within that hour, life or death is up to fate." Long Zhongyuan added, "After 1 hour, the last one standing will be the winner." Do you dare? He asked coldly. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan was utterly speechless. So that's how it is. This style of competition was actually quite interesting. But seeing the menacing figures behind Long Zhongyuan, Bai Xiaofan knew this was far more than just a contest. The other side intended to fight to the death. After weighing both sides' combat capabilities, Bai Xiaofan ultimately agreed to the challenge. Clearly, the opponents were formidable, especially that man clad entirely in black. His strength seemed limitless. Yet Bai Xiaofan felt no fear. He possessed absolute confidence in his ability to protect everyone's safety. 1 hour would be more than enough to deal with them. Chapter 184, Escape Technique. No backing out once the challenge is accepted on the stage. Long Ziyuan declared mysteriously. Bai Xiaofan roared with laughter. How could he possibly back down now? Let's begin. He ordered someone to bring a countdown clock, then left the first floor and joined Shang Wancheng on the second floor to watch the battle. Within an hour, all doors and windows were sealed shut. There was no escaping. And at this very moment, 8 people stood facing each other. How should we play? Bai Xiaofan asked, flexing his muscles. He seemed quite relaxed. After all, these men before him were desperate criminals who deserved their fate. Eliminating them would be ridding the world of a menace. He had no qualms whatsoever about these people. Mr. Black, however, remained silent, showing no intention of acting. It seemed as though this matter had nothing to do with him. He had retreated to the rear. Thunder Tiger and River Dragon were itching to jump in. The two leaped forward. My brother and I always fight together. You 4 can come at us both at once. Thunder Tiger declared arrogantly. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan broke out in a cold sweat. Thunder Tiger really was a talent. He could make outnumbering opponents sound so refreshingly unconventional. Impressive. Bai Xiaofan glanced at Wang Yang and Li Jun. You two handle him. Be careful, watch out for their tricks. Bai Xiaofan whispered into the ears of his 2 subordinates. Both men were gifted individuals who had grown considerably under Bai Xiaofan's tutelage. Working in perfect sync, they could hold their own against both Thunder Tiger and River Dragon if they executed their teamwork flawlessly. At that very moment, Wang Yang and Li Jun leaped forward. Rest assured, Mr. Bai. We won't let you down. The pair charged forward. Thunder Tiger and River Dragon were both startled. They had assumed these 2 youngsters were bluffing, but now it was clear Wang Yang and Li Jun were genuinely formidable. Regardless of their actual strength, their sheer presence alone was formidable. Thunder Tiger and River Dragon exchanged a glance. Both knew they'd met their match. Given this, they wouldn't hold back either. Both were men radiating murderous intent, each possessing formidable strength. Their methods alone were beyond the reach of ordinary men. Seasoned veterans, they mastered every deadly technique, each strike a lethal art. This was truly extraordinary. They immediately coordinated their movements, locking into combat with Wang Yang and Li Jun. This was no mere sparring match, it was a life or death struggle. What satisfied Bai Xiaofan, however, was that both Wang Yang and Li Jun possessed exceptionally high defensive capabilities, making it impossible to defeat them anytime soon. Bai Xiaofan had been intensively strengthening their defenses during these days of training, making their protection now exceptionally formidable. According to Bai Xiaofan's assessment, though the 2 of them couldn't match those 2 assassins, they wouldn't face any immediate danger within the next half hour. Bai Xiaofan then turned his gaze to Feng Suizue. Though Feng Suizue possessed the greatest natural talent, her lack of experience still caused Bai Xiaofan considerable concern. Yet Feng Suizue's expression was resolute. She picked up the silver needles Bai Xiaofan had given her, her face set in an extremely serious expression. Mr. Bai, please rest assured. I will do my best. Feng Suizue declared. Bai Xiaofan was quite satisfied with this response. Undoubtedly, Feng Suizue possessed remarkable spirit and energy. Bai Xiaofan pointed at Zhang Tianda. That guy's nickname is Lightning Legs, which shows just how fast he is. You must attack from a distance and absolutely prevent him from getting close. As long as he can't close in on you, your flying needles will deal him fatal damage. Bai Xiaofan instructed Feng Suizue face to face. Zhang Tianda, however, was growing impatient. Holding his throwing knives, he sneered, "What's this? Are you 2 lovebirds holding a meeting? It doesn't matter who comes, you're all just walking to your deaths. What difference does it make?" Zhang Tianda's voice dripped with arrogance. Hearing this, Feng Suizue's face flushed crimson with anger. She absolutely refused to let anyone insult Bai Xiaofan like this. In an instant, Feng Suizue's fighting spirit surged, flames of rage blazing in her eyes, the murderous intent born of fury. Not bad. Bai Xiaofan's eyes lit up. It seemed his encouragement had worked. Feng Suizue's innate talent had finally been ignited. According to Bai Xiaofan's analysis, Feng Suizue's strength was more than sufficient to handle the swift-footed Zhang Tianda. Bai Xiaofan turned his gaze toward the mysterious Mr. Black. This was his true opponent. In Bai Xiaofan's calculations, his 3 subordinates would likely struggle to hold off the 3 masters for long. Therefore, Bai Xiaofan must swiftly eliminate this formidable Mr. Black. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves and stepped before Mr. Black. Observing the man shrouded entirely in a black cloak, a sharp gleam flashed in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. He felt he couldn't quite fathom this man. He wields secret arts. Immeasurably profound. Bai Xiaofan thought inwardly. There was no doubt about it, this black-clad figure possessed secret arts, and they were formidable indeed, reaching a level of depth that was unfathomable. This must be resolved swiftly. At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. Come on, I'm your opponent. Bai Xiaofan declared. Cackle. Do you even deserve to fight me? Sneered the black-clad figure, his smile plunging Bai Xiaofan into a bone-chilling cold. That smile was terrifying. HM? Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. He certainly felt uneasy. After all, such a smile could absolutely make anyone's skin crawl. This feeling made Bai Xiaofan extremely uncomfortable. He found the man utterly detestable, but he was prepared. Bai Xiaofan extended his hand, and a silver needle shot out, pinpointing the acupoint. Bai Xiaofan's silver needle struck directly at the opponent's vital point, a truly terrifying sight. The needle shot forth. Its speed reached the absolute limit. But at that very moment, the figure in black robes shifted slightly. His speed had already reached its absolute limit, vanishing in an instant. This was the art of escape. Bai Xiaofan had heard the old man mention that among the ninjutsu of the Eastern Island, there existed a technique of distant teleportation. Such a method was truly terrifying. It was the most formidable technique within the Eastern Island ninjutsu. It required immense internal energy to power such a feat among the ninjutsu of the Eastern Isle. It was also an extremely terrifying technique. This guy's movements were so swift they could fool the eye. I really need to be careful. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but grow vigilant. Something's fishy here, better be careful. Bai Xiaofan casually plucked a silver needle from his sleeve and radiated his entire spiritual awareness outward. This guy's ninjutsu is formidable. He could appear behind me at any moment, and then I wouldn't even know how I died. He must be on guard. Chapter 185, Mr. Black's Hidden Shield Technique. Silver needle clenched in his hand, Bai Xiaofan's footsteps moved slowly forward. 8 gates golden lock. He chanted the incantation. This was the old man's ultimate technique, passed down to Bai Xiaofan alongside the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. This was the 8 gates golden lock formation. Using his inner energy, he established sensory points across the ground. Should danger approach any of these points, Bai Xiaofan would immediately sense it. This was the ultimate tool for expanding one's divine sense. At this very moment, Bai Xiaofan had already extended his divine sense 5 meters outward, an exceptionally formidable ability. Truly a divine technique. Yet even so, Bai Xiaofan dared not relax his vigilance for a moment. For he knew that Mr. Black possessed formidable skills. At that very moment, a whistling sound cut through the air. A bitterly cold wind seemed to descend from the heavens. A chill crept over Bai Xiaofan's entire body. Behind him, at a 45-degree angle. Ambush. In an instant, Bai Xiaofan's senses gave the answer. The opponent had suddenly appeared at a 45-degree angle behind him. Out. Without even looking, Bai Xiaofan flicked his wrist, sending the silver needles flying. With his extraordinary perception, he didn't need to look closely. He instantly thwarted the enemy's scheme. Ah! Mr. Black let out a muffled groan and vanished once more. When he reappeared, he was already before Bai Xiaofan. Though his body trembled visibly clearly, he had suffered severe injuries. Mr. Black clutched his chest, the gaze beneath his mask growing even more vicious. Good. You've done well. His voice was as cold as frost. Ah, thanks for the compliment. Bai Xiaofan replied calmly. At that moment, Mr. Black finally removed his mask, revealing his true face, a visage shrouded in a dense, black aura. On his face, Bai Xiaofan saw only a chilling aura of death. His eyes, entirely black pupils, sent a chill down one's spine. I'm about to get serious. No one who has seen my face has ever lived to tell the tale. You will be the next to die. Mr. Black said coldly. Is that so? I admire your confidence. But watch your words, know your limits. Bai Xiaofan retorted sarcastically. How dare you? Mr. Black roared, charging forward in a killing frenzy. His aura shifted dramatically, now shrouded in a swirling black mist. Holy crap! Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but grow solemn. Mr. Hei's move was something even Bai Xiaofan had never seen before. It could only be described as absurd. Mr. Hei charged toward Bai Xiaofan, the black mist enveloping him steadily swelling. Screw it! Bai Xiaofan roared. Since he couldn't see through the opponent's move, Bai Xiaofan chose to simply not look. He threw a direct punch. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, exploding across the heavens and earth. The sound was utterly terrifying. This was Bai Xiaofan's brutal attack, channeling every ounce of his power into that single fist. Yet as his fist neared Mr. Black's body, Bai Xiaofan felt resistance. Though subtle, it drained most of his power like cotton. By the time Bai Xiaofan's fist made contact with Mr. Black, it felt soft and powerless, as if it held no threat whatsoever. Ha. Mr. Black reached out to grab Bai Xiaofan's arm, and the veins on Bai Xiaofan's arm rapidly turned black. Ugh! Bai Xiaofan's expression turned cold. This move of his was nothing short of divine. It was the external manifestation of internal energy, creating a tremendous effect. The defensive cloud from earlier must have been the same effect. Bai Xiaofan thought silently. The opponent's martial prowess was indeed formidable, and they possessed a secret technique that could project their internal energy outward to form a defensive armor. He could even materialize his inner energy and channel it into another's body. What a bizarre offensive tactic! Bai Xiaofan's expression changed drastically. His legs lightly touched the ground as he swiftly retreated, covering 10 meters in a single step. Watching his arm rapidly darken at a visible pace, Bai Xiaofan immediately took action. He brought his palm crashing down onto his arm. He forced all the black chi out. Ha. Who'd have thought you'd have some skills, boy? You didn't die from my palm strike just now. But you must be severely weakened. Now, let me finish you off. Mr. Black sneered coldly. His form flickered violently, transforming into a mass of black mist that suddenly materialized before Bai Xiaofan. Die! Mr. Black roared, his face contorted with fury, veins bulging menacingly. His clawed hand shot straight for Bai Xiaofan's heart. It seemed certain that Mr. Black would seize Bai Xiaofan's heart, sealing his fate. But at that very moment, Mr. Black's arm suddenly went numb, his entire body stiffening instantly. He couldn't move forward even an inch. As he stood frozen in shock, he felt a silver needle pierce his arm. Instantly, his arm turned a sickly blue-black. But he was now immobilized, unable to expel it. Bai Xiaofan let out a cold chuckle, his face as fierce as lightning. Mr. He, it seems you're not so formidable after all. Taking this blow of mine must be unbearable, right? Bai Xiaofan sneered, his words dripping with contempt. Mr. Black's face had turned deathly pale. He had indeed endured Bai Xiaofan's strike, and it was unbearable. His entire expression was one of extreme agony. How did you do that? Mr. Black gasped, his voice trembling. He was utterly shocked. Bai Xiaofan merely smiled faintly. Simple, he said. I transferred the black energy that entered my body to you. Though I don't possess your martial arts skills, I can achieve the same effect with silver needles. Bai Xiaofan explained with a smile. Mr. He's face had turned deathly pale. His bloodless face grew even more vacant. You needn't know any more. You may die now. Bai Xiaofan said coldly. If it were just a routine sparring match, Bai Xiaofan wouldn't harbor any ill will toward him. But this Mr. He was simply too despicable. He was truly infuriating. Facing such a man, Bai Xiaofan naturally showed no mercy. A cold gleam now shone in his eyes. You needn't know any more. Bai Xiaofan swung his blade with decisive precision. For evildoers, Bai Xiaofan had never harbored any mercy. Leaving such people alive would only bring calamity to the world. Mr. He's pupils gradually lost their light, fading into lifelessness. What? Long Ziyuan, watching from the stands, was utterly stunned. His expression darkened to an unimaginable degree. Mr. He was the ultimate master he had sought out, undoubtedly the most formidable being he had ever encountered. Yet such a peerless expert now lay dead, with no place to bury his remains. This outcome left him utterly helpless. His expression was grim. His expression was utterly gloomy. Both Long Zhongyuan and Shang Wanqing sucked in cold air, their shock reaching an unimaginable depth. Both Long Zhongyuan and Shang Wanqing wore expressions of profound dread. Chapter 186, Total Annihilation and Poison Gas. This kid is unfathomable. Even Mr. Black fell at his hands. This man is truly unbeatable. Shang Wanqing sighed deeply. He felt that even at his peak, he might not stand a chance against Bai Xiaofan. The young man's power was simply too terrifying. Long Zhongyuan clenched his fists tightly. He'd assess the situation again. If things didn't look promising, he'd resort to his final move. He declared with seething fury. Long Zhongyuan's final move was poison gas. He had already laid traps here, deadly poisonous gases. Once released, Bai Xiaofan and his companions would surely perish. This was Long Zhongyuan's final move. Shang Wanqing's face turned deathly pale. He was deeply impressed by Long Zhongyuan's ruthlessness. At that very moment, the tide of battle had turned decisively. After all, Bai Xiaofan's arrival had dealt a devastating blow to the others, leaving them all visibly stunned. These were all top-tier masters, yet they stood no chance against Bai Xiaofan. Mr. Black had already fallen to his blade, and the rest were utterly defenseless. They swiftly lost their combat effectiveness, each lying on the ground, wailing in agony. Under Bai Xiaofan's assault, they seemed utterly defenseless. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan let out a light chuckle. You've lost. Now get out of here. I don't want to kill you. This is already showing you great mercy. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, the expressions on their faces darkened considerably. These were all top-tier masters, each brimming with murderous intent. Yet before Bai Xiaofan, they were little more than playthings. Whether it was the swift-footed Zhang Tianda or the other two brothers, their hearts were filled with bitter sorrow. Just then, the surrounding doors slammed shut. The group stared in shock. But then, a cloud of poisonous gas was released. What? Bai Xiaofan and the others turned pale. They never imagined Long Zhongyuan could be so despicable. Losing the match, he actually intended to wipe out everyone. What a vile creature! Bai Xiaofan thought coldly. But now, finding a way to escape was paramount. His hand gently reached for the button beside him, a button that connected directly to the hotel's control console. Soon, a door swung open. Go! Without delay, Bai Xiaofan led his men to escape. As for those assassins, Bai Xiaofan wasn't unwilling to save them. It was simply that the area was now engulfed in toxic gas, making contact impossible. Complete darkness reigned inside. You're on your own now. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Perhaps this was the truth of the saying, heaven-made calamities can be overcome, but self-inflicted ones leave no room for survival. Once they reached safety, Bai Xiaofan instructed Feng Suizui and the others to leave first. He had more urgent matters to attend to. Shangguan Chang. Long Ziyuan. I'll make you pay. Bai Xiaofan said, his eyes cold and menacing. Thus, Bai Xiaofan made his way to the second floor, where he spotted Shangguan Chang. The old man was now preparing to flee. Where do you think you're running? Bai Xiaofan said coldly. Ha! Shangguan Qing turned around and immediately spotted Bai Xiaofan. His expression had been utterly shattered, his entire face twisted into the most hideous grimace imaginable. You're not dead? Shangguan Cheng exclaimed in utter disbelief. He had assumed everyone had perished in the toxic gas cloud below. But when Bai Xiaofan appeared beside him, Shangguan Cheng was utterly stunned. Not only was Bai Xiaofan alive, he seemed to be doing just fine. Damn it! What the hell? Long Zhongyuan had just gone to the control console, and Shangguan Cheng was about to leave. But the moment he saw Bai Xiaofan, he knew escaping safely today was nothing but a pipe dream. Gritting his teeth and steeled his resolve, Shangguan Cheng thought to himself. Kid, don't you dare push me too far? Even a cornered rat will bite. If you corner me, I'm not someone to mess with. Shangguan Cheng's voice trembled as he spoke. He claimed not to be afraid, but inside, he was scared out of his wits. In his prime, he had been a formidable figure who commanded respect. But that was then. The Shangguan Cheng of today was merely a frail, elderly man clinging to life. Fear of death was his true nature. You've lost your will to fight. Why persist? Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. He intended to dismantle Shangguan Cheng's psychological defenses step by step. You. Shangguan Cheng's face turned deathly pale. He retreated step by step, but suddenly stumbled and fell straight to the first floor. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, then the world fell silent. Ugh! Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaofan's expression turned cold. Truly, good deeds beget good rewards, and evil deeds beget evil consequences. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. Bai Xiaofan hadn't lifted a finger to kill him, this guy had brought it upon himself. Under these circumstances, Bai Xiaofan certainly bore no blame. After dealing with Shangguan Qing, Bai Xiaofan went looking for Long Zhongyuan, but Long Zhongyuan had vanished without a trace. The bastard had fled. Damn it! Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. He couldn't accept this outcome. No matter where you are, I'll find you. I'll make you pay for what happened today. Bai Xiaofan vowed silently within his heart. This matter was far from over. Bai Xiaofan would not let Long Zhongyuan off easily. Just then, Xiao Gaoge walked in. When he saw the scene unfolding before him, he froze stiff as a board, utterly unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is going on? Xiao Gaoge stammered. Bai Xiaofan recounted the entire incident. Hearing this, Xiao Gaoge nearly fainted. That despicable Long Zhongyuan, how could he have turned this place into such a mess? How am I supposed to clean this up? Xiao Gaoge felt utterly tormented. Bai Xiaofan patted his shoulder. You're the one who rented this place to him. Ultimately, you share the blame. Bai Xiaofan said with a hint of resignation. Xiao Gaoge's face broke out in a cold sweat. Alright, Mr. Bai, I'll handle this matter. But I'm counting on you to look into the investigation I asked you to handle. At this point, Xiao Gaoge knew the damage was done and irreparable. All he could do was try to make amends. Bai Xiaofan quickly took his leave from Xiao Gaoge and returned to the Luo residence with several subordinates. Luo Shui and the other women were waiting anxiously at the Luo residence, fearing something had happened to Bai Xiaofan. Seeing him return safely, they were all overcome with emotion. They bombarded him with questions all at once. Bai Xiaofan, wearing a broad smile, recounted the events with a casual, matter-of-fact tone. Though his tone was calm, his senior sisters could still sense the danger in his words. Their lovely faces flashed with waves of terror. I think we should just let this matter drop, Xia Chun said, still shaken. You didn't suffer any real loss. It's best not to continue entangling yourself with that despicable Long Zhongyuan. It's far too terrifying. Luo Shui, however, held a different view. Chapter 187, Feng Suizui's Trouble. How can that be? A debt must be repaid to its rightful creditor. Long Zhongyuan is the instigator, we absolutely cannot let him off the hook. Luo Shuwei retorted angrily. Seeing the two women worry for him, Bai Xiaofan naturally felt touched. A faint smile appeared on his face. No need to worry, sisters. That matter is already in the past, and it wasn't anything significant to begin with. I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I? Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, the two women's emotions eased somewhat, though they still felt a lingering tension. Bai Xiaofan, however, wore a smile. He certainly wouldn't dwell on something like this. In truth, Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less about this incident. As for dealing with Long Ziyuan, that could wait. It wasn't an urgent matter. Right now, there was something far more important to attend to, something of utmost significance to Bai Xiaofan. That was cultivating Feng Suizue and the others. In today's battle, Feng Suizue and the others had demonstrated terrifyingly formidable talent. Their potential had left Bai Xiaofan thoroughly satisfied. Given this, Bai Xiaofan naturally intended to cultivate them. Their talents absolutely could not be wasted. Feng Suizue and the others were all thrilled. After all, receiving Bai Xiaofan's personal training was a source of immense joy for them, and their faces all lit up with excitement. Every single one of them. Go pack your things, Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Then move to the Luo residence. Once you're there, I will personally cultivate your abilities. Bai Xiaofan said calmly. The group was filled with delight. If this were truly possible, it would bring immense benefits to each of them. The three of them then returned to their respective places. After about half a day, the other two returned, but Feng Suizue remained nowhere to be found. Wang Yang and Li Jun had no idea where Feng Suizue had gone. Ha! Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. Could something have happened to Feng Suizue? He pondered inwardly. Of course, Feng Suizue was no longer the same person she once was. Her strength had increased by more than one level, so logically, nothing should have happened to her. Yet Bai Xiaofan couldn't shake the feeling something was off. He couldn't pinpoint why, but the sensation was overwhelmingly strong. Bai Xiaofan immediately summoned Wang Hu for questioning, but Wang Hu was just as clueless. Oh my! My niece is usually quite reclusive and doesn't have many friends. How could she just vanish out of the blue? Wang Hu wondered. Luo Shuwei asked, where did your niece usually live? We could search her previous residence. Luo Shuwei's words prompted the group. Together, they set off under Wang Hu's guidance to Feng Suizue's rented apartment. This was Feng Suizue's usual place of residence and daily life, located in a very remote area. Moreover, the environment didn't look particularly good. In short, it wasn't a particularly desirable place. The surrounding residents were a mixed bag, with all sorts of unsavory characters running rampant. Particularly noticeable were the numerous thugs and hoodlums. Feng Suizue lived in this place all along? Wang Hu, you're a terrible uncle. Luo Shuwei said indignantly. Wang Hu's face flushed. It's not my fault. Feng Suizue never talks about her situation. I offered her money, but she refused. Wang Hu protested, feeling deeply wronged. After all, he was a man of honor. Just then, Bai Xiaofan interrupted their conversation. Now isn't the time for this. The priority is finding your niece. She may have some skills now, but she clearly lacks social experience. If something happens to her, it'll be a huge problem. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Wang Hu grew anxious too. I'll dispatch people to search immediately. Just as they were talking, a group of people burst through the door, equally agitated. Each one radiated a fierce, aggressive aura. They were wielding clubs in their hands. That woman lives here, right? Break down the door. If she doesn't pay up, we'll take her apart today. The mob roared in unison. Leading the group was a young man with a buzz cut, his face twisted into a sinister grimace, clearly no upstanding citizen. Behind him trailed several henchmen. Each of these henchmen looked like a vicious demon. They were about to smash Feng Suizue's door open. Bai Xiaofan immediately charged forward. Just as the thug's club was about to come down, Bai Xiaofan grabbed his wrist. Ow! The thug yelped in pain, dropping his club. Who the hell are you? The thug roared angrily. He was furious, never expecting this to happen. Bai Xiaofan's expression turned cold as he tossed the thug to the ground. He felt nothing but contempt for scum like this. The thug let out a wail, clutching his arm and moaning in pain. Seeing this, the blonde-haired guy flew into a rage. Looking for trouble. Huang Mao snatched the baton and swung it again. This blow aimed straight for Bai Xiaofan's forehead, clearly intending to crack open his skull. Smack! In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaofan extended a finger and tapped the stick. Yellow hair brother froze instantly. His face froze in shock. Crack! With a light flick of Bai Xiaofan's finger, the stick crumbled into dust. Ha! Yellow hair and his men nearly wet themselves in fright. When had they ever seen someone this formidable? That single finger alone was enough to crush them. Human or ghost? Yellow hair thought to himself. This was terrifying. To him, this was terrifying. He was utterly stunned. He'd never encountered such a terrifying figure before, and his mind was on the verge of collapse. Bai Xiaofan grabbed Huang Maoge by the throat and hoisted him up, leaving the young man trembling in terror. "Great God, spare us. I've done you no wrong. Why must you treat me like this?" Yellowhair's voice trembled as he wore an expression of utter terror. This was simply too terrifying for him. The sheer intimidation Bai Xiaofan radiated left the yellow-haired guy utterly speechless. "Are you here for Feng Sui? What do you want with her? Tell me the truth. One lie, and I'll kill every last one of you," Bai Xiaofan said coldly. He showed no mercy whatsoever. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Yellowhair trembled even more violently. "Brother, you can't do this. We're from a debt collection agency. This woman owes our company money. We're just here to collect. Debt repayment is only fair. We're not overstepping our bounds," Huang Maoge stammered. "Right and just?" Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. He raised the bat. "Is wielding a baton to collect debt also a natural right?" This left yellow-haired brother speechless. He could only tremble as the fear on Bai Xiaofan's face deepened. Bai Xiaofan flung him to the ground. "Cut the crap. Tell me everything exactly as it happened, or you won't even get a proper burial," Bai Xiaofan said, crushing the iron rod into pieces with a light squeeze. Chapter 188 Feng Sui's Secret. Hang Mao, suspended mid-air by Bai Xiaofan, felt death's chill. His entire body grew cold, as if plunged into an ice cellar, while terror gripped his very soul. "Don't kill me. I'll talk." The blonde-haired man was nearly scared out of his wits. Only then did Bai Xiaofan lower him. Trembling, the blonde-haired man spilled the details. "We're loan sharks. Feng Sui borrowed money from us but never paid it back. Naturally, we had to collect the debt." Hearing the blonde guy's words, Wang Hu grew furious. "Bull. Feng Sui is always so frugal with her spending. How could she owe you money? Besides, I'm her uncle. If she really had no money, why didn't she come to me?" Wang Hu clenched his fists as he spoke. He was ready to beat the hell out of the punk. Wang Hu felt Huang Mao's words were a direct attack on his reputation. If others found out his niece was so broke she had to borrow money to get by, it would be utterly humiliating for him as her uncle. Seeing Wang Hu's menacing expression, the punk instantly dropped to his knees. He slapped his own face repeatedly, his expression filled with sheer terror. "Sir, I swear I'm not lying. Look." Yellowhair, his face twisted with terror, fumbled a crumpled IOU from his pocket and handed it over. Sure enough, neat handwriting was scrawled across it. It was Feng Sui's IOU. And it was for 200,000 yuan, no small sum for a girl like Feng Sui. After all, Feng Sui only did odd jobs for Wang Hu and didn't earn much. This sum was astronomical for Feng Sui. Seeing this written proof of debt, Wang Hu's expression suddenly darkened. This meant he had failed as an uncle. Wang Hu grabbed Huang Mao by the collar. "Kid, if there really is a promissory note, then your Uncle Tiger here admits it. Your Uncle Tiger is a man of principle. If I truly owe you money, I'll pay you back. But you must tell me where Feng Sui went," Wang Hu exclaimed passionately. Huang Mao shook his head frantically in terror. "Uncle, I don't want the money. Please let me go. I really don't know where she went." Under Wang Hu's intimidating glare, a trail of wetness began to form at the young man's crotch. He had clearly been scared out of his wits. Bai Xiaofan's brow furrowed slightly, his expression abruptly shifting. He realized this yellow hair was likely not the mastermind behind the scheme. With Feng Sui's current skills, even 10 of him wouldn't stand a chance against her. Bai Xiaofan approached the punk, softening his tone for the moment. "I could let you go. But you must tell me everything you know about why Feng Sui borrowed the money, every last detail. And you better be honest. If there's even a single lie, I can't guarantee your safety." Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, the punk knelt down again. "Big brother, I really don't know anything else. I only vaguely heard Feng Sui mention something about going to find some Tangkong. As for who this Tangkong is, I truly have no idea." Just then, Luo Shui beside them suddenly shrieked. "Tangkong? The divine Dr. Tang." Luo Shui's face betrayed utter astonishment. "You know him?" Everyone turned to ask Luo Shui. Luo Shui nodded. "This Master Tang is a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who lives in Yunyin village just outside the city. He runs a clinic there, though it's quite remote, it's all the more famous. Locals call him the reclusive immortal," Luo Shui explained. When Luo Shui's father, Boss Luo, was gravely ill, he once sought Tang Kang's help. But this divine Dr. Tang was exceedingly proud and refused to treat Boss Luo, which is why the illness dragged on to this point. Luo Shui had sought an audience with Master Tang more than once, only to be turned away each time. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. What was Feng Sui doing seeking out the divine Dr. Tang? This was absurd. After all, Feng Sui had trained with him for 3 days, and Bai Xiaofan had gained a basic understanding of her physical condition. Even with his keen eye, he hadn't detected any issues with Feng Sui's health. Not only was Feng Suizue not ill, but she was exceptionally healthy. Logically, she shouldn't have sought out the divine doctor. This was truly a strange affair. Bai Xiaofan pondered, stroking his chin. He turned his gaze toward Wang Hu, who scratched his head in response. I left my hometown when I was young, so I don't know much about my niece's situation. Besides, her parents passed away long ago. If she hadn't come to seek refuge with me, I wouldn't even have recognized her. Wang Hu's meaning was clear, he didn't know much about Feng Suizue's situation. This was indeed a strange turn of events. Bai Xiaofan also didn't know what had happened to Feng Suizue, and the whole situation struck him as odd. He decided to get to the bottom of it. Let's head to Yunin village now. And so, with Luo Shui at the wheel, the group sped out of the city and arrived at Yunin village. The name Cloud Hidden Village was truly fitting. A small village shrouded in mist, appearing and disappearing like a mirage, it was perpetually enveloped in clouds and fog, making it feel like a realm of immortals. Yet within this village, few households remained, scattered across separate mountain peaks. Thus, it felt more like a secluded paradise. Tang Kong lives here. He's a strange old man. I've tried to see him many times but never succeeded. We must be cautious. Luo Shui frowned as she spoke. Her impression of Tang Kong was far from favorable. After all, the esteemed young miss of the Luo family had condescended to seek him out, yet this so-called divine physician Tang had shown her no respect whatsoever. He wouldn't even see her. Parking the carriage outside the village, the group disembarked. Through the mist, a house appeared faintly visible. It was a rather dilapidated thatched cottage perched atop the mountain ridge. According to Luo Shui, that was Tang Kang's residence. This old divine physician didn't live alone. He had an apprentice named Zhang Guotu, a formidable man. Last time, he beat up my bodyguard. Luo Shui said with obvious irritation. That was 2 years ago when Luo Shui arrived bearing numerous gifts to seek the master healer's help, only to be stopped outright by Zhang Guotu. A clash erupted between Luo Shui's bodyguards and Zhang Guotu. In the ensuing confrontation, Zhang Guotu displayed extraordinary prowess, utterly defeating Luo Shui's bodyguards. This incident naturally became an unforgettable memory for Luo Shui, leaving her filled with resentment. That happened? Bai Xiaofan felt even more astonished. Tang Kong was merely a doctor. Though he called himself a divine healer, no one had ever witnessed his abilities. But if he had such formidable bodyguards, it at least suggested Tang Kong was likely quite capable. Otherwise, such formidable bodyguards wouldn't be stationed to protect him. Looks like we might just have something to gain here. Bai Xiaofan mused, rubbing his chin. The group composed themselves and followed the mountain path toward the small hut at the pass. Thick mist hung heavy along the entire path. Chapter 189, A Perilous Adventure. Whoa! Just as they were descending, Wang Hu let out a startled cry. His feet slipped, sending him tumbling straight onto the steps. Watch out! Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. If Wang Hu tumbled down like that, with his massive weight, he'd drag everyone else down with him. Bai Xiaofan reached out urgently, catching Wang Hu with a palm strike. Ah! Wang Hu was startled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. One misstep, and he would have plunged into the abyss. Wang Hu was truly terrified. A look of shock flashed across his face. How could you be so careless? Bai Xiaofan helped him up, his tone tinged with reproach. By all accounts, Wang Hu was quite capable after all, he'd been in the game for so long. This situation was truly unexpected. However, Wang Hu shook his head. No, it's not that. That spot was slippery. I'm no slouch, but I couldn't even stay on my feet. Wang Hu's voice trembled. Regardless, he was considered a skilled fighter. The fact that even he couldn't stay on his feet only served to prove how strange this whole affair was. Hearing Wang Hu's words, Bai Xiaofan frowned. He sensed something was terribly wrong. There must be more to this than meets the eye. With this new information, Bai Xiaofan's expression instantly hardened. He sensed that this matter was far from simple. Bai Xiaofan's gaze was piercing. He approached the spot where Wang Hu had fallen and examined it closely, a look of gravity deepening in his eyes. There was a sticky substance there. It looked like some kind of viscous mucus. What the hell is this? Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. This viscous mucus seemed highly unusual, even baffling to Bai Xiaofan. His gaze sharpened involuntarily. Wang Hu also said, "That's right. I stepped on this stuff and that's why I got into trouble." Hold on. Bai Xiaofan raised his hand to stop the others. Finding the substance highly peculiar, he took out his silver needles, gently dipped one, and brought it to his nose for a sniff. He held it to his nostrils and sniffed. What's so special about it? The others asked, completely baffled. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Not yet. He stated. Though he couldn't explain it yet, something about the situation still felt odd to him. This seemed to be a very unique chemical agent, and it had been transported in large quantities before being left behind here. Bai Xiaofan scanned the surroundings again. There were clearly some small wheel tracks. He found it somewhat peculiar. The scene before him was somewhat unexpected. Wang Hu froze. Brother Bai Xiaofan, have you discovered anything? He asked blankly. Bai Xiaofan made a shushing gesture, gently lifting his head to gaze toward Yunin village, his expression turning serious. This place looks incredibly rugged and difficult to traverse, but it seems to be a path. Those ruts on both sides must be from some kind of special transport vehicle. Bai Xiaofan mused, rubbing his chin. Back on the mountain, the old man had many ancient texts. These books recorded some very peculiar things, including the mysterious bug doctors in the southeastern mountainous regions of Yanhuang. Bai Xiaofan recalled one book specifically mentioning these very ruts. This stirred something within him. Looks like Tang Kong isn't someone to be underestimated. Bai Xiaofan mused, stroking his chin. Watching Bai Xiaofan feign profound thought, Luo Shui pouted in annoyance. You stinky junior disciple, what on earth are you talking about? Turning to see the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Bai Xiaofan could only offer a helpless smile. Nothing. Let's go. But everyone, watch your step. Don't let your guard down. Bai Xiaofan said with a serious expression. Wang Hu spat out a loud pft. Damn it, this place is giving me the creeps. It looks pretty enough, but there's something spooky about it that just feels off. Hearing Wang Hu's words, Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. Perhaps the answer lies within the cloud-hidden mountains. Who knows? Your niece, Feng Suitsue, might be there too. The group continued descending, but just as they emerged from the woods, Bai Xiaofan and the others halted abruptly. Oh no! Bai Xiaofan made a shushing gesture as they spotted an odd vehicle parked in front of Tang Kang's old house. It was a vehicle that looked incredibly rustic, yet parked beside it was a thoroughly modern helicopter. This was utterly absurd. This place was supposed to be deserted. How could a helicopter possibly appear here? This absurd situation left Bai Xiaofan utterly stunned. Just then, a figure stepped out of the helicopter, causing Bai Xiaofan's pupils to dilate in shock. It was one of Long Zhongyuan's men. Luo Shui cried out in surprise. Bai Xiaofan immediately covered Luo Shui's mouth with his hand. Don't make a sound. Bai Xiaofan realized this was no simple matter. One who was visibly agitated. He hesitated. Could Tang Kong and Long Zhongyuan have colluded? But if there's a debt to be repaid, Long Zhongyuan should seek revenge from you. Why target my niece? Wang Hu sighed. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan nearly choked on his own blood. You bastard really know how to keep your grudges straight. He mentally cursed Wang Hu, but knew this wasn't the time for jokes or arguments. Caution was paramount now. Just then, a man stepped forward. He was a well-built man in his 30s, his physique exceptionally robust. A real powerhouse. This man and Long Zhongyuan's subordinate were deep in conversation. They talked for quite some time before Long Zhongyuan's man finally boarded the helicopter. The rotors whirred to life, and Long Zhongyuan's men roared away. There must be a conspiracy, Wang Hu said in a low voice. Bai Xiaofan remained silent, choosing to stay hidden. Only after watching the helicopter take off did he resume moving with the others. It seemed Tang Kong and Long Zhongyuan truly had a deal. What role Feng Suitsue played in it, however, remained unknown. Bai Xiaofan pondered, rubbing his chin. Luo Shui grew anxious. What should we do? I thought Tang Kong was just an honest old doctor, but who knew he was such a despicable person? If Sister Feng Suitsue falls into his hands, it'll be disastrous. The others were equally anxious. Don't panic. You all stay here and keep watch. I'll go investigate. If Feng Suitsue is inside, I'll rescue her directly, Bai Xiaofan said with a stern look. Wang Hu and Luo Shui could only agree. Their abilities were far inferior to Bai Xiaofan's. More people would only complicate matters. The group remained stationed where they were, while Bai Xiaofan went undercover, using the terrain to sneak closer to the house. There was only one path leading up the mountain. Perched high on a ridge, the house commanded a commanding view of everything below. The occupants inside, however, showed little vigilance. Perhaps they simply didn't care about such matters. With Zhang Tuqiang included, there were 3 of them. Bai Xiaofan assessed the situation. With Zhang Tuqiang now present, 3 guards were stationed outside. They sat on a round chair, seemingly deep in conversation. Chapter 190, Capturing the Grandmaster Alive. Bai Xiaofan subtly suppressed his aura to the lowest possible level, observing their movements. He remained concealed in the dim shadows, not making a single sound. Bai Xiaofan had already discerned that Zhang Tuqiang was no ordinary man. This individual was a formidable expert, possessing considerable strength. Such a man was no easy opponent. This fellow had actually reached the threshold of mastery, stepping into the inner sanctum. 3 men guarded the entrance, but the interior seemed sparsely occupied. Judging by the layout, it couldn't hold many people anyway. It seemed he must first deal with Zhang Tuqiang and his 2 henchmen. Only after eliminating them could he be confident about handling other matters. Bai Xiaofan pondered this in his mind, his expression gradually growing grave. Without a doubt, the most crucial task now was to deal with Zhang Tuqiang. With this thought, his mind filled with further plans. Gripping 2 silver needles in his hands, he slowly approached the mysterious house. When he reached 10 meters from the courtyard wall, he knew concealment was no longer possible. After all, Zhang Tuqian was no ordinary man. Such a figure would inevitably detect something amiss. Continuing to hide would be utterly pointless. He had to strike swiftly. When facing a master, seizing the initiative was paramount. Only by striking first could he achieve twice the result with half the effort. With his mind made up, Bai Xiaofan sprang into action. Swish! Like a flash of lightning, he leapt over the wall. Ha! Zhang Tuqian and his 2 brothers snapped to attention. Who? Watching Bai Xiaofan leap inside, Zhang Tuqian looked utterly bewildered. But Bai Xiaofan paid no heed, firing 2 silver needles that instantly incapacitated Zhang Tuqian's 2 henchmen. Before the 2 henchmen could react, they groaned and collapsed, completely unconscious. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan's expression turned cold. They deserved it. Now that Zhang Tuqian's 2 men were out of the picture, it was just Bai Xiaofan versus Zhang Tuqian one-on-one. Much easier. Zhang Tuqian watched his men fall, his rage flaring instantly. Who the hell are you? He bellowed, fury boiling over. Bai Xiaofan met his glare head-on, showing no mercy. I'm here for Feng Sui. Hand her over. Bai Xiaofan stated bluntly. He couldn't be bothered with any pretense of politeness, it was pointless. Bai Xiaofan could tell Zhang Tuqian was the kind of person who thrived on arrogance. Such an arrogant man wouldn't stoop to lying. Sure enough, Zhang Tuqian's expression darkened before turning menacing. So you're the one who taught that woman martial arts? Never imagined she had such talent. Too bad she lacks experience. If she'd trained 2 more years, she might even have been my match. Zhang Tuqian said with a lecherous grin. It seemed he made no denial that Feng Sui was in his custody. In Zhang Tuqian's hands, 2 twin blades had materialized out of thin air, his signature weapons. Double blades? Seeing Zhang Tuqian's sharp weapons, Bai Xiaofan's pupils suddenly dilated. There was no doubt these blades were formidable. Though their material was unclear, their sheer sharpness alone indicated these were exceptionally formidable weapons. Possessing such blades meant he was no ordinary man. These blades were formidable indeed, clearly Zhang Tuqian's life-saving weapons. Zhang, I have no desire to clash with you. Hand over Feng Sui, and I might consider sparing your life. Bai Xiaofan flexed his muscles, his voice cold and measured. Zhang Tuqian roared with laughter. That depends on whether you can beat me. As he spoke, his figure flickered and he was already before Bai Xiaofan. His speed was like a bullet. That fast? Bai Xiaofan was startled. He was already aware of Zhang Tuqian's martial prowess, and now it was clear this man was truly formidable. This sudden burst of speed sent a chill down one's spine. He was undeniably formidable. Moreover, the speed of his twin blades surpassed even bullets. His relentless, frenzied strikes appeared rhythmless, yet were in fact ferociously precise. The twin blades showed no mercy, each strike was deadly. Truly a vicious killer. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but grow cautious. After all, even the most skilled martial artist fears a kitchen knife. And this fellow was a master swordsman, his blades channeling internal energy that carried a powerful armor-piercing effect. Even the air he scorched carried the aura of raging flames. Zhang Tuqian's dual blades were truly formidable. This relentless barrage of strikes was almost entirely fueled by internal energy. Zhang Tuqian's martial prowess relied entirely on this power. This approach itself was absurd, bordering on a state of madness. His dual blades swung with a palpable aura of murderous intent. I dodge. Bai Xiaofan executed the dragon striding technique, initiating a series of evasive maneuvers. He had no other choice. Those twin blades possessed devastating armor-piercing power. Without evasion, victory was impossible. After all, that armor-piercing effect was no joke. A single lapse in concentration could mean being scorched alive. The internal energy within the blades, infused with true qi, unleashed unimaginable power. This guy is this fierce? Bai Xiaofan was utterly dumbfounded. He felt this man was practically a berserker, his internal energy seemingly endless, as if it would never run dry. This was getting ridiculous. He kept slashing for about 10 minutes straight, still breathing easily and showing no signs of fatigue. Such energy was truly beyond words. What a tough guy. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. The other's twin blades showed no sign of stopping. If he kept slashing like this, the guy probably wouldn't even get tired. Bai Xiaofan marveled inwardly. This guy was nothing short of a madman with blades. Enough. If this keeps up, I won't be able to sustain my strength. Bai Xiaofan dodged while thinking. He decided to take a risky gamble. His form flickered as he suddenly circled around to the opponent's rear. This flanking maneuver was executed with blinding speed. Zhang Tuqian's expression darkened. He swung his blade in a counterattack. But this time, Bai Xiaofan didn't dodge. Speed trumped speed. The silver needles in Bai Xiaofan's hand shot straight toward Zhang Tuqian's pressure points. After all, they were being used like darts. Zhang Tuqian's blade, however, remained firmly in his grasp. In a contest of speed, Bai Xiaofan held the advantage. But this was undoubtedly a game for the brave, for the slightest misstep could lead to mutual destruction. A moment's hesitation in evasion could spell danger for Bai Xiaofan. That was no laughing matter. Crack! By a mere 0.01 seconds, Bai Xiaofan managed to freeze Zhang Tucheng's blade in midair. The edge of Zhang Tucheng's blade nearly sliced through Bai Xiaofan's hair. Had it not been for Bai Xiaofan's formidable composure, that single stroke might have severed him beyond defense. Let me go! Zhang Tucheng was frozen in place, unable to move. His face twisted with terror, utterly bewildered by what had transpired. To him, this was nothing short of a terrifying ordeal. It far exceeded his wildest imaginings. Zhang Tucheng was utterly shaken to his core. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. Your power is formidable. Normally, I wouldn't have been able to pin you down. But just now, when you unleashed your power, your inner energy leaked out, allowing me to seal your acupoints. What luck! As he spoke, Bai Xiaofan disarmed the twin blades from Zhang Tucheng's hands. If you can move within 3 hours, I'll admit defeat. Bai Xiaofan thought coldly. He turned and charged into Tang Kang's room. Chapter 191, The Immortality Experiment. Kang Kang's room didn't seem particularly large, yet it was crammed with jars and bottles, most of them containing medicines. There were also some unidentifiable experimental instruments. Tang Kang's room could easily be called a miniature laboratory, fully equipped with everything needed. However, everything was arranged quite haphazardly, with items scattered about in disarray. It was clear the owner was a laid-back sort. Bai Xiaofan had no time to care whether Tang Kang was easygoing or not. He needed to find this man in Feng Suizue. After a thorough search, however, the results were far from promising. There was no trace of Feng Suizue whatsoever, as if she had never existed at all. Bai Xiaofan's expression abruptly darkened. He wasn't here. This was indeed bad news for Bai Xiaofan. He immediately rushed back outside and grabbed Zhang Tucheng by the throat. Where did Tang Kang and Feng Suizue go? Tell me now, or you'll die. Bai Xiaofan's face flashed with murderous intent. His eyes blazed with fury. Zhang Tucheng was lifted off the ground, struggling helplessly. His pressure points had been sealed, leaving him utterly powerless. You! Put me down! After half a minute of struggling, Zhang Tucheng finally gave up and chose to submit. Bai Xiaofan had anticipated this outcome all along. A man like Zhang Tucheng would never willingly walk into his own death. Where would he find the courage for that? Bai Xiaofan saw through this kind of scum for what he truly was. Tossing him to the ground, Bai Xiaofan stared at him coldly. Speak! But Zhang Tucheng began negotiating terms instead. Kid, I admit I was outmatched. Losing to you is no shame. But now I'm a broken man. If I tell you the secret, I won't survive either. Give me 8 million, and I'll go abroad to live in obscurity. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Zhang Tucheng declared. Holy, 8 million. You're really asking for the moon. Bai Xiaofan sighed helplessly. Just then, Luo Shui and the others entered. Without hesitation, Luo Shui pulled out a gold card and flung it with disgust right onto Zhang Tucheng's face. Luo Shui sneered, I always knew you were no good, but I never imagined you'd be this despicable. Now tell us the whole truth, and then you can get lost. Zhang Tucheng snatched the card, a wild grin spreading across his face. Though he was a martial artist whose strength had reached the level of a grandmaster, he wasn't particularly obsessed with power and influence. The treacherous ways of the martial world and the constant turmoil of the business world weighed heavily on him. He never knew when he might meet a violent end. What Zhang Tucheng cared about most was money. This gold card held at least 10 million in its balance, redeemable at any bank worldwide. To him, it was pure, tangible wealth. Tucking the card into his pocket, Zhang Tucheng looked thoroughly satisfied. Heh, so it's Miss Luo. I hope you don't mind if I've offended you before. Luo Shui rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond. Bai Xiaofan stared at him coldly, his tone stern. Cut the nonsense. Now that we have the money, tell us everything you know. If you hold anything back, you'll die for sure. Hearing this, Zhang Tucheng finally spoke. This Tang Kang is a member of the Gu Medicine clan. I imagine you're aware of their profession. It's incredibly mysterious and bizarre. As Zhang Tucheng finished speaking, Bai Xiaofan's expression instantly turned icy. Just as I suspected. Luo Shui glared at Zhang Tucheng. Keep talking. Zhang Tucheng cleared his throat and continued, I was recruited by Tang Kang as his bodyguard. Tang Kang can concoct a type of bug medicine that, when consumed, enhances my internal energy. That's precisely why I willingly became his subordinate. As for Feng Suizue, Tang Kang had discovered her long ago. Back then, she suffered from a hidden ailment, and it was Tang Kang who cured her. But Tang Kang had ulterior motives. He wanted to turn Feng Suizue into a vessel for creating poisonous insects. What? Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. He had heard from the old man before that these bone-poisoning insects were extremely sinister creatures that actively sought out hosts. That was utterly terrifying. While possessing medicinal properties even capable of miraculously reviving the dead, such a thing was utterly wicked. No righteous cultivator would ever use it. At this point, Bai Xiaofan felt a wave of disgust wash over him. What does this have to do with Long Zhong Yuan? Bai Xiaofan asked coldly. Zhang Tusheng finally explained, this bone poison worm is what Third Master Long wants. They seem to be handing it over to someone extremely powerful for some kind of immortality experiment? But such matters are beyond the reach of a free-spirited wanderer like me. I'm just a bodyguard, I know nothing more. Zhang Tucheng's tone was serious, but his words sent a chill through Bai Xiaofan. Where are they? Bai Xiaofan demanded. Zhang Tucheng's expression darkened. They're at a secret lab dozens of kilometers away. But I advise you don't go looking for trouble. Your forces are formidable, but rescuing Feng Suitsue is practically impossible. Anyway, I've said all I can. Goodbye. Zhang Tusheng tucked away his bank card and climbed over the wall with a forced effort, showing no lingering attachment to the place whatsoever. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Xiaofan merely sneered coldly. Though this guy had gotten his hands on some cash, he was now as useless as a cripple, no threat whatsoever. Bai Xiaofan couldn't be bothered with him. What to do? Wang Hu was already panicking. Though he couldn't make heads or tails of this convoluted situation, he knew someone was out to harm his niece. Of course Wang Hu was panicking. He cherished this well-behaved and sensible niece deeply. Seeing Wang Hu, who was burning with anxiety, Bai Xiaofan walked over and patted him on the shoulder. There's no need to worry. It hasn't come to that yet. Honestly, this isn't even that difficult. Go get Snake Pattern right now. Bring all our brothers along. If we have to, we'll take him back by force. As for anyone who dares to stop us, leave them to me. Bai Xiaofan said coldly. A murderous intent had already begun to stir within him. After all, the other side was utterly despicable. If he didn't act, there was no need for Bai Xiaofan to waste words on such people. Overcomplicated schemes were pointless anyway. Better to charge straight in with the gang brothers. Rescuing them was paramount. Luo Shuwei also picked up the phone, mobilizing the Luo family's security detail. As one of Luo City's premier clans, the Luo family boasted a substantial security force. They possessed considerable combat capability. By evening, the group assembled at Yunin village. Upon hearing Feng Suitsue had been captured, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Snake Pattern's eyes blazed with fury. Damn it! Our elder sister died at the hands of these very people, and now they dare lay a finger on our own? They think our gang is defenseless. I, Shiwen, have always valued loyalty above all else. One whose niece is my niece. Today, I'll risk my life to rescue her. Yes. Let's go rescue her. The crowd seethed with fury, but Bai Xiaofan gradually regained his composure. They now possessed sufficient strength, but the rescue plan must be meticulously executed. Chapter 192, The Rescue. Wang Hu and the others were all fired up. They refused to endure further humiliation. This time, they would reclaim their honor. They felt that if they couldn't rescue Feng Suitsue, they'd be a disgrace to themselves. Observing their state, Bai Xiaofan felt a vague unease. He knew this mission was no trivial matter and demanded utmost caution. His expression darkened. Wang Hu, let's be clear from the start, once we're there, you must follow my orders. No one is to act on their own initiative. Hearing this, Wang Hu immediately raised his hand. Don't worry, brother Bai Xiaofan. We all know better. Without you, we couldn't possibly rescue my niece. We'll follow your lead. The others nodded in agreement. Let's go. Bai Xiaofan waved his hand decisively, leading the group in dozens of vehicles as they set off. Bai Xiaofan was naturally unapologetic. This time, he intended to reclaim his people openly and rightfully. Following the map, they quickly located the experimental base hidden deep within the mountains. Wang Hu peered intently through his high-powered binoculars. He clenched his jaw tightly. Xiaofan, these bastards hiding in the mountains must be either scoundrels or thieves. Hearing his gritted teeth tone, Luo Shuwei beside him grew displeased. Mr. Wang, what nonsense are you spouting? Bai Xiaofan and my master also live in the mountains. Does that make them criminals too? Caught off guard by Luo Shuwei's sharp retort, Wang Hu's face flushed crimson, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. Enough. Now isn't the time for this. How to deal with these people is the real issue. Bai Xiaofan said earnestly. Xiaofan, we'll follow your lead. Wang Hu and Luo Shuwei declared in unison. Bai Xiaofan pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone to check the signal. He found the signal was still quite strong here. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly and outlined his plan. He opened the GPS app and said, I'll go in first to pinpoint the lab's location. I'll send you the coordinates, then I'll deliberately cause a distraction. You guys use that chance to rescue the hostages. Remember, the priority is rescuing them. Bai Xiaofan said with complete seriousness. This was no laughing matter. No matter what happens, getting Feng Suitsue out is the top priority. You'd better be careful. Luo Shui said with concern. There's no other reason this situation is genuinely terrifying. The slightest misstep could spell real danger. Bai Xiaofan showed no sign of fear. To him, this was nothing more than a minor matter truly insignificant. Don't worry, I know how to protect myself, Bai Xiaofan declared, patting his chest. Stay hidden here and wait for my signal. With that, Bai Xiaofan flickered and vanished without a trace. It was already late, and given Bai Xiaofan's agility, it was no surprise these men couldn't catch his trail. Soon, Bai Xiaofan reached the outer perimeter of the experimental base, blocked by a large plastic net enclosure. Electric fences hung all around, but there weren't many sentries patrolling the perimeter. Truly impenetrable defenses. Bai Xiaofan marveled inwardly. If one didn't know better, they'd think this was some vital military base. That Long Ziyuan fellow. Looks like he spared no expense. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. However, these electric fences were extremely troublesome. Touching them would result in an electric shock, triggering alarms throughout the perimeter. Worse still, surveillance cameras dotted the perimeter, leaving few blind spots as far as Bai Xiaofan could tell. He must calculate a suitable path, otherwise, this would be no simple task. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. His mind raced through urgent calculations, quickly assessing the situation. Bai Xiaofan found the perfect angle and leaped upward with blinding speed, reaching his absolute limit. In a flash, his form had crossed the electric fence. Landing. Bai Xiaofan rolled once on the spot, landing smoothly on the ground with perfect stability. After landing, Bai Xiaofan's breathing remained unchanged, still as calm as ever. This was a testament to his true strength. Without genuine skill, such composure would be impossible. Bai Xiaofan made not a sound, yet he dared not advance recklessly. Because surveillance cameras were everywhere ahead. He must disable these cameras first, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to move an inch. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. However, he had already observed the situation within the compound. It was a vast courtyard with numerous buildings constructed from color-coded steel sheeting. Each structure stood about 10 meters tall, resembling massive warehouses. Visibly, 2 buildings had lights on. Both structures had windows, though they were not large. As for the other warehouse-like structures, their doors were tightly shut, showing no signs of life. Bai Xiaofan's gaze locked onto the windows of the 2 buildings. He had brought a high-powered telescope and was now lying flat on the ground, observing intently. With his keen eyesight amplified by the binoculars, he could see everything clearly. One house was the electrical room, while the other contained 2 men who appeared to be bodyguards. They sat intently focused on their computer screens. Bai Xiaofan could tell this must be the surveillance room, controlling the security cameras throughout the compound. He had to take care of these 2 first, otherwise, things would get complicated. With that thought, Bai Xiaofan drew 2 silver needles from his sleeve and charged forward at breakneck speed, his internal energy erupting instantly throughout his body. In less than 5 seconds, he had already covered a considerable distance. Strike! Bai Xiaofan silently gasped as the needles flew from his hands. Their force was immense, cutting through armor with ease. The glass of the monitoring room was torn open by 2 small slits, and the silver needles landed precisely within the 2 men's bodies. The 2 men showed no reaction whatsoever, collapsing silently to the ground. Such was Bai Xiaofan's skill. Bai Xiaofan lunged toward the doorway in a single stride. Positioned in the shadow beneath the light, he exploited the proverbial blind spot beneath the lamp. In such a place, safety was assured. Bai Xiaofan gave the door a light push. It wouldn't budge. He paid it no mind. For him, a door that wouldn't open was a mere trifle, scarcely worth mentioning. He drew a silver needle and lightly tapped the lock. The door swung open instantly. This technique is truly formidable. Even the most skilled locksmiths couldn't hope to match it. After unlocking the door, Bai Xiaofan slipped inside. He carried the 2 bodies to a secluded spot and changed into one of their uniforms. Then Bai Xiaofan sat down in front of the surveillance room and began checking the security footage. The very surveillance system meant to guard the place had become Bai Xiaofan's weapon. After some analysis, Bai Xiaofan found the answer. So that's how it was. He grasped the crux of the matter. The situation was far from simple. Inside each warehouse, the surveillance feed revealed numerous strange pieces of equipment. Some people were stationed there as guards. But the rearmost warehouse remained hidden from the cameras, proof that something was amiss there. Bai Xiaofan naturally caught on to this. Such a minor detail couldn't possibly stump him. To him, the situation was crystal clear. If Feng Suitsue was here, she must be in this very place. Chapter 193, Sabotaging Circuits to Eliminate the Strong. From the surveillance footage, Bai Xiaofan had already deduced the answer. He immediately imprinted everything he saw into his mind. Nothing could escape Bai Xiaofan's grasp. Every detail was etched deep into his mind. This was the true terror of Bai Xiaofan. Having completed this, he decided to act. Changing into the facility's work uniform, he strode out with confidence. He first approached the door to the electrical room, where he found several chaotically arranged recliners inside. Upon one of these recliners lay a figure. A straw hat concealed the figure's face, obscuring their true appearance. Yet Bai Xiaofan sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from them. This was someone of significance. "I'll deal with you later," Bai Xiaofan thought to himself as he continued to conceal his aura, thoroughly scouting the area. Finally, he reached the door of the last warehouse. The massive doors were tightly shut, guarded by two men standing at the entrance. Both radiated an intimidating aura, resembling door gods. It was late at night, yet they showed no signs of fatigue, standing their ground like two guardian deities. This was rather intimidating. He mustn't alert them, Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Bai Xiaofan wasn't foolish. He wasn't afraid of these two men, but he was wary of stirring up trouble. If Feng Suitsui weren't here, he wouldn't risk alerting the enemy. As for the two before him, Bai Xiaofan felt no fear whatsoever. His form flickered rapidly, vanishing before their eyes. The two hadn't even registered Bai Xiaofan's presence. They remained vigilant at the gate, completely unaware that Bai Xiaofan had already scaled the wall like a gecko. He continued to observe from the shadows, his heart filled with caution. Seeing that the two remained oblivious, Bai Xiaofan continued his ascent. Yet with every step upward, he moved with extreme caution. The reason was simple: the wall's material was exceptionally unique, making it incredibly difficult to climb. Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened involuntarily. This place was truly a pain in the neck. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But his climbing skills were learned from the old man. Growing up in the mountains meant Bai Xiaofan could traverse walls as easily as walking on level ground. That was his ability. Bai Xiaofan's climbing speed was truly terrifying. Soon he reached the roof. This particular roof was made of corrugated steel, dangerous in its own right. The slightest misstep could cause a tremendous clang. Bai Xiaofan could only climb slowly, eventually reaching the ventilation shaft with great effort. But caution remained essential. Bai Xiaofan dared not make a single sound, for any noise could potentially cause catastrophic consequences. Reaching the vent, Bai Xiaofan squeezed his entire body through the opening before peering inside through the tiny vent. Sure enough, there were people inside. Several people were talking, while a girl was tied to a chair, her mouth and face covered. But Bai Xiaofan recognized her instantly. It was Feng Suitsui. The two conversing were none other than Lu Tai, one of Long Zhongyuan's men, and an elderly man. "Master Tang, are you certain this girl can become a bug-imbued vessel? Our third master paid a hefty price for her. If something goes wrong and Mr. Dead blames us, what then?" Lu Tai asked. Hearing this, Tang Kong gave a cold laugh. "Mr. Lu, do you doubt my abilities? I've practiced medicine my entire life and never made a mistake. Your third master Long wishes to curry favor with the immortal doctor, and I will naturally cooperate fully. If not for his sake, then for the sake of his master, haha." Tang Kang's voice dripped with sleaziness, his greedy expression plain for all to see. Lu Tai patted Tang Kong on the shoulder. "Old Tang, third master appreciates your straightforward style. If this girl truly possesses such a constitution, then that's excellent. After all, this woman has some grudge against my third master," Lu Tai said. Tang Kong roared with laughter. He said greedily, "She's just a foolish woman. She actually believed I'd treat her for free. If I hadn't set my sights on her poison-rearing physique, why would I waste my money on her? That's cold hard cash, you know." As they spoke, both men grinned with a look of shared complicity. Holy? How shameless. Hearing this from above, Bai Xiaofan's face turned ashen. Back on the mountain, the old man had told him that goo cultivation was a deeply wicked form of medicine, one that required human bodies as medicinal catalysts. It was utterly revolting. Those used as human catalysts either became mentally impaired or utterly insane. Worse still, they would die outright. Such unorthodox medical practices had always been despised by the righteous path. So this scoundrel Tang Kong had been scheming such vile schemes all along, utterly despicable. Bai Xiaofan's hatred boiled over. But now was not the time to act. After all, Feng Suitsui was still in their hands, and Bai Xiaofan was wary of harming her. He needed to keep listening. Inside the room, Lu Tai pressed again, "What about the medicine?" Tang Kong sneered coldly. "It's in another lab right now, still frozen. It'll take 48 hours before it's usable." Lu Tai finally nodded. "Good." Both men sneered coldly. Bai Xiaofan's heart stirred. It seemed these fellows had truly prepared thoroughly, even having the medicinal ingredients ready. This Mr. Undying must be a demonic entity. With that thought, Bai Xiaofan prepared to act. He had to cut the power first. Once the circuits were severed, panic would surely ensue. Lu Tai and Feng Suitsui would inevitably head to the other lab to start the generator. Then, Bai Xiaofan would be able to find his target. With that thought, he swiftly entered the location into his phone and temporarily turned it off. Bai Xiaofan swiftly retreated, dashing toward the power room. He had to cut the power first. Since Bai Xiaofan no longer had to worry about surveillance controls, he moved with near unhindered ease. Soon, Bai Xiaofan returned to the power generation room. He quietly drew out the silver needle, unlocked the door, and tiptoed into the generator room. But just then, the man reclining in the chair abruptly stood up. Though he had seemed relaxed moments before, his eyes suddenly blazed with intensity. "Who?" the man growled in a low voice. A murderous aura emanated from his body. This aura, honed through years of combat, proved the man was no ordinary individual. He was a burly figure with a fierce expression, a deep scar across his face further emphasizing his brutality. Yet his voice remained deep and gravelly. His wolf-like eyes locked onto Bai Xiaofan, studying him like prey. Bai Xiaofan knew immediately he had to strike now. Delay breeds trouble. But before he could strike, the opponent's veteran fist had already arrived. The expert unleashed a left hook at Bai Xiaofan, a professional boxing thrust punch. His hips and legs moved as one, generating extraordinary force. The left hook seemed to make the surrounding air hum with a faint resonance. It felt as though the air itself was being torn apart. A professional fighter, no doubt. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. That left hook was so ferocious even a professional boxing champion wouldn't be any better. He was truly ferocious. Chapter 194, Rescue. "I'll toy with you until you die." The expert muttered between punches, as if Bai Xiaofan were nothing but prey in his mind. But Bai Xiaofan sneered inwardly. "Your fists are fierce, but you're still not at the Grandmaster level. Below Grandmaster, all are mere ants," Bai Xiaofan said calmly. "Bull." The expert unleashed a thunderclap punch, its force crackling with the fury of lightning. But all that met him was Bai Xiaofan's palm. Light as a feather, seemingly devoid of force, yet it left the expert's face frozen in shock. He sensed this feather-light palm held nowhere to evade. Smack! The palm struck the man squarely. The expert felt his soul leave his body. His limbs went limp instantly. He had fainted. Trash! Bai Xiaofan shook his head in exasperation. He couldn't be bothered with this loser. After dealing with this man, Bai Xiaofan began cutting the circuitry. The wiring here was extremely complex, but Bai Xiaofan would never destroy it outright. He planned to reconfigure the circuits instead. This way, they would self-destruct precisely 10 minutes later. This was precisely Bai Xiaofan's plan. Thus, in about 10 minutes, the circuits would self-destruct. During this time, Bai Xiaofan returned to the warehouse. His speed was remarkably swift. At this moment, Bai Xiaofan was also keeping a close eye on the time. 5, 4, 1. Just like that, the circuit abruptly shut down, plunging the area into complete darkness. Lu Tai and Tang Kong were instantly stunned. Two figures emerged. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Their bodyguards were equally baffled. Go check it out, Lu Tai ordered. A bodyguard dashed to the electrical room and hurried back. Bad news. The guy monitoring the circuit board passed out, the bodyguard reported. Hearing the bodyguard's words, Lu Tai and Tang Kang's expressions suddenly changed. How could this happen? The two were completely baffled. They had believed this place to be secure, but reality seemed to tell a different story. Tension etched itself onto both their faces. They sensed trouble brewing, though neither could pinpoint exactly what had gone wrong. That alone was terrifying. Their gazes sharpened simultaneously, their expressions turning grim. For them, this was beyond imagination. They both sucked in a sharp breath, their hearts pounding with anxiety. They knew exactly what this meant. It was no small matter. Both wore grim expressions. Tang Kong suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. Go check my medicine. Both men tensed instantly. They headed toward a warehouse. Bai Xiaofan lurked nearby, a cold smile playing on his lips. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. Just as he expected. Bai Xiaofan sneered inwardly. His expression was far from pleasant. At that very moment, Bai Xiaofan followed directly behind them. He couldn't care less about these fellows' schemes. He had already planned everything out. Just then, the two arrived at the entrance of a large warehouse. Tang Kong frantically pulled a key from his pocket. He unlocked the door. The two men stepped inside. Seeing them enter, Bai Xiaofan followed like a ghost. He knew these two had something important to hide. Sure enough, they approached a massive safe. Tang Kong entered the combination, and they opened it to reveal a large box inside. Opening the box, a single herb appeared before their eyes. Ha! Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. To him, this was quite an unusual sight. Sure enough, inside was a single, exceptionally potent medicinal herb. Bai Xiaofan couldn't identify it yet, but one thing was clear, this herb was worth a fortune. So these scoundrels intended to use this herb to cultivate a poisonous insect with feng shui. Bai Xiaofan thought with deep displeasure. This was nothing short of despicable behavior. If he didn't stop them, it would be like aiding and abetting evil. Just as the two were feeling relieved, Bai Xiaofan suddenly appeared, ghost-like. Ah! Lu Tai jumped in fright. He turned around and looked outside, his heart pounding with fear when he saw who had arrived. How did he get here? Lu Tai thought in shock. Just days ago at the Dragon Ascension Tower, he had witnessed Bai Xiaofan's power firsthand. Even Mr. Black wasn't a match for Bai Xiaofan, let alone him. Without hesitation, Lu Tai reached for his weapon. But Bai Xiaofan wouldn't give him the chance. In a single bound, Bai Xiaofan was already before Lu Tai. He could settle this in a single move that was true power. At that very moment, Lu Tai's face turned ashen. His heart filled with dread. He was utterly speechless. Only then did he realize his hand was empty. The weapon had become Bai Xiaofan's prize. Beyond utter shock, Lu Tai was speechless. His face was frozen in utter bewilderment. Consider this, moments ago, he'd been 10 meters away from Bai Xiaofan. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were standing side by side. Bai Xiaofan's abilities were truly terrifying. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Tai's forehead. Another encounter? Bai Xiaofan showed no mercy toward this man. He knew how despicable he was. With a single strike, Lu Tai lost consciousness. Tang Kong was so terrified his limbs went numb, his entire body trembling. For Tang Kong, this was nothing short of a terrifying ordeal. He simply couldn't believe any of it was real. Bai Xiaofan's strength far exceeded his imagination, even leaving him utterly stunned. Tang Kang's expression was utterly unimaginable. He simply couldn't accept such a thing. Who are you? Tang Kang's voice trembled as he spoke. That fear was utterly genuine, stemming from the depths of his soul. Bai Xiaofan merely gave a cold, mocking laugh. He grabbed Tang Kong by the collar and hoisted him high above his head. A cold gleam flashed in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. His hatred for Tang Kong ran deep. Such an evil spirit was someone Bai Xiaofan had no intention of sparing. Tell me who the undying master is. If you don't speak, you won't live to see him. Bai Xiaofan's icy gaze locked onto Tang Kong. Under Bai Xiaofan's piercing stare, Tang Kong was already trembling with fear. The terror deep within him reached its peak. He couldn't help but tremble all over. His entire body was shaking. Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less. His only concern was to resolve this matter decisively. Nothing more. Tang Kang's expression, however, was grim. It's up to you whether you speak. If you don't, Lu Tai's fate will be yours. Bai Xiaofan stated flatly. He was a man who valued reason above all else. I'll talk. Tang Kang's mind was reeling. But just then, his pupils suddenly dilated, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ha! Bai Xiaofan reached out to check his breath, but there was no sign of life. Who? Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. Someone had struck from the shadows, yet even Bai Xiaofan hadn't sensed the attacker. No! Feng Sui Tsue. Bai Xiaofan's heart tightened. He immediately dropped Tang Kong, grabbed the medicinal herb, and sprinted out. Chapter 195, Rescue Success. Bai Xiaofan sprinted back to the room where Feng Sui Tsue was being held captive, only to find her still lying on the recliner. Luo Shui, Wang Hu, and the others had already stormed inside. My niece. Wang Hu rushed toward Feng Sui Tsue, overcome with emotion. Bai Xiaofan reached out to stop him. She's very weak now. Don't move her carelessly. At Bai Xiaofan's words, Wang Hu froze in fear, daring not to move. Bai Xiaofan fetched a blanket, draped it over Feng Sui Tsue, and then gently lifted her into his arms. This isn't a place to linger, Bai Xiaofan said earnestly. We must leave. Truthfully, he desperately wanted to pursue the assailant who had struck from the shadows. But Bai Xiaofan understood that ensuring Feng Sui Tsue's safety was paramount. After all, Feng Sui Tsue was gravely injured. Ensuring her safety was paramount. The group quickly brought Feng Sui Tsue back. Bai Xiaofan administered treatment to her, but her body had been tortured beyond recognition and was extremely weak. Fortunately, Bai Xiaofan had obtained that medicinal herb from Tang Kong. He simmered the herb into a bowl of medicinal broth before feeding it to the unconscious Feng Sui Tsue. How is she? Luo Shui and the others watched Bai Xiaofan anxiously. Bai Xiaofan sighed and said, her life is saved, but I don't know when she'll wake up. It could be as short as a day or two, or as long as several months. Hearing this, Wang Hu grew agitated. Xiaofan, could she become a vegetable? Bai Xiaofan shook his head. Rest assured, brother Hu. I will cure Feng Sui Tsue no matter what. Bai Xiaofan said solemnly. He bowed silently to find the antidote as quickly as possible and save Feng Sui Tsue. Just then, the phone rang. It was Long Fei Fei. Bai Xiaofan snatched the phone in a rage and snapped, Miss Long, your timing is impeccable just like your disappearance. As if sensing Bai Xiaofan's agitation, Long Fei Fei on the other end adopted an apologetic tone. Bai Xiaofan, I'm truly sorry. I've been handling something extremely important these past few months. However, I also heard that Long Zhongyuan went looking for you. I'll take care of his business for you. But Bai Xiaofan roared back, no need. I'll settle accounts with him myself. For what happened today, he'll pay double. And that so-called Mr. Undying behind him too. Bai Xiaofan said coldly. A long silence hung on the other end of the line. After a considerable pause, Long Fei Fei finally spoke. I'm truly sorry for dragging you into our Long family's disputes. If there's anything I can do, please don't hesitate to ask. Long Fei Fei's voice sounded genuinely sincere. Bai Xiaofan thought about it. Getting angry at Long Fei Fei would accomplish nothing. He wasn't the type to take his rage out on a woman. So Bai Xiaofan stated, I need to find a top-quality night pearl, preferably an ancient one, the kind reserved for emperors. Alright. I'll keep you posted. Hanging up the phone, he turned to look at Feng Suitsue, still unconscious. A plan had already formed in Bai Xiaofan's mind. A top-grade night pearl possessed a cool nature perfectly complementary to the medicinal herb in his hand. If he could find a top-quality night pearl, it would maximize the herb's efficacy. Then, he'd have a much better chance of waking Feng Suitsue. That was precisely why Bai Xiaofan sought the night pearl. Brother Hu, you tend to Feng Suitsue first. I'll go find a top-grade night pearl. Once I have it, I'm 90% certain I can cure Feng Suitsue. Bai Xiaofan said earnestly. Wang Hu nodded. Brother Bai, I trust you. And so, Bai Xiaofan and Luo Shui left the hospital. The moment they stepped outside, Bai Xiaofan received a text from Long Feifei. She had already found a top-grade night pearl. An ancient royal night pearl. His heart stirred. Legend had it that this ancient king's night pearl was the most precious treasure of an ancient small kingdom's king, worth a fortune. However, it was currently held at the Jiangnan auction house. Long Feifei's message included the auction's exact location and time. Not long after, Bai Xiaofan received another transfer from her. 10 million. The cost of the night pearl is on me. As for Long Zhongyuan and Mr. Undying, I'll handle them for you. Long Feifei's message carried a deep sense of apology. Bai Xiaofan accepted the funds. He didn't mind the money itself, but he didn't want Feng Suitsue to be disturbed again when he went to retrieve the night pearl. This required Long Feifei's assistance. The two reached an unspoken understanding. Bai Xiaofan decided to head to Jiangnan province to find the ancient king's night pearl. After escorting Luo Shui back to the Luo residence, she embraced Bai Xiaofan from behind as they parted. I truly wish I could go with you, but family matters bind me here. Feeling the warmth of the beauty's body, Bai Xiaofan's heart grew tender. But senior sister Xia is heading to Jiangnan province for school, so you're in luck. Luo Shui suddenly announced. Ha? That's happening? Bai Xiaofan was startled. Yes. You really don't care about senior sister Xia at all. You two even share a room. She won first place in the last literary competition, and the school decided to invest in her development by sending her to Jiangnan province for 6 months of advanced training. She told me about it yesterday. Didn't she mention it to you? Luo Shui asked curiously. I don't think so. Bai Xiaofan scratched his head awkwardly. Bai Xiaofan genuinely had no idea about Xia Chan's upcoming studies. Luo Shui patted Bai Xiaofan on the shoulder, regaining her previous haughty demeanor. Anyway, you absolutely must escort senior sister Xia Chun safely to Jiangnan province. Xia Chun has a gentle disposition, you mustn't let anyone bully her. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan immediately pounded his chest in assurance. Of course. Luo Shui rolled her eyes. And you better not bully her either. Haha, that's not so certain, Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. After leaving the Luo residence, he returned to the villa. Xia Chun was packing her luggage and seemed flustered upon seeing Bai Xiaofan come back. Bai Xiaofan sighed in exasperation. Senior sister Xia Chun, why did you keep your studies a secret from me? Xia Chun's face flushed instantly. I just didn't want to trouble you, she murmured. Whether it's a bother or not, I'm determined to see you off to Jiangnan province. Bai Xiaofan declared earnestly. Xia Chun's expression changed. But? Bai Xiaofan burst into laughter. No buts about it. I happen to be heading to Jiangnan province on business. Would senior sister prefer not to travel with me? Bai Xiaofan leaned in slightly closer. Feeling Bai Xiaofan's presence, Xia Chun's face flushed even redder. No. All right then. Xia Chun agreed, and Bai Xiaofan was naturally delighted. He made preparations to set off for Jiangnan province. Before that, Long Feifei had already dispatched men to provide Feng Suitsue with full-time protection. With Long Feifei's influence behind her, Feng Suitsue would be safe. As for other matters, Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less. He prepared a feast and invited Professor Sun to join them. Upon hearing Xia Chun was leaving, Professor Sun shed tears of sorrow. The two had developed a deep bond between teacher and student. Professor Sun picked up a piece of food and raised his wine glass. Chapter 196, Family Letter. You're heading to Jiangnan province, a place where you know no one. Have you thought through how you'll make a life there? Professor Sun asked. Bai Xiaofan was taken aback. He hadn't considered such matters at all. After all, Bai Xiaofan was now a wealthy man to him, it wasn't an issue at all. Professor Sun seemed to read Bai Xiaofan's thoughts. Bai Xiaofan, you're an exceptionally talented young man, truly the most gifted I've seen in my lifetime. But having grown up in the mountains, you still lack experience. Remember, a friend in need is a friend indeed. That's a timeless truth. Professor Sun spoke while fixing Bai Xiaofan with an expectant gaze. Bai Xiaofan's expression shifted involuntarily. It seemed Professor Sun was hinting at something deeper. Bai Xiaofan fixed his gaze upon him. You, sir, have friends in Jiangnan province? Xia Chun, standing nearby, was equally puzzled. Noticing their gazes, Professor Sun picked at his teeth with a toothpick, a faint smile playing on his lips. Of course. My hometown is in Jiangnan province. You could say I'm a native of Jiangnan, Professor Sun declared. He slapped the table, seemingly recalling something that brought him joy, as if reminiscing about his youthful days. Observing Professor Sun's expression, Bai Xiaofan remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Professor Sun continued, have you ever heard of the 7 Stars Hotel in Jiangnan province? At these words, Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. The 7 Stars Hotel in Jiangnan province, wasn't that the venue for the auction? Bai Xiaofan picked up his phone again and carefully reviewed the message Luo Shui had sent him. The Night Pearl auction was indeed being held at the 7 Stars Hotel in Jiangnan province. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Professor Sun, I have indeed heard of that place. At this, Professor Sun chuckled. I was the founder of the 7 Stars Hotel back in the day. What? This revelation stunned both Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun. They never imagined that this seemingly carefree Professor Sun was actually the founder of the prestigious 7 Stars Hotel. This was truly astonishing. Professor Sun rolled his eyes. So what? I built this empire through hard work and struggle back in the day. But I stepped away from the hotel long ago. Now it's run by my younger brother, Sun Liang. He is the true owner of 7 Star Hotel now, Professor Sun declared. Oh, I see. The two finally understood. Yet they were both astonished by the breadth of Professor Sun's life experiences. Neither could fathom what this man had truly endured. His life experiences seemed almost too abundant. Professor Sun continued, once you arrive in the provincial capital of Jiangnan province, go straight to the 7 Stars Hotel and find Sun Liang. Stay there, it won't cost you a penny, and you'll have his protection. Professor Sun pounded the table emphatically. That kid has built the 7 Stars Hotel into a major operation. It's among the top establishments in Jiangnan province. With him watching your backs, no one will dare touch you. Hearing this, Xia Chun felt a surge of excitement. After all, she was an honest girl who believed having someone to help in an unfamiliar city was naturally a good thing. But Bai Xiaofan wasn't so straightforward. He suspected Professor Sun must have an ulterior motive. Bai Xiaofan looked up at him. Professor Sun, is there something you need from me? If so, please get straight to the point. Hearing this, Professor Sun smiled faintly. I do have something to discuss. Look. He pulled a letter from his pocket, a letter wrapped in brown paper. It looked rather peculiar. Professor Sun handed the letter to Bai Xiaofan. You must personally deliver this letter to my younger brother, Sun Liang. It's a letter from home. Hearing this, both Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun were utterly dumbfounded. What era is this, still writing letters? Professor Sun really is out of touch. This is a huge favor you're doing for me. I trust you both completely, Professor Sun declared. No problem. Bai Xiaofan accepted the letter. Delivering a letter was a minor task, but if it meant meeting Sun Liang of the 7 Stars Hotel, that would certainly be a positive development. At the very least, it would allow Bai Xiaofan to learn the details of the auction and his competitors a definite advantage. And so, the three drank the night away, each thoroughly enjoying themselves. The next day, Luo Shui and Lu Yuya personally came to see Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun off. Yet the expressions on the two girls' faces were somewhat complicated. A hint of envy even flickered in their eyes. Yet the two girls concealed this emotion well. Thus, Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun boarded the plane. The two traveled in silence, soon arriving at the provincial capital of Jiangnan. This was a metropolis even larger than Luo City, boasting picturesque scenery and undeniably a renowned tourist destination. Xia Chun's study program wouldn't start for another 3 days, and Bai Xiaofan's auction was also scheduled for 3 days later. The two decided to head to the 7 Stars Hotel first. Let's go find Sun Liang. And so, the two exited the airport and hailed a taxi. We're going to the 7 Stars Hotel. The taxi driver was stunned. You two are actually staying at the 7 Stars Hotel? That's impressive. I hear it's incredibly expensive. A single night costs tens of thousands. Are you two honeymooners? The taxi driver asked. Hearing this, Xia Chun's pretty face flushed slightly. Bai Xiaofan merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying it. He found Xia Chun's reaction rather amusing. The taxi driver was a chatterbox. He chattered on and on. You're in luck checking into the 7-star hotel now. They're about to host a huge auction. That's why so many celebrities from all over are staying there, including top-tier antique appraisers. The taxi driver exclaimed excitedly. Hearing the driver's words, Bai Xiaofan furrowed his brow. Appraisal masters? Seeing Bai Xiaofan finally respond, the taxi driver grew even more animated, a faint smile playing on his lips. Of course. This auction is top tier, and there's a world-renowned appraiser attending. I heard his name is Xing Yunfei. He's incredibly skilled. I've seen him on TV. The taxi driver said. Bai Xiaofan committed the man's name to memory. Soon they arrived at the 7 Stars Hotel. Stepping out of the cab, they looked up at the hotel's grandeur and were quite astonished. The 7 Stars Hotel truly lived up to its name. It was indeed a top-tier establishment. Without a doubt, this 7-star hotel is truly world-class. The two of them got off the car with their luggage and walked to the hotel entrance, where someone immediately came over to greet them. It was someone who looked like a bellhop. "Are you here to check in?" the bellhop-like man inquired. Bai Xiaofan replied first, "I wish to see your manager, Sun Liang." The attendant smiled. "Our boss is in an important meeting right now. With the auction coming up soon, he's very busy." Chapter 197, 7-Star Hotel. The waiter seemed polite on the surface, but his choice of words was anything but courteous. Bai Xiaofan could tell. This guy thinks we're here to pull strings? Bai Xiaofan sighed inwardly. But he didn't want to waste words with the waiter either. Bai Xiaofan certainly wasn't too cheap to pay for a room. As for finding Sun Liang, that could wait until after check-in. Bai Xiaofan smiled, "Then no problem. We're here for the auction too. We'll take a suite." Hearing this, the waiter eyed Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun critically. Seeing their plain clothes and ordinary luggage, the attendant hesitated slightly. "Sir, due to the auction taking place at our hotel shortly, rooms are in high demand. The only suite available is our premier suite. But the price? I'm afraid it might be beyond your means." The waiter remained polite, yet his words subtly revealed his doubt about Bai Xiaofan's financial standing. Damn it! Bai Xiaofan was speechless. He pulled out a gold card. This was the super gold card he'd received after helping Long Feifei last time. Presenting it was a symbol of status. "Is this enough?" Bai Xiaofan asked. Seeing the gold card, the waiter's face showed utter shock. It was practically blinding. "This is a black gold card." Gazing at the card shimmering with its dark metallic sheen, the waiter was utterly stunned. As a server at the 7-Star Hotel, he knew full well the value of a black gold card. The holder of this card had an overdraft limit exceeding tens of millions. Even exceeding 100 million was a mere trifle. This meant that the unassuming-looking Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun before him were truly super rich. The waiter immediately changed his demeanor. "Sir, madam, this way, please," the waiter said respectfully. "That's more like it." Bai Xiaofan shot him a glare and ignored him completely. Thus, they proceeded to the front desk to check in. After completing the process, they were about to head upstairs when a man who had been resting on the nearby sofa approached them. He had been reading a newspaper on the sofa, but upon seeing Bai Xiaofan and his companion, he set the paper aside and approached them. "Excuse me, sirs," the man said. His voice was deep and resonant. Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun turned around just as he approached. Towering at nearly 2 meters tall, he commanded an imposing presence. Yet his features were gentle, framed by oversized blue-rimmed glasses that lent him an approachable air. This combination of traits seemed somewhat incongruous in one person, yet his extraordinary bearing clearly marked him as no ordinary man. Bai Xiaofan, with his keen observational skills, instantly recognized the man's unique traits. "What brings you here?" Bai Xiaofan inquired. The man smiled. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shin Yiming, president of Shin Investment Group." With that, he drew a business card from his pocket and presented it with both hands. Bai Xiaofan accepted the card with a skeptical look. Sure enough, this man was the president of Shin Investment Group. According to the introduction, Shin Investment Group seemed to specialize in investing in industries like antiques. It must be a fairly large company. Since the other party approached with a smile, Bai Xiaofan saw no reason to be angry. He smiled back at Shin Yiming. "So it's you, President Shin. What brings you here?" Shin Yiming extended his hand. "Young friends," he said. "You both have an extraordinary presence. Might I offer you a cup of coffee? Besides, I'm here for the auction. I imagine you might want to inquire about certain matters as well." As Shin Yiming spoke, his face radiated confidence, as if he already had everything figured out. "Oh?" Bai Xiaofan was genuinely surprised. His astonishment stemmed from Shin Yiming's ability to see through appearances to instantly discern their auction-related concerns. Considering this man wasn't a martial arts expert, possessing such keen insight was truly impressive. Bai Xiaofan pondered for a moment. Since he had nothing better to do, having a drink wouldn't hurt. As for Xia Chun, she didn't mind either way. She simply followed obediently behind Bai Xiaofan. The two sat down. Shin Yiming had someone bring the menu. He could tell Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun were exhausted from their journey and must be hungry. Bai Xiaofan didn't hesitate when someone else was picking up the tab. He certainly wasn't going to pretend. Bai Xiaofan ordered several dishes, while Xia Chun requested 2 cups of coffee. Only after everything was settled did Shin Yiming flash his signature smile. "Gentlemen," he remarked, "you're clearly not locals. What treasures have brought you here for the auction?" Shin Yiming asked, his tone carrying a hint of casual curiosity. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan felt a bit puzzled. It seemed Shin Yiming had taken him for a potential business client. This man ran an investment firm, so viewing Bai Xiaofan as a business prospect seemed perfectly reasonable. Bai Xiaofan didn't mince words. "I want the night pearl." He pulled out his phone and showed the photo of the ancient king's night pearl. Shin Yiming's eyes lit up. "What keen eyes!" he exclaimed in surprise. Hearing Shin Yiming's words, Bai Xiaofan looked at him strangely. "You recognize this?" Shin Yiming nodded immediately. "Of course I do. This is the ancient king's night pearl, one of the top treasures in this auction, and incredibly valuable." Bai Xiaofan's expression changed upon hearing Shin Yiming's words. "Is that so?" Bai Xiaofan knew this item was valuable, but if it was exceptionally valuable, that would indeed be troublesome. Just then, Shin Yiming clapped his hands. "Many people covet this item. Even with money, you might not necessarily secure it. However, if I, Shin, assist you, there's an 80% chance of success," Shin Yiming said with a smile. He maintained his smile, clearly brimming with confidence. As a businessman, his words suggested he was ready to make this deal. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan gave a faint smile. He understood what this meant. He remained perfectly composed. Bai Xiaofan's mindset was remarkably natural. Since Shin Yiming had spoken thus, it proved he possessed some capability. If he lacked ability, he wouldn't have made such a statement. "Just name your commission," Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Shin Yiming's eyes lit up. 5% commission, he declared. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. "No problem, but you have to handle everything for me." Bai Xiaofan laid out his conditions. After all, meeting Shin Yiming for the first time, Bai Xiaofan felt this guy was reliable. Shin Yiming was thrilled. "Then it's settled." Of course. Though it was merely a gentleman's agreement, Bai Xiaofan believed that someone like Shin Yiming would certainly help him accomplish the task. The two had reached an agreement. "I live in room 303 on the 3rd floor. Come find me anytime if you need anything," Shin Yiming said. "Absolutely." Their hands clasped together. Their partnership was sealed. Chapter 198, A Force Not to be Ignored. After wrapping things up, Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun grabbed a bite to eat before heading back to their room. It was a suite with 3 rooms. Both were exhausted upon entering and prepared to rest. Xia Chun went to take a shower, while Bai Xiaofan approached the window, his gaze fixed outside. Outside, numerous vehicles were parked, all exceptionally luxurious models. Bai Xiaofan scanned the scene intently. Just then, a car pulled up, and several people stepped out. "Ha!" Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. His gaze locked coldly onto the figures. These individuals were all peculiar. Even from a distance, Bai Xiaofan sensed their formidable power. The aura emanating from Carmen was downright terrifying. More importantly, the leader among them was shrouded entirely in black cloth. Could he be that formidable? Bai Xiaofan sensed a faint aura of a grandmaster emanating from this man, an aura that was truly terrifying. Bai Xiaofan immediately focused his attention on this man, for this was a matter of great importance. Was he here for the auction too? Bai Xiaofan wondered inwardly. He immediately pulled out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it directly to Shin Yiming's phone. Bai Xiaofan intended to get to the bottom of this. Didn't Shin Yiming claim to know everything? This was a perfect opportunity. "Ha ha. Don't worry, I'll look into it for you." Shin Yiming quickly sent a voice message. Okay." Since the other party had already said that, Bai Xiaofan saw no need to say more. At that moment, Xia Chun emerged from the bathroom. Though she was soaking wet and wrapped in a bathrobe, her graceful figure was still clearly visible. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but stare. Xia Chun's face flushed crimson instantly. "Ugh, I'm going to rest." With that, Xia Chun dashed back to her room. Bai Xiaofan sat on the sofa, still feeling unsatisfied. But just then, a knock sounded at the door. Bai Xiaofan went to the door and opened it. To his surprise, it was the same waiter from earlier, but now his expression was extremely humble. "Mr. Bai, Mr. Sun has just finished his meeting. I immediately informed him about your matter, and he's very interested. Please come see him," the waiter said excitedly. His words carried a hint of flattery and ingratiation. After all, having seen Bai Xiaofan's black gold card, he now knew the man's status and naturally treated him with utmost respect. Seeing this guy's sudden change from haughty to obsequious, Bai Xiaofan sneered in contempt. "Lead the way." And so they set off together, quickly arriving at the circular office on the rooftop. This was the highest point in the entire hotel, offering a commanding view that allowed one to see the entire establishment clearly. Seated within the circular office was a man. In his 50s, he possessed a robust physique and features so striking they could be called one in a million. His sword-like eyebrows arched sharply, and his eyes shone like bright stars, the very image of a business elite. His features bore a striking resemblance to Professor Sun. Yet, a shadow of worry lingered at the corners of his eyes and brows. This worry was clearly visible on his face. The waiter approached the door respectfully. "Boss, Mr. Bai is here to see you." Hearing this, Sun Liang lifted his head. "Show him in." He spoke without looking up, still organizing his documents. He seemed in a hurry. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan walked in. Sun Liang kept his head down, organizing documents, while gesturing toward the chair across from him. Please sit down, young man. Only after Bai Xiaofan sat down did Sun Liang reluctantly set aside his papers and look up at him. Young man, what brings you here? Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan also noticed the look on Sun Liang's face. He clearly wasn't feeling well. After taking his seat, Bai Xiaofan cut straight to the chase. He didn't mince words, laying out the situation plainly. Ha! Sun Liang's expression changed dramatically. You're the person my brother introduced? Sun Liang's face seemed filled with astonishment. Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less. After all, it was the truth, no need for small talk. Bai Xiaofan pulled out a letter. Mr. Sun, I'm a friend of your brother's. He asked me to give you this letter, saying only you could open it personally. Sun Liang reached out to take the letter and immediately opened it in front of Bai Xiaofan. As he tore open the envelope, his face also turned astonished. Hold on, he said. He stood up, grabbed the phone, and whispered a few words into it. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. A sense of unease washed over him. After reading the letter, Sun Liang seemed poised to take some kind of special action. Just as Bai Xiaofan hesitated, a group of men burst through the doorway. Their faces were fierce and expressionless. Their gazes were intensely cold and sharp. They were all dressed in security uniforms, clearly the hotel's security personnel. As Bai Xiaofan stood dumbfounded, Sun Liang waved his hand. The security guards immediately surrounded Bai Xiaofan. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan looked utterly bewildered. If it weren't for the fact that Sun Liang was Professor Sun's younger brother, Bai Xiaofan would have lost his temper long ago. This was beyond ridiculous. But the security guards charged at him without a word. They attacked Bai Xiaofan directly. Their fists rained down like a storm, pelting Bai Xiaofan's body. These torrential blows slammed into him relentlessly. Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened considerably. His expression was absolutely grim. There was no doubt about it, these security guards were going all out. Have they lost their minds? Bai Xiaofan thought with a cold smile. He was ready to act. Bai Xiaofan clenched his fists, ready to fight back. You people are despicable. Bai Xiaofan resolved to fight back. After all, these guys were truly terrifying, so Bai Xiaofan wouldn't hold back. He began to take action, and dealing with them was a piece of cake. Before long, they all lay sprawled on the ground. Of course, Bai Xiaofan hadn't struck them with lethal force after all. These security guards were nothing more than weaklings in his eyes. There was absolutely no need for him to kill them. Even so, it was more than enough to leave them writhing on the ground, wailing in pain. Watching this scene, Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. Sun Liang, what do you think you're doing? Bai Xiaofan snapped, clearly displeased. He had come with good intentions to deliver a message, only to be greeted with such treatment. Naturally, Bai Xiaofan felt deeply displeased. His anger was already boiling over. But at that moment, Sun Liang's face lit up with excitement, as if he'd just discovered a priceless treasure. Good heavens, Mr. Bai. I didn't quite believe what my elder brother wrote in his letter, but now I finally do. You truly are a remarkable man. Sun Liang exclaimed. He grabbed Bai Xiaofan's arm, his face flushed with excitement. Bai Xiaofan was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell is your problem? Bai Xiaofan asked, clearly annoyed. Sun Liang burst into laughter. Well, it's like this. Look at this letter. My older brother knew I was in trouble and recommended you. After all, we're blood brothers. Chapter 199, Shi Dongfeng. Hearing Sun Liang's exclamation, Bai Xiaofan was utterly baffled. He took the letter and finally saw clearly that it was indeed Professor Sun who had recommended Bai Xiaofan to Sun Liang. Bai Xiaofan had assisted Sun Liang in ensuring the auction proceeded smoothly. Damn it! Bai Xiaofan instantly felt helpless. For Bai Xiaofan, this was utterly speechless. He'd been sold out by Professor Sun. That damn old Sun! Bai Xiaofan exclaimed angrily. But just then, Sun Liang grabbed Bai Xiaofan by the arm. Young man, your strength is undeniably formidable. None of my security guards could stand a chance against you. You're a talent sent to me by heaven. Sun Liang declared, slapping Bai Xiaofan on the shoulder. Watching his obsequious display, Bai Xiaofan broke out in a cold sweat. Mr. Bai Xiaofan, rest assured. I know why you came to this auction. With my assistance, you'll achieve twice the result with half the effort. After all, I am the organizer. And what you need help with? It's a drop in the bucket for you. Sun Liang declared excitedly. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan carefully analyzed the situation. It seemed to make a certain amount of sense. He had already secured Xin Yiming's assistance. If he could also enlist Sun Liang's help, that would be a double safeguard. He was unfamiliar with the people in place here, and it was teeming with experts. Having a double safeguard would certainly be beneficial. Sun Liang pulled Bai Xiaofan aside, a faint smile playing on his lips. You know this auction is incredibly important, Sun Liang said. People from all over the world will be here, including some extremely formidable experts. So security is crucial. Sun Liang stated. Bai Xiaofan looked utterly speechless. Of course I know. I just saw a few masters at the entrance. Bai Xiaofan retorted bluntly. Sun Liang beamed. Exactly. That's why my security team isn't up to par. We need a leader to maintain order. For this task, I'll need your help. Hearing this exchange, Bai Xiaofan was utterly speechless. I've got an auction to attend. How could I possibly spare the time to be your security guard? That's a bit much, don't you think? Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Sun Liang shook his head. You misunderstand. I'm not asking you to be my security guard. I need your help finding my security captain. My security captain was recruited with a hefty salary of tens of millions. He's incredibly capable, but these past few days, he's been holed up at home, refusing to come out. Without him, if my enemies cause trouble on auction day, we'll be in big trouble. Sun Liang said earnestly. Faced with Sun Liang's words, Bai Xiaofan was utterly dumbfounded. This situation was far beyond anything he could have imagined. Bai Xiaofan was utterly speechless. He felt utterly helpless. Dear Mr. Sun, if you can't even handle your own security chief, how am I supposed to? Bai Xiaofan felt this was entirely between Sun Liang and his security chief. He himself had no connection to it whatsoever. Getting involved in such a matter rashly just wasn't his style. Sun Liang, however, was quite agitated. Bai Xiaofan, if not for my sake, then for my brother's sake. You and I are such good friends. How could you bear to see his little brother in trouble? This auction is crucial for our 7 stars hotel. So please, you must help. All right. Just don't do anything shady. Bai Xiaofan replied. After careful consideration, he decided to agree to Sun Liang's request. As long as it wasn't too troublesome, Bai Xiaofan wouldn't refuse. Sun Liang was thrilled. He laid out the truth. You see, my security chief is Qi Dongfang. He's a Dragon Fist master. Dragon Fist is an ancient martial arts lineage. Have you ever heard of it? Sun Liang asked. Of course. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Back when he was on the mountain, he'd heard the old man mention that the Dragon Fist sect was quite a formidable martial arts school. Sun Liang continued, Qi Dongfang is the successor of Dragon Fist. I paid a hefty sum to hire him. He's always maintained a good relationship with me and been dedicated to the hotel. But this time, for some reason, he just left without a word. He's holed up in his rented apartment. My men went to find him, but he wouldn't even acknowledge them. He even got into a fight with my security guards. With the people I have working for me, how could he possibly be their match? Sun Liang said with obvious frustration. If this had happened earlier, I might have had time to find a replacement. But at this critical juncture, it's truly a headache. Please help me bring Qi Dongfang back. I'm begging you. Sun Liang was sincere. But these words left Bai Xiaofan utterly bewildered. The plot twists seemed far too convoluted and bizarre. Just then, a security guard who had been knocked down got to his feet and approached Bai Xiaofan. Though his face was still swollen and bruised from the beating, deep down he harbored a mix of awe and respect for the young man. His voice trembling, the guard said, Brother, you're incredible. Your strength is almost on par with Qi Dongfang. Hearing the guard's words, Bai Xiaofan curled his lip. Put. Ing comparable? Bai Xiaofan was naturally displeased with the guard's remark. He didn't believe Qi Dongfang was stronger than him. Bai Xiaofan was a man who valued his pride. The security guard seemed to realize he'd said the wrong thing and immediately slapped himself across the face. Brother Bai, I'm sorry, okay? Honestly, we've tried to talk to Qi Dongfang several times. But he just attacked us without warning, leaving us all beaten and bruised. If the boss had any other choice, he wouldn't have come to you. Hearing the security guard's explanation, Sun Liang nodded repeatedly from the side. Bai Xiaofan turned his gaze to the security guard. A name tag hung on his chest, displaying his name. Lu Fei. The name was ordinary enough, but this guy seemed pretty sharp. Bai Xiaofan considered it. Fine, take me to him. But when I'm gone, my room must be under strict protection. Bai Xiaofan said. He was actually uneasy about leaving Xia Chun here alone. If she were to suffer the same fate as Feng Suizue, that would be utterly unacceptable. Sun Liang said, Rest assured, we'll provide the young lady with the strictest surveillance protection. Until you return safely. He made this promise. Bai Xiaofan felt slightly reassured. So he decided to go with Lu Fei. Lu Fei looked worried. Brother Bai Xiaofan, maybe we should bring more people. Qi Dongfang is just too formidable, the two of us might be outmatched. Lu Fei's lips trembled as he spoke. It was clear he feared Qi Dongfang. Bai Xiaofan, however, shrugged it off. What the hell is there to be afraid of? He thought helplessly. No matter what, he shouldn't feel afraid. Otherwise, it would be utterly embarrassing. That was Bai Xiaofan's inner conviction. Lu Fei sucked in a sharp breath. Deep down, he was still quite nervous, fearing Bai Xiaofan might fail. But Bai Xiaofan merely gave a cold laugh. When I step up, there's no such thing as failure, believe it or not. With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit. Chapter 200, Qi Dongfang's Concerns. Leaving the 7 Stars Hotel, Bai Xiaofan followed Lu Fei into the car. The two quickly drove to the northern part of the city. This was the northern part of the city, a neighborhood that looked somewhat old and worn. Qi Dongfang lives here, Lu Fei explained. Even mentioning that name still sent a chill down his spine. As if the name itself carried a sense of dread. Oh, Bai Xiaofan responded. He was puzzled. According to Sun Liang and Lu Fei's descriptions, Qi Dongfang should be a formidable figure. Such a powerful individual would naturally have no shortage of money. It was quite strange that he lived in a place like this. Lu Fei seemed to sense Bai Xiaofan's hesitation and explained, Brother Bai, Qi Dongfang is quite capable, but his personality is utterly bizarre. He barely acknowledged us at the hotel earlier, and now he's resorting to violence truly despicable. Bai Xiaofan merely smiled. Lead the way, he said. Wasting words on someone like Lu Fei was pointless. Better to see Qi Dongfang first. Bai Xiaofan now found himself genuinely intrigued by Qi Dongfang. A master hiding away here, it was indeed strange, even a bit mysterious. Bai Xiaofan felt a flicker of anticipation. Soon, they arrived at Qi Dongfang's doorstep. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. Knock on the door, he said to Lu Fei. Lu Fei's expression changed. Me? Lu Fei felt a pang of nervousness. What else? Are you too scared to even knock? Bai Xiaofan said helplessly. Lu Fei shook his head. Of course I dare, but it's terrifying. Lu Fei trembled slightly. Bai Xiaofan glared at him. Cut the nonsense and knock. Though Lu Fei was utterly reluctant, he still walked over and knocked lightly on the door, moving with extreme caution. He'd been thoroughly beaten by Qi Dongfang last time. Just then, impatient footsteps echoed from inside. Bai Xiaofan could tell, though, that the footsteps carried a powerful resonance. It seemed the person arriving was no ordinary individual. He walked to the door and opened it directly. A disheveled figure emerged. He appeared to have been sleeping, as if just waking up, his face bearing a distinctly displeased expression. Yet, a glint of sharpness shone in his eyes. His gaze locked directly onto Lu Fei. He was furious. Lu Fei, you little punk, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? You had to come mess with me. As he spoke, he lunged to grab Lu Fei by the throat. Lu Fei flinched, pulling his neck back. He was truly nervous. But at that moment, the man's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing directly for Lu Fei. In the blink of an eye, the speed was absolutely blinding. Bai Xiaofan's expression abruptly changed. He grabbed Lu Fei and pulled him back first. The attacker grabbed at thin air. What lightning-fast hands! Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. There was no doubt about it, the opponent's hand was fast to an extreme degree. Had Bai Xiaofan not anticipated the move in advance, the situation would have been perilous. Though Bai Xiaofan didn't recognize this man, he made his judgment, this was undoubtedly Qi Dongfang. Impressive. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Qi Dongfang, too, wore an expression of astonishment. After all, someone who could act faster than him was truly a rarity in this world. Bai Xiaofan was that person. Qi Dongfang's expression abruptly changed. Who are you? He demanded sharply. Qi Dongfang's voice was razor-sharp. It was clear he was extremely wary of Bai Xiaofan, as if the young man were some formidable enemy. Well, I'm here for the same reason as Lu Fei. At least let us in, Bai Xiaofan said. He understood that with someone like Qi Dongfang, one must never back down. Otherwise, the other party would surely push their advantage further. Hearing this, Qi Dongfang's expression darkened. That depends on your skills. With that, he launched a kick. The kick carried overwhelming momentum, bearing down on Bai Xiaofan. Ugh! Seeing such a ferocious and relentless kick, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but frown. This guy really was ruthless, leaving absolutely no room for mercy. He unleashed his entire strength in that single strike, holding nothing back. It was truly excessive. But Bai Xiaofan was no ordinary opponent. Though Qi Dongfang's kick was merciless, Bai Xiaofan managed to counter it with equal force. He swiftly withdrew his hand, parrying the attack. Though the opponent's force was substantial, Bai Xiaofan still managed to neutralize it, a feat in itself. Qi Dongfang's kick struck Bai Xiaofan's knuckles, yet it had no effect whatsoever. The outcome was nothing like what Qi Dongfang had anticipated. Bai Xiaofan swiftly deflected the kick and neutralized the force entirely. What? Qi Dongfang's expression darkened. He felt deeply unsettled. His strike had been meant to be ferocious, yet Bai Xiaofan had effortlessly neutralized it. Qi Dongfang refused to relent, unleashing 2 more punches. From left to right, both punches were ferocious. Seeing his footwork attack falter, he switched to his fists. This was Qi Dongfang's true strength. He could attack both high and low simultaneously, that was his specialty. But Bai Xiaofan gave a cold smile. Though Qi Dongfang's techniques were formidable, Bai Xiaofan felt no fear. Even with such power, Bai Xiaofan was fully capable of countering. He spread both arms wide to block Qi Dongfang's attack. This passive defense, however, allowed him to gather strength. Qi Dongfang's repeated attacks went unanswered, instantly throwing him into a fluster. Just as his frustration peaked, Bai Xiaofan's counterattack struck without warning. Bai Xiaofan's attacks appeared feeble and ineffective, yet each strike was precisely aimed at the opponent's vital points. They were far from feeble. They were exceptionally fierce. Qi Dongfang was utterly speechless. He was driven back step by step by Bai Xiaofan's assaults, utterly powerless to retaliate. Qi Dongfang's expression was absolutely grim. It should be. He was furious. Just as his fury boiled over, Bai Xiaofan delivered another kick, completely shattering his defenses. "You win," Bai Xiaofan said casually. Lu Fei, watching from the sidelines, was overcome with excitement. His fists clenched tightly. "Way to go, Bai Xiaofan!" Lu Fei exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. He'd long disliked Qi Dongfang, and now Bai Xiaofan had practically avenged him. Qi Dongfang got up from the ground, surprisingly without any anger. "Come in," he said. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan didn't hesitate. He pulled Lu Fei into Qi Dongfang's room. The interior was indeed chaotic and looked utterly dilapidated. It seemed Qi Dongfang truly was a man who paid no attention to his appearance. But Bai Xiaofan didn't mind. His gaze fixed intently on the other man. Qi Dongfang's expression was extremely grave. "Kid, you've got some skills." Qi Dongfang sat on the sofa, grabbed a can of beer, and chugged it down in one go. "Humph. Just average, I guess." Bai Xiaofan was unusually modest. He sensed something peculiar about this man. Chapter 201, Shared Goals. Qi Dongfang downed a mouthful of beer, then smiled at Bai Xiaofan. "You've got some skills. I like people with skills. Those who can't do anything but talk big? I can't stand them." Qi Dongfang's meaning was clear. He was targeting Lu Fei. Lu Fei felt a surge of anger, but he dared not provoke Qi Dongfang. He could only stew in silent resentment. Bai Xiaofan didn't beat around the bush either. He stated his purpose directly. "I'm here on behalf of Boss Sunday. I'm asking you to return to work. That's all there is to it." Bai Xiaofan remained calm and wouldn't lie. Qi Dongfang shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to return to work. It's just that this antique auction might bring me face to face with some old acquaintances. I don't want to see them." As Qi Dongfang spoke, a flicker of fire passed through his eyes, a flash that vanished almost instantly. But Bai Xiaofan caught it. "Old acquaintances?" Bai Xiaofan looked at him with some puzzlement. At that moment, Qi Dongfang turned his gaze toward Lu Fei. "Get out. I won't waste my breath on trash," he snapped. Lu Fei staggered, nearly choking on his own anger. "Damn it, you're way too blunt." But Bai Xiaofan shot Lu Fei a glare. "You get out first. Otherwise, if Boss Sun asks why the job wasn't done, you'll be the first one to take the fall." Bai Xiaofan launched into his intimidating mode. Lu Fei had no choice but to leave. With only the two of them left in the room, Qi Dongfang finally spoke. "I am indeed in trouble. I'm not the kind of person who breaks promises, but I've run into a real arch-rival. If he finds out about me, I'll be in serious trouble." Qi Dongfang's tone sounded sincere. In his mind, Bai Xiaofan was a master, and he didn't want to hide anything from him. Bai Xiaofan's heart stirred. "Tell me, who is it?" Seeing Bai Xiaofan's keen interest, Qi Dongfang felt a flicker of caution. Yet despite this, he seemed to have no reservations. "Of course it's Li Qingshi," Qi Dongfang said cautiously. The mere mention of this name seemed to fill him with dread. However, upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan was utterly baffled. He had never heard of this person. "Who on earth is this?" Bai Xiaofan inquired. Qi Dongfang looked utterly bewildered, staring at Bai Xiaofan with a look of shock. He seemed unable to believe that Bai Xiaofan didn't know this person, his face brimming with astonishment. Bai Xiaofan stared back blankly, unsure what was so shocking about it. But truthfully, he genuinely didn't know this man. "Li Qingshi is my master. He's an extremely powerful individual. This time, he came for the ancient night pearl. I didn't want to meet him, fearing it would bring trouble, so I hid here." Hearing these words, Bai Xiaofan looked utterly bewildered. His expression darkened considerably. "Ancient night pearl? Holy?" Bai Xiaofan instantly grew wary. If this matter had nothing to do with the ancient night pearl, then it wouldn't be his damn business. But now that it was connected to the ancient night pearl, that was a whole different story. Bai Xiaofan's heart tightened instantly. This ancient night pearl business was no joke. After all, he urgently needed it to save Feng Suizue. If it fell into Li Qingshi's hands, that would be disastrous. Bai Xiaofan's expression turned grave. "What does this Li Qingshi look like?" Bai Xiaofan asked. Qi Dongfang was momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Bai Xiaofan to ask that question. Originally, Qi Dongfang should have been the one fretting over this matter, but now it seemed Bai Xiaofan was even more anxious than he was. This left Qi Dongfang utterly bewildered. He stared blankly at the person before him. Bai Xiaofan scratched his head. "Truth be told, I'm here for the auction too, and my target is the night pearl." Bai Xiaofan stated his purpose directly. Hearing this, the other person looked just as bewildered. "Is that so?" Shi Dongfang asked, his face filled with astonishment. Bai Xiaofan nodded naturally. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Bai Xiaofan said, exasperated. He picked up his phone and recounted the entire story of the ancient night pearl, from its origins to the present situation, in meticulous detail. Bai Xiaofan saw no reason to lie. Shi Dongfang listened, utterly dumbfounded. Shi Dongfang was utterly shocked. If he hadn't known Bai Xiaofan's capabilities, he wouldn't have believed Bai could deceive him. In fact, he felt Bai was deliberately misleading him, which left Shi Dongfang utterly speechless. Shi Dongfang's expression was absolutely grim. Don't you believe me? Bai Xiaofan sighed helplessly. Shi Dongfang shook his head immediately. Not at all. He said. I have considerable trust in you, sir, but this matter is simply too far-fetched. If you're thinking of obtaining the night pearl, I advise you to give up that notion. Li Qingshi is a ruthless man. What he sets his sights on, others can scarcely hope to obtain. Shi Dongfang seemed deeply apprehensive, as if he feared Li Qingshi like a tiger. Since the conversation had reached this point, Bai Xiaofan saw no need for further words. He lifted his head and looked at Shi Dongfang. A glint flashed in his eyes. Mr. Qi, this is my business, no need for you to meddle. But whether you're going back or not, you owe me an answer now. Bai Xiaofan declared. At that moment, Shi Dongfang's demeanor shifted, and a faint smile touched his lips. Of course I'm willing to return. With a master like you facing off against Master Li Qing, I must witness it with my own eyes. I might even lend you a hand behind the scenes, he added. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't detect any hint of genuine assistance in Shi Dongfang's tone. If anything, it carried a tinge of schadenfreude. But since the other had spoken, Bai Xiaofan saw no point in further discussion. For him, completing the mission was all that mattered. Besides, learning about a potential competitor ahead of time was actually a relief. And so, Bai Xiaofan led Shi Dongfang out, who had changed into a hotel security uniform. Though the uniform wasn't particularly elegant, it actually fit him quite well. At the very least, it was a vast improvement over his previous scruffy appearance. Lu Fei watched the scene unfold, his face frozen in shock. You actually pulled it off, he asked incredulously. In his mind, Shi Dongfang had always been an impossible bastard to deal with. Yet now, Bai Xiaofan had handled everything with ease. This was no small feat. Lu Fei's admiration for Bai Xiaofan grew even stronger. They returned to the hotel and met Sun Liang. Shi Dongfang felt somewhat awkward upon seeing Sun Liang. Sun Liang, however, was overjoyed. Shi Dongfang's unexpected return brought Sun Liang immense joy. Now, the most important task was to ensure the auction went smoothly. After all, many prominent figures would be attending, including the renowned treasure appraiser Xing Feiyun and others. Sun Liang took this matter very seriously. Bai Xiaofan had heard Xing Feiyun's name more than once. This treasure appraisal master seemed highly respected. Bai Xiaofan committed the man's name firmly to memory. He returned to his room. Chapter 202, let's give it a shot. By this time, Xia Chun had already woken up, and Bai Xiaofan brought lunch alone. Where did you get this? Xia Chun asked, somewhat surprised. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. I've already approached the owner here, Sun Liang. He gave me a super VIP card. All expenses here are completely free. Hearing this, Xia Chun was delighted. She hadn't wanted Bai Xiaofan to spend money, and her own finances weren't sufficient for such an expensive place. Now that she heard it was free, Xia Chun was thrilled. Just as the two were eating, another knock sounded at the door. This time, it was Xin Yiming. He entered carrying some food as well. Mr. Bai, I've completed the investigation you requested. The man from earlier is Li Qingshi, a renowned collector with considerable prestige in Jiangnan province. Xin Yiming was thorough, printing out a thick stack of information on Li Qingshi and placing it right beside Bai Xiaofan. Seeing the substantial stack, Bai Xiaofan looked genuinely surprised. Seriously? That's a bit over the top. Xin Yiming smiled. This is what we do. Of course we have to be professional. He didn't seem to be showing off, he genuinely believed it. Bai Xiaofan said nothing more. He simply took the documents. Sure enough, he saw that Li Qingshi was a top-tier collector. He attended every high-end auction imaginable, buying up items left and right. Whatever he set his sights on, he never failed to acquire. Is this guy that powerful? Bai Xiaofan asked. Xin Yiming's expression suddenly grew grave. To be honest, Mr. Bai, I didn't believe he was this powerful before either. But the facts are clear now, he truly is exceptionally strong. Xin Yiming's voice trembled with urgency. We'd be wise not to compete with him. If we do, I honestly have no confidence in our chances. Xin Yiming was now deeply troubled. When he took this job, he never imagined encountering such a thorny situation. After all, Li Qingshi was no ordinary opponent. This was a true powerhouse. If he were to compete with him, Xin Yiming truly had no guarantee of victory. But now that he'd already committed, backtracking and admitting uncertainty felt awkward, even like he was letting Bai Xiaofan down. Watching this unfold, Bai Xiaofan offered a faint smile. Is that so? He remarked without a trace of concern. Bai Xiaofan's expression was remarkably calm. But this is my opponent. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth. Bai Xiaofan stated calmly. What? Shen Yiming instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Bai Xiaofan, however, remained completely unfazed. Mr. Shen, our partnership was your own initiative. If you wish to withdraw, you may do so immediately. Bai Xiaofan stated calmly, as if discussing an ordinary matter. He had no intention of provoking Shen Yiming, there was simply no need. Bai Xiaofan was genuinely sincere. If Shen Yiming felt this deal held no promise, he was free to walk away. Bai Xiaofan would never hold it against him. Yet Shen Yiming found himself hesitating. He paced back and forth in the room. No, I can't back out. I may not be a big shot, but in our line of work, keeping your word is everything. If I pull out now, I'll never be able to hold my head up again. He seemed visibly agitated. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan was satisfied. It seemed Shen Yiming, though somewhat comical, was no pushover. His resolve was actually quite admirable. Bai Xiaofan nodded. In that case, let's continue our partnership. Bai Xiaofan said calmly. Xia Chun didn't understand the meaning behind Bai Xiaofan's words, and now he wore a look of confusion. But Shen Yiming also felt some unease. Mr. Bai Xiaofan, while I agree to assist you, this matter is far from simple. Someone like Li Qingshi must have immense financial resources at his disposal. If we can't meet the funding requirements, he'll hunt us down relentlessly. Shen Yiming was somewhat apprehensive, aware of Bai Xiaofan's limited financial resources. Bai Xiaofan produced several gold cards without hesitation. With the backing of the Long and Luo families, Bai Xiaofan certainly wasn't short on funds. Seeing these gold cards, Shen Yiming's mood finally stabilized somewhat. That's more like it. He couldn't help but exclaim. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Then I'll leave it to you, he said to Shen Yiming. Shen Yiming patted his chest. Rest assured, leave it to me. With the money, he now had room to maneuver. But just then, Shen Yiming added, one more thing to watch out for. Li Qing is a formidable figure. If he gets desperate and turns against you, you must protect yourself. As he spoke, Shen Yiming pushed up his blue-rimmed glasses. And protect me too, of course. He still felt a lingering sense of unease. Bai Xiaofan burst out laughing. Don't worry. If he plays dirty, I won't be afraid either. As he spoke, Bai Xiaofan reached for the teacup beside him. With a slight flick of his fingers, the cup snapped clean in two. And it was cleanly severed, as if by a marble blade. Seeing this, Shen Yiming sucked in a sharp breath. You're ruthless. He couldn't help but give Bai Xiaofan a thumbs up. After all, such overwhelming combat prowess was truly astonishing. Shen Yiming could only express his admiration. He finally left the room, allowing Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun to enjoy their lunch in peace. At that very moment, in another luxurious suite, a group of people were closing all the windows, plunging the entire room into utter darkness. In the darkened room stood a massive projection device. Projected onto the screen was an image of the ancient night pearl. Some people sat on sofas holding glasses of red wine, listening to a man in a suit and tie give an introduction. This is the night pearl of an ancient minor kingdom's king, he declared. Legend holds it possesses extraordinary medicinal properties. This object is invaluable, far from ordinary. As he spoke at length, one figure stood out among the group seated opposite him, a man shrouded entirely in a black cloak. Only his eyes were visible, yet they gleamed with the sharp intensity of a hawk. I must possess this artifact. Anyone who dares compete with me will die, the cloaked figure murmured. He was Li Qingshi. On the surface, he was a top-tier private collector, but in reality, he held another identity. Li Qingshi was no ordinary man. The moment his words fell, the entire 5th middle school grew as cold as ice. His subordinates dared not even breathe. Not a single word escaped their lips. After a long moment, the man before the projector let out a faint smile. That smile carried a hint of flattery. Mr. Li, with your capabilities, who would dare challenge you at this auction? Chapter 203, The Ultimate Ambition. Even so, we must not let our guard down. Li Qingshi's voice was calm. Yet, an aura of command emanated from him, unshaken by anger. His words struck fear into the crowd, causing heads to bow in unison. Deep fear gripped their hearts. After all, Li Qingshi was no ordinary man. At that moment, Li Qingshi extended his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. The lights were switched off. An assistant-like figure approached Li Qingshi. Though dressed in an assistant's uniform, he appeared exceptionally robust. He was clearly a formidable figure. Sir, he said respectfully. Li Qingshi said, Meng Meng is coming to study in Jiangnan province this time. Go see her tomorrow. At the mention of that name, Li Qingshi's voice softened. Li Meng Meng, his only daughter. Yet their father-daughter relationship was truly strained. At that moment, the assistant nodded. Rest assured, sir. I'll deliver your message. Anyone who dares to bully Miss Meng Meng will be made to regret it. When the assistant spoke of Li Mengmeng, a complex expression also flashed across his face. Li Qingshi looked up at the assistant. Yunlong, I know your feelings for Mengmeng. But that girl has never listened to me since childhood. So you'll have to handle this yourself. Li Qingshi said to the assistant with a meaningful look. The assistant's name was Lu Yunlong, and he was a formidable expert. He served not only as Li Qingshi's assistant, but more like his apprentice and bodyguard. Not only was Lu Yunlong highly skilled in appraising treasures, but he also possessed formidable personal combat abilities, truly a man of both scholarly and martial prowess. Li Qingshi had invested heavily in his development. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Yunlong's eyes, vanishing almost instantly. A faint smile played upon his lips. Yes, master. With that, Lu Yunlong exited the room, while Li Qingshi's gaze lingered, murmuring to himself. The ancient night pearl, my only hope. Li Qingshi clenched his fist, murmuring to himself. His gaze was somewhat unfocused. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Bai Xiaofan was roused by the clamor of people arriving with meals. It was Qi Dongfang. Qi Dongfang had resumed his security duties. Dressed in a formal security uniform, he actually carried a certain air of professionalism. Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan, Qi Dongfang spoke with great respect. Mr. Bai, I've brought you breakfast. Consider it my apology for yesterday's incident, Qi Dongfang said. Bai Xiaofan smiled. He wasn't about to be polite, knowing full well why Qi Dongfang had come. Rest assured, I'll help you deal with Li Qingshi. After all, we have a common enemy. With that, Bai Xiaofan woke up Xia Chun. I'll accompany you to register at school today. Bai Xiaofan told Xia Chun. Xia Chun was naturally grateful. After all, going alone did make her a little nervous. The College of Liberal Arts has a rich cultural atmosphere, but since I'm unfamiliar with the place, it would be best if you could accompany me. Xia Chun said. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. Of course, second senior sister. How could I let you face this alone? And so, after finishing breakfast, the two tidied up. Xia Chun even took the time to apply makeup. Soon, they left the hotel. Upon learning Bai Xiaofan was heading to the College of Liberal Arts, Sun Liang immediately had Lu Fei drive over a vehicle, one that was, of course, exceptionally luxurious. It was the latest model Rolls-Royce. This car is a gift from Boss Sun to the two of you, Lu Fei announced. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Bai Xiaofan nodded. He didn't refuse. After all, he had been working for Sun Liang, and it was only fair for Sun Liang to offer some compensation. And so, the two climbed into the Rolls-Royce, ready to depart. But just as Bai Xiaofan was about to start the engine, a Ferrari drifted past him. At breakneck speed. Damn it! Seeing it nearly crash into them, Bai Xiaofan looked utterly frustrated. You blind bastard, he couldn't help but curse. By then, the Ferrari had already sped off. What a jerk! Xia Chun exclaimed. Xia Chun wouldn't normally use such strong words, but right now, his frustration was palpable. After all, the other driver was utterly despicable. At that very moment, Bai Xiaofan felt utterly helpless. Had Xia Chun not been by his side, Bai Xiaofan would have chased after the car to confront the driver. But now, he changed his strategy. Right then, Bai Xiaofan began to move. They headed toward the College of Liberal Arts and soon arrived at this renowned institution. Jiangnan College of Liberal Arts. The thick academic atmosphere here truly thrilled Xia Chun. They drove straight into the parking lot. As they pulled over, Bai Xiaofan spotted that Ferrari parked right next to them. Damn it, so he was here too. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of irritation. After nearly causing an accident, Bai Xiaofan was itching for a showdown. But just then, Xia Chun pulled Bai Xiaofan back. Forget it. Don't bother with him, Xia Chun said earnestly. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan still felt a bit annoyed, but since Xia Chun had said so, he didn't want to stoop to his level either. The two men stepped out of the car. The man in the Ferrari also stepped out, none other than Lu Yunlong. A peculiar expression crossed Lu Yunlong's face as he looked at Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun, a look of utter disdain. Ha! Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of irritation. Do I know you? He thought to himself. But at that very moment, as Bai Xiaofan scrutinized the man before him, his expression changed involuntarily. He had seen this man yesterday. This guy was the bodyguard following behind Li Qingshi. Bai Xiaofan possessed exceptional observational skills, even a near photographic memory, so he had taken in every detail with crystal clarity. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. Truly, enemies meet in the narrowest of paths. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But it was clear the other party didn't recognize him, nor did they know who Bai Xiaofan was. Since that was the case, Bai Xiaofan wouldn't hold back. His cold stare fixed on the man, sending a chill down his spine. So what if this guy was Li Qing's bodyguard? Lu Yunlong's expression hardened. Kid, you looking for a beating? He asked, rolling up his sleeves. As a man skilled in both the literary and martial arts, Lu Yunlong was notoriously arrogant, and he made no effort to hide it. His words laid bare his arrogance, leaving Bai Xiaofan utterly dumbfounded. Damn, you've got some nerve. Bai Xiaofan thought helplessly. This Lu Yunlong was quite the character. Bai Xiaofan hadn't even spoken, yet Lu Yunlong had already taken the initiative to provoke him. This truly left Bai Xiaofan at a loss. But at that moment, Bai Xiaofan wasn't about to back down. He shot back immediately. Do I even know who you are? Lu Yunlong pointed his finger at Bai Xiaofan. Damn it, whether you know me or not, looking at me like that is a crime. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's face darkened with anger. You're just too damn despicable, he thought to himself. Bai Xiaofan decided to teach him a lesson. But just then, Lu Yunlong's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 204, School Registration. Lu Yunlong, who had been smug moments ago, suddenly became agitated. Completely ignoring Bai Xiaofan, he grabbed his things and dashed toward the school gate. At that very moment, Bai Xiaofan looked toward the school entrance in utter bewilderment. There, standing at the gate, was a girl. She wore a pale yellow dress, appearing pure and lovely, with a distinct literary aura about her. Upon seeing her, Lu Yunlong was utterly overwhelmed with excitement, clutching his gifts and belongings with uncontrollable enthusiasm. Watching this scene, Bai Xiaofan was utterly baffled. Who knew this guy was such a suck-up? Bai Xiaofan thought contemptuously. He couldn't be bothered to care about the details. Since Lu Yunlong had backed down, Bai Xiaofan didn't feel the need to deal with him like that. So, Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun also headed toward the school gate. By this time, Lu Yunlong and the girl had already entered the school grounds. Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun followed inside. The moment he stepped inside, Bai Xiaofan caught that distinct scent. It was indeed the scent of books. Arriving here, Xia Chun was utterly enchanted. Thus, Bai Xiaofan led Xia Chun to register. The literary atmosphere here was thick, yet surprisingly few people were signing up. At that very moment, Bai Xiaofan bumped into Lu Yunlong again. But this time, Lu Yunlong was remarkably gentle. He was utterly gentle toward the girl beside him. Meng Meng. Your father asked me to check on you. How have you been lately? Let's go grab something to eat. Lu Yunlong was acting like a total suck-up. Yet the girl remained indifferent. She even seemed a bit annoyed. Just pass on his message, Mr. Lu. Please stop pestering me, the girl snapped indignantly. Hearing this, Lu Yunlong flushed crimson, his neck bulging. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but chuckle. This was too funny. Just moments ago, Lu Yunlong had been utterly arrogant, yet before this girl, he was so docile it was downright amusing to Bai Xiaofan. Even Xia Chun couldn't help but chuckle. At that very moment, Lu Yunlong heard the words, and his expression darkened as much as it possibly could. Lu Yunlong was furious. He had finally seen his beloved Li Meng Meng, yet after speaking at length, she remained indifferent to him. A ruthless man by nature, Lu Yunlong found himself utterly helpless in the face of this girl. His expression darkened considerably. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yunlong seethed with anger. He clenched his fists. Lu Yunlong glared coldly at Bai Xiaofan, his eyes blazing with a fierce, murderous intent. He felt humiliated by Li Meng Meng. Lu Yunlong was furious. He was seething with rage. His gaze now blazed like lightning. Kid, what are you laughing at? Lu Yunlong snapped angrily. His voice was utterly ruthless. A confrontation seemed imminent. But at that very moment, Li Meng Meng remained silent, taking a step back as if watching a play unfold. Xia Chun tugged at Bai Xiaofan. Let's go. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan felt helpless. There was no way out now. Bai Xiaofan sensed a flicker of fire in Lu Yunlong's eyes, locked firmly upon him. This was utterly terrifying. Witnessing this, Bai Xiaofan knew the matter wasn't over. Lu Yunlong had unleashed his power. He stepped before Bai Xiaofan. Kneel and apologize to me, and I'll let both of you go. Otherwise, I'll punch you so hard your face will be a bloody mess. Lu Yunlong declared. His voice was unmistakably forceful. Just then, Lu Yunlong clenched his fist, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. That was incredibly forceful. Kneel and apologize? Bai Xiaofan nearly laughed out loud. You're not joking with me, are you? Bai Xiaofan certainly wouldn't kneel. His cold gaze locked onto the other man. Witnessing this, the other party frowned. His aura was undeniably formidable. Hearing this, Lu Yunlong burst into laughter. Of course. You dare offend this Lord Lu? You'd better kneel. Lu Yunlong declared arrogantly. Master Lu? Bai Xiaofan smirked, mocking him directly. To me, you look like nothing but a bootlicker. At this remark, even Li Meng Meng beside them couldn't help but burst into laughter, a joyful, radiant laugh that made her seem like a blooming flower. It seemed Li Meng Meng took great delight in seeing Lu Yunlong humiliated. Lu Yunlong was seething with rage. Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know how formidable this master is. Lu Yunlong was beside himself with rage. He spun halfway around on the ground, gathering momentum before thrusting his fist out horizontally. The punch erupted with explosive force. It was terrifying. Watching this unfold, Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. This guy really is a professional fighter. Bai Xiaofan extended both hands, blocking lightly, and his arms crossed directly with his opponent's. Bai Xiaofan stepped back. His expression, naturally, was less than pleasant. There was no doubt about it, this guy's moves were packed with sheer force, and Bai Xiaofan could only engage him head-on. But he could feel his muscles already starting to ache. This guy's power was immense, truly ferocious. Bai Xiaofan stepped back, completely dissipating the force, only then fully releasing all the pressure. His gaze sharpened. Just as he suspected. Bai Xiaofan had barely managed to absorb the opponent's force, and now every muscle in his body ached intensely. This guy was truly fierce. Pure, raw courage. His expression shifted involuntarily. Bai Xiaofan barely managed to neutralize his force, but at Bai Xiaofan's level, he could still demonstrate this state. Deflected. Bai Xiaofan completely neutralized all that force. After the force was neutralized, Bai Xiaofan remained firmly planted on his feet. What? Lu Yunlong's expression changed. He never imagined such an outcome. To Lu Yunlong, it was utterly unbelievable. His punch had been exceptionally fierce. It was utterly frenzied. An ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance against it. This punch would have sent anyone spitting blood. Yet Bai Xiaofan was completely unharmed. He hadn't even shifted his stance? Ha! Damn it, this kid isn't ordinary. Lu Yunlong was startled. He found this utterly bizarre. Yet, Lu Yunlong's fighting spirit surged even more fiercely. He had been humiliated, especially in front of his goddess. What made Lu Yunlong feel even more helpless was that his goddess seemed to have joined in the humiliation. Lu Yunlong couldn't accept this. Whoever you are, I'll beat you to a pulp. Lu Yunlong charged forward, fists clenched. He was utterly mad. Damn it, is this never ending? Watching Lu Yunlong charge toward him like a madman, Bai Xiaofan's expression abruptly hardened. His gaze grew as cold as ice. He had completely erupted. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan gave a cold smile. His form flickered lightly, and he was already beside Lu Yunlong. Since this guy was acting like this, Bai Xiaofan saw no need to hold back. He resolved to launch a full-scale attack. Bai Xiaofan clenched his fist and descended from the sky. Chapter 205, Musician Li Mengmeng. Is punching all you've got? Bai Xiaofan retorted without restraint. His power was like lightning. Since Lu Yunlong showed no mercy, Bai Xiaofan certainly wouldn't either. Bai Xiaofan's fist struck like lightning. Soon, Lu Yunlong could no longer hold his ground. Though fiercely aggressive, his strength paled in comparison to Bai Xiaofan's. Lu Yunlong simply couldn't hold his ground. Before long, he even felt the urge to spit blood. He couldn't keep fighting. Lu Yunlong realized that if he continued, he'd likely be beaten to a pulp by Bai Xiaofan. His image would be utterly ruined. Getting beaten up in front of the goddess was something Lu Yunlong absolutely could not accept. It was nothing short of a nightmare for him. Lu Yunlong immediately raised his hand. Stop! He shouted. Only then did Bai Xiaofan stop. Lu Yunlong's face was deathly pale. Damn it! I'm feeling under the weather today. You two kids got lucky. Don't let me catch you again. After that, he shot Li Mengmeng another glare, stomped his foot, and stormed off. Watching this unfold, Bai Xiaofan was utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't even shown his true strength, and this guy already took off. Seems like this guy really is a smart one. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. He had initially thought Lu Yunlong was just a brute, but now it seemed otherwise. Lu Yunlong wasn't someone who only relied on brute force. But Bai Xiaofan didn't care. He merely gave a cold smile. Because deep down, Bai Xiaofan knew they would meet again. It was inevitable. Let's go, Bai Xiaofan said, turning to Xia Chun. But just then, Li Mengmeng stepped forward, blocking their path. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan looked utterly bewildered. He didn't understand Li Mengmeng's intentions, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Li Mengmeng looked at the two of them intently. Wait! The girl said. Bai Xiaofan was puzzled. The girl before him was clearly no match for him. She wasn't a skilled fighter. Could she possibly be challenging him to a fight? The thought left Bai Xiaofan utterly bewildered. Li Mengmeng finally spoke up. You beat up my bodyguard. Don't you owe me something? Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan looked utterly bewildered. Show my appreciation? Bai Xiaofan thought this was utterly absurd. But Li Mengmeng continued. First, introduce yourselves. I don't even know who you are. You're here at the College of Liberal Arts, so you must be students. As a senior, I should have that right, shouldn't I? Seeing Li Mengmeng's expression, Xia Chun said, Sis, I'm the one here to study. My name is Xia Chun, and this is my friend Bai Xiaofan. Hearing this, Li Mengmeng extended her hand. Hi, I'm Li Mengmeng. That guy earlier was Lu Yunlong. He works for my dad. Li Mengmeng said cheerfully. But upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan looked utterly stunned. Your dad's subordinate? Bai Xiaofan finally realized that this girl's father was none other than Li Qingshi. Well, that's quite a coincidence. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. But he didn't elaborate. Instead, he introduced himself. Li Mengmeng smiled faintly. Are you guys here to register? I'm in the music department. Which department are you heading to? I can show you the way. Seeing Li Mengmeng's warm enthusiasm, Bai Xiaofan's heart stirred. He exchanged a glance with Xia Chun. Only then did Xia Chun speak up. We're going to the literature department. Li Mengmeng seemed delighted. Sister Xia, let me take you to register. Hearing this, Xia Chun understood, and the two girls immediately reached out and clasped hands. The two girls seemed to get along quite well. Bai Xiaofan could only follow them. With Li Mengmeng's help, Xia Chun quickly completed the registration and check-in procedures. Li Mengmeng then offered to treat them to a meal. Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun felt awkward refusing, so they accompanied Li Mengmeng to the restaurant. I really can't thank you guys enough today. That Lu Yunlong is so despicable. He thinks he can act all high and mighty just because he's my dad's student. He's always picking fights and pestering me. Li Mengmeng said angrily. I absolutely despise that guy. If it weren't for you two today, I'd never have gotten rid of them. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan asked curiously, he often comes to bother you? Li Mengmeng nodded. I came here to study, but this guy showing up every other day is just infuriating. Li Mengmeng seemed to lack someone to confide in and talked at length, though Bai Xiaofan grasped the gist of it. Your father came to Jiangnan province. Didn't you go see him? Xia Chun asked. Li Mengmeng shook her head. I don't care about him. Hearing Li Mengmeng speak so sincerely, Bai Xiaofan found their father-daughter relationship rather peculiar. But it wasn't his business. Bai Xiaofan certainly wouldn't meddle in such matters. And so, Li Mengmeng and Xia Chun hit it off, becoming surprisingly good friends. They even exchanged phone numbers. Bai Xiaofan naturally had no objections. Since the two girls got along so well, he could only let things take their natural course. As for Li Mengmeng's father, Li Qingshi, Bai Xiaofan could only accept the situation as it was. He wouldn't let it bother him. That afternoon, the two returned to the hotel. They parked the car at the entrance and strode confidently inside. But the moment they stepped inside, they collided head-on with Lu Yunlong. Ha! Lu Yunlong's expression darkened. Why is it always you two? He instantly grew wary, even suspecting Bai Xiaofan had deliberately followed them. Seeing Lu Yunlong's expression, Bai Xiaofan couldn't be bothered to engage him. Mr. Lu, our staying here is none of your business. We're here for the auction too. And we don't want any trouble with you. Don't make a fool of yourself. Bai Xiaofan declared with righteous indignation. He had no desire to engage with this Lu Yunlong fellow. If the man insisted on making trouble, Bai Xiaofan would certainly deal with him. Hearing this, Lu Yunlong's eyes turned cold. Kid, you've got guts. Leave your name, he said coldly. Bai Xiaofan replied, my name is Bai Xiaofan. If you've got the guts, come find me. With that, he pulled Xia Chun back into the room. Watching Bai Xiaofan's retreating figure, Lu Yunlong trembled with rage. A cold glint flared in his eyes. His gaze hardened. Lu Yunlong's hatred for Bai Xiaofan ran deep, a hatred that had reached its peak. His hatred now boiled over like a raging torrent. The humiliation he had suffered earlier was beyond his wildest imagination. Bai Xiaofan attending the auction? Lu Yunlong murmured to himself. He pondered carefully, then suddenly had an idea. So you think you're so great? I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Lu Yunlong had already devised a plan. He was a man of dark and scheming nature to begin with. Now he had devised a scheme to use others as his tools. He immediately rushed upstairs to find Li Qingshi. Teacher Li, something terrible has happened. Chapter 206, Making a Complaint. What kind of behavior is this, shouting and screaming? Li Qingshi's expression darkened, his voice dripping with displeasure. He had been studying ancient text patterns in his room and was naturally quite annoyed by the noise. But Lu Yunlong had already burst in. Master, it's bad news. There's competition for that night pearl you wanted. Lu Yunlong exclaimed. His voice trembled slightly. Hearing Lu Yunlong's words, Li Qingshi finally paused his work, his expression abruptly changing. What did you say? Li Qingshi was deeply displeased. Everyone knew what kind of man he was. How could anyone in this world dare to compete with him? Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Li Qingshi's expression instantly turned sour, and his voice grew distinctly irritated. Hearing this, Lu Yunlong's eyes darted about. A plan had formed in his mind. He embellished his earlier words, then pinned a charge on Bai Xiaofan. That brat not only possesses formidable martial arts skills, but he deliberately approached Miss Mengmeng. What's more, he's determined to get his hands on that night pearl. Lu Yunlong said, gnashing his teeth. He was dead set on Bai Xiaofan and wouldn't let up no matter what. Hearing this, Li Qingshi's expression darkened. In his mind, there were two sacred boundaries, one was this night pearl, and the other was his precious daughter, Li Mengmeng. Now, hearing that someone dared to covet both of these sacred things, Li Qingshi's expression darkened. Where is this man now? He demanded furiously. Hearing this, Lu Yunlong gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. He's staying in this very hotel right upstairs, Lu Yunlong declared. His plan was simple: divert the blame eastward, making Li Qingshi hate Bai Xiaofan. That way, he could avenge himself. After all, Li Qingshi possessed the strength to accomplish this. But just then, Li Qingshi's expression shifted once more. Let's go. Take me to him, Li Qingshi demanded furiously. Lu Yunlong, however, feigned a look of concern. Master, you must bring more men. Just the two of us won't be enough, Lu Yunlong said. He looked utterly aggrieved, though of course, it was all just an act. At these words, Li Qingshi's expression changed. What do you mean by that? Li Qingshi asked in a grave tone. Lu Yunlong's voice trembled. Master, that kid is ruthless and cunning, and he's incredibly powerful. If it's just the two of us going, we'll be at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Li Qingshi shot Lu Yunlong a fierce glare. He seemed to have thought of something and made up his mind. Gather more brothers. We're going to find him. Li Qingshi was furious, his expression fierce and menacing. His rage was almost overwhelming. And so, they arrived at Bai Xiaofan's door. Kid, open up, a voice demanded. Having brought more men this time, Lu Yunlong radiated confidence. He rolled up his sleeves, his expression brimming with arrogance. As for Li Qingshi, his face was ashen. He had assumed the situation remained unchanged, that he could steadily obtain the night pearl. Yet he never imagined things would take such a turn. Li Qingshi was furious. A flame of rage burned within him. Knock! Li Qingshi shouted. Lu Yunlong pounded fiercely on the door, his voice harsh and unpleasant. Open the door, you brat! Lu Yunlong bellowed. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan was resting inside the room. Hearing the commotion, his expression darkened. Xia Chan was also very nervous. Bai Xiaofan, what's wrong? Xia Chan asked. Bai Xiaofan gave a faint smile and reassured her directly, Senior sister, it's nothing. Though Bai Xiaofan didn't know what had happened, he certainly wasn't afraid of it. With that, Bai Xiaofan walked to the door and opened it. Facing him was Lu Yunlong, his rage practically off the charts. His fury seemed to reach the heavens. Such fury was terrifying. Behind him trailed a motley crew of people, further hinting at some unusual circumstances. Lu Yunlong was furious. Kid, I'm back. He stormed straight through the door. A flicker of resentment burned in his eyes, a flame that seemed to emit a sinister glow. Witnessing this, Bai Xiaofan was utterly dumbfounded. It's you. What are you here for now? Bai Xiaofan sighed helplessly. He certainly didn't hold much affection for this Lu Yunlong fellow, suspecting he was here to stir trouble again. But Bai Xiaofan also glanced behind Lu Yunlong. The figure standing behind him caught Bai Xiaofan completely off guard. There was no doubt about it, the person behind Lu Yunlong was none other than Li Qingshi. Ha! Could it be that things had been exposed? But I hadn't mentioned it to anyone. Bai Xiaofan thought, feeling a bit bewildered. He even suspected that perhaps things had indeed been exposed. But upon closer reflection, he hadn't mentioned anything like this to anyone at all. How could it have been exposed? The whole thing seemed absurd just thinking about it. Yet Lu Yunlong wouldn't let it go. At that moment, Li Qingshi stepped into the room. Li Qingshi's gaze swept around the room, his eyes carrying a hint of peculiarity. That look gradually faded. Li Qingshi cleared his throat. Young man, why are you approaching my daughter Meng Meng? What are your intentions? Li Qingshi's voice sounded calm, yet carried an imposing presence that commanded respect without anger. His presence felt overwhelmingly forceful, almost unbearable. Xia Chan startled and hid behind Bai Xiaofan. As a man, Bai Xiaofan naturally stepped forward. It seemed all this was Lu Yunlong's doing. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. But even so, he didn't waste words. Lu Yunlong and Li Qingshi were in cahoots anyway, so talking would be pointless. Bai Xiaofan wasn't that foolish. Bai Xiaofan offered no explanation. None of your business, he said casually. These words deeply provoked Li Qingshi, who felt Bai Xiaofan was deliberately challenging him. Li Qingshi's face instantly darkened with rage. Then tell me, Li Qingshi demanded in a low voice, why did you set your sights on the night pearl? His voice was deep and low, while his eyes blazed with bursts of fire, as if he were teetering on the edge of madness. Bai Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. How did you know? He wondered, feeling a bit bewildered. But since Li Qingshi brought it up, he must have his sources. Even so, Bai Xiaofan felt no fear whatsoever. Alright, it seems this matter will come to light sooner or later. With that thought, Bai Xiaofan's expression hardened. Mr. Li, that night pearl isn't your family's exclusive property. It's an auction item, the highest bidder wins. Don't you even understand that basic principle? Bai Xiaofan stated bluntly. These words struck straight at Li Qingshi's core. Chapter 207, Open Admission. Li Qingshi had come specifically for the night pearl. Hearing such words now, he was naturally shocked to the core, feeling himself teetering on the edge of madness. Rage instantly boiled within Li Qingshi. His rage surged within him, threatening to erupt at any moment. Li Qingshi clenched his fists. "What the hell are you doing, you brat?" he snapped. The fury in his voice reached its peak, threatening to burst forth at any moment. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan burst out laughing. "You really are hilarious. Didn't I already tell you? That thing can belong to either of us. Why should it necessarily be yours? There's no such thing as fairness in this world. The highest bidder wins, that's how auctions work. Don't you even understand that?" Bai Xiaofan's words cut like a sharp blade. Li Qingshi was beside himself with rage. "Take him away," Li Qingshi ordered Lu Yunlong. Lu Yunlong's expression darkened. He dared not act. After all, he knew Bai Xiaofan's capabilities. With his own skills, he was no match for Bai Xiaofan. His expression instantly darkened. At that very moment, Li Qingshi erupted. "Everyone, get him out of here." Li Qingshi was always a hot-tempered individual. This was no laughing matter. At that very moment, the men were already preparing to act. Bai Xiaofan gave a cold laugh. "Damn it!" Seeing them ready to attack, Bai Xiaofan showed no mercy. His form flickered, effortlessly evading their initial assault. In one fluid motion, he delivered a spinning kick that sent them all crashing to the ground. Unable to steady themselves, they all crashed to the ground. With just one move, Li Qingshi was utterly stunned. Impressive indeed. Li Qingshi had previously dismissed Lu Yunlong's claims as nonsense, but now he understood the truth. So that's how it was. At that very moment, Li Qingshi resolved to take matters into his own hands. After all, given his own strength, he felt he could definitely take on Bai Xiaofan in a fight. But just then, Shi Dongfang entered with the security team. "Everyone, stop. The auction is about to begin. We can't have any disturbances here. If you don't want to stay, please leave. If you wish to remain, you must abide by the hotel's rules." He stood beside Bai Xiaofan, flanked by numerous security personnel. Only then did Li Qingshi notice Shi Dongfang, his expression instantly shifting. "So it's you, you little brat." Li Qingshi's expression turned icy. He and Shi Dongfang shared a grudge, but he never imagined Shi Dongfang would be working as security here. Li Qingshi thought, what a small world. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Very well. So you're all in cahoots, trying to gang up on me? We'll see about that." He turned and walked away. Watching him leave, Shi Dongfang finally exhaled a long breath. He turned to look at Bai Xiaofan. "Brother Bai Xiaofan, are you okay? That really scared the hell out of me," Shi Dongfang exclaimed. Bai Xiaofan curled his lip. "What's there to be scared of?" He gave a cold laugh. "You don't know how ruthless Li Qing is. He's a truly terrifying figure," Shi Dongfang said, still trembling with fear. Even now, the memory still sent shivers down his spine. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan merely smiled faintly. "No problem." He waved his hand lightly. In truth, Bai Xiaofan understood exactly what this meant. Just moments before clashing with Li Qingshi, he had already sensed the terrifying aura emanating from him. This proved Li Qingshi was no ordinary opponent. This man was undoubtedly a formidable force. But even so, what difference did it make? Bai Xiaofan didn't care. He said nonchalantly, "If this guy really wants to fight, I don't mind playing alone." Bai Xiaofan spoke as if discussing something utterly ordinary. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Shi Dongfang sighed. "Mr. Sun sent me here. He can protect you for now, but the auction isn't something he can control," Shi Dongfang said. "Don't worry. It's just money. I'm not short on cash," Bai Xiaofan declared. After all, he had the backing of the Long and Luo families. If it came down to a battle of wealth, Bai Xiaofan wasn't worried. But just then, a voice came from the doorway. Things aren't that simple anymore. The speaker was none other than Sun Liang. He entered with a troubled expression, looking deeply worried. Seeing Sun Liang like this, Bai Xiaofan was a bit baffled. "What's going on?" Bai Xiaofan asked. Sun Liang replied, "This competition for the Night Pearl might not be resolved by money alone. Though I don't know the full picture, there are hidden circumstances behind this matter." "Is that so?" Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. Sun Liang's words came as a complete surprise. Sun Liang nodded firmly. "Exactly. I heard that Master Xing will conduct an on-site test. As the antique appraisal master invited by the organizers, he has a rather eccentric personality." Sun Liang sat down and sighed helplessly. "He insists on conducting an on-site verification. Only those with genuine ability are worthy of possessing the Night Pearl. So, you probably won't be a match for Master Li Qing." Sun Liang sighed helplessly, casting an awkward glance at Bai Xiaofan. His meaning was crystal clear. Compared to Li Qingshi, Bai Xiaofan was clearly at a disadvantage. He simply had no competitive edge whatsoever. Hearing Sun Liang's words, Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of irritation. "You're talking about Master Xing, right? Xing Feiyun? I know he's a master of antiques, but so what? I couldn't care less," Bai Xiaofan said with a smile, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. No matter who this Xing master was, to Bai Xiaofan it was nothing more than a minor matter, a trifle scarcely worth mentioning. Bai Xiaofan remained utterly composed. Faced with Bai Xiaofan's unflappable expression, Sun Liang felt utterly helpless. He truly had no idea where Bai Xiaofan had gained such confidence. Alright. Since you put it that way, what else can I say? I'll have to back you up. But when Master Xing asks you questions later, don't come up empty-handed. Otherwise, you'll make a huge fool of yourself. Sun Liang warned. Sun Liang was genuinely impressed by Bai Xiaofan's skills, but he simply couldn't believe Bai Xiaofan was both a scholar and a warrior. Bai Xiaofan merely smiled faintly. This is nothing. In truth, Bai Xiaofan possessed extraordinary abilities far beyond the ordinary. He also possessed extensive knowledge of ancient texts and classics. He was certainly no ordinary man. After bidding farewell to the others, Bai Xiaofan remained utterly composed, while Xia Chun couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. You should really study up, Xia Chun urged. Otherwise, if you don't know anything at the auction in 2 days, it'll be pretty embarrassing. Xia Chun urged. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan sighed helplessly. Senior sister, how can you doubt me like this? Our venerable master is an expert in antiques. Xia Chun's expression shifted. Just because Master Xiaofan is an expert doesn't mean you are. And even if you were, you must remember that there are always people more skilled than you, and mountains taller than mountains. Therefore. Chapter 208, The Library and Ancient Texts. So what? Seeing Xia Chun's expression, Bai Xiaofan's face darkened. It seemed the second senior sister intended to assign him a task? Bai Xiaofan froze in surprise. Just then, Xia Chun produced a card. Li Mengmeng gave me this yesterday. It's an access card for the College of Liberal Arts Library. I want to go there to read, and you should come too. They have many historical ancient texts and books about antiques. Xia Chun said with a rosy glow on her face. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan was taken aback. Xia Chun's words were essentially an invitation to Bai Xiaofan. Since second senior sister had spoken thus, Bai Xiaofan naturally agreed. Alright. Let's head out now. Both of them were excited. Soon, they returned to the College of Liberal Arts and made their way to the library. The library here was enormous. Its vast space was filled with the rich aroma of books. And there weren't many people around. I'm heading to the literature section. The history section is over there, you can go check it out. Xia Chun said. Bai Xiaofan felt somewhat helpless. He hadn't actually come to look at this kind of thing, he'd only come to accompany Xia Chun. Xia Chun's face showed a look of urgency. You, just look carefully. If we can't get the night pearl, we won't be able to save Sister Foam. Hearing Xia Chun's words, Bai Xiaofan had nothing more to say. Thus, Bai Xiaofan arrived at the history section. Upon entering, he found it indeed filled with numerous books on history and antiques. Bai Xiaofan was already thoroughly familiar with these subjects and had no desire to look at them. But sitting here doing nothing seemed pointless, and leaving now would only anger his senior sister. So, with that thought, Bai Xiaofan could only obediently sit down. After sitting down, Bai Xiaofan picked up a few books at random. He placed them directly on the table, then picked them up and began reading them carefully. Bai Xiaofan was actually quite fond of reading. The moment he picked up a book, he would become completely absorbed in it. But just then, someone approached from across the room and walked right up to Bai Xiaofan. He sat down across from Bai Xiaofan. This guy wore glasses, a middle-aged man in his 40s, yet he exuded a certain literary aura. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but pause. The man's gaze was clearly fixed on Bai Xiaofan. What do you want? Bai Xiaofan felt uneasy all over. After all, the place was spacious with plenty of empty seats, yet this guy had chosen to sit right next to him. Naturally, Bai Xiaofan felt quite helpless. He even felt uneasy all over. Just then, the man pointed at the books in Bai Xiaofan's hands, a faint smile appearing on his face. This brother here is quite knowledgeable about history, he remarked. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan froze. Just a bit, he replied, closing the books. His sixth sense told him this man was no ordinary person. The man's gaze locked onto Bai Xiaofan, as if his entire stare had completely pinned him down. At that moment, the man extended his hand. May I ask you a few questions? The bespectacled man inquired. Bai Xiaofan's expression shifted. Are you kidding me? He felt distinctly uncomfortable inside. After all, this was a deeply unpleasant situation for him, causing Bai Xiaofan's expression to darken slightly. He was naturally quite displeased. Why me? If you just pick me to take the test, won't that make me look like a fool? Bai Xiaofan grumbled. The man pushed his glasses up. Young man, don't misunderstand. I'm a professor from the College of Liberal Arts. My name is Jiang Chuming. It's rare to find someone as young and talented as you. That's why I was so delighted. Could you possibly grant me this opportunity? Jiang Chuming asked. His voice trembled slightly. Hearing Jiang Chuming's words, Bai Xiaofan was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this man to be a professor. And as a professor from the College of Liberal Arts, his politeness actually earned him some goodwill from Bai Xiaofan. Just then, Jiang Chuming excitedly grabbed a book. "Please, give me this chance no matter what," he exclaimed. Jiang Chuming looked incredibly excited, almost as if he couldn't contain his excitement, as if this matter was of utmost importance to him. "Damn, you really get me," Bai Xiaofan thought helplessly to himself. In his mind, this was nothing but a trivial matter, yet the other party treated it as if it were of utmost importance. It was utterly absurd. "Fine, I'll enlighten you," Bai Xiaofan said calmly. His words made sense after all. With his abilities, he could easily crush the other guy. Having studied these subjects since childhood, the knowledge posed no challenge whatsoever. Jiang Chuming eagerly picked up the book. He began testing Bai Xiaofan. No matter which ancient texts he casually mentioned, Bai Xiaofan could quote them verbatim and draw analogies effortlessly. This series of responses left Jiang Chuming utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Chuming was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it was real, his face betraying an utterly absurd expression. Jiang Chuming stared at Bai Xiaofan with the most incredulous look imaginable, his expression utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't even fathom what he was witnessing. Seeing Jiang Chuming's state, Bai Xiaofan gave a helpless smile. "What's wrong with you? Did I answer incorrectly?" Only then did Jiang Chuming snap out of it. He reached up to adjust his glasses, his face lighting up with intense excitement. "You got it absolutely right. You're a genius." Jiang Chuming set the book down. "Are you a history major? Or are you a freshman this year? I've never seen you before." Jiang Chuming was visibly thrilled. Seeing his overly enthusiastic reaction, Bai Xiaofan felt utterly helpless. He was genuinely at a loss for words. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan could only wave his hand helplessly. "You've got the wrong idea, I'm just here to read." Jiang Chuming was genuinely thrilled to hear this. "Good heavens, this is utterly unbelievable. You're the most talented genius I've ever encountered. Without a doubt, you're the #1 genius I've seen, second only to my senior brother," Jiang Chuming exclaimed passionately. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but freeze. "Who is your senior brother?" Jiang Chuming finally explained. "My senior brother is none other than Xing Yunfei. He's a renowned antique master, a top-tier genius in his day." Hearing Jiang Chuming's words, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but pause. This Xing Yunfei was the auction house's spokesperson. Sensing the significance of this connection, Bai Xiaofan's expression shifted noticeably. This was significant. At that very moment, Jiang Chuming looked at Bai Xiaofan. "Is there a problem? Do you know my senior brother too?" Jiang Chuming asked. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan remained silent. "Are you done testing me?" Chapter 209, Some Intelligence. "Is that so?" Seeing Professor Zhang's excited expression before him, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Without a doubt, this was an extremely important piece of information. Professor Zhang chuckled. "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Professor Jiang seemed to be reminiscing about the past. "To tell you the truth, young man, my senior brother Xing Yunfei was truly a genius of a kind seen only once in a century. It's just a pity that..." "Ah." Professor Jiang couldn't help but lower his head and sigh. This left Bai Xiaofan utterly baffled. Bai Xiaofan didn't understand what the professor meant, so he wore an utterly bewildered expression. He stared blankly at Professor Jiang. "Never mind. No point in further discussion. Young man, since we've met, here's my card. If you ever have any questions about history, feel free to reach out." Professor Jiang said, then turned and walked away. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan was utterly bewildered. He had intended to ask Professor Jiang about Xing Yunfei, but the man was already leaving. Bai Xiaofan was naturally displeased. He reached out and grabbed Professor Jiang's arm. "Professor, could you please wait a moment?" Bai Xiaofan asked awkwardly. For him, this was truly an awkward situation, and a hint of gravity appeared on his face. The awkwardness of the situation was palpable, leaving him thoroughly disheartened. Hearing this, Professor Jiang scratched his head. "Young man, what are you doing? My knowledge pales in comparison to yours. I'm truly ashamed." Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan sighed helplessly. "Professor, I think you've misunderstood. I was merely inquiring about your senior colleague. What unspoken difficulties might he be facing?" Professor Zhang's expression changed upon hearing this. "Oh, I see. He's finally back. But I can tell something's off with his expression. I can't quite put my finger on it, but that peculiar look has always been there." Professor Jiang shook his head helplessly. "You ask about my senior brother? Well, that's a long story. In his youth, he too aspired to become a professor to impart knowledge and guide students. But he contracted a strange illness that prevents him from standing for long periods. It's truly unfortunate. I hear he's still plagued by it now, and his days may be numbered." Professor Jiang sighed as he spoke. "Ha?" Bai Xiaofan's expression changed. "Is that so?" Professor Jiang nodded. "Exactly. That's precisely why he sold off his possessions to seek treatment abroad. Otherwise, why would he part with that night pearl? Professor Jiang spoke with a hint of regret. That object was a priceless treasure, my senior brother's most cherished possession. Yet now he must sell it. Even I feel heartbroken for him. Hearing Professor Zhang's words, Bai Xiaofan finally understood. So that's what it was all about. Ha! Bai Xiaofan's heart leapt with delight. If Xing Yunfei is only auctioning it to pay for medical treatment, then if I can cure his ailment, he won't need to sell it. In that case, the night pearl will naturally be mine. Li Qing could only fume helplessly. Bai Xiaofan's heart swelled with delight. He thought it was a brilliant plan. But this matter still depended on the professor standing before him. With that, Bai Xiaofan immediately broke into a smile and grabbed Professor Zhang by the arm. Honestly, sir, I came here specifically for the night pearl. Would you be willing to arrange an early meeting with Xing Yunfei? Bai Xiaofan stated his purpose. Hearing this, Professor Zhang's expression froze. What? His expression was understandably less than pleasant. He found these words utterly perplexing. A peculiar look settled on his face as he stared at Bai Xiaofan. Young man, while my senior brother does reside in my home, he never meets strangers. And though your historical knowledge is impressive, frankly, compared to my senior brother, it's like a minor sorcerer meeting a grand wizard. Why would he see you over something like this? Professor Jiang remained adamant. Truth be told, he held Bai Xiaofan in high regard. He recognized the young man's literary prowess as truly exceptional. Professor Jiang naturally took this matter very seriously. At the very least, he held Bai Xiaofan's literary abilities in high regard and recognized his profound understanding of history. Even so, Professor Jiang still couldn't possibly take Bai Xiaofan to meet Xing Yunfei. After all, Xing Yunfei was a legendary master. How could he possibly grant an audience to a stranger so easily? He was an idol. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan waved his hands repeatedly, knowing the other party had misunderstood. Looks like you've got the wrong idea, Bai Xiaofan said. His voice was serious. What do you mean? Professor Jiang asked in puzzlement. He didn't know what this so-called misunderstanding meant. That's why he wore such a puzzled expression. Upon hearing Professor Zhang's words, Bai Xiaofan finally spoke up. That's not the case. It's just that I'm quite skilled in medicine, so I'm confident I can examine Mr. Xing's condition. If I can cure his illness, wouldn't that be a good thing? Bai Xiaofan was utterly serious. Professor Jiang was utterly baffled. What? He could scarcely believe his ears. Young man, you're so talented I shouldn't doubt you. But my senior brother has been ill for years. Countless skilled doctors have been helpless. What could you possibly do? Isn't that ridiculous? Professor Zhang's voice trembled. He found it hard to believe. After all, this situation was utterly absurd. If he told anyone, they'd never believe such a ridiculous thing could happen in this world. Yet upon hearing these words, Bai Xiaofan remained utterly serious. He didn't find the situation the least bit absurd. On the contrary, he found it perfectly normal. Bai Xiaofan looked up at Professor Jiang. To be perfectly honest, I possess the skill to bring the dying back to life. If I say I can cure it, I will. Even if I can't, at least give me a chance, Bai Xiaofan declared earnestly. Professor Zhang's heart stirred. Really? He asked. Absolutely true, Bai Xiaofan declared. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Professor Zhang fell into hesitation. After all, this was no trivial matter. Just then, Xia Chun approached. Professor Jiang? Xia Chun exclaimed in surprise. You two know each other? Bai Xiaofan looked utterly bewildered. Professor Jiang also froze upon seeing Xia Chun. It's Xia Chun, the old man exclaimed, equally delighted. After sitting down and talking for a while, Bai Xiaofan finally learned the truth. It turned out Professor Jiang and Xia Chun had a very good relationship. Professor Jiang held Xia Chun in very high regard. It was only then, through Xia Chun's words, that Professor Jiang learned of their relationship. Turns out they were actually senior and junior classmates. Xia Chun, Professor Jiang asked earnestly, I know you're an honest young man. You must tell me truthfully, is this junior reliable? This matter was of great importance to him. Xia Chun blushed and nodded. Professor Jiang, Bai Xiaofan's medical skills are extraordinary, the most impressive I've ever seen. Don't let his youth fool you. He cured Mr. Luo of Luo City's chronic ailment that had plagued him for years. Chapter 210, The Test. Is that true? Professor Zhang's expression shifted instantly upon hearing this. He hadn't been entirely convinced about Bai Xiaofan before, but now his skepticism had clearly turned to belief. Professor Jiang rubbed his hands together. My, young man, to possess such remarkable abilities. And since you're Xia Chun's junior colleague, we're practically family. He glanced down at his watch. It's noon now, why don't we grab a bite at my place? What do you say? Professor Jiang suggested. Bai Xiaofan wasn't surprised by this offer. He merely thought Professor Zhang's change of heart was remarkably swift. It seemed he was a shrewd man too. At that moment, Xia Chun was also quite excited. After all, it had been years since he last saw Professor Jiang. Reuniting now, he was naturally overjoyed.
At this moment, Bai Xiaofan naturally had no objections, and they proceeded to Professor Zhang's residence. Professor Zhang's residence was located just outside the College of Liberal Arts, a modest two-story house. The building had a somewhat rustic charm, clearly showing its age, with red brick walls covering its exterior.
Judging by its appearance, the structure must have been decades old. Still, it looked quite well maintained from the outside. Professor Jiang invited them both inside. As he explained, he had originally lived there alone. But with the arrival of his senior classmate Xing Yunfei, the small courtyard had become much livelier. Xing Yunfei had numerous bodyguards under his command, and each one was exceptionally formidable. After all, as a grandmaster, Xing Yunfei certainly knew how to carry himself with authority. Having such a large security detail was only natural. Though Professor Zhang disliked this display, Xing Yunfei was his senior disciple. Even though he found it distasteful, he refrained from expressing excessive displeasure. As he opened the door, a towering bodyguard stood guard like a guardian deity. The guard didn't say anything to Professor Zhang, but when his gaze fell upon Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun, his expression abruptly turned icy. "Who are you?" he bellowed. The tone was brimming with arrogance. Professor Zhang's expression darkened. He naturally held deep affection for his senior colleague, but he despised these bodyguards under his senior's command. He found these men utterly detestable. Every single one of them always wore a menacing expression. That alone was outrageous. As a man of letters, Professor Jiang naturally found their behavior deeply unsettling. But just then, the bodyguard fixed Bai Xiaofan with a cold stare. "Who do you think I am? What business is it of yours?" Bai Xiaofan sneered. Hearing this, the bodyguard flew into a rage, clenching his fists as if ready to strike. But at that very moment, Bai Xiaofan gave a cold chuckle. "Hey, this is Professor Zhang's home, not yours," Bai Xiaofan retorted. At that very moment, the bodyguard flew into a rage. He swung a punch, aiming to slam it into Bai Xiaofan. The bodyguard's fist was truly terrifying. The guy was broad-shouldered and heavily built, brimming with raw power. And he was aiming straight for the vital spot. He aimed straight for Bai Xiaofan's temple. "You don't hit someone in the face, don't you know the rules?" Bai Xiaofan extended two fingers and gently pushed back. Those two fingers were meant to withstand an entire army. Watching this, Professor Jiang nearly wet himself. If he landed that punch and killed Bai Xiaofan, he'd be held responsible. But at that very moment, Bai Xiaofan's two fingers withstood the opponent's punch. The burly bodyguard's strength was immense, yet Bai Xiaofan gave a light flick. The man was sent flying backward. The burly bodyguard stumbled backward 2 steps, his body crashing into the wall before finally coming to a halt. He stared at Bai Xiaofan in utter shock. His punch had indeed been incredibly powerful. With that kind of force, he could shatter a massive sandbag. Yet now, facing Bai Xiaofan's two fingers, it had been completely blocked. Bai Xiaofan smiled. "So, can I come in now?" Bai Xiaofan asked with a cold smile. The burly bodyguard looked utterly embarrassed. Just then, an old man stepped forward. He was a rather stooped old man, leaning on a cane as he shuffled forward with a wobbly gait. "Ah Chow, how dare you be so rude?" The speaker was none other than Xing Yunfei. Though he appeared frail and elderly, moving with obvious difficulty, his eyes still radiated a formidable presence. The chubby bodyguard called Ah Chow immediately fell silent, clutching his wrist while glaring at Bai Xiaofan with eyes like boiled eggs. Seeing Xing Yunfei step forward, Professor Jiang approached. He reached out and took hold of Xing Yunfei's arm. "Brother, why did you come out alone? You must take care of your health," Professor Jiang said. Hearing this, Xing Yunfei cleared his throat and turned his gaze toward Bai Xiaofan and Xia Chun standing before him. "Brother Jiang, who might these two be?" Xing Yunfei inquired politely. Hearing Xing Yunfei's question, Professor Jiang leaned close and whispered something in his ear. Xing Yunfei's expression changed upon hearing this. "What?" He was utterly bewildered. Seeing Xing Yunfei's expression, Professor Jiang looked somewhat helpless. "Brother Yunfei, to be perfectly honest, this Mr. Bai Xiaofan possesses an inexplicable aura. He is no ordinary man." Professor Jiang naturally had to praise Bai Xiaofan. Xing Yunfei smiled faintly. He was a very kind-hearted person, so he cleared his throat lightly. "So you're Dr. Bai Xiaofan. Since you're such a renowned physician, please come in." Xing Yunfei's words were polite, but it was clear he didn't entirely trust Bai Xiaofan. At least, his tone carried a hint of skepticism, something Bai Xiaofan could easily detect. But he didn't need to care. Even so, simply meeting Xing Yunfei was a good thing. So they all entered the room. Zhao Chao watched Bai Xiaofan enter, his anger still palpable. Known as Big Chow, he was a formidable figure in his own right. His iron fists alone had earned him the reputation of a formidable figure. When such a thing occurred, Zhao Chao's heart was filled with nothing but shock. His fists were no match for Bai Xiaofan's fingers, a realization that sent deep shockwaves through him. And at that moment, Zhao Chao could only follow Bai Xiaofan inside. They entered the house. Though the villa wasn't large, it was filled with a profound scholarly atmosphere. Bai Xiaofan sat down. Meanwhile, Professor Jiang helped Xing Yunfei into a wheelchair. Xing Yunfei was already gasping for breath from the brief time he'd been standing. Zhao Chao and the other two bodyguards stood behind him, ready to protect Xing Yunfei at any moment. Xing Yunfei lifted his head slightly and inquired, "What guidance does the divine physician Xiaofan have for me?" Of course, Xing Yunfei's words carried a touch of courtesy. Staying at his junior brother's home, he naturally felt obliged to be polite to the guests Professor Jiang had brought. But Bai Xiaofan merely stroked his chin. He said indifferently, "I'm here to cure your illness. Your leg ailment has already penetrated deep into your lungs and heart. If you don't treat it now, it will be too late." Chapter 211, Superb Medical Skills. What? Xing Yunfei's expression changed. The current Xing Yunfei was genuinely shocked. The Xing Yunfei of before had dismissed Bai Xiaofan as a charlatan. After all, how could such a young miracle doctor exist? But Bai Xiaofan had instantly diagnosed that the leg ailment had penetrated to the lungs. This was truly formidable. Could he truly be a master? The thought flashed through Xing Yunfei's mind. After all, a man like Xing Yunfei possessed an intense will to survive. He couldn't stand by and watch himself fall apart. At that very moment, as Xing Yunfei stared in astonishment, Bai Xiaofan rose to his feet. He smiled. "Mr. Xing, though your condition is severe, it is not yet beyond treatment. I do have a solution," Bai Xiaofan declared. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra contained techniques for treating all manner of strange ailments, and Bai Xiaofan naturally possessed this ability. Coincidentally, Xing Yunfei's condition was precisely what Bai Xiaofan could treat. At that moment, Xing Yunfei was utterly astonished. "Watch this." Bai Xiaofan prepared to administer treatment. After all, his silver needle technique, combined with some high-grade herbs, he was absolutely certain he could slow the progression of the illness. And so, Bai Xiaofan completed the procedure. Everyone present watched in stunned silence. Even Professor Lianzhong looked utterly bewildered. And Zhao Chao, standing behind him, was utterly dumbfounded. This kid actually has some skills. Xing Yunfei, meanwhile, was absolutely thrilled. He was practically beside himself with excitement. He could feel his body had fully returned to its previous state. Though only temporary, it was still incredibly satisfying. Xing Yunfei was thrilled. Right then and there, Xing Yunfei stood up. Though he still staggered slightly as he walked forward, he could now manage without crutches. It was nothing short of a miracle. Everyone was stunned. In that very moment, Xing Yunfei reached out and grabbed Bai Xiaofan's hand. He was on the verge of tears. "Divine healer. I have no way to repay you. Please accept my deepest gratitude." With that, Xing Yunfei bowed low to the ground. Bai Xiaofan was drenched in cold sweat. He reached out and pulled Xing Yunfei up. "I do expect payment," Bai Xiaofan declared. "Ah, ha ha." Xing Yunfei chuckled inwardly. His body felt incredibly refreshed, and his mood had lifted considerably. "Master Bai, just tell me what you want. Whatever I have, I'll give it to you," he said. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan stroked his chin. He cautiously ventured, "The ancient night pearl. Of course, I can pay for it," Bai Xiaofan added. Xing Yunfei froze at this, a look of hesitation crossing his face. "Divine Physician Bai, this matter is somewhat complicated." Xing Yunfei explained the truth. "News of this item's auction has already spread far and wide. Moreover, Master Li Qing also wishes to purchase it. He contacted me long ago. If I were to give it to you and withdraw from the auction, I wouldn't mind, but I fear he might harbor resentment toward you. This could be very disadvantageous for you," Xing Yunfei said earnestly. Bai Xiaofan nodded. "I've already dealt with that man before. I'm not afraid of him," Bai Xiaofan declared earnestly. Those words were spoken with genuine conviction. Having indeed dealt with this man before, Bai Xiaofan naturally felt no fear. Since the relationship is already ruined, why bother caring? Hearing Bai Xiaofan's resolute stance, Xing Yunfei could only nod. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Fine. Since you cured my illness, I'll break my word this once. But if it comes to that Li fellow, I can only reveal your name." Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan naturally had no reason to refuse. At that moment, Xing Yunfei had Zhao Chao produce the item, the very night pearl Bai Xiaofan needed. Excellent. With this, all worries vanish. Bai Xiaofan's heart surged with excitement. It seemed the matter with Feng Suitsue was finally resolved. Bai Xiaofan left the prescription and instructed Xing Yunfei to take the medicine on schedule. As long as Xing Yunfei adhered to the regimen, his condition would improve. Bai Xiaofan was utterly confident in this outcome. Xing Yunfei, naturally, expressed his deepest gratitude. Professor Jiang was also delighted and insisted that Bai Xiaofan stay for a meal. Bai Xiaofan couldn't very well refuse, so he agreed to Professor Zhang's invitation. Stay for dinner. After they had eaten their fill, Bai Xiaofan finally took his leave. No sooner had he returned to the hotel than Bai Xiaofan received word Xing Yunfei had withdrawn from the auction. This sent shockwaves through the entire event. Li Qingshi, in particular, was furious enough to spit blood. He had come here for this very purpose, convinced success was imminent. Yet reality had dealt him a brutal blow. Such an unexpected turn of events left him utterly speechless. Fuming with rage, Li Qingshi immediately contacted Xing Yunfei to confront him. But Xing laid out the truth in full. Upon hearing the facts, Li Qingshi nearly fainted. "Master, are you alright?" Lu Yunlong watched Li Qingshi, who looked on the verge of fainting, and immediately reached out to grab him. Li Qingshi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! It was Bai Xiaofan after all. That brat beat us to it and snatched the pearl from Xing Yunfei first. Li Qingshi seethed with fury. Hearing this, Lu Yunlong was utterly baffled. He really came for the night pearl? Lu Yunlong thought, utterly bewildered. Originally, those words were just nonsense he'd made up, but unexpectedly, they had become reality at this moment. It left Lu Yunlong speechless. He found the whole situation utterly absurd. Just then, Li Qingshi was ready to fight Bai Xiaofan to the death. But as he reached the doorway, he regained his composure. He knew rash action was unwise. He had clashed with Bai Xiaofan before, and the latter's strength had shocked him. More importantly, Bai Xiaofan had Sun Liang and Qi Dongfang backing him. These two were no pushovers either. With just their group, victory seemed unlikely. No, he must stay calm. Li Qingshi muttered to himself. He summoned Lu Yunlong to his side. You go back now and gather every single expert we know. We need them all to take on Bai Xiaofan. Leave immediately. If we delay and let that brat escape, we'll be in big trouble. Li Qingshi said angrily. As a renowned collector, he knew many skilled fighters. If he could gather them all, Sun Liang and Qi Dongfang would be nothing. His sole concern now was preventing Bai Xiaofan from escaping early. Thus, Li Qingshi resolved to remain composed and first stabilize the situation with Bai Xiaofan. Damn it, daring to take my things? I'll make you wish you'd never been born. Li Qingshi clenched his fists. The killing intent radiating from him surged violently. At that very moment, Bai Xiaofan was in his room packing his things when Shen Yiming suddenly burst in. You got the stuff? He asked, pushing his glasses up with an expression of utter disbelief. Bai Xiaofan nodded. That's right, I've got it. And I won't shortchange you a single cent of your commission. Bai Xiaofan was quite pleased. After all, his goal had been to obtain this item. Now that it was in hand, he couldn't help but feel pleased. But Shen Yiming's face turned pale. Young man, I'm not trying to talk you out of it, but you should leave immediately. By doing this, you've completely offended Master Li Qing. He won't let you walk away alive. Chapter 212, Hunted. Shen Yiming's expression was grim. He felt Bai Xiaofan needed to leave this place immediately. If he didn't leave soon, it would truly be dangerous. Seeing Shen Yiming's grim expression, Bai Xiaofan smiled. No problem. Even if we flee back, he'll still track down my information. That would just be inviting the wolf into the house. Better to settle this right here. Bai Xiaofan clapped his hands as he spoke. He was utterly calm, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. Faced with Bai Xiaofan's reasoning, Shen Yiming was utterly dumbfounded. Are you sure? He was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't even bring himself to believe Bai Xiaofan was serious. After all, Bai Xiaofan's words were just too confident. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he'd have thought the whole thing was absurd. Too strange. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Of course I'm certain, he said calmly. The entire affair was firmly within his grasp. Bai Xiaofan was absolutely certain of what it all meant. He spoke as if recounting a perfectly ordinary matter. As if it had nothing to do with him. Shen Yiming couldn't fathom Bai Xiaofan's thought process. He could only conclude that Bai Xiaofan seemed to have lost his mind. Brother Bai Xiaofan, let me warn you, this is no joke. You'd better think this through. Shen Yiming's voice trembled as he spoke. He felt Bai Xiaofan was acting on impulse. Better to be cautious with Li Qingshi. Ha! I'd love to meet Jiangnan province's top fighter. Bai Xiaofan said, completely unfazed. A knock sounded at the door as Qi Dongfang entered. He looked at Bai Xiaofan with a hint of reproach. Xiaofan, you really know how to stir up trouble. I'm truly impressed. Qi Dongfang remarked. He was utterly convinced. After all, in Qi Dongfang's mind, Master Li Qing was practically a godlike figure. Yet, in Bai Xiaofan's eyes, he was as insignificant as a blade of grass. This was utterly absurd. Qi Dongfang's expression could only be described as one of utter reverence. Don't mind him. Tell him to come find me. It'll be a good chance to stretch my legs. Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. Seeing that his pleas were futile, Shen Yiming stopped wasting his breath. After all, he'd already said everything he could. Bai Xiaofan remained completely unmoved. Since that was the case, Shen Yiming was powerless to do anything. Qi Dongfang, however, stood firmly by Bai Xiaofan's side. Bai Xiaofan, if Li Qing dares to cause trouble, will give him a taste of his own medicine. We're not afraid of that bastard. Qi Dongfang said, rolling up his sleeves. Previously, he had indeed harbored some fear toward Li Qingshi. But now, that sense of dread was gradually fading. In its place was growing confidence. Shi Dongfang was no longer afraid. He thought to himself, if even an outsider like Bai Xiaofan dared to confront Li Qingshi head-on. And he and Li Qingshi were sworn enemies. If he did nothing, wouldn't that be utterly shameful? With this thought, Shi Dongfang found his confidence soaring. Don't worry, we'll back you up. Captain Lu strode over, rolling up his sleeves. I've never admired anyone in my life, but you, kid, I'm impressed. If Shi Dongfang really dares to touch you, I'll be the first to stop him. Captain Lu's voice was equally fierce, his entire face flushed crimson. Hearing these words, Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of emotion. After all, these men weren't particularly formidable. Yet they all possessed genuinely warm hearts. This left Bai Xiaofan quite satisfied. He bowed his hands to the group. Thank you all. With that said, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Bai Xiaofan declared earnestly. The crowd nodded in unison. In their hearts, they all felt a newfound respect for Bai Xiaofan. However, Bai Xiaofan didn't need this many people, as most of them here possessed limited strength. These individuals stood no chance against Master Li Qing. If they all stayed here, they would only become a liability. Thus, Bai Xiaofan had a plan in mind. He now understood what he must do. Bai Xiaofan did not act, but instead waited to see how things would unfold. There was an advantage, however. After all, Shi Dongfang controlled the surveillance system. As the hotel security officer, he could access the footage at any time. In that sense, it was actually a good thing. With control over the surveillance system, he could see everything clearly. Soon, he uncovered some information. It turned out a group of people had arrived. These were prominent figures from Jiangnan province. This was the master of the Tiger Roar sect, Duge Xiao. Shi Dongfang exclaimed in surprise. Is this guy really that formidable? Bai Xiaofan observed the figures on the monitor, speaking in a measured tone. Whether Duge Xiao was formidable or not, Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less. For in his heart, he had long since made up his mind. People like Duge Xiao were of no consequence to Bai Xiaofan. He simply watched it all unfold with calm detachment. Shi Dongfang's heart sank. Duge Xiao wasn't just formidable, he was a prominent figure. His Tiger Roar school was the largest martial arts academy in the area, and his followers were all individuals of unfathomable depth. Shi Dongfang knew Duge Xiao well. Mentioning his name brought a grim expression to Shi Dongfang's face, as if facing this man had left him utterly disheartened. Watching this scene, Bai Xiaofan's heart stirred. So that's how it was. He didn't particularly care. If Duge Xiao truly possessed such abilities, he would undoubtedly be a formidable figure. But Bai Xiaofan still needed to get to the bottom of things. Regardless of Duge Xiao's abilities, getting to the bottom of things was paramount. Thus, Bai Xiaofan remained composed. I see. Looks like he wants to use the power of the Tiger Roar sect against me. Ha! Then let's just wait and see. Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less. Xia Chun was somewhat displeased with Bai Xiaofan's attitude. Bai Xiaofan, could you take this seriously? What kind of attitude is that? Xia Chun's expression was, of course, extremely displeased. She found Bai Xiaofan's attitude utterly deplorable. In Xia Chun's view, Bai Xiaofan's attitude was truly going too far. Deep down, Xia Chun actually harbored a subtle concern for Bai Xiaofan, a genuine, heartfelt concern. Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less. After all, he possessed the capability to do so that was precisely Bai Xiaofan's strength. He would never let such matters bother him. Bai Xiaofan's gaze drifted toward the distance, where he even anticipated Duge Xiao's arrival. At that very moment, downstairs in Li Qingshi's room, Duge Xiao, the leader of the Tiger Roar sect, had already arrived. This was a man with a face twisted by savage ferocity. As the formidable leader of the Tiger Roar sect, his prowess was naturally otherworldly. After all, the position of Tiger Roar sect leader was anything but ordinary. The killing intent radiating from Duge Xiao was already overwhelming. As the head of the Tiger Roar sect, he was indeed formidable. This time, Li Qingshi had issued a broad call for heroes. Duge Xiao's arrival as the Tiger Roar sect's leader filled Li Qingshi with immense delight. The two were longtime friends, bound by an unbreakable bond. That Duge Xiao had come now filled Li Qingshi with profound emotion. Master Duge, your presence here is truly a blessing beyond measure. Li Qingshi declared. Chapter 213, The Tiger Roar Sect. Hearing Li Qingshi's words, Duge Xiao's mouth twisted into a strange, almost peculiar expression. In Duge Xiao's eyes now, a certain gleam shone through. His expression was anything but simple. Duge Xiao stared coldly at Li Qingshi. Mr. Li, you're quite the arrogant fellow. What brings you to think of me now? Duge Xiao's words carried a hint of sarcasm. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room turned awkward. Li Qingshi cleared his throat. Mr. Dugu, what are you implying? That's quite an exaggeration. Li Qingshi said sternly. Duge Xiao smiled faintly. What do you mean by that? He looked utterly serious. Li Qingshi then recounted the entire sequence of events. Though the words weighed heavily on him, he had no choice. After all, it was the truth. Upon hearing Li Qingshi's words, Du Guozhao's expression turned utterly shocked, even incredulous. He was utterly dumbfounded. His gaze fixed on Bai Xiaofan with an intensely peculiar expression, his eyes reflecting an utterly strange light. Oh? A chill flashed in Du Guozhao's eyes. He and Li Qingshi had been inseparable friends for years, their relationship exceptionally close. It could be said their bond was strong. However, Du Guozhao had always known that Li Qingshi was no ordinary man, and the Lu Yunlong by his side was an even greater powerhouse. But he never imagined such a formidable figure would be taken down by Bai Xiaofan. This was utterly beyond words for Du Guozhao. If only those words hadn't come from Li Qingshi's own mouth. Du Guozhao would have found it impossible to believe it was simply too absurd. Mr. Dugu, I can vouch for it happened exactly as described. My teacher isn't lying. Lu Yunlong chimed in from the side, his voice trembling. For Lu Yunlong, uttering such words was somewhat painful, but this was the reality. He had no choice but to admit it. He'd been utterly crushed by Bai Xiaofan, leaving his face swollen. Watching this scene, Bai Xiaofan gave a cold smile. His mindset grew even more serene. At that moment, Du Guozhao's expression finally turned serious. Earlier, he had dismissed their words as utter nonsense, but now he grew serious. Du Guozhao was utterly astonished. Well then, let's discuss the price. It took Du Guozhao a while to snap out of it. He reached out and tapped the tabletop lightly. A smile spread across his face. After all, he was a businessman, specializing in handling such matters for others. No matter how tricky the situation, he always negotiated the price. As long as the price was fair, everything was negotiable. That was Du Guozhao's mindset. Moreover, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes, the light within them reaching an extreme intensity. Seeing Du Guozhao's expression, Li Qingshi felt a wave of disgust wash over him. After all, he was a man of stature, yet now he was being asked to do such a thing. Li Qingshi felt utterly depressed. He was utterly restless and uneasy, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. And at this very moment, seeing Du Guozhao's stance, Li Qingshi could only grit his teeth. Mr. Dugu, name your price. Whatever you ask, we'll negotiate. Bai Xiaofan shouted loudly. For him, this was a last resort. He had no way out. Hearing this, a faint chill flickered across Du Guozhao's face. The smile he wore was truly icy cold. I intend to visit your antique shop and select a few treasures. I wonder if you'd be willing. Du Guozhao's outrageous demand left Li Qingshi feeling like he might spit blood. Damn it, you actually have the nerve to open your mouth. Li Qingshi thought to himself, seething with anger. Yet the man actually had the nerve to speak, his words and demeanor revealing such audacity. A maniacal expression spread across Du Guozhao's face. Well then, Mr. Li. The words stung Li Qingshi like a knife, but he gritted his teeth. Fine. The matter is settled. You may choose any 3 items. Li Qingshi held up 3 fingers, his expression grave. Du Guozhao's face instantly lit up. That's exactly what I wanted. He tapped the table lightly, a faint smile finally appearing on his face. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment. He even thought it was nothing short of perfect. Du Guozhao was overcome with excitement. I'll go settle him right now. Du Guozhao declared. As the master of the Tiger Roar sect, his prowess was undeniably formidable. With his current confidence, accomplishing this task would pose no difficulty. And so, he made his decision. He led his disciples straight to the door to demand an audience. That was Du Guozhao's style, straightforward and decisive. He was an exceptionally formidable master himself, and in both his character and actions, he was remarkably decisive. That was his nature. A gleam flashed in Du Guozhao's eyes as he unleashed his full aura to its utmost limit. This was the sensation of boiling, killing intent. Du Guozhao's gaze now cut like lightning. As the master of the Tiger Roar sect, he was now utterly frenzied. Shi Dongfang opened the door, and Du Guozhao stepped right in. Ha ha! A hearty laugh erupted from his mouth. Such laughter was exceptionally hearty, carrying an overwhelmingly powerful aura. What brings you here? Shi Dongfang asked, his voice tinged with tension. He fidgeted with his hands, his face betraying his unease. After all, in Shi Dongfang's mind, this was undoubtedly a terrifying situation. Therefore, for him, caution was paramount. He dared not take it lightly. After all, the man before him was none other than Du Guozhao, the formidable leader of the Tiger Roar sect. His very presence carried a sense of foreboding. Danger had arrived. The Tiger Roar sect master was no one to be easily defeated. Du Guozhao paid Shi Dongfang no mind whatsoever, delivering a direct kick that showed him absolutely no respect. Get lost. His sudden kick caught Shi Dongfang completely off guard. After all, Shi Dongfang had only sought to persuade through reason. He never expected Du Guozhao to resort to violence so abruptly. This turn of events was truly shocking. Shi Dongfang's expression abruptly darkened. Du Guozhao's kick landed precisely, its force utterly overwhelming. It was astonishing. Ah! Shi Dongfang lost his footing, stumbling backward 2 steps before crashing flat on his backside. He landed flat on his face. It was utterly miserable. Ugh! Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaofan and the others froze in shock, while Xiao Chun was utterly terrified. She was utterly terrified. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan's expression was thoroughly displeased. He never imagined Duge Xiao would do something like this. Bai Xiaofan quickly caught Shi Dongfang, determined not to let him fall. If the force wasn't absorbed, he would suffer severe injury. That was the last thing Bai Xiaofan wanted to see. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaofan reached out and caught him, his grip exerting a terrifying amount of force. Chapter 214, The Power of a Single Battle. Shi Dongfang stumbled forward, but Bai Xiaofan reached out and gently steadied him. Bai Xiaofan's movement was effortless. Yet this single gesture dissipated the bulk of the force. Had it not been for that deflecting action, Shi Dongfang would have been gravely injured by that single blow alone. What a treacherous bastard! Bai Xiaofan said coldly. His tone was decidedly unfriendly. He found the other party utterly treacherous. Shi Dongfang hadn't even made a move, yet the other had struck first, proof enough of his ruthlessness. Infuriating. A flicker of light erupted in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. Bai Xiaofan reached out and helped Shi Dongfang to his feet. Shi Dongfang, however, was still reeling from the shock. His heart was filled with terror. What on earth just happened? His voice trembled as he spoke. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan smiled. Nothing. He helped Shi Dongfang to his feet. Shi Dongfang's expression was absolutely grim. Duge Xiao's sneak attack had startled him, even stirring deep-seated terror within. Duge Xiao merely sneered coldly. What a masterful technique! He looked at Bai Xiaofan, unable to suppress his admiration. After all, Bai Xiaofan's technique transforming force into energy was clearly the work of a top-tier master. Moreover, he had used such power to neutralize Duge Xiao's own strength. Duge Xiao was genuinely astonished. He couldn't help but marvel at his opponent's skill. Bai Xiaofan, however, offered only a cold smile. I dare not accept such praise. You're the one with the skill. Bai Xiaofan said with a sneer. His words were already quite impolite. It was pure sarcasm aimed squarely at his opponent. Duge Xiao roared with laughter. He was undeniably a man of immense confidence, radiating it through every word and expression. At this moment, Duge Xiao was indeed brimming with confidence. He was even more than just confident, he was utterly exhilarated. Observing Duge Xiao's expression, Bai Xiaofan's face grew cold. Since the other party was acting this way, Bai Xiaofan naturally couldn't care less. His gaze pierced like lightning. Almost as if he could see right through him. But Duge Xiao's expression didn't flicker once. Young man, you're quite the arrogant one, he shouted. His tone betrayed his own arrogance. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. I wouldn't dare. No matter how arrogant I am, I wouldn't barge into someone's room and start fighting. Bai Xiaofan retorted with contempt. In any case, he wouldn't hold back. Duge Xiao's face instantly turned ashen. You? Felt Bai Xiaofan's mockery cut him to the bone. Such scorn was the last thing he could bear. Every word Bai Xiaofan uttered now struck him like a hammer blow. Duge Xiao's face had turned an ugly shade of grim. Duge Xiao of the Tiger Roar sect has come to extend an invitation. Don't be so ungrateful. Duge Xiao shouted furiously. Hearing such words, Bai Xiaofan felt a chill run through his heart. After all, when the other party spoke to this extent, the underlying meaning was all too clear. A deep chill hung in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. What is it you wish to discuss? Bai Xiaofan asked bluntly. Duge Xiao chuckled coldly. I wouldn't dare call it advice, he said. I simply wish to invite you to visit our Tiger Roar sect. If you dare come, all past grievances shall be forgiven and forgotten. Duge Xiao declared. His voice was icy and stern. On what grounds? Xia Chun gathered his courage and stood up. Why should Bai Xiaofan go to your place? This is completely unreasonable. Xia Chun said earnestly. Bai Xiaofan has no connection to you people, why should he go to your place? This is completely unreasonable. Xia Chun said angrily. Duge Xiao's expression turned cold. Behind Duge Xiao, a burly man suddenly shouted, You little brat, who gave you the right to speak? His aura was overwhelming as he charged straight at Xia Chun's face. Ah! Xia Chun's face drained of color in terror. How dare you? Bai Xiaofan's expression darkened. How dare this brute act so recklessly? He's practically begging for death. Bai Xiaofan didn't hold back, extending 2 fingers to strike. Don't attack. Just then, Duge Xiao intervened first, grabbing the burly man and finally wearing a look of gravity. After all, judging by the state Bai Xiaofan had just displayed when he moved, he was unfathomably deep. With that thought, Duge Xiao dared not act rashly. Any sudden move now would be pure suicide. He dared not make a move lightly. Boy, I, Duge Xiao, am not one to act unreasonably. Tiger Roar sect, dare you come? Duge Xiao said coldly. The threat in his words was palpable. Bai Xiaofan wasn't stupid, he could easily discern the threat. But if the other party was so threatening, it meant they were extremely confident. But Bai Xiaofan merely grew cold-faced, his gaze sharp as lightning. Why wouldn't I dare? I'll come seek you out myself when the time comes, Bai Xiaofan declared coldly. At these words, Duguxiao was rendered speechless. It seemed Bai Xiaofan's aura was truly formidable. You are truly formidable, sir. My deepest respect. That was all he could say. Bai Xiaofan's lips twitched. Not at all, he retorted bluntly. Bai Xiaofan's gaze remained locked with his opponent's, both eyes erupting with bursts of icy glints. Their gazes blazed with an intense light. Duguxiao tossed down an invitation before striding away. Witnessing this, Qi Dongfang was so enraged he broke out in a cold sweat. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes bulging with fury. Damn it, Bai Xiaofan, you just let him walk away like that? That bastard is way out of line, Qi Dongfang exclaimed indignantly. This fury was now clearly visible on his face, which had turned completely crimson. This signaled that Qi Dongfang's rage had reached its peak. Bai Xiaofan's expression also grew somber. He had agreed to Duguxiao precisely because this matter concealed deeper secrets. Bai Xiaofan took the invitation and studied the text printed on it. It was written clearly and plainly. This was a tiger-stamped invitation from the Tiger Roar sect. To refuse it would be to deny the sect its due respect. What a great honor indeed, Bai Xiaofan thought with a cold smile. But even so, what did it matter? Bai Xiaofan would never let such a thing sway his convictions. This so-called face was nothing but fleeting clouds. Bai Xiaofan watched it all unfold with cool detachment, as if it were utterly insignificant. It seemed this journey was now unavoidable. Bai Xiaofan said with a calm expression. The journey to the Tiger Roar sect left little room for alteration. It was an unavoidable necessity. Bai Xiaofan would never refuse. Once and for all. Only after dealing with these despicable creatures could he return with peace of mind. With his plan set, he resolved to infiltrate the Tiger Roar sect alone. The others had nothing more to say. Who could have imagined Bai Xiaofan harboring such intentions? It was truly terrifying. The very notion of it sent shivers down one's spine. Qi Dongfang patted his chest, his face growing solemn. Brother Bai Xiaofan, since you're willing to go, I'll accompany you on this journey, he said earnestly. All right. Chapter 215, The Journey to the Tiger Roar Sect. The next day, Bai Xiaofan set out with Qi Dongfang and several brothers under Captain Lu's command. Their destination, the Tiger Roar Sect. The group radiated an imposing aura, clearly intent on challenging the gate. Following Qi Dongfang, they soon arrived at the gates of the Tiger Roar Sect. The surroundings left them all in awe. This place was truly impressive. The 5 characters Tiger Roar Martial Arts Hall stood out prominently before their eyes. An overwhelming aura surged forth, pressing in relentlessly. Feeling this aura, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but startle. Impressive, indeed, he murmured to himself. On either side of the martial arts hall stood 2 burly men, towering and muscular. They resembled 2 temple guardians. Intimidation? A thought flashed through Bai Xiaofan's mind. He certainly wasn't afraid. Even if these 2 burly men looked imposing, what did that matter to Bai Xiaofan? They were insignificant. Bai Xiaofan strode forward to enter, but the 2 men simultaneously reached out, blocking the path. Hold on. Search. One of them demanded. Damn, they're demanding. You think we're here to fight? Bai Xiaofan rolled his eyes. Fine, search us. This time he actually cooperated. The 2 began the search, but after a thorough check, they found nothing. Come in. They stopped chatting and stood back in their original spots, stiff as wooden statues. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan was utterly speechless. He thought these guys were truly hilarious. But Bai Xiaofan didn't waste any words either. And so, they entered the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Hall. Instantly, a chill aura enveloped them. This feeling is incredibly uncomfortable. The air conditioning here was cranked up to the max, almost at its absolute limit, and Bai Xiaofan felt a chill. But he didn't waste words. He scanned the interior, clearly seeing that this was an enormous space. Within this space, numerous large pads were arranged, each equipped with various instruments. The equipment was arranged with meticulous order. Several figures clad in martial arts robes sat encircling a central point, with Duguxiao seated directly in the middle. Upon seeing Bai Xiaofan and the others arrive, the group immediately adjusted their positions, forming a double dragon formation. Wow, what perfect order! Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but marvel. Though the Tiger Roar sect might not be exceptionally powerful, their sheer presence was undeniably awe-inspiring. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, each person radiating formidable presence. Witnessing this, one couldn't help but be impressed. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Duguxiao sat at the very front, perched on an elevated cushion, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with an air of supreme arrogance. A murderous glint flickered in Duguxiao's eyes. You actually dared to come? He said. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. Why wouldn't I? He said calmly. Though Duge Xiao was wildly arrogant, Bai Xiaofan certainly wasn't afraid to show up. Duge Xiao's expression turned icy. 10 elite warriors stand on either side of me, our Tiger Roar sect's mightiest combatants. Should you break through this formation, I shall face you in combat. Duge Xiao enunciated each word deliberately. His voice was icy cold, and his entire demeanor radiated terror. The icy glint in his eyes revealed a boiling murderous intent. Duge Xiao's mindset had reached its absolute peak. Do you dare to come? The words seemed to reverberate across the heavens and earth. Upon hearing these words, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He never imagined Duge Xiao would utter such words. It struck him as utterly arrogant. A cold glint flared in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. As the icy light shot out, he felt he could see right through Duge Xiao. This hypocrite's pious facade wasn't at all just to wear me down and seize the advantage? Bai Xiaofan pondered inwardly. He had seen through Duge Xiao, piercing the very core of this man's heart. You think you're the master of games? But how could I possibly fall for it? A cold gleam flashed in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. He had completely seen through Duge Xiao. He clearly intended to use his men as cannon fodder while he reaped the rewards from behind. Yet the bastard was a smooth talker, spouting such sanctimonious nonsense. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but admire him. But Bai Xiaofan couldn't care less. In his mind, so what? Bai Xiaofan stared coldly at Duge Xiao. All right. Dongfang grew concerned for Bai Xiaofan, grabbing his arm and saying, Xiaofan, this is completely unfair. They're ganging up on you, it's nothing but bullying. Bai Xiaofan merely gave a cold smile, offering no direct reply. Because in his heart, he already had the answer. These Tiger Roar sect scum are used to running wild. I'll show them what real strength looks like. Bai Xiaofan flexed his muscles, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to his opponents. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Dongfang could only stand by helplessly. He could only watch and wait, ready to intervene at any moment. Should Bai Xiaofan face any danger, he would intervene immediately. Bai Xiaofan shed his outer robe and strolled inward, each step brimming with effortless grace. Meanwhile, every member of the Tiger Roar sect stood tense and on edge. Duge Xiao watched this scene with fury, clearing his throat angrily. Seeing their leader's anger, the two men at the front scrambled to their feet. These two bore a striking resemblance, appearing almost like twins, and both radiated immense strength. They were clearly two brave warriors. The kind who were utterly fearless. Fierce. Both of these twin-like fellows were fierce warriors, simultaneously launching punches at Bai Xiaofan. But Bai Xiaofan paid them no mind. Neither of them had even reached the Grandmaster level. They stood no chance against Bai Xiaofan. Though Bai Xiaofan hadn't unleashed his full power, it was more than enough to crush them both. Down. With a slight flick of his wrist, Bai Xiaofan struck both men. They lost their footing instantly and crashed to the ground. With just one move, Bai Xiaofan had disposed of them both. What? The two behind him were utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. To them, the scene was terrifying, almost beyond comprehension. Both men sucked in a sharp breath. Cold sweat drenched their foreheads. Their hearts were filled with utter shock. They charged forward simultaneously, unleashing their full combat might. Their fists came crashing down with overwhelming force. The threat and power were terrifying. These two were noticeably faster, and their abilities were certainly no weaker. At the very least, they were more ferocious than the brothers they had just faced. Yet, compared to Bai Xiaofan, they still fell far short. With a single spinning kick, Bai Xiaofan shattered their will to fight. Ugh! Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. And at that very moment, Bai Xiaofan had already begun his attack. He charged forward relentlessly. Seeing this, the others dared not keep up their bluffs. They no longer dared to take turns attacking one by one. Everyone swarmed forward at once. Chapter 216, Instant Humiliation. Earlier, the members of the Tiger Roar sect had harbored thoughts of showing off, but now, they could no longer continue pretending. The expressions on their faces were utterly awkward. Bai Xiaofan had passed 2 consecutive tests, leaving them no room to keep up appearances. Only then did they shed their facades and charge forward en masse. That's more like it. That's more like it. That's your true colors. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. He had known all along that these Tiger Roar sect members weren't the kind to play nice. Everything they'd shown before was just a facade. Now that the masks were finally off, their true natures were laid bare. Gang attack. That was what the Tiger Roar sect members excelled at. Dongfang's face darkened with fury. He wanted to rush in to help. But just then, Bai Xiaofan's voice reached his ears. Don't move. I can handle this alone. Bai Xiaofan's body suddenly surged forward, unleashing a frenzied burst of power. He refused Dongfang's help precisely to demonstrate his dominance, ensuring these fools would never dare provoke him again. This would save a lot of trouble. The Tiger Roar sect members surged forward as one. They possessed no formidable techniques, merely relying on sheer numbers to overwhelm their opponent, each throwing wild punches in a chaotic barrage. What a lack of martial ethics! Observing these fellows' state, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. They were clearly just old farts throwing punches at each other. It seems that no matter how skilled a fighter is, when nerves get the better of them, they lose their composure. Damn it, looks like I'll have to finish them off in one fell swoop. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Since these men were so despicable, Bai Xiaofan felt no need for courtesy. He resolved to crush them in one decisive blow, leaving them no chance to retaliate. In Bai Xiaofan's mind, this was an excellent plan. He truly believed it to be so. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan drew his silver needles. Since they were ganging up on him, he saw no need to uphold martial ethics. With a swift flick, the silver needles shot toward his attackers. The crowd could only howl in pain. Ah! The pain was overwhelming. Everyone felt as if they'd been stabbed by needles. The bone-piercing agony left them utterly stunned, yet they had no idea what was actually happening. Only the excruciating agony remained. Bai Xiaofan gave a cold chuckle. Seeing the moment was ripe, he withdrew the silver needles. One by one, they collapsed to the ground. They wailed in agony. Damn, they can't take a hit. Bai Xiaofan shook his head helplessly. At that moment, only Duge Xiao remained seated on his cushion, utterly bewildered. Duge Xiao's plan had actually been quite clever. He intended to use his subordinate's strength to wear down Bai Xiaofan's stamina. Once Bai Xiaofan was completely drained, it would be his time to finish them off. Reality, however, delivered a resounding slap across his face. It felt like the universe had played a cruel joke on him. Duge Xiao was left speechless, unable to tell whether to laugh or cry. His own men hadn't even lasted a single round against Bai Xiaofan. Damn it! How could someone so young already be at the Grandmaster level? The more Duge Xiao thought about it, the colder his heart grew. But now that things had come to this, he had to act. Duge Xiao accelerated instantly, charging forward with frenzied force. Both his strength and speed reached terrifying levels. Duge Xiao hadn't held Bai Xiaofan in particularly high regard before, so he hadn't found him particularly frightening. But now, a genuine thread of dread had taken root in his heart. Bai Xiaofan was too strong. Strong to an absurd degree. Duge Xiao's expression was utterly grim. He unleashed his full might the moment he erupted, charging madly toward Bai Xiaofan. Without a single thought for his own safety. Bring it on! Bai Xiaofan instantly retreated backward. Duge Xiao's fist, descending from the heavens, carried immense kinetic energy. Bai Xiaofan sensed it was unwise to confront it head-on. His tactic of retreating to advance was quite formidable. Duge Xiao's face turned ashen. His gaze grew icy. What a masterful retreat to advance maneuver. Duge Xiao descended from the sky, his fist descending. He had expected to strike Bai Xiaofan, and even if he couldn't truly injure him, the whistling wind of the fist would carry a threat. Yet the outcome left him utterly disappointed. The punch had absolutely no effect. Duge Xiao lost his balance, crashing his fist into the ground instead. Dust swirled through the air as he slammed down. That hurt like hell. Duge Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. This time, not only had he failed to strike Bai Xiaofan, but he'd nearly injured himself instead. This utterly shattered his composure. Feeling the numbing sensation in his fist, Duge Xiao was now seething with rage. I'll kill you. He lunged forward, unleashing two more counterpunches at Bai Xiaofan. The fist sliced through the air like lightning, packed with immense force. Sensing this, Bai Xiaofan retreated at lightning speed. He knew Duge Xiao was indeed a formidable opponent. Those two punches were truly terrifying. Compared to his disciple, this man was undeniably formidable. Between the punches, a fierce wind howled. Bai Xiaofan gave a cold chuckle as his legs scrambled backward. This was not out of fear of Duge Xiao, but rather a special technique from the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Retreating to advance. Duge Xiao, unaware of the ruse, saw Bai Xiaofan retreating and assumed fear had taken hold. He intensified his assault. Yet the more he pressed forward, the more he lost his composure. Duge Xiao's fists grew increasingly erratic, his composure slipping away entirely. Bai Xiaofan's eyes turned cold. The opportunity was right before him. He lunged forward with both legs and delivered a direct kick. Having been retreating all along, he had been gathering power, and now that power had reached its peak. This kick was flawless. Ah! The vicious kick struck Duge Xiao squarely in the chest, sending his body tumbling through the air like a kite. One strike, one defeat. Duge Xiao crashed to the ground, clutching his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This strike had damaged his meridians. Even with his astonishing martial prowess and seemingly unharmed body, the impact on his vital energy was immense. Once the foundation was shattered, he could never return to his peak. Duge Xiao's expression was utterly grim, his face twisted with frustration beyond measure. He could never have imagined such an outcome. Bai Xiaofan stood before him, his gaze cold and piercing. The intensity of that stare sent a chill down Duge Xiao's spine. Don't kill me. Duge Xiao trembled as he pleaded, terrified that Bai Xiaofan would strike. If that happened, it would be utterly terrifying. Bai Xiaofan looked at him with utter contempt. Why would I kill you? You're utterly ridiculous. Bai Xiaofan sighed in exasperation. This Duga Xiao truly judged others by his own petty standards. Being a petty man himself, he assumed everyone else was just like him. Bai Xiaofan naturally wouldn't lay a finger on him. Bai Xiaofan looked at him with utter contempt. I have absolutely no interest in killing you, whether you believe it or not. Hearing these words, Duga Xiao's voice trembled. Thank you. He bowed his head repeatedly like a garlic press. This fellow finally revealed his hollow bravado. Seeing him like this, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but feel contempt. Chapter 217, Healing. Though he detested Duga Xiao, Bai Xiaofan believed one should separate matters. While thoroughly detestable, he hadn't quite reached the point of being utterly depraved. So Bai Xiaofan reached out and pulled out a silver needle. Gripping the needle firmly, he began treating Duga Xiao's wounds. Duga Xiao was utterly stunned. He never imagined Bai Xiaofan would actually treat his injuries. This truly showed a willingness to let bygones be bygones, which touched him somewhat. Bai Xiaofan swiftly healed his wounds, restoring Duga Xiao to his normal state. Though his strength wouldn't return to its peak, he remained at the Grandmaster level. This was the best possible outcome. Bai Xiaofan stared coldly at Duga Xiao, his gaze carrying a hint of sharpness, the implication quite clear. Duga Xiao immediately lowered his head. Mr. Bai, your magnanimity in overlooking past grievances is truly noble. Should you ever require my service in the future, I, Duga Xiao, shall comply without hesitation. Duga Xiao declared with utmost sincerity. His tone was exceedingly respectful. It was clear he held Bai Xiaofan in the highest regard, not as a jest, but genuine admiration from the heart. He himself felt profoundly embarrassed, for his actions had indeed been excessive, leaving him with a sense of guilt toward Bai Xiaofan. Witnessing this, Bai Xiaofan showed no sign of resentment. He merely regarded Duga Xiao with a calm gaze. From now on, you are forbidden to oppose us. Moreover, you must assist in protecting Xia Chun. Can you fulfill this? Bai Xiaofan stated earnestly. In his view, Duga Xiao might be a show-off, but he also possessed a childlike innocence. This guy was so good at putting on airs that Bai Xiaofan could certainly exploit that. This was crucial. In Bai Xiaofan's eyes, this was absolutely someone he could use. Hearing this, Duga Xiao agreed with a broad smile. Mr. Bai, your magnanimity in forgiving past grievances is truly noble. Under these circumstances, I, Duga Xiao, naturally have nothing more to say. From this day forward, Miss Xia's safety rests in my hands. As long as I live, nothing shall come to harm her. Duga Xiao extended his hand, swearing an oath. Bai Xiaofan then prescribed another formula for him. Take this prescription every 5 days for 3 months, and it will surely cure the illness. Bai Xiaofan declared. Duga Xiao nodded in agreement. And just like that, within a mere half hour, Bai Xiaofan had shattered the Tiger Roar sect. The members of the Tiger Roar sect bowed in admiration. Qi Dongfang and his numerous bodyguards practically worshipped Bai Xiaofan like a god. They found him utterly extraordinary. To subdue the entire Tiger Roar sect with such effortless ease. To call it a miracle would be no exaggeration. Everyone bowed in admiration. Observing their reactions, Bai Xiaofan offered a faint smile. Soon they returned to the 7 Stars Hotel. With the medicinal herbs secured, it was time to part ways. Sun Liang and Qi Dongfang were reluctant to part ways. To them, Bai Xiaofan was nothing short of the ultimate bodyguard. With Bai Xiaofan gone, they felt a profound sense of insecurity. Bai Xiaofan found their expressions rather amusing. Therefore, he made an exception and stayed 2 extra days, conducting intensive special training for Qi Dongfang and the others, significantly enhancing their capabilities. Everyone was delighted. Xia Chun, however, felt a slight pang of sadness. Senior sister, don't be sad. Once I cure Feng Suetsue's illness, I'll come back to see you, Bai Xiaofan said with a faint smile. Xia Chun's cheeks flushed, but she could only nod in response. With that, Bai Xiaofan bid farewell to everyone and set off on his journey back to Luo City. Soon, Bai Xiaofan arrived at the airport. While waiting for his flight, he wasn't idle. Now that he had the night pearl, he still needed several auxiliary ingredients to cure Feng Suetsue's illness. Though not as precious as the night pearl, these were still highly effective medicines. He'd have to wait until he returned to Luo City to search for them. Bai Xiaofan pondered. He took out his pen and jotted down everything in his small notebook. But then, someone noticed him. It was a middle-aged man seated across from Bai Xiaofan, carrying a backpack and wearing a hiking cap. He looked weary from his travels. Brother, are you an herbalist? He asked. It was clear the middle-aged man was somewhat excited. Only then did Bai Xiaofan catch his attention. Observing the man's appearance, Bai Xiaofan noted he was rather plain-looking, yet despite this, he possessed a certain presence. Beneath his dark complexion were round, bulging eyes. His eyes shone with a brilliant light. At the very least, he radiated vitality. Seeing the man's kind-faced appearance, Bai Xiaofan concluded he didn't seem like a bad guy. He gave a muffled grunt. I suppose so. The middle-aged man was instantly thrilled. Good heavens, young man. To be such a prodigious healer at your age. Truly a hero in his prime. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, speaking in a tone of praise. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan looked utterly bewildered. Divine healer? Who said I'm a divine healer? He thought to himself with a hint of exasperation. This stranger across from him had never met him before, yet started showering him with praise right off the bat. It was downright suspicious. If Bai Xiaofan hadn't found him somewhat familiar, he wouldn't have bothered to say more. Bai Xiaofan tucked away his little notebook and finally smiled. Brother, I'm no miracle doctor, just a bit knowledgeable, Bai Xiaofan said. The middle-aged man shook his head. Pointing at Bai Xiaofan's notebook, he said earnestly, Brother, no need for modesty. You don't just know a little. The spiritual herbs recorded in your notebook are rare treasures found only in the mountains. Few city folk like you would know about them. Hearing the man's words, Bai Xiaofan's eyes narrowed sharply. Ha! He was genuinely surprised. This man actually recognized the spirit-infused herb? That truly astonished Bai Xiaofan. Having studied under his master since childhood, Bai Xiaofan possessed knowledge of every herb under heaven, which was precisely why he recognized the spirit-infused herb. Yet this man before him could name the spirit-infused herb clearly. He was no amateur either. Bai Xiaofan's interest was instantly piqued. Closing his book, he looked earnest. Sir, how do you know the spirit-infused herb? Are you also a herbalist? Bai Xiaofan inquired. The middle-aged man shook his head. Not at all. It's just that this herb grows in our village, and our village elder has several top-quality plants. Is that so? Hearing the man's words, Bai Xiaofan's mind began to race. The spirit-infusing herb was an auxiliary medicine, yet it was also an extremely precious item. Not only was it expensive, but it was also incredibly rare. If it were top-grade spirit-infusing grass, it could undoubtedly synergize with the ancient night pearl to unleash its maximum efficacy, a truly fortunate outcome. Thus, Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of delight welling up within him. A flicker of excitement danced in his heart. May I ask your honorable name, sir? Bai Xiaofan inquired. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, the man finally rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a business card. It was a crumpled business card. Haizhong Village Food Factory, General Manager Ning Guowa. Chapter 218, Ning Guowa's Invitation. Looking at the crumpled card and then at Ning Guowa's appearance, the image of a typical township entrepreneur came to mind. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but smile. Oh, so you're Mr. Ning. My apologies for the oversight. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Ning Guowa shook his head gently. I couldn't say that. I'm just the director of a small food factory, basically scraping by to make ends meet. I'm nowhere near being a boss. You're really putting me on the spot, Ning Guowa replied. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan smiled. No need for such formalities. As he spoke, he returned the business card to Ning Guowa. Bai Xiaofan was genuinely quite interested in the spirit-infused herb. As for Ning Guowa's position as a food factory manager, Bai Xiaofan naturally paid it no mind. Ning Guowa was thrilled. He looked at Bai Xiaofan with genuine enthusiasm and said, Young man, I see you have remarkable bone structure and clearly possess great potential. Since you recognize spiritual herbs, your medical skills must be extraordinary. Would you be willing to take a look? Hearing Ning Guowa's request, Bai Xiaofan felt a bit helpless. But since he was idle anyway, helping him wouldn't hurt. So Bai Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Ning Guowa extended his hand. Bai Xiaofan promptly took his pulse, feeling the rhythm and gauging his condition. He nodded once he had assessed Ning Guowa's issue. It was no difficult task. After all, with Bai Xiaofan's abilities, discerning Ning Guowa's condition was effortless. He didn't have any major issues, just a few minor ailments that needed attention. In just a few words, Bai Xiaofan explained his condition. Ning Guowa was utterly astonished. Good heavens! I never imagined you were truly a divine physician, Ning Guowa exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. He had only intended to test Bai Xiaofan earlier, but now, hearing Bai Xiaofan articulate everything so clearly, he was utterly astonished. He even began to believe Bai Xiaofan was a divine healer. Bai Xiaofan offered a mysterious smile. Divine healer? I couldn't possibly accept such praise. In truth, I'm no divine healer at all. To Bai Xiaofan, the title was nothing but laughable. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Mr. Ning, you're too kind. I merely know a few pulse reading techniques, no need for such formalities. But Ning Guowa seized Bai Xiaofan's hand. You're heading to Luo City, right? Since you'll be transferring flights anyway, why not stop by my place? As they say, meeting is fate. We brothers hit it off so well, what do you say? Ning Guowa said excitedly. That wouldn't be appropriate, Bai Xiaofan replied. He still needed to treat Feng Suitsui and naturally had no time. Refusing would be giving Ning Guowa no face. But at that moment, Ning Guowa shook his head. Brother, to be perfectly honest, the old clan chief has a large supply of top-grade spirit entry herbs. If you truly want that stuff, the old chief will definitely give it to you for my sake. Why not come with me? Wouldn't that be splendid? Faced with Ning Guowa's words, Bai Xiaofan's heart stirred. If it was for the spirit entering herbs, then it was definitely worth going. After all, finding high-quality spirit-infusing herbs would bring immense benefits to Bai Xiaofan. It would be absolutely crucial for completely curing feng shui. With that thought, Bai Xiaofan finally nodded. Very well. If Mr. Ning can help me obtain spirit-infusing grass of the finest quality, I shall reward you handsomely. Upon Bai Xiaofan's agreement, Ning Guowo was overjoyed. His face flushed with excitement, leaving Bai Xiaofan puzzled as to why he was so overjoyed. But it was clear Ning Guowo was genuinely thrilled. With that settled, Bai Xiaofan saw no need for further discussion. The two boarded a plane. After a layover, they arrived at Haizhong village. This remote mountain village required a lengthy bus ride from the airport. The bus ride along the mountain roads was extremely bumpy, but Bai Xiaofan found it quite pleasant. He was genuinely delighted. At the very least, this sensation brought him a sense of comfort. After 2 hours on the road, the bus plunged deeper into the mountains. The scenery here was truly picturesque. Bai Xiaofan couldn't resist pulling out his camera to snap some photos. He thought that if he had nothing else to do, traveling here would be quite enjoyable. But before they knew it, they had ventured deep into the heart of the mountains. After traversing the dense wilderness, they finally reached Haizhong village. It was an ancient little village. But Bai Xiaofan quite liked it here. It was incredibly peaceful. The village was divided into 2 sections. One section was the residential area, while the other housed a fairly large factory. That was Ning Guowo's food factory. Brother Bai Xiaofan, our factory produces all natural foods that are absolutely flying off the shelves in every city nearby. Ning Guowo said with considerable excitement. Oh, that's wonderful. Bai Xiaofan chimed in. And so, the two arrived at Ning Guowo's food factory, which was still bustling with activity. Ning Guowo led Bai Xiaofan to the break room before heading back to his duties. Brother Bai Xiaofan, once I delegate my current tasks, I'll take you to meet the old clan chief. Bai Xiaofan didn't mind at all. He lay on the bed in the break room, observing the furnishings. The room contained little beyond a few slightly worn furnishings. Still, it was clear this was a rather nice place. A painting caught Bai Xiaofan's attention. This painting was exceptionally well executed. This landscape painting was undoubtedly the work of a master. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Undoubtedly, anyone capable of such skill must be exceptionally talented. Bai Xiaofan found himself completely absorbed in the painting. Wait a minute. His eyes lit up. Only then did he realize there was something more to this painting. Within the painting, a faint aura of power emanated. A master. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Just then, the door opened and Ning Guowo walked in. Ning Guowo's expression carried a hint of apology. Brother Bai, I'm truly sorry for the delay earlier. Ning Guowo apologized sincerely. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. He pointed toward the landscape painting. Brother Ning, who painted this? Hearing this, Ning Guowo smiled faintly. He said, this was painted by an old man in the village. He loves painting more than anything, and he gave it to me as a gift. I thought it was quite well done, so I kept it here. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. May I meet this man? Bai Xiaofan inquired. At this, Ning Guowo's expression shifted slightly before he replied, the old man's surname is Ma. I only know him as Old Ma the Sixth. He's a bit eccentric and superstitious, best not to meet him. Hearing Ning Guowo's words, Bai Xiaofan could only nod in agreement. Let's go. We'll meet the old clan chief. Ning Guowo said. Bai Xiaofan nodded. And so, the two of them walked along the path down the mountain and arrived at the village. The village wasn't crowded, but everyone there seemed to know Ning Guowo well. Chapter 219, Strange Occurrences in the Ancient Village. After all, Ning Guowo was the entrepreneur of the entire village. As the village entrepreneur, his standing was quite respectable. Undoubtedly, he was quite popular in the village. Ning Guowo thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. He waved to the crowd, feeling quite pleased. The two arrived at the old clan chief's house. But at that moment, a crowd had gathered outside the old clan chief's door. The old clan chief was feeling rather downcast. Seated on a stone chair, he was conversing with a group of people. Elder, are your eyes failing you? How could that be possible? Yeah, how could there be people who can fly in this world? The crowd chattered excitedly. Yet most of them didn't believe the elder's words. His face suddenly flushed crimson. Yeah. His expression was a bit grim. Just as everyone was chatting idly, Ning Guowo approached. Everyone stopped talking upon seeing him, showing that these people held this township entrepreneur in considerable respect. At that very moment, the old clan chief also spotted Ning Guowo. The old clan chief was overcome with emotion. He reached out and grabbed Ning Guowo's hand. Little Ning, you're finally back. I've seen something strange, but these people won't believe me. The old clan chief exclaimed passionately. I've been clan chief for so many years, and I've never told a lie. But these young people just won't believe me. The old chief's face glowed with excitement. Hearing this, the young people nearby, who had been cracking sunflower seeds, all wore expressions of helplessness. All the young people looked strangely perplexed. Elder, we truly don't doubt your word, but you claim to have seen a flying apparition at night? That's simply too bizarre to believe. Yeah, how could a person possibly fly? The crowd murmured. Hearing this, the old clan chief turned pale with anger. He nearly fainted. Ning Guowa's expression instantly turned cold. Enough! Everyone disperse. I have business with the old clan chief. It was clear that Ning Guowa still commanded considerable authority within the village. At Ning Guowa's command, the crowd gradually dispersed. Only then did Ning Guowa help the old clan chief into the house. The old clan chief was a stubborn old man, and he was still visibly agitated. Those young whippersnappers have no sense. How dare they not believe this old man? It's infuriating. The old clan chief remarked. Ning Guowa helped the old clan chief sit down and smiled gently. Old chief, why bother taking those youngsters seriously? Tell me what really happened. Ning Guowa was very gentle. After all, he had been an orphan in his youth, raised by the old clan chief and the villagers. The old clan chief's kindness toward Ning Guowa was as profound as that of a parent. The elder's gaze, however, turned toward Bai Xiaofan. Who is this young man? He inquired. Ning Guowa replied, This is Bai Xiaofan, my friend. Oh. The old clan chief merely uttered an oh, then his expression shifted again. You must believe me, last night when I got up to relieve myself, I saw two floating figures. They were flying through the sky, flashing by in an instant. It was truly terrifying. What do you think? Could they be? Hearing this, Ning Guowa shook his head. Old chief, don't worry about it. There's no such thing in this world. You probably just saw things. Ning Guowa's reassurance did little to ease the old clan chief's worries. His face remained deeply troubled. Just thinking about it terrifies me. Living here alone is truly dreadful. Hearing this, Ning Guowa didn't know what to say and could only offer sincere comfort. Even so, Ning Guowa didn't believe the old clan chief's story. Just then, Bai Xiaofan spoke up. The old clan chief might not be lying, but this matter is indeed strange. I'm willing to look into it. Hearing this, the old clan chief paused, his gaze turning peculiar. His gaze turned peculiar. He looked up at Bai Xiaofan, a peculiar expression now etched upon his own face. Young friend, you believe my words? Bai Xiaofan nodded firmly. Of course I do. But I need to go check first. So the three of them stepped out of the courtyard, and Bai Xiaofan immediately scaled the wall. Truthfully, with his agility, he could have easily leaped onto the wall. But in truth, he didn't need to do that at all. Doing so would startle the other party. Bai Xiaofan scaled the wall with ease. It was an old-style enclosure, topped with bricks and tiles. Yet he noticed these bricks and tiles bore traces of being crushed underfoot. Bai Xiaofan looked down at the scene, a look of gravity flashing across his face. There was no doubt about it, this was the result of a skilled pursuer. Moreover, both individuals possessed extraordinary skills, otherwise, such damage would be impossible. Witnessing this, Bai Xiaofan felt a surge of astonishment. He truly hadn't expected this. It far exceeded his imagination. At that very moment, the old clan chief and Ning Guowa still looked utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what Bai Xiaofan was doing. Bai Xiaofan, however, lightly hopped down with a single leap. His speed was truly lightning fast. The two men looked utterly bewildered. Young man, what did you discover? The old clan chief, impressed by Bai Xiaofan's agility, asked urgently. Bai Xiaofan smiled. Nothing much. It's not what you imagine. The illusory figures you saw yesterday are real, but there were only two of them. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's explanation, the old clan chief grew even more bewildered. If they were merely people, how could they fly so swiftly? And to pass through the sky, it simply didn't align with his understanding of the matter. Hearing the elder's words, Bai Xiaofan remained calm. They're masters, highly skilled fighters. It's clear one was pursuing the other, but no major conflict erupted. Bai Xiaofan analyzed earnestly. Faced with Bai Xiaofan's analysis, both men were utterly astonished. Witnessing this scene, both the old clan chief and Ning Guowa were utterly astonished. In our little village, everyone is just local villagers. Where would we find such legendary masters? Both men were utterly astonished. Especially the old clan chief. He shook his head like a rattle. Young man, there's no need to comfort me. What kind of master could possibly move that fast? This is straight out of a movie about martial arts masters. Could such a thing truly exist in the real world? The old clan chief voiced his skepticism. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan felt helpless. It seemed necessary to demonstrate his true abilities. Watch closely, both of you. Bai Xiaofan thrust his legs, propelling himself onto the roof. He then accelerated with explosive force, showcasing extraordinary power. The two men were utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens, you're a true marvel. The old clan chief and Ning Guowa exclaimed in unison. They felt Bai Xiaofan was practically a divine being. Who else but a god could possess such abilities? Bai Xiaofan merely smiled faintly. He couldn't care less. Only then did the old clan chief's mind settle. Yet both men remained suspicious. How could such a master exist in this humble village? Noticing their confusion, Bai Xiaofan said nothing more. Chapter 220, Magician Bai Xiaofan. There's no need for suspicion, gentlemen. Truly, it's nothing to be concerned about. A master of this caliber would never cause you any trouble. Bai Xiaofan's words were not mere idle talk but grounded in sound reasoning. Hearing his words, the two finally nodded. Truly, the world is full of wonders. This old man has seen it all, remarked the elder clan chief. The group finally sat down. The elder brewed a pot of tea and handed it to Bai Xiaofan. Young man, I'm truly grateful you've eased my mind. What brings you here? The elder asked. Hearing this, Ningguo cut straight to the point. He revealed Bai Xiaofan's purpose. Oh? The elder was taken aback. He paused for a moment before rising to his feet, turning and walking toward the back room. From within, he retrieved a square box. Opening the box revealed the very thing Bai Xiaofan had been searching for. Indeed, it was the spirit-transforming herb. And all of the highest quality. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaofan was utterly astonished. He truly hadn't expected the old clan chief to actually possess spirit-transforming grass, and of such exceptional quality at that. This was truly astonishing. The old clan chief smiled. Young man, if you desire these, I can gift them to you. After all, our meeting is a matter of fate. We seem to be quite compatible. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan nodded. Then thank you very much, he said. But just then, the old clan chief extended a hand. Wait a moment, he said directly. Bai Xiaofan was instantly baffled, unsure of the meaning behind this, a puzzled expression spreading across his face. Only then did the old clan chief speak. Young man, hold on. I can give you this item, I wouldn't even charge you a penny, but there's one thing I need to clarify. The elder said earnestly. Bai Xiaofan extended his hand. Please speak. The elder nodded slightly. Those two individuals I encountered yesterday were utterly bizarre. Unless I locate them, I cannot find peace of mind. More importantly, our little village has always lived in peace, untouched by the outside world. Now, these two have suddenly appeared, their presence can only spell trouble. Therefore, my proposal is this: if you help me locate these two individuals, I shall give you this entire box of medicinal herbs. The old clan chief stated solemnly. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan and Ningguo both looked utterly bewildered. It seemed the old clan chief was indeed shrewd. His proposal held considerable practicality. But upon reflection, Bai Xiaofan nodded in agreement. All right. For the sake of the village, I have no choice but to take responsibility, Bai Xiaofan said earnestly. Hearing this, the old clan chief smiled faintly. That's the spirit. He grabbed Bai Xiaofan's hand, his face lighting up with genuine delight. Young man, that's the kind of spirit one should have. Ambitious and driven, quite impressive. Then I'm counting on you for this matter. As long as you search diligently, even if you don't find anything, it won't matter. As long as you give it your all, you'll still be rewarded. The old clan chief spoke with palpable excitement. Hearing the old clan chief speak thus, Bai Xiaofan naturally had nothing more to say. He decided to stay at the old clan chief's home tonight, biding his time. This was certainly a good thing. Bai Xiaofan chose to stay at the old clan chief's home, quietly waiting for the right moment to arrive. That evening, the elder prepared a sumptuous feast. The three of them sat cross-legged on the large heated bed, thoroughly enjoying the meal. As night deepened, the entire village plunged into absolute darkness. At this very moment, the old clan chief, unable to stay awake any longer, fell straight to sleep. As for Ningguo, he chose to take his leave. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaofan's expression instantly hardened. He understood exactly what this meant. Now, alone in the darkness, Bai Xiaofan sat quietly, waiting for the moment to come. Bai Xiaofan trusted his instincts, he was certain he would uncover something. The night had grown deep, and the surroundings were utterly still. Just then, Bai Xiaofan heard a sound. Sensing it, his expression changed. What the hell? Faced with this situation, Bai Xiaofan's expression couldn't help but change. He sensed something odd about this matter. At that very moment, Bai Xiaofan heard two rapid sounds. Bai Xiaofan immediately jumped down, slipped on his shoes, and stealthily followed. Sure enough, two dark figures were heading into the mountains. Those two figures were incredibly fast. Bai Xiaofan's expression abruptly changed. He sensed something terribly ominous about this. Bai Xiaofan's figure flickered as he charged straight ahead. His speed was astonishing. Now, he charged straight into the depths of the mountains. How could such a master exist in this tiny mountain village? Could it be hiding a hidden genius? Deep down, Bai Xiaofan thought rather unkindly. He found the whole thing utterly absurd, yet it was precisely such absurdity that piqued his interest. Bai Xiaofan was deeply intrigued. At that very moment, he had already followed them to the edge of the deep mountains, where he saw the two dark figures chasing each other. One shadow finally broke free, while the other vanished without a trace. The remaining figure halted abruptly. Only then did Bai Xiaofan get a clear look at him, a gaunt-faced old man. He wasn't tall, appearing rather short, and his face looked gaunt. At first glance, he was indeed a peculiar sight. The old man sighed with regret. He got away again, the old man muttered helplessly. Then he slowly began walking down the mountain. At that moment, the powerful aura surrounding him vanished instantly, leaving only the appearance of an utterly ordinary old man. Unbelievable. Absolutely absurd. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. Without a doubt, this was an utterly absurd situation. That such a master could exist in a small mountain village was absurd in itself, almost beyond belief. Who could have imagined that such a master would be hidden away in a mountain village? Bai Xiaofan found it quite peculiar. At that very moment, the old man had reached the foot of the mountain and spotted Bai Xiaofan. Ah! This startled the old man. He'd been preoccupied with his thoughts, muttering to himself all along, completely oblivious to Bai Xiaofan's presence. But now, with Bai Xiaofan suddenly appearing before him, it truly sent a jolt through him. Who are you? The old man shouted, his voice trembling. Bai Xiaofan's gaze fixed directly on the old man. Old man, you're quite strong. Bai Xiaofan said with a cold smile. Hearing this, the old man's expression shifted involuntarily. What do you mean? He asked, looking puzzled. To this old man, the situation was utterly absurd, so he wore a cautious expression. Bai Xiaofan, however, didn't mince words. He stated directly, just now, your speed was like soaring through the heavens and darting across the earth. Why have you slowed down now? Bai Xiaofan's remark carried a hint of jest, yet it struck a deep nerve with the old man. His expression abruptly darkened. Chapter 221, The True Identity of Old Man Ma. Ha! Faced with Bai Xiaofan's calm words, the old man's face was filled with astonishment. The aura emanating from him surged dramatically. The figure who had just moments ago appeared as a frail old man instantly radiated an overwhelming aura. Who are you? He asked warily. Bai Xiaofan stroked his chin and quipped, does it really matter who I am? What matters is why you're sneaking around in the dead of night. What the hell are you up to? Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, the old man's face turned pale. But with a swift twist of his legs, he suddenly bolted into the mountains. His speed surpassed even that of a 100-meter champion. Ha! Bai Xiaofan's expression shifted. This old man is truly swift. Chase. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaofan took off in pursuit. His pursuit was exceptionally swift. Though the old man ran fast, speed was relative. Bai Xiaofan's speed was no less than his. The old man's face darkened. He never imagined Bai Xiaofan could run so fast, it was as if his legs were equipped with wings. That kid. The old man's expression shifted. He was utterly astonished by Bai Xiaofan's speed, finding it almost unbelievable. But his primary concern now was to shake off Bai Xiaofan, that was his sole thought. Yet, hampered by the youth's speed, the old man found himself unable to break free for the moment. Damn it! He couldn't help but feel furious. After all, Bai Xiaofan's astonishing speed was truly shocking. The old man accelerated frantically, yet he couldn't shake him off. Watch this. In a panic, the old man whipped his arm backward, sending a pebble hurtling toward Bai Xiaofan. The stone's velocity was terrifying. It sent a chill down one's spine. The pebble in the old man's hand was faster than a bullet. If it hit an ordinary person, they'd be dead or at least skinned alive. Holy crap! Bai Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. But this didn't faze him. He planted his feet firmly, executed a smooth backflip, and dodged the pebble entirely. But doing so made him suck in a sharp breath. His speed had slowed. The old man seized the chance and sprinted toward the mountaintop. Bai Xiaofan's expression turned cold as he lunged straight at the old man. Trying to escape? Not so fast. Bai Xiaofan declared. He wanted to escape, but things weren't that simple. The old man was quite confident in himself. But his abilities were indeed limited. That previous move had drained all his strength. Regenerating power to confront Bai Xiaofan again would prove far more difficult. Only now did Bai Xiaofan grasp the old man's true nature. Though formidable in strength, his prowess lay in speed. His personal combat skills weren't particularly formidable. Ha! Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. Having grown up in the mountains, he knew the mountain paths like the back of his hand. When he accelerated, few could stand in his way. Precisely because he had grown up in the wilds, Bai Xiaofan could be said to have an almost intimate understanding of this terrain. Thus, speed was his greatest strength. Soon, Bai Xiaofan caught up to the old man, grabbed his arm, and used the momentum to pull himself alongside him. The old man's expression changed. You! He trembled with rage. How could he have imagined Bai Xiaofan would be this fast? It sent a chill down his spine. But Bai Xiaofan kept a firm grip on his arm. Old man, there's no need to run. As the saying goes, if you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear. If you've done nothing wrong, why are you running? At Bai Xiaofan's words, the old man's expression changed. He looked rather embarrassed. That was a fair point. He hadn't done anything wrong, so there was no need to run. He looked utterly helpless. Who said I was running? I never intended to. The old man said. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan smiled too. Seems like he's a pretty tough guy after all. Bai Xiaofan finally released his grip. After all, his divine sense had already locked onto the old man completely. For the old man to escape would indeed be an incredibly difficult task. The old man's expression darkened. Who the hell are you, kid? He demanded angrily. This made him feel intensely furious. He had no idea who Bai Xiaofan was, yet he was being pursued so relentlessly. Though astonished, he was overwhelmed by a sense of dread. This dread was beyond ordinary comprehension, truly terrifying. Bai Xiaofan plopped down right in front of the old man, a faint smile playing on his lips. He had captured this man, but the secret remained unexplained. Only then did Bai Xiaofan reveal his purpose and identity. After all, he was the one Mr. Wei and the old clan chief had requested for assistance. Bai Xiaofan's credentials were beyond question. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, the old man looked utterly bewildered. What proof do you have? He extended his hand as he spoke. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan had no choice but to pull out his phone, displaying call logs and various pieces of information. Though merely supplementary evidence, it was sufficient to prove Bai Xiaofan wasn't lying. As long as he could prove this matter, Bai Xiaofan didn't care about anything else. Only then did the old man exhale a long breath. Yet when he looked at Bai Xiaofan, a hint of a smile flickered in his eyes. Young man, your skills are truly formidable. I must say I'm impressed. I, old Malu, have never admired anyone before, but seeing you so young and so accomplished, I truly am impressed. He said with complete sincerity. Hearing his words, Bai Xiaofan was taken aback. So this was the legendary painter, Ma Laolu. I saw your paintings at Mr. Wei's place. They're truly vigorous and powerful. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but say. This was no mere flattery. Ma Laolu's paintings were indeed remarkably powerful, radiating a palpable sense of vitality. Hearing this, Ma Laolu shook his head, seemingly dismissing the matter entirely. Young man, I simply have a deep passion for painting. But I know my own skill level, no need for flattery. Ma Laolu held great admiration for Bai Xiaofan's skills, and his words flowed more freely. But Bai Xiaofan pressed for clarification. Understanding the situation was his top priority. After all, to Bai Xiaofan, the whole affair seemed utterly absurd. Only then did Ma Laolu speak truthfully. I do have some standing, but that's just fleeting. The reason for the two dark shadows is that I was chasing someone, a truly terrifying individual. I've been pursuing him for 2 days straight and still haven't caught him. But this guy seems to be deliberately provoking me. He's definitely no ordinary person. Ma Laolu stated. His voice carried a palpable irritation. Hearing Ma Laolu's words, Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. So that's how it is. Then it's none of my concern. Truthfully, I've never been interested in this village's affairs. Bai Xiaofan only wanted the spirit-transforming herb. Since Ma Laolu was responsible for this matter, and Ma Laolu himself was above suspicion, Bai Xiaofan naturally couldn't be bothered to get involved. Ma Laolu's expression darkened. Young man, that won't do. How can you just walk away after encountering something like this? Ma Laolu said. Chapter 222, Searching for Someone. What do you mean? Is he trying to get involved with me? Bai Xiaofan thought with utter exasperation. Though he was quite the gossip, he didn't meddle in everything, especially when it had nothing to do with him. Bai Xiaofan felt getting involved would be nothing but a waste of his time. Naturally, he wouldn't do that. But Ma Laolu was visibly agitated. Young man, with your abilities, how could you not help me? You know this village is remote. If a skilled thief really comes, how could I handle it alone? Ma Laolu pleaded earnestly, his expression pleading with Bai Xiaofan. But hearing this, Bai Xiaofan still found it absurd. Is that so? He wondered inwardly, puzzled. But Ma Laolu nodded solemnly. Of course. And my relationship with the old clan chief is excellent. We're as close as brothers. If you can help me out, you might just get even more benefits. Like my old man's affection. Ma Laolu exclaimed excitedly. The words sent a chill down Bai Xiaofan's spine. Thanks a lot, my ass. He couldn't help but tremble all over. Alright then, since you put it that way, I'll reluctantly help you out. But only tomorrow. If that person doesn't show up or we can't catch him, there's nothing I can do. Hearing this, Ma Laolu nodded emphatically. Deal. And so, the two men descended the mountain. Bai Xiaofan returned to the old clan chief's house. The old clan chief had already regained consciousness and asked Bai Xiaofan with a panicked look. But Bai Xiaofan still told a white lie. After all, this matter had gone beyond what the elder should know, so Bai Xiaofan felt it best to keep it from him. This, too, could be considered a white lie. Nevertheless, the old clan chief handed over the spirit-transforming herb to Bai Xiaofan, expressing his profound gratitude. At that very moment, Bai Xiaofan quietly made his way to Lao Luma's home. Seeing the state of Ma Laolu's home, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but frown. The place was truly dark. Chaotic, even. Yet here, there were still many paintings. I live in seclusion here, making a living through painting. This is my work. Beyond that, I have little interest in anything else. But this guy keeps coming to provoke me time and again. I've truly reached my limit. Ma Laolu declared angrily. He now appeared visibly enraged. At this very moment, Bai Xiaofan had already grasped the situation. He understood what this meant for him. Seems like this guy's got nothing better to do either. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. But he didn't let it bother him. Bai Xiaofan was biding his time. By nightfall, everything had grown utterly still, a silence so profound it felt almost tangible. Undoubtedly, it was remarkably quiet. Bai Xiaofan sucked in a sharp breath. This was no simple matter. Sure enough, a dark figure approached at night, its speed reaching the absolute limit. It was like a bolt of lightning. Ma Laolu immediately sprang to his feet, his face etched with grave concern. He cursed inwardly. This guy again. Bai Xiaofan witnessed the scene. No need to panic. Proceed according to plan. Bai Xiaofan said. That was his mindset. There was absolutely no need for panic now. Everything simply needed to proceed according to plan. Bai Xiaofan quietly concealed himself. He waited for the man to appear. Sure enough, a figure descended like a bolt of lightning, landing on the ground. His gaze was intensely solemn. His presence was utterly commanding. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaofan's expression shifted. After all, the reality of such an event far exceeded Bai Xiaofan's wildest imaginings. He had grasped the significance of it all, and naturally, Bai Xiaofan would not take this matter lightly. A gleam shone in Bai Xiaofan's eyes. At that moment, Ma Laolu rushed out again. His face turned deathly pale upon seeing this man. His speed and strength had reached their absolute peak, bordering on sheer madness. After being toyed with twice in a row by this man, Ma Laolu had long since harbored a deep, seething hatred. But at that very moment, Bai Xiaofan suddenly charged from the flank. Hidden in the shadows, he burst out with blinding speed, reaching the absolute limit. The man hadn't even realized Bai Xiaofan was right beside him, his expression instantly darkening. But by then, Bai Xiaofan had already lunged sideways, charging straight past his opponent. The man hadn't even imagined Bai Xiaofan was standing there. His expression darkened considerably. Only then did Bai Xiaofan notice it was a young man with a sharp expression, his face radiating sheer ferocity. His vicious nature was plain for all to see. But with Bai Xiaofan's abilities holding him down, this guy had absolutely no chance of escaping. Yet Bai Xiaofan could also sense the power emanating from him. It signified an exceptionally fierce fighting spirit. Ma Laolu quickly fetched some rope, and the two of them finally managed to bind him up. By the time they finished, both men had cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. Even they realized this had been an incredibly difficult task. It took the combined strength of both men to finally subdue him. This guy was seriously tough. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Don't let his youth fool you, this kid radiates sheer force and carries a wild, untamed energy. This was no ordinary fellow. Even Bai Xiaofan had to admit this guy was a wild beast. Let me go. If you've got the guts, take me on one, the man shouted. Only then did Ma Laolu pull out his flashlight to get a clear look at the man's face. He was furious. Damn it, you little brat. What have I ever done to you? Why do you keep coming back to mock me? Ma Laolu muttered, thoroughly annoyed. He genuinely felt furious. After all, the man before him was just a youngster, looking wet behind the ears. But Ma Laolu was, after all, a renowned master. In his youth, he had made a name for himself in the martial arts world. Though now retired, he couldn't tolerate being toyed with like this by a mere youth. Enough was enough. Ma Laolu could bear it no longer. His temper was about to boil over. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan hurriedly grabbed the old man, feeling utterly helpless. Ma Laolu was no spring chicken clearly, he was so enraged that he'd lost all restraint. Logically speaking, at his age, he shouldn't have reacted so impulsively. Ma Laolu's expression darkened. Speak, he demanded. Who sent you here? What are your intentions? His voice cracked from sheer fury, his soul nearly leaving his body. He sensed the man was targeting him, specifically a dangerously unsettling feeling. The man glared fiercely at Ma Laolu. Cut the crap. You didn't catch me fair and square, so why should I waste my breath? Kill me or skin me, it's your call. He stuck out his chin, his face a mask of defiance. Whoa! Bai Xiaofan was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected this kid to have such a strong personality. It even earned Bai Xiaofan's respect. He really had guts. Chapter 223, Recruiting a Follower. Let him go. Bai Xiaofan said indifferently, looking at the man. Ma Laolu frowned. Should he really let him go? Ma Laolu was extremely cautious. After all, the man before him was no pushover. Consequently, Ma Laolu's heart grew heavy with apprehension. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. No problem. A silver needle was already in his hand. Bai Xiaofan sealed the man's acupoints. He couldn't move an inch. Rest assured, I've sealed his pressure points. He can't move at all. You should have faith in my medical skills. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Ma Laolu still looked utterly bewildered. But seeing that the man truly couldn't move, only then did he untie the ropes. Though immobilized, the man's mouth kept moving, cursing and ranting. Bai Xiaofan couldn't stand the sight. He delivered a vicious slap across the face, a blow that was absolutely brutal. Smack! That slap was incredibly powerful. Hearing the sound, the man's expression changed instantly. He'd never been treated this way before. After being slapped, he was completely stunned. You dare hit me, the man said coldly. Bai Xiaofan stared him down. So what if I did? You're a thief, don't you know that? Bai Xiaofan retorted. The man's face trembled with rage. Bull! I'm no thief. The man retorted. You're the one talking nonsense. If you're not a thief, then what the hell were you doing in my house? Old Sixma shouted angrily. His voice was filled with fury. Having been repeatedly disturbed, he was naturally fed up. Ma Laolu was convinced this guy was a thief. The man's expression turned icy cold. His gaze was intensely fierce. At that very moment, Bai Xiaofan stepped in front of Ma Laolu, thinking the man was far too impulsive. And so, Bai Xiaofan approached the man. What's your name? Bai Xiaofan demanded sternly. Hearing this, the man's expression turned icy. Why should I tell you? He retorted. His voice was filled with arrogance. You won't tell me? Then I'll cripple your fighting ability. Bai Xiaofan drew his silver needles. No need for empty talk. I never speak falsely. If you doubt me, try it. Bai Xiaofan held the silver needles in his hand. Given his medical skill and strength, if he made such a claim, there must be truth to it, which was, of course, perfectly reasonable. The man's face instantly drained of color. He felt Bai Xiaofan had a point. His expression, naturally, was utterly grim. Seeing that look, Bai Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Such a reaction meant the truth was coming to light. Alright, I'll tell you. But I swear I'm not a thief. My name is Wang Jixiang, and I live in the mountains. He said. What the hell is going on? Old Sixma demanded angrily. Wang Jixiang curled his lip. I'm the old herbalist's apprentice. My master vanished somewhere, and I was bored up in the mountains. So I came down looking for some fun and found you, old man, who can't take a joke. Wang Jixiang seemed thoroughly annoyed with Ma Laolu. What bull about an old herbalist? You're just spouting nonsense. Ma Laolu roared angrily. He even raised his fist to strike. But at that very moment, Bai Xiaofan stepped in to block Ma Laolu. His brow furrowed. But he's the old apothecary, known as the divine healer. Bai Xiaofan said, his voice trembling with emotion. Back on the mountain, the old man told me the old pharmacist was his friend, a reclusive master. Moreover, his medical skills were extraordinary, truly deserving of the title divine healer. Receiving such news filled Bai Xiaofan with overwhelming joy. The old man had always urged him to find the old apothecary's whereabouts, and now Bai Xiaofan unexpectedly encountered him here. How do you know my master? Wang Jixiang looked utterly astonished. Bai Xiaofan gave a cold smile. The old herbalist was a legendary healer in his day. His fame was widespread. As it happens, I happen to be an old acquaintance of your teacher. Bai Xiaofan declared. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, Wang Jixiang was utterly dumbfounded. He truly hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. His face was filled with astonishment. Seeing Wang Jixiang's expression, Bai Xiaofan knew the man believed him. I'm removing your silver needles. Don't make any sudden moves, or I'll cripple your martial arts ability. Bai Xiaofan warned. Wang Jixiang nodded. I'm a man of my word. If I say I won't run, I won't run. Wang Jixiang declared. Ma Laolu grabbed Bai Xiaofan's arm. You'd better watch out for this guy, he's as sly as they come. Ma Laolu warned cautiously. Hearing Ma Laolu's words, Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. No problem. With that, Bai Xiaofan drew his silver needles. Only then did Wang Jixiang suck in a sharp breath. He reached up to cover his wrist. He stood up. You've got some skills, kid. Tell me, how do you know my master? Wang Jixiang asked. Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. My master and the old herbalist were very close, Bai Xiaofan replied. Hearing this, Wang Jixiang's expression turned grave. He certainly needed to get to the bottom of this matter. Wang Jixiang held out his hand. Show me the proof. It seemed Wang Jixiang placed great importance on evidence. And so, Bai Xiaofan produced his master's token, the emblem of his master. Though it held little monetary value and was worn and tattered. Seeing this, Wang Jixiang rubbed his eyes. Oh my, he really is my master's friend. My master has spoken of this venerable elder. Wang Jixiang felt deeply moved. Hearing Wang Jixiang's words, Bai Xiaofan finally felt at ease, though his gaze remained fixed intently on the other man. Wang Jixiang found himself impressed by Bai Xiaofan. In that case, why not come to my place as a guest, he suggested. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan was quite willing to take a look. After all, the old herbalist was a formidable figure. This old herbalist was a top-tier physician. His reputation was already renowned back in the day. Such a renowned physician certainly lives up to his reputation. Bai Xiaofan would very much like to pay a proper visit to someone like the old pharmacist. Ma Laolu, however, was cautious. Forget it. This guy's background is shady. I'm staying out of it. What if he's got some trap set up and I end up dying there? Hearing this, Wang Jishang felt deeply annoyed. He shot Ma Laolu a withering glance. You! No wonder you're stuck in seclusion, you'll never amount to anything. Ma Laolu trembled with rage. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan had nothing to say. He knew these two men were incompatible, there was simply nothing to discuss between them. Bai Xiaofan wasn't afraid. After all, Wang Jishang's meager strength was hardly worth his concern. And so they arrived at the Medicine Valley. Here, nestled within a mountain valley, stood a small cottage, the dwelling of the old herbalist. Arriving here surprised Bai Xiaofan greatly. He hadn't expected such a place to exist. It reminded him of his own seclusion with the old man years ago, and a warmth filled his heart. Inside the house, Wang Jishang brewed tea for Bai Xiaofan, and they began chatting. Only then did Wang Jishang say, "My master, the old herbalist, entrusted me to watch over the house. But he hasn't returned for a very long time." Chapter 224, Bring the Men. Wang Jishang was deeply troubled. An orphan since childhood, he had been raised by his master. The two had depended on each other for survival. But now the old herbalist had been gone for 3 months with no word. This truly weighed heavily on Wang Jishang. Yet the old herbalist had instructed him not to leave this place, to guard the old residence. "Without my master's permission, I dare not leave," Wang Jishang declared. Hearing Wang Jishang's words, Bai Xiaofan looked at the young man's expression with utter helplessness. There was no doubt about it, this was a stubborn blockhead. "Didn't you ever consider your master might be in trouble?" Bai Xiaofan asked. Hearing this, Wang Jishang sighed. "My master said he was going to Luozhou for urgent business. But he's been gone over 3 months now, and there's been no word at all." Hearing Wang Jishang's words, Bai Xiaofan asked for more specific details. Both the old herbalist and Wang Jishang were very old-fashioned people, practically detached from society. Neither of them even owned a cell phone. Under such circumstances, finding each other would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. "All right," Bai Xiaofan said, "I'll help you search once I return to Luozhou. But you must give me a portrait of the old herbalist after all, I have no idea what he looks like." Wang Jishang rummaged through his belongings and finally produced a portrait. This was the only portrait the old herbalist had left behind in this world, truly the sole clue. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan was utterly speechless. Wang Jishang bowed his hands. "Then I'll leave it to you, brother Xiaofan. If you find my teacher, be sure to let me know." Bai Xiaofan nodded. And so, Bai Xiaofan bid farewell to Wang Jishang and returned to the village. Bai Xiaofan found old Malu and told him the truth. Wang Jishang wouldn't cause trouble anymore. He then sought out Wei Guohua to explain his intention to leave the area. But just then, Wei Guohua shook his head. "You can't just leave like this. Tonight, I must host a farewell feast for you. Stay for the meal before you go, there's no rush." Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan nodded. Given the circumstances, he certainly wouldn't argue. Bai Xiaofan stayed the night. Wei Guohua hosted a banquet, attended by the old clan chief and Ma Laolu. Everyone expressed their deep gratitude toward Bai Xiaofan. And so, they feasted until they were full. Only then did Wei Guohua sigh, "Ah, such good days are truly wonderful." Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan detected a hint of regret, even a touch of sadness lurking beneath the words. Bai Xiaofan paused, taken aback. "Old Wei, though we've only known each other a short while, I think you're a decent man. If something's on your mind, speak freely," Bai Xiaofan said earnestly. In his heart, he truly believed Wei Guohua was a decent man, open-minded by nature and a natural for business. Moreover, he was exceptionally open-minded, undoubtedly a good person. Wei Guohua shook his head gloomily. "Ah!" He sighed deeply. At that moment, the old clan chief spoke up. "Wolfwalk, brother Bai Xiaofan isn't an outsider. He's a city man, he might just be able to help you sort this out." Hearing the old clan chief say this, Wei Guohua's expression turned awkward. "How could I possibly trouble Mr. Bai?" Seeing the two of them echoing each other, Bai Xiaofan frowned. He knew Wei Guohua was holding back something, there must be more to this matter. "I'm eager to understand what's going on," Bai Xiaofan said. "This whole situation feels rather absurd." "Wei Guohua, just say what you have to say." Seeing Bai Xiaofan's expression, Wei Guohua finally revealed the truth. It turned out the food factory's profits were poor. Several large factories in the county had significantly impacted their business. If they couldn't find buyers soon, the factory would be in serious trouble. "I don't mind personally, but the villagers depend on the factory for their livelihoods. If it closes down, I truly don't know how I'll face them." Wei Guohua sighed. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's heart stirred. "How about this? Once I get back to Luo City, I'll definitely help you solve this problem." Bai Xiaofan waved his hand decisively. After all, Lu Yue's Lu family already had a food business. If they could acquire a stake in Wei Guo's factory, everything would be resolved effortlessly. Hearing this, Wei Guo was overjoyed. He raised his wine cup. "Brother Bai Xiaofan, thank you." Everyone reveled all night long. The next day, old Six-Ma personally drove Bai Xiaofan to the airport. "Young brother, who knows when we'll meet again after this parting?" Ma Laolu said with a touch of emotion. Bai Xiaofan patted his shoulder and gave him his phone number. "If you ever need anything, come find me in Luo City." "Deal." The two men high-fived. Only then did Bai Xiaofan step out of the car. Watching Bai Xiaofan's retreating figure, a fleeting, peculiar expression crossed Lao Luma's face. Though fleeting, that flicker of unease vanished in an instant. By then, Bai Xiaofan had already entered the airport. Ma Laolu sighed and drove away. Bai Xiaofan, of course, missed this detail entirely. He bought a ticket for the earliest flight and hurried back to Luo City. Luo Shui and Lu Yuya personally came to the airport to greet him. "Senior sisters, this is way too grand," Bai Xiaofan said with a laugh. Luo Shui shot Bai Xiaofan a glare. "You finally remembered to come back, huh?" It was clear that both women's eyes held traces of longing. And Bai Xiaofan, naturally, missed them dearly too. Chatting all the way, they returned to the Luo residence, where Feng Suizue remained unconscious. Bai Xiaofan produced the ancient night pearl and the spirit-transforming herb. With these treasures, there was hope for her recovery. "Prepare the medicine," Bai Xiaofan said calmly. After about half an hour, he finally finished brewing the medicine and administered it to the patient. "By my estimation, the ailment will be cured within 10 days. Bai Xiaofan said with a smile. Everyone was naturally delighted. Especially Wang Hu. He was practically beside himself with excitement, his face flushed with joy as he grabbed Bai Xiaofan's hand. "Bai Xiaofan, if you can cure my niece, I'd be willing to be your servant for life." Hearing his words, Bai Xiaofan felt utterly helpless. "No one's asking you to be my slave, but I do have a task for you," he said, speechless. At that moment, Bai Xiaofan produced the portrait of the old herbalist and handed it to Wang Hu. "Find this man for me. He should be in Luo City." Wang Hu took the portrait, his face blank with confusion. Staring at the portrait, his face twisted into utter astonishment. "Bai Xiaofan, this portrait? Don't you have any photos?" Bai Xiaofan sighed in exasperation. He looked up at Wang Hu and said, somewhat speechless, that old man was peculiar. He didn't leave any photos behind, only this portrait. Hearing this, Wang Hu's expression shifted slightly. "Leave this to me." After handing off the matter, Bai Xiaofan finally arrived at the supermarket. As the nominal owner, he needed to inspect the place. Wang Chao beamed with delight upon seeing Bai Xiaofan. "Dear boss, it's been ages since you last visited," Wang Chao exclaimed. Chapter 225, Peace is a Blessing. "Here's the current store catalog for your review," Wang Chao said excitedly. He was utterly in awe of Bai Xiaofan. Handing him the catalog, he waited eagerly for praise. After half a year of operation, the mall had made a hefty profit. Even Bai Xiaofan found it hard to believe. Is this real? He froze in shock. He never imagined the mall's operations could reach such heights. It was truly astonishing. Wang Chao was thrilled. "Boss, it's all thanks to your brilliant leadership. Under your visionary guidance, the mall has achieved what it has today." This round of flattery hit Bai Xiaofan's ears like music. Hearing Wang Chao's words, Bai Xiaofan felt quite satisfied. Hasn't anyone come to cause trouble lately? Like that Jiang young master? Or anyone else, for that matter? Bai Xiaofan inquired. Facing Bai Xiaofan's question, Wang Chao shook his head immediately. "No," he answered decisively. "Boss, things have been quiet lately. Seriously, no one's causing trouble," he said earnestly. "Oh?" Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan was pleasantly surprised. If he says so, it must be true, all is peaceful. Bai Xiaofan was naturally pleased. That's good. He even thought to himself with delight. Bai Xiaofan was thoroughly satisfied with Wang Chao and promptly appointed him as deputy manager. Wang Chao was naturally overjoyed and swore his loyalty to Bai Xiaofan. "Boss Bai, from this day forward, I will serve you faithfully. I'm your man," Wang Chao declared excitedly. His face flushed with excitement, and his whole expression was practically beaming with joy. Watching Wang Chao's antics, Bai Xiaofan felt utterly helpless, though the guy was genuinely amusing. Bai Xiaofan could only shake his head at Wang Chao. Lin Fei and the others came to see Bai Xiaofan again. Bai Xiaofan immediately assessed their martial arts progress, as he had assigned them homework before leaving. They must achieve greater progress in martial arts. Naturally, everyone obeyed Bai Xiaofan's every word. They treated his words as gospel truth. Each of them demonstrated their strength. Bai Xiaofan was quite satisfied. Not bad. He nodded in great approval. It was clear that each of these individuals had made significant strides in their abilities, demonstrating remarkable progress. Especially Lin Fei, his talent was advancing by leaps and bounds. Even so, Bai Xiaofan would continue to lead them in training. The path of martial arts demands unwavering dedication, not a moment's slackness. It's like rowing upstream, if you don't advance, you fall behind. Bai Xiaofan declared coldly to the group. Understood. The group shouted in unison. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan nodded approvingly. It seemed the troops were loyal and capable. Thus, for 2 consecutive days, Bai Xiaofan trained Lin Fei and the others. During those 2 days, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. But on the 3rd day, Wang Hu came knocking. Xiaofan, we have a lead. Wang Hu said. Really? Bai Xiaofan was visibly excited. Wang Hu finally explained, one of my guys spotted this old man at the Queen's Bar in the north part of town. But it seems he didn't pay his tab and got chased by the bouncers there. What? Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Unbelievable. This is too crazy. Are you sure you didn't mishear? Bai Xiaofan asked. After all, this whole thing reeked of absurdity from start to finish. Wang Hu nodded. The Queen Bar owner is my brother. He sent me the surveillance footage. Check it out if you don't believe me. Wang Hu pulled out his phone and played the footage for Bai Xiaofan. Through the surveillance video, Bai Xiaofan clearly saw the truth. Sure enough, it was a haggard-looking old man. He even looked a bit ragged. And it was obvious. He drank without paying. Damn it! Bai Xiaofan rolled his eyes. Is that even possible? He was genuinely astonished. Bai Xiaofan rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the figure before him. He could now confirm that the old man standing there was indeed the old apothecary. Bai Xiaofan sucked in a sharp breath. This was utterly absurd. If it was true, it would leave Bai Xiaofan utterly speechless, yet here it was, unfolding before his very eyes. Bai Xiaofan, with your status, why seek out such an old man? This guy looks completely unreliable, Wang Hu complained. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. His expression was grave. Don't say that, Bai Xiaofan waved his hand. The old herbalist isn't just any ordinary person. In fact, he's quite formidable. Bai Xiaofan stated earnestly. Wang Hu's expression changed. What do you mean by that? He asked in astonishment. Bai Xiaofan finally explained, this legendary old herbalist was the man known as the Medicine Immortal back in the day. Tell me, isn't he amazing? The Medicine Immortal? Wang Hu was stunned into silence. The name struck him like a thunderbolt. To Wang Hu, the very notion was utterly absurd. Who could have imagined this man was called the Medicine Immortal? That's terrifying. Wang Hu scratched his head. I don't buy it. Bai Xiaofan shot him a look. Come with me to the Queen's Bar and ask around. Bai Xiaofan said, slapping Wang Hu on the shoulder. Wang Hu's face flushed crimson. What's the matter? Don't want to come with me? Bai Xiaofan asked. Wang Hu shook his head immediately. You've got the wrong idea. Of course I'm not unwilling to go with you. It's just that the Queen Bar's owner is an old acquaintance of mine, and I really feel awkward about seeing her. Seeing Wang Hu's awkward expression, Bai Xiaofan's mind raced. Is she a female owner? At Bai Xiaofan's remark, Wang Hu's expression grew even more awkward. He could only nod very awkwardly. You're absolutely right. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan felt utterly helpless. Just then, Wang Hu cleared his throat awkwardly. She really is a female boss. Her name is Qin Ajuan. We were classmates, but I used to pursue her, but she rejected me. Wang Hu's face flushed crimson, his voice growing awkwardly hesitant. Holy crap. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan was utterly speechless. Who'd have thought this guy had such a backstory? Hearing this melodramatic plot twist, Bai Xiaofan felt utterly helpless. You're ruthless. Bai Xiaofan sighed helplessly. Wang Hu's expression was indeed rather awkward, his face betraying a distinctly embarrassed look. Bai Xiaofan merely glared at him. No further words were exchanged. He had no interest in such gossip. After all, they were old classmates. What harm could one meeting do? Bai Xiaofan patted Wang Hu on the shoulder. Who knows? Maybe I can even help you out with that. Wang Hu could only nod in agreement. Alright, since you put it that way, Xiaofan, I'll just have to risk my life for a friend. His voice grew solemn, sounding almost like he was ready to face death. No need to be so dramatic. Bai Xiaofan sighed helplessly. And so, the two drove off and soon arrived at Queen's Bar in the northern part of the city. It was still daytime, not the bar's operating hours, but even from outside, one could glimpse its bustling atmosphere. Chapter 226, The Beautiful Landlady. The two got out at the Queen Bar entrance, Bai Xiaofan's brow slightly furrowed. Though the bar wasn't open yet, the entrance was bustling with activity. Several men stood gathered there, their eyes gleaming with a certain intensity. These individuals radiated a palpable aura of menace. What the hell? Bai Xiaofan's expression shifted. He could sense something off about them. They truly radiated a murderous aura. Judging by their appearance, they must be bodyguards. But their intense hostility, as if facing a formidable enemy, left Bai Xiaofan utterly astonished. Bai Xiaofan hadn't expected this. Yet the eyes of those two bodyguards emitted a piercing glow, their gazes flickering with a hint of cold ruthlessness. This was absolutely terrifying. The way these two bodyguards looked at them made it clear they regarded Bai Xiaofan and Wang Hu as enemies. The moment the two men stepped out of the car, the bodyguards charged forward, rolling up their sleeves and clenching their fists, their expressions radiating pure, unadulterated ferocity. Their eyes blazed with a fierce, menacing light. What the hell is this? Bai Xiaofan was utterly baffled. Wang Hu, did you cross Qin Ajuan? Is this woman here to settle the score with you? Hearing this, Wang Hu looked just as bewildered. I have no idea. He was utterly bewildered, completely clueless about what was happening, his face brimming with utter astonishment. Seeing his expression, Bai Xiaofan found it highly peculiar. Could this incident have nothing to do with Wang Hu? Otherwise, why would he look like this? Two bodyguards had already charged forward. Are you from Bai Xiaotang? The two bodyguards demanded. One of them, slightly overweight, bore a look in his eyes that carried waves of killing intent and icy, relentless kind of menace. Seeing the bodyguard's demeanor, Bai Xiaofan felt helpless. What 100 Grass Hall? He'd never even heard of it. Yet these two bodyguards were furious. They were even ready to take action. Wang Hu's expression instantly turned cold as he snapped angrily, Are you out of your minds? I'm a friend of your Miss Qin. I'm here to see her. Hearing this, the two bodyguards looked utterly bewildered. Miss Qin's friend? They were taken aback. Wang Hu's expression darkened. Of course I am, he said with obvious irritation. My name is Wang Hu. I'm a high school classmate of your Miss Qin. Do you people even recognize each other? Hearing this, the two bodyguards retorted in unison, What proof do you have? What the hell? Wang Hu nearly choked on his own blood. Just as he was about to protest, a wave of perfume wafted through the air. A woman in her 30s, still radiating charm, emerged from the bar. Dressed in a cheongsam, she exuded elegance. In her hand, she held a folding fan. A faint chill hung on her face. Stop it. The two bodyguards turned around, their faces frozen in shock. Madam, they said respectfully. The woman swayed with each step as she approached Wang Hu and Bai Xiaofan. Bai Xiaofan could even catch the scent wafting toward him. It wasn't perfume, but rather the scent of some kind of rouge. This fragrance surprised Bai Xiaofan. So this must be Qin Ajuan. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Qin Ajuan shot Wang Hu a reproachful glance. Oh my, isn't this brother Hu? You still remember your little sister? I thought you'd long forgotten me. Wang Hu's face flushed crimson. Ah Jun, you know full well how I feel about you. It's not you. Before Wang Hu could finish, Qin Ajuan's expression turned icy. Don't bring up the past. What do you want with me? Qin Ajuan's voice instantly turned sharp. Wang Hu was startled. Though he'd been a force in the underworld for years, Qin Ajuan was his nemesis. Every time he met Qin Ajuan, Wang Hu felt completely powerless, utterly unable to fight back. Wang Hu gave an awkward smile. Ajun, it's about that matter I asked you to handle this morning, the old man. Wang Hu said. Hearing this, Qin Ajuan visibly bristled. That old geezer? I was about to come find you myself. If it weren't for that old bastard, our queen's bar wouldn't be in such dire straits. Qin Ajuan snapped. Was it you, Wang Hu? After failing to win this lady's heart, did you harbor resentment and send that old man to deliberately cause trouble? Hearing Qin Ajuan's accusation, Wang Hu was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? He just didn't pay for his drinks, so what's the big deal if I covered it for him? Wang Hu said helplessly. Bai Xiaofan, standing nearby, sensed something was amiss. Seeing Qin Ajuan's intense fury, Bai Xiaofan sensed there might be more to this than met the eye. Miss Qin, Bai Xiaofan asked cautiously, may I ask what's going on? Only then did Qin Ajuan turn her gaze toward Bai Xiaofan. And who are you? Bai Xiaofan introduced himself and explained the situation regarding the old herbalist. Miss Qin, that man is known as the old apothecary. He was once a formidable figure in his own right. I have some connection to him. If he truly drank without paying, I'm willing to cover 10 times the cost. Faced with Bai Xiaofan's declaration, Qin Ajuan grew visibly furious. She glared at Wang Hu and Bai Xiaofan. This isn't about money. You two tell me where that old man is, I must find him. Seeing Qin Ajuan so enraged, Bai Xiaofan felt a bit puzzled. He sensed something was amiss. This situation wasn't quite what he'd imagined. There must be more to the story. Thus, Bai Xiaofan looked utterly bewildered. Miss Qin, I truly have no idea where he is. If I knew, why would I be here seeking your help? But if he's gotten himself into trouble, you can tell me, I'll take responsibility. Wang Hu chimed in from the side. That's right, Ajuan. This Mr. Bai is no ordinary man. He's a renowned physician with astonishing abilities, and he's also the future son-in-law of the Luo family. What? Qin Ajuan and Bai Xiaofan both froze in shock. An in-law? Bull. Bai Xiaofan thought helplessly. But Qin Ajuan looked genuinely surprised. The Luo family of Luo City is the top family here. Their eldest daughter, Luo Shui, is renowned throughout the city as a great beauty. What's your relationship with Miss Luo? Qin Ajuan asked. With no other choice, Bai Xiaofan had to admit it. His admission carried a hint of ambiguity. Upon hearing this, Qin Ajuan's expression changed. Oh my, brother Hu. Why didn't you mention knowing Mr. Bai sooner? That old herbalist may have caused trouble, but Mr. Bai, you must be forgiving. Qin Ajuan instantly changed his demeanor, his voice brimming with utmost respect. Watching Qin Ajuan's mercurial display, Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The city's ways are deep indeed. Fortunately, Qin Ajuan no longer eyed Bai Xiaofan with hostility. She even invited both Bai Xiaofan and Wang Hu into the bar. Only after they sat down did Qin Ajuan reveal the full story. This bar of ours always gets a mixed crowd. That old herbalist came in last night too. He was dressed oddly, but we never suspected him. Chapter 227, Not Rigorous Enough. Qin Ajuan recounted the events in detail. This old herbalist, not only was he penniless, but after drinking, he started trouble everywhere. He barged into the private room of He Weinian, the young master of Bai Xiaotang Pharmacy. At the time, He was in the middle of a business meeting, and the old man ruined it. I sent men to pursue him, but the old man escaped. He is furious and demanding my men back. What am I to do? Qin Ajuan said, her voice trembling. Bai Xiaotang is one of the top pharmacies in the entire provincial capital, and young master he is a top-tier doctor among the younger generation. Countless prominent families in the city seek his medical care. His network is vast. If I offend him, my little bar won't last another day. Qin Ajuan sighed heavily. What? After hearing Qin Ajuan's explanation, Bai Xiaofan was completely dumbfounded. Even he was seething with rage. That old man is utterly despicable. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. No doubt about it, if Qin Ajuan really did this, he was utterly despicable. No matter what, he shouldn't have done such a thing. Putting himself in the other's shoes, Bai Xiaofan felt that if he had faced such a situation, he'd likely be pretty pissed off too. No wonder Qin Ajuan was furious. Wang Hu also felt somewhat helpless. Xiaofan, your friend the medicine immortal is truly rude. Not paying for his drinks is one thing, but disturbing Ajuan's honored guest? That's simply too much. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Alright then, Miss Qin. Tell me the old man's escape route. Once I find him, I'll handle this matter personally. It has absolutely nothing to do with your bar. Bai Xiaofan declared solemnly. Once he took charge of this matter, he would see it through to the end. There was absolutely no way he would shirk or evade responsibility. That wasn't Bai Xiaofan's style. Once he decided to handle it, he would see it through to the end. Bai Xiaofan possessed that kind of conviction. He simply couldn't possibly brush this off or shirk his responsibility. That was the kind of seriousness Bai Xiaofan embodied. Is that truly the case? Qin Ajuan asked, her voice filled with surprise and delight. Bai Xiaofan nodded. Absolutely. As long as you grant me access to the surveillance footage, I will find him. Bai Xiaofan declared. Agreed. It's settled. Qin Ajuan was naturally thrilled. She immediately led Bai Xiaofan to the surveillance room, where he reviewed the footage repeatedly. Can we find the footage from the street corner? He asked. The most crucial aspect of tracking someone's trail is to avoid leaving any discrepancies. Yet, avoiding discrepancies is itself a difficult task. If we can find the footage from the street corner camera, we might succeed. No problem, Qin Ajuan said. I have excellent connections here. The neighbors would be more than happy to help. She possessed considerable personal charm in this neighborhood. And so, Qin Ajuan mobilized numerous surveillance feeds. Bai Xiaofan began meticulously reviewing the footage, and soon he uncovered some peculiar details. While they might not be the answers, they bore some resemblance to the truth. Bai Xiaofan was naturally concerned about this matter. He understood what it meant. In Bai Xiaofan's mind, this was inherently a matter of great importance. He remained remarkably composed. After retrieving all the surveillance footage, Bai Xiaofan immediately began a thorough search of the premises. His gaze was exceptionally sharp. With Bai Xiaofan's abilities, nothing could escape his notice. He quickly gathered the information. So that's how it was. His heart skipped a beat. He had thought this matter was unsolvable, but after Bai Xiaofan's efforts, the answer was practically staring him in the face. This left Bai Xiaofan rather astonished. He never imagined it would turn out this way. Once the answer was confirmed, Bai Xiaofan grabbed paper and pen. By drawing lines, he quickly pinpointed the likely hiding spot of the old herbalist. A bridge underpass. Bai Xiaofan finally pinpointed his location. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. How did you do that? Wang Hu asked in astonishment. A smile spread across Bai Xiaofan's face. He tapped his temple and said mysteriously, judgment. Only with extreme judgment, combined with the ability to analyze the path, can one be invincible. Bai Xiaofan stated earnestly. He truly possessed top-tier judgment beyond what ordinary people could even imagine. It was precisely this judgment that allowed Bai Xiaofan to find the answer. What else is there to say? Let's gather men and bring that old man back, Wang Hu exclaimed excitedly. Bai Xiaofan raised a hand to stop him. Don't be reckless. Bai Xiaofan was serious. There was no doubt about it, this old man was no ordinary person. He was an extraordinarily formidable being. A venerable old herbalist, his status is formidable. That he had fallen to this state must involve hidden circumstances. This matter cannot be taken lightly. I shall go and investigate alone, Bai Xiaofan declared. Hearing Bai Xiaofan speak with such determination, Wang Hu could only nod in agreement. All right, just be careful. Just wait for my news. Bai Xiaofan took the car keys from Wang Hu and got straight into the vehicle. He started the engine and drove straight ahead. His destination was the old bridge on the outskirts of town. There used to be a highway there, but it had been abandoned years ago. It had become a wasteland. According to Bai Xiaofan's route map, there was a high probability the old herbalist was hiding there. Bai Xiaofan drove to the edge of the abandoned garden. By then, dusk had fallen, and a streak of evening glow appeared on the horizon. Yet the faint glow of the sunset was already being swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Watching the neon lights begin to glow, yet seeming to drift further from him, this strange sensation made Bai Xiaofan feel a sense of foreboding. This abandoned garden truly harbored hidden dangers. Opening the door, Bai Xiaofan stepped out of the car. He could already sense the undercurrent. Amidst the surging undercurrents, he was startled by a sudden chill that made every pore on his body bristle. This sensation was truly peculiar. Bai Xiaofan furrowed his brow, a chill settling in his heart. Just then, he saw the iron gate of the abandoned garden had been locked. After all, this place had been deserted, becoming nothing more than a dumping ground. The old bridge stood within the abandoned garden. Peering through the gaps in the iron fence, he could see the dilapidated, decaying structure, exuding an aura of rot. It gave off a mysterious and eerie feeling. Something was off. Bai Xiaofan's heart stirred. The chill here couldn't possibly cause such a feeling. After all, with Bai Xiaofan's mastery, this cold wind couldn't harm him. Yet this palpitation could only mean one thing: danger lurked here. Better to be cautious. Thinking this, Bai Xiaofan rolled lightly and leapt over the iron fence. His feet touched down without a sound. As if no sound existed at all. This was the true measure of Bai Xiaofan's prowess. His feet touched down lightly as Bai Xiaofan scanned his surroundings, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. To him, this matter was far from simple. There must be hidden circumstances behind it. It seemed a thorough investigation was in order. Chapter 228, The Elder Apothecary's Attendant. As Bai Xiaofan stepped into the courtyard, a sense of unease crept into his heart. After all, the atmosphere here felt strangely eerie. A relentless cold wind swept through, carrying a bone-chilling chill. Ugh! Bai Xiaofan had never experienced such a sensation before. He drew his silver needles and moved cautiously. His heart was filled with heightened vigilance. After all, this situation had far exceeded his expectations. It was downright bizarre. Seems pretty ghostly, huh? Just then, Bai Xiaofan felt something beneath his feet and was forced to stop. Looking down, he saw it was something resembling a noose. It had landed right at his feet. Holy! Bai Xiaofan's expression changed abruptly. He never imagined he'd step right into a trap. This trap was ingeniously designed, incorporating the mysterious art of the 8 trigrams. Bai Xiaofan was secretly startled. As the Jade Maiden Sutra states, the art of the 8 trigrams is the ancient craft of mechanical devices. Its profound and mysterious principles were truly marvelous, though likely beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Yet the rope snare before him was so exquisitely arranged that it had even deceived Bai Xiaofan, proof of its formidable ingenuity. A master craftsman. Bai Xiaofan's heart tightened. The desolate aura had already unsettled him somewhat, and now it seemed certain that a master indeed resided here. But Bai Xiaofan couldn't be certain. Was this person the old herbalist, or someone else entirely? Don't panic, he thought to himself. But if he lifted his foot now, he might well find himself in grave danger. That was the true cunning of this trap. The moment one lifted a foot, they risked being ensnared. Moreover, these ropes were woven from a special material. Once ensnared, freeing oneself would prove exceedingly difficult. Looks like he had to take a gamble. Bai Xiaofan steeled his resolve, extending 2 fingers and pressing firmly against the rope. Sure enough, the rope suddenly tightened. In that instant, Bai Xiaofan swiftly pulled his foot back, yanking his fingers free along with it. Snap! The golden rope snapped into place with a thunderous crack. Damn it, that was close. Bai Xiaofan felt a wave of fear wash over him. Just then, he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath his feet. Startled, he planted his legs and leapt upward. That's how he narrowly escaped disaster. Below him lay a massive pit. Who the hell is playing tricks? After landing, Bai Xiaofan roared in anger. Only then did a figure suddenly materialize before Bai Xiaofan. In the cover of night, Bai Xiaofan caught a clear glimpse of his appearance. A man in his 20s, handsome and well-built, with piercing eyes. He wore a full set of black clothing, resembling the tight-fitting gear from the gym. However, his physique was exceptional, making the outfit look incredibly striking on him. It was clear this was someone with real power. You? Bai Xiaofan's anger flared. After all, he had only come here to find someone. To be ambushed immediately upon arrival, few could endure such a blow. Yet the man in his 20s stared straight at Bai Xiaofan. Who are you? He demanded. His voice carried a palpable wariness, as if Bai Xiaofan were a formidable enemy. Being asked such a question left Bai Xiaofan feeling utterly helpless. The fellow seemed to be on high alert. Bai Xiaofan finally replied, "Truth be told, I'm here to see the old herbalist." The young man's expression immediately darkened. "What's the matter?" As he spoke, he assumed a defensive stance, tracing the shape of a Tai Chi symbol in the air. He was clearly preparing for battle. Seeing this expression, Bai Xiaofan felt somewhat helpless. Still, he couldn't help but find the man rather comical. His whole demeanor was downright laughable. So Bai Xiaofan said, "I'm an old acquaintance of his. I'd like to see him." His words were already quite polite, yet the other didn't seem inclined to grant him the courtesy. Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's request, he remained unmoved, his attitude still stubbornly defiant. "You can see him if you beat me first." With that, he launched his attack. Bai Xiaofan was momentarily stunned not by the man's strength, but by his bizarre footwork. Instead of moving in a straight line, he swayed left and right as he attacked. There seemed to be more to this. There must be something hidden here, I can't fall into his trap. Bai Xiaofan silently thought to himself. Meanwhile, the man had already closed in. Smack! He punched straight at Bai Xiaofan's face. That force, it wasn't the soft overcoming the heart of Tai Chi. You're quite the jack of all trades. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly. If this man had truly employed authentic Tai Chi techniques, Bai Xiaofan would have found it difficult to handle. But what he was using now was nothing more than a series of old-fashioned punches. Truly nothing to speak of. Though fierce and powerful, he lacked wisdom. He's no threat at all. Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly and counterattacked. The man fought while retreating, backing toward the edge of the bridge. Ha! Only then did Bai Xiaofan's expression change. He finally understood the reason this man had deliberately employed reckless tactics to lure Bai Xiaofan into a trap. To fall into the trap he'd meticulously laid. You're quite clever. Too bad cleverness can backfire. A flash of golden light suddenly appeared at the corner of Bai Xiaofan's eye. The other man, preoccupied with luring Bai Xiaofan, had already exposed his weakness yet remained utterly oblivious. How pitiful and lamentable. Bai Xiaofan wasted no time, launching his counterattack. Snap! With a flick of his wrist, he finally seized the man's hand. The opponent tried to fight back but found himself utterly powerless. Bai Xiaofan's grip was overwhelmingly strong. With his wrist seized, the opponent was effectively incapacitated. But just then, another old man crawled out from beneath the bridge. "Stop fighting," the old man said, yawning. The man was struggling frantically. "Let me go." Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaofan drew his silver needles. "Then I'm afraid you'll have to endure it." Bai Xiaofan struck the man's pressure points, ensuring he posed no further threat. Only then did he release his grip. The man stood frozen in place, utterly stripped of any remaining threat. The old man approached. Judging by his appearance, he was clearly the old herbalist. The old herbalist glanced at Bai Xiaofan, then at the immobilized youth, and let out a wry chuckle. "Humph, can't even get a peaceful night's sleep." Bai Xiaofan was genuinely delighted to see the old herbalist. Though things had been unpleasant earlier, even dangerous, seeing the old herbalist was undoubtedly a blessing. Bai Xiaofan approached and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, senior old apothecary." After all, this was the man once hailed as the divine healer. No matter what, Bai Xiaofan owed him a measure of respect. The old herbalist finally glanced at Bai Xiaofan merely out of the corner of his eye, yet his gaze held a hint of surprise. "Sealing acupoints with such ingenuity, it seems you are the disciple of that old Taoist," the old herbalist remarked. "That's correct." Bai Xiaofan admitted his identity without hesitation. He also explained his purpose in the briefest terms possible, making it clear he meant no harm. Hearing this, the old herbalist finally showed a hint of genuine surprise. Chapter 229, The Heir to the Medicine God. Well now, it seems this old man still has some blessings left. My precious disciple actually remembers me so fondly. The old herbalist couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Watching the scene, Bai Xiaofan felt a bit speechless. This hardly seemed like a moment for sentimentality. Just then, the old herbalist suddenly intervened, unsealing the man's pressure points. Once freed, the man lunged forward to strike, only to be intercepted by the old herbalist. A misunderstanding, we're all on the same side. After saying this, the old herbalist introduced their respective identities. "This is my hired bodyguard, Zhao Wugang. He used to be a boxer and has a fiery temper, please don't hold it against him," the old herbalist explained. "Bodyguard?" This made Bai Xiaofan break out in a cold sweat. This old herbalist was so down on his luck he couldn't even afford a drink and had ended up living under a bridge, yet somehow he could still afford a bodyguard. That's absurd. Seeing Bai Xiaofan's bewilderment, the old herbalist explained the reason.
I did this for a specific reason. That young master he from Bai Xiaotang his master is my old friend Xian Yuan Ming.
Xian Yuan Ming and I have our own history. My actions are solely to settle old scores. I don't want to involve others. Young man, you should go back. Pretend you never saw me.
The old pharmacist said calmly. He seemed remarkably calm. But Bai Xiaofan noticed a cold gleam in his eyes when he mentioned Xian Yuan Ming. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself, it seems the old herbalist and Xian Yuan Ming must have some deep-seated grudge. Then he recalled his old master's words, reclusive masters like these were unpredictable and eccentric by nature. It was only natural they'd harbor grudges against one another. In that case, I've been meddling in other people's business. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself, deciding to take his leave. After all, he had seen the old herbalist and confirmed he was safe and sound. That was enough for Bai Xiaofan to fulfill his duty. But just as he prepared to leave, the bell by Zhao Wugong's side chimed. His expression abruptly darkened with anger. He stepped in front of the old herbalist, pointing at Bai Xiaofan. You little bastard, you're the one who tipped them off? Zhao Wugong roared. What do you mean, tipping off? Bai Xiaofan was baffled. Just then, several blinding lights pierced the darkness. Off-road vehicles had pulled up outside the abandoned garden. Numerous people leaped out of the vehicles, each armed with weapons. At the front of this group stood a man. He was in his early 20s, tall and well-built, with handsome features and a faint smile on his face. Beside him stood a seductive middle-aged woman, and between them lay a man bound and gagged. It was Wang Hu. Bai Xiaofan recognized the woman's face. It was Qin Ajuan. The others entered the room. Bai Xiaofan, I'm so sorry. Wang Hu, bound and shackled, wore an expression of utter shame. Qin Ajuan, however, gave a cold smile. She addressed the handsome man beside her, young master he, you truly are a master strategist.
Without your plan, how could we have found this old herbalist? The handsome man extended a hand, pinching Qin Ajuan's cheek. Sister Qin, well done. This young master will surely reward you. Thank you, young master he. Qin Ajuan's eyes sparkled with desire, her gaze seductive.
Wang Hu, bound nearby, gritted his teeth in fury.
Damn it, Qin Ajuan. I must have been blind to trust you. Truly, the most venomous heart belongs to a woman.
Qin Ajuan, however, fixed Wang Hu with a cold stare, her voice dripping with contempt. Wang Hu, you're nothing but a crude brute who only knows how to shout about fighting and killing.
How dare you mess with me?
I've long been young master he's woman. Hearing this, Wang Hu's face drained of color with rage.
You two bastards dared to betray me. Once I get out of here, I'll make you both pay. Qin Ajuan's expression shifted. Shut this bastard up, she snapped. Her henchman immediately covered Wang Hu's mouth.
Seeing this, Bai Xiaofan finally understood what was happening. They had been deceived by Qin Ajuan, used as her pawns. Qin Ajuan then turned her gaze toward Bai Xiaofan, her eyes now tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Xiaofan, she purred, I must say, I'm quite impressed with you. If you hadn't come looking for this old man, it would have taken us quite some time to find him. Thanks to you, we succeeded in just one night. Hearing this, Zhao Wugong erupted in fury. He pointed at Bai Xiaofan, his voice trembling with fury.
Bai Xiaofan. You call yourself an old acquaintance of the old herbalist, yet you do such a thing?
Bai Xiaofan was speechless.
He glared at Zhao Wugong and sighed helplessly, are you made of mush? If I were really with them, why would I come early and tip them off? Zhao Wugong's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless by Bai Xiaofan's retort.
The old herbalist, however, smiled faintly, took Zhao Wugong's hand, and said calmly, this young man, Bai, is not from the 100 Grass Hall. Having traveled the world for so many years, I can tell that much. Turning to Bai Xiaofan, the old herbalist continued.
Xiaofan, this has nothing to do with you. Take your friend and leave immediately. How can that be? Bai Xiaofan retorted indignantly.
If I hadn't stumbled upon this, it wouldn't matter.
But since I did, and they've set me up, how could I just walk away?
He had been so cruelly deceived by young master he and Qin Ajuan.
This grievance must be avenged, heaven itself would not tolerate otherwise. Just then, ha! Since you're all here, none of you are leaving. You're all coming back with me.
The speaker was none other than young master he. The young master of Baichao Hall. A sinister expression played across his face. Young master he fixed his gaze on Bai Xiaofan, a cold, calculating glint in his eyes.
So you're the Luo family's son-in-law, huh?
Impressive skills managing to break the old herbalist's trap.
I must say, I'm impressed.
Hearing young master he speak thus, Bai Xiaofan naturally bristled with displeasure. He pointed a finger at young master he.
First, I am not a son-in-law. Second, I'm not your tool either. Bai Xiaofan was truly enraged. His aura locked onto young master he, and Bai Xiaofan was confident he could finish him off in an instant.
As for the armed bodyguards surrounding him, Bai Xiaofan felt no fear.
Once he captured young Master He, the others would inevitably hesitate to act. Bai Xiaofan was ready. But then, a weapon pressed against Wang Hu's temple. It was one of young Master He's men. Young Master He sneered coldly, Bai Xiaofan, I've heard from Qin Ajuan that you're quite skilled. But how fast can you be compared to this weapon? It might not hit you, but it's more than enough to kill Wang Hu. If you dare resist, Wang Hu dies. Young Master He said coldly. Bai Xiaofan's face turned purple with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. But at that moment, a pair of hands seized Bai Xiaofan's arm. It was the old apothecary. Young man, a wise man avoids immediate loss. Let's see what they intend to do. The old herbalist gave Bai Xiaofan a meaningful glance. Bai Xiaofan's heart stirred. He understood the old man's meaning. There was another plan in motion. Though Bai Xiaofan had harbored hopes of turning the tables, the old herbalist's look made him choose to swallow his pride for now. Bai Xiaofan extended both hands. Don't harm Wang Hu. Chapter 230, Trapped in the Cold Storage. Witnessing this, young Master He gave a cold chuckle. Mr. Bai. You truly are a rational man. I most enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals. Mr. Bai, please drop your phone on the ground. I certainly don't want you summoning reinforcements from the Luo family. With matters having reached this point, Bai Xiaofan had no choice. He pulled out his phone and tossed it onto the floor. Zhao Wugang, though reluctant, also tossed his phone to the ground and raised his hands. Young Master He ordered his bodyguards to bind the three men before stating, Mr. Bai, I must apologize. Though you are the Luo family's son-in-law, by all logic, our Bai Keatang and the Luo family should mind our own business. But since you've meddled in this affair, I have no choice but to detain you temporarily. You won't mind, will you? Young Master He said coldly. Bai Xiaofan met his gaze with equal coldness. Does my opinion even matter now? Ha! Hearing this, young Master He burst into excited laughter. Take them back. And so, hooded, they were thrown into the vehicle. Though hooded, Bai Xiaofan's keen hearing naturally sought to discern their surroundings. However, the vehicle's sealed environment was too effective. Even with master-level spiritual perception, he couldn't pinpoint their exact location. This vehicle must be equipped with specialized magnetic interference, extremely sophisticated gear. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. Still, he simply accepted his fate. As long as Wang Hu and the old herbalist were safe, it didn't matter. Though captured by these men, Bai Xiaofan didn't hold them in any regard. Thus, after roughly an hour, they were brought to a location where their hoods were finally removed. Apologies for the inconvenience, gentlemen. You'll be staying here a while longer. Meals will be delivered daily. Young Master He sneered coldly. He ordered his men to take the old herbalist away. Only Bai Xiaofan, Wang Hu, and Zhao Wugang remained in the room. Only then did Bai Xiaofan carefully survey his surroundings. To his surprise, they were inside a cold storage facility, one that had clearly been abandoned. Both the walls and the cold storage door were reinforced to safe level thickness, incredibly solid. Bai Xiaofan scanned the area. Thankfully, there were no surveillance cameras. With a slight flick of his wrist, he severed the steel cable binding him. Though powerful, restraining Bai Xiaofan with such a rope was nothing short of a pipe dream. Zhao Wugang and Wang Hu both looked utterly dumbfounded. So, you can untie ropes? They thought in stunned silence. Bai Xiaofan saw no point in small talk. He drew a dagger and cut the ropes binding the two men. They clutched their wrists, wincing at the pain. Wang Hu's face darkened. Brother Xiaofan, this is all my fault. I was blind to trust that poisonous woman Qin Ajuan. I treated her like a classmate with good intentions, yet she used me and even harmed you. Wang Hu said bitterly, filled with regret. Zhao Wugang snorted coldly beside him. That's the fate of a bootlicker. Zhao Wugang declared. Wang Hu's face turned pale with fury, and he was about to argue with Zhao Wugang when Bai Xiaofan pulled him back. Stop arguing. Save your energy for rescuing the old herbalist. As he spoke, Bai Xiaofan turned his gaze toward Zhao Wugang. Brother Gang, what's the deal with this old herbalist and Xian Yuan Ming? Now that he's been taken away, I want to rescue him, but I need to figure out what's going on first. But Zhao Wugang shook his head. I'm just a bodyguard. I truly know nothing else. My mother had a chronic illness, and the old divine physician cured her. That's why I agreed to serve as his bodyguard for 2 years. That's all there is to it. After speaking, Zhao Wugang's face turned ashen. He forced himself to stand and walked to the door. Zhao Wugang thrust his fist forward and slammed it against the door, but it made no difference whatsoever. This was a massive iron door of vault-grade quality, made of solid iron 50 centimeters thick. How could bare fists possibly break through it? Zhao Wugang tried several times, only to find it utterly futile. He was so frustrated he nearly cried. I promised the old healer I'd protect him, yet now he's fallen into enemy hands. I'm utterly useless. Zhao Wugang exclaimed angrily. Only then did Bai Xiaofan rise, a smile playing on his lips. You underestimate your employer. That old healer deliberately allowed himself to be captured by these people. Otherwise, how could they possibly have caught him? Hearing this, Zhao Wugang looked utterly bewildered.
Bai Xiaofan saw no need to explain further. People like Zhao Wugang, though possessing astonishing martial prowess and mastery of various combat techniques, fundamentally lack understanding of the Grandmaster realm.
The power of a Grandmaster could overwhelm even 100 men.
Earlier, Bai Xiaofan might have held back, but the old herbalist had no such reservations. With his skills, even if he couldn't handle these thugs under young Master He, escaping would have been effortless.
He stayed for a reason.
So Bai Xiaofan felt quite at ease.
Your employer is far stronger than you imagine. Do you really think he's just an ordinary old man?
If he were,
how could he have devised such intricate mechanisms?
Bai Xiaofan's words left Zhao Wugang speechless.
But what should we do now?
He was momentarily at a loss. Bai Xiaofan smiled, his expression utterly calm.
No need to rush.
This place may be cold and unforgiving, but it's built to vault standards.
Even a missile might not breach it.
As he spoke, Bai Xiaofan reached out and tapped the wall. His knuckles produced a dull, hollow sound.
This confirmed the structure was reinforced concrete and exceptionally thick reinforced concrete at that. By Bai Xiaofan's estimation, it was at least a meter thick. Bai Xiaofan thought carefully.
Even with his punching power, it would take half an hour just to punch a hole through it. That would be far too troublesome.
Not only would it waste his strength for no reason, but the loud noise would attract attention. It simply wasn't worth it. Better to wait for the meal delivery and strike then. With that thought, Bai Xiaofan calmly sat back down.
A faint smile touched his lips.
We'll just wait and see how things unfold.
And so, the three of them waited in silence for their chance. Several hours passed before a small crack appeared in the outer door. A pair of hands reached through. He delivered the utensils.
Zhao Wugang was growing restless and prepared to act. Bai Xiaofan pulled him back. Don't be foolish.
Now is not the time to act.
The opening was too small for a normal person to squeeze through. To make a move, they needed the exit code.
That requires time to observe.
We'll wait until they bring dinner to make our move.
Bai Xiaofan said with a cold smile. Zhao Wugang could only shut up. Because he had no other ideas now, he could only accept Bai Xiaofan's command. The three waited silently for nightfall. Bai Xiaofan already held the silver needles in his hand. His plan was set: the moment anyone came to deliver food, he would eliminate them.
Get the key.
With the key to unlock the small hole, cracking the door's code would be child's play for Bai Xiaofan. Everything was ready, all that was needed was the final push. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside.
Chapter 231, Rescue Comes First. Got it. After a series of maneuvers, Bai Xiaofan had secured the key.
The delivery boy had already passed out.
The entire process unfolded without a single sound. So fast.
Wang Hu and Zhao Wugang exchanged stunned glances. They had witnessed it firsthand. Bai Xiaofan had merely extended his hand, and the man outside had collapsed without a sound. Not a single sound had been made. They were genuinely impressed. Without a word, Bai Xiaofan reached out and took the key. He began cracking the code. This was an exceptionally intricate code, designed using cryptographic principles. Its complexity was beyond imagination.
Its complexity stemmed from the intricate logic underlying the entire system.
Such a complex code was extremely difficult to crack.
However, Bai Xiaofan's talent was truly formidable.
He already possessed a certain understanding of this code. Therefore, cracking it was no great feat. The code cipher entered Bai Xiaofan's mind, and all the data underwent instantaneous transformation. His mind possessed extraordinary data analysis capabilities. Undoubtedly, this was Bai Xiaofan's true strength. Through his brain's data analysis, the answer became crystal clear.
It was about to spill out. What? Zhao Wugang and Wan Hu were even more bewildered.
This was way too fast. They hadn't even grasped what was happening, yet Bai Xiaofan had already provided the answer, and it was astonishingly precise.
Zhao Wugang and Wan Hu felt utterly embarrassed.
They felt completely useless. Compared to Bai Xiaofan, they felt like complete losers. Bai Xiaofan wasted no time, cracking the code at lightning speed. It wasn't difficult. It only required a few simple steps. The lock clicked open, and Bai Xiaofan flashed a knowing smile. After unlocking it, the mountain man quietly pushed the door open. They stepped outside. But two men who looked like guards were still standing outside, firmly holding their positions.
These two guys are definitely formidable. Leave them to me.
Bai Xiaofan sneered coldly as he spoke.
Though these two looked formidable, Bai Xiaofan wasn't about to be intimidated.
He had already charged swiftly toward them.
Ha!
The two were instantly stunned. They hadn't even seen where Bai Xiaofan had come from, yet he was already standing before them.
Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. What the hell?
They were utterly shocked.
But Bai Xiaofan wasted no words, striking instantly and dispatching both men in an instant.
Only then did he turn his gaze to his surroundings. He found himself in the rear courtyard of a vast compound, separated from the front courtyard by a long corridor. The corridor was adorned with carved dragons and painted pillars.
It was that kind of very rustic, ancient architectural style. This was indeed strange. Bai Xiaofan couldn't help but marvel. Xiaofan. What's so strange about it? Wang Hu asked, looking utterly confused. To him, the corridor merely appeared rustic, nothing particularly strange about it. But Bai Xiaofan didn't see it that way. You're quite mistaken. Bai Xiaofan said earnestly. This corridor is extremely eerie. He stated earnestly. Hearing this, Wang Hu was utterly baffled. Honestly, how did I miss that? Bai Xiaofan smiled. The peculiarity here isn't something easily discerned. He said calmly. These words left Wang Hu momentarily stunned. Only then did Bai Xiaofan explain, this corridor is newly built. Though it uses ancient bricks and tiles, it clashes completely with the surroundings. It's definitely a trap. What? Wang Hu stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered. He never imagined this small corridor could hold so many secrets. So what do we do now? The two asked Bai Xiaofan. Though they'd been navigating the underworld for years, they'd never encountered anything like this. Both wore bewildered expressions, utterly at a loss for what to do. How should they handle this? They felt utterly lost. Their expressions were understandably grim. Bai Xiaofan gave a cold chuckle. I have my own plan. He picked up a pebble and flung it with terrifying force. Bai Xiaofan flicked his index finger, sending the pebble skipping madly across the ground. Thud. Full force. Without a doubt, when the pebble struck the green stone pavement, all answers became crystal clear. The ground was instantly blown apart. Bai Xiaofan's expression changed abruptly. It seems my prediction was correct. This is exactly how it is. He thought coldly. Bai Xiaofan's expression was naturally extremely displeased, even revealing a look of profound discomfort. He sensed the danger in this situation. After all, there were hidden weapons involved. Damn it, there really are hidden weapons. Wang Hu and Zhao Wugan were both frozen in shock. Earlier, when Bai Xiaofan had spoken these words, it had been like listening to gibberish. But now, they finally grasped their meaning. What had once been gibberish now held clear answers, leaving Wang Hu and Zhao Wugang utterly speechless. This is the art of the mysterious gates and hidden armor. The 8 trigrams can break it. Follow me, and you'll pass through. Bai Xiaofan instructed them. Do not deviate a single step, or you will be in grave danger. His voice was solemn. The two nodded. We understand. Their minds were as clear as a mirror. They knew that one wrong step now would mean death with no place to bury their remains. They dared not make a mistake. After all, one misstep leads to another, and that's no exaggeration. So no matter what, they dared not falter. This was no joke. The three pressed forward one after another and finally reached the end safely. Before them lay another door. But here, there was nothing terrifying. Bai Xiaofan gathered his strength in his foot and delivered a fierce kick straight at the door. To him, nothing else mattered. This single kick was enough to shatter the door. Boom! A crisp sound echoed as Bai Xiaofan kicked the door open. He discovered the room was filled with people. And these people all looked utterly bewildered. Bai Xiaofan recognized some of them, most notably the old herbalist. He was bound to a pillar. Beside the old herbalist stood an elderly man with snow-white hair and rosy cheeks, exuding an otherworldly, ethereal aura. His aura was overwhelming. Though bound, the old herbalist's eyes blazed with fury. As for young master He and Qin Ajuan, they were both standing behind him. What was going on? When they spotted Bai Xiaofan and the others, the red-faced old man's expression darkened instantly, his look turning decidedly grim. For the red-faced old man, this was utterly unacceptable. He was utterly dumbfounded. At that very moment, young master He was the first to snap out of it. Damn it! What the hell do you think you're doing? Young master He was seething with rage. His face darkened considerably. The look on his face was utterly miserable. Chapter 232, The Genius Shen Yuan Ming. Damn it, how did that brat get out? Young master He's face flushed crimson with rage. He found the whole situation utterly absurd, never imagining Bai Xiaofan would escape at such a critical moment. Get him! He waved his hand, signaling his men to attack. Rage consumed him. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, his numerous underlings wasted no time. They rolled up their sleeves and charged forward. Their target was none other than Bai Xiaofan. All together now. Every single one of these Bai Qiatang underlings was ruthless. They completely surrounded Bai Xiaofan. Each pair of eyes radiated an icy chill. A murderous intent was surfacing. Save him! Bai Xiaofan shouted. Wang Hu and Zhao Wugang charged forward without hesitation. Both radiated overwhelming intensity. They charged forward with a single purpose, to save the victim. Bai Xiaofan led the charge. Spotting the Bai Qiatang thugs, he showed no mercy. His blade rose and fell. One after another. The subordinates were swiftly rendered incapacitated. Instant collapse. Could this be real? Young master He stood frozen in shock. He had believed his men possessed formidable combat prowess, but now it seemed like nothing more than a joke. He had been so full of himself, convinced his men were formidable, yet reality had just delivered a brutal slap across his face. Young Master He's face was swollen and red from the beating. Damn it! He was furious. His heart was filled with indignation. That sense of frustration was beyond imagination. For young Master He, this was practically a knockout blow. His face had turned an icy shade of blue. His entire being felt chilled to the bone. Qin Ajuan proved to be a formidable opponent, charging forward to strike Bai Xiaofan. But Bai Xiaofan wasn't about to let Qin Ajuan have her way. Bai Xiaofan held her in very low regard. She was nothing short of a treacherous woman. Given that, Bai Xiaofan saw no need for courtesy. With a single slap, he knocked the woman unconscious. In an instant, Bai Xiaofan appeared beside Xian Yuanming, startling the old man. But Xian Yuanming was truly a genius, possessing formidable strength. Though startled, he remained unmoved. Xian Yuanming thrust out his hand, blade-like as a cleaver, striking directly at Bai Xiaofan. The force behind it was immense. Powerful. Bai Xiaofan sensed Xian Yuanming's power and wisely chose not to meet it head-on. He wasn't foolish. He understood perfectly well that an old monster like this must possess extraordinary abilities. His prowess was no empty reputation. Therefore, when facing Xian Yuanming, the wisest course was to exercise caution. Bai Xiaofan swiftly retreated. He executed the evasion swiftly. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Thankfully, he dodged it. Bai Xiaofan thought coldly. Xian Yuanming's prowess was truly astonishing, but Bai Xiaofan's ability to evade it smoothly was no small feat. He couldn't help but exhale deeply. A slight sense of relief washed over him. But then, Xian Yuanming suddenly bolted for the exit. Holy crap! Bai Xiaofan instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He'd expected this strange old man to engage in a fierce battle with Bai Xiaofan, but the outcome left him utterly speechless. He actually just ran off. What a character! Bai Xiaofan thought. Faced with Xian Yuanming's ingenuity, Bai Xiaofan was utterly speechless. He was a genius among geniuses. And Xian Yuanming seemed utterly confident, fully expressing this trait. It was truly quite speechless. Seeing Xian Yuanming's demeanor, Bai Xiaofan naturally had nothing to say. But he also knew a simple truth: never pursue a desperate enemy. Since the other had already fled, it was best not to chase after him. Pursuing him now would only invite trouble. Bai Xiaofan recognized this. He decided to abandon the pursuit. Pursuing Xian Yuanming now was clearly not the right move. It could even lead to serious consequences. Rescuing people must come first. That was Bai Xiaofan's thinking. The old herbalist was tightly bound, his complexion looking extremely grim. "Kid, you finally showed up. They nearly strangled me to death," the old herbalist grumbled in frustration. Seeing him so furious, Bai Xiaofan could only offer a wry smile. He immediately untied the old herbalist's bonds. "Are you okay?" Bai Xiaofan asked. The old pharmacist shook his head. "I'm okay." With no other choice, Bai Xiaofan untied the old herbalist's ropes. The old herbalist flexed his arms. "Damn it, that hurt like hell," he shouted angrily. His voice was anything but pleasant. Hearing the old herbalist's outburst, Bai Xiaofan felt a bit helpless. "Shouldn't you be a bit more careful, old man? Try not to curse so much," Bai Xiaofan said to the old herbalist. The old herbalist chuckled. "Looks like you're truly your master's disciple, quite the talent," he said, patting Bai Xiaofan on the shoulder. He seemed genuinely pleased. Bai Xiaofan, however, wore an expression of helpless resignation. "As long as you're happy," he said to the old pharmacist. Looking at this old rogue, Bai Xiaofan didn't feel like exchanging any more idle chatter. Now was not the time to joke around with him. Escaping this place as quickly as possible was the only sensible course of action. After all, they couldn't linger here long. This 100 Herbs Hall still harbored many formidable individuals. Bai Xiaofan exchanged a glance with the old pharmacist. "Retreat!" Bai Xiaofan shouted. Fighting their way back, they finally escaped. Once outside, solemn expressions settled on every face, a mix of relief and joy at having narrowly escaped disaster. They had finally escaped. It had been so incredibly difficult. Bai Xiaofan thought helplessly. Simply escaping alive was no small feat. Young Master He wanted to give chase, but ultimately didn't dare to act. He was, after all, a coward. Seeing how fierce Bai Xiaofan was, how could he dare to pursue? So he could only stand frozen in place, accepting his fate. This situation was awkward, but it was also brutally real. Young Master He was utterly dumbfounded. His underlings were all chilled to the bone. They were genuinely terrified by Bai Xiaofan's strength. Even if they wanted to pursue him, they'd have to think twice. In the end, they dared not make a rash move. This cowardice only further proved Bai Xiaofan's formidable prowess. They dared not make a reckless move. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofan and his companions had already returned to the Luo residence. Upon their arrival, Luo Shui immediately prepared a room for the old herbalist and helped the venerable master lie down. "Old master, how are you feeling?" Bai Xiaofan inquired. The old herbalist shook his head. Not quite ready to kick the bucket yet. He seemed optimistic, but Bai Xiaofan sensed his body had sustained severe injuries. Such wounds demanded immediate treatment. If delayed any longer, he might be in mortal danger. Therefore, at this very moment, Bai Xiaofan must act. He reached for his silver needles and began treating the old pharmacist. Bai Xiaofan's medical skills were truly extraordinary. Chapter 233, Escape. After several hours of frantic effort, the old herbalist finally coughed up a mouthful of blood, marking his escape from mortal danger. Though his body was severely wounded, at least his life was spared. Thank you, young friend, the old herbalist coughed out. Without you, I doubt I'd have survived this. He was genuinely grateful to Bai Xiaofan. He felt that without Bai Xiaofan, his old life truly would have been in jeopardy. Hearing the old pharmacist's words, Bai Xiaofan smiled faintly. No need for such formalities, old master. Since we've crossed paths before, your troubles are now mine. How could I not help? Bai Xiaofan said earnestly. The old herbalist's face was filled with gratitude. I've been wandering the martial world for years, and today I've finally met my match at the hands of that old fellow. But young brother, your kindness truly moves me. Bai Xiaofan shook his head. What good is talking now? Retaliation is what matters, he said coldly. Luo Shui chimed in from the side. Exactly, old apothecary. Bai Chao Hall has gone too far. Our Luo family stands with you in your fight. Seeing everyone's support, the old pharmacist was nearly moved to tears. Yet, his expression also held a hint of awkwardness. The 100 Grass Hall wields immense power. How could I, a lone figure, possibly seek revenge? The old pharmacist said, his voice trembling. He truly felt utterly helpless, for this was the reality forced upon him. He did have some savings, but ultimately he was merely a reclusive man. For someone like him, even if he had some savings, they were likely meager. In such circumstances, the old herbalist found himself in an awkward position. He naturally wanted to confront Xian Yuan Ming. After all, they had been rivals their entire lives. Yet the old apothecary had lived in seclusion for years. Truly confronting Xian Yuan Ming would be quite difficult. But at that very moment, Bai Xiaofan proposed an idea to collaborate with the old herbalist. Since Bai Chao Hall had grown so large, why couldn't they run their own herbal shop? Only by defeating Bai Chao Hall could they truly exact their revenge. Bai Xiaofan stated earnestly. Ha! The old apothecary's eyes lit up. Well now, young man, that's exactly what I had in mind. He thought with delight. The old pharmacist hadn't expected Bai Xiaofan to say such a thing, and Bai Xiaofan's words were exactly what he wanted to hear. The old pharmacist was thoroughly delighted. He rubbed his hands together. In that case, let's make this a pleasant collaboration. The two men shook hands. The old pharmacist was overjoyed. He couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Bai Xiaofan, it seems you truly have discerning taste. Partnering with this old herbalist will be absolutely worthwhile, he exclaimed excitedly. His face glowed with a deep, healthy flush. Seeing the old pharmacist's expression, Bai Xiaofan felt a bit helpless. Truth be told, Bai Xiaofan's assistance to the old herbalist naturally carried the intention of collaboration. But more significantly, there was another layer to it. It was far more than just a simple partnership. He also wanted to gauge Xian Yuan Ming's true capabilities. Besides, opening an apothecary was both a noble endeavor to benefit others and a sound business venture. From any perspective, it made perfect sense. Upon hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, another person stepped forward. Don't forget about the partnership I want in too. The speaker was none other than Luo Shui. I'm not saying this to help you. Our Luo family has long considered entering the pharmaceutical industry, and now is the perfect time. Luo Shui declared. The old pharmacist chuckled. Well then, that's excellent. A united couple can cut through gold, the old pharmacist declared. Luo Shui's face flushed instantly. Bai Xiaofan shot the old pharmacist a glare. Could you please stop talking nonsense, old man? Bai Xiaofan sighed helplessly. The old pharmacist chuckled again, as if everything was understood without words. And so, Bai Xiaofan devised his plan. The plan was actually quite simple. It involved opening a Luo family pharmacy near the 100 Grass Hall, with Luo Shui as the largest shareholder and the old pharmacist presiding over the shop. As for Bai Xiaofan, he could serve as honorary advisor, truly killing multiple birds with one stone. I'll go scout locations now. Until then, you two must not make any rash moves. Bai Xiaofan instructed the old pharmacist and Zhao Wugong. As long as they remained within the Luo family compound, their safety could be guaranteed. But if they left the compound, Bai Xiaofan could offer no assurance of their protection. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's words, both men nodded in agreement. Rest assured, we understand the gravity of the situation. Neither man was foolish. They fully grasped the urgency and importance of this matter, so they would not act rashly. Thus, Bai Xiaofan took Wang Hu directly to scout locations near the 100 Herbs Hall. Such actions were somewhat excessive, showing complete disregard for the other party. But Bai Xiaofan intended to proceed precisely this way. It was meant to provoke them. And it worked like a charm. Sure enough, when young Master He of Bai Xiaofan heard the news, his expression darkened to the extreme. He was furious. What? He was seething with rage. The flames of rage were about to consume him. Damn it! He thought, utterly enraged. To him, this whole situation was utterly absurd. He immediately brought his men and surrounded Bai Xiaofan once more. But Bai Xiaofan paid them no mind whatsoever. He didn't give these guys the time of day. To him, they were nothing but trash. Bai Xiaofan stared at them coldly, a flicker of light flashing in his eyes, a gaze that was utterly icy. You dare show your face again, boy? Young Master He was furious beyond belief. He felt Bai Xiaofan was openly humiliating him. After all, with the entire incident having escalated to this point, Bai Xiaofan actually dared to show up. It felt like a direct insult to young Master He's very soul. After yesterday's bitter struggle, both sides harbored deep hatred for each other. Yet now, Bai Xiaofan appeared here as if nothing had happened. How could young Master He not be shocked? Bai Xiaofan stared at him with a cold smile. Hey, he said, I haven't even settled the score with you for yesterday's business. What? You still want to fight? Bai Xiaofan extended his hand, his gaze icy. Young Master He turned deathly pale with fear. Fight your sister. Even if it scared him to death, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. After all, this was far too dangerous. Fighting Bai Xiaofan meant he'd have to face the consequences, and from the looks of it, those consequences were severe. So he had no intention of clashing with Bai Xiaofan again. Young Master He's face flushed crimson with rage. Even with his entourage of henchmen, he felt intensely uneasy. Bai Xiaofan had instilled a terrifying sense of dread in him. Young Master He's voice trembled. What are you going to do? He asked cautiously. His expression was utterly terrified. It was clear he was utterly terrified, his limbs feeling cold as ice. Watching this scene, Bai Xiaofan only sneered coldly. We want to open a pharmacy too. Is that not allowed? Who says only you can run pharmacies in this world? Bai Xiaofan's words left the other party utterly dumbfounded. The man was frozen in place. Are you kidding me? Chapter 234, Investing in the Pharmacy. Do you really think the He family is a pushover? How dare you say such things? Damn you! Young Master He's face had drained of color with rage. He felt his entire life had been challenged. This was nothing short of utter humiliation. As a man who valued his reputation above all else, young Master He could never accept such an insult. His expression darkened further, turning an even deeper shade of crimson. Bai Xiaofan, however, merely smiled faintly, his expression serene. Anything else? He rubbed his wrist. Young Master He shuddered in fright. Damn it! Seeing Bai Xiaofan's actions, he couldn't help but feel a genuine sense of dread. After all, Bai Xiaofan was no ordinary man. If he were to attack him, he wouldn't stand a chance. Bai Xiaofan, you just wait. He could only spit out a threat before turning and walking away. But those words had zero impact on Bai Xiaofan. Wait all you want. Bai Xiaofan couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle approached from behind. A man riding a motorcycle entered Bai Xiaofan's field of vision. The man wore a leather jacket, giving off a rather dashing impression. At first glance, he seemed to possess exceptional charisma. At least Bai Xiaofan thought he looked pretty sharp. Bai Xiaofan's gaze fixed on him. You're the boss? Bai Xiaofan asked. The man nodded. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth, revealing a certain quality about him. Quite arrogant and unrestrained. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaofan was somewhat taken aback. But there was no doubt this man was the boss. That much was certain. A hint of amusement flickered in the man's eyes. Young man, you want to take over my shop? He was visibly excited. Bai Xiaofan nodded. What might your name be, sir? The man rubbed his hands together before pulling out something resembling a business card. He presented it to Bai Xiaofan with both hands. Big brother? That's too much honor. My name is Li Yong. This is my family's ancestral shop. Li Yong declared. Ugh, you're pulling my leg. Bai Xiaofan rolled his eyes. He'd never heard of a shopfront being passed down through generations before. It sounded absurd. It was downright ridiculous. Bai Xiaofan looked up at Li Yong. Brother Li, name your price. As long as the price is reasonable, we're open to either renting or buying. Hearing Bai Xiaofan's decisive tone, Li Yong looked genuinely surprised. He studied Bai Xiaofan up and down before nodding. Wow, young man, you're something else. You speak with such confidence, truly impressive. Li Yong remarked. Bai Xiaofan froze. He sensed a hint of sarcasm in those words. But Bai Xiaofan didn't mind. After all, as long as the price was fair and reasonable, buying this storefront made perfect sense. But Li Yong hesitated. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. After a moment, he finally spoke. I can sell it to you, but there's one condition. Li Yong said. What condition? Bai Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. Why would there be a condition? This left him speechless. Li Yong finally explained, it's actually quite simple. Since this storefront is in a prime location, I need to know what you plan to use it for. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaofan spoke plainly, laying out his intentions clearly. Li Yong, however, was left completely dumbfounded. He stared at Bai Xiaofan with utter astonishment. The look on his face was beyond words. Is that so? Li Yong was utterly flabbergasted. He never imagined Bai Xiaofan would utter such words. It was utterly beyond his comprehension. Because it was utterly absurd. What? Brotherly doesn't believe us or is unwilling to rent it to us? Bai Xiaofan stared at him with intense focus, his gaze heavy as he took everything in. This matter held profound significance for Bai Xiaofan. It was no joke. He truly needed this place urgently. Li Yong shook his head immediately. Nothing like that. He retorted quickly. What's between you two is none of my damn business. Others may fear Bai Xiaofan, but I sure as hell don't. Even if those He family members wanted to rent it, I wouldn't lease it to them. You actually dared to go against the He family. I admire your guts. Li Yong stared intently at Bai Xiaofan as he spoke. His words didn't sound like a joke. But hearing them left Bai Xiaofan utterly dumbfounded. He never expected the other party to say such things. This whole situation was utterly absurd. Bai Xiaofan's gaze locked onto Li Yong. Is that so? He felt a vague sense of unease, as something about the situation felt deeply unsettling. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was off, but the feeling was undeniably strong. Li Yong nodded immediately. Of course. He said earnestly. For him, this was undoubtedly a significant matter. So he took it very seriously. Hearing Li Yong's words, Bai Xiaofan found it genuinely puzzling. Logically speaking, this man shouldn't be reacting this way, yet his current demeanor was unmistakably clear and it didn't seem fake. This was a bit off the charts. Bai Xiaofan thought to himself. But even if it was a bit outlandish, he didn't really care. As long as he achieved his goal, everything else was trivial. That was Bai Xiaofan's conviction. A glimmer of light shone on Li Yong's face. Good. I admire people like you. The fact that you dare to speak like this shows you've got real talent. I thrive on appreciating those with real talent. He looked at Bai Xiaofan intently. He was absolutely serious. Name your price. Facing this peculiar individual, Bai Xiaofan had no desire for further small talk. He simply wanted to clarify the cost and get everything straight. Li Yong smiled faintly. The price is negotiable. He led Bai Xiaofan into the storefront. The moment they stepped inside, a cloud of dust swirled up, its acrid scent stinging their noses and making them feel quite uncomfortable. But Li Yong seemed perfectly accustomed to it. Sorry about that, he said. It's been closed for days, so it's a bit dusty. Please don't mind. Li Yong explained. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofan nodded in understanding, though truthfully, he wasn't bothered at all. It was hardly worth mentioning. He inspected the storefront and found nothing wrong with it. It was absolutely a prime location. Bai Xiaofan was quite pleased. So, he signed the contract with Li Yong, and the two agreed on the rental price. Li Yong quoted a rock-bottom price. That cheap? Bai Xiaofan was also quite surprised. Because it was truly incredibly cheap. So cheap it was almost shocking, and he wasn't joking. Li Yong chuckled, staring at Bai Xiaofan with an oddly intense gaze for a long moment before finally saying, Of course, I have conditions. Just as expected. Bai Xiaofan's heart stirred.